on the Blue Star continent, inside the Advanced Martial Arts Academy. The man's head was throbbing with pain as a powerful stream of information flooded his mind. Li Fei, are you all right? The teacher, wearing wire-rimmed glasses, asked with concern. The man shook his head. I'm fine. But he was puzzled. Why were some people calling him classmate instead of lord? The pain gradually subsided, and he looked around. Beside me are my familiar teacher, Lu Jingde, and classmates, Ma Xiaoming and Lu Tao. Have I traveled back in time? He whispered to his deskmate. What's the date today? June 9th, 2196. Ma Xiaoming replied. Li Fei's expression changed drastically. Was this the time when the end of Blue Star would come? In his previous life, a star collided with Blue Star, and humanity was transported to the Eternal Night continent when the end of the world arrived. 11:45, the watch showed the time. As the hands ticked, Li Fei stared intently at the broadcast. At 11:59, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. A star is heading towards Blue Star and is expected to arrive in 3 days. Please be prepared. People were talking about it, and Li Fei silently calculated the time. The actual impact would occur 3 hours later. In their previous lives, humanity did not perish, but instead collectively transmigrated to the Eternal Night continent, a continent teeming with myriad races, where the weak human race existed. At 12:05, an alarm blared through the sky. Everyone will be transported to the Eternal Night continent. The system will assign each person a temple. Random unit types will be used as weapons. The sky split open, revealing a rapidly rotating black hole that sucked in all the Earthlings with its powerful suction. In the darkness, Li Fei saw a light, and a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully transmigrating to the Eternal Night continent. Obtained a black iron-level temple. Troop type, skeleton warrior. He opened his eyes to find himself in a small, decaying palace of about 40 to 50 square meters, with a 5-pointed star magic circle in the center and a green gem summoning wand standing silently 3 meters away. Li Fei commanded, check attributes. Temple level, black iron 1 star. Summonable unit, skeleton warrior. Host attributes, strength 10, agility 10, intelligence 10, same as last time. He sighed softly. Although the skeleton warrior in his previous life was above average, he hadn't been able to fully utilize it. Li Fei decided to retain the name from his previous life, Flying God Temple. He grasped the summoning wand, and a transparent panel appeared, displaying the image of a skeleton warrior and a summoning button. The next second, the magic circle glowed, and 2 small skeleton warriors appeared, each holding a short sword and a shield, and standing about 1 meter tall. Li Fei's eyes revealed a satisfied expression. These were black iron 1-star weapons. After upgrading, their strength, agility, and size would increase, and they could also awaken unique talent skills. Li Fei opened the skeleton warrior's attribute panel. Skeleton warrior, strength, 25. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 10. Skill, focus, increases attack speed by 1% with each attack, limited to the same target only. Upgrade requires 2 merit points. 2 skeleton warriors knelt on one knee, their right hands placed on their chests, their eyes flashing green light, loyal to Li Fei. To them, Li Fei was both the creator and the king of the underworld. Are you willing to fight alongside me in all directions? Li Fei asked coldly. I am willing to dedicate everything to Hades, the skeleton warrior replied. The soul flames flickered, showing no fear even when facing lords or gods. Li Fei nodded in satisfaction. The extinguishing of the soul flames meant death, which was the core of their survival. It's a pity they're too weak now, Li Fei sighed to himself. The skeleton warrior was low level, only 1-star black iron. At this moment, a golden icon appears on the panel. Default unit type remains unchanged, but the summoned unit type can be randomly changed an unlimited number of times and can be changed permanently. Li Fei clicked the button, and the 2 skeleton warriors in the magic circle disappeared, replaced by 2 Kodo beasts. Kodo beast, strength, 18, agility, 15, intelligence, 10, skill, terrifying howl, temporarily renders enemies unable to hear. Li Fei switched again because his stats were lower than the skeleton warriors. The 2 Kodo beasts disappeared, and 2 Minotaur appeared. Tauren, strength, 25, agility, 23, intelligence, 10, skill, healing aura, restores 1 health per second to units in your territory. Still not strong enough, Li Fei made a third change, introducing 2 female vampires. Vampire, strength, 30, agility, 35, Intelligence, 20. Skill 1. Vampiric Aura. Recovers 3% of damage dealt as health upon attack. Skill 2. Corrosion. Can control weaker units. This was the only unit he had ever seen with an intelligence level exceeding 10, far surpassing the skeleton warriors in ability. The panel also indicated the option to restore the default unit, allowing him to switch back to the original unit at any time. Your Excellency, is there anything we can do for you? The female vampire asked nervously. Li Fei nodded. Can you clear out the magical beasts within a 10-mile radius? The vampire replied. It will take 10 days to kill them all, and then they can be corroded and assimilated into vampires. It will take 5 days for a radius of 10 miles, and about a month for a radius of 100 miles. After assimilation, they will be under our command, but they will sleep during the day, another added. Li Fei pondered. With such a strong night-fighting capability, this army could even put up a fight against geniuses from the gods and demons. The only thing to consider is the vampires' loyalty. Clearly, they are far more intelligent than the previous summoned units. When Li Fei inspected the temple, the two vampires immediately knelt down to show their loyalty and warned him that they would die if Li Fei had even a single thought. Li Fei opened their attribute panels and found the Kill Vampire button, which put his mind at ease. Li Fei said in a deep voice, I'll give you a month to assemble a vampire army covering a radius of 100 miles. Rest assured, I will definitely complete the task. The two vampires responded respectfully. After arranging their affairs, Li Fei felt relieved, but he sighed inwardly. The summoning wand can only summon a maximum of 2 units per day. However, his decision to change the summon unit had unexpected consequences. In the vampire realms, a fiery red-haired man named Ned was enraged. Just now, his vampire progenitor had transformed into 2 hideous minotaurs in a flash of white light. Whoever did this, I'll make them pay. A mad glint appeared in Ned's eyes. The minotaur trembled, addressing Ned as Lord with awe. The old vampires were much better. Ned suppressed his anger. Vampire soldiers are different from others. The first summoned vampires possess the purest ancestral bloodline, while the second summons result in a weakened bloodline and a significant decrease in strength. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bai Rufeng, a human from Blue Star, was pleasantly surprised to find that the Kodo beasts he summoned had unexpectedly transformed into skeleton warriors with astonishing efficiency. What used to be a lengthy kill could now be quickly corrupted by the vampire alone. He planned to try summoning the Kodo beast again the next day. Similarly, another Elder Beast King was shocked to discover that the Minotaurs had transformed into Kodo beasts, their combat power noticeably diminished. Li Fei was unaware of all this. He discovered that the temple had added the function of randomly changing summoned units, so he carefully explored the temple, but the layout and functions were exactly the same as in his previous life. A system notification sounded. The temple's beginner period lasts 3 days. After 3 days, the temple will no longer be invincible. Li Fei knew that 3 days later, all the races of the heavens would launch their first invasion. Humans are weak and are considered the weakest of all races. Their purpose in invading is to gain merit points, which can be used to upgrade their strength, exchange for weapons, elixirs, and special skills. Subsequently, the system kept sending good news. Corroded a Lion King beast, merit +3. Corroded an ironclad beast, merit +2. A glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes. Vampires don't need to completely kill their enemies. Simply infecting them with blood is enough, making it extremely efficient. He opened his merit panel. He already had 18 merit points, which he could use to upgrade the Flying Temple. Li Fei chose to prioritize upgrading the Flying God Temple. A transparent panel displayed the message. A 2-star Flying God Temple requires 20 merit points. Upgrade now. Yes. The temple shook and rapidly expanded to 3 times its original size, with a circular stone pillar rising inside and a control panel appearing on top. Mirror system. Li Fei was shocked. Based on his experience from his previous life, he judged that the 2-star temple could project a mirror image, covering an area of hundreds of miles, allowing him to observe the situation in various places in real time. Li Fei threw a mirror image, and the stone pillar screen showed the first vampire leading a group of vampires in battle. They were facing a 5-star Iron Bull beast. Vampires number 1 and number 2 were only remotely directing from the rear, while the real attackers were Black Iron 4-star Troll beasts, 3-star Ironclad beasts, and other monsters. Under the control of the first vampire, the trolls and other monsters did not fight each other head-on, but instead harassed and exhausted the Iron Bull beast. The Iron Bull beast was extremely angry, breaking ancient trees around it and injuring other magical beasts. Half an hour later, the Iron Bull beast showed signs of fatigue, and the Troll beast seized the opportunity to slash a long gash. The Iron Bull beast roared in pain and was shaken away. The first vampire flew forward and dripped blood from his finger into the wound. After absorbing the blood, the Iron Bull beast went from madness to calmness and finally prostrated itself at its knees. The other monster's injuries also healed quickly, which is precisely the vampire's advantage. Non-fatal wounds are almost instantly restored. Li Fei opened his merit panel, which showed a total of 15 points. He decided to prioritize upgrading the vampire. Vampire number 1 and number 2 required 2 and 3 merit points respectively to advance. After calculating, Li Fei clicked the upgrade button repeatedly, and the two vampires deep in the mountains immediately emitted a dazzling white light, their aura rapidly increasing. Vampire number 1's power increased significantly, and vampire number 2 also became stronger. Both of them heard Li Fei's voice through the projection and responded with tension and respect. He knew that in less than a month, the magical beasts within 100 miles could form a massive army. The magical beasts corrupted by the vampires could also affect other magical beasts. Within the tens of thousands of kilometers of the Alls Mountains, there are many different tribes and over 100 lords, but none of them are beyond his consideration. In the latter half of the night, the system transmitted information about the corruption of magical beasts, including a 6-star black iron magical beast, indicating that the corruption ability of the first generation of vampires could overcome the gap in strength. Li Fei checked his merit points and found they had increased to 35 points in just a few hours. He immediately used all of them to upgrade his vampire. Vampire number 1 has been promoted to black iron 7-star, and vampire number 2 has been upgraded to black iron 6-star. Li Fei checks attributes. Vampire number 1. Strength, 98, Agility, 103, Intelligence, 56, Skill 1. Vampiric Aura, 7% lifesteal on attack. Skill 2. Corruption, assimilates enemies into subordinates. Skill 3. Fear, emits an aura that subdues lower-level units. Vampire number 2 has similar attributes, only slightly lower in strength, agility, and intelligence. After upgrading, Li Fei has 2 merit points remaining. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Li Fei's mind. Host, please note that the difference between your level and the troop type should ideally not exceed 1 major level. Otherwise, it may easily trigger a backlash. If a unit kills the host before the host can react, the unit will be freed. This will not happen as long as the level difference does not exceed 1 major level. In just 2 hours, Li Fei discovered through the merit panel that he had gained another 36 merit points. Vampire number 1 corrupted a black iron 8-star frost bear, and vampire number 2 corrupted 2 black iron 7-star magical beasts, bringing the total to several hundred. After Li Fei upgraded the Flying God Temple and installed the giant cannon, he could freely blast away any black iron-level magical beasts within a 10-kilometer radius. The Flying God Temple has expanded from 200 square meters to 500 square meters, giving it a strong mechanical feel. The top turret is about 2 meters long and wide, and it stops moving after 10 minutes. Li Fei used the remaining 6 merit points to upgrade himself, rising from black iron 1-star to black iron 3-star. Host muscles are undergoing reconstruction. Potential activated, strength increased. System notification. The world chat window is now open. You can communicate and trade resources with all the races of the world. Li Fei checked the chat history and found that many lords were complaining about their initial troops, some with anteaters and others with SpongeBob SquarePants, while he had a god-level vampire troop. Just as Li Fei was about to summon 2 units, warning messages from vampire number 1 and number 2 came through. Your Excellency, we're in trouble. The projection showed a gaunt, dark-skinned old man appearing in the southwest direction, wearing a bamboo hat and a black mage's robe, with 2 emaciated zombies beside him. The undead. Li Fei's heart tightened. The old man called himself Edson and was skilled in dark magic. He had once ranked among the top 500 of all races. He said dismissively, "Since you are little girls, I will not make a move. Let my zombies play with you." Vampires number 1 and number 2 were helpless. The zombies' talents countered them, and their blood's corrosive effects were ineffective. They used hundreds of magical beasts to restrain the zombies while charging towards the old man. The old man formed hand seals, and a green light barrier rose around him, causing the vampires to feel dizzy when they got close. The battle was about to erupt and the offensive and defensive battle between the undead zombies and vampires began. Li Fei stared at the battle, ready to intervene at any moment, his projection wand flashing with light. 2 zombies had reached the 9th level of Black Iron, while Edson had reached the 8th level. Vampire number 1 and number 2 were no match for them. Off-screen, Li Fei pondered for a moment, then made a decision. He would retreat first, luring them into the vicinity of the temple within 10 miles. He issued orders through a unique communication method with his unit, his eyes cold. The undead zombies were a natural counter to vampires, an advantage that was enough to ensure they wouldn't be let off the hook. Vampires number 1 and number 2 exchanged a glance. Although they didn't understand the Earl's intentions, they obeyed and retreated. Seeing them escape, the necromancer made a hand seal, removed the light barrier, and white mist rose from beneath him, allowing him to soar into the air. "Stay here, let me turn you into a zombie," the necromancer yelled. In his eyes, the 2 vampires were nothing but weaklings. Li Fei sneered. He observed that Edson prioritized upgrading himself and his troops, which meant that while he was strong in combat, the temple's defenses were weak and easily destroyed. However, once Li Fei enters within 10 miles of the temple, he can control the turret to kill the enemy. Even if they are Black Iron 9 stars, he can take them out with a single shot. Vampires number 1 and number 2 fled through the woods, but could not shake off Edson, who was flying through the air. As he flew, he cast a spell. "Taste my emerald poison smoke." Dark green smoke shot towards them, striking the ancient tree, burning a large hole, and billowing out thick smoke. Vampire number 2 was hit and seriously injured, collapsing under a tree. "Sister, you go first." The green poisonous smoke made her so painful that she could hardly fight, and she didn't want to drag her sister down with her. Syria, the first vampire, cried with tears in her eyes, "I won't abandon you. The Count already knows we can still be saved." Edson grinned maliciously. "You can't escape. I've been looking for you for a long time." Li Fei became secretly alert, realizing that Edson was trying to lure him out of the temple and seize his merits. Just then, vampire number 2 was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Edson's expression changed drastically, and she felt her power restored and her level advance. "Great. The Earl hasn't abandoned us." Inside the temple, Li Fei looked at the escaped vampires number 1 and number 2 with a complicated expression. He used his remaining merits to upgrade vampire number 2 from Iron 6-star to 7-star, healing his injuries and increasing his combat power. Under the white glow, the vampire recovered rapidly. In the sky, Edson sneered. "Let's see how many times you can level up." The zombies, having shaken off the monsters, were rapidly approaching. No matter how many times the opponent upgrades, he can handle it all. He hopes the vampire will lead him to the location of the Flying God Temple. As Vampire 1 and 2 withdrew, the distance between Edson and the temple continued to shrink. 30 miles, then 25 miles. Li Fei summoned his magic wand and exhaled. He reached out and pressed the summoning button. A white light flashed in the magic circle, and 2 skeleton warriors appeared. "Your Majesty, Lord of the Underworld, let your servant be at your service." The skeleton warrior expressed his loyalty through soul fire. Li Fei clicked to change troop type. A flash of light appeared, and 2 fiery golden eagles replaced the skeletons. The eagles were gleaming with golden light, and their claws were sharp. "My lord." The golden eagle lowered its proud head. Li Fei nodded in satisfaction, confirming that the golden eagle was a top-tier soldier. Li Fei checked his attributes: strength 36, agility 45, intelligence 28. His skills are blazing rain and wind feather, which can spray fire rain and accelerate in strong winds. He turned around and found that Edson was very close to the Flying God Temple. Vampire number 1 reported that the 2 had entered the 10-mile range. Li Fei sneered. Edson was delusional, thinking he could kill him for merit. This was a good opportunity to test the artillery's power. Since the 2 zombies were still out of range, he decided to wait. Edson's 2 zombies followed closely behind, less than a mile away, but Li Fei's target was the lord behind the vampires, whom he believed was not far away. Suddenly, Edson spotted a magnificent temple about 7 or 8 miles ahead, with cannons faintly visible on its top. Realizing he had become a sitting duck, he immediately retreated. Inside the Flying God Temple, Li Fei calmly gave the order. "Turrets, lock onto Edson." The red cursor locked onto the target. "Fire!" Boom. A burst of fire shot out, striking Edson directly. The black dot rapidly enlarged. He screamed and dodged, but it was too late. With a deafening explosion, Edson vanished, leaving the vampire sisters shocked and Celia speechless. Li Fei was equally shocked by the power of the cannons, which instantly killed a black iron 8-star lord and could easily deal with even a black iron 9-star zombie. He quickly moved the projection to the location of the 2 fleeing zombies and fired 2 more shells, blasting them to smithereens. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a Lord-level unit. You have gained 50 merit points. Congratulations, host, for killing 2 black iron 9-star zombies. You have gained 20 merit points. With a full 70 merit points, he could upgrade the Flying God Temple again or directly raise the 2 vampire sisters to Bronze 2. He ultimately chose a compromise. Upgrade the Flying Temple to 4-star Iron level and use the remaining 30 merit points for his own and his unit's advancement. Li Fei acted swiftly, clicking the upgrade option on the Flying Temple's attribute panel. A white light suddenly erupted, and the temple's area expanded to approximately 1,000 square meters, reaching a height of 20 meters. The attribute panel shows that defense has been greatly improved and artillery range has been extended to 20 miles. Next came the promotion of himself and his units. He first upgraded himself from Iron 3-star to 4-star, and then directly upgraded Vampire number 1 and number 2 to Iron 9-star. The Earl's methods are superb. He helped us advance with ease. Celia's eyes gleamed with admiration. Yes, we will certainly do our utmost to assist the Earl. Another vampire chimed in. Celia cautioned. During the day, the strength of magical beasts decreases, and the weaker ones are simply unable to move. Originally, although their magical beasts were no match for the black iron 9-star zombies, they shouldn't have been in such a sorry state, which is why they were defeated. Li Fei did not stop. He arranged for the vampires to complete the large-scale military plan covering 100 miles, and at the same time dispatched 2 golden eagles to patrol and scout. If they encountered a powerful magical beast, they should immediately notify the vampires to go and corrupt it. At this moment, he checked the world chat group, which was flooded with various development strategies. Some suggested upgrading troops first, then hunting monsters to create a virtuous cycle. Some questioned the feasibility of the weak soldiers strategy. Others emphasized that the Lord himself could improve his strength through his talents. Praise poured in from within the group, and Li Fei secretly agreed. The projection equipment was turned on, and the situation within 100 miles was fully visible. Suddenly, a snow-white domestic pig appeared to the north, plump and round, heading straight for the Flying God Temple. Li Fei was curious and observed that the white pig sniffed the air and locked its gaze on him. Instantly, his eyes stung, and when he closed them and opened them again, the white pig had disappeared. As night fell, the vampire reported that the Bailey army's plan was progressing smoothly, having already subdued over 1,000 magical beasts, and that the plan might be completed ahead of schedule, potentially within half a month. Li Fei fell asleep with satisfaction. The white boar raced through the forest, 3 times faster than the necromancer Edson. It crashed through ancient trees, heading straight for the Flying God Temple without stopping, only 30 miles away. Don't worry, the white pig said, speaking in human language with a smile. Those vampire monsters are a bit troublesome, but I'll take them all down in one bite. In the latter half of the night, the white pig was less than a mile from the temple, looking at the 1,000-meter-high temple with slight hesitation. The original plan was to swallow the temple whole, but they discovered that the temple was enormous and under a beginner protection period, making it impossible to destroy. Under the cover of night, the white pig shook its fat head. Fine, I'll just wait one more day. This territory is mine now. Who dares to oppose me? This white pig originally came from Earth and was just an ordinary pig. After transmigrating, its intelligence increased dramatically, and it completely transformed into a pig demon. Its own temple was swallowed whole when it was hungry, and countless other magical beasts were also devoured. As for the Flying God Temple, it had long been convinced that consuming it would increase its strength. Under the moonlight, it found a high place to take a nap, and soon began to snore loudly. The next day, Li Fei got up early. Today was the last day of his probationary period, and he had to give it his all and get into peak condition. Upon opening the merit points interface, I found that my merit points had increased by 56 points. Just as I was about to process the merit points, a system message popped into my mind. Alert! Golden Eagle number 1 has been ambushed and is dead. Location of death, approximately 500 meters from its host. Holy crap, Li Fei exclaimed. Although the Golden Eagle hadn't been upgraded, it was virtually unbeatable in the air. Li Fei hurriedly switched the projector and ordered another Golden Eagle to investigate the scene, only to find a white pig in the image. Yesterday, it was 100 miles away, but now it has appeared near the Flying God Temple. Li Fei pondered to himself. Could it be that it made the move? But the white pig was lying on the rock at the moment, looking extremely comfortable, and did not appear to be a ferocious magical beast. For safety reasons, he ordered the golden eagle to probe the white pig, while preparing artillery fire in response. The golden eagle flew towards the white pig and circled it twice. Just as it extended its claws, the white boar turned around with a smile, quickly opened its mouth, and swallowed the golden eagle whole. Then, it let out a burp and lay back down in its original spot. Holy crap! Li Fei's eyes widened as he realized that the other party was far more terrifying than he had imagined and had been playing dumb all along. Li Fei immediately ordered, "Turret, lock onto it." The white pig turned back with a sweet smile and suddenly disappeared from sight. The projection showed it moving rapidly around the Flying God Temple, constantly changing its shape to evade being locked on. Li Fei sneered, and the cannons fired again. The flames struck the white pig, blasting a 5-meter deep crater. It narrowly escaped, swallowing hard. Its speed was astonishing. Li Fei was secretly surprised. Even a black iron 9-star zombie could hardly escape the pursuit of artillery, unless this white pig's level had surpassed black iron 9-star. The white pig arrogantly shouted, "Don't let your pig master catch you, otherwise." Li Fei was shocked. It could actually speak the language of Earth. He ordered the cannons to bombard the area continuously, but the white pigs always managed to dodge. Seeing that the situation was dire, he immediately selected the option to upgrade the Flying Temple. A burst of white light erupted from the Flying God Temple, instantly doubling its size to over 1,000 square meters, and the power of the cannons also increased. The white boar's eyes widened, its mouth twitching. It finally realized its opponent was upgrading the temple. Just as it hesitated, the cannons roared in again. With a deafening roar from the cannon, the white pig paid the price for its hesitation. A shell struck its rump directly, scorching its fur. Damn it! Inside the temple, Li Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he commanded, "Attack! The white pig before us is too strong. If we leave it alive, the consequences will be unimaginable." Another shell hit the white pig, causing it to stagger. Even as it fled, it cursed, "Damn it! I'll remember this." Li Fei continued to order, "Keep firing." 2 consecutive shells only charred the white pig's skin, and he understood that artillery still posed a threat to it. Within a 30-mile radius of the Flying God Temple, a white boar galloped away, a cannonball landing precisely on its rump from behind. The boar's face contorted in pain as it sped up, desperate to escape the violent zone. Li Fei took a deep breath. Although he hadn't killed the white pig, he confirmed that the temple's cannons were effective in deterring it. He immediately sent a message to the vampire sisters. "If you encounter the white pig, run away immediately and notify him." "Sister, isn't the Earl being a bit too cautious? Is a white pig really that scary?" Vampire number 2 asked playfully, blinking her big eyes. "Since the Earl has given such an order, there must be a reason. If you encounter anything, run away first," Celia replied. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Beep. The Flying God Temple has been upgraded to Black Iron 5-star. The host can summon 4 units per day. Li Fei arrived at the magic circle, grasped the summoning wand, brought up the interface, and quickly pressed the summon button. In the blinding white light, 4 skeleton warriors appeared, kneeling, their soul flames flickering. "Lord Hades, your servants are willing to serve you." Li Fei lightly pressed the switch button. The skeleton warrior roared and trembled, but then vanished. He then checked the attributes of several goblins. Strength 15, Agility 18, Intelligence 25, Skills, Weapon Crafting, and Alchemy. Li Fei shook his head. The skill was useless to him, so he changed it again. The 4 goblins disappeared and were replaced by 4 werewolves. The werewolves were about 2 meters tall, with wolf heads and human bodies, and wore jet black armor. 2 of them had reached the 7th level of Black Iron, and the other 2 were at the 1st level of Black Iron. "Lord Wolf King previously enhanced our strength," the Black Iron 7-star werewolf respectfully explained. Li Fei realized that changing troop types would easily grant him higher-level units. He changed the types of troops several times, and finally selected a few lava behemoths, 3 meters tall, with huge bodies made of rock and lava, and amazing defense. Attributes displayed: Strength 189, Agility 103, Intelligence 78, Skill 1, Rock Armor, which can withstand attacks from bronze-level powerhouses, Skill 2, Corrosive Lava, which spews out high-temperature magma to melt weak units. Li Fei sighed. The lava behemoth, reinforced with rock armor, was so powerful that even the Flying God Temple's giant cannon could not kill it in one hit. Its defense was comparable to that of a bronze-level expert. Although they were slow, it didn't matter. He decided to assign them to guard Celia and Vampire Number 2 in case the White Pig made a move. A blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed through the apocalypse forest at the southern tip of the Eternal Night continent. The brown-haired boy cried out in panic. Damn it! Where did my lava behemoth go? He was the son of the Lava Clan chieftain, and the 4 lava behemoths he had painstakingly nurtured had instantly turned into 4 slugs. In order to upgrade these behemoths, he didn't even upgrade the temple, and he himself only had the strength of a black iron 1-star. In desperation, he suspected a system bug and immediately posted an announcement in the Lava Clan chat group, hoping someone could provide clues. However, no one in the group had encountered a similar situation. Meanwhile, in the Netherworld's deadly abyss, an old woman wrapped in a black robe stared at the several giant lizard beasts before her, her face ashen. All the nether beasts she had personally nurtured had transformed into lizard behemoths. Although the lizard behemoths were no less powerful than the nether beasts, she didn't know if this situation would repeat itself. Chaos caused by the bug spread among the various races. The Blue Star chat group was in an uproar. Steel armor beasts, voodoo warriors, and Dorian beasts all mysteriously disappeared or were downgraded. Inside the Flying God Temple, Li Fei was busy formulating a plan. Suddenly, the Blue Star chat group icon flashed. He clicked on it and saw a large number of players were experiencing unit anomalies. A bug had occurred. The units had been switched. Li Fei frowned and closed the chat group. This incident was quite a big deal, and he had to keep a low profile to avoid revealing his ability to switch troop types at will. In the Alls Mountains, about 80 miles from the Temple of the Flying God, an old woman in her 60s appeared on the mountaintop, wearing a wide green robe, with 2 zombies guarding her behind her. Her eyes were filled with hatred for the Temple of the Flying Gods, where her lover Edson had been killed. I will make sure you die a horrible death. The old woman's eyes were filled with malice. Only half a day left in the beginner's period. A lazy voice rang out. Since we have the same enemy, why not cooperate? The Lord's life is yours, the temple and the troops are mine. The old woman turned around in surprise and saw a white pig grunting beside her. Alert! She noticed only the white pig grazing nearby and didn't perceive any other creatures. Who dares to play tricks here? Show yourself, the old woman shouted coldly. The white pig calmly replied. This young master is far away, yet right before my eyes. The old woman was shocked, confirming that the white pig had indeed been speaking. So what if it can talk? It's still a pig, she thought. The white pig, impatient, asked, Is this deal worthwhile? The old woman sneered. Haven't you eaten properly for 2 days? Look at all that meat on you. I could grill you for several meals. The white pig roared. You're asking for death. It had intended to share the damage from the artillery fire through cooperation, but it hadn't expected the old woman to try and take it all for herself. The old woman commanded the zombies. Hurry up, I can't wait. The white pig opened its mouth wide and swallowed a nearby zombie whole, chewing rapidly. The white pig used its devouring technique to subdue the old woman and another zombie, but it also suffered the consequences itself. As a bronze-level powerhouse, it was unable to kill the zombie in its mouth immediately, and the zombie resisted fiercely. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. The white pig simply turned and fled. The old woman's face turned pale. She hadn't expected such a terrifying creature to suddenly appear. She quickly ordered another zombie to give chase, while she followed closely behind. Bronze-level units were extremely valuable and could not be easily discarded. Inside the Flying God Temple, after arranging for the lava behemoths to patrol, Li Fei began to experience the temple's new functions. He discovered that the projection range had expanded to 300 miles, making it easy to control the situation. He pointed the projection at the vampire army and discovered that they had gathered over 1,000 magical beasts, and even the black iron 9-star magical beasts were taking a detour. Li Fei turned to the north of the Flying God Temple, where a small team 100 miles away caught his attention. The team consisted of 5 people, all elves, 2 archers, 2 axe warriors, and an elven mage wielding a staff inlaid with emeralds. Except for the mage, who was a black iron 9-star, the others were black iron 7-star or 8-star. What shocked Li Fei the most was the mage's appearance. Fair skin, slender figure, and sapphire-like eyes. Alice, will it be dangerous for us to venture deeper into the Alls Mountains? The archer asked anxiously. The mage Alice replied. The myriad races are about to attack. We must hasten our preparations. Tet, if you are too weak, you may become a target for them. Tet frowned. But this mountain range is not peaceful. It seems that vampires are lurking around, and many magical beasts have been killed. Another archer, Canes, reassured them. With the high priest by their side, their elven arrows are more than enough to deal with the vampires. One arrow is enough to take them down. Li Fei looked at the group of elves. The vampire army was powerful, with over 1,000 magical beasts, plus a 9-star black iron vampire and 4 lava behemoths. But they were no match for the group in front of him. He checked his merit panel. He only had 42 points. Almost all the magical beasts within 100 miles had been assimilated, with the remainder fleeing into the depths of the Alls Mountains, causing his merit points to increase at a slower rate. The system issued an alert. Anomaly detected. Please check host. Li Fei opened the operation interface in confusion. The white pig has returned, with 2 helpers, and is less than 40 miles away from the temple. His expression darkened slightly as he realized that the white pig had amazing vitality. Even though it had been severely injured by artillery fire, it was still lively and energetic. Observation revealed that the 2 helpers were a necromancer mage and a zombie. The old woman kept casting spells at the white pig, which the pig dodged, but the ancient trees that passed by were burned to ashes. The old woman's strength shocked Li Fei. Her magic was far more powerful than Edson's, whom he had encountered before, clearly indicating she had reached the bronze level. The zombies beside her were also much stronger than before. Li Fei analyzed that this seemed to be the white pig luring him into using artillery fire against the undead race. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. As the distance drew closer, Li Fei manipulated the temple, locking onto the target. The temple, the necromancer. He had no intention of letting either the white boar or the undead escape. The old woman felt a sense of unease as she flew. The white pig was heading towards the very spot where Edson had been murdered. The cannon suddenly aimed at them. The white pig clenched its rear end, silently praying, "I hope it's not me." Boom. The artillery fire roared in. The old woman chanted an incantation, and her entire body erupted with green light. The white pig, however, turned tail and charged straight at her. "You're asking for death," the old woman hissed. But the artillery fire continued to fall, and both she and the white pig were hit. The old woman swayed slightly before regaining her balance. A Bronze Realm expert possesses extremely high resistance. A single attack cannot be fatal. Li Fei observed coldly. If once isn't enough, then twice. He ordered the cannons inside the temple to bombard the temple continuously. At the top of the temple, cannon fire raged relentlessly, making the necromancer unsteady. A white boar blocked his path, preventing the old woman from moving an inch. After the 23rd shell, the necromancer finally fell. Li Fei then used 5 more shells to finish off the other zombie. All right, only the white pig remains. The system notified him of 90 merit points, bringing his total to over 130. Locking onto the white pig, it's best to strike first. The white pig charged wildly through the artillery fire, its speed constantly increasing, yet the shells that hit it failed to cause any real damage. Li Fei, left with no other option, had to temporarily abandon the attack and instead upgrade himself. He clicked the upgrade button, and a white light flashed as his strength, health, and physique rapidly increased. He rose from Iron 3-star to Bronze 3-star, with 33 merit points remaining. His muscles swelled, his power exploded, and with a single punch, he unleashed the force of 10,000 pounds, creating a sonic boom in the air. View attributes. Host, Li Fei. Age, 20. Strength, 135. Agility, 142. Intelligence, 133. Skill, integrated strength. Concentrate the power of the whole body to deliver a single strike with the force of 100,000 Jin. The remaining merits will be used to upgrade Vampire number 1 and number 2 to Bronze 1-star in preparation for the upcoming invasion of all races. At this moment, Li Fei's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and he clenched his fists. He was about to step out of the temple, lead his legion, and conquer all the races of the heavens. In the latter half of the night, rain poured down on the Alls Mountains, and crimson lightning struck continuously, causing the monsters to roar in terror and flee in disarray. Li Fei sat cross-legged atop the flying god palace, his aura serene yet powerful. Raindrops fell as he fixed his gaze on the sky, awaiting the crucial moment. The vampire army has completed half of its plan, with thousands of magical beasts neatly assembled. Vampire number 1, Vampire number 2, and 4 lava behemoths await orders. Your Excellency will surely prevail. Your servants are ready to fight alongside you in every battle. Someone in the legion shouted first, and the rest followed, the shouts rising higher and higher, lasting for a long time. Not far away, a white pig slowly approached. Surprised by Li Fei's powerful aura, the apocalyptic night actually brought a sense of security. Li Fei had already noticed it, but ignored it. The sky suddenly changed, and a spatial rift opened up above the flying god palace, from which black, demonic energy surged out. As expected, they were demons. Li Fei's eyes were cold. Although the demons' subordinates were tough, they had a fatal weakness. Their demonic cores were located in their hearts, making them vulnerable to a single blow. A deafening, piercing roar echoed as the demonic beasts surrounding the flying god temple clutched their ears, blood gushing forth. A 3-meter-long foot emerged from the crack, stomping towards the demonic beasts. Li Fei frowned. A bronze-level demon general had appeared. He dashed down from the temple like lightning, blocking his feet with his hands, causing the demon beasts to retreat in fright. Come out! Li Fei twisted the opponent's foot with all his might. A faint echo came from the crack. Does the human race have such a powerful expert? Immediately, a black-clad, bull-headed man appeared, his face rugged, his legs restored. Haha! The demon clan's laughing 3 blades, have arrived, the man grinned. Humans have done nothing wrong. Why attack? Li Fei's eyes were icy. The reason? Humans are weak, destined only to be food, the other mocked. Die! Li Fei unleashed a powerful punch, aimed straight at Xiao Sandao's face. You're asking for it. Xiao Sandao grinned maliciously. Haven't tasted human flesh in a long time, so I'll start with you. Bang! The 2 fists collided like trains, the sound deafening and sparks flying. Li Fei's face was cold and indifferent, showing no mercy. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Xiao Sandao's face contorted as his right hand shattered from his fist to his shoulder. Save me, big brother. Li Fei frowned slightly. Xiao Sandao suddenly rushed over. His earlier cry for help was nothing but a feint. The demon army was on its way, but had not yet arrived. He was merely the vanguard. You're courting death. Facing Xiao Sandao's lightning-fast left fist, Li Fei crossed his fists to block. Unable to unleash his full power, he could only fight with the force of 10,000 jin. Xiao Sandao sneered. It seems that your first move can only be used when you're attacking. He then swept his leg across, determined not to give Li Fei a chance to retaliate. Li Fei silently thought, this battle will be perfect for helping me break through. Bang! The blow sent Li Fei flying back 10 meters, but he quickly adjusted and countered with a heavy punch, using part of his full strength to deliver a 30,000 jin punch, only to retreat 5 steps. The whole body power can concentrate the strength of the whole body into one point, and he is gradually mastering its mystery. After several dozen moves, Xiao Sandao sensed something was wrong. Li Fei seemed to be using him as practice. Li Fei's eyes narrowed. The game was over. With a flying kick, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Xiao Sandao's ribs broke and his heart core shattered, killing him instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a Bronze 2-star demon general. You are rewarded with 20 merit points. System notification. Li Fei had accumulated over 30 merit points, only 10 points away from reaching Bronze 4-star. The Vampire Legion watched from the sidelines. The Earl is mighty. The wind and rain continued. The red lightning intensified, and the cracks in the space overhead continued to widen. Li Fei peered through the crack and saw thousands of demons surging in, clad in black armor and unicorn-like beasts, their strength far surpassing that of Xiao Sandao. In desperation, he ordered the Flying God Temple's cannons to bombard the crack. The cannons fired in rapid succession, causing the crack to become chaotic. Suddenly, pale, bony hands emerged from the crack, blocking the artillery fire. Sparks flew, but no one was injured. Then another hand appeared, followed by the entire demon general, who was 2.5 meters tall, emaciated, and had a strange chain around his neck. The spatial rift finally collapsed. It's a pity they can't make it. Li Fei spoke first. The demon general sneered. If it can be opened once, opening it a second or third time won't be difficult either. The next second, the sky trembled, and new cracks appeared again. Li Fei's expression was grave. He hadn't expected the other side to reopen the passage. The demon general asked in a low voice, Has Xiao Sandao been killed by you? That's right, Li Fei replied coldly. Good. Be careful, I, Mo Chu, am no ordinary person. Mo Chu suddenly struck, tearing off the chains and swinging them around. Li Fei dodged instantly, and with a bang, the iron chain struck the Flying God Temple, creating a meter-wide crater in its steel structure. The Flying God Temple is Li Fei's foundation. If it is destroyed, his life will end. He cannot tolerate any destruction. Die! Li Fei roared, unleashing a flying kick that swept towards the Demon Prince like lightning. The Demon Prince dropped his chains to meet the attack. The two forces collided, causing the ground to tremble violently, resulting in a draw. The Demon King was surprised. Humans actually have such a powerful expert as you? Li Fei responded with a cold laugh, preparing to finish the battle quickly. Today, you and Xiao Sandao will both be buried here. Li Fei licked his lips. The Demon Lord sneered. Do you know who Xiao Sandao is working for? Li Fei frowned slightly, realizing that Xiao Sandao was not the Lord. He's a subordinate of the little Demon King Bo's son, though you probably haven't heard of him. The Demon King smiled. Li Fei didn't care at all, and launched a series of attacks with lightning speed, suppressing the demonic energy with all his might. The Flying God Temple's cannons opened fire simultaneously, bombarding the demon's storehouse with shells. Although the damage was limited, it disrupted the enemy's formation. After exchanging dozens of blows, Li Fei struck the demon's head with a punch. Crack! The sound of bone breaking rang out, and green blood flowed down the head. The Demon Lord cried out, I can't see. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes with his hands, and Li Fei took the opportunity to deliver a series of flying kicks, causing the Demon Lord to faint. Li Fei coldly kicked the demon core, destroying it. After confirming that the demons had not yet arrived at the spatial rift, he ordered the turrets to destroy the passage. The cannons roared. The teleportation tunnel was completely destroyed. The storm gradually subsided. The red lightning disappeared, and everything returned to calm. The two demon corpses on the ground seemed untouched. After dispersing the vampire army, Li Fei returned to the temple. The merit panel showed 45 points. Without hesitation, he clicked the advancement button, and power surged into his body in a white light. He unleashed a powerful punch, generating several sonic booms with a force of 120,000 Jin, approximately 60,000 kilograms, enough to instantly kill Xiao Sandao. He understood that the demon's temporary retreat did not mean their disappearance. He had to quickly increase his strength to meet possible challenges from lords and accumulate merits. The Al's mountains returned to calm, and Li Fei used telepathy to send the vampires to more distant locations to find magical beasts for assimilation. He opened the chat group and saw that the lords were reporting the battle situation. Some territories had been breached, while others had relied on strong warriors to repel the monsters. The group was extremely noisy. Li Fei silently closed the interface, sighing that encountering a bronze-level expert at the start was fortunate. The higher the level, the stronger the demons might become. He faced whatever came his way, showing no fear even towards a bronze-level demon. The white boar remained where it was, gnawing on the demon's corpse. Seeing the white pig devour the demons through the projection, Li Fei was shocked but relieved. That's good. Saves me the trouble of cleaning up. After the white boar devoured the two demon corpses, it fell into a deep sleep, emitting a yellow light that prevented others from approaching. Li Fei wondered if this light was a signal that the white pig was advancing in rank. He had always thought that advancement could only be achieved through merit points. However, the white pig has already joined our side, so if it can advance, it will strengthen our forces. Outside the temple, several uninvited guests appeared. Tet frowned. Alice, are you really going to visit them? The risk is extremely high. Those with low strength cannot help, while those with high strength may be attacked, since the merit is very tempting. Alice said earnestly. I saw him defeat a demon expert. If we ask him to help, the problem can be easily solved. Another woman, concerned for her safety, asked, High Priest, are you really not going to reconsider? Alice blinked her jewel-like eyes. The ancient tree of elves has been stolen. If we don't get help soon, we're in grave danger. But there are no buts. If you're worried about your safety, you can leave. Alice seemed a little angry. Ultimately, the five decided to travel together and headed towards the gates of the Flying God Temple to pay their respects to the Lord. At the gate, Tet shouted loudly, We are elves, and we wish to see our Lord. Li Fei frowned in confusion. He seemed to have never had any contact with the elves, but he wanted to see what they were up to. So he ordered the vampire guards to open the door and let the 5 people in. These guards were at least enough to make a proper appearance. The 5 elves slowly entered. In the reception room, Apart from the High Priestess Alice who remained calm, the other four maintained their fighting stances. Li Fei could see everything clearly through the projection, and he chuckled inwardly. If they wanted to harm them, they wouldn't have let them in at all. The temple's reception hall is a spacious 2,000 square meters. Li Fei has temporarily planned the area, and the location of the bedroom or study can be adjusted at any time. He sat upright and asked with a smile, "What do you gentlemen want from me?" His gaze unconsciously lingered on Alice. Alice said frankly, "We hope that your excellency can lend a hand to the elven race." She explained that the chieftain was safe, but the ancient tree had been occupied. Li Fei frowned slightly, a chill creeping into his heart. Clearly, this was just asking for trouble. He rose to leave, saying, "I have other matters to attend to. Please excuse me for not seeing you off." Alice quickly replied, "As long as the clan leader is rescued and the ancient tree is safe, we will give you 10 drops of holy water." The four people behind him immediately objected, saying that 10 drops of holy water were extremely precious, and the entire elven race only had 12 drops left in their inventory. Alice calmly replied, "My mind is made up. The elven race is in imminent danger, and we cannot stand idly by." Li Fei frowned. "I'm sorry, but I still refuse." Alice's expression was serious. "If you agree, I will do anything for you." Li Fei squinted and asked, "What if I want your elf race to be my subordinates?" Alice took a deep breath. "All right, I agree on behalf of the chieftain, but you must guarantee the safety of the elf race." Li Fei said in a deep voice, "I will help you, but remember your promise, otherwise." Alice solemnly replied, "Please rest assured, Your Excellency." Chapter 18. The Ancient Tree of Elves. Li Fei comforted the elf, assuring him that he would definitely rescue the chieftain, while also reminding the vampire squad to be aware of the changing situation. "Let's go now," Li Fei said in a deep voice, his expression calm. The high priest stepped aside to lead the way, her figure graceful. After leaving the temple, the elven team galloped ahead, while Li Fei followed at a leisurely pace, lamenting their slow speed. The archer Tet, in particular, moved as slowly as a snail, taking half an hour to travel 5 kilometers. Li Fei asked, "How much longer?" The elf replied that the settlement was 15,000 meters away, and it would take another hour. "All right, I'll go first, you guys follow." As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, he sped off like a galloping horse. The elf team was dumbfounded. High Priestess Alice's eyes flashed with a strange light. With his help, she was not afraid of annihilating the cannibals. Li Fei roamed freely, enjoying the exhilarating feeling of flying like a bird. This was the first time he had felt so carefree since his rebirth. Suddenly, a towering ancient tree blocked his path. Li Fei frowned slightly and decided to test his strength by confronting it head-on. He crashed into the tree trunk with a loud boom and emerged from the other side, leaving a large, human-shaped hole. Li Fei nodded in satisfaction, estimating the force of the attack to be at least 150,000 jin, and accelerated again like a ferocious beast in the jungle. Before long, he arrived at the territory of the elves, where towering ancient trees stood before him, their trunks so wide that it would take thousands of people to encircle them. A simple hut was built on a tree branch, inhabited by elves. The sight was peculiar, and Li Fei frowned slightly. He could faintly hear the sounds of fighting coming from the treetop, and realizing that the elves were in danger, he immediately rushed up the tree. The closer you get, the more dangerous it becomes. Destroyed houses, elven corpses, scattered weapons, and ancient trees covered in wounds. A green, 3-headed, hideous ogre corpse came into view, a testament to the intensity of the battle. 20 meters away, another cannibal's corpse appeared, the sounds of fighting became clearer, and the atmosphere became tense. A sneer came from above. "Hurry up and hand over the holy water of the spirits, and you can keep your corpse intact." Li Fei quickened his pace to approach. Through the leaves, he saw 40 or 50 ogres forming a circle, with voices coming from the center. "Dream on. The holy water of the spirits is a priceless treasure, and I will not give it to you." The old voice firmly refused. A gruff laugh mocked. "Still trying to put up a death throes? One day you will all be wiped out." The cannibal lord was clearly enraged and prepared to attack. Li Fei quickly approached and unleashed a whirlwind kick. With a force of 130,000 jin and the added momentum, he kicked 3 ogres. Bang, 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 3 times. The 3 cannibals slowly landed, already in terrible condition. Li Fei thought to himself that it was a pity, as they were not of high level. Enemy attack. With one strike, he revealed his location, and the cannibal chief was furious and went out to investigate. Wenrin Kuliang scanned the corpse with a ferocious grin, then glared fiercely at Li Fei. Boy, leave your name, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Li Fei responded with a faint smile. I, Li Fei, the master of the Flying God Temple, am here to support the elven race. I will not pursue the matter if you choose to leave. You're asking for death, charge. Wenrin Kuliang waved his hand, and the cannibals gathered in an orderly fashion, charging forward with stone hammers in hand. Chapter 19, Deception. Li Fei smiled lightly, showing no fear but rather delight. Good timing. He agreed to the elves' request precisely to gain merit. Whirlwind kick. Li Fei suddenly charged forward, unleashing a flying kick. But the ogres charging in front retreated, while several others rushed up from the flanks. Li Fei frowned. The enemy was maneuvering like an army. Kill. More than 10 ogres surrounded him, constantly harassing him. Only then did he see the situation of the elves. About 30 elves remained, surrounding more than 20 ogres. An opportunity had arisen. One of the 9-star Black Iron Elf axemans couldn't contain himself and charged straight at the weak defensive line, guarded only by a single 8-star Black Iron Ogre. Click! The axeman's bones were severed by the long sword, and he died instantly. Li Fei gasped in shock, and the elves, stunned, retreated once more. Wenrin Kuliang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sneered. Even if there are only a dozen or so people left, it's enough to defeat these weak elves. Li Fei's expression was solemn, but he showed no fear. The ogres surrounding him were at most bronze level 2, while he was bronze level 4. Brave warrior. Thank you for coming to save our elves, but these ogres are too strong. You should leave, the dignified woman said. Don't worry, I can handle it. The high priest sent me to rescue you. Li Fei reassured him and explained the reason. Great. It's Alice who brought reinforcements, the little elf exclaimed. Thank you, brave warrior, the woman said repeatedly. Hey, still chatting like old friends? Do you really think I don't exist? Go get him, Wenrin Kuliang shouted. Li Fei's eyes were cold as he accepted the challenge. The ogres harassed again, and Li Fei fainted at the 9-star Black Iron Ogre, his true target being the 8-star Black Iron Ogre behind him. Several high-ranking ogres fell for the trick, rushing to protect their companion. Li Fei turned and unleashed his power, piercing the ogre's chest with a single blow. Crack! It collapsed instantly. The scene froze. Even the elves vomited. After a brief silence, the ogres lined up in an orderly fashion, displaying remarkable training. Li Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he used the same strategy again, killing 4 ogres in the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Only 6 ogres remained surrounding him, no longer able to form a proper formation. Wenrin Kuliang summoned 8 ogres, reducing the number of cannibals besieging the elves to 16, while the elves still numbered over 30. Li Fei faced 14 ogres alone, presenting an excellent opportunity to break through. The elves could no longer contain themselves and began a united effort. Let's break through together and join forces to slay the ogres. Another priest chimed in. Let's all attack together. In the chaos of battle, Li Fei nimbly weaved through the enemy lines, killing 3 more ogres. The elves suffered casualties, but also defeated 4. Heh, not bad. Your performance was impressive, but it's all over now. Wenrin Kuliang sneered, and before he finished speaking, he rushed over and delivered a heavy punch to Li Fei. Bang! Li Fei blocked the attack just in time, but was forced back several steps, while Wenrin Kuliang remained unmoved. Li Fei realized that his opponent was also a bronze 4-star. You don't understand, do you? I'm only making my move now, Wenrin Kuliang mocked, throwing a punch. Li Fei whispered, remember my name? Li Fei. In that life or death moment, he suddenly realized a higher level of integrated power, transformative power. Integrated power concentrates the body's strength into a single point, while transformative power completely transfers that strength to the opponent, causing direct damage to the enemy. Having grasped the essence, Li Fei focused his mind and prepared to act. Bang! Punches and kicks clashed again, and the battle situation changed rapidly. Chapter 20, The Spirit Spring. This time, Li Fei didn't move an inch, only lightly flicking his sleeve. Wenrin Kuliang took 3 steps back. Li Fei remained calm, while Wenrin Kuliang's expression was grave. He had underestimated Li Fei's strength. The earlier exertion had not weakened him. On the contrary, his power had increased several times over. Again, Li Fei said calmly, no longer impatient. Go! Wenrin Kuliang gestured to the cannibals around him, wanting to thoroughly test Li Fei's trump card. Seeing that Li Fei and Wenrin Kuliang were evenly matched, The elves naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Their chieftain shouted, "Kill them, my children. Kill them to avenge them." Li Fei remained calm. He intended to leave all the enemies here. Bang! Bang! They exchanged blows in a flash, dozens of rounds, each sound signifying the fall or injury of an ogre. Li Fei grew stronger with each battle. Wenren Zhiliang panicked and, exhausted, blew out a strange syllable, and the cannibals began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Don't let them get away. The elves gave chase. Li Fei also attacked with lightning speed, but Wenren Zhiliang had stopped engaging in direct combat since the retreat, and in the end, he only managed to kill one bronze-level 2-star ogre. After the great battle, the battlefield was in ruins. The surviving elves began to clean up, the chieftain stayed behind to receive Li Fei, and the high priests returned to their ranks. "Child, are you all right?" The chieftain touched Alice's cheek tenderly. "I'm fine, but let's talk inside." Alice broke the silence. The group entered the fairy treehouse, which was simply furnished and filled with a pleasant fragrance. Woven chairs were arranged around a wooden table in the center, with the guests and hosts seated separately. "Alice, pour this distinguished guest a glass of spiritual spring water," Villet instructed. "Spiritual spring water? Just 1 cup." The elves outside murmured amongst themselves. This spiritual spring could prolong life and preserve youth. As a result, Villet looked only about 30 years old. Li Fei gazed at the clan leader, and Villet explained, "That's right. I have been drinking from the spiritual spring for 156 years, and that's why I remain young." Alice brought the spring water to Li Fei. The tea was snow-white and thick, with white steam rising from it, and its aroma was intoxicating. Li Fei did not rush to drink it, but went straight to the point. "I have not come here to offer assistance without compensation." Villet frowned slightly, then relaxed. "If you have any needs, please speak freely, and we will do our best to meet them." Alice blushed and explained to the chieftain, "I helped the chieftain in a moment of panic. If I am guilty, I am willing to accept the punishment." The chieftain pondered for a moment. "You are right. If it weren't for you, the elven race would probably be in grave danger." Alice was at a loss, but the chieftain comforted her, saying, "Submitting to Lord Li Fei will only bring benefits to the elven race, so you have no need to feel guilty." Alice wept with joy. "Chieftain, you really don't blame me?" "Silly child, you have done the elves a great favor." Li Fei waited patiently, giving the other party time to accept reality. Villet smiled and said, "Lord Li Fei, please rest assured that the spiritual spring water is still valid. The previous transaction remains in effect." "All right. In 3 days, your elf race will move into the Flying God Temple," Li Fei said calmly. "The demon race will surely attack again, and the ogres will not let you go either." He drank it all in one gulp, then got up and left. After Li Fei left, several elven elders entered. "Chieftain, are you really going to submit to the Flying God Temple?" "That's right," Villet sighed. "We have never submitted to anyone, let alone the weak human race." "I object," the old man said. "Enough." Villet's eyes were stern. "The Flying God Temple saved us, and it has the ability to protect the elves. If we don't submit, who will protect us when the ogres attack next time?" Chapter 21, New Types of Soldiers. "In that case, I hereby announce my withdrawal from the elven race." "I also withdraw. We elves will never submit to others, especially humans," another elven chieftain shouted sternly. The elven chieftain was filled with disbelief. These elders he trusted so much had actually stood up against him. "We will head to the northern elven headquarters, where we believe we can find refuge. If you, Villet, surrender to humans, you will only be despised, and the elves will expel you." The elder who spoke first said coldly. Her name was Emily, a contemporary of Villet, but due to bad luck, she failed to become the clan leader and was unable to drink from the spirit spring to maintain her youth, now appearing to be an 80-year-old woman. This made her resentful towards Villet. She was clearly stronger, yet she became her subordinate. Villet took a deep breath, her face contorted with pain. "I'm doing this for the future of the elves." "Enough, Villet. Anyone willing to come with me to the northern elven stronghold, come with me." After a moment of silence, more than 10 elves stood behind Emily. "From now on, we shall have no further connection," Emily sneered. These were all her trusted confidants whom she had cultivated over the years. Li Fei returned to the temple, but did not rest. Instead, he quietly meditated. This battle allowed him to master the whirlwind kick and comprehend the method of using transformation force. He vaguely sensed that there was an even higher realm beyond transformation force, though it was like walking in the fog. However, He believed that as long as he kept moving forward, he would eventually break through. Ding! The host has 4 slots available to summon units today. The system notification sounded, and Li Fei chuckled to himself, almost forgetting to summon his troops. He approached the summoning wand, grasped it with his right hand, and silently chanted the wand's name. Whoosh! A semi-transparent summoning panel appears. Summon troops? Yes. Without hesitation, Li Fei confirmed. The magic circle shimmered with 7-colored light. As it operated, a clear, bird-like sound emanated from the summoning space, followed by a flash of white light. Li Fei opened his eyes to see 4 jet-black skeleton warriors kneeling on the magic circle, their emerald, green soul flames burning in their eyes as a sign of loyalty. Li Fei glanced at it indifferently and clicked to change the unit's position. In his eyes, the black iron 1-star skeleton warrior was already a weakling. The soul fire ignited rapidly, as if conveying a cry for help. Li Fei pressed the switch button, and the magic circle began to operate again. A moment later, a new unit appeared. Li Fei was shocked. It was 2 meters tall, covered in black scales, with a 1.5-meter long tail covered in scales like a whip, and a head resembling a qilin, but it walked upright. The control panel displayed, Hellguard, bronze 1-star. Open the properties panel. Strength, 120. Agility, 125. Intelligence, 118. Skill 1, Netherworld Storm. Summons death energy to form a storm that deals corrosive damage to enemies. Skill 2, Purgatory. For guardians can work together to set up an array that covers a range of 1,000 meters and inflicts netherworld storm damage on those who enter. Li Fei was shocked. This purgatory skill could wipe out an entire enemy team. He nodded in satisfaction, his right hand trembling slightly as he admired the loyalty of the Hell Guardian. Are you willing to fight alongside me across the land? Li Fei asked coldly. We are willing to follow Lord of the Underworld. The 4 Hell Guards responded, kneeling on one knee. Li Fei then became curious about who their previous lord was. The 4 guards replied, Your Majesty, it is Sikong Wushuang, the young master of the Underworld clan. Interesting. Li Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no remorse whatsoever. In the era of myriad races, vying for military specialties was commonplace, and the myriad races coveted the human race even more. Meanwhile, in the sky above the underworld, Sikong Wushuang roared, Don't let me find out who did this. Inside the hall, his face was contorted with rage as he looked at several skeleton warriors, his soul fire trembling under the pressure. Damn it! Don't let me find out who did this. Sikong Wushuang's angry voice rang out again. Chapter 22, Underworld Wanted Order. Lord Hades, please calm your anger, a skeleton warrior said, trembling, his soul flames flickering. Speak. Explain yourself, or die. Sikong Wushuang glared coldly. If they hadn't spoken, he would have almost forgotten that these skeleton warriors might be the key to victory. I don't know. The skeleton warrior quickly relayed the message via soulfire. Oh, that's easy. I have a way to make your souls suffer in purgatory, endlessly. Sikong Wushuang sneered. If he couldn't get any clues, he would simply eliminate them. He had no interest in these weaklings. The Sikong family was large and powerful, with better troops at their disposal. I'll tell you. Under the death stare, the skeleton warrior finally revealed a clue. The place we were at before was the temple of the Flying God. The Flying God Palace. Sikong Wu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he muttered under his breath with a sneer. No matter where his opponent was, he would find and eliminate him, avenging his previous humiliation. Someone, inform the ancestor of this matter and request that the cause and effect stone be retrieved to ascertain the truth, he instructed his subordinates. Inside the Flying God Temple, Li Fei was entertaining the high priest, his mind slightly uneasy, his brows furrowed. What troubles your excellency, the Earl? High Priestess Alice asked curiously. In her memory, Li Fei was incredibly powerful, even able to defeat the ogre leader, so she couldn't understand why he was troubled. It's nothing. I was just a little tired, Li Fei replied gently. That's good. The chieftain asked me to deliver these 10 drops of elven holy water first. Tomorrow, our entire elven clan will move over. Alice chuckled. Li Fei's gaze was drawn to the milky white, semi-transparent bottle in her hand, its golden liquid shimmering with a soft light. He reached out to take it, but his fingers brushed against Alice's index finger. Alice blushed deeply, and Li Fei covered his embarrassment. Hee, this elven holy water is indeed extraordinary. As the sun set, Alice left, and Li Fei studied the holy water. He gently dripped it into his mouth, and a tremendous amount of energy surged along his meridians, repairing hidden injuries, widening his meridians, and strengthening his physique. Refreshing. He felt a significant increase in power. Black stains emerged from his body, emitting a foul stench. The elven holy water truly could cleanse the marrow and strengthen the foundation. Li Fei, at bronze 4-star, experienced a surge in power. 2 drops of holy water stabilized his cultivation, and 4 drops allowed him to successfully advance to bronze 5-star. With the remaining 6 drops, he chose to first stabilize his current cultivation. Phew. Li Fei exhaled a breath of stale air and opened the Blue Star chat group to check the updates. Holy crap, just now, the Underworld clan issued a warrant for their arrest, the Lord nicknamed Sailor posted. A wanted poster? Who are they planning to put on the wanted poster for? Lord of Infinite Flow asked curiously. I don't know their race. I only know that their territory is called the Flying God Temple. Notify the humans to cooperate. Cooperate? What are the Underworld clan? Why should we humans cooperate with them? Dominating the world responded domineeringly. There's nothing we can do. The situation is beyond our control, and besides, the Netherworld clan isn't among the forces attacking the human race this time. Chapter 23. The Provocative Acts of the Underworld Clan. A warrant for arrest? Wanted by the Flying God Temple. The Underworld Clan. Li Fei gasped. He immediately realized that he had offended a powerful figure when he replaced the Hell Guardians. Otherwise, why would the Underworld Clan mobilize its entire force to hunt him down? Perhaps changing my name could help me evade being wanted. He pondered, but there was no option on the control panel. System, can we change the temple's name? Reporting to the host, once the temple name is set, it cannot be changed. Li Fei shook his head helplessly. Forget it. What are the Underworld clan? A moment later, his eyes shone brightly again. As night fell, the vampire army brought good news. With the expansion of the battlefield, they had assimilated many monsters, increasing their numbers to approximately 1,500. The merit panel displayed 132 points. You did a good job. You'll be rewarded later. Li Fei sent a message to vampire number 1 and number 2. Thank you, Your Excellency. They replied almost simultaneously, even though they were 160 miles away. Sister, if the Earl hadn't replied, I would have thought I'd been forgotten. Vampire number 2 pouted pitifully. No, I believe the Earl has made arrangements. Vampire number 1 reassured him. Celia shouted to the vampires around her. This time, we must impress the Count and not let him down. We can't let the Earl's prestige be diminished. Vampire number 2 shouted. After careful consideration, Li Fei decided to use all 132 merit points to upgrade the Flying God Temple. Upon advancement, the Flying God Temple would gain flight ability, allowing it to move and even attack enemies in the air. Currently, he himself was at bronze 5-star, while the Flying God Temple was only at iron 5-star, with many of its abilities yet to be developed. He opened the temple's attributes, and a system pop-up appeared with the option, Upgrade the Flying Temple. Yes. The interior of the temple trembled and slowly rose. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, up to 5 meters, expanding in height and reaching an area of 2,500 square meters. A new cannon emplacement rose at the top, giving the Flying Temple 2 cannon emplacements. Upgrade complete, temple interior stable. Li Fei's expression indifferent. He tapped the advancement selection box again with his right hand. Advance the Flying Temple? Yes. Boom. A deafening roar resounded, and the Flying God Palace shook once more, its area increasing to 3,000 square meters and its height to 30 meters. The range of its cannons expanded from 30 li to 50 li. Li Fei observed it closely, marveling at the magnitude of the upgrade. At this moment, the chat group information refreshed. Everyone be careful. My territory was attacked by the Giant Deer clan, but we have repelled them. Holy crap, this guy is awesome. What's his rank now? Bronze 3 stars. Another lord also posted, I was attacked by the fire demons. A list of messages indicates that all races are stirring. Li Fei's expression turned grave. He gleaned 2 pieces of information. The human race was showing promising growth, and all other races were becoming active again. His intuition told him that the demons might soon launch another attack. He quickly sent a message to the High Priest, warning him of the potential danger. After the system upgrade, he also gifted the elves a small communication tool. Alice, do you think I did the right thing? Villet still had doubts. Chief, your decision is absolutely correct. Only in this way can the elves survive, and Emily and the others will pay the price for their actions. Alice comforted her. That's good. My heart is finally at ease, Villet replied softly. Chief, The Earl has sent a message. The demons may attack again. Let's set off quickly, Alice reminded. Yes, then we should hurry up and pack up. If the ogres return, it will be a disaster for the elves. Violet was worried, and her face showed signs of aging for the first time as she was shaken. Chapter 24. The Consequences of Betrayal. Alright, then I'll have my people speed things up and try to move to the Flying God Temple tonight. Alice was worried about the ogre's return attack. Meanwhile, Emily and her group had traveled more than 100 miles north. Damn it, the High Priest and the Chieftain actually want to merge the elf race into the human race. How ridiculous. An elder beside him sneered. The High Priest has taken a liking to that human, and the clan leader is influenced by him. Everyone knows that the clan leader's favorite High Priest is the High Priest. Another elder sneered. In my opinion, you should be the clan leader. Violet is too indecisive, the third elder chimed in. When I get back to headquarters this time, I'm going to make Violet pay the price. Emily sneered, already waiting for her chance to retaliate. Master, we are still 2,000 miles away from headquarters. Will there be any risks along the way? Disciple Alan asked. The only way is to speed up. If we're fast enough, the ogres won't be able to catch us, Emily replied. However, they did not expect that Wenrin Kulyang had already been lying in wait ahead. Why are you here instead of at the ancient elf tree? Are you here to give away merit points? Wenrin Kulyang was pleasantly surprised, not expecting to encounter the elves. It's you. More than 10 elves exclaimed in horror. This man was a ruthless butcher. It's me. Where's your human helper? Didn't he come with us? Wenrin Kulyang asked, still feeling lingering fear. We elves never need help. Emily's pride was stirred. Oh, you think I'll let you go if you show some backbone? Wenrin Kulyang sneered and ordered. Arrest Emily, kill the rest. More than 30 ogres are approaching, each one hungry and eager to devour their prey. The elven elder, in a moment of quick thinking, exclaimed, scatter and escape. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wenrin Kulyang snapped the neck of one of the elders on the spot. The remaining elves trembled with fear, none daring to move. Very good. You're all very well behaved, Wenrin Kulyang said with great interest. The ogres closed in, less than 2 meters away. Suddenly, one swiftly grabbed an elf and dragged him into the legion, a scream echoing through the air. 2 or 3 minutes later, it stopped. The elves were pale, regretting not having joined the Flying Temple. Another elf was dragged in. This time it was Alan. Master, save me. Alan cried out, his eyes filled with despair. Emily kept her lips tightly pressed together, her gaze fixed on him, and remained silent. Alan was forced to close his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with hatred. He hated his master for abandoning him. Wenrin Kulyang observed with great interest and ultimately spared Alan's life. Alan breathed a slight sigh of relief, but still dared not relax, for any movement could cost him his life. On a dark and windy night, a light rain began to fall in the Al's mountains. Li Fei frowned slightly and quickly walked out of the temple. The rain pattered down, and when he caught it in his hand, it was a crimson liquid, blood. Dark clouds gathered, obscuring the moonlight. Is it finally coming? Li Fei wondered to himself, knowing that a battle even more arduous than the first one was about to begin. He sent a message to the Vampire Legion to provide timely reinforcements, then returned to the temple, opened the merit panel, and found that he only had 32 merit points left. He sighed. With 6 drops of holy water still in his hand, he drank them all without hesitation. Whoosh! The power of the holy water was like a vast ocean, and Li Fei was like a small boat tossed about by the waves, desperately holding on. Boom! The force struck his throat, almost causing him to vomit blood. However, the healing effect of the elven holy water appeared, and he quickly recovered. Li Fei frowned, but his eyes remained firm. The elven holy water could not only heal wounds but also enhance strength, and he had to prepare for the upcoming battle. Chapter 25. Preparations before the battle. Holy water flowed down his throat into his limbs and bones, and violent power washed over Li Fei's body, causing his meridians to widen, shatter, and then reform into new channels. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay upright, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Half an hour later, Li Fei sat up straight, his breathing steady. Centered on him, a white vortex suddenly rose, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth. This energy transformed into countless strands that entered his body through his pores, some absorbed by his flesh and blood, the rest merging into his dantian. The white vortex gradually formed a small tornado, drawing in energy, and Li Fei's aura surged dramatically. Crack! A strange sound came from within his body, and Li Fei smiled as he advanced. 6 drops of elven holy water had successfully propelled him into the 6-star bronze realm. Stepping out of the temple, Li Fei's expression was solemn. Outside, wind and rain raged, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and streaks of lightning as thick as bowls circled around the temple. Clearly, this is aimed at the Flying God Temple. Li Fei pondered. Fortunately, the elves had already arrived, and he did not disturb them during his advancement. The high priest has arrived. The elven high priest approached slowly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes as he bowed, his eyes slightly reddening. The sky grew increasingly gloomy. 200 miles away, thousands of demons stood ready for battle. A middle-aged man at the head of the army, clad in black robes, flew through the air, arms crossed. Behind him, soldiers in black armor rode 2-meter-tall unicorns, their demonic aura billowing. Beside him, Wenrin Kliang's ogre legion was also arrayed. Brother Shiman, aren't you afraid that Li Fei will run away? Wenrin Kliang asked in confusion. Brother Kliang, you may not know this, but I have already set up a blood rain array around the Flying God Palace. Once caught in the array, not even a fly can escape, Shiman Wudi said proudly. I was overthinking it, Wenrin Kliang replied with a forced smile, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. The blood rain array is one of the 10 great arrays of the demon clan. It can track enemies and adjust the environment within the array, controlling everything from the seasons to the thunder and lightning. The cannibals and demons are both among the 5 major forces of the underworld. Coupled with a family marriage, Shiman Wudi and Wenrin Kliang became like-minded allies. With Brother Shiman's help, the Flying God Palace is now in my hands. Wenrin Kliang laughed. Brother Kliang, you can just watch from the sidelines. Let me avenge you and make our 2 families' friendship last for years worthwhile, Shiman Wudi said arrogantly. Wenrin Kliang's face flushed red and then turned pale. He was frustrated because the Legion was short-handed and hoped that Li Fei could weaken Shiman's spirit. Inside the Flying God Palace, Li Fei listened intently. A wave-like sound came from afar. They've arrived, and there are quite a few of them. He recalled the thousands of demonic troops at the spatial rift, perhaps even more. With a solemn expression, Li Fei ordered, gather everyone and prepare for battle. The vampire sisters quickly made arrangements. At the top of the Flying God Temple, Li Fei stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, an army of 2,000 demonic beasts stood in neat rows. Li Fei smiled inwardly. This was his masterpiece. In his previous life, the geniuses of all races relied on their families to humiliate the human race, but now everything had changed. In terms of army, he had it. In terms of strength, he was confident he was even stronger. He waited quietly, standing proudly, using his enemies as stepping stones to his path to heaven. Chapter 26, Formidable Enemy. The realm of the Flying God Temple suddenly turned cold, with howling winds and rain mixed with snow. In a short while, snowflakes began to fall like goose feathers. This is a formation. Li Fei frowned slightly, a flash of inspiration striking his mind. He quickly recalled his past life's experiences and determined that this was the Blood Rain Formation, one of the 10 great formations of the Demon Clan, capable of locking down enemies and altering the weather. The formation consisted of 4 key points, each adorned with a demonic banner. The key to breaking the formation lay in the banners. Li Fei swiftly sent out information to devise a countermeasure. The demon army's hooves grew closer and closer, loud enough for even the most ordinary demonic beasts to hear. My lord, will we be all right? Lucy the vampire asked worriedly. Don't worry, I've made all the arrangements. This battle will at least severely damage the enemy's morale, Li Fei replied calmly. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out. Kill, without mercy. Shiman Wudi's voice was arrogant, conceited, and disdainful. Li Fei's lips curled slightly as he stepped forward. I am Li Fei, the master of the Flying God Palace. Who are you, you cowardly rat? Wenrin Kliang secretly admired Li Fei's imposing manner, but also revealed a hint of regret. You're courting death. Shiman Wudi roared. 200 meters away, he ordered the demon army to charge towards Li Fei himself. Li Fei signaled the monster army behind him to attack, and at the same time, he charged out first, his eyes focused on Shiman Wudi. Remember my name, Shiman Wudi, Shiman Wudi said proudly, his aura overwhelming. Whirlwind kick. Li Fei leaped into the air and kicked towards Shiman Wudi with an estimated force of 390,000 jing. Good timing. Shiman Wudi also launched a flying kick to meet the attack. Bang! The impact was like 2 trains crashing together, shaking the earth. The ground collapsed, forming a 3-meter deep hole, and a 1-meter-wide crack appeared between the two sides. Boom! The impact sent Li Fei flying back several meters. His right leg felt like it had struck steel. His opponent's physical strength was beyond imagination. They were evenly matched, and their injuries were similar. Shimin Wudi stared at Li Fei in shock, realizing that he was also a bronze 6 star, and that he had gained no advantage in their previous exchange. Shimin Wudi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Humans actually have such a powerful figure. He nodded in admiration, his cloak being knocked off to reveal his true face. Li Fei's black hair flew wildly, his handsome face exuding a murderous aura. "You're too weak," Li Fei said coldly. "What?" Shimin Wudi's face turned ugly. No one had ever mocked him like this before. If you can withstand the 10 transformations of gods and demons, then you can say that again," Shimin Wudi said arrogantly. The 10 transformations of gods and demons is the secret technique passed down by the 3 major families of the clan. It can greatly enhance strength in a short period of time, but the side effects are huge. The higher the level of use, the more vital energy is damaged. Wenrin Kolyang was dumbfounded, unable to believe that Shimin Wudi would dare to use such a self-destructive move, which also proved how difficult Li Fei was to deal with. 10 transformations of gods and demons. Li Fei's expression turned solemn. First transformation of gods and demons, 9 Netherwolf King. Shimin Wudi roared, his demonic energy rapidly spreading, his aura surging higher and higher. His face became hideous, his head gradually taking the shape of a wolf's head, his muscles bulging, and his clothes being torn apart. Whoa! He let out a howl like a wolf and charged at Li Fei. Chapter 27. Slaying the Werewolf. Werewolf. After transforming, Shimin Wudi looks very similar to the werewolf in the movie Blue Star. Strong limbs, ferocious face, thick body hair, and bloodshot eyes. With a whoosh, the sharp claws ripped through the ground, lunging straight at Li Fei. At this moment, the opponent's speed and strength far exceeded what they had been before. "Oh no! The Earl is in danger!" Celia cried out in the midst of the battle, her face filled with worry. The high priest also looked grave. Li Fei's victory or defeat was a matter of life and death for the elven race. Wenrin Kolyang stood by in shock. 2 months ago, he and Shimin Wudi were evenly matched, but now the latter had advanced to bronze 6 star. Li Fei's rapid advancement from bronze 4 star to bronze 6 star left him feeling deeply defeated. The demon army, countless people pondered in their hearts. They are just lowly humans. I believe Lord Simon will be able to defeat them soon. The enemy is much weaker than the elf headquarters. They are no match for us. Lord Shimin, you can defeat him within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Li Fei only narrowly escaped Lord Shimin's attack. Shimin Wudi was brimming with confidence. His divine demon 10 transformations granted him double the power in the first transformation, triple in the second, and quadruple in the third. At this moment, he could only unleash the third transformation, granting him 4 times the power. Seeing Li Fei dodge the first attack, he smugly asked, "Is he scared?" Li Fei dodged all the attacks, refusing to take them head-on. The demon army erupted in cheers. "Lord Shimin is mighty." Some people mocked. "You were so arrogant just now. Why are you too scared to fight now?" Lord Shimin is more than capable of overwhelming everyone here in a one-on-one fight. Inside the Flying God Temple, everyone looked tense. Alice gripped her clothes tightly. Li Fei seemed to be suppressed. Celia exclaimed, "We're in danger." Violet worried. The Earl seems to be constantly on the defensive. Unaware, Emily was already trapped by the ogre army. Die! Shimin Wudi fought with increasing ferocity and pounced on Li Fei again. Li Fei pulled a gleaming silver sword from his sleeve. "That is," Shimin Wudi's heart trembled, "a silver longsword?" The werewolf's fear of silver weapons is a century-old secret of the Simon family. Although this sword only resembles silver in appearance, it puzzled him, causing him to noticeably slow his attacks in an attempt to get a clearer picture. "Look, humans are fighting head-on," the demon army exclaimed. "He thinks he's invincible just because he has a weapon? Lord Simon's claws are enough to tear apart any hard weapon." Li Fei focused intently, his silver sword meeting the giant claw with a single swing. Click! The claws snapped in two, and Shimin Wudi was cleaved in two, and Li Fei hadn't even used his full strength yet. The entire arena was shocked, and the demon army and the vampire legion stopped fighting almost simultaneously. The high priest looked puzzled. Is the Earl really that powerful? Celia stared at Li Fei in disbelief. Wenrin Kolyang analyzed in his heart. The problem lies with that weapon. It's either a divine sword or something that can counter the werewolf state. A cold smile appeared on his lips. If this news were to be brought back to the underworld, the Sheeman family's foothold would be in jeopardy. Villet was stunned. Simon Invincible was dead, just like that. She was glad she hadn't made the wrong choice. Li Fei looked at the long sword in his hand, secretly relieved. In the Blue Star movies, werewolves feared silver, and he tried it. It worked wonders. The longsword was forged from silver materials from the Flying God Temple. If the opponent reverted to its normal state or changed form, he would not kill it easily. Kill. Don't let these demons escape, someone shouted from the Vampire Legion. Kill. With the fall of Simon the Invincible, the Vampire Legion's momentum surged, while the demon army was thrown into chaos, with some members of their race beginning to retreat. The balance of power shifted in an instant. Chapter 28. Harsh Climate. The weather suddenly turned harsh, and the snow turned into hail, which continuously struck the vampire army, slowing them down considerably. Great! The Blood Rain formation is working. The demon army was secretly delighted, as this formation was specifically designed to counter the Flying God Palace. On the battlefield, a demon soldier raised his sword to strike the giant beast. Hail obscured its vision, and the beast tried to dodge, but failed. The soldier then plunged his sword into the beast's heart, blood gushing out, and the beast closed its eyes. On the other side, the golden leopard beast pounced on a demon soldier, but the raging wind and blood rain blinded it, forcing it to retreat. The rhinoceros beast attempted to crush the demon soldier, but the frost on its feet slowed its movements, allowing the soldier to escape. Celia was filled with anxiety. These demonic beasts were all formed from her blood, and now that her subordinates had fallen in battle, she was powerless to help. The high priest was equally worried. He had thought that the demons would collapse after Simon Woody's death, but the formation had unexpectedly made the enemy even more ferocious. Wenren Koyang's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He had considered retreating, but now he realized that the demon clan's military strength was not weak. 3 bronze 4-star experts, 7 bronze 3-star experts, plus himself who had just been promoted to bronze 5-star. Even though Sheeman Woody was dead, he still had the strength to fight. Avenge Lord Sheeman. He couldn't have died if it weren't for the sneak attack. Wenren Koyang shouted, his voice echoing throughout the army. The demons' morale was roused, and they began to question whether Li Fei's use of hidden weapons had led to Sheeman Woody's defeat and death. Kill him to avenge our lord, the demon army roared, their momentum unstoppable. Li Fei remained motionless, further convincing them that he had a hidden weapon at his disposal. The 3 of you and I will hold Li Fei back. The rest of you, focus all your efforts on attacking the Flying Temple. Wenren Koyang ordered the 3 bronze 4-star protectors. The 3 guardians could only accompany him. They were no match for Li Fei on their own, and dared not underestimate the power of the sword in his hand. Follow me. Wenren Koyang charged forward first, followed closely by the other 3. Li Fei sheathed his silver longsword and easily dealt with the attacks from the 4. Li Fei, you will die today. Wenren Koyang sneered. These 3 protectors were all at the peak of bronze 4-star, skilled in combined attacks. With him added to the mix, Li Fei alone would be no match for them. Lucy looked anxious. The vampire army was not as strong as the demons, and with the influence of the formation, they lost more than a dozen high-level magical beasts in a short period of time. We can only fight and retreat now. Celia's face was pale. Among the demons, there were 7 bronze 3 stars, more than a dozen bronze 2 stars, and many more bronze 1 stars. In the elven camp, only Villet was a bronze 3-star, Lucy and the high priest were bronze 2 stars, and there were only 4 lava behemoths with bronze 1 stars. All the other magical beasts were below bronze. It can only last for half an hour at most. Villet gave a pessimistic assessment. Chapter 29. Fierce Battle. Li Fei frowned slightly. He hadn't expected the demon army to remain so formidable even after Sheeman Woody's death. The Vampire Legion was suffering repeated defeats, and he knew that without intervention, defeat was inevitable. At this moment, a pleasant system notification sounded. Successfully defeated Sheeman Woody. Host has gained 70 merit points. Kill a regular demon soldier, and you will be rewarded with 5 merit points. Successfully kill the bronze-level demon. Gained 10 merit points. Li Fei was overjoyed, and his merit points quickly accumulated to 150. He immediately communicated secretly with the Flying God Temple, brought up the attribute panel, and clicked the advancement button. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared, and its momentum soared infinitely. Stop him! Wenren Koyang roared inwardly, his eyes wide. Li Fei's advancement was so rapid that if he succeeded, they would surely die. The 4 demon guardians charged forward simultaneously, each slashing at Li Fei from 4 directions. But as soon as their weapons reached him, they were blocked by the upgraded light emanating from his body. Li Fei was invincible in his upgraded state. Great! Lord Li is advancing. Celia's hope was finally rekindled. The high priest's eyes also showed a strange look, marveling at Li Fei's rapid advancement. The magical beasts were overjoyed. Look, the attacks are having no effect on Lord Li. The Vampire Legion's morale was restored. When Ren Kuliang's face turned deathly pale, Li Fei's aura was still rising even after advancing to the 7th level of bronze. Cold sweat slid down his clothes. Is he going to advance again? The high priest's gaze was fervent, while Verité's eyes held complex emotions. In a short time, Li Fei had advanced once again. Li Fei, who was advancing in rank, opened his attribute panel. Strength, 189. Agility, 186. Body fitness, 179. Energy, 100. Skill 1. Condensing power, focuses all the body's strength into a single point, unleashing tremendous force. Skill 2. Samadhi True Fire, conjures substantial flames from the eyes to incinerate enemies, consuming 50 energy per use in the initial stage. Li Fei, now at the bronze 8-star level, has acquired a new skill, Samadhi True Fire, and his pupils now display 7 colors. The higher the energy level, the more times it can be used. The 3 demon guardians, their faces grim, exchanged glances and then turned to flee. The 7 bronze stars were no match for them. Li Fei locked onto one of the guardians and unleashed his Samadhi True Fire. White flames shot from his eyes, instantly flying towards the target. The guardian screamed in agony, unable to extinguish the fire. The flames even scorched his soul, ultimately reducing him to ashes. He quickly turned to another protector and did the same, and was also burned to death. Ren Kuliang gasped in shock. This method was too heaven-defying. There was no way to avoid it. The last guardian tried to flee in terror. The Vampire Legion was also astonished. Look, our Lord has directly used flames to kill the demon powerhouse. The High Priestess's gaze burned with fervor. Li Fei's popularity soared once more in her heart. The demons were terrified. The Guardian Elder spontaneously combusted, his ashes even affecting the surrounding soldiers, killing 2 guardians in the process. Within 20 seconds, Li Fei had completely changed the course of the battle. His gaze fell upon the fleeing Ren Kuliang and the last guardian. Ren Kuliang's face was filled with fear. Knowing he couldn't escape the flames, he took advantage of Li Fei's pursuit of the guardian to escape into the cover of the cannibal army. Chapter 30. Harvesting. Li Fei quickly caught up with another demon guardian. Whirlwind kick. He leaped into the air without hesitation, his kick carrying at least 450,000 gene of force. The demon guardian retaliated with a desperate strike, but Li Fei kicked the long sword in half and then kicked him in the body. The guardian coughed up blood and fell heavily to the ground, dying instantly. Looking around the battlefield, the blood rain formation had disappeared, and the weather had returned to normal. Li Fei was overjoyed. The 4 hellish messengers had already removed the formation flags. Great! My movements are back to normal. The monster cheered, its speed restored to 100%. Charge! Kill these demon scum. They've harmed our brothers. The Vampire Legion roared deafeningly. Ren Kuliang's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to retreat, strange gray smoke rose up all around, accompanied by firelight, and surrounded the demon army. Not good. It's a formation. The demon soldiers were engulfed in flames, and panic broke out. Their retreat had been blocked. Brothers, only by fighting to the death can we have a chance to escape. Ren Kuliang roared, and the originally desperate demon soldiers revealed their fierce faces. Li Fei glanced at him coldly and ran off, wanting to resolve the trouble once and for all. Ren Kuliang remained calm and shielded the captured elf Emily in front of him. Emily felt bitter, regretting her decision, and took the initiative to reveal her identity for help. If you don't want her to die, immediately order your men to stop attacking. Ren Kuliang sneered. Li Fei accelerated, ignoring Emily's life or death, grabbed her, and slowed down, giving Ren Kuliang a chance to escape. Ren Kuliang used a secret technique to double his speed to escape, but he was burned by death energy and infernal fire during the process, which must have severely damaged his vital energy. 1,000 demon soldiers survived the battle, while the Vampire Legion suffered more than half its casualties, leaving only 400 or 500 men. Li Fei charged into the arena and unleashed a bloodbath, killing one enemy after another with a single move. The demon army's morale crumbled, and they became even more desperate. Kill them! Avenge our brothers! The vampire army roared. Celia rallied their spirits, and the lava behemoth roared with fury. With Li Fei joining the fray, the tide of battle quickly turned. The demon army was almost completely wiped out, with only one Rin Kulyang escaping. The vampire legion suffered heavy losses, with only about 400 magical beasts remaining. Lucy was seriously injured, as were the high priest and Villet. The elven medical team was busy treating the wounded. Emily stood silently on the scene, realizing she was superfluous. No one paid any attention to her, not even her apprentice Alan, who kept his distance. She had become a complete outsider. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Fei returned to the Flying God Temple and opened the merit panel, which only showed a little over 130 points. What's going on? Killing so many demons should have earned me at least 3,000 or 4,000 merit points. He checked his system messages and found a notification in the corner. After the host advances to Bronze 8 star, the merit points gained will be reduced to 1/10, and merit points will no longer be calculated for troops below Iron level. Li Fei was speechless. He hadn't even known about this rule. Chapter 31, Emily's Apology. Li Fei had over 100 merit points, but he didn't level up immediately. Instead, he planned his next steps. The Vampire Legion had suffered heavy losses and was not suitable for battle at the moment. He decided to let the Legion recuperate first, with the elves treating their wounds. Meanwhile, the demons had suffered huge losses in their attack and would find it difficult to organize another offensive in the short term. Arranging the treatment, Li Fei fell into a deep sleep, sleeping until the afternoon of the next day. When he awoke, he learned that Emily was requesting an audience to thank him for saving her life. The high priest told him that Emily had been waiting for most of the day. Li Fei sneered. He had zero tolerance for traitors, and this matter could be left to the elves. In the projection, he saw Emily waiting in front of the door, leaning on her cane with a melancholy expression. Li Fei paid no attention to her, and Emily could only secretly decide that if she didn't see him that night, she would go and ask Villet for help. Inside the Flying God Palace, Li Fei sorted out his thoughts and decided to prioritize leveling up, temporarily disregarding troop types and simply replacing them with those of others who had already advanced. Yesterday's battle had taught him that victory or defeat on the battlefield depended on the Lord's own strength. He opened the Properties panel. Host, Li Fei. Strength, 189. Agility, 186. Body Fitness, 179. Energy, 100. Skill 1. Condensing Power. Focuses all the body's strength into a single point, unleashing tremendous force. Skill 2. Samadhi Fire. Conjures substantial flames from the eyes to incinerate enemies, consuming 50 energy per use in the initial stage. The upgrade options are displayed at the bottom of the panel. This promotion requires 90 merit points. Promote now? Li Fei clicked, and 136 merit points were enough to level up again. With a whoosh, a flash of white light appeared, and he advanced from Bronze 8 star to 9 star. He only needed to advance one more level to reach the gold level. Opening the Blue Sky chat group, one finds a constant stream of discussions. Holy crap, which big shot wiped out the demon army? I'm in awe. It's a blessing that such a powerful figure could emerge in the Alls Mountains region. I've remembered the name of the Flying God Temple. Until we meet again. Can Boss Li Fei come out and say something? Upon seeing the announcement, Li Fei noticed a striking red marker. He had led the Flying God Temple forces to annihilate the demon army, beheading over 3,000, and had received a system reward. 100 points can be redeemed for items in the system shop. Free upgrade to level 1. 10 reputation points. Li Fei was overjoyed and immediately claimed the points. A blue transparent panel appeared in front of him, displaying a dazzling array of goods. God Tier Soldier, 10,000 points. Overlord Spear, 8,000 points. Fire Spirit Orb, 5,000 points. True Essence Grass, 3,000 points. Eternal Elixir, 1,500 points. True Essence Pill worth 100 points can triple your strength for a short time, with no side effects. Blue Steel Sword, 50 points. Elven Holy Water, 10 points, can be used for a short breakthrough. Li Fei chose the True Essence Pill to prepare for his battle against Shiman Wudi's 10 demon transformations. At this moment, someone in the chat group sent a message. What kind of unit is Li Fei? He's so awesome. Li Fei replied, Vampire. Holy crap, that's awesome. Vampires are top-tier soldiers. We are more confident when our Alls region fights against other countries. Other countries are fighting? Li Fei asked. System announcement. In 10 days, the Alls Mountains region will randomly compete against other lords. The rules are unknown. He's been busy upgrading. How could he have time to read the announcements? Said a short, stout man. Damn, I forgot about that. Chapter 32. The ranking list begins. Let me explain this to you. A lord in the group said. 10 days from now, the system will randomly select lords from several regions to compete. The winners will be rewarded, and the losers will be punished. The specific details of the rewards and punishments are unclear. Li Fei was taken aback. In his previous life, there were no such rules, and the competition might involve encountering lords from other countries, such as the United States, India, the Kingdom of Law, and the Kingdom of Baga. He belonged to the Xia Kingdom, and the hundreds of lords in the Alls Mountains were all from the Xia Kingdom. What level are you at now? Someone asked curiously. Bronze 9 stars, Li Fei replied. Holy crap, I'm only bronze 1 star. Please carry me pro. A short, chubby man shouted, and the group burst into laughter. Then, if the big shot claims the system reward, he can upgrade to the gold level, right? Someone exclaimed. Li Fei humbly replied, my temple is of a low level, only black iron 7 star. That's impressive too. Our strongest player, Lu Tao, is only bronze 6 star. The crew cut man said, Hee, Brother Fei, your level is too high, how can I compare? Lu Tao said with a smile. Brother Fei, can you teach us the secrets to leveling up? Lu Tao asked. Li Fei explained, I was lucky and randomly got some good units. My vampire can assimilate enemy units, giving me a slight advantage in the early game. Everyone suddenly realized that the vampire's ability to assimilate infinitely had enabled the army to grow rapidly, becoming the Lord's strongest ally. Li Fei closed the chat, collected the reputation points, and then used the free upgrade option. Whoosh! A dazzling white light burst forth, and he felt a warm and comfortable sensation throughout his body. He opened the attribute interface. Host, Li Fei. Strength, 208. Agility, 213. Body constitution, 216. Energy, 100. Skill 1. Transformation of power, concentrating all the body's strength into a single point to generate explosive power. Skill 2. Samadhi, true fire. The eyes conjure solid flames to incinerate the enemy. Initial stage, consumes 50 energy each time. Strength, agility, and physique are improved, but energy remains unchanged. Energy recovers 10 points per hour, and it takes 10 hours to fully recover. At this moment, a system announcement pops up. Li Fei is the first to upgrade to gold level, gaining 10 reputation points. The system has gifted you 1 siege token. Rankings are now open. Lords in the Alls Mountains region can see their rankings, which are divided into temple rankings and lord rankings. I'm so envious. The big boss's reputation has increased by 10 again, Lu Tao commented. Come on, you're a big shot too, Wang Yuan laughed. His initial unit, the Earth Dragon, was ranked quite high. The Alls Mountains are all in this together, for we all prosper together or perish together. We must unite, another lord reminded them. Zhang Feng, do you think you're the only one who understands this principle? Lu Tao laughed. Li Fei frowned. The competition was in 10 days. The losers might pay a huge price, while the winners would all benefit. I'm ranked over 200th on the Lord list, a lord exclaimed. Li Fei and Lu Tao are ranked 1st and 2nd, respectively, and Wu Ku is 3rd. On the temple ranking, Li Fei is currently ranked 7th, with Li Jikong in 1st place. He is a bronze 3 star and can already fly. Prince Long is in 2nd place with a bronze 2 star, and he follows closely behind. Wow, Lu Tao is 5th on the temple ranking. Zhao Jing exclaimed. I'm hardly a big shot. The real big shot is Brother Fei. Lu Tao said modestly. They're all big shots, Li Fei, am I right? I was just a little lucky, Li Fei said speechlessly. He closed the chat interface and took out the siege token, a golden token, anciently carved with a mythical qilin. The description read, Siege order, can be used 3 times to destroy the enemy's area defense barrier, creating a spatial passage that penetrates the defenses. Hiss! Li Fei gasped. The spatial passage used by the demons during their attack was formed through something similar to a siege order. The reason why the demons' gold-level experts were so powerful was not because they were superior to humans, but because of their different survival methods. The survival of the fittest, concentrating resources on the strong to enable them to grow rapidly. Chapter 34, Weapon Forging. Inside a large hall within the Flying God Temple, Li Fei and the High Priest sat cross-legged on opposite sides of the chessboard. Li Fei plays the white pieces, while the High Priest plays the black pieces. How could you have chosen this route? We should go this way. Seeing that he was about to win again, Li Fei had no choice but to teach the high priest how to place his pieces. Only in this way can we avoid being eaten, Li Fei said earnestly. Unlike Li Fei, the high priestess seemed somewhat distracted. It was clear that her mind was elsewhere. Actually, she came here for another reason, to plead for Emily. However, before she could even express her intentions, Li Fei immediately pulled her into a game of chess, which lasted for about 2 hours. You must surround my white pieces. Li Fei offered his insights at the opportune moment. Alice nodded helplessly. It's clear that Li Fei is in high spirits at this moment. Taking this opportunity, Alice directly stated her purpose for coming. That's an internal matter for your elven race. You don't need to ask me. If you want to keep her, then keep her. You don't need to ask me. Li Fei was stunned. They needed to ask him about such a small thing? Then I thank the Earl on behalf of the clan chief. Li Fei was speechless. He spent almost the entire morning playing chess. In the afternoon, he received a somewhat unexpected message in the chat group. The system store even has a forging function. The host can put some of the metals they obtain into the system warehouse and forge them to create weapons. It is said that this feature system has existed for a long time. The chat group was already buzzing with discussion. As expected of Boss Zhou Kan, he was able to discover this hidden function in such a subtle way. If it weren't for Boss Zhou Kan's discovery, we would have lost so much wealth. Lu Tao, who was extremely active in the group, said, Haha, I just happened to discover it. And this function isn't very useful anyway, Zhou Kan said with a laugh. Don't be modest. This function is extraordinary. Everyone here has 3 or 5 weapons or armor. With this function, it's like having a master blacksmith. You can forge whatever you want. Immediately, someone in the group raised an objection. However, the system is too greedy. It requires 1/3 of the metal to be extracted as a reward for each forging. There's nothing we can do about it. By the way, Zhou Kan, how's that longsword you forged? Someone asked in the group. I'll upload the video of my demonstration for everyone. Zhou Kan posted a video demonstrating his work in the chat group. The video shows a young man in black, who is about 25 or 26 years old. At this moment, the young man in black held a long sword that was entirely white, and in front of the sword was a corner of a magnificent temple. Look closely, my temple has been upgraded to bronze 1 star, the black-clad youth said, then slashed his long sword at a spot on the temple. Whoosh! This part of the temple was cut in half, like cutting tofu. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. The longsword was far too sharp, completely beyond their expectations. This weapon is still the worst kind of low-grade mortal weapon. The video ended just as the man in black finished speaking. Damn, this forging ability seems pretty amazing. With this forging ability, wouldn't I be able to get any weapon I want? That depends on whether you have enough metal. Damn it, I've lost all the weapons I captured earlier. Same as above. Why do I want to cry? I haven't captured a single weapon or piece of armor yet. Doesn't the temple contain some metal? Someone in the group asked curiously. That's just a drop in the ocean. I only managed to forge this weapon by adding metal from the temple, Zhou Kan said this time. Such high standards. Li Fei's expression also shifted. He had clashed with the demons and cannibals several times, seizing countless metals. If these could be forged, they would be a considerable fortune. Based on the instructions in the group chat, Li Fei opened the system store page and, after searching several times, finally found a very small option in the lower right corner. Weapon forging. The words were written in a very light color, almost blending into the semi-transparent panel. You wouldn't notice them unless you looked closely. Without hesitation, Li Fei clicked on it. The page is divided into 2 parts. On the left is the option to upload metal. If he guessed correctly, this upload function is equivalent to opening a spatial channel between him and the system. Through the spatial channel, some metals in the temple can be uploaded to another space in the system for forging. On the left side of the page, besides the upload option, there are several other options. The method of forging with both gentle and vigorous fire yields 1/3 of the metal as a reward. The so-called civil and martial fire refers to ordinary flames, which are distinguished by their different levels of firepower. Earth fire forging method. Extract half of the metal as a reward. Earth flame refers to earth fire, which is a flame contained deep underground. This flame has a much higher temperature than ordinary flames and is more effective at removing impurities from metals. Heavenly fire forging method. Extract 2/3 of the metal as a reward. Heavenly fire exists only in the sky. It is generated by the mutual repulsion between thunder and wind. Compared to earth fire, heavenly fire is much more powerful. Most importantly, if a weapon is forged with heavenly fire, a trace of heavenly might will be infused into it. This heavenly might is enough to make many species fear. The Samadhi fire forging method yields 98% metal as a reward. Samadhi fire is a pure yang fire that can burn everything. Weapons forged with Samadhi fire can counteract demons. Li Fei was stunned. What people in the group said is true. This system is really shady. Extracting 1/3 of the metal refers to the most common type of fire. If we were to use earth flame or heavenly fire instead, the cost would be even higher. However, he was more curious about the Samadhi true fire at the very end, since he already possessed it. If he could use Samadhi fire to forge weapons, he would save a lot of money. Below these forging methods are some weapon options. It includes guns, swords, knives, clubs, spears, and so on. In other words, a normal process requires uploading the metal first, then selecting the forging method, and then selecting the weapon to be forged. On the upper right side of the page is a forging button. However, what really attracted Li Fei was the add flame option in the middle of the right side of the panel. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Could it be? Li Fei carefully read the annotations above. Chapter 35. Only I possess the Samadhi true fire. If the host possesses their own flame, they can use it for forging. Forging with their own flame will extract 1/10 of the material as a reward. Li Fei was overjoyed. Didn't that mean he could use the Samadhi true fire to forge it? Li Fei didn't rush to forge the weapon. Instead, he returned to the chat group to see what the other members thought. Damn, this is outrageous. The earth flame forging method actually demands half the metal as a reward, said the speaker. Why not use Samadhi fire for forging? Li Fei asked curiously. Holy crap, Li Fei, you must be kidding me. A 98% return? Who can afford that? Yeah, boss, please stop mocking me. Only a powerful figure who wipes out 3,000 demon soldiers is qualified to use the Samadhi true fire. Do they not possess the Samadhi true fire? Li Fei was puzzled for a moment. Then he opened his attribute panel. Host, Li Fei. Strength, 208. Agility, 213. Body constitution, 216. Energy, 100. Skill 1. Concentrating power. This skill concentrates the body's strength into a single point, generating explosive power. Skill 2. Samadhi true fire. Conjures substantial flames from the eyes to incinerate enemies. Currently in the initial stage. Each use consumes 50 energy. Unique. After seeing the uniqueness behind the skill, he was certain that no one else could have this skill, regardless of level, simply because the skill was unique. He had only a slight understanding of it before, thus ignoring the notes in parentheses. After leaving the chat group, Li Fei went to the warehouse in the temple where weapons were stored. There were 3,000 suits of armor neatly arranged inside, all left behind by the demons. Not only armor, but also weapons. Most of the demon soldiers have some decent weapons, such as spiked clubs, iron hammers, longswords, shields, and so on. Li Fei casually picked up a few items and uploaded them to the forging system space. Then, he directly clicked the option to add flames, and for weapons, he chose a longsword. Following the forging requirements, Li Fei unleashed his Samadhi true fire, with his target being the weapon workshop entrance displayed on the panel. Beep, indicating insufficient firepower, you need to add more. Li Fei was a little frustrated. He could only use the Samadhi true fire twice at most, but now he could use it one more time. Whoosh! Li Fei's eyes changed again, and white flames appeared out of thin air, continuously entering the weapons workshop through the spatial passage. Until his last bit of energy was exhausted. Li Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Samadhi true fire was different from ordinary moves. Ordinary moves consumed physical strength, while the Samadhi true fire consumed mental energy. The two were very different. However, at this moment, the weapons workshop issued another notification. Your Samadhi true fire is not powerful enough to forge a single dagger. Would you like to proceed with the forging? Li Fei was stunned. Wasn't that enough? This is his limit. Would the host wish to forge the dagger? The system prompted again. Li Fei hesitated at this moment, considering whether or not to give up. However, he decided to give it a try anyway, since it was better than nothing. Yes. Li Fei clicked on it. Forging will take 3 hours, please wait. Li Fei was helpless. He hadn't expected that forging a dagger would take so long. If those famous blacksmiths knew about his idea, they would be furious. It can be forged with Samadhi fire and only takes 3 hours, yet this guy still complains it's too slow. Does he know what that means? That's the Samadhi true fire, something even some of the great gods in the divine realm crave. Weapons forged with Samadhi fire are the bane of all demons. While waiting, Li Fei was not idle. He wanted to find ways to expand his spiritual energy. So he searched through chat groups, the system, and all other means. Finally, perseverance paid off, and he found a solution in the system's online store. The soul-nourishing herb, worth 200 points, has the effect of nourishing and strengthening the soul. Li Fei was pleasantly surprised, but the price was too high, requiring 200 points. More importantly, he was still unsure whether the spirit-nourishing grass was actually effective. Time flew by, and it was time to take them out of the oven. There was no dazzling sunset, nor any special effects to mark the birth of a divine artifact. The crafted dagger was simply tossed into the system space. Li Fei reached out and took it out. The dagger was icy to the touch, and its entire body, including the handle, was pure white. It was 144 millimeters long, with a blade length of 55 millimeters, a handle length of 90 millimeters, and a width of 30 millimeters. Strangely, the surface of the dagger was engraved with white flame marks. Glancing at the unused armor scraps in the space, Li Fei casually slashed at them with his dagger. Whoosh! The dagger cut straight to the bottom without encountering any resistance. Li Fei's pupils suddenly contracted. This was iron armor, and it was steel that had been tempered by the Samadhi true fire. It was as fragile as tofu under this dagger. Not only that, but white flames appeared where the dagger had cut, and the flames burned along the cut surface for a long time. Hiss! Li Fei gasped. If this dagger were to strike a person, that person would likely be severely injured even if they didn't die, even if the opponent was at the gold level. Just then, he noticed a line of small characters above the weapons workshop. Level, Earth grade, low quality. Li Fei stared wide-eyed until he was sure he wasn't seeing things. Then he calmed down. Weapon grades are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, King, and Mortal. The longsword that Zhou Can forged before belonged to the Mortal grade, which was of low quality. This dagger was actually of the low-grade Earth level, far surpassing the longsword in Zhou Can's hand. To use an analogy, it's like saying 1,000 low-grade Mortal-level longswords can't be exchanged for a single low-grade Earth-level dagger. Because low-grade Earth-level weapons are too precious. Even in the realm of gods, what they possess is negligible. In the realm of gods, within the palace of 10,000 gods, Yi waited quietly, and it was unknown how much time had passed before he opened his eyes. It's been 49 days already. We should be able to open the furnace now. I just don't know what level of weapon we can forge this time, Yi said as he approached the furnace and opened the lid. A weapon shimmering with 7-colored light came into view. It was a short sword. However, Yi simply sighed and ignored it. Is it truly impossible for me to forge a Class Earth weapon, even with heavenly fire? Another location. Inside Flying God Valley, a barefoot giant was leisurely drinking old wine, feeling quite at ease. Just then, he suddenly remembered that he had been refining the god-slaying spear for 81 days. Oh no, I almost forgot about this. In a great shock, the barefoot man disregarded everything else and hurriedly ran towards the weapon-forging furnace. He had started forging this divine spear before he transmigrated. Upon arriving at the location, the barefoot giant immediately extinguished the furnace fire, then opened the refining furnace with a look of anticipation on his face. There lay a long spear, gleaming with jewels, lying there quietly. A top-grade king-level item? The barefoot giant immediately showed a look of disappointment. Chapter 36. This dagger is awesome. In the netherworld, a man draped in a black robe sat cross-legged in a quiet room. The man's name was Lu Tian, and he was the personal disciple of the 9 nether demon, Lord Junwu Hui. At this moment, he was using the 7-colored treasure light refining furnace bestowed by his master to forge his natal weapon. Furnace in front of him, Lu Tian fell into deep thought. According to his master, this 7-colored treasure furnace was a level earth treasure. With its blessing, users could more easily forge high-grade weapons. The appointed time arrived in the blink of an eye. A look of joy flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. He opened the forging furnace and found a long spear lying quietly inside. The spear exuded an extremely powerful aura, with wisps of white clouds even swirling around it. However, he was disappointed. Still failed. Lu Tian looked bewildered. This was his 7th attempt, and he still hadn't reached the earth level. The Desolate Tomb is a famous place where swords are hidden. A golden-clad swordsman was running swiftly through the area, but just as he reached a certain point, he suddenly triggered a powerful sword formation buried underground, trapping him within. In fact, he had encountered such formations countless times along the way, and finally, after half an hour of fierce fighting, he broke through the formation. However, when he found the main sword of the formation, he was greatly disappointed. as the sword was only a mid-grade king-level sword. This is not enough, he sighed, looking up at the sky. Such things happen everywhere. In the Flying God Temple, Li Fei carefully held the dagger in his hand, examining it closely. The dagger was delicate and lustrous, and the white flame marks on it were particularly mysterious. This dagger has already defeated many competitors based on its appearance alone, but that's not enough. He needs to demonstrate the value of the dagger if he wants to sell it for a good price. When Li Fei reopened the chat group, he found that many people were discussing issues related to weapon crafting. I'm so lucky. I actually managed to forge a low-grade mortal spear in one go, but I've run out of materials, said Lu Tao, whose favorite weapon was the spear. I envy the master. All the materials I have together are enough to forge 2 weapons, but I failed both times, said a bald, fat man. I'm in the same boat as you. I've lost my chance. Has no one tried using earth fire to forge weapons? One of the lords asked curiously. Just then, Li Fei seized the opportunity and cut straight to the point. I've forged a low-grade earth-level weapon. Anyone want it? Holy crap, a low-grade earth-level item? Did I hear that right? Boss, you're not mistaken, are you? Is the big shot really him? Show us the big boss. Li Fei was speechless. This was going to be a flood of comments. So he replied with a message. I'll take a video later. Sending videos is allowed in the chat group, which is quite convenient. After leaving the chat group, Li Fei went directly to the outer perimeter of the temple and found a corner of the temple. This corner is clearly more solid than the spot Zhou Can chose last time. Then prepare the temple's built-in projection shooting function. Once everything was ready, Li Fei began his performance. He then aimed the dagger in his hand at that corner and dropped it in a freefall motion. In an instant, the dagger pierced through the steel in the corner of the temple as if it were empty. Not only that, the steel that was pierced immediately burst into flames, and the fire grew bigger and bigger. Li Fei panicked. He had not expected this at all. Fortunately, the entire temple was under his control. He cut this spot off from the rest of the temple to isolate it from the burning section, thus ending the fire. However, the steel that was being tested was also burned to a pulp. Hiss! Li Fei gasped again. The power of this dagger far exceeded his expectations. He opened the chat group and found it was full of comments that didn't think highly of him. I guess Boss Li Fei is just bragging. How could a low-grade, earth-level weapon be so easy to forge? Yes, we just asked. The best weapon is the short sword in Situ Fang's hand, but it's only a mid-grade mortal weapon. Li Fei's joke went too far. I'm waiting to see him get slapped in the face. While I acknowledge Li Fei's strength, as for the earth-level weapon, let's just forget about it. It's been so long, and he still hasn't joined the group. I guess the big shot already knows he was wrong. Sigh, the big shot was too confident, and in the end he only embarrassed himself. Maybe what Fei Ge said is true. Lu Tao offered his opinion. Ken who spoke. Just then, Li Fei uploaded the video. Li Fei was speechless at these comments, but he decided to let the facts speak for themselves. The moment he uploaded it, Li discovered that countless people had already started clicking on his video. There must be a lot of people paying attention to this. Hiss! What is this? Lu Tao looked at the video, his face full of shock. The scene depicts a man in his early 20s, dressed in white with a handsome face, red lips and white teeth, exuding an ethereal aura. Wow, Li Fei is so handsome, a girl commented in the group chat. It's like a god descending to earth, another girl said. In the picture, Li Fei is holding a dagger and letting it fall freely. The falling dagger sliced through the steel in one corner of the temple. Not only that, the sliced steel caught fire. In the scene, Li Fei panicked and tried to put out the fire, but the more he tried, the more chaotic things became. In the end, he managed to stop the fire from spreading by isolating the temple. This is the Samadhi true fire. It's very difficult to extinguish without special methods. Li Fei added at the end of the video. After watching the video, everyone fell silent. Those who had just thought Li Fei was bragging were especially embarrassed, and some even left the chat group. My God, is this still a weapon? It's practically a divine artifact. After a brief silence, the chat group came alive again, even more enthusiastic than before. Holy crap, Boss Li Fei didn't even use any strength, just free falling, and he cut the steel in half. The steel in the picture is like tofu, completely powerless to resist. Did you guys notice that strange flame? I think that flame is the ultimate killing move of this weapon. That flame is strange. It seems that no matter what method Boss Li Fei uses, he can't extinguish it. Didn't you see what Boss Li Fei posted in the group? That's the real Samadhi fire. It can't be extinguished by ordinary methods. Touching it means certain death. Holy crap, what happens if a user encounters this? Someone asked curiously. He'll probably die too. Speechless. This is terrifying. Is this even a weapon? It's a murder weapon. Even if it's the murder weapon, someone who wants to steal it can't. Chapter 37. The White Pig Makes a Move. If you use this weapon against an enemy during a battle, the scene will be. It is indeed terrifying, but we need to consider whether it will hurt ourselves otherwise. If this dagger were mine, I would definitely keep it for myself. It's strange that Boss Li Fei would be willing to sell it. Brother Li Fei, what price are you planning to offer for this dagger? Someone in the group asked curiously. Not many. I plan to exchange for 10 spirit-nourishing herbs. Li Fei said calmly. Originally, he only planned to exchange for 5, but considering the many positive reviews, he changed it to 10. Holy crap, a spirit-replenishing grass. If I remember correctly, it's 200 points per plant. But spirit-replenishing grass doesn't seem to be very useful. What does Boss Li Fei need it for? This time, it was Zhou Qin who spoke. The big shot has his own uses. By the way, does anyone have any spirit-restoring herbs? This price is way too expensive. I don't think I can afford it. There was a lot of discussion in the chat group. For a time, many people had second thoughts. It was true that a low-grade earth-level dagger was valuable, but it required an exchange of items of equal value. I have a lot of herbs here. I wonder if any of them would be of interest to you, sir. Come on, why would a big shot like you take a fancy to ordinary herbs? Upon seeing this, Li Fei promptly replied, any herb that can nourish the soul is acceptable, but ultimately it depends on the value of the herb. Do you have a few beauty-enhancing herbs here? Damn it. The big boss wants herbs that nourish the soul, okay. Beauty-nourishing herb, I really want one. I take back what I said earlier, said the guy who had the beauty-enhancing herb. Stingy, followed by a girl with an angry expression. Do you have a few spirit-building grasses here? A short, stout man asked. He had picked these herbs casually in a secret area near the temple and, considering they were not of much use, had simply tossed them into the warehouse. Okay, but you only have 3 plants. That's too few. Li Fei was overjoyed at first, but then disappointed. Can we trade first? I'll give it to you, sir, after I've gathered all the herbs. The short, stout man's face was full of anticipation. No, Li Fei said simply and directly. What if the other party doesn't have any extra herbs? Wouldn't he be the one getting ripped off? I also have a lot of herbs here. I wonder if that will meet your requirements. Li Fei glanced at the herbs mentioned in the group chat and shook his head helplessly. None of them met his requirements. He closed the chat group and threw the dagger into the trading space. As long as the other party met the conditions he set, the transaction would be completed automatically on the system. He hasn't been idle these past few days regarding troop types either, summoning a total of 12 units, all of which are quite powerful. They are 4 Gale Beasts, 4 Yellow Mang Beasts, and 4 Iron-Eating Beasts. Moreover, the attributes of these units are quite good. For example, the Gale Beast is a type of bird that looks very similar to an enlarged version of an eagle and is a flying unit. Open the panel. Unit name, Gale Beast. Tier, Bronze 2-star. Strength, 125. Agility, 129. Constitution, 126. Skill 1, Sky-Splitting Strike. While moving at high speed in the air, generating a powerful impact, the Gale Beast uses its sharp claws to deliver a fatal blow to its opponent. Skill 2, Tear Through the Void. The rift recovers. Upon reaching higher levels, there is a possibility of awakening an ancient bloodline, thereby gaining the ability to tear through the void and create void rifts. Li Fei was quite satisfied with the Gale Beast, and then he opened the panels for the other 2 unit types. Unit name, Yellow Beast. Tier, Bronze 3-star. Strength, 138. Agility, 132. Constitution, 136. Skill 1, Entanglement. The yellow python can use its massive body to entangle its opponent, giving them no chance to breathe. Skill 2, Devour. The yellow python can devour opponents several times its own size. Even if the opponent is stronger, it is almost certain to die if it is devoured. Unit name, Iron-Eating Beast. Tier, Bronze 3-star. Strength, 130. Agility, 133. Constitution, 135. Skill 1, Tear the Wound. If damage is inflicted on the opponent during the attack, it will trigger the ferocity of the Iron-Eating Beast, allowing it to unleash even greater power. Skill 2, Ancient Bloodline. Has the potential to activate the Ancient Bloodline, thereby elevating the Iron-Eating Beast's strength to another level. The Yellow Mang Beast belongs to the Mang type. Its advantage lies in its strength in one-on-one combat, but it is a disadvantage in team battles. The Iron-Eating Beast is a type of bear, and it is quite popular in team battles. Just as Li Fei continued to examine the attributes of these troop types, a huge tremor suddenly came from inside the temple. Could it be an enemy attack? Li Fei frowned slightly, but he immediately realized something was wrong. If there was an enemy attack, the temple should have issued a warning. Moreover, the demons had just launched an attack, so logically they should have been quiet for a while. Boom. Another loud bang. It was even louder than the commotion from before. What happened? Li Fei could no longer sit still. He had to go to the source of the sound to investigate. In just over 10 minutes, Li Fei had arrived at the scene. However, Li Fei was speechless. The location where the incident occurred was surrounded by a group of vampire monsters, making it difficult for him to see what was going on inside. Make way, Li Fei shouted loudly, having no other choice. Who the hell took pictures of me? Can't you see I'm watching a show? A black bear turned around reluctantly. Holy crap, this startled it so much that its legs went weak, but Li Fei was standing behind it. Your Excellency, I didn't know it was you. If I had known, then I... Roll. Li Fei is just a simple word. The black bear beast, as if granted a pardon, quickly left without looking back. Li Fei parted the crowd and went inside. Li Fei was surprised to see that the inconspicuous white pig was in the center of the crowd. At this moment, the white pig seemed to have become much cuter, its body size noticeably smaller. It was encased in a hard eggshell, and the little white pig was banging against the eggshell again and again. The loud noise that had just occurred was caused by the pig hitting the eggshell. At this point, a piece of eggshell had already broken off and fallen to the ground from its head. Wow, what an aura! Li Fei exclaimed in shock. This is clearly the aura that only a gold-level powerhouse can possess. But how could that be? He clearly remembered that before evolving, the white pig was only at the level of a bronze 2-star to 3-star. My strength exploded after just one night's sleep? Li Fei said he couldn't understand. At this moment, the white pig rammed the eggshell again with tremendous force, but the eggshell was obviously harder and did not budge at all. Li Fei estimated that it would be unable to hatch for at least the next 2 or 3 days. Should we help it? Celia asked Li Fei from the crowd. Chapter 38. The competition begins ahead of schedule. Don't help it. Helping it will only harm it, Li Fei said calmly. Celia nodded, somewhat puzzled. After several days of rest, her injuries had mostly healed, but Lucy's condition was more serious. Thinking of this, tears welled up in her eyes again. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Lucy, Li Fei said with a smile, knowing what the other person was worried about. Time flies, and several days have passed in the blink of an eye. The white pig was still unconscious, but Li Fei received some unexpected news. The regional competition will begin today. Lords in the Alls Mountains region, please prepare yourselves. Looking at the blood-red lines of large characters on the chat group announcement, Li Fei was stunned. It was 2 days earlier than expected. However, since the competition is starting today, he definitely needs to understand the rules of the competition first. His right hand trembled slightly as he opened the rules and regulations. The system will randomly select teams from 10 regions to participate in this competition. Each region can send a maximum of 10 lords as representatives. The lords will be chosen by a vote among the lords of their respective regions. Selected representatives may also choose to withdraw. After extracting all the lords, the system will send them to a dangerous area called the Dark Forest. After entering the Dark Forest, representatives from each region can freely hunt for its resources. The resources they acquire will be multiplied 100-fold after the competition ends, and participants will receive an additional 10-fold increase in rewards. In other words, if a representative from a region obtains a herb in the Dark Forest, the system will reward that region with 100 herbs after the competition, and the participants will receive an additional 10-fold increase in rewards. During the match, any means are permitted to acquire resources, including stealing and killing. Seeing this, Li Fei's expression turned grave. This match, which had no bottom line, could not be called a death contest. The competition will last for 1 month, and participants may not withdraw during this period. During the match, the area where the game is taking place is invincible and cannot be invaded. During the competition, participants' temples are invincible, but they cannot be taken into the Dark Forest. There is only one condition for victory in this competition. Whoever acquires the most resources will be the ultimate winner. Ranked first, second, and third place will be determined based on resource acquisition, and all others will be eliminated. Simultaneously, the losing nation's resources will be halved. Hiss! Li Fei gasped instantly. According to the rules, only 3 out of 10 teams could survive and leave the Dark Forest alive. Holy crap, only 3 teams survived. Damn system, someone exclaimed in the group. Others in the group also saw the competition instructions immediately. This is outrageous. Maybe we shouldn't participate in this competition at all, someone said. If we don't participate, our resources will be halved, which is tantamount to slow suicide. Yes, you absolutely have to participate. Li Fei turned back to read the following instructions. The competition will be streamed live in the group. During the competition, each region can contact its representative 3 times unilaterally. After using up all 3 opportunities, no further contact is allowed. The competition will start promptly at 12 o'clock noon today. Please be prepared in your respective areas. Holy crap, these rules, this wicked competition. Don't worry, other areas are the same as us. What should we do? Who should we choose? Is there even a question? They're definitely the top 10 on the leaderboard. I'm ranked 10th, but I don't want to participate. For everyone's benefit, you. Looking at these chat logs, Li Fei fell silent. He had to go to the dark forest, not only for the sake of all the lords in the Alls Mountains, but also for another reason. He needed countless herbs to nourish his soul, and the dark forest was certainly rich in resources. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the rewards were also very generous. He believed that not only him, but many others would want to seize this opportunity. Another area. Oh my God, our great America's chance has come. We're in the random zone this time. We are a free and equal nation, and we will surely be invincible. May the goddess of freedom and democracy bless us. Our strongest players are all former Special Forces soldiers with advanced equipment, and they will bring us victory. If I'm not mistaken, there are people from the Xia Kingdom among the participants. That's great. We can settle both old and new scores at the same time. They actually want to surpass us and rule the earth. Unforgivable. Just then, another voice suddenly broke out in the group. I disagree. We want democracy, we want votes, and we oppose all manipulation. Damn it, don't you want to win? We want democracy. A location not far from the Alls Mountains. Oh, we, the people of Sindhu, will be invincible. Our country is invincible in Asia, and we will be unrivaled here as well. Now we need to vote to elect 10 representatives. I choose Chamar, he's the strongest. Damn it, you actually chose a low caste to represent us, and a 4th-class one at that. I bet you must be a damned outcast. I am not a Dalit, I am a Vaishya. Those are also lowly people. That's right. Only the high caste Vyas can represent us. The commoners are not qualified. We cannot allow the lowest of the low to represent our Sindhu nation. Just then, a new message popped up in the group chat. I, Vyas, will lead you to democracy and bring you glory, believe me, Vyas said, and he even posted a video in the chat group to show his support. In the video, Willis appears to be around 30 years old, dressed in white, looking like a celestial being. He is practicing yoga, his expression focused and serious. Such a powerful aura. At this critical moment, Vyas is still so calm. He truly lives up to his high caste. On an unnamed island. We actually got picked. Our Baga Kingdom's ninjutsu has finally found a use. It seems that people from our elder brother country will also be participating. That's great. Only by joining forces with the Americans can we be invincible. But there can only be 3 winners in this competition. The other little brothers of the beautiful country, the kangaroo country, and the handsome country. The chat group suddenly fell silent. Then let's just not participate. That's a great idea. However, at that moment, an announcement suddenly appeared in the chat group on the nameless island. Our elder brother country sent a message insisting that we must participate in this competition. Silence fell again. Holt Mountains region. In the chat group, I've heard that the people of the Alls Mountains region are from the Xia Kingdom. Are you sure the information is accurate? This message came from the United States. That's great. On Earth, the people from Xia have been bullying us. Now we can team up with the US to teach them a lesson. The players on their leaderboard all seem to be very strong. What's there to be afraid of? The people on our Lord ranking are boxers on Blue Star, with strength comparable to an adult kangaroo. This time, we'll definitely teach them a lesson they won't forget. Chapter 39, The Space Ring. Dandelion Forest area, in the chat group. Oh, who's the jerk? This time, people from both the US and China are here. So how should we choose? This is a difficult choice. China is a good partner for us, and America is our big brother. I suggest we remain neutral for now, and choose whoever has the best chance of winning. Good idea. This way we can maintain our gentlemanly conduct while also protecting our own interests. Then how should our lord be chosen? Let those damned royal knights go. They're ranked very high on the lord list. I'll make the arrangements right away. Wait. Remember, we must maintain friendly relations with both Xia country and Mei country in private. With the start of the Dark Forest competition, more than 10 areas have collectively entered a frenzy. Holy crap, who should we in the Alls Mountains choose? We must choose the top 10, and it has to be the top 10 on the Lord ranking. The temple cannot be brought into the Dark Forest during the competition, so the temple is useless, someone in the group analyzed. That's right, this competition must select the 10 strongest players. I suggest casting our votes for the top 10 on the Lord ranking, another person said. I'm under so much pressure. Lu Tao sent a smiling emoji. We are under much more pressure than you. If you fail, our resources will also be halved. Someone in the group immediately suggested. I want to go too, but I'm ranked 11th. Will anyone let me go? Shenxi asked. Get lost. This time we have to be in the top 10. We can't afford to be careless. Besides, the people from the other regions don't seem to be very friendly to us. It was Jokin who spoke, and he rarely got angry. Our situation doesn't seem too good, someone in the group immediately said with concern. Don't worry, we'll find our resources. If they dare to make a move, they shouldn't blame us for being impolite, Li Fei said calmly. Was confident in his abilities. As expected of a big shot, my idol. Get lost, Li Fei said, feeling the hairs on his body standing on end. Does anyone need this low-grade mortal weapon of mine? You can use it for free for a month, limited to the top 10 on the Lord ranking, Jokin asked in the group. Master Jokin. The group fell silent for a moment. This longsword was no ordinary weapon. This is true, selfless dedication. For victory. If anyone wants to use my low-grade mortal spear, feel free to take it, but you'll also be limited to the top 10 of the Lord rankings, another person in the group said. Li Fei noticed that the opponent's ranking on the Lord ranking was outside the top 100, so this spear was undoubtedly very important to the opponent. Yet the other party was willing to take out something so precious. We absolutely cannot lose this time. Li Fei felt his eyes welling up with tears, and he closed the chat group. He needs to do some preparation before the match begins. Arriving at the Flying God Temple's private warehouse, Li Fei retrieved several weapons from it. Then, he opened the system page and found the weapon forging option. This time, he decided to forge a piece of equipment on a whim. Space ring. The main reason for forging the space ring is to ensure that one has enough storage space. In the Alls Mountains, one has a temple, so there is not much to worry about in terms of storage space. However, it is different in the Dark Forest. There is no temple there, and without enough space, it is impossible to store too many resources. After throwing the weapons into the weapon workshop, Li Fei chose the option to add flames. His spiritual energy was fully restored last night, and he can now use Samadhi fire twice more. Li Fei stared intently at the slowly appearing flames that were adding to the entrance. Once the flames were fully visible, he instantly activated his skill. Clusters of white flames rapidly formed in the air, slowly entering the weapons workshop. These moving white flames were extremely hot, causing the surrounding air to hiss and crackle. Sweat slowly appeared on Li Fei's forehead as he continued to control the Samadhi fire, which was also consuming a great deal of his energy. Call. Finally, after letting out a light breath, Li Fei successfully sent the first stream of Samadhi true fire completely inside. Now comes the second flame. After a short rest, Li Fei repeated the process, activating his skill and slowly sending the emerging flames into the weapon workshop. As the flames entered, some options on the weapon workshop lit up. Dagger, spatial ring, bracelet, gauntlets. Li Fei breathed a slight sigh of relief, and then chose the spatial ring. The spatial ring has begun forging and will take 2 hours. Please wait. He was a little worried before he came that this weapons workshop might not be able to forge spatial rings, but he was obviously overthinking it. Now all we have to do is wait patiently. There's still some time before noon, enough time to forge this ring. On the other side, Li Fei also made various arrangements within the temple through the temple system. He needed to ensure that no problems would occur in the temple during his absence. Under his orders, all units of the temple returned to the temple and were not allowed to leave for a month. Sister, has the Earl encountered some trouble? Lucy, despite her serious injuries, was still worried about Li Fei's safety. How could that be? I heard that the Earl is participating in a competition called the Dark Forest, so he won't be back for more than a month. It's for our safety that we are all gathered inside the temple. Celia explained. Then I'm relieved, Lucy said with a smile on her pale face. Inside the temple, in the Elven territory. Alice, you seem to have something on your mind today? Villet asked worriedly, looking at the high priest who seemed somewhat absent-minded. She had always treated Alice like her own child, and now that Alice was clearly hiding something, she naturally had to ask her about it. It's nothing, but Chieftain, are you aware that Earl Li Fei is going to participate in the Dark Forest competition? Alice asked curiously. I just heard that too. Are you worried about his safety? Villet said with amusement, looking at Alice's worried expression. Yes, I heard this competition is extremely dangerous, and many people will lose their lives. Don't worry, with his strength, he can definitely overcome this difficulty. Villet comforted him with a smile. On the other side, the forging of the spatial ring is slowly nearing completion. Li Fei, bored, opened the chat group. Brothers, if you still have any votes, cast them. I've already voted for Boss Li Fei. I voted for Lu Tao. I voted for Zheng Yu. Chapter 40, Entering the Dark Forest. All the votes have been cast. Are all the top 10 guaranteed to get in? Don't worry, I've already calculated the votes. Li Fei, Gold 1 star, 65 votes. Lu Tao, Bronze 7 star, 50 votes. Wu Ku, Bronze 6 star, 40 votes. Zhao Jing, Bronze 6 star, 39 votes. He Bin, Bronze 5 star, 35 votes. Lin Sun, Bronze 5 star, 15 votes. Razor, Bronze 4 star, 15 votes. Han Ding, Bronze 4 star, 15 votes. Chen Ying, Bronze 3 star, 13 votes. Zheng Yu, Bronze 3 star, 13 votes. Apart from the few who died, all the other votes in the Alls Mountains were cast. There wasn't a single invalid vote. We calculated everything carefully before casting our votes. Hey, it seems like Boss Li Fei hasn't been around for a while. Someone in the group noticed that Li Fei hadn't been online and asked curiously. I was just refining something. Li Fei explained as he joined the chat group. Wow, what kind of weapon is the big boss forging now? Is it another Earth-level divine artifact? Someone asked curiously. Shut up. Whatever he refines is Li Fei's private matter. What the hell are you asking? Before Li Fei could even speak, someone had already spoken for him. I was just asking casually. America's side. Oh, damn it, who did you all vote for? Didn't I tell you to vote for the top 10 players on the Lord rankings? We want democracy, and we have the right to choose freely. Emil is a weightlifting expert on Earth. We should vote for him. I think Runner Jason would be more suitable. You bunch of idiots, you're hopeless. Herman, the leader of the Special Forces, roared. Are you insulting us? Let's all file a complaint against Herman and get him out of our area. Fortunately, most people were rational, and the majority of them voted for the top 10 Special Operations team members. On the other side, in the region of Sindhu, India, great, Vyas has received the highest number of votes. However, many commoners have chosen Chamar. He's now in the top 10. These damned wretches should be taught a lesson so they will learn how to respect Brahmins and Kshatriyas. We need to talk to Chamar. He should know the consequences. We must not let those of lower races represent us. They will make us lose face. I know Shamar's exact location. I think we should go there in the remaining time. A Kshatriya sent a location. I just saw the location you posted. It's not far from me. I think I can go there. Is anyone else nearby? Come with me. We have to make him give up this opportunity on his own, Vyas replied. On an unnamed island. The number of participants was extremely small. Most of them weren't very interested. What? Lord Kitahara Sasuke actually gave up. He's such a coward. A furious voice came from the group chat. Just then, several announcements were suddenly sent out in the group. Ito Takuya, ranked second on the leaderboard, announces his withdrawal from this match. Mai Benji, ranked third on the Lord ranking, has announced her withdrawal from this match. Fuji Maya, ranked fourth on the leaderboard, has announced her withdrawal from this match. Fujiwara Chiya, ranked fifth on the leaderboard, has announced her withdrawal from this match. Ito Wilderness, ranked sixth on the leaderboard, has announced his withdrawal from this match. In a mere instant, all 10 players on the leaderboard gave up the competition. They're not stupid. If they knew they'd die, who would be willing to go? A bunch of cowards. A bunch of useless trash. Someone in the group was shouting. If you're so good, then you go do it. Ito Arakawa mocked. Nobody wants to go and die. However, at that moment, the system suddenly sent out several more announcements. Since all 10 players on the leaderboard have withdrawn from the competition, the remaining candidates will be determined automatically based on the votes of the remaining participants. Congratulations, you have qualified to participate in the election. Congratulations, you have qualified to participate in the election. The personnel have been reselect. The countdown has begun. You cannot give up halfway. Holy crap, I can't abstain now. Lingyi exclaimed. Holy crap, I got chosen too. Didn't you just call us cowards? Why are you backing down now? Holt Mountains region. Oh, who's special? The lineup is already set. My vote hasn't been cast yet. It's alright, Jerry. Our tickets are enough to guarantee that only our strongest players will go to the Dark Forest. This time, we're going to team up with the Americans and teach the Chinese a lesson they won't forget. Don't worry, I've already spoken with our boxer. This time will be something the people of Xia will never forget. Dandelion area. Great. The competition is about to begin. I'm confident we can win this match. We can definitely get into the top 3. That's right. The main characters this time are China and the United States. We just need to make the right choice to protect our interests. Inside the Flying God Palace, Li Fei was overjoyed. Just now, the low-grade Earth-level spatial ring has been forged. A pure white ring with a strange flame symbol rested quietly in the system space. Li Fei reached out and took out the ring. It felt cool to the touch. That was his most immediate sensation. He also received detailed information about the spatial ring. Space ring. Defense, 300. Space, 100 square meters. Rank, low-grade, Earth level. Hiss. Despite being somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback. The internal space of this spatial ring was a full 100 square meters. You should know that a typical storage bag only has a few square meters of space. A decent space ring is only about 10 or 20 square meters, but this space ring is a whopping 100 square meters, which can only be described as exaggerated. Just then, the system suddenly sent out an announcement. The Dark Forest competition has begun. Lords, please prepare yourselves. We will begin our collective journey in 10 seconds. Li Fei didn't have time to think. In the instant before he was about to travel through time, he took out a low-grade Earth-level dagger from the system shop and put it into his spatial ring. This competition is clearly extraordinary, and he must be fully prepared. The moment he put the dagger into his spatial ring, the time travel began. A beam of white light enveloped him, so dazzling that it stretched straight to the sky. In the white light, he dispersed into countless tiny points of light like starlight and then vanished. On the other side, in the dark sky of the Dark Forest, hundreds of beams of light suddenly appeared, as if they had fallen from the sky without any prior warning. Chapter 41, everyone who sees it gets a share, half, for each person. Where is this? The Dark Forest. After opening his eyes, Li Fei found himself in another area. He looked up at the sky and saw that it was empty and only one color, gray. Looking around, he saw high mountains on both sides, and he was currently in a canyon with a stream flowing downstream. At another location, Lu Tao finally regained consciousness from his dizziness and found himself encountering a group of highly aggressive scorpions. These scorpions were about 2 meters long, with brown bodies and blood-red tails, and there were probably several hundred of them. Damn it! Li Tao cursed angrily, casually slashing away 2 scorpions that approached him, and then fled into the distance. On the other side, Wu Ke found himself in a desert. The desert was deserted, with no oases or water, which was very strange and made him extremely vigilant. The contestants in other areas were in a similar situation, having traveled to various locations. It is obvious that all the locations traveled to are random, and the teams are also separated by the system. Li Fei frowned slightly, feeling it was necessary to rejoin the rest of the team. Of course, he also needs to find enough resources before that. Li Fei walked upwards along the canyon. If he could reach the top, he might have a good enough view to see his location clearly. Then, at that moment, a strange sound caught his attention. Hiss! Like a python flicking its tongue. This is bad. The moment Li Fei heard it, he sensed that something was wrong. At that moment, a python about 4 or 5 meters long and as thick as a bull suddenly darted out from his right side. Damn it! He never expected to encounter such a dangerous situation so soon after arriving here. In desperation, he took out a dagger and slashed. Whoosh! With a single cut, the snake's head and tail were severed into 2 pieces of flesh. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the snake's head turn to ashes under the burning of the Samadhi true fire. The snake we just saw was no ordinary snake. It was a highly venomous red banded snake. Its entire body is covered in potent poison. Even a tiny bit of it will result in death or serious injury. Fortunately, the dagger in his hand possessed the power of Samadhi true fire, which could automatically remove the poison attached to it, saving him a lot of trouble. Just then, Li Fei noticed that there seemed to be some glimmering light where the red, chained snake had jumped out. Remembering the rumors that some rare and precious treasures are protected by highly poisonous substances, Li Fei moved closer. This is a red crown flower? A strange little flower was blooming where the python had just emerged. The small flowers are entirely red, even the branches are red. Li Fei recalled some information about the red crown flower. The red crown flower is extremely poisonous. Its flowers are useless, but the branches can be used to make various antidotes. The red crown flower is extremely precious, and red, banded snakes often roam nearby. That he had encountered the rare and precious crimson crown flower so soon after arriving at this place. It seems that the dark forest is indeed not simple. Carefully uprooting the crimson crown flower, Li Fei placed it inside his spatial ring. Putting away the crimson crown flower, Li Fei continued walking along the direction above the canyon. However, he had only been gone for half an hour when another accident occurred. A mysterious ice beast suddenly attacked him, but fortunately he remained vigilant and was not killed instantly. The Xianbing beast is composed entirely of millennia-old ice and contains a millennia-old crystal core, making it extremely precious. Li Fei never expected to encounter it in the dark night forest. There must be many treasures in this dark forest, Li Fei pondered. Before he could think too much about it, a 1,000-year-old ice beast of about the same size as him charged at him again. Behind it, rows of newly formed frost stretched as it charged forward. It's so cold. Li Fei's teeth chattered slightly. Even before the ice beast got close, he could already feel an immense chill. In his eyes, this 1,000-year-old ice beast had no weaknesses whatsoever. Even a low-grade earth-level dagger could only leave scratches on its body, but in the blink of an eye, it had already recovered completely. As for skills like whirlwind kick and neutralizing force, they go without saying. He tried it once, and one of his legs froze solid like an icicle. This is a fighting style that inflicts heavy damage on the enemy, while also causing significant losses to oneself. Seeing the frost beast charge again, Li Fei nimbly dodged it. This ice beast wasn't very fast, otherwise it would have been defeated long ago. Looking at the other person's transparent body and the crystal core inside the heart, Li Fei fell into deep thought. Is there really no other way? He could have escaped from the frost beast, but its crystal core was extremely valuable, and he was unwilling to give up. Suddenly, he had an idea. He had never used his Samadhi True Fire. His energy has now recovered to 60 points, enough for him to use it again. Li Fei's pupils slowly dilated, and suddenly he changed his skill towards the frost beast. A burst of white flames suddenly erupted from the frost beast's body. Unlike last time, the flames did not go out immediately after they rose. Instead, they continued to burn. This time, the frost beast clearly felt pain. It stopped chasing Li Fei and instead fled upwards into the canyon. However, before it could escape to within 10 steps of Li Fei, it stopped breathing. Li Fei withdrew the Samadhi True Fire back into his eyes. This is a skill he recently mastered. After using the Samadhi True Fire, he can also retract his eyes. The Samadhi True Fire truly lives up to its reputation as the nemesis of all things. Even the 1,000-year-old ice beast is terrified of it. This was a situation that Li Fei had never expected. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Just as he was about to pick up the ice beast's crystal core, a figure suddenly jumped out from the bushes beside him. Haha, people of Xia Kingdom, everyone gets a share. This ice beast's core should be split in half. The newcomer had dark skin, a full beard, and appeared to be around 30 years old. His name was Sing. He had been lying in ambush here. Before Li Fei arrived, he had fought the ice beast, but he was no match for it. Li Fei happened to arrive at that moment, and Sing had been hiding nearby while Li Fei fought the ice beast. Li Lai planned to ambush Li Fei and rob him of his belongings, but he gave up after seeing the white flame in Li Fei's eyes. They're from India, Li Fei thought to himself in surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter them here. What a coincidence. Everyone who sees it gets a share, half for each person. Friends from Xia Kingdom, you shouldn't have any objections, right? Seeing that Li Fei did not react, Sing slowly approached the spot where the frost beast had died. Chapter 42, Leave or Die. As the enemy drew ever closer to the frost beast's core, Li Fei stepped forward and coldly declared, Leave or die. He had wasted a lot of energy killing the frost beast earlier, and since he had only met it by chance, he didn't intend to kill it right away. Oh, my friend from Xia Kingdom, this isn't fair. I discovered this frost beast first. You can't do this. Sing continued to approach the crystal core. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave by then, I won't be polite. Li Fei was gradually losing patience. Seeing that Li Fei was about to kill him, Sing hesitated and began to slowly back away. Li Fei approached the crystal core. He reached out and picked it up. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The Simna people, who had just been about to leave, suddenly threw something at Li Fei. Oh no, it's poisonous. Li Fei quickly held his breath and dodged with a side roll. When he turned around again, the other person had already disappeared. In Li Fei's eyes, he had just let the other party off the hook, but instead of being grateful, the other party wanted to harm him. This was truly unforgivable. He made up his mind that if he encountered the other party again, he would kill him without mercy. However, Li Fei found it very strange that he could encounter an ice beast in this place. Because frost beasts are generally social species and rarely act alone. Could there be a herd of ice beasts nearby? Li Fei was also startled by his own bold idea. However, he soon confirmed his idea. The higher he went up the canyon, the more he felt a chill. Li Fei's spirits lifted, which meant that his idea might be true. With that thought in mind, he quickened his pace and walked forward. The canyon wasn't very long, and he quickly reached the top. Li Fei was shocked. Before us stood towering mountains completely covered in ice and snow. The two sides of this canyon were like two completely different worlds. On one side is the scenery of spring, and on the other side is the cold winter. Just then, Li Fei noticed that there seemed to be signs of biological activity on the snow-capped mountain. That's it. Li Fei stared intently at it. Frost beast. Li Fei saw it clearly now. The creatures atop the snow-capped mountain are none other than the frost beasts, and there are not just one, but thousands. Hiss! He gasped instantly. There are actually thousands of ice beasts on this snow mountain. You should know that each and every ice frost is extremely rare and hard to come by. The crystal cores on their bodies are like priceless treasures to those who cultivate ice attributes. What a shock it would be if the news of the thousands of frost beasts here were to spread to others. Li Fei couldn't imagine it. However, at that moment, Li Fei's gaze shifted to another location. His gaze never left that moment. Is that a snow lotus? A pure white snow lotus was blooming amidst the herd of ice beasts. Li Fei was overjoyed. The iceberg snow lotus was different from the crystal core of the frost beast, and ordinary people could also eat the iceberg snow lotus. More importantly, it can be used to nourish the soul. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the system shop had such snow lotus flowers, but they were very expensive, costing a full 100,000 points. Li Fei hesitated for a moment on the mountaintop, then walked towards the icy world before him. What are those flames shooting from Boss Li Fei's eyes? Why do they look so familiar? It's probably some kind of eye technique. The various lords watching the live stream in the All's Mountains chat group started discussing it amongst themselves. Holy crap, what is Boss Li Fei doing? Is he planning to challenge those ice beasts? Boss, gathering resources is the priority. There are thousands of frost beasts there. Holy crap, that guy from India that Fei let go is still sneaking around following us. People from Sindhu are disgusting. All they do is try to take advantage of others. Should we remind Fei Ji? No need. You can only use it a maximum of 3 times a month, and this is only the first day. Lu Tao seems to be developing quite well. Oh no, Razor seems to be in danger. Someone in the chat group said. In the scene, Razor is seen walking alone in the dense forest with a sword. However, with a soft plop, his feet sank into the mud. Laze did not expect the danger to come so quickly. No matter how much strength he used, he could not break free from the mud. It's a swamp, and not just any swamp, someone pointed out. Oh shit. In the scene, Kurosawa cursed angrily. In this swamp, he felt as if all the bones in his body had gone limp, and he could only use about 1/20th of his usual strength. Could there be poison here? The thought made his face turn green, and all he wanted to do was escape as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the chat group in the Sindhu region, everyone was having a blast. That foolish Xia Kingdom person actually dared to challenge thousands of frost beasts. He's simply courting death. Haha. That Xiagua guy doesn't know yet. Our 6th-ranked expert, Sing, is hiding right behind him. Singer, well done. We'll deliver a fatal blow then. Oh, right. Should we remind Sing that the ring on that Xia countryman's hand seems strange? It looks like a spatial ring. We only have 3 chances to contact him, so let's wait and see. Besides, I believe Sing won't let anything off the hook. Go for it, Sing. We support you. Beautiful country region. Our competitors are all masters of wilderness survival, far superior to any Chinese. Look at Bull, who came from a special forces background. He has already obtained 3 medicinal herbs, and these herbs are all of high value. And Bruce, he's developing quite well too. Just then, a gasp came from the group chat. Hey guys, I've made a major discovery. There's some Xia country guy here who actually dares to challenge thousands of frost beasts. Haha, that's hilarious. Doesn't that Xia countryman know who their opponent is? Besides, he only has a month to go. And that's in the Chinese behind him. He's a complete pest. He never thinks about earning the fruits of his labor with his own hands. He only knows how to take shortcuts. On an unnamed island, the viewers of the live stream screamed in despair. One person died. Someone actually died. And this is only the first day. Hee hee. If it weren't for all of our ninjutsu masters deserting, our Baga kingdom would never have fallen to this state. That's right. They should commit seppuku to atone for their sins. Baga, who was talking bad about me just now, step forward. I challenge him to a duel. A moment of silence fell over the room. A bunch of cowards who only know how to shout. Ito Arakawa replied disdainfully. Chapter 43, Nearly Assassinated. Holt Mountains region. Boss, one of our team members has already met with the Americans, one of them said. Oh, that's great. With the people from Big Brother country taking care of us, we're safe. I saw a Xia Kingdom person trying to challenge over 1,000 frost beasts. Isn't that a bit too much? It's not just exaggerated, it's downright ridiculous. Are those people from Xia Kingdom idiots? I think we need to pay attention to him. I believe he can bring us endless joy. Our boxer, Ori, is developing very well, and the others are also developing quite well. I believe they can bring us victory. Dandelion area. Oh, isn't that Xia countryman incredibly stupid? He actually wants to take on the Frost Beast one-on-one. It is said that the people of Xia Kingdom have extremely high intelligence on Earth, so don't be deceived by their appearance. They may have secret weapons. There was another person following behind him, who looked like someone from India. Ignore him. In my eyes, he's already a dead man. Only the people of America are qualified to fight against the experts of Xia. Looking at the Frost Beast so close at hand, Li Fei became increasingly cautious, as any movement he made could attract its attention. The Snow Lotus was in the very center. If he wanted to get closer, he would have to pass by the ice beasts on the edge. However, he already had a plan. If he fought head-on, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat so many ice beasts. His plan was to first use Samadhi fire to ambush one of the frost beasts, but he had to control the damage from the Samadhi fire so that it wouldn't die in a short time. Under the burning of the Samadhi true fire, the frost beast will definitely flee in all directions. As long as it encounters other frost beasts during its escape, or if other frost beasts encounter it, then the Samadhi true fire will spread completely, and his plan will be half completed. With the plan in place, the entire Ice Beast clan would inevitably fall into panic. He would then seize this opportunity to take the Iceberg Snow Lotus, thus completing his plan. However, the whole process will definitely not be smooth sailing, so he needs to make a detailed plan. He only has a little over 20 energy points now, and he will need at least 8 hours of recovery time to fully restore his energy level. Looking around, Li Fei realized that he was about 2,000 meters away from the center of the frost beasts, and there weren't many frost beasts around him, only 3 or 5 of them gathered together. However, it wasn't time to make a move yet, so he didn't want to alert the enemy and planned to find a place to rest first. Because it was a natural snow mountain, there were naturally formed caves nearby. He quickly found one and crawled inside. Singh, who was following behind, seemed a little hesitant, but in the end he made up his mind and followed him inside. Upon entering the cave, Li Fei was immediately awestruck by its grandeur. From the outside, it didn't seem like much, but from the inside, it was terrifyingly large, and the structure inside was extremely complex. The interior is a maze of interconnected passages, so winding that it can be described as having many twists and turns. Some parts are so narrow that only one person can pass through at a time. This is a good hiding place. If he can escape here after the plan succeeds, the Ice Beast horde will definitely be unable to continue pursuing him. If he's lucky, he might even be able to kill a few ice beasts. Because there was some blue ice inside the cave, which emitted a faint light, he could still see the situation inside the cave clearly even though he didn't have a torch. After everything was prepared, Li Fei went to rest. Perhaps because of the high level of tension, he slept very soundly. The region of Sindhu, Indo province. Oh, what a great opportunity. That Xia countryman is asleep. Damn it. Singh isn't coming over yet. What is Singh looking for now? That Xia countryman is right next door to him. The environment inside the cave is too complicated. He must have lost track of that Xia countryman. And he doesn't dare to make too much noise now, so he has slowed down. We must inform him that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he knows the location of that Xia man, we can easily eliminate him. That's right. That Xia countryman has at least 3 treasures on him. The dagger, the crystal core of the frost beast, and the spatial ring. This is a golden opportunity. We must seize it and inform him. But we only have 3 chances, and this is only the first day. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Okay, I'll inform him now. All's region. Oh no. That person from India has been searching for Li Fei's location, and Li Fei is sleeping right now. What should we do? Should we notify him? Let's wait and see. After all, we only have 3 chances, and once they're used, they're gone, someone sighed. However, at that moment, Sing in the scene paused, as if he had received some news. Then, he walked around in Li Fei's direction. Holy crap, this bastard must have gotten wind of it. Otherwise he wouldn't be reacting like this, someone exclaimed in the group. What should we do? Should we notify him now, or it will be too late? Wait a minute, we can't just waste this. The scene shows that Sing and Li Fei are less than 50 meters apart, and the only thing separating them is a wall. Once they get around the wall, Sing and Li Fei will be face to face. At this moment, Sing sneered. Just now, he received a notification from his region that Li Fei was right across from him and was asleep. As long as he approached carefully without waking him, he could easily kill him. Thinking of this, Sing slowed down even further. He couldn't allow the slightest mistake. That damn Sin the Chinese is still getting closer, and at an incredibly slow speed. They must have obtained Li Fei's exact location information. Why don't we also notify Boss Li Fei? Something might happen if we wait any longer, someone suggested. If Li Fei hasn't opened his eyes by the last moment before the opponent gets around this wall, let's wake him up, otherwise we'll definitely lose this match. At this moment, both the people of the Sindhu region and the people of the Al's Mountains were on high alert. If either side made even the slightest mistake, the price they would pay was their lives. 10, 9, 8. In the Al's Mountains region, someone was counting, and if Li Fei didn't notice at the last minute, they would have to waste an opportunity to make contact. However, just as the count reached 2, Li Fei made a move. His eyes opened without warning. The people in the Al's Mountains breathed a sigh of relief almost simultaneously. Li Fei waking up at this time means that he has already realized something. Chapter 44, The Heart-Pounding White Flame. Damn it, the enemy woke up at such a crucial moment. The people in the Sindhu region began to wail. What should we do? Sing seems to be in danger. Should we send him another message? Someone asked in the group. No, we only have 3 chances to contact each other. If we use one more, we'll only have one more chance left in the remaining time. Are we just going to stand by and watch Sing die? Someone in the group said angrily. Shut up. He's just a Kshatriya and doesn't deserve to take up 2 slots. Besides, even if he dies, it won't matter to our overall battle. You bunch of butchers. You're the ones who made him go. Shut up. We need to reserve the remaining 2 contact slots for Vyas. As for Sing, let him fend for himself. The moment Li Fei opened his eyes, he sensed something was wrong. The silk thread wrapped around his fingers had just snapped. This silk thread is extremely thin. It is almost invisible unless you look closely. The point where this silk thread connects to the cave is at the left turn. He used this thread to set up a small mechanism on both the left and right sides of the cave, so that he could detect it immediately if anyone accidentally touched it. This was one of the preparations he made before coming to the dark forest. However, he did not expect that this little trick would work so quickly. There should be something approaching from the left. His first guess was that it was an ice beast, since this was ice beast territory. However, he thought about it again and felt that it was not right, because if it were an ice beast, it would not be able to do so silently. Li Fei closed his eyes slightly again, intending to remain still and observe the situation. Great, that Xia countryman is asleep again. Singer truly lives up to his reputation as a master of ambush. Even at such close range, the enemy couldn't detect him. Look, what is Sing doing? In the scene, Sing only needed to take one more step forward to see Li Fei, but he didn't do that. Instead, he took out a pair of professional foot covers from his body and put them on. Judging from the scene, these foot covers should make the sound of his feet hitting the ground quieter. He's preparing for the kill later. These last 10 steps are crucial. If the enemy discovers him, the consequences will be unimaginable, someone in the Sin the Kingdom group explained. Singer truly deserves his place among the top 10 players in our region. I doubt most of us could pull off something like that. Singer is a professional assassin. He's taken down more than one person without a sound. All's region. It seems like Boss Li Fei is asleep again. What should we do? We need to notify him quickly, or he'll be in danger, someone said anxiously in the chat group. No need. Boss Li Fei did it on purpose. Look at his eyes, they're not completely closed. Jokin said with certainty. Everyone looked closely and found that it was indeed the case. Li Fei's eyes were still slightly closed. Not only that, His right hand also made a gesture of touching his lower back. Look at Li Fei's fingers. There seems to be a thin thread connecting them, another person in the chat group said. That's right. I also saw a thread on Boss Li Fei's finger, and the other end of the thread was right where Sing was. Considering Li Fei's sudden awakening earlier, everyone understood that Li Fei had been prepared all along. Damn, it turns out Boss Li Fei had already made all the preparations. We worried for nothing. Boss Li Fei's method is excellent. He can receive the news immediately as soon as someone approaches. Impressive. No wonder you're ranked number 1 on our Lord leaderboard. Your every move, down to the smallest detail, completely dominated the scene. That guy from India is going to be in trouble. Brother Fei had already let him go, but he followed me again. This can only be described as courting death. Sing in the video started moving again. After putting on his shoe covers, he carefully took the last step and then turned right. Sure enough, the message was right. Li Fei is already asleep, Sing thought with great joy. He only needed to take a few more steps to finish off his opponent. However, just as he slowly approached, Li Fei opened his eyes. Something's wrong, Sing thought to himself. The moment Li Fei looked at him, he sensed something was wrong. The other man's eyes were clear and bright, showing no sign of sleepiness. This is clearly a deliberate attempt by the other party to lure me into a trap. Those damned idiots. He was naturally thinking of the group in the Sindhu region. If they hadn't given him the wrong information, he wouldn't have ended up in such a passive situation. At that moment, he had only one thought. To escape as far away as possible. However, it was too late. How could Li Fei let him escape so easily? Li Fei looked directly into his eyes and unleashed the Samadhi true fire. In the video, Sing's eyes begin to burn, then his entire head, and finally his whole body turns to ashes. After Sing turned to ashes, the chilling white flames slowly dissipated in the air. Throughout the entire process, Li Fei didn't even move an inch. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? That's awesome. Holy crap, Li Fei's strength is off the charts. In the All's Mountains chat group, everyone stared speechlessly at the scene before them, mainly because it was too shocking. Li Fei didn't even have to lift a finger before his opponent was burned to ashes by the white flames. This is completely beyond common sense. The people of Sindhu in the video were completely powerless to resist. It was a complete annihilation. So handsome, a girl in the group exclaimed in admiration. Li Fei was already handsome, and his dashing performance of killing without lifting a finger just now certainly made many girls in the group swoon. No matter how handsome you are, I won't be interested in you, someone said dismissively. Don't worry, I'd never be interested in you, the girl retorted. Don't you guys think the flame that Boss Li Fei used looks familiar? Joken asked curiously. He felt that this flame was very similar to the Samadhi true fire produced by the dagger that Li Fei had shown earlier. You mean to say that this flame is very similar to Samadhi fire, right? I think you shouldn't overthink it. Samadhi fire is something that can be controlled by human power, Wang Lelong denied. Wang Zilong's statement was affirmed by most people. How could a human possibly master the Samadhi fire? In the region of Sindhu, India, the chat group fell completely silent for a moment. No one sent even a single message. Sing is a bronze 6 star, yet he couldn't even move a finger in front of his opponent. It was a complete annihilation. One strike, one kill. The opponent only opened his eyes, and a strange flame appeared on Sing's body, followed by death. The key issue is that none of them are confident of escaping the flames. The other side must have cheated. They used a hidden weapon, someone in the group said after some time had passed. Yes, otherwise Sing wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Sing wasn't defeated, he was just ambushed. He's our hero. Chapter 45 The Frost Beast in Panic. The despicable Xia people have ambushed warrior Sing. That's right, the opponent cheated during the match, otherwise Sing wouldn't have died. We need to inform Vyas and have him teach the Xia people a lesson. That's right, but Vyas is still busy right now and can't get away for the time being. The people of Xia had better pray they didn't encounter Vyas. Inside the cave, Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief and fell asleep again. Actually, he hadn't planned to use Samadhi fire when he killed Sing, but considering that the consequences would be unimaginable if the opponent escaped, he decided to take action. After all, the ice beast lair was not far from the cave. Before he knew it, it was noon the next day, and Li Fei woke up from his deep sleep. He slept very well, and his mental energy was restored. Upon exiting the cave, Li Fei discovered that a dozen or so frost beasts had gathered not far from the cave entrance. He was clearly startled. If these ice beasts discovered him, the consequences would be quite severe. However, not all of these dozen or so ice beasts gathered together. 7 or 8 of them were grouped together, while the other 3 were on their own. Li Fei hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the area with fewer ice beasts. These ice beasts were powerful, and the closer he got, the more dangerous it would be. He chose these 3 ice beasts as his targets to avoid potential risks. These ice beasts are very similar to ancient giant elephants, and their strength is terrifying. If you get entangled with them, it is extremely difficult to escape. Li Fei slowly approached a protruding spot on the snow-capped mountain, stopping only when he was about 5 or 6 meters away from one of the ice beasts. This position was now within his range to use the Samadhi True Fire. Were searching for something beneath the glacier with their noses. One of the smaller ice beasts, with a strength of only bronze 7, was getting closer and closer to Li Fei as it searched. It had no idea that a stranger would be hiding behind the rock right in front of it. Li Fei was overjoyed. If the other party came over, he could use the Samadhi True Fire without anyone noticing. As the other party drew closer, only 3 meters away, Li Fei peeked through a crack in the rock. The other party was still facing away from him. A good opportunity. Li Fei immediately activated the Samadhi True Fire skill from behind it. Whoosh! A small white flame suddenly ignited from behind the ice beast. Ice beast in front of him was completely unaware. After swaying in front of the rock, it returned to the other 2 ice beasts. The flames grew larger and larger on his body. Finally, the other 2 ice beasts noticed the abnormality on his body. They tried to help put out the fire by using their long noses. However, not only did the fire not go out, their own noses also caught fire. Ouch! In pain, one of the ice beasts let out a miserable howl. The surrounding frost beasts were immediately drawn to it. Seeing this, Li Fei knew he was in trouble. If the other party saw him, he would be in big trouble. Following the prearranged location, Li Fei found a secluded spot and hid inside. Now all that's left is to wait. Time passed slowly, and an hour went by in the blink of an eye. The outside world had completely descended into chaos. Countless ice beasts roared angrily. Li Fei felt the time was right, so he started to peek out and look outside. The thousands of ice beasts had gone completely berserk, with at least several hundred of them possessing Samadhi True Fire. However, due to the excessive number of times the Samadhi True Fire split, its power had actually decreased significantly, and these split Samadhi True Fires would likely be extinguished soon. Beasts on the snow mountain had scattered, and there were only a few ice beasts near the ice mountain snow lotus. Li Fei knew that this was a golden opportunity, so he quietly and stealthily crept over. Look, what is Boss Li Nyo doing? Everyone watching the live stream in the Alls Mountains chat group was shocked. Holy crap, it's a sea of fire outside. It looks like Boss Li Fei is trying to take advantage of the chaos to steal the iceberg's snow lotus. From the scene, it appears that there are countless ice beasts flashing with fire on the snow-capped mountain, while Li Fei is quietly heading towards the central area. This is bad. There seems to be a 10,000-year-old ice beast in front of Boss Li Fei. Just then, someone in the Alls Mountains chat group suddenly noticed the anomaly. Although only a few ice beasts remained in the central area, one of them stood out particularly. This ice beast was 3 or 4 times the size of an ordinary ice beast, and it was coldly surveying its surroundings. Boss Li Fei seems to be in danger. Don't worry, Boss Li Fei wouldn't do something he's not sure he can handle. Discussions also broke out in the regional chat group in Sindhu, which was paying attention to the situation. Look at that Xia Kingdom person, he's trying to steal the snow lotus from the ice mountain. It's all Sing's fault for being so useless, otherwise, how could they have succeeded so easily? The snow lotus from the ancient iceberg is a considerable source of income. Hee, there is a 10,000-year-old ice beast there. That Xia countryman is no match for it at all. I believe he will soon die at the hands of this ice beast. If you hadn't told me, I almost wouldn't have noticed. This is going to be interesting. As Li Fei slowly approached, he naturally noticed the 10,000-year-old ice beast. In his opinion, this 10,000-year-old ice beast was clearly the leader of these thousands of ice beasts. Accompanying this ancient ice beast were 3 other large ice beasts, which were believed to be quite powerful as well. He carefully crouched, trying to stay behind the snow-capped rocks. Finally, when he was only 30 meters away from the leader of the frost beasts, he stopped, because there was no more cover nearby, and if he got any closer, he might be discovered. He had to find a way to get the other party away from the iceberg snow lotus. Otherwise, he would have no chance against these ice beasts. Just then, an ice beast with Samadhi True Fire on its body suddenly rushed towards him. On a sudden inspiration, Li Fei jumped onto the massive body of the ice beast and secretly changed its direction, moving it towards the location of the ice lotus. At the same time, he hung diagonally on the body of the ice beast, making himself invisible to the other ice beasts near the iceberg snow lotus. Under the control of his samadhi true fire, the ice beast beneath him became even more frenzied, charging madly towards the central area. Chapter 46, A Lucky Escape. Upon seeing an ice beast charging towards it, the ice beast king was visibly startled, but it quickly recovered and immediately roared at the charging ice beast. Unfortunately, the ice beast in front of him had completely lost its mind under the burning of the samadhi true fire. The ice beast that Li Fei was clinging to didn't stop. Instead, it accelerated and charged forward. Ouch! The frost beast king roared, and it had no choice but to step aside. At the same time, the icy snow lotus beside him was also revealed. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fei uprooted the ice lotus the instant the ice beast he was clinging to charged past, and then put it into his spatial ring. Holy crap, Boss Li Fei succeeded. In the All's Mountains chat group, everyone was shocked by Li Fei's audacity, and at the same time admired that he had actually succeeded. They obtained the precious iceberg snow lotus under the protection of thousands of ice beasts. Li Fei is amazing. The ice beast didn't even have time to react before it was outmaneuvered. We were initially at a disadvantage, but thanks to Boss Li Fei's efforts, we immediately turned that disadvantage into an advantage. If we were ranked as we are now, we would definitely be in the top 3, or even higher. Awesome. I dare say that in the entire arena, apart from Boss Li Fei, no one can do that. However, it seems that Boss Li Fei has encountered danger. The Frost Beast King is currently chasing him. In the scene, the leader of the Frost Beast King, also known as the Frost Beast King, discovered Li Fei the moment he obtained the Ice Lotus. Seeing that the Ice Lotus he had guarded for 10,000 years was being taken away, the Frost Beast King immediately went into a rage. It followed closely behind Li Fei without regard for the consequences, while Li Fei rode on the back of the Frost Beast, running continuously across the snow mountain. The region of Sindhu, Indo Province. That man from Xia Kingdom succeeded. He successfully obtained the iceberg snow lotus. Someone in the chat group exclaimed the moment Li Fei obtained the snow lotus. Yeah, look at that Frost Beast King behind him. The Frost Beast King won't let him go. He's doomed. What if the Xia people manage to escape? Unless something unexpected happens, even Vyas couldn't do it under these circumstances. Do you think this Xia Warren can? I've already figured out how he'll die. Once the Frost Beast King catches up with him, he'll be torn to shreds by the enraged beast. Beautiful country region. Oh my god, some Xia countrymen over there got the iceberg snow lotus. Now their resources are almost as good as ours. Don't panic, we still have the advantage. It will take them some time to catch up with us, and we have plenty of allies. Should we notify Special Forces Soldier Carl and the others? I think we need to warn them to be careful of this Xiagua guy. Are you kidding me? We only have 3 chances to contact each other, and I'm almost certain the Xia people didn't use a single one. On an unnamed island, that Xia Kingdom person obtained the iceberg snow lotus, and their ranking has improved again. Our ranking has dropped to second to last. We are bound to lose this match. Yeah, let's just sit here and wait to die? If we lose, our resources will be halved. But those who participate in the competition are doomed to die. We can't worry about that now. They still have some use, and they can still make some contributions for the people of Big Brother country. The Holt Mountains region. We must inform the United States. This Xia countryman is very strong. He not only obtained the iceberg snow lotus, but also escaped the pursuit of the ice beast. At this point, some people discovered that their region's ranking had fallen below the top 3. Oh, who's the bastard? We absolutely cannot lose this match. We will definitely teach Xia a lesson with the help of the entire United States. We also need to remind our boxing athletes to be careful of this Xia country's talent. Keep pace with our elder brother country. We will not lose. The United States won't abandon us, will it? How could that be? We are their most loyal allies. Dandelion area. In the chat group, based on the current resource rankings, the United States is in first place, and China is in second place. We are third. Very good. Maintaining this ranking is fine. In this competition, we're not aiming for first or second place. Just staying at our current ranking is enough. Should we take care of the people in the Holt Mountains region and the people of India? That's ridiculous. What do their lives have to do with us? All we need to do is maintain our ranking. So fast. Li Fei suddenly realized he had miscalculated. This 10,000-year-old ice beast king was too fast. Its two subordinates were still 5 or 6 meters behind it, but it had already caught up with them. Now he could even clearly see the two long fangs on the face of the 10,000-year Ice Beast King. Faced with the crisis, Li Fei had no choice but to unleash the Samadhi True Fire once more, his eyes fixed directly on the eyes of the Frost Beast King. A burst of white flames suddenly erupted from the Frost Beast King's eyes. Then the white flames began to spread, threatening to engulf the entire body. The Frost Beast King was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. It finally realized that Li Fei was the one who had caused all of this. However, the rapidly spreading flames instilled fear in it, and during the time the flames burned, it was difficult for it to see anything clearly. The ancient ice beast had no choice but to stop its pursuit. Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief. In order to stop the other party, he had used the Samadhi True Fire to its fullest extent this time. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he discovered that the Samadhi True Fire on the other person's body was slowly disappearing. Li Fei was shocked. He didn't understand how the other party had done it, but that didn't stop him from quickly fleeing. Under his control, he followed the ice beast he had clung to into the cave he had prepared beforehand. Only then did Li Fei finally breathe a sigh of relief. The ice beast beneath him also died at this moment, its life force exhausted. Great! We've got another crystal core from a 1,000-year-old ice beast. Li Fei exclaimed with delight. The people in the Alls Mountains region were naturally stunned by Li Fei's brilliant maneuver. In the chat group, as expected of the master in my eyes, he planned every step from taking the iceberg Snow Lotus to the escape. Of course, Fei Ji is the #1 ranked player on our leaderboard. If we're talking about individual resources, Li Fei is definitely #1. Chapter 47, The Man-Eating Tree. On the other side. How is that possible? In the Sindhu region, the chat group fell into a deathly silence once again. This Xia person actually escaped. Fine. I'll take back what I said earlier, but this Frost Beast King will definitely not let him go so easily. As soon as he escapes the cave, he'll be hunted down. He can't stay hidden forever. If he runs into Vyas, I guarantee Vyas will teach him a lesson. Just as the people of India were discussing the matter, the Alls Mountains region was in an uproar. Someone noticed that Zheng Yu seemed to be in danger. In the scene, Zheng Yu is in a dense jungle, but strangely, there are no animals in the jungle. Around Zheng Yu were also unusually large, much larger than the ancient trees in the Alls Mountains region. Another difference is that the trees Zheng Yu encountered were covered with strange thorns, some of which were even like hedgehogs. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't attract their attention. The more crucial point is that Zheng Yu seems to have been swallowed by one of the ancient trees. Just as his back was pressed against a large tree, the purple tree suddenly split open and swallowed Zheng Yu. Holy crap, there's something weird about that tree. I just saw its teeth, one of them exclaimed. You're not seeing things, are you? This is just an ordinary big tree. You're saying it has teeth. I think I saw it too, another person in the group immediately retorted. Look, doesn't that part without needles look like a mouth? Zhouken said after careful observation. Boss Zhouken, don't scare me. However, everyone fell silent, because Zhouken was right. That spot did indeed resemble a human's thick, black lips. Zheng Yu's sudden disappearance also made everyone present uneasy. What should we do? Boss Zheng Yu seems to be in great danger. There are no people from our Alls Mountains region near him. Even if we send a message, it will be too late. Are we just going to watch him die like this? Don't rush. Did you miss the fact that Boss Zhouken's low-grade mortal longsword is in his hands? Yes, I lent my longsword to Zheng Yu. Zhouken confirmed. I get it. You mean Boss Zheng Yu can use this longsword to break through the tree? Someone in the group said excitedly. That's right. This sword is exceptionally sharp, and no matter how hard this tree is, it can't possibly be harder than the steel of the temple. Zhouken explained. He was quite confident in his longsword. Yes, we just need to wait a while. I believe Boss Zheng Yu has the ability to handle all of this. Zheng Yu himself undoubtedly understands this the most deeply. He was suddenly pulled into a sealed space. That's not the point. The point is that this space is somewhat special. It doesn't seem to be an independent space. Rather, it's more like the stomach of a creature. He was surrounded by corrosive liquids that completely enveloped him, and even when he breathed, a trace of the liquid would enter his body. These look like the internal organs of some animal. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere around him and the powerful heartbeat of the unknown creature, Zheng Yu felt a sense of despair. He wanted to use force to destroy the opponent's muscle tissue from the inside, but when he struggled, he found that some green vines had climbed all over his body and completely bound him. Not only that, These vines were covered with needles that could inject toxins to paralyze him. Damn it! Zheng Yu cursed angrily. He was completely panicked and felt that he might die here. I'm sorry, brothers, I've dragged you down. I hope you won't lose the game because of me, he said silently to himself. However, just as he was about to fall into unconsciousness, he suddenly remembered that Zhou Qin had lent him a low-grade mortal longsword in his storage bag. Perhaps this longsword is worth a try. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Zheng Yu's eyes. If he can retrieve the longsword Zhou Qin lent him, he will have a chance to break free from his restraints and escape. If he remembered correctly, the storage bag should be on his waist. Relying on his memory, Zheng Yu reached his right hand towards the location of the storage bag. Finally, he touched it. He used the last of his strength to remove the longevity. After taking out his longsword, he painstakingly cut off the vines covering his body, then hacked wildly and burst out of the tree. Whoosh! After he burst out of his belly, the purple man-eating tree gushed out a lot of green sap and withered considerably. It was only at this moment that Zheng Yu realized what was truly trapping him. He gasped. The dense forest he was in was filled with these purple, man-eating trees. Those watching the live stream in the Alls region finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the great Zhou Qin, his predictions are truly divine. Hee, I'm just guessing, Zhou Qin said modestly. It seems that boss Zheng Yu is still not out of danger, someone commented in the group. It's alright, these man-eating trees are very slow-moving. As long as we're careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. Inside the cave, Li Fei finally got a chance to catch his breath, but he didn't relax at all. Although the cave was interconnected, if all these thousands of ice beasts rushed in at once, he would still be in danger. After resting for a while, Li Fei moved back towards the cave entrance, wanting to see the latest situation. However, before he even got close to the cave entrance, he heard a series of angry roars. There were ice beasts, and more than one. These roars were made by several ice beasts together. Li Fei cautiously peeked out. The Ice Beast King stood at the cave entrance, with hundreds of ice beasts behind him. Holy crap, the frost beasts have all come, Li Fei thought with surprise and uncertainty. Otherwise, why would there be so many ice beasts guarding the cave entrance? Another thing that surprised him was that the Samadhi true fire on these frost beasts had all disappeared. How long had it been? He'll be in trouble if hundreds of ice beasts rush in at once. The only way out now is to see if there is a way out inside this cave that leads to other places. Otherwise, even if the frost beast doesn't come in, he will be trapped here and die. It seems that Boss Li Fei has run into trouble again. Those ice beasts are still guarding the cave entrance. It's a bit of a dead end. If we don't go out, we'll just be trapped here to die. If we go out, we'll be ambushed by the frost beasts. Chapter 48 Encountering a Crystal Mine. I think Boss Li Fei should be able to escape this place. He has given us so much shock. Don't blindly worship anyone. Whoever is in such a situation would probably not escape death. He Tian, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. Is that how you talk? Don't forget, his victory is also related to our honor and disgrace. I admit I was wrong, okay. If I'm not mistaken, Boss Li Fei is probably looking for another exit. If he finds it, he might be able to escape from here. That's right, we can all help to distinguish them. If needed, we can directly contact Boss Li Fei and give him some hints. In the Sindhu region, people in the chat group were already getting excited. Haha, that Xia Kingdom guy is trapped inside the cave by the frost beast. That's right, our chance has come. While he's trapped, we can seize the time to gather resources and then overtake him. Vyas has now collected 5 medicinal herbs. I believe that soon, the ranking of our Sindhu people will rise. This vividly illustrates that if you don't court death, you won't die. If it were me, I would stay inside for a month, until the competition ends. In that case, he will still die, and only 3 teams will survive this match. On the other side, the people in the Dandelion area chat group clearly noticed what was happening here. It seems the people from Xia Kingdom have run into trouble, and it's their number 1 ranked player on the Lord ranking. If I'm not mistaken, the United States will most likely win this match. Should we notify Ors and the others? Someone asked in the group. It's best to wait. It's only the 2nd day. What if the Xia Kingdom manages to overtake us? If the people of Xia Kingdom really don't perform well, then we'll form an alliance with the people of America. In search of a way out, Li Fei ventured deeper into the cave. The area he is walking on is almost entirely made up of ice sculptures. Moreover, the cave extends downwards, and it's unclear when it will end. However, he has no other way now. If he takes the previous exit, he will encounter the frost beast. A direct conflict with the frost beast. He could choose to stay here indefinitely, but the competition only lasts for a month. If his team doesn't acquire enough resources within the allotted time, they will still face certain death. So he had no choice but to go deeper into the cave. In order to find a way out as soon as possible, Li Fei sped up his pace. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he estimated it to be about half a day when a strong light finally appeared in his eyes. Is it for export? Is there really another exit? Li Fei was overjoyed. Immediately, he walked over quickly. Li Fei was shocked. This isn't an exit. It's more like a treasure trove. Before Li Fei appeared a deep pit several hundred meters wide, and in the middle of the pit was a pile of blue crystals. The light that Li Fei saw was emitted from these blue crystals. Crystal core. A look of hesitation flashed in Li Fei's eyes. But how could there be so many? The crystal cores of the frost beasts are only the size of a fingernail, and it would take the crystal cores of hundreds of thousands of frost beasts to put together to make this many. Li Fei was equally shocked, as were the viewers who had been watching his live stream. The chat group in the Alls Mountains went completely crazy. Holy crap, we've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. How many crystal cores would it take to reach this scale? Li Fei actually found a place like this. His luck is off the charts. Even if Li Fei, the big boss, stays here for a month, we're still guaranteed to win. At this moment, everyone in the Alls Mountains actually hoped that Li Fei would stay here and come out at the last moment of the competition. How will Li Fei take all these crystal cores with him? Someone suddenly asked in the chat group. A brief moment of awkwardness, and then silence. Boss Li Fei should have a spatial ring. Joken looked at Li Fei's fingers and said, "That's right. The spatial ring is much larger than the storage bag, at least 10 or 20 square meters. As long as Boss Li Fei can take a part of it, we will win for sure." That's right. But what I'm worried about is that while we can see what's happening here, people in other areas can too. If they unite, then Boss Li Fei will be in trouble. What should we do then? How about we notify our people to go to Boss Li Fei's location, gather them together, and then make a decision? No, we only have 3 chances to contact them, and we have 10 contestants, all of whom are currently separated. We can't waste these 3 chances. Okay, then let's keep a close eye on the situation in other areas and confirm their movements. The region of India was also shocked. The group was initially deathly silent. Not a single person sent even a single message. Then came a heated discussion. That Xia countryman is incredibly lucky. He actually found a crystal mine filled with crystal cores. If things continue like this, we are bound to lose. Why don't we just notify Vyas and have him unite with people from other regions to seize this crystal mine? I also agree with this idea, and I believe they will be very interested. However, there are thousands of ice beasts outside this cave, which is a problem. Don't worry about that. We can just have someone distract them. The frost beast is too ferocious. The person responsible for luring it away might be in mortal danger. Sacrificing 1 or 2 crystal cores is no big deal. Alright, I'll take care of contacting Vyas. The Holt area chat group. Oh my god, that guy from Xia Kingdom is insane. He actually found an entire crystal mine. There will only be 3 winners in this match, and the other team has already secured 1 spot. What can we do? Even with world-class boxers, the situation still seems to be developing against us. We must join forces with the United States. As long as we seize that crystal mine, victory will still be ours. This is too difficult. You know, there are thousands of frost beasts outside. These frost beasts have become the enemy's biggest shield. We need to consider this matter carefully. Dandelion area. The people of Xia have never disappointed us. They are now ranked number 1. What do we need to do? Contact their people. If they're willing to share half of their crystal mine with us, we're willing to help them fight off people from other regions. Brilliant. They're surrounded by enemies now. They have no choice but to agree. Chapter 49, Dilemma. Li Fei was naturally unaware that people from other regions were now planning to join forces against him. If he knew that, he would definitely try his best to leave this place. At this moment, he was shocked by the scale of the crystal cores. He couldn't understand why there would be a bunch of blue crystal cores here. Could a major battle have taken place here? His heart was filled with countless questions. The pile of blue crystals in front of me shone as brightly as sapphires. The intense light even cast a long shadow behind him. Moreover, the blue crystal core also emitted a strange fragrance. It seems I should do something? After marveling at the scale of the blue crystal core, Li Fei finally remembered his mission. Try to acquire as many resources as possible. Just as he approached the crystal core, intending to completely incorporate it into his spatial ring. He suddenly made a new discovery. There seemed to be other life forms on the crystal core. Li Fei frowned slightly. Just now, as he stepped forward, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be a creature moving on the blue crystal core. To confirm his guess, Li Fei cautiously stepped forward again, his eyes carefully searching for any clues. Just then, he finally saw the creature that had flashed in front of him again. A young ice beast? No, this ice beast isn't even a juvenile. It's only in its hatchling stage. Beast in front of him was only the size of a palm, completely transparent, with fine veins inside resembling blood vessels. If he hadn't carefully examined it, he might have completely overlooked it. There's more than one. Li Fei gasped. Looking around, he saw that the hundreds of meters wide pit was teeming with hundreds of young ice beasts. This is a nest of ice beasts. Li Fei immediately realized that the ice beasts on the snow mountain must have all originated from here. Faced with this extraordinary sight, he marveled at the wonders of nature. In the Alls region, those watching the live stream clearly also saw this scene. Holy crap! What's that? Is it a young frost beast? Jokin was stunned for a long time before asking. It seems so. These young frost beasts are so cute. Let Boss Li Fei bring a few out. Damn, I want one too. Several girls in the chat group expressed their thoughts. These ice beasts might die if they leave these blue crystal cores. Jokin directly poured cold water on the girls' hopes. If I'm not mistaken, it was these blue crystal cores that gave birth to these ice beasts. Without the blue crystal cores, they are like roots, just like humans without air. Do you think they can still survive? Jokin added. That's easy. All we need to do is have Li Fei bring back a lot of blue crystal cores, right? Someone in the group retorted. Theoretically, that's true, but don't forget the special nature of the snow mountain environment. Even with blue crystal cores, these ice beasts might not be able to survive. I never imagined that these ice beasts would be born in this way. Today has truly broadened my horizons. In a chat group within the Shindu region. What is that? Someone in the group asked. The live stream in the group was showing those newly hatched frost beasts. They're young frost beasts. That Xia Kingdom person is incredibly lucky. These young frost beasts will definitely fetch a high price. What should we do? Should we notify Vias? No need. We only have one last chance to contact each other. That's right. Vias will understand everything once he gets there. I have to admire this Xia man's luck. He's had such good fortune coming his way one after another. We need to be careful of his flames. There's definitely something strange about them. Even the ice beast seems afraid of them. In the America region, a group of people are watching a live stream in a chat group. The camera is now focused on Li Fei. Oh, what am I seeing? A young frost beast. It's said that frost beasts in this state can be eaten directly and can even change one's constitution. I have to say, this Xia person is incredibly lucky. Don't worry, Carl has already headed there, along with people from the Holt Mountains region. I believe that by then, all these things will belong to our beautiful country. That's right. With the increase of 100-fold, we will all get a share, and more than one person will. Thinking about this makes me a little excited. Of course, but we need a democratic distribution. It must be fair and just. Someone in the group chimed in at that moment. Oh, who's the bastard? Can you shut up? I have freedom of speech. Dandelion area, in the chat group. Everyone was equally astonished by Li Fei's luck. Have the people of Xia Kingdom received the news yet? Someone asked in the group. The message was only sent recently, and they also need to contact their internal staff in the Dark Forest, so it might be a bit slow. Well, let's wait and see. I believe the people of Xia will make a wise choice. And have our royal knights already been assigned to their positions in the snow-capped mountains? 3 people have already gone there. The others are too scattered to be contacted. Great. Once they've gathered, contact them and we'll go together. Are we really going to make enemies of the US? They're not easy to deal with. How could that be? We are allies with the United States. Then what about us? Of course, we can have our cake and eat it too. The chat group on the unnamed island was in an uproar. Another one died. We only have 8 people left now. We're going to lose the game. I'm starting to feel hopeless. If it weren't for those cowards, we would never have. They should commit seppuku to atone for their sins. That's right. It's a cowardly act. Enough. If anyone mentions the 10 of us again, I'll duel him. Ito Arakawa said angrily. He had had enough of this group. The Holt Mountains region. Damn it. That Xia countryman is too lucky. We have to join forces with the Americans. We must not allow the Xia people to win, for the sake of our nation's dignity. We just received news that the Americans have already arrived. I believe it won't be long before this place is ours, someone in the group said excitedly. Haha, you're right. This is truly a priceless treasure. Chapter 50, Earth-Level Space Ring. Chapter 50, Earth-Level Space Ring. Beside the tunnel, Li Fei gazed at the young ice beasts, a thoughtful look in his eyes. If he takes all these blue crystal cores, then without a doubt, these young ice beasts will only face certain death. Not only that, but the ice beasts on the snow mountain will probably die one by one, which will be one less to go. As for whether he could take these young ice beasts away, that was even less of a concern, since his spatial ring was sealed and could not contain any living creatures. If these ice beasts were put into a spatial ring, they would probably die very soon. But I can't just leave so many blue crystal cores behind, can I? Li Fei hesitated. In the end, he decided to only fill half of it. This gave the frost beast hope for survival, while also providing the user with sufficient resources, a win-win situation. After figuring it out, Li Fei fully opened up the space in his spatial ring and then stuffed handfuls of blue crystal cores into it. If he accidentally encounters a small ice beast while packing, he will pick it up and put it aside. He stopped when he had filled the ring with more than half of the blue crystal cores, taking up nearly half of the space. Of course, this process was lengthy, lasting a full 3 hours. At this point, Li Fei could even feel a tingling and numb sensation in his wrist. All he wants now is to find a place to sleep and get a good night's rest. Because I was just too tired. He had expended too much energy that day. He first used the Samadhi True Fire to ignite the frost beasts, causing chaos among them. Then he seized the opportunity to steal the Ice Lotus and finally escape the pursuit of the Frost Beast King. This is a drain on his physical and mental strength. On the remaining blue crystal, Li Fei casually found a spot and fell asleep. Soon after, the sound of snoring could be heard. The people watching the live broadcast in the Alls Mountains region were astonished. Big Boss Li Fei actually fell asleep? Why did Boss Li Fei stop? Is his ring full? Someone asked in the group. It must be full. Otherwise, that ring would be way too big. Everyone was speechless. In their minds, if Li Fei could put even 1/10 of the blue crystal cores into it, that would already be a lot. However, Li Fei surprised them greatly. He actually managed to put half of it in all at once, which was terrifying. This ring must be at least 1,000 square meters in size. Lu Song, how many square meters is your spatial ring? Zhouken asked, wanting to determine the size of Li Fei's spatial ring. Only 15 square meters. Lu Song replied helplessly. Compared to Li Fei's spatial ring, his was like a chicken compared to a phoenix. If you were to fill the remaining blue crystal cores, how many could you fill? 1/7? No, it should be 1/8. Lu Song said after a moment of silence. That's right. I can determine that Boss Li Fei's spatial ring is at least 1,500 square meters. Zhouken affirmed. Hiss. Upon hearing this answer, many people in the group gasped in shock. This squared value is something that ordinary space rings can't achieve. Zhouken, are you sure? If it's 1,500 square meters, then the level of this ring must be incredibly high. Someone in the group questioned. There's absolutely no mistake. Zhouken was very certain of his judgment, and he even felt that his prediction was too low. Then it must be at least a mid-grade or high-grade king level, right? Someone in the group guessed. No, even higher. Zhouken gave his answer. No way. Boss Zhouken. Could it be that Boss Li Fei's ring has already reached the earth level? Have you all forgotten about Boss Li Fei's dagger? It's just more shocking than anything else. Only then did everyone remember that Li Fei also had a low-grade earth-level weapon. For a moment, many people in the group were drooling with envy. Hee. Haven't you guys ever wondered why Boss Li Fei has so many earth-grade weapons? First, there was the low-grade earth-grade dagger, and now this spatial ring. Holy crap, isn't that obvious? It was definitely forged with Samadhi True Fire. You haven't actually borrowed it, but the key is the materials. Where did Boss Li Fei get his materials? You mean? That's right. Boss Li Fei killed too many demons in the early stages. The 3,000 demon soldiers mentioned in the announcement are only a part of them. This is what we can see. Have you all thought about how many demons Boss Li Fei killed in places we can't see? The reason why Boss Li Fei was able to possess such a high-level weapon is because he accumulated enough resources in the early stages. I understand what you mean. Boss Li Fei was able to obtain such a divine artifact entirely through his own efforts, and we can also have one, but we need to kill enough invaders first. That's right. In a chat group within the Shindu region. Oh, this guy from Xia Kingdom is insane. He actually packed up half of the blue crystal cores and he's sleeping right now. I really want to. His ring is definitely not simple. It's stronger than any weapon I've ever encountered. Inform Vyas about the ring. But we only have one last chance to contact each other. Never mind that. This ring is more valuable than any resource. And more importantly, it contains half of a blue crystal core. I've already informed Vyas, but I'm very curious why that Xia countryman is sleeping at this time. Doesn't he want the remaining blue crystal cores? They must be tired. I think the space inside the ring is probably not enough. After all, he has already put so many crystal cores in it. It's terrifying. All of this should belong to the people of our Sindhu region, while the people of Xia can only do the work for us. That's right. They have no friends, no allies, while we have plenty. But sometimes our allies bully us, especially the United States. Our role in the United States is irreplaceable, and besides, they are also objects we can use. One day, we, India, will become the strongest in the world. The chat groups for the Americas region are in an uproar. Oh, who knew that Xiagua guy had such a huge spatial ring? He almost took all these blue crystal cores with him. What if he takes all the blue crystal cores and then hides somewhere? Oh my god, that's terrifying. But his spatial ring probably doesn't have that much space anymore. You don't understand the people of Xia at all. Their abilities have no limits. I suspect he's just exhausted and asleep. We must get the special forces there quickly, or it will be too late. Don't worry, buddy, there are thousands of frost beasts outside. I believe they can stop this Xia person. Chapter 51 Beast Summoning Grass. The Holt Mountains Area Chat Group. Quickly switch the camera to the Xia people, quick, someone shouted in the group. Because the live stream was conducted in a split-screen mode, the chat group could see the actions of all the players at the same time. However, due to the split-screen setup, the displayed screen was very small, and at that moment, someone in the group wanted to switch to the screen where Li Fei was. Oh, who's right? That space ring in the hands of that Xia countryman is definitely a treasure. Li Fei, who was sleeping soundly in the picture, had a white ring on his finger. The white ring had an ancient and grand appearance, and even the blue crystal core beneath Li Fei could not overshadow its brilliance. My god, where did that pile of blue crystal cores go? How come there's only this much left? Someone in the group asked curiously. They hadn't noticed what was happening because they had just switched to split-screen mode. They've all been put into the spatial ring. Only half of the crystal cores are still outside, someone said. How is that possible? The largest spatial ring we have here is less than 20 square meters. That's why it's a treasure. We absolutely must get it. What are you planning to do, Jason? We must inform our boxers and let them know the importance of this ring. If we get this ring, we've already won. Jason, we have a lot of competitors. We can give the United States some face, but we don't need to be too polite to the others. Okay, I understand. I'll let them know. We need to hurry, or we'll fall behind other countries. Li Fei slowly woke up from his sleep. Lying on the blue crystal core, he stretched and yawned. He had slept for at least 6 hours. Then capable of ranking in the top 3 in the competition. The only concern now is whether people in other regions will join forces, since it's being done via live stream. The fact that he obtained the blue crystal core will surely be known to everyone immediately. We need to see if there are any other ways out here. Li Fei pondered. After climbing down from the blue crystal core, Li Fei began to wander around, especially focusing on the bottom of the stone pit. This stone pit, which is 100 meters wide and 10 meters deep, has an inner edge composed of concentric circles of blue and green stones. This stone pit appears to be naturally formed. This was Li Fei's first impression. As for the way out, Li Fei searched carefully for a long time, even trying the walls around him, but still couldn't find it. His only way out now is through the cave entrance he came from, but that entrance has been taken over by the horde of ice beasts. I feel like I'm trapped here. Maybe they'll leave in a few days. They need to eat eventually. Li Fei comforted himself. However, Li Fei was unaware that 2 people from other areas had already arrived outside the cave. They were all notified and rushed here. They had been lying in ambush around the frost beast for several hours. The reason they hadn't entered the cave was that the entrance was completely surrounded by the frost beast. Take her. You go and distract these ice beasts. I'll seize the opportunity to rush in, said Carl, a special forces soldier from America. You know this is extremely dangerous. Name your terms. I can go and distract them, but I have one condition. The people from India must come in second place in this competition. Okay, I agree to this condition, but only if you perform very well. Don't worry, we're easily in the top 3 on Earth, and we can play an unparalleled role here too. After speaking, Taker began to act, taking out a green herb from a black spatial ring. A small purple flower adorns the herb, emanating a unique fragrance. What is this? Carl asked, puzzled. This is beast summoning grass. When lit, it produces a strong fragrance that has a deadly summoning effect on some beasts. More importantly, it can confuse the minds of some beasts. Once they smell it, they will come towards me. Then, Brother Carl, you just need to seize the opportunity to act. Taker said confidently. After saying that, Taker left the area and found another location to ambush. He needed all the frost beasts to smell the scent, so he couldn't go too far. Only by luring all the frost beasts over would Carl have a chance to sneak into the cave. That's simple. Carl was puzzled, but he also felt that he had been too rash and that he should have lowered the other party's demands further. But now is not the time to think about these things. At this moment, he lay down to hide himself even more, mainly to avoid attracting the attention of the ice beast pack. Once Taker has lured away the ice beasts, he can rush into the cave at top speed. Even if the opponent only lures away most of the ice beasts, he still has a chance, but it might take some effort. As he was observing, the group of ice beasts stirred. Under the influence of the summoning grass, 2 ice beasts slowly walked toward Taker's location. Why are there only 2? There should be at least a group. Carl wondered, but now was not the time to be confused. He was still observing. Taker was equally ashamed. According to his plan, all the frost beasts should have been attracted, but only 2 came, which was not in line with his plan. Plucked the beast summoning grass from his hand and give Carl a reassuring smile. Almost at the same time that Taker extinguished the beast summoning grass, the 2 frost beasts regained consciousness. They exchanged a puzzled look, then slowly walked back. After the 2 ice beasts had gone far away, Taker lit the summoning grass again, but this time he was closer to the ice beasts, only about 50 meters away. According to his speculation, the reason why the frost beasts did not all follow earlier was because the beast summoning grass was too far away. Now that he has closed the distance, its effect will naturally be much greater. Sure enough, under the influence of the beast summoning grass, some of the frost beasts began to show a confused look in their eyes. They staggered away and walked towards Taker. It works. Taker was overjoyed. He had been reluctant to use his only 10 points to exchange for this beast summoning grass in the system shop, but now it had worked wonders. Chapter 52, The Complex Situation. Good. Carl's expression also changed. He began to gather power in his legs, and as soon as the ice beast showed the slightest opportunity, he would rush over without hesitation and enter the cave. The frost beasts began to move, one after another. Taker roughly counted them, and there were hundreds of them. Only a group of frost beasts inside remained unaffected. However, he was in no hurry. He continued to hide in the cover and used the summoning grass in his hand to bewitch the ice beast. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a deafening roar of a beast suddenly came from the scene. It's the Frost Beast King. Taker's expression changed, and he hurriedly peered over, only to see that the ice beasts that had been bewitched had all regained their senses. Taker, who was peeking out from behind the rock, was naturally spotted by the ice beasts. Not only that, even the Frost Beast King looked in his direction. The Frost Beast King's eyes, as large as copper bells, seemed to be spitting fire as it glared at the human before it. The previous human burned countless of his people with flames, and the one before him clearly has ill intentions as well. Roar! The Frost Beast King roared again. By this time, over 100 ice beasts had surrounded them. This is bad. Taker sensed something was wrong. He quickly turned and ran back the way he came. That piece of trash! Carl cursed angrily from behind. He was all ready to rush into the cave at any moment, but Kotal's plan had failed. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. The key issue is that he has already alerted the ice beast herd, and the ice beasts have already begun to chase after them. He now only has 2 choices left. The first option is to remain in ambush here and see how many ice beasts Kotal can attract. He is waiting for his chance to strike. The second option is to do what Kotal did, run away directly, and then consider what to do next. Carl hesitated for only a moment before choosing the first option. As a former Special Forces soldier, he had his own honor and could not tolerate his failure. So he continued to lie in wait, pretending not to hear Kotal's shouts. Something's not right. Something seems off. Just as he was about to continue lying in wait, he noticed that Kotal had changed direction and was running purposefully in his direction. Oh, who the hell? Carl's face immediately darkened. That bastard was actually running in his direction. Is this going to get him killed? Quickly, save me, Carl. Kotal was filled with panic. He realized that he had underestimated the strength of the frost beast, which was now only one step away from him. All he wanted to do was run to Carl's side and share the burden with him. At this moment, he was getting closer and closer to Carl. 10 steps. 9 steps. 6 steps. However, he was disappointed. Carl also chose to run away before he could even get close. Looking at the other person's back, Kotar showed a look of despair. What a joke. Even if I, Carl, am arrogant, I would never risk my life. Taking on an entire pack of frost beasts by myself is something only a god could do. As for that Sin the Chinese who died, so be it. It has little to do with him. At this moment, Carl fully demonstrated the demeanor of a special forces soldier. Exceptional endurance, stylish poses, constant shifting. As for Kotal, he was trampled to the ground by the catching ice beast and was dead beyond any doubt. In the Alls Mountains region, a group of people are watching a live stream in a chat group. On Carl, who is fleeing in disarray, and Kotal, who is lying lifeless on the ground. It seems we don't need to worry about Boss Li Fei's safety anymore. With the help of these thousands of frost beasts, who can take a single step into the cave. These ice beasts are truly remarkable. The more I look at them, the more pleasing they seem. I've discovered that Boss Li Fei's move is absolutely brilliant. He's directly harnessed the power of the frost beast to fight against people from other regions. Holy crap, could this have been planned by Boss Li Fei all along? No way. If that's the case, then Boss Li Fei is too terrifying. Jokan, what do you think? Someone asked in the group. I think it's a coincidence. Even Boss Li Fei probably didn't expect the ice beast to play such a role. In a chat group within the Shindu region, that Carl abandoned Kotal, he's a traitor, a coward, someone in the group said angrily. We want to protest. We want to negotiate with the Americans and make them hand over Carl. We want him severely punished. That's right. Kotar sacrificed himself to lure the frost beast away, only for the enemy to flee at the crucial moment. It's a disgrace. They must pay the price. Kotal is a hero. That Xia Kingdom person is also responsible. If it weren't for him, Kotal wouldn't have died. Li Fei, who was far away in the cave, suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. He was a little confused. Could it be that someone was thinking of him? If I remember correctly, the man who abandoned Kotal was named Carl. We must have a serious discussion with them after the match. The Holt Mountains region, within the chat group, everyone also saw the scene of the ice beasts driving Carl away. Oh, who's the jerk? The frost beasts are too ferocious. Even Captain Carl from the United States couldn't handle them, and someone from India even died. This is truly an unsolvable problem. If we want to enter the cave, we must lure the ice beasts away, but these ice beasts are too powerful. None of us are a match for them. No, I think the failure this time was due to the incorrect methods used by the Sindha people. I think we can try other methods next time. That Xia person is sleeping again. At this moment, someone in the group noticed that Li Fei had fallen asleep again, and was sleeping soundly. Looking at his sleeping posture, I felt deeply insulted. We must find a way to get his valuables as soon as possible. We're not the only ones in this area who's anxious. People in other areas are even more anxious than we are. We just need to remain calm and wait for the right moment. The people in the US are probably the most anxious right now. I believe they'll come up with a solution soon. Meanwhile, in the America region, in a chat group, that damn bastard actually lured the frost beast over here. He's a butcher. He almost killed Carl. The people in the group went completely mad after seeing Taker lure the frost beast over, and they cursed loudly. Chapter 53 Discovery of the Underground River. Fortunately, that idiot is dead. People who try to drag their teammates down won't have a good ending. It seems like he and Carl reached some kind of agreement, someone asked in the group. No agreement matters anymore. He's dead now. Okay, those ice beasts are a problem. If we don't deal with them, Carl and the others won't be able to enter the cave, and they won't be able to do anything about that Xia countryman. I think Carl and his group were too reckless. There were only 2 of them, while there were thousands of frost beasts. How dare they overestimate themselves and provoke the frost beasts? That's right, there's strength in numbers. We need to gather allies. On an unnamed island, in a chat group. Baga, guess what news I just got? The US just sent us a message, asking us to notify Lingye and his team to go and provide support. Are they trying to use us as cannon fodder? Ling Yi and his group are so weak. There's no other way. We can't disobey the orders of our elder brother country. We need to negotiate with them. The United States has promised us that they will give our region a certain amount of resources as a reward after the victory. Very good. Tell them it's time for them to pledge their loyalty. In the Dandelion area, The people watching the live stream in the chat group started discussing it. The United States just sent us to provide support. Reply that we have already arranged for our players to go there. But didn't we cooperate with the Xia Kingdom? That depends on the situation. The Xia Kingdom hasn't agreed to our conditions yet. I think Xia Kingdom has agreed to our conditions, a blonde woman said. Kalen, what do you mean? After that Xia Kingdom person woke up, he didn't put the remaining blue crystal cores into his huge spatial ring. This is enough to show that these remaining crystal cores were left to us by that Xia Kingdom person. But we haven't received any news from the Xia Kingdom. We seem to have received a message from the Alls Mountains before. Why didn't you say so earlier? What was the message? Carter shouted angrily. They said they would maintain a good working relationship with us, but they didn't specify the conditions. That's right. This means that the people of Xia have agreed to our conditions. As for why they didn't mention it in the message, it's probably related to their reserved nature. Inside a cave in the snow-capped mountains, Li Fei was racking his brains for a way to leave when he received a message. It's from the Alls Mountains. Li Fei frowned slightly. The message essentially stated that news of his acquisition of a large number of blue crystal cores had been leaked, and people from other regions were rushing to the area. However, the message also advised him not to worry too much, as there were a large number of ice beasts outside the cave, preventing those who arrived from successfully entering. In fact, some people had already been killed by the ice beasts in the first wave of conflict. The letter instructed him to stay in the cave and not to go out. Li Fei hadn't expected the crisis to come so quickly. How long had it been? People from other areas had already arrived here, meaning his safety was no longer guaranteed. However, this is the birthplace of the Frost Beast, and the Frost Beast probably won't let those people in easily. At this moment, he did not let his guard down. He had to be prepared to face these people face to face. Although the encirclement of these ice beasts was extremely strong, the possibility of them breaking through could not be ruled out. With this in mind, Li Fei began to move around the passage purposefully. The cave was winding and twisting, and he needed to familiarize himself with it little by little. At the same time, he had another objective, to find a way out. He had only carefully examined the direction of the blue crystal core before, but there were many passages inside this cave, and there might be exits in other places. He was now walking on a narrow passage, surrounded by blue marble. The passage was getting narrower and narrower, and a pile of huge rocks blocked his way. He had reached the end. Hiss! However, at that moment, a very faint sound of flowing water reached his ears. This cave is completely enclosed, so how could there be the sound of flowing water? Li Fei was filled with doubt. He hurriedly went to the source of the sound of flowing water. At the end of the passage, beneath several huge rocks, there was a crevice half a meter wide, through which water was flowing. The sound was coming from here, but the direction of this water was unknown. This water is flowing. Li Fei noticed that the water here was always flowing in one direction. Could there be an underground river behind this exit? His eyes lit up with surprise. If it's stagnant water, the water won't flow at all. Li Fei knew what this meant. It meant that there was likely another space behind this gap, and that space might even have an exit. With an exit, he could escape the enemy's pursuit. Even if the enemy managed to get rid of the Frost Beast and enter this place, he would have no worries. Li Fei calmly got up and left. He didn't want anyone to know about this discovery because it was being broadcast live, and he had to act normally to avoid attracting the enemy's attention. However, what Li Fei was unaware of was that his unusual behavior had already been noticed by some people. In the Alls Mountains region, a group of people were watching Li Fei's every move in a chat group. Damn, what is Boss Li Fei doing? Why did he suddenly go back? Isn't he going to look for another exit? It seems that Boss Li Fei has found the exit, Zhou Kan said in a deep voice. Exit? Zhou Kan, are you sure? I haven't seen it yet. Didn't you notice the puddles under those boulders? Zhou Kan said calmly. What does that prove? That opening is so small, there's no way Boss Li Fei could crawl out from there. Besides, it's all water below. Even if he did crawl in, it would be a dead end, a girl said doubtfully. That place has flowing water, and it's very likely that it leads to an underground river. If Boss Li Fei swims in with the current, his chances of survival are very high. Zhou Kan said confidently, extremely confident in his analysis. But, isn't he afraid of drowning? The girl was clearly a little insecure. If you were surrounded and this was your only way out, what would you do? What if other people also follow this current? Then they'll only face certain death. This waterway is so narrow, if they rashly pursue it, they'll inevitably face a counterattack from Boss Li Fei. Moreover, they'll also consider the dangers of this underground river before they chase it, since everything behind this waterway is unknown. Zhouken explained. Li Fei is my idol. He managed to find such a hidden place. Looks like we can rest easy now. Not necessarily. If we can discover this, others can too. If they enter this cave, they will definitely block this exit first. Chapter 54, Undercurrents. In the Sindhu region, within the chat group, a group of viewers watched Li Fei walk back. Something strange here, Takuri said from the crowd. Takuri, are you sure? There's nothing here but rocks. You didn't wet your pants because you were scared by that Xia countryman, did you? Enough. Sinra, I'm telling the truth. Didn't you notice the underground river where that Xia countryman left? Takuri, with his white beard, said seriously. It's ridiculous. It's just a small pond. The size of that Xia man is far too small. Even if he could get in, he would only die. What if jumping from there is the only way to survive? Then all our efforts will have been in vain. Even so, what can we do? You've used up all our contact opportunities, Takuri. We can contact people in other areas and notify them. That will have the same effect. Do you think they'll take our words to heart? Of course, our role is unparalleled. In the American region, someone in the chat group became angry. Oh, who's the jerk? That Xia countryman discovered an underground river. If we let him get away, all our efforts will be in vain. An underground river? Escape? That's just a small puddle. Someone in the group waved their hand. There's no mistake. When I was on Earth, I often dealt with these underground rivers. I can tell at a glance whether they are underground rivers or not. That Xia countryman must have discovered that place. We must stop him, otherwise he will definitely take all the blue crystal cores and run away. Stop talking nonsense, OSS. All our men are being kept out by the frost beast. Not a single one of them can get into the cave. What can we do to stop him? Oh, who the hell? A bunch of useless trash. They can't even handle these ice beasts. OS shouted angrily. All right, I'll tell Carl and the others what you said. I'm sure they'll be very interested in you. Okay, I was wrong. I'm one of Carl's biggest fans. Please don't do that. The Holt Mountains region. A group of people are watching a live stream in a chat group. The camera focused on Li Fei, who had become their focus of attention at some point. What is he doing? Isn't he going to look for an exit? Voss asked, looking at Li Fei who was walking back. He's found the exit. We need to prepare quickly, or we have a very good chance of losing this round. An exit? Voss, are you kidding me? There's a pile of rocks in front of him, and you're telling me that's the way out? Millie said sarcastically. You'd better not yell at me. I'm not as gentle as the people of Xia. And let me tell you, that puddle is the exit. It's an underground current. As long as Li Fei jumps in, he can escape. Understand? Voss retorted without any politeness. How ridiculous. Millie scoffed without saying a word. What should we do next, Worth? Another person in the group asked, clearly more inclined to believe Worth's words. We have no other way. The only way is to get our men in as quickly as possible and completely seal the entrance, so he has no chance to escape. Okay, I know what to do. I'll let them know. Meanwhile, in the Dandelion area, the chat group was also buzzing with discussion. Oh great, that Chinese guy has found a way out. The Americans are doomed to lose. Dude, you're kidding, right? That's clearly a pile of rocks. Look closely at his feet. There's a puddle with running water that leads to an underground river. Just follow the current, and you'll find your way out. Oh my god, I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't reminded me. What do we do now? That Xia countryman has successfully found a way out, and our usefulness to them has dropped to 0. Will they still cooperate with us? Tell the Alls Mountains region that the previous conditions still stand, and we can help them withstand the attacks from the other regions, giving them enough time. Because during the competition, the 10 regions can communicate with each other without any limit on the number of times, his communication with the Alls Mountains region has become more and more frequent. Are you sure it will work? I mean, are we capable of holding off the US and its allies? Hee. Otto, you overlooked one thing. We have other allies, namely the Frost Beast Pack. We just need to find a few excuses to stall for time, or simply not offer any help. Li Fei, who was walking back, turned back after walking for a while. This time, he planned to take another path to see if he could find anything. However, he was disappointed. There was almost nothing on the other path except for rocks. Then he reached the end of the cave, which was obviously a dead end. Disappointment flashed in Li Fei's eyes. After receiving the news, he understood that the Frost Beast could not block the opponent's path forever. There were more than 100 people in the 10 areas combined. Even if the opponent could not gather that many people, but only a few dozen, it would still be very terrifying. You have to understand that when he plotted against the Frost Beast, he was all alone. But if so many people were to fight the Frost Beast at the same time, then the cave he was in would no longer be safe. Someone is bound to break in. He absolutely must have a detailed plan. At that moment, he thought of the young frost beasts. If he didn't find a way to settle them, they would eventually die. Finally, he came up with a solution that was hardly a solution at all. If he had completely sealed off the path into the crystal core pit before anyone else entered, then these young ice beasts would have been able to survive. However, this is a last resort. He would not do this if there was even a sliver of hope, because while these young ice beasts would be safe, they would also be permanently trapped in this place unless they found another way out. And that hope was zero. Just as Li Fei was conceiving his plan, the Alls region received a notification from the Dandelion region. As follows. My dear friends in the Alls Mountains region, I am your good friend Otto. I am contacting you again because of the alliance incident last time. I want to say that the conditions we reached last time remain unchanged. In the end, we will hold off the people from other areas at the entrance of the Snow Mountain Cave for you. Addendum. We are already aware of the discovery of the underground river by Li Fei, a man from Xia Kingdom. To show our sincerity, we will keep this matter a secret forever. Chapter 55, Strange Space. In the Alls Mountains chat group, people were discussing Li Fei. Holy crap, the Dandelion region sent another message. They said the cooperation terms remain unchanged, and they can block the people attacking the cave from the Snow Mountain. Xinyan laughed. Conditions? Have we reached any conditions with them? Someone in the group asked curiously. No, we have never reached any agreement with them, but they did make some demands on us last time. Jokin said, frowning in thought. What requirements? I didn't know that. I thought it was a small matter, so I didn't say anything. Damn it, you're calling something so important a trivial matter. Last time they said they could cooperate with us to deal with people from other regions, but the requirement was half of the blue crystal cores. Jokin said helplessly. What? Are the people from the Dandelion region here to be funny? They don't put in any effort, yet they want half of the blue crystal core. If it weren't for Boss Li Fei discovering the blue crystal core, do you think they would have bothered with us? Of course not. The people in the Dandelion region are just opportunists. So last time I just told them that I was willing to maintain a friendly relationship with them. I didn't say that I would agree to their conditions. Jokin explained. I understand. They must have misunderstood us. Otherwise they would never have sent this message. Yes, that's right. We can turn the tables on them. However, at that moment, one of the many split-screen live streams in the chat group suddenly went dark. This is bad. Boss Lu Tao is in danger. How is that possible? Lu Tao is now at the bronze 7-star level. Aside from Li Fei, he's the strongest. Look at the screen. Everyone looked at the screen and saw that Lu Tao was completely engulfed in darkness, with no light in sight. Not only that, even Lu Tao herself couldn't see it clearly. Have we been trapped in a formation? Jokin guessed. No, I just saw Boss Lu Tao get swallowed by a monster. Huobin stammered. How is this possible? Huobin, are you sure you're not seeing things? That's Lu Tao, a big shot. His strength has already reached bronze 7th star. I'm absolutely not mistaken. Could it be the man-eating tree that Zheng Yu encountered last time? Someone in the group guessed. No, I saw a dark shadow rush towards Boss Lu Tao, and then Boss Lu Tao disappeared from where he was. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Huobin hadn't even gotten a clear look at what the monster looked like. This means that this magical beast must be extremely powerful. Even Boss Lu Tao is no match for it. What should we do then? The group fell silent for a moment, as they couldn't think of any good solutions. However, at that moment, the dark place where Lu Tao was located suddenly began to shake violently, and Lu Tao was naturally thrown around and became dizzy. At this moment, Lu Tao was in a very bad state. He only remembered that a shadow suddenly appeared above his head, and then a huge suction force came, and he arrived here. A foul stench wafted from the place from time to time, making it difficult for him to calm down. Suppressing the dizziness rising in his head, he took out a luminous gem. In the peripheral vision of the gemstone, he finally saw his surroundings clearly. All around were red stones, including the ground beneath his feet. Could I have accidentally stumbled into another dimension? Lu Tao wondered. The stones around him were arranged in a regular pattern, and he had just been in a dense forest. The sudden change in space made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, the environment here is quite clean, but there is a foul odor from time to time that makes people dizzy. Wait, what's that? Just then, he suddenly noticed that something seemed to be wriggling at the end of this enclosed space. Lu Tao quickly opened his eyes wide and looked over, only to see several huge rocks shaking up and down, much like the peristalsis of a human stomach. What is this? Lu Tao asked curiously. He had never seen a stone that looked like a living thing before. Out of curiosity, he went over and examined it closely. When he saw something interesting, he would reach out and touch it carefully. Wow, the world is truly full of wonders. These red boulders even have vein-like structures on them. Lu Tao was amazed and praised him repeatedly. If he could, he would love to take these red stones back with him and show them to his friends. Just then, Lu Tao frowned. For some reason, the space he was in was extremely unstable, shaking from time to time. Just now, during the violent shaking, he almost fell to the ground. Lu Tao's actions were observed by everyone in the All's Mountains chat group. Everyone was speechless. They were in a great hurry, while Lu Tao seemed to be on vacation. Wow, Lu Tao is so calm. If it were me, I'd be frantic. Lu Tao is amazing. That was a perfect performance. I give her full marks. Has Lu Tao failed to realize the environment she's in? Otherwise, how could she be so calm? In the picture, Lu Tao, dressed in black, has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He is currently fiddling with something at his feet while holding a long spear. Wait, look closely at where Lu Tao is, someone in the group exclaimed. On the mini-map, Lu Tao's location is moving rapidly, and the direction he is moving is the snow mountain where Li Fei is. Is there something wrong with this mini-map? Lu Tao's movement speed is terrifying. This mini-map shows the exact location changes of everyone in the dark forest. It's impossible for it to be wrong. I understand now. This unknown creature is Lu Tao's new pet. That's why he's so calm. Pet. Everyone felt an urge to curse. What kind of pet can have such terrifying speed? But if it wasn't for this reason, they couldn't find another reasonable explanation. After all, Lu Tao is now safely inside that unknown creature, and she looks quite calm, showing no signs of being coerced. Damn, these rocks are really hard. They can't even budge my low-grade mortal spear. He had originally planned to bring some stones back for his friends, but now he had to give up. After putting away his spear, Lu Tao once again scanned his surroundings. Just then, he made a new discovery. Is this the exit? His gaze was fixed on the opposite direction of the writhing stone. He had been focused on the stones in front of him, and the gemstone's brightness was limited, so he hadn't noticed the exit immediately. At this moment, at the location of the snow mountain, Carl finally received his second wave of strong reinforcements. There were 5 people in total this time, and they came from different areas. Chapter 56, Carl's Plan. Vyas and Sharma came from India, Justin came from the Holt Mountains region, Charles came from the United States, and Inspector Otani came from the Nameless Island. Carl looked at the group of people walking towards him from a distance, and his eyes lit up with joy. With their help, his chances of success were much greater. In the distance, Vyas, dressed in a white robe, stood tall and had an outstanding temperament, making him a promising young talent. Carl's eyes showed a solemn expression. The other party's strength had actually reached the same level as his, Bronze 9 star. Vyas, Sharma, was much less impressive. He was a dark-skinned, thin old man with a strength of only Bronze 6 star. The Holt Mountains region also caught his eye. He was strong, around 30 years old, with very prominent muscles. What was even more striking was that he was bald and had a rather ferocious-looking face. However, his strength was only at the Bronze 7 star level. Even so, among the people here, his strength is enough to rank 3rd. Finally, there was Charles, whom he was more familiar with dazzling golden hair and a cultivation level of Bronze 6. Of course, there was one last person, Inspector Otani from the Nameless Island, but he completely ignored him. His strength was only at the Bronze 4 level, which made him doubt the other party's sincerity. Hi friends, welcome. Carl greeted them warmly. Carl, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you. Vyas jogged over. He might be a bit arrogant in front of others, but he would restrain himself a bit in front of Carl. Since everyone had just gathered, it was natural to exchange pleasantries before Carl got to the point. My dearest friends, I need your help right now. Carl succinctly explained his situation. That Xia countryman hasn't come out yet? Justin asked, puzzled. No, we can't get in now, and he can't get out. Carl frowned. This was the most troublesome part. Carl, I heard that Taker was killed in battle. Just then, Vyas asked with a serious expression. As a fellow Sindhi native, he felt compelled to offer his opinion. Carl was startled, but he remained outwardly calm. He said with grief, it's all because of Li Fei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died in battle. Also, I want to point out that he performed very well. He was a very good teammate. Don't worry, Taker, I will avenge you. Vyas reached out and bowed to the spot where Taker had died, then said with a heavy expression. Don't worry, anyone here will avenge Taker. We are your loyal teammates, Carl reassured him. Thank you so much, my friends. We must devise a detailed plan to deal with so many ice beasts. Vyas continued. I have a detailed plan, but it will require the cooperation of several people. Carl said in a deep voice. This plan was something they had come up with before they arrived, but they just hadn't had the chance to implement it. Then please tell us the details of this plan, Carl. Justin spoke this time. Actually, the plan is very simple. We need to send a few people to lure away the group of ice beasts, while the rest of us will go into the cave to deal with Li Fei. Carl said calmly. Could you explain in detail? Vyas asked slowly. It's very simple. We can have a few people kill a few frost beasts on the outside to provoke them. That way, the frost beasts will chase after us, and the remaining people can take the opportunity to rush into the cave, Carl explained in detail. But there are over 1,000 frost beasts. What if they only chase after a portion of them? We still won't be able to get into the cave, Vyas said worriedly. Don't worry, I've already considered this. The frost beasts are irritable and easily provoked. As long as we kill a few more frost beasts, we can definitely make these thousands of frost beasts chase after us at the same time. Then our opportunity will come, Carl said strategically. In fact, he had been researching strategies to deal with the frost beasts for some time now, and this plan was something he had thought about for a long time before coming up with it. If all the frost beasts come after us, wouldn't the people who were responsible for attracting them be doomed? This is where the summoning grass comes in handy. With that, Carl reached into his pocket and took out a summoning grass that was still half full. This summoning grass was the same one that Taker had used back then, which had been burned down to just half. After Taker's death, he felt that the beast summoning grass was quite useful, so he put it away. This beast summoning grass. A look of doubt flashed in Vyas's eyes. He had seen this beast summoning grass on Taker before. That's right, this beast summoning grass was left behind by the Taker brothers. I kept it in my possession to fulfill the Taker brothers' dying wish, to destroy the frost beast that caused their death. On behalf of Taker, I thank you, Vyas said emotionally. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group watched the live stream with worried expressions. Shown above is of Carl and others. The American region, everyone is watching the live stream. Boss Carl and the others are already planning how to deal with the ice beasts. They'll definitely succeed this time. I'm praying to God. Look at that guy named Vyas. He gives me a dangerous feeling. I've only ever felt that way about Boss Carl. Oh my God, that Vyas is also a bronze 9-star. At this moment, someone noticed Vyas' strength. And he's so young. He has unlimited potential. That Xia Kingdom person is in trouble. These people will definitely be able to break through the encirclement of the Frost Swarm. I have high hopes for them. The Holt Mountains region, discussions also broke out in the chat group. Our boss Justin has successfully reunited with Carl and the others. That guy named Li Fei is in trouble. It won't be long before they storm into the cave. Don't forget that Li Fei found the exit from inside. What are you afraid of? Justin and the others know about this too. They will block the exit immediately. And even if Li Fei escapes through that exit, it doesn't matter. Don't forget that there are still half of the crystal cores left in the cave. The other party can't take these away. More importantly, there are hundreds of small ice beasts inside, which is also a valuable treasure. Hey, Hunter, I've got a great idea. Once our players rush in, they can take these little ice beasts hostage and use them to blackmail the ice beasts outside. It'll be a feast. What do you think? Take a lot of trouble to get into the cave smoothly. Chapter 57 Zhao Jing is in danger. Sindhu region, a chorus of excited exclamations arose in the chat group. Great! Vyas and the others have reunited with the Americans. With Vyas joining the team, I believe they will achieve victory soon. That's right, Vyas is stronger now. He actually broke through another level in the Dark Forest and has now reached the bronze 9-star level. This is truly beyond my expectations. Wheeze is the pride of our Sindhu kingdom. They're trying to get into the cave now. Those ice beasts are a problem. Trust in Vyas's wisdom. He can solve any problem we encounter. He is our god. That Li Fei is a real problem. Hopefully, Vyas can take care of him as soon as possible. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone grew worried. It seemed that Boss Li Fei was in a very dangerous situation. So many people outside wanted to get rid of him. Don't worry. Those ice beasts are no pushovers. With them around, they won't let these outsiders easily enter that cave. Don't forget, this cave is the birthplace of these ice beasts. These ice beasts will surely defend that place to the death. I'm afraid they'll use some underhanded tricks. If the ice beast falls for it, then Boss Li Fei will be in trouble. Even if there is trouble, it won't be now. Don't forget that Boss Li Fei is at the gold level. Even if these people are all together, they will definitely be Boss Li Fei's opponent. Not to mention that he also controls that terrifying flame. It seems I was overthinking it. After hearing Zhou Can's explanation, everyone immediately felt relieved, realizing that the strength of the people on the snow mountain was not enough to overwhelm Boss Li Fei. The atmosphere in the group became more relaxed as a result. However, at that moment, someone in the group suddenly made a new discovery. Look at Lu Tao's route. Everyone's attention began to focus on the mini-map. A small blue dot was seen moving rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its path happened to pass by another small green dot. This is bad. Almost simultaneously, everyone in the group discovered the problem. This unidentified creature is Zhao Jing, the big boss. Quickly notify Boss Zhao Jing, someone exclaimed in the group. I have already sent out the message. I hope that Boss Zhao Jing will be safe and sound. Lu Tao seems quite at ease. It shouldn't be considered any danger, someone in the group said. Heh, if it were you, would you be willing to stay inside a monster's belly? Then forget it. In a dense forest, Zhao Jing was strolling leisurely. He had just successfully killed a bronze 6-star saber-toothed beast and obtained a herb guarded by the beast. I never expected to get this heavenly mystery grass here. My luck is off the charts. Zhao Jing was playing with the heavenly mystery grass he had just obtained. This heavenly secret grass is purplish-red, with its roots spirally intertwined. This is a unique characteristic that only heavenly secret grasses that are over 100 years old have. 10-year-old heavenly secret grasses can only be green, not purplish-red. Thanks to God's favor, Zhao Jing said with a smug smile. However, at that moment, he suddenly received a message from the Alls Mountains region saying that danger was approaching and that he should quickly change course and flee to the west. Zhao Jing frowned immediately. The fact that the message didn't mention any danger indicated that it was sent very hastily. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Jing quickly changed direction to the west, following the instructions in the message. Each region can only use 3 contact opportunities per month, and the Alls Mountains would never deceive themselves with a false message. Therefore, Zhao Jing increased his speed while escaping, and now his speed has reached the limit he can reach. Phew! Zhao Jing exhaled a breath of stale air as he ran. The danger should be gone now. He had been on the run for more than 20 minutes, so even if there was danger, it should have passed by now. Human physical strength has its limits. After a full-speed escape, he was already feeling somewhat exhausted, so he slowed down and decided to rest for a while. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group fell silent. They didn't expect Zhao Jing to slow down. What should we do? Should we notify him again? Someone asked in the group. There's no need. We only have one last chance to contact him, and Boss Zhao Jing should be at his limit too. Notifying him won't make any difference. Zhouken said helplessly. On the mini-map, the blue dot representing Lu Tao is rapidly approaching Zhao Jing. Moreover, this blue dot of light was consciously moving along Zhao Jing's trajectory. They are now almost certain that this was not a chance encounter, but a deliberate pursuit of Zhao Jing. Everyone, pay attention and see what kind of magical beast it is. Make sure you see it clearly this time so that others can prepare in advance if they encounter it in the future, Lu Song said seriously. Boss Zhao Jing. Almost everyone in the chat group was on tenterhooks. Closer. Watch out, someone in the group exclaimed. Everyone in the chat group was intently watching Zhao Jing's location. At this moment, Zhao Jing had completely stopped, and he was panting heavily. Whoosh! The people in the chat group only saw a flash of white light before Zhao Jing disappeared. Looking at the mini-map again, you can see that the green dot representing Zhao Jing and the blue dot representing Lu Tao have completely merged together. Holy crap! Did you guys even see what it was? Zhouken asked speechlessly. He had only seen a white light, and hadn't seen what it was at all. I saw it too. The speed was terrifying. Don't look at me. I didn't see it clearly either. Same as above. Damn, is there really no one in the group who can see it clearly? I think I see it clearly, but I dare not say it, a weak voice said in the group at this moment. What's there to be afraid to say? Everyone's curious about what kind of monster it is. Just tell us. So I'll tell you. Explain. It looks like a white pig. Since I prefer pork, I don't think I'm mistaken. Countless people were left bewildered and confused. Are you sure? How could this be? Are there pigs here? And white pigs at that. Are you blind from hunger? You're the ones who made me say it, but you don't believe me, the voice complained. This, bro, is mainly because this information is just too shocking. So what do we do now? Someone asked in the group. Let's just wait and see. Since they're heading towards the snow-capped mountains, maybe this creature really is Lu Tao's pet. Chapter 58 Blood Drinking Stone. Where am I? Zhao Jing, who was dizzy from the fall, quickly got up to check the situation, but it was pitch black all around him, and he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Just now, he only felt a gust of wind behind him, and then he was pulled here by a suction force. Bang! In his panic, he seemed to have bumped into something. It's a rock. By feeling around, he was certain that he was in a cave. The fact that he was standing on and surrounded by rocks illustrates this point. He finally felt a little relieved. At least he was safe now. After calming down, Zhao Jing began to examine his physical condition. After a long while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and checked himself to find that he had not been injured at all. But why is this cave shaking? Zhao Jing was filled with doubt. Whoosh! With great difficulty, Zhao Jing ignited the flames. All around him were huge red rocks with vein-like patterns on them. He began to examine these strange stones closely. Could this be the legendary blood-drinking stone? Zhao Jing asked with a look of suspicion. This looks so much like the legendary blood-drinking stone. Legend has it that some ancient boulders mutate after being stained with blood, forming blood-drinking stones. These blood-drinking stones are extremely valuable because they contain bloodline talents, and humans and magical beasts can obtain these talents by observing the veins on the blood-drinking stones. Zhao Jing's eyes lit up. This place was not a dangerous place at all. It was a treasure trove. These stones are clearly blood-drinking stones. If I could take a few back with me? With that thought, Zhao Jing took out his low-grade mortal longsword and began to act. Unfortunately, the final result was the same as Lu Tao's. He did not cause any damage to the blood-drinking stones. Damn, as expected of blood-drinking stone, it's really tough. Zhao Jing reluctantly put away his longsword. He started walking around. There's another exit here. Zhao Jing only then noticed a narrow passage behind him, which would be completely missed if one didn't look carefully. Could it be a secret room? His eyes lit up. Indeed, he couldn't help but think so. First, he encountered so many blood-drinking stones, and then there was a secret passage. It was clear that he had struck it lucky. As for the warning from the Alls Mountains about the danger he had encountered, he had long forgotten about it. He also believed that he had accidentally touched an ancient formation and thus wandered into this place. In the Alls Mountains region, the people in the chat group watched this scene with some speechlessness. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi was walking excitedly towards a passage on one side. Boss Zhao Jing. What should I say? Someone in the group sent an innocent emoji. Boss Zhao Jing is truly optimistic. Even in such a perilous situation, he can still be so carefree. Boss Zhao Jing must have stumbled upon a treasure trove. It seems that's really the case. Should we notify him? No need. Good people will always have divine help. People in the Sinda chat group also noticed this scene. What's wrong with those two Xia people? How are they so fast? The mini-map shows two dots, one red and one green, moving rapidly toward the snow-capped mountains. I noticed that too. They were moving very fast, and their target seemed to be the snow-capped mountain area. Will this affect Vyas and the others? No, these two Xia people are just small fry. Something's not right, Ian. Look at their surroundings. They're clearly in a secret room, but the mini-map shows them moving very fast. In the video, Lu Tao is holding a luminous stone and Zhao Jing is holding a torch. They are walking very slowly, suggesting they are not very familiar with their surroundings. Could there be a bug? Someone asked in the group. I'm not sure, but we'd better notify the other areas about this situation. That's right. Holt Mountain Range area, in the chat group. Oh my god, there are two Xia people moving rapidly towards the snow-capped mountains. They're moving so fast, it's beyond my imagination. No, those two Xia people are clearly inside the cave, and they're moving very slowly. Karen, are you seeing things? But the mini-map shows they're moving, and it's terrifying. Upon hearing Karen's words, Jovis clearly noticed the situation as well. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Kalen, this should be a bug in the system. There's no need to worry too much. They're in a secret room right now. It's impossible for them to suddenly arrive at the snow mountain, he said after a long pause. The live stream footage couldn't possibly be wrong. The only explanation is that there's a problem with the mini-map. But I'm worried this might affect Justin and the others. Should we inform them? No need. There's no need to bother them over such a trivial matter. I see. In the Dandelion area, everyone in the chat group noticed the same thing. What's going on the mini-map? It shows two Xia people moving quickly towards the snow mountain, while the live stream footage shows them in a secret room. They don't seem to be familiar with the environment of the room, and they are moving very slowly. I don't know, but I suspect it's a system problem. There's no need to worry about this too much. Whether they go or not is none of our business. I'm curious about something else. How did the All's Mountains respond to us? A friendly expression, plus some polite words. Are you sure they agree to our terms? Certainly. The passage was extremely narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass through at a time. Zhao Jing proceeded cautiously, step by step. He had heard that secret chambers containing treasures were usually equipped with traps, let alone this one within a formation, so he couldn't help but be careful. His slower movements also allow him to see his surroundings more clearly. This shocked him quite a bit. All the walls and floors here were actually made of blood-drinking stone. His hands slowly touched the blood-drinking stone, and his eyes revealed a look of intoxication. Of these blood-drinking stones back with him, it would still be a great stroke of luck. What a pity, the longsword I have is only of the lowest grade of the mortal level. If I had Boss Li Fei's dagger, I would definitely have been able to cut a few pieces of blood-drinking stone to take back. Little did he know, his words sent a chill down the spine of an unknown creature. If the outer area is already like this, the treasures inside must be even more precious, Zhao Jing said, his eyes filled with excitement. He had clearly entered a treasure trove, and it was laughable that he had received a message warning him of danger. Finally, he walked out of the last stretch of the narrow passage, and the road ahead seemed much more spacious. Am we finally here? He thought to himself. Chapter 59. Encountering an acquaintance. After exiting the passage, a magnificent temple appeared before them, its entire body a blood-red color, exuding an imposing aura. A blood moon hung in the sky above the temple, illuminating the area around it, while the surroundings remained pitch black. All that remained was the light from the torch in his hand, and a faint glimmer of light in front of him. This place seems a bit eerie. This was Zhao Jing's only feeling at that moment. However, at that moment, he seemed to see a familiar figure standing outside the temple. The figure is now no more than 50 meters away from me. Dressed in black, carrying a familiar long spear, he stood proudly. He was very familiar with this figure. He had seen him not long ago. How could this be? He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Lu Tao, he couldn't help but exclaim. He never expected to find Lu Tao here. Was all of this just a coincidence? He was puzzled. Hearing the shouts, Lu Tao turned around and stared at Zhao Jing in astonishment, seemingly not expecting him to come here. How did you get here? They both asked almost simultaneously. What I wanted to ask you was. Meanwhile, Carl and the others finally devised a detailed plan. Charles, Shamar, Justin, and Inspector Otani were tasked with using beast summoning grass to lure the frost beasts over and then killing them. He and Vyas hid in another location, waiting for their chance to strike. As soon as they had the opportunity, the two of them would rush into the cave. Are those four in any danger? Vyas asked worriedly. There are certainly dangers, but as long as we're careful not to engage the ice beast pack head-on, escaping shouldn't be a problem. And I must remind you that your goal is to provoke these ice beasts, so use any method that can provoke them, Carl said calmly. Carl, dressed as a special forces soldier, looked like a superior officer reprimanding his subordinates. Vyas, on the other hand, looked completely calm and detached, as if he were aloof from worldly affairs. Was very unhappy about being assigned the task of luring the frost beast. He would much rather be with Carl and the others. Charles, do you have any other thoughts? Just then, Carl suddenly noticed that Charles, a blond young man also dressed in Special Forces uniform, seemed to be hesitant to speak. I want to go with you, Charles said, frowning. He wasn't stupid. There were thousands of frost beasts here, and provoking them would only lead to certain death. Carl frowned. He was in a difficult position. He wanted to bring Charles along, but he couldn't. If he did, it would be hard to imagine whether the remaining people had other ideas. As the leader here, he cannot do this. Doing so would only give others a handle to use against him. No, Charles and his men are not enough. If you are worried about safety, you don't need to worry. I have already thought of a perfect way for you to escape. After you provoke the frost beast, all you need to do is hide in any of the nearby caves, and you'll be safe. With a physique as powerful as the frost beast, there's no way it could get in. Charles shook his head and said nothing more. He understood Carl's predicament. All right, if there are no other questions, let's get started. Wait, what I meant was that I know how to use illusions, Sharma suddenly said at this moment. From the beginning until now, the other party seems to have been ignoring him, which is unacceptable to him. Carl turned his inquiring gaze to Vyas, wondering what the dark-skinned old man meant by sleight of hand. This is a skill unique to our Sinda kingdom. We can use mental power to confuse the enemy, Sharma means that he can use this illusion during his escape, so that the group of ice beasts won't be able to find you. Upon hearing Vaya's explanation, Carl looked enlightened. He hadn't expected his opponent to have such a skill. It seemed he had truly underestimated him. Distinguished guest, please forgive my poor hospitality. Our success this time will depend heavily on our master from India, Carl hurriedly praised. He didn't want any unexpected events to occur at this crucial moment. Sharma nodded arrogantly. On Blue Star, he was a respected master Yuchia, but he never expected to be ignored like this here, which he could not accept. Carl smiled politely in response. People with a special skill are often a bit arrogant, and he could understand that he had slighted the other party. Sharma's deception was also of great help to their team. At the very least, they no longer had any worries and blocked other excuses for those who had thoughts of giving up. Of course, people wouldn't believe him based on just a few words from Shamar, so he needed to verify the feasibility beforehand. The subject of this experiment was Justin. As instructed by Shamar, Justin turned his body around, facing away from Shamar, while Shamar sat down anywhere within 10 meters behind him and began setting up the formation. His thin, bony hands moved rapidly around his body. The dozens of medicine jars he carried also came in handy at this moment. He kept taking out powder from one medicine jar after another and sprinkling it around himself. Some of these medicinal powders have an extremely pungent smell, while others have a light and pleasant fragrance. His plan quickly took effect. In just over 10 seconds, Shamar's body color began to fade slowly until it disappeared, leaving everyone in shock as they watched this scene unfold. Even Byankar was shocked. If he hadn't known the other party's location beforehand, he would never have been able to find him. The only one here who can see through all of this is Vyas. As the noblest Brahmin, he has a deep understanding of magic, and Yuchia's skill is naturally within his knowledge. However, understanding is one thing, but actually putting it into practice is another. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do it either, because it's all too complicated. In fact, Shamar didn't disappear, nor did he use any magic. His previous actions were just a smokescreen to mislead others. The real agents are those seemingly ordinary powders, which can enter the body through the ears, nose, and eyes, thereby affecting the nervous system. This causes their vision to transmit incorrect information. In their eyes, Shamar has disappeared, but in reality, he is still in the same place without any change. However, achieving this effect requires extremely strict conditions. Shamar must continuously prepare the powder and sprinkle it around. If he stops, the effects of the powder will quickly disappear. Chapter 60, The Roar of Anger. Just as everyone was in shock, Justin turned around. This was as agreed earlier. He was to turn around and find Shamar in half a minute. Damn, where are Shamar's men? Justin asked, touching his bald head in shock. He didn't believe Shamar had disappeared. He had only given the other party half a minute, and even if he had run away, he couldn't have escaped his ears. The only explanation was that the other party's sleight of hand had worked. He walked over, hoping to find some clues, but he was disappointed. The other party had left no flaws. He frowned and turned his gaze to Carl, wanting an explanation. Everyone burst into laughter. Excellent. After verification, Shamar's illusion is very effective. Even if the frost beasts rush over, I believe they will not be able to find us. We should award Shamar a medal, Carl praised. Only then did Shamar stop what he was doing, and his figure slowly came into everyone's view. Everyone was naturally shocked again. They hadn't expected that Master Yuchia would have such abilities. As long as you enter my circle, I guarantee your safety, Shamar said proudly. Of course, no one dared to underestimate him at this point, especially since their lives were in his hands. If they were disrespectful to him now, they would be the ones to suffer later. Master Shamar, I have a question, and I wonder if you could answer it. Carl asked respectfully. Explain. So, could you use this illusion on me and Vyas directly? If so, there would be no need to lure these ice beasts anymore. Carl asked curiously. If his idea could be implemented, it would save a lot of trouble. No, my spell can only be cast in a fixed location, and it has a time limit. It can only be cast for half an hour, after which it will become ineffective, Shamar said decisively. In reality, the powder he brought was only enough for him to use for half an hour. After half an hour, he would be left with no medicine. Carl nodded in disappointment, but he understood that such a magical spell must be quite difficult to cast, and that his request was indeed excessive. All right, you've all seen Master Shamar's abilities. Let's begin. Proceed according to plan, Carl instructed. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group watched in shock at the scene before them. What are they doing? Are they performing some kind of ritual? Song Qian asked, puzzled. In the scene, Shamar is seen continuously sprinkling powder on several people around him, and the people stand there with their eyes wide open, without any reaction. It doesn't seem so. The video says that Shamar is using a trick. Lu Song said with a strange expression. A smokescreen? What a load of rubbish. I didn't see anyone disappear. Jokin cursed angrily. Look, Carl and the others seem to have no idea where Shamar is. And Justin is even more ridiculous. He's completely in the wrong place, one of the lords in the group said. My God, is it really that exaggerated? Didn't Shamar keep scattering powder there? Someone asked, puzzled. To everyone else, Shamar had never disappeared. He had remained seated the whole time, without moving an inch. I understand now, the problem lies with those powders. Those who are hit by the powder, or those who smell the powder, will not be able to see him. Lu Song realized. Damn, now that you mention it, I think I understand. Judging from their behavior, it really seems like something's going on. There must be something wrong with these powders. I think so too, but wouldn't that greatly increase their chances of successfully entering the cave? What about Boss Li Fei? No, look at all those bottles and jars on his waist. They probably won't last long. Besides, there are thousands of ice beasts in that cave. How much of an effect do you think those powders he has can have? Jokin is right. We'll just watch the show. In the chat group within the Shindu region, a group of people got excited. Look at our master Shamar. He's using Yu Chiezhong's illusion technique. No one else can see him. But isn't he still there? Asked a confused audience member. Idiot, there's a distance limit. Of course you can see it from this far away. This is Yu Chiezhong's supreme spell. I've always wanted to learn it, but I never had a teacher to teach me. I never imagined that Shamar would actually know this spell. Shamar is so handsome. Look how respectful Carl is to Shamar. He's like a devout believer. In the scene, Carl respectfully bows to Shamar. Excellent. As expected of the national martial art of ours in the kingdom, it has immediately impressed people from all regions. When Shamar returns, I will take him as my master. There's a long line of people waiting to become your apprentices. When will it be your turn? That Xia Kingdom person is in trouble. With the help of Vyas and Shamar, I believe they will soon break through the ice beast's encirclement and enter the cave. Vyas and Shamar will make indelible contributions to this victory. In the chat group in the US region, countless people began to get angry. Oh, who's the special one? What are they doing? They seem to be playing a stealth game, someone said helplessly. Who's invisible? I didn't see them, a group of audience members asked in succession. It looks like Shamar. Shamar was there the whole time. He wasn't invisible at all. Didn't you see that Carl's gaze completely ignored him? Everyone else also showed expressions of shock, and the people from the Holt area were even more exaggerated, unable to find Shamar's location at all. Oh my God, are they blind? Shamar is sitting there perfectly fine. In the scene, Shamar is continuously sprinkling medicinal powder. He's a liar. He deceived everyone. He should be tried, someone in the crowd said angrily. And those two idiots, Carl and Charles, they've been made a fool of. Justin, that idiot, he's completely blind, someone in the crowd shouted angrily. That damn liar fooled everyone. What did I just see? Carl actually bowed to the other person. My idol used to be Carl, but from this moment on, he is no longer. He has been removed from the list. I can already imagine what the outcome will be. Those few people will definitely be torn to pieces by the Frost Beast. Cooperating with liars will definitely lead to a terrible defeat. Chapter 61, Blood Moon Palace. The Holt Mountains region, within a chat group, everyone stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding on the screen. In the scene, Justin circles around Shamar, but can't find her. Oh, Justin, that idiot. How could we have chosen him to represent us? I have to say he's blind. He can't even see right in front of me. I can now imagine how the people of Xia Kingdom are laughing at us. He's not the only one who can't see it. Carl and Charles from America can't see it either, someone in the group argued. But he was the only one walking around like a fool. I'm more curious about what magic Shamar used, and why no one else could see it. There's something wrong with those powders. OS asserted. He crossed his arms and gave his judgment. I think so too. Otherwise this phenomenon cannot be explained. Do you think this kind of illusion will be effective against those ice beasts? OS asked. Mary fell into deep thought. Frankly, she didn't think this kind of deception would be of any use. I'll give you my answer. In my opinion, this smokescreen has zero effect, or even the opposite effect. OS said. What should we do then? Should we notify Justin and the others? It's unnecessary. Even if we contact them, they won't give up on this plan. In the Dandelion area, in the chat group, everyone watched Shamar's performance with great interest. That Carl from America is a complete idiot, and he's supposed to be a special forces soldier. And Charles too. I'm more interested in Vyas. He seems to have figured it out. His eyes have never left Shamar. Vyas is from a high caste in India, so it's normal for him to be more knowledgeable. These powders are really something else. They can actually affect a person's nervous system. That's terrifying. You're right. I think we need to study the ingredients of these powders. There's no need for that. Even if it were developed, it wouldn't be of much use. Otherwise, it would already be widely available throughout the Indian Ocean region. That guy from Xia Kingdom is going to be in trouble. I bet they won't be able to break through the encirclement set up by the frost beasts. I bet they can. Haha. On the other side, Zhao Jing and Lu Tao each recounted their experiences. It was only at this moment that Zhao Jing understood what the message warning him of danger meant. Lu Tao, you arrived earlier than me. Have you noticed anything unusual about this place? Zhao Jing asked curiously. I've seen all the other places, but I haven't been inside that temple. That blood-red temple gave me a very dangerous feeling, so I've never gone in. And then you came. I see. Zhao Jing frowned. His thoughts differed from Lu Tao's. He believed this was very likely an opportunity. Knowing such an opportunity was right before him, yet lacking the courage to seize it. Wasn't that a pity? So Zhao Jing shared his thoughts. You mean you want to take a look inside that temple? Lu Tao asked in surprise. That's right. Since we're here, it would be a shame not to go in and explore. Of course, if you don't want to go in, I won't force you. A fanatical look flashed in Zhao Jing's eyes. Blood-drinking stones flashed through his mind. Okay, I'll go with you. I, Lu Tao, am not afraid of anything, Lu Tao said in a deep voice. Good brother. Before them seemed to reach straight to the sky, with two strange patterns printed on its 4 or 5 meter high blood-red gate. Lu Tao and Zhao Jingzi stood directly in front of the door. They are figuring out how to open the door. Hesitantly, Zhao Jing stepped forward and reached out his hand towards the gate. Click! With his strength, the door was slowly pushed open. Zhao Jing's face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed excitedly, Great! This door isn't locked. Lu Tao's expression was strange. He sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The inside of the door was pitch black, with no end in sight. Even the usually bold Zhao Jing was now filled with fear. He hurriedly grabbed the torch and shone it on the door. He saw countless spider webs intertwined inside, indicating that no one had been here for a long time. Lu Tao followed him in. He took out his spear and knocked away some cobwebs inside the door. He then said with a smile, This temple must have been untouched for too long to have these images. Let's search carefully. We might find some good stuff. In the Alls Mountains region, who had been closely monitoring Lu Tao and Zhao Jing's situation, were also puzzled. Didn't they say that the two of them were swallowed by a monster? But this temple isn't fake either. There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. Countless people began to have doubts. Is there a temple inside the monster's belly? One of them wondered, though even he himself didn't believe it. I suspect this temple swallowed them both. That's unlikely. Are they in danger? In my opinion, it shouldn't happen in the short term. Look at Zhao Jing, he's still smiling. The scene. Zhao Jing is full of excitement as he searches everywhere in the temple, trying to find something. Everyone watched this scene speechlessly, unable to figure it out. However, at that moment, a new change appeared in the scene. At this moment, Zhao Jing and Lu Tao entered a place called the Blood Moon Palace. At this moment, the Blood Moon Palace was brightly lit, as bright as day. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. But there were also wisps of spiritual energy floating inside the hall. Above the center of the main hall, a moon, like a silver platter, shone brightly. Those wisps of spiritual energy were emanating from the moon. Holy crap, the moon! Everyone in the group was startled. Then their breathing became rapid. My darling, this moon is absolutely a treasure. I envy Lu Tao and Zhao Jing. They actually managed to find such a treasure. This treasure is definitely more valuable than the blue crystal cores that boss Li Fei discovered. Who said they were swallowed whole by a monster? They clearly stumbled into some ancient formation. Holy crap, everyone, guess what kind of treasure this is? Someone in the crowd asked. Everyone was shocked and stared intently. The moon was bright and radiant, and there was a wisp of spiritual energy flowing around it. This moon must be at least 5 or 6 meters long and wide. Someone asked in confusion at that moment. I think it should be 7 or 8 meters. What kind of eyesight do you have? It's at least 10 meters away. Some people started drooling. The radiance, the sheer size, and the rich spiritual energy all spoke volumes about this being a priceless treasure. Chapter 62, A Bright Moon. Holy crap! Zhao Jing and Lu Tao were completely stunned by the sight inside the temple. Is that the moon? Lu Tao stammered. In his mind, the moon could only be seen in the sky, so how could he explain the one above his head? A look of fascination appeared in Zhao Jing's eyes. He felt that his choice was absolutely correct, and that what he was looking for was indeed here. He and Lu Tao had previously searched for several other main halls, but found nothing, which left him somewhat disappointed. Until we got here. At this moment, the air was filled with rich spiritual energy. He took a breath, and actually felt a faint sign that the realm that had trapped him for so long was about to break through. Lu Jing was overjoyed, and quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, wanting to use the rich spiritual energy of this place to break through his limitations. Lu Tao's eyes widened. The moon in front of him was so big that he looked so small standing below it. It radiated a brilliant light, but it was not dazzling. Instead, it was very gentle. A treasure. Absolutely a treasure, he cried out in his heart. He had previously been reluctant to come here with Zhao Jing, but now he had completely put that idea behind him. In the Alls Mountains region, the chat group was buzzing with discussion once again. We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. This treasure is probably the most valuable item in the entire dark forest, someone exclaimed. If they win this game, the moon will increase by 99 units due to the 100-fold increase. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation. Gentlemen, I have something to say that you may not like to hear. Perhaps we should start thinking about how to bring this treasure out. Everyone fell silent. Even those who had been smiling just moments before began to stiffen their lips. Even if the moon was a treasure, they couldn't bring it out. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing don't have spatial rings as large as Li Fei's. Lu Tao's spatial ring is only about 8 square meters, while Zhao Jing doesn't have a spatial ring at all, Zhouken analyzed. Only Boss Li Fei's ring has enough space to take this item back, but Boss Li Fei is currently in the cave and cannot free his hands. What should we do then? We can't just go into a treasure mountain and leave empty-handed. In my opinion, if we could separate the moon, then, since it's a priceless treasure, how can it be easily divided in two? While the people in the Alls Mountains were arguing endlessly, the region of Sindhu was also shocked. Look, 2 more Xia people have discovered treasure. At this moment, everyone in the Sindhu region focused their attention on that bright moon. Their eyes flashed with longing, greed, and unrealistic desire. I have to say, the people of Xia are incredibly lucky. They've managed to find one treasure after another so easily. This looks like a miniature moon. That's right. There's also spiritual energy flowing around this moon. We must inform Vyas and the others. This treasure is even more valuable than the crystal core in Li Fei's possession. But we've used up our contact limit. It's alright, we can pass this message on to our allies and have them relay it. What if our allies are also interested in the moon? Do you think they are a match for Vyas? That makes sense. On the other side, in the America region, the chat group had just calmed down a bit when they saw that the Xia people had obtained another treasure. What is that? Is it the moon? Can anyone explain? Someone shouted in the group. It's a treasure, and its value is no less than, if not greater than, these crystal cores. I saw countless streams of spiritual energy flowing around these treasures, someone exclaimed in shock. Look, that Xia Kingdom person seems to have broken through using this spiritual energy, someone in the group exclaimed. I'm almost certain this treasure is priceless. What should we do? Should we notify Carl and the others? No need. This is our last chance to contact each other. Besides, Carl and the others are preparing to complete another plan. The Holt Mountains region. Everyone in the chat group was also stunned. Oh my god, look what's that? The moon. My goodness, how come the moon is inside the house? Whoa, that's a treasure that looks remarkably like the moon. These 2 Xia people are incredibly lucky. They obtained so many treasures so easily. We must get this treasure back, someone shouted frantically in the group. The problem is, how do we compete? The strongest athletes in our region are all on their way to the snow mountain. They simply can't spare the time. Look at their location on the mini-map, someone in the group exclaimed. On the mini-map, 2 small blue and green dots were seen moving rapidly towards the snow-capped mountains. They were now very close to the mountains. Henry, I'm sure their target is also the snow-capped mountains, and they're definitely not far from them right now. Didn't you say before that the system had a bug? Henry, you know, things have changed now. We can't let any opportunity slip by. Quickly inform Justin and the others. But we only have one last chance to contact each other. We can't worry about that now. This is extremely important information, and we must inform them, or we will surely lose. Okay, I understand. In the Dandelion area, within the chat group, Countless people stared wide-eyed. "Oh my God, the Xia people have made a new discovery," a voice said tremblingly. His voice was filled with excitement and greed. In the live broadcast, inside a magnificent golden hall, Zhao Jing sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to break through, while Lu Tao was in the center of the hall, with a moon about 10 square meters in size above his head. "My God, is this a miracle? I can't imagine what kind of treasure could be of this scale. The spiritual energy flowing around is so dense that even in the video, my eyes can see it clearly. The value of this treasure is absolutely unimaginable. This is even more shocking than that pit of blue crystal cores." Everyone in the chat group who saw it fell silent. Some stared in astonishment, some wore greedy expressions, and others had eyes filled with longing. "We need to cooperate with them, but the conditions need to be changed. We must have a share of this treasure. What if the people of Xia disagree? Whether they are allies or enemies is their choice. Our kingdom of heroes must have a share of this treasure. Okay, then I'll contact them offline. Wait, to show our sincerity, let them know we can help them deal with 1 or 2 enemies first." Okay. While each region harbored its own agenda, Carl's plan had already begun. Chapter 63, Shamar's True Strength. At this moment, Carl and Vyas were hiding in a secluded deep pit, about 100 meters away from the location of the Frost Beast. Charles, Shamar, and the other 3 were in a position opposite them, also about 100 meters away from the Frost Beast. The reason for this arrangement is to make it easier to enter the cave. If the Frost Beast can be attracted there, the pressure on their side will be greatly reduced. "Do you think they'll succeed, Carl?" Vyas asked with a smile. "Have beasts summoning grass now, and Shamar has mastered the art of invisibility," Carl said calmly. "That's what I was thinking too. I hope nothing goes wrong. But for some reason, I have a feeling of unease," Vyas said solemnly. He wasn't just making things up, it was related to the cultivation technique he practiced. He also practiced the Yuchia technique, and he had reached a very high level in it. This technique has a magical function that allows practitioners to have the ability to foresee danger, and in this operation, he actually sensed some risks. Don't worry, Vyas, we just need to be ready to enter the cave." Carl comforted him. Meanwhile, Justin and his team were also ready. Just then, Justin took out the beast summoning grass and lit it. However, at that moment, he suddenly received a message that surprised him. He opened the message and read it carefully, then his face darkened. The letter said that 2 Xia people might arrive here soon, and more importantly, these 2 Xia people possessed a treasure that was shaped like a small moon. This news surprised him quite a bit. The Xia people had actually found another treasure, and it was even more valuable than these blue crystal cores. This news. Justin frowned, considering whether he should inform Carl of the news immediately. Looking at the burning beast summoning grass in his hand, Justin hesitated for a while before deciding to reveal the plan after it was completed. After all, they had reached a critical moment, and if he backed down now, it might lead to the failure of the entire plan. "What's wrong, Justin?" Charles and the others asked curiously. Without hiding anything, Justin directly relayed the information from the letter. Hiss. Upon hearing the news, the group gasped in astonishment. They never expected that the people of Xia Kingdom would acquire another precious treasure. Justin whispered, having been watching the ice beast's movements. His voice was filled with tension and excitement. He also successfully interrupted everyone's thoughts. A 2-meter-tall ice beast slowly walked over, its eyes filled with confusion, a characteristic that only appears when one's mind is affected. Justin and the others were overjoyed, which proved that the beast summoning grass was indeed effective. "Master Shamar, is the poison ready?" Justin grinned widely. "I've been prepared all along. As long as you lure him behind the rock we're on, I can deliver a fatal blow and leave him speechless," Shamar said with a sneer. Upon hearing what Shamar said, the others exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with apprehension. What if Shamar suddenly attacked them? Wouldn't they have no chance to escape? "Don't worry, we Brahmins know what's important. As long as you don't offend me, I won't harm you," Shamar said disdainfully. "The master is right," Charles said insincerely. "I'll lure it over here. You all stay here and don't move," Justin instructed. After saying that, he began to urge the beast summoning grass in his hand to burn faster. The ice beast was completely unaware that it was in danger, and it was still walking towards this place step by step. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps, 3 steps. Justin was silently calculating the number of steps in his mind. The frost beasts bypassed the rocks and arrived at their location. Charles and the other 3 looked delighted, which meant they had succeeded in their first step. Upon seeing the group, the frost beast was visibly taken aback, revealing a surprised expression. Die! Shamar seized the opportunity, grabbed a handful of black powder, and threw it over. The black powder had a faint, pungent, and extremely foul smell. Vomit! Some people almost vomited from the stench. The remaining people quickly covered their mouths and noses with their sleeves. The powder was successfully sprinkled into the ice beast's mouth. Panic began to flash in the eyes of the poisoned ice beast. Its mouth started to turn black, and then its body began to convulse. In just over 10 seconds, the ice beast was dead beyond any doubt. Justin's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He never expected that the ice beast would die so easily, without making a sound. The others were also shocked. None of them had expected that Shamar was actually a master of poison. Everything was going smoothly, and they had hunted down 5 frost beasts using this method, which was undoubtedly a great achievement. Meanwhile, the chat group for the region of Shindu, India, also became very lively. Shamar truly lives up to his reputation as a master of wuxia. He actually killed 5 ice beasts with ease. He brought us glory. He is the pride of our nation, Sindhu. Master Shamar is most famous not for his illusions, but for his skill in using poison. As far as I know, many people who are more powerful than him have fallen to his hands. Vyas, the #1 expert, hasn't really made a move yet. If they see Vyas's methods, they'll be absolutely stunned. You're right, Vyas has always been my idol. I really want to marry him, one of the girls in the group said. Then you'll need to prepare a truckload of dowry. Meanwhile, in the United States, in a chat group, everyone watched this scene in astonishment. They never expected that this guy named Shamar would actually have some skills. He single-handedly killed 5 frost beasts in a row, which is quite terrifying, although a large part of it was due to trickery. If I were to encounter him, I might also fall victim to his tricks if caught off guard, someone in the group said uncertainly. In our area, apart from the top few, I doubt anyone can rival him. This guy gives me a scary feeling. We all underestimated him. Keep an eye on him. Be careful next time you run into him. We all underestimated the strength of the Sindhu region. I believe that man named Vyas is no ordinary person either. Chapter 64, The Spirit of the Weapon. The Holt Mountains region. Everyone in the chat group looked shocked. We all underestimated him. That Shamar is no ordinary person. He killed 5 frost beasts in a row. And the key point is that these frost beasts didn't even make a sound. I don't see it that way. He just took advantage of the ice beasts' unpreparedness. Those 5 ice beasts were poisoned to death, while their minds were affected. If it weren't for the bewitching effect of the beast summoning grass, I think he would have been at his limit if he could have dealt with 2 of them. That's hard to say. They might have other tricks up their sleeves. You're giving him too much credit. He wouldn't last 10 moves against Justin. Justin? You mean that blind man? He couldn't even find where the other person was. Meanwhile, in the Handsome Country region, the chat group was buzzing with discussion. Oh, who the hell? I hate poisoning the most. Don't let me run into him, or I'll break his hands. Heh. I'm afraid you'll die from the poison before you even get to him. We possess the spirit of knights, which means we are not afraid of death, and we will never bow down to evil. Bridge, I'll just take that as a joke. I heard that our knights are heading to the snowy mountains. Yes, that's right, probably within the next day or 2. So what should we do? Should we go with Carl and the others, or? I think we need to give Xiaoguo an explanation. Only in this way can we gain their trust. Are we really going to fight them? The people from other areas don't seem like they're easy to mess with. Let's find an opportunity. We can easily find a chance to assassinate 1 or 2 people, and I'm sure people in other areas won't be able to find any excuse. Inside the Blood Moon Palace, Zhao Jing finally regained consciousness, and at this moment, he exuded a powerful aura. He just broke through successfully and entered the Bronze 7-star realm. That feels so good. He stretched. His strength had increased significantly after advancing to the next level. At this moment, he shifted his gaze to Lu Tao. Lu Tao stood motionless under the full moon, completely stunned. Lu Tao, are you alright? Zhao Jing asked worriedly. Hearing the call, Lu Tao turned around with difficulty and then revealed a very awkward smile. That's not right. Zhao Jing's expression turned serious. Logically speaking, Lu Tao should not have such an expression. Has the situation changed? Zhao Jing hurriedly went over. Lu Tao turned back again and fixed her gaze on the full moon. Zhao Jing also looked over curiously. This sight gave him a huge fright. Something seemed to be moving inside the moon. He immediately focused his attention and observed carefully. A small white pig could be faintly seen in the moon, and it was happily swimming around in the full moon. Could this be a spirit of a weapon? Zhao Jing was starting to swear. It takes incredible luck to find a treasure with a spirit. I'm so lucky. At this very moment, Lu Tao looked dejected, which was truly inappropriate. Lu Tao, why didn't you say so earlier that you encountered a spirit artifact? Zhao Jing scolded Lu Tao. If he hadn't come to take a look himself, he wouldn't have known that there was such a high-level thing as a spirit artifact in this full moon. Huh. Lu Tao's expression improved, and then he awkwardly chuckled. The key issue is that the moon is so big. How are we going to take it out? In the Alls Mountains region, the chat group members watched the scene on the video in shock. Holy crap, what's going on? Is that a spirit of a weapon? Following Zhao Jing's perspective, everyone could see what was happening inside. This treasure is truly extraordinary. It actually produced a legendary artifact spirit. Could this treasure be a heavenly ranked treasure? Someone in the group asked. Like weapons, magical treasures are also divided into 4 ranks: heavenly, earthly, king, and mortal. Now that the moon has developed the spirit, it naturally belongs to the celestial level. However, Lu Tao's smile seems a little forced to me. He's probably too excited to think straight. That doesn't seem like it. I feel like he's a little scared. They're now discussing how to bring this treasure back. Sure enough, the people in the group noticed that Zhao Jing and Lu Tao were discussing how to handle the matter on the screen. Gentlemen, there's something I'm not sure if I should say, a weak voice said. Speak. The crowd clearly didn't like this person. Didn't I mention last time that it was a white pig that swallowed Lu Tao and boss Zhao Jing? Everyone frowned, wondering what he was really up to. What's wrong? Did you find something wrong? Someone in the group asked curiously. Yes. Did you guys get a good look at what that artifact spirit looked like? Upon hearing this, everyone began to recall, but because the perspective was too blurry just now, no one in the chat group had actually seen it clearly. I just saw it clearly. It's a piglet, and this piglet looks a lot like the pig I told you about before. If you don't believe me, you can watch the replay, the voice said weakly. What? Everyone gasped in shock. If what the other party said was true, then no one could believe it. Because the live stream has a replay function, videos that have been streamed before can be replayed. Zhou can easily found the replay button and clicked it. The scene kept changing, and finally it came to the moment when Zhao Jing peered at the miniature moon. At that moment, Zhou can also promptly selected the slow motion option. The image first showed a dark shadow moving slowly, then gradually becoming clearer. Its outline resembled a domestic pig raised on Earth. Holy crap! What's going on? The scene fell silent for a moment, and everyone quieted down. There is indeed a little pig in the moon. What the other person said is true. Doesn't that indirectly prove that what the other party said before was true? What do you all think of this treasure? After a long while, he finally spoke. It is a treasure, but it shouldn't be something we should get. It might be the pig's inner core, Zhou said in a deep voice. He had his reasons for saying this. Some magical beasts, after advancing to a higher level, may form inner cores in their bodies. These inner cores are extremely precious, and humans can increase their cultivation by consuming them. Master Zhou, are you sure? Where would you find an inner core that big? I also remain skeptical. One major point of contention is that this inner core is located within a temple. Could this temple also be part of the demonic beast's body? If that's the case, it's terrifying. Chapter 65, Annihilation of the Enemy. You're right. I think we're overthinking it. If it really was a magical beast, how could there be a temple inside its stomach? Someone in the group said. I agree with Boss Joe. Kansas. Look at their speed on the mini-map. That speed is simply beyond human capability. A debate suddenly broke out in the chat group, mainly focusing on 2 aspects. On the one hand, they believe this is an opportunity that should be seized. On the other hand, they believe that the monster has swallowed Lu Tao and Zhao Jing, and the situation is extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, a heated discussion broke out in the American chat group, as they had been continuously observing the situation of Lu Tao and Zhao Jing. Oh my god, what's that? The perspective in the image is currently inside the small moon, where a dark shadow is constantly moving. How could that be? That's a spirit artifact, something extremely precious, priceless. They're so lucky. Is the Statue of Liberty no longer looking out for us? Someone questioned. Don't worry, guys, we have plenty of time, more than 20 days. We have enough time to take their stuff. That doesn't seem like something a gentleman should do. I've never considered myself a gentleman. I'm a wolf, the kind that eats meat. Heart, what you said resonates with me perfectly. In the Sindhu region, everyone in the chat group also noticed this situation. There's a spirit within that moon. That's incredibly rare. How could this be? You're not seeing things, are you? Absolutely not. Believe me, I really saw it. Let's watch the replay. So the other people in the chat group watched the replay together. It really is a spirit of the artifact. What should we do? Are we just going to watch the Xiao people take this treasure away? Of course not. Only people from our Sin the Kingdom are qualified to possess this treasure. What about the United States? The blue crystal cores are enough for them. We need to find a way to let Vyas know about this. Let's contact the people in his area first, and then inform Vyas through them. Okay. Holt Mountains region. The chat group was also filled with lively discussions. My God, what is that? Is that a spirit of an artifact? Someone in the group rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. However, after replaying it, the result was still the same. The chat group fell silent for a moment. How could they be so lucky? What should we do? I don't think we can stop those Xiao people anymore. They're moving too fast. In less than 10 days, they've acquired so many resources. No rush. Once Carl and the others have some free time, they'll have plenty of time to deal with them, someone in the group said. That's right. We still have more than 20 days. We can seize their resources then. I think I've made a new discovery. Those two Xiao people don't seem to have space rings with enough capacity. So they can't take the moon with them, someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. That's how it is in theory. That's wonderful. I think we should go and help them. That's so much fun. Meanwhile, Shamar was preparing to hunt down the seventh frost beast. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face showed undisguised smugness. If it weren't for him, Shamar, the other three people would have taken forever to complete this task. People are most prone to making mistakes when they are complacent, and Shamar was no exception. Just as he was about to throw the poison in his hand into the mouth of the ice beast in front of him, for some reason the ice beast slightly turned its body, and his poison was thrown off course. It fell directly to the ground. This is bad. This was the shared sentiment of several people present. Shamar also regained her composure. At this point, Justin and Charles played a crucial role. Justin first struck the ice beast on the head with his large iron hammer, and then Charles immediately plunged a dagger into the ice beast's chest, where its vital organs were located. However, even so, it was still too late. He let out a mournful cry in the last moment before he died. Wah! After his cries of pain, his companions responded one after another. At the same time, a considerable number of ice beasts arrived, numbering in the dozens. Their eyes blazed with fury as they charged straight at them. Fight and retreat. Justin commanded. He was the strongest on the surface, so no one objected to him leading the operation. Why don't we just evacuate? Charles asked, puzzled. No, there are only a few dozen frost beasts chasing us now. If we retreat, all our efforts will be in vain. We won't be able to explain this to Carl either. We have to provoke them again. Once these dozens of ice monsters arrive, just try to cut them as many wounds as possible. Leave the rest to me. I'll unleash a devastating attack and take them all down. Shamar said proudly. Take them all down? Justin thought he had misheard. These are dozens of frost beasts, not just one or two. The others stared at Shamar in disbelief, not expecting him to utter such arrogant words. What? You don't believe in my strength? Shamar's expression began to turn ugly. It's not that we don't trust the master, but we're worried about his safety, Justin advised. Just do as I say, and I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong, Shamar said confidently. He had his reasons for insisting on doing so. There was an even more toxic powder in his medicine jar that he hadn't yet used. This powder is called bloodbone powder. If any mortal gets even a little bit on it, they will either die or be seriously injured. The medicine's effectiveness against these ice beasts would be greatly reduced, which is why he asked them to cut as many wounds as possible on the beasts' bodies. That way, I can use this last trump card effectively. Of course, he had another consideration. If they relied solely on brute force, it would be difficult for them to be a match for these dozens of ice beasts, and they would be more likely to be in danger. If I use this trump card, I can easily resolve this situation. Alright, since Master is so confident, then let's try to leave as many wounds on these ice beasts as possible, Justin said, turning his gaze to the other two. Soon, the other two nodded in agreement. They have no better options at the moment. If Shamar really had the ability to wipe out these dozens of frost beasts, they would naturally be happy to see it. Chapter 66, Shamar's hidden ultimate move. We'll stand back to back in a small circle, Justin said calmly. He arranged it this way mainly to give Shamar a chance to unleash his ultimate move. Charles and Inspector Otani hesitated slightly, because it would mean they were giving up their chance to escape, and once they were surrounded by these ice beasts, they would surely die. Hurry up, Justin urged. These ice beasts were incredibly fast, and now they were less than 20 meters away from him. Okay, let's go all in, Charles shouted. They now have no way out. If they cannot fight to the death and attract more frost beasts, their plan will fail, which is unacceptable to them. Soon, the crowd formed a circle around Shamar, who was shirtless, with Justin at the front and Charles and Inspector Otani on either side. The frost beasts quickly surrounded them and launched an attack. Go ahead and do your thing. If you encounter any danger, I will use a trick to protect you, Shamar instructed. Great. Justin and the others were invigorated upon hearing Shamar's promise. With the protection of Shamar's illusion, they will have no more worries. Soon, they were fighting the frost beast. Justin swung his hammer continuously, and soon wounds appeared on the bodies of several ice beasts in front of him. However, he was not in good shape either, as he was hit by the noses of the ice beasts several times, and he was under great pressure. Charles, on the other side, was under much less pressure. He skillfully wielded his dagger, each swing leaving a wound on an ice beast. However, at this moment, a look of anxiety suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Blue energy suddenly flowed from the crystal core of the ice beast in front of him, and this energy was constantly repairing the wounds he had made. Because the frost beast was completely transparent, he could see everything clearly. That had been cut into the frost beast miraculously healed in just over 10 seconds. These ice beasts will automatically heal their injuries. We need to hurry. Everyone quickly looked over. Sure enough, the frost beast that had been injured by Charles's dagger had recovered completely. Everyone's expressions immediately turned serious, and even Shamar frowned. He had never expected that these ice beasts would be so difficult to deal with. He is now somewhat doubtful about whether his decision was correct. We have to fight them. Several people in the team are clearly showing signs of fatigue. If they can't find a solution within this time frame, they'll be in real danger. Do we need to go and provide support? Vyas frowned. He could sense the energy fluctuations on the other side, and it seemed that those people wouldn't last much longer. Wait a little longer. Shamar has a deception technique that ensures his safety, but we only have one chance. Carl analyzed. Vyas's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He sensed that this time things wouldn't go so smoothly. Charles, this time, let's go all out and try to injure as many frost beasts as possible, Justin said anxiously. He was already feeling his strength waning, and if it dragged on for a few more minutes, he might not even have the strength to escape. All right, I'll leave the rest to Master Shamar, Charles said, panting heavily, equally exhausted. Shamar frowned. Only half of the ice beasts surrounding them were injured, while the other half remained intact. He concluded that even if they went all out, they would not be able to leave any wounds on all the ice beasts. But we can't worry about that now. At this moment, Justin and his companions raised their combat power to the highest level, continuously leaving wounds on one ice beast after another. The frost beast roared in fury as it was in pain. Shamar was calculating rapidly. 20, 22, 25, 28. A surge of elation flashed through his mind. Justin and his two companions had actually managed to inflict damage on 28 frost beasts simultaneously. Get down immediately. I'm about to make my move. Shamar shouted quickly. Get down quickly, Justin reminded the others as he lay down. Seizing the opportunity, Shamar made his move, scattering a handful of red powder from his hand. The moment these powders were released, a strong smell of blood wafted out. Even Shamar himself covered his mouth and nose with one hand. The powder entered the frost beast's body through its wounds. Wah! The frost beast, struck by the blood-bone powder, began to howl in agony. Beasts, which had just been ganging up on Justin and his group, lost their fighting ability almost instantly. The bodies of these ice beasts were no longer transparent. Instead, they slowly turned an ugly black, a sign that toxins were circulating within their bodies. Woo-woo! The last surviving ice beast retreated in fear, calling out to its companions. The horde of ice beasts quickly discovered the situation. Roar! The frost beast king roared angrily. In its view, these humans were too arrogant, having fooled it time and time again, so it decided to take action this time. The frost beast king led a large group of frost beasts in a charge. Of course, it also left behind most of the ice beasts at the location of the cave. He led only about 300 frost beasts towards Justin's direction. Damn it, we have to retreat. Justin and his companions panicked when they saw the frost beast king, which was 4 or 5 times larger than the other frost beasts, charging towards them. Unfortunately, the frost beast king was too fast, far faster than ordinary frost beasts. In just a few breaths, The Frost Beast King was already very close to them. Master Shamar, it's up to you, Justin said in a panic. Shamar's face turned green as well. This Frost Beast King was too fast, and his illusion needed time to prepare. He wasn't confident he could successfully use the illusion before the other party arrived. Some of you must cover the rear to buy me time to use my illusions, Shamar explained. Cover the rear? Almost simultaneously, the group glanced behind them and saw the Frost Beast King leading the charge, followed closely by hundreds of Frost Beasts. Whoever covers the rear will face certain death. Oh, who the hell? Justin roared angrily. Master Shamar, is there really no other way? Charles asked hurriedly. No, I need to have time to prepare. It's over. That was the thought that crossed their minds. At their current speed, they probably won't get very far before these ice beasts catch up with them, and that will be their death day. Let's split up and escape. Maybe there's still a chance. After saying that, Justin ran off in another direction. He was the fastest there, so he had an advantage in escaping and ended up in the lead. Chapter 67, Betraying Teammates. Then came Charles, who chose a different path. Oh damn it, they've abandoned us. Master Shamar, what should we do now? Otani, in a panic, said that he was the weakest among them, only at the level of Bronze 4. He was slower than Shamar. Sit down, I'll use an illusion. A ruthless glint suddenly flashed across Shamar's dark face. He never expected that Justin and Charles would abandon him and run away, which he could not accept. I've made such a big contribution to the team, and now I'm being abandoned. With death looming, he had to find another way. The best solution would be for someone to be able to hold off the Ice Beast's attack and buy him some time. Master Shamar, didn't you say there wasn't enough time? Inspector Otani asked, puzzled. There's no time left. Seeing the Frost Beast King getting closer and closer, a ruthless glint flashed in Shamar's eyes. He grabbed Inspector Otani's arm and threw him backward. Ah! Inspector Otani let out a desperate cry before being torn apart by the pursuing Ice Beast. Shamar frowned slightly. He had no other choice. If he doesn't do this, they'll all die once they're caught. In the Alls Mountains chat group, everyone watched this astonishing scene. No one would have expected Shamar to suddenly commit such a heinous act. Holy crap, that Shamar is ruthless. He just threw her away like that. When it comes to profit, everyone is just someone to be used. He at least saved his life temporarily by doing this, someone in the group said. In the live stream footage, the speed of the Frost Beast was greatly reduced due to Inspector Otani's obstruction. This Shamar is no ordinary person. We must be careful next time we encounter him. The poison he possesses is extremely dangerous. Don't worry, this Shamar is only good at using poison. If we're talking about pure fighting skills, he's no match for Charles. I agree. Same as above. Meanwhile, on the nameless island, someone became angry. Baka, that Indian actually pushed Inspector Otani into the horde of icy beasts. That man deserves to die. The master from Sindhu is truly despicable. I never imagined that the master from India would be this kind of scoundrel. Don't let me run into him, or else. Ito Arashur roared. Cowards have no right to interrupt here. Someone sneered in the group. I challenge you to a duel. That's normal. If I were in that situation, I might do the same. Incomprehensible. In the chat group, everyone in the US was astonished, their eyes widening in surprise. Oh my god, that Indian guy actually betrayed his teammate. He's a devil. He should be punished by law. We cannot let him get away with this. This is terrifying. We need to warn Carl, lest that Vaya's scheme against us. Human nature is the most vulnerable thing to temptation. I used to respect him as a highly respected master, but not anymore. In my eyes, he has become a villain. He should be arrested and severely punished. He is a disgrace to the entire nation of India and should be nailed to the pillar of shame. In the region of Sindhu, everyone was equally astonished by what they saw. The crowd immediately began to discuss the matter. Master Shamar? We can't blame Master Shamar. He had no choice but to do this. It was better for one to die than both of them. That's right. The only ones to blame are Justin and Charles. They were the ones who abandoned Master Shamar and Inspector Otani first. Master Shamar almost single-handedly completed this plan, yet they fled at the crucial moment. They are cowards. Shamar is a hero and should not be criticized. I support Shamar, he's a hero. He's the pride of India. That's right. The Holt Mountains region. A group of people are watching a replay in a chat group. The scene shows Shamar pushing Inspector Otani into the horde of ice beasts. Someone in the chat group only saw half of it and started cursing. Oh, despicable. I've never seen such a despicable person. Can you imagine? This kind of person is our ally. Hey buddy, calm down. They were forced to do this. Didn't Justin do the same thing? That's different. Splitting up and escaping would allow more people to escape, but what he did was betray his teammates. If Justin and Charles had stayed behind to hold off the frost beasts for a while, perhaps Shamar wouldn't have done it this way. Are you crazy? They'll die if they stay. The handsome country region was also buzzing with discussion. Oh, whoever did that, such behavior is shameful. We need to stand up for justice and judge them. Such behavior is truly despicable. Shameless. Chalin, I think we should focus on those two Xia people. What are you afraid of? They don't have a space ring big enough. They can't take this treasure with them at all. We still need to be careful, in case the other party comes up with other methods. Meanwhile, inside the Blood Moon Palace, Zhao Jing took out his long sword and kept tapping and striking the small moon. He wanted to see if he could take the moon away through some means. Zhao Jing, I think it's best if we don't touch the moon. Lu Tao said worriedly. Why? This is a treasure. How can we enter a treasure mountain and leave empty-handed? Actually there's something I've been keeping to myself, but I haven't told you yet. Lu Tao said hesitantly, scratching his head. Something's not right, Zhao Jing thought suspiciously, looking at Lu Tao with a sense of unease. He wanted to see what Lu Tao was really up to. Zhao Jing, did you see those red stones before you came? Lu Tao asked gravely. Oh, you mean those blood-drinking stones, right? Zhao Jing suddenly realized. Blood-drinking stone. Lu Tao was speechless. The other party had actually mistaken those stones for blood-drinking stones. Is there a problem? Zhao Jing asked, somewhat puzzled. He felt that Lu Tao seemed a bit abnormal. Don't you think those stones look a lot like human organs? Lu Tao said seriously. What a joke. What kind of creature has a temple inside its body? Besides, there's a treasure inside the temple. Zhao Jing immediately thought of a reason to refute. What if this treasure is the inner core of that magical beast? Lu Tao voiced his thoughts. Chapter 68, The Inner Core of a Warcraft. Are you kidding me? Zhao Jing was speechless. He didn't expect that Lu Tao, who had such great strength, would have such a strange idea. Zhao Jing, I'm telling the truth. I sensed something was wrong when I came in. I think we were swallowed whole by something. And those stones you mentioned aren't blood-drinking stones. They're just ordinary flesh and blood of magical beasts. How is that possible? Then what about this temple? How do you explain that? Zhao Jing asked. That's also what I don't understand. When I saw the temple, I also thought my guess was wrong, until I saw the moon's spirit. What does this artifact's spirit prove? Zhao Jing asked dismissively. Look closely at this spirit. Pay attention to its eyes. Lu Tao said with some fear. Zhao Jing was speechless. He never expected that Lu Tao would be so terrified by a spirit. Following Lu Tao's instructions, Zhao Jing carefully observed the artifact spirit. First, the outline of the spirit, then its movements. A little pig was seen swimming around in the full moon, looking quite carefree. Is there a problem with this? He looked at Lu Tao speechlessly. He was supposed to be a top 10 player in the Lord's rank, but he was such a coward at the crucial moment. Look into his eyes, Lu Tao reminded him from the side. Zhao Jing looked at it carefully. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the problem. He discovered that the pig's eyes were remarkably similar to human eyes. As he looked at the pig, it was also looking at him. Wrong. This little pig must have been observing Lu Tao ever since they arrived here. What's even more outrageous is that the little pig's mouth suddenly seemed to smile at him at that moment. Holy crap! Zhao Jing felt a wave of fear wash over him and quickly looked away. This matter seems rather strange. The pig's last smile clearly carried a mocking meaning. Did you see that? That spirit has been observing us ever since we came in. Lu Tao's gaze was clearly evasive at this moment, and he had no intention of keeping the treasure. Zhao Jing felt a moment of mental confusion, and he recalled the message he had received warning him of danger. Could I really be inside the belly of some magical beast? He wondered. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Since it was inside the belly of a magical beast, there shouldn't be a temple there. As for the strange artifact spirit, it only meant that the treasure was even more precious. Having figured out the truth of the matter, Zhao Jing was completely relieved. He patted Lu Tao on the shoulder and told him his thoughts. Lu Tao looked at him speechlessly, unable to understand why the other person was still talking about the treasure at this point. So he decided to tell the other person something else. Zhao Jing, didn't you say you didn't believe it? Lu Tao asked. Yes, how could that be? Lu Tao, don't be scared out of your wits. I'll show you something, and you'll understand. Follow me closely, Lu Tao said before walking towards the outer perimeter of the temple. Zhao Jing followed. wanting to see what the other party wanted him to see. The two walked slowly toward the outer perimeter of the temple, one in front of the other. Then they walked to the location of the temple gate they had passed on their way here. Lu Tao, if you keep walking, you'll be outside, Zhao Jing reminded him. It's right outside the gate. You'll see when you come over. I just didn't remind you before, Lu Tao said calmly. Zhao Jing was speechless, but in the end he and Lu Tao walked out of the temple. A blood moon hung in the sky above the temple. Of the blood moon, the entire dark space appeared somewhat terrifying. Lu Tao stopped after leaving the temple. Where's the stuff? Where is it? Zhao Jing asked, looking displeased. He wondered if Lu Tao was trying to find an excuse to take him away from the temple. They're all around you. You just need to walk 100 meters to the edge and then light a torch to see them. Lu Tao's voice sounded a little hoarse at this moment. No one could remain calm upon discovering that they were inside the belly of a magical beast. 100 meters? A glint of light flashed in Zhao Jing's eyes. Could everything really be as Lu Tao said? Otherwise, why would the other party have planned it so meticulously? Following Lu Tao's instructions, Zhao Jing kept moving closer to the edge. 50, 60, 80. At the same time, he was constantly calculating his steps. 100. At this moment, he finally saw his surroundings clearly. All around were rows of rocks as thick as buckets, intertwined with each other. However, these rocks were not fixed. On the contrary, they trembled constantly, as if they were alive. A rock that can move? A look of confusion flashed in Zhao Jing's eyes. But he immediately thought of another possibility. Could this be the intestines of some organism? Once the idea took hold, it was impossible to stop. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, but he was completely unaware of it. These trembling rock walls look so much like human intestines, they're practically identical. Then I thought of those vein-like things on those red stones. Hiss! He gasped for breath several times in quick succession. He's probably really been swallowed by the monster. However, he had not given up his last hope. If the monster had swallowed him, there would probably be no temple. Now you believe me, right? Lu Tao walked up behind him. It does look very similar, but the temple's affairs can't be explained. Zhao Jing's eyes held a final trace of determination. Fine, I'll show you something else, Lu Tao said helplessly. This time, Zhao Jing did not refuse, but followed Lu Tao. This time they took the same narrow passage they had used to enter this place. The other side of the passage was where they had just arrived. However, at that moment, the walls suddenly shook, throwing him and Lu Tao directly to the ground. What's going on? Zhao Jing asked, puzzled. He had encountered similar situations many times here. It must be that monster shaking its body, Lu Tao explained. Zhao Jing appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually sweating profusely inside. He wanted to disbelieve Lu Tao's words, but the facts left him no choice but to believe them. This is it, Lu Tao said in a hoarse voice. Isn't this where we just arrived? Zhao Jing asked in confusion. That's right, look at those wobbly red stones. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhao Jing asked, puzzled. Doesn't it look like the throat area? Lu Tao was speechless. He had already reminded the other person to this point, but the other person still didn't understand. Upon hearing Lu Tao's explanation, Zhao Jing's expression hardened, and he slowly walked towards the stones. There's a draft that blows in from there from time to time, so be careful, Lu Tao reminded him urgently. However, the moment he spoke, a faint light suddenly appeared where the red boulders were, and then a gust of wind blew in. Zhao Jing was blown backward and tumbled several times before regaining his balance. Chapter 69, The Truth. Holy crap, what kind of wind is this? It's so powerful. Zhao Jing was speechless with astonishment. That looks like the exit, Lu Tao said uncertainly. Export? Zhao Jing asked, puzzled. Yes, when the wind comes in again, we can lie there and see what's going on outside. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. No way. Could it be that Boss Lu Tao and Boss Zhao Jing are really inside the monster's body? Someone in the group asked doubtfully. Even Lu Tao, a big shot in the industry, is so certain. What do we have to doubt? It's just that I'm afraid to accept it. Holy crap. Does that mean this treasure that looks like the moon is gone? That must be the inner core of that magical beast. Is there really such a large inner core? It's a full 10 square meters in size. Are those fine stones in the bucket intestines? They're huge. I guess so. Otherwise there's no way to explain all this. That's hard to say. At the very least, the matter of the temple is hard to explain. By the way, I wonder what race this magical beast is. Could it really be a pig? 666. If it were a pig, I really couldn't accept it. In the American region, everyone in the chat group was completely bewildered. They had previously thought that Lu Tao and Zhao Jing had obtained a priceless treasure, but it was completely different from what they had imagined. They were most likely swallowed by a terrifying creature. Oh my god, is this a comedy? The ending is such a twist, someone in the group laughed. Yeah, I thought they'd found a treasure. Looks like I was wrong. Surprise and disappointment can happen in an instant. The more jubilant they are one moment, the more disappointed they will be the next. That's terrifying. I'm talking about that magical beast. It's incredibly powerful. It easily swallowed two powerful figures from the Xia kingdom, and its inner core is just too huge. I hope our beautiful country doesn't encounter such a terrifying monster, otherwise it would truly be a disaster. I suddenly thought of something, but I don't know if I should say it. Mary, please speak freely. You know we're in a great mood right now. I'm afraid that what I say will affect your mood. No, we can accept anything. I've noticed that the monster on the mini-map is getting closer and closer to Carl and the others. Myrai said worriedly. Oh no, Carl and the others are in danger, someone exclaimed in the group. In the video, the blue-green dots are still moving rapidly. At this rate, they will reach the snow-capped mountain in less than half a day. If Carl and his group encounter this magical beast, things will be in trouble. There shouldn't be any problem. What are the chances of such a coincidence? Will Carl get eaten? Shut your mouth. We need to inform Carl and the others. We have used up our contact limit, so we will not be able to contact any of them after this. In the Sindhu region, countless people in the chat group got excited. My god, those two Xia people were actually eaten by a monster, and that moon wasn't some treasure at all, but rather the inner core of a monster. I thought they had obtained a priceless treasure. This is going to be interesting. This magical beast won't let them off so easily. This magical beast is too strong. It was able to easily devour two powerful figures from the Xia kingdom. This magical beast might not be that strong. It was only able to devour its opponent when the opponent was off guard. Although this magical beast is very strong, it is definitely no match for the people of Sindhu. If it encounters Vyas, it will definitely be in for a rough time. That's right, what we Sindhu people are best at is animal taming. Friends, I suddenly discovered something. It might not be what you want to hear, someone in the group said. What information? Speak, Lance said, frowning. That magical beast seems to have headed towards the snow-capped mountains. What? Someone in the group exclaimed. In the video, two small dots representing Lu Tao and Zhao Jing are seen moving rapidly on the mini-map, heading towards the snow-capped mountains. Hopefully, Vyas won't run into it. It's just a coincidence. Vyas won't encounter it, and even if he does, I believe Vyas can easily deal with it. That's right, we should trust Vyas, especially since we have Shamar. His illusions are incredibly powerful. Vyas and Shamar are the pride of our Sindhu kingdom, and we believe they are capable of handling any crisis. The Holt Mountains region, people started discussing it in a chat group. My god, what is that? Someone in the group exclaimed in fear. At this moment, the live stream screen showed a stone about the size of a bucket, but the stone looked too much like intestines. Is this the intestines of a monster? Or just ordinary stone? Have you ever seen such a big intestine? Someone mocked in the group. Have you ever seen a rock that shakes? This is just a trick played by the Xia people to make us stop paying attention to them. I'm sure it's just an ordinary stone, and the fact that the stone can move is just an illusion they've created. That's right. This moon is definitely a treasure. It couldn't possibly be a monster's inner core. Besides, this moon is inside a temple. How could there be a temple inside a monster's stomach? The chat group quickly split into two factions, each holding their own opinions and refuting each other. I think we should pay more attention to Justin and his group. They are in a very dangerous situation, someone in the group reminded them. In the scene, Justin and Charles are frantically fleeing in two different directions, while the frost beast is hot on their heels, making the situation extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Shamar used an illusion to temporarily escape the pursuit of the ice beasts, but he was not safe. Several ice beasts were circling around him, sniffing him constantly, and he was also on the verge of danger. His medicine powder will only last for half an hour. After that, he will run out of medicine. Carl and Vyas naturally wouldn't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they both dashed out almost simultaneously. Although things didn't go as planned, the result was about the same. Although there are 700 frost beasts at the current location of the cave, the Frost Beast King is not there. This is the opportunity. Go all out, don't hold back, Carl said to Vyas during the operation. Vyas knew the gravity of the situation. With so many ice beasts, holding back would be suicide. Chapter 70. Plan successfully executed. Almost the instant Carl and Vyas burst out, the frost beast, 100 meters away, also spotted them. In the distance, the frost beasts roared angrily. If it weren't for these despicable humans, their peaceful lives would never have been disturbed. Enraged, the group of ice beasts charged forward. Carl's expression hardened. He roughly estimated that there were about 70 or 80 ice beasts charging towards them. Prepare for battle. But don't get bogged down in fighting, Carl said solemnly. Their goal was to enter the cave, not to fight these ice beasts here. Whoosh! At a position very close to the frost beast, Carl drew his longsword from his waist, and at the same time, his speed more than doubled. Those who stand in my way shall die, Carl roared, slashing at an ice beast in front of him. This ice beast was the closest to him, and was also the one charging at the front. The frost beast, enraged, rammed its two long tusks against him. They collided instantly. Carl's longsword cleaved the ferocious ice beast in two from head to tail, but he was also badly injured. If he hadn't wanted to intimidate the enemy with one move, he would never have fought that ice beast head-on. Vyas, standing nearby, also glanced at Carl and the black long sword in his hand in astonishment. It was impossible for him to be so nonchalant. Moreover, the jet-black longsword in his hand was by no means simple. It should at least be a king-level weapon. Hurry up, Carl reminded them, taking advantage of the moment when the frost beast was stunned. At the same time, he pushed his speed to the limit, passing directly over the frost beast's back. Vyas also took advantage of this opportunity and rushed over with Carl. Ouch! The remaining ice beasts roared angrily, unable to accept that these humans had stepped over their backs. If we get surrounded by the frost beasts, we'll die here, Carl said coldly, looking at Vyas. He wasn't exaggerating when he said that. Although he and Vyas were strong, there were only two of them, while there were 600 or 700 frost beasts. In other words, if they couldn't break through the encirclement of these frost beasts and were trapped inside, their chances of survival would be extremely slim. I know what's important, and I will go all out later, Vyas said, frowning. His mood was as heavy as Carl's. This was a matter of life and death, and he naturally wouldn't let his guard down. Watch out for those 70 or 80 ice beasts behind us, Carl suddenly warned. Vyas glanced back and saw that the group of ice beasts behind them had turned around and were chasing after them again. This puts them in a pincer movement with the frost beasts in front of them. Danger! That was his only thought at that moment. If he made even the slightest mistake, he might lose his life. As before, you and I will first work together to kill the first few ice beasts, and then take advantage of the moment when we are intimidated to break through from above and enter the cave. While running, Carl revealed his plan. Good. A cold glint flashed in Vyas's eyes. The only option available now. He can't think of any other good solution. These ice beasts are really annoying. Vyas suddenly felt a surge of annoyance. This can't be blamed on him. He had always had a smooth journey in the Sindhu region before, and he had never been in such a sorry state before. Kill! He roared angrily, and drew his longsword to slash at the enemy. His longsword was equally extraordinary, its entire body a dark green color, and it was of superior quality among ordinary grade swords. Although it was not as sharp as Carl's sword, it was infused with a potent poison, the kind that was no weaker than Shamar's bloodbone powder. Kill! Carl roared as well, and then engaged in battle with the ice beasts that came to block his way. Bang! Bang! The two were surrounded by the ice beast the moment they came into contact with it. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Only the sporadic sounds of impact indicated a fierce battle taking place. Die! At this moment, a fierce roar came from the group of ice beasts, and then the ice beasts hurriedly retreated, leaving a gap of about 5 meters wide. It was only at this moment that we could see the situation of Kakar and the others. Carl and Vyas were covered in blood, but it wasn't their own. Several more corpses of ice beasts lay nearby. The color of 4 of the corpses had changed, becoming extremely similar to the longsword in Vyas's hand. The other 2 were cut in half. A great opportunity, Carl thought excitedly. He and Vyas exchanged a glance, and then, as planned, they took to the air and, stepping on the back of the ice beast, quickly approached the cave. Because the frost beasts were so close together that they would hurt each other if they attacked, they were thrown into chaos and Carl and Vyas were helpless. Finally, Carl and Vyas successfully reached the cave entrance, and they both breathed a sigh of relief almost simultaneously. However, 2 or 3 ice beasts blocked the way at the cave entrance. Open up, Carl and Vyas shouted at the same time. Before long, 3 more corpses of ice beasts appeared at the cave entrance, and Carl and Vyas entered the cave. In the Alls Mountains region, the chat group was already buzzing with discussion. Holy crap, what's going on? They actually got in. Will Boss Li Fei be alright? Those two are no ordinary people. Don't be afraid. Carl was injured at the last moment, and Vyas also used up a lot of strength. In addition, they are not familiar with the terrain inside, so they cannot pose any threat to Boss Li Fei in a short period of time. Do the people of Sindhu really like using poison? First it was Shamar, and now it's Vyas. They're all quite formidable. This Vyas is hiding his true strength. He just killed more frost beasts than Carl, by a factor of 50. He should be even more difficult to deal with than Carl. I'm a little worried for Boss Li Fei. This Vyas is clearly a formidable opponent, and with Carl on top of that, Boss Li Fei might not be a match for him. What should we do? We have one last chance to contact each other. Should we notify Boss Li Fei? No need. Have you forgotten the traps that Boss Li Fei set up before? I dare say their movements will definitely not escape Boss Li Fei's discerning eyes. Unlike the arguments in the Alls region chat group, the chat group in the Sindhu region was completely harmonious. Chapter 71 Charles is in danger. As expected of Master Shamar, he used his illusion technique at the crucial moment. Look at the 2 ice beasts beside him. They are wandering aimlessly like blind men. In the scene, Shamar is constantly scattering medicinal powder around himself, while not far from him are 2 ice beasts sniffing the air. It's truly terrifying. No one can break through such a trick, except for Vyas, of course. I must become Master Shamar's disciple when he returns. Just wait, there's a long line of people who want to become his apprentices. Senior Vyas is so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he's also very strong. Judging from the video, he's much stronger than that Carl. Have you noticed that Carl seems to be injured, and quite seriously? During the live stream, Carl's left hand drooped down, and blood kept seeping from his left arm, quickly staining his entire arm red. Senior Vyas is really strong. He didn't get hurt at all in such a dangerous situation. However, Senior Vyas also seemed very tired. He was panting heavily. It's normal to be a little tired after such a tough battle. We should understand. Meanwhile, in the Americas region, the chat group was in an uproar. Oh, who's the hell? Carl was injured? And that Sindhu guy is perfectly fine. What a disgrace. He was number 1 on our list, and yet he lost to someone from India in this operation. I cannot accept this. You're right. He's completely disgraced our nation. We're the strongest on earth, but here we need the help of the Indians. It's shameful. In the scene, Vyas is using a strip of cloth to stop Carl's bleeding. Friends, I suspect that during the battle just now, Vyas deliberately didn't use his full strength, so that all the pressure would be concentrated on Carl. Lesser, are you sure you're talking? Vyas killed half again as many frost beasts as Carl, someone mocked. The key point is this, Vyas's longsword is poisoned. As long as it touches the blood of these ice beasts, the blood will change color. Even if he didn't kill these ice beasts, he can completely change the outcome of the kill by using the properties of his longsword. You mean that some of the frost beasts that died from poison were actually killed by Carl, and that Vyas just finished them off with his longsword later? The others in the group immediately understood what he meant. That's right, I suspect that Vyas deliberately didn't use his full strength, and that's the real culprit behind Carl's injury. But what reason does he have to do this? Someone questioned. Of course it's for resources and reputation. The Kingdom of Sindhu also needs resources, and they also want to win. At the same time, Vyas is probably a person who values reputation a lot. That's right, I also find it very suspicious. If we're talking about strength alone, Vyas wouldn't be a match for Carl, but this time Carl was seriously injured, while Vyas seemed completely unharmed. If that's the truth, then Vyas is utterly despicable. We need to warn Carl. Sorry, we've used up our contact limit. We need to negotiate with the people of Sindhu. They will never admit it. Meanwhile, in the Holt Mountains region, people started discussing it in a chat group. I'm not seeing things, am I? Carl is actually injured. When did the Americans become so fragile? But Vyas is completely unharmed. He might even be stronger than Carl. Carl was consistently stronger than Vyas throughout the live stream, yet he ended up suffering a severe injury. You could say he was just unlucky. Do you think they can still handle that Xiagwa guy? Carl is severely injured now, and Vyas alone is simply not enough. Don't worry, buddy. The others are already on their way to the snow mountain. I'm sure they'll get there soon. Don't worry about others yet. Justin in our area is still in danger, someone in the group said angrily. In the live stream footage, Justin was still frantically fleeing, but he was no longer as disheveled as before, mainly because the Frost Beast King that was chasing him had retreated. He is now being chased by only 50-odd Frost Beasts, which are about as fast as him, which is why he has been able to escape until now. He desperately needs to find a secluded cave to escape his pursuers. Justin should be fine, but Charles from America seems to be in danger, someone in the group said. Unlike Justin, Charles had countless wounds on his body, some of which were even bleeding. The most serious injury was to his leg, where he had been bitten directly by an ice beast. The main reason he was so badly injured was that he was not as fast as Justin, and Shamar used an illusion, so he became the first target of the Frost Beast. Blood was flowing continuously from his body, and hundreds of ice beasts were hot on his heels. If nothing unexpected happened, death was the only thing waiting for him. At that moment, he thought a lot. He regretted his decision back then. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. At this moment, he slowed down more and more, and his eyes began to scan his surroundings constantly. He wanted to find a place where he could hide. If there was a cave nearby, he might still have a chance to survive. He's finished, someone in the chat group in the Holt Mountains region said mercilessly. He saw it more clearly than Charles. There was nowhere around him to hide. In his mind, he had sentenced the man to death. In the Handsome Kingdom region, everyone in the chat group was watching the same scene unfold. That Charles is dead, someone in the group said mercilessly. I'm certain he can't run more than 300 meters, another person said coldly. I bet Justin is alive. Nonsense, he's not injured at all, and there's a cave nearby that he can take shelter in. Of course he won't die. That Shamar seems to be in some danger too. The two ice beasts beside him haven't left. I'm really worried about him. There's nothing to pity about someone who betrays their teammates, another voice said. The best performer in this plan was Vyas. His performance was flawless, without a single mistake or injury. It was Carl, who was next to him, who suffered an unexpected injury. That's right, they all underestimated him. He should be even stronger than Carl. Chapter 72, A Near Encounter. At another location, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing looked at each other in bewilderment. Just moments ago, they had been lying in a breezy spot and had successfully seen what was happening outside. Outside, there was a blanket of white clouds, and these clouds were all moving rapidly backward. However, that opportunity closed too quickly, and they only got a vague idea of what was going on. Now you believe me. Lu Tao's face turned even uglier. He had held on to a sliver of hope, but now that hope was shattered. Holy crap, can someone explain what the hell is going on? Zhao Jing's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. However, he quickly calmed down. We should be out of danger now, but we don't know where this monster is planning to take us. You're right. If this monster wanted to harm us, we would probably be dead already. Lu Tao said, still shaken. What should we do? We can't just stay here. Zhao Jing said helplessly. Actually, I found a way to get out, but I don't know if it will work. What method? It's this vent. I reckon this is where his mouth is. We can rush out from here while he's breathing. Lu Tao analyzed. What a joke. You know how strong the wind is there. It's something we can't handle at all. But that's our only chance. There's probably no other way. Lu Tao said with a bitter smile. If he could, he would never consider leaving from here. He would instead think of other ways. All right, let's give it a try. We'll use weapons to hold it in place first, and then try to leave after the other person breathes. Zhao Jing suggested. Okay, let's do it that way. On the other side, Li Fei also took this time to familiarize himself with the inside and outside of the cave. Not only that, he also marked various places, so now he can walk around freely even with his eyes closed. However, he also made another discovery during this process. After the baby ice beast successfully hatches, it will walk to the location of the underground river on its own and then swim in with the current. This undoubtedly indicates that this is another exit, and it leads to the location of the frost beast on the snow mountain. This also resolved one of his doubts. How did these little ice beasts manage to get up there? During his time in the cave, he spent his time familiarizing himself with the terrain and cultivating his skills. This also allowed him to make great progress. His Samadhi true fire had reached the intermediate level, and the power of the flames had increased significantly. Not only that, his mental energy also increased, from 100 energy points to 150. In other words, he can now unleash the Samadhi true fire 3 times. Open the properties. Host, Li Fei. Rank, Gold 1 star. Strength, 208. Agility, 213. Body Constitution, 216. Energy, 150. Skill 1. Concentrating power. This skill concentrates the body's strength into a single point, generating explosive power. Skill 2. Samadhi Fire. Manifests tangible flames from the eyes to incinerate enemies. Currently at the intermediate stage, each use consumes 50 energy. The attribute panel didn't explain what functions the Samadhi True Fire would gain after reaching the intermediate level, but he believed it wouldn't disappoint him. The energy points required for the flame remain unchanged at 50. Never mind, I'll find a place to try it out after we get out. Li Fei thought, since it wasn't very convenient for him to test it in the cave right now. Now he prepares to head towards the cave entrance to take a look, a task he performs every day. If someone suddenly enters from outside, he can detect it immediately, giving him ample time to prepare accordingly. The cave is very complex, and without the guidance of a professional, the average person might get lost. He was walking on a narrow passage, surrounded by blue rocks on all sides. However, when he reached a certain spot, he suddenly froze. A fist-sized rock there had been moved. Moreover, there was a drop of dark red blood on that small rock. Has someone been here? Li Fei frowned. He had deliberately placed the stone in the middle of the passage so that he could detect anything unusual as soon as possible. Could someone have really gone into the cave? He picked up the bloodstained stone. Observe carefully. It's human blood, that's right, Li Fei said with a grave expression. He was almost certain that someone had been here. However, this person must have been injured. His eyes followed the direction of the drop of blood. There was another trace of blood on the right front. Li Fei's expression turned completely serious, and he slowed his steps, continuing to walk in the direction of the blood. Sure enough, this time he found even more blood, a whole pool of it. Then, he found some scattered spots on the left side, and Li Fei was almost certain that the other party had entered through the entrance on the left. Li Fei pondered for a moment. He had entered the left entrance before, and it was a dead end. He believed they would be back soon. Perhaps I should make some preparations. Li Fei abandoned his plan to follow them and instead headed back. He wanted to return to the location of the deep pit first, since there were countless blue crystal cores there. In the Alls Mountains chat group, everyone was watching the live stream, and the live stream camera was focused on Li Fei. Damn, that was close. Boss Li Fei only needs to walk another 200 meters to find Carl and the others. Yes, it was a close call, otherwise Boss Li Fei would have been in danger. Are you kidding me? You actually said Boss Li Fei is in danger? If anyone should be in danger, it should be Carl and the others. I admit that Boss Li Fei is indeed very strong, but don't forget that there are two of them on the other side, and these two are top experts from the United States and India. If Boss Li Fei encounters them, his chances of survival are slim. Hanfeng, what do you mean? You're just hoping Li Fei loses, aren't you? Someone in the crowd said angrily. That's not what I meant. I'm just worried about Boss Li Fei's safety. You'd better shut your mouth. Everyone has witnessed Li Fei's strength. He is definitely the strongest among all of us. Even if Vyas and Carl joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. Moreover, Carl's left hand is injured now, so he is even less likely to be a match for Li Fei. Alright, stop arguing. I think we should focus on something else first. It seems that Lu Tao and Zhao Jing are getting closer and closer to the snow mountain. Chapter 73, The Target, Shamar. I've noticed that too. This matter is probably not simple. I have a feeling something unexpected might happen on the snow-capped mountain. There's another point you might not have noticed. 3 members of the Knights of the Kingdom of Handsome have also arrived, and they've already reached the edge of the snow mountain. The situation is getting more and more complicated. It seems we need to follow up immediately. Meanwhile, in the Sindhu region, a fierce debate broke out in the chat group. Look, that's Ya Countryman. He's spotted Carl and Vyas. In the video, Li Fei is picking up a stone and examining it closely. We should inform Vyas and the others. Unfortunately, we've already used up our contact attempts. Otherwise, we could have notified them directly. Look, that Xia Countryman is starting to walk back. He's scared, someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. Haha, the weak Xia people, he's terrified. Vyas will definitely teach him a lesson later. That's right, let's wait and see what happens. I think that Li Fei must be very strong. Even the frost beast is afraid of his white flames, a voice said weakly. Shut up, you damn low caste. As long as Vyas is here, anything can be solved. No one can stop him. I believe in Vyas, he is my only idol. Meanwhile, in the US region, everyone in the chat group also witnessed this thrilling scene. Oh my god, Li Fei almost met up with Carl and the others. Li Fei is so lucky. It wasn't luck, he discovered Carl and his group's whereabouts. How could that be? Carl and the others are so cautious. Oh, who's the jerk? Didn't you notice the bloodstains on the ground? The other side spotted them immediately. In the scene, Li Fei suddenly turns around and walks back. Li Fei is trying to escape. Quickly notify Carl and the others. Sorry guys, we've already used up our communication attempts. We can't get in touch with them. Damn it. We know they're right in front of us, but we can't notify them immediately. Don't worry, I believe Carl and his team will find the location of the pit in no time. Then they will definitely make Li Fei suffer. That's true, but Carl is injured now. Are you sure they can handle it? This Li Fei is no ordinary person. What's most terrifying is that he seems to have mastered a white flame with extremely strong power. Don't worry, that Vyas is no simpleton either. I believe they can handle him easily. The Holt Mountains region, a lively discussion also broke out in the chat group. Just a hair's breadth away, Li Fei and Carl were almost together. It seems that Li Fei has discovered Carl and the others' whereabouts. What's there to be afraid of? Whether he finds out or not, he's doomed. There's another entrance inside the cave. Aren't you afraid they'll panic and run away? I am indeed worried. But the other party probably can't bear to part with the remaining crystal cores, otherwise he would have left long ago. This is our opportunity. Hopefully Carl and the others find the right passage soon. We're getting closer and closer to victory. Don't you agree? Let's leave that aside for now. What I want to say is that Charles from America is dead. What? Someone in the group exclaimed in shock. Because most people in the group had been focusing their attention on Carl and his group. Only a handful of people knew about Charles's death. That's right. He was caught by the frost beast and then killed. It's a pity. Charles's strength is among the best anywhere, and more importantly, he was still very young. He had even more room to grow, but such a genius is dead. I feel sorry for him, but Justin and Shamar seem to still be alive. The scene then shifts back to Justin, who is hiding in a narrow passage, only about 5 meters long. It is this 5-meter distance that saved his life. The ice beast's massive body was blocked by the narrow opening. Finally, after half an hour of furious roars, the frost beast left. Justin was panting heavily. He had practically been given a second chance at life. If he hadn't been quick-witted and managed to escape here, he might be dead by now. Shamar is in an even worse situation. He is now hiding in another cave. At this moment, he was dressed in rags, his beard was unkempt, and he looked exhausted. His already thin frame appeared even more gaunt. He was breathing heavily, his body covered in sweat from exhaustion. Several of the medicine bottles he always kept at his waist were broken, and the remaining intact bottles were empty, with no more powder left. He survived by sheer luck. He had used an illusion to deceive the few ice beasts around him. However, the ice beasts stayed around him and refused to leave, which panicked him. But he had no choice but to keep sprinkling medicine powder, hoping that they would leave quickly. However, he was disappointed, as 2 or 3 ice beasts always stayed near him and refused to leave. Finally, he ran out of medicine powder. With no other choice, he casually threw away the few bottles and jars he had left, which contained the poisons he usually treasured. As he had anticipated, the powder successfully blocked the ice beasts, allowing him to escape far away. However, the frost beast still caught up, and he escaped into the cave the instant the frost beast caught up. At this moment, he was both shocked and furious. He was horrified that he had almost lost his life, and furious that Justin and the others had abandoned him. On the other side, in the chat group of the Handsome Kingdom, everyone was also shocked to see what was happening before them. Did that Xia countryman chicken out? Someone asked curiously in the group. No, the other party just didn't know the exact number of people who entered the cave, which is why they didn't act immediately. I'm sure if Li Fei knew that there were only Carl and Vyas in the cave, and that Carl was injured, he would have made the first move. That's right. Li Fei is extremely strong. Based on my analysis, he should be the strongest among these 100 people. Even if Vyas and Carl join forces, they would still have a hard time. I bet Li Fei will win, someone in the group said. Me too. Same as above. Our knights have arrived at the snow mountain. Shouldn't we do something? Someone in the group reminded them. You're right, Peter. I almost forgot about this. Since we're cooperating with the people in the Alls Mountains region, we should show some appreciation. I think Shamar from the Sindhu region is quite good. He's used up all his poisons, and he's weak and exhausted right now. I understand. I'll arrange it right now. Chapter 74, The Arrival of the Knights. At another location, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing respectively inserted their spears and long swords into the crevices of the red rocks. They then lay prone nearby, waiting for an opportunity to rush out when the gust of wind opened up again. Boss Lu Tao, are you sure this method will work? I have a bad feeling about this. Zhao Jing asked worriedly. Looking at the dark gap in front of him, a sudden tension gripped him. Do you want to be trapped here for the rest of your life? This is the only way we have now. If we can't get out, We may have to spend our whole lives here, Lu Tao said in a deep voice. Okay, I understand, but the wind at this vantage point is extremely strong. It won't be easy for us to get out through the wind, Zhao Jing said worriedly. That's right, but I've made a new discovery. Every time the wind passes, this spot generates a suction force. However, this suction force lasts for a very short time, less than a second. If we can make good use of this suction force, then escaping from here shouldn't be a problem, Lu Tao explained. Suction? Zhao Jing asked curiously. That's right, just like how we humans breathe. After inhaling fresh air, we always try to expel the stale air from our bodies. I suspect that the suction force is the other party exhaling the stale air from their body, Lu Tao explained. I understand now. As long as we seize the moment when the other party exhales, we will have a chance to escape successfully, Zhao Jing suddenly realized. That's right. However, at that moment, another strong gust of wind blew in from the vent, causing Lu Tao and Zhao Jing's clothes to flutter loudly. Fortunately, both he and Zhao Jing were firmly secured, which is why they weren't blown away. After that gust of wind ended, another gust of wind was generated in less than a second. Unlike the previous gust, this gust of wind blew from the inside out. Zhao Jing was overjoyed. Just as Lu Tao had said, the wind was blowing in and out in a specific way. In another location, Shamar finally had a chance to catch his breath. He was now slowly recovering from his injuries in a cave. Although he hadn't suffered any major injuries during his escape, he had countless small wounds and had also expended a lot of energy, so he urgently needed to recover. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The sound of horses neighing came from outside the cave. And it wasn't just one horse. Someone's here. Could it be an ally? Shamar's expression changed at first, then she became excited. He is currently out of ammunition and supplies and needs support. If he can receive help from his allies, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for him. We are from the Kingdom of Handsome. Is Master Shamar inside? Just then, a warm greeting came from outside the cave. The Kingdom of Heroes? Shamar was overjoyed. Their Kingdom of Sindhu and the Kingdom of Heroes had always had a good relationship. If someone from the Kingdom of Heroes came, then they were undoubtedly allies. I'm inside, my dear friends. Why don't you come in? Shamar asked in confusion. Without Master Shamar's permission, we cannot trespass into Master Shamar's resting place, no matter what we say. Is this still the Kingdom of Handsome? Shamar was shocked. As far as he knew, people from the Kingdom of England were usually incredibly arrogant. When did they become so polite? Could it really be that their gentlemanly manners were at play? Come in, my friends. I'm exhausted and I need your help, Shamar said warmly. Then we shall respectfully comply. Several heads emerged from outside the cave as they spoke. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s with brown curly hair and a small mustache. He wore a long red and black robe and black leather boots. The other two were slightly younger, around 30 years old. One carried a bow and arrows and wore a tight black leather jacket, while the other carried a snow-white longsword about 1.5 meters long and wore a white cloth short-sleeved shirt. The man around 40 years old is named Left, the #1 ranked fighter in the Dandelion region, with a strength of bronze 9 stars. The blonde-haired archer behind him is named Charant, who is ranked second in the region and has the strength of bronze 8 stars. The one wielding the long sword is named Rag, who is ranked 4th in the Dandelion region and has the strength of bronze 7 stars. It can be said that the strongest combat force in the Dandelion region has come here. They came here because they received a notification. After entering the cave, the group began to search around. One of them even deliberately looked at the few medicine bottles that Shamar had left. I've long heard of Master Shamar's great name, and seeing him today, I can see he's truly extraordinary. He actually killed so many frost beasts in succession. Left exclaimed in admiration. Not at all. I was just lucky, Shamar said modestly, but he couldn't hide his pride. I've heard that Master Shamar's poison skills are top-notch. Those dozens of poisoned ice creatures outside must be his masterpiece, asked the archer Charant. I'm ashamed to say that it is true, but I've used up all my medicine powder as a result. And the preparation process for this medicine powder is extremely complicated. It will take a year to prepare it again, Shamar said worriedly, while opening the caps of the remaining medicine bottles. Left and the others looked over and found that it was indeed empty. This delighted them immensely. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Left's lips. If Shamar had observed more closely, he would have certainly become wary. Actually, Master Shamar, we have another matter to discuss here, Left said, feigning profundity. What is it? Shamar asked curiously, unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Inspector Otani, you still remember him, right? This time it was Rag who spoke, and he smiled maliciously. At this point, even if Shamar was stupid, he realized that something was wrong. He was accidentally killed by an ice beast while on a mission, and I was just about to avenge him. Why are you bringing him up? Shamar asked deliberately, trying to stall for time. Really? I heard he was killed by the master. Charant joked. Nonsense, how could I kill him? Shamar's voice was extremely loud at the end, almost shouting. Left and the others exchanged glances. They had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. However, they immediately understood. Shamar quickly stood up, then scattered the powder in his hand at them, shouting sharply, Bloodbone powder. This is bad. Left and the other two were shocked at the same time. They never expected that Shamar would have the strength to resist. They had just deliberately glanced at the medicine bottles on the other person's waist. The powder should have been used up. Chapter 75, An Act of Justice. The gray powder enveloped them like smoke, but they were not about to sit idly by and wait for their doom. The three of them then used their unique skills to dodge the other's sneak attack. Left lifted his red and black robe and held it in front of him, while Charant turned to the side, and Rag rolled away to avoid it. By the time they realized what was happening, Shamar had already run out of the cave. Left, they're throwing dust. Rag said coldly. At this moment, Left's face was also gloomy. He hadn't expected to be tricked in this situation, which was hard for him to accept. Interesting. They actually tricked us with this kind of tactic? Left sneered. So what? Where can he run to? Rag said with a mocking expression. Catch them up and kill them on the spot. As for the crime, it's betraying your teammates. Left said coldly, and he and Charant chased after them together. Outside, Shamar had already run a distance, but he didn't relax at all. He was exhausted, while the three opponents were in perfect condition. If he paused even for a moment, he would be done for today. In the Alls Mountains region, within the chat group, everyone watched in shock at the scene before them. They never expected that the people from the Kingdom of Handsome would actually keep their promise. In the scene, three experts from the Handsome Kingdom are relentlessly pursuing Shamar. Meanwhile, Shamar was fleeing for his life. Is this a movie? The once arrogant Shamar is now being hunted down without any chance to fight back, someone mocked in the group. This is called reaping what you sow. He betrayed his teammates before, so it's normal for him to be betrayed by them now. What a pity. If he had enough of the medicine powder, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He might even have been able to turn the tables. Birds of a feather flock together, whether it's Sharma or these people from the Dandelion region, someone in the group said. Shamar is truly in danger this time. He's at his last gasp, and looks like he could collapse at any moment. The people from the Kingdom of Handsome have caught up with him. Just then, an exclamation came from the group. Everyone hurriedly looked at the screen. The three lefts, who were following closely behind, had caught up with Shamar. Please spare me. Shamar pleaded before he died. He now regretted not using his full strength in the previous plan, which left him powerless to fight back. Inspector Otani pleaded like that before. Left said coldly, Go to hell in peace. Rag laughed cruelly. Then with a swift stroke, he cleaved Shamar in two. Afterwards, Rag stuck out his tongue and licked the blood-stained part of the longsword, looking completely intoxicated. He's a real butcher, someone in the group said. He's not even close to Shamar. The other person retorted. This is going to be interesting. I wonder how the people in the Shindu region will react to this. They won't cause any big trouble. I'm more curious about America's reaction. Don't worry, since the Kingdom of Ingjun has taken action, it means they are confident that they will not be implicated in this matter. The Sindhu Kingdom, everyone stared in disbelief at this scene. A pool of blood on the ground and Shamar's cold, lifeless body. These butchers from the Kingdom of Handsome have actually killed Master Shamar, someone in the group exclaimed. They actually attacked an unarmed, old man. How is that possible? Isn't Ingjun Guo our ally? How could he do such a thing? Someone in the group asked. Whether he's an ally or not is irrelevant now. He has betrayed us, that despicable traitor. We must avenge Master Shamar, someone in the group said angrily. Yes, we must contact Vyas and ask him to get justice for us. But we've used up our contact attempts, so we can't get in touch with Vyas. Let's contact the US instead. I'm sure they'll give us justice, someone in the group said helplessly. But the relationship between the handsome country and the beautiful country is even stronger than our relationship with the beautiful country. It's all right, we'll argue our case. In the chat group for the American region, everyone was paying attention to the situation of Carl and Vyas. Just then, they suddenly received a message from the Kingdom of Sindhu. The letter states that Shamar was murdered by the people of the Kingdom of Heroes, and they are now demanding justice. What's going on? Everyone who received the message was completely bewildered. Because none of them had paid attention to Shamar's situation, no one knew that Shamar had been killed. Gree, play the video again, someone said in the group. This may take some time. Gree replied. As Gree operated the controls, the video began to play back. The scene first shows Shamar successfully escaping the pursuit of the frost beast, and then Shamar begins to heal his wounds inside the cave. At this point, Gree sped up the playback, fast-forwarding directly to the scene where Left enters. The scene shows everyone chatting amicably, creating a harmonious atmosphere without any signs of conflict. Everything changed when Left inquired about Inspector Otani's cause of death, and tensions began to rise between the two sides. Until Shamar's death at the very end. Oh my god, the people from the Kingdom of Handsome actually killed our ally. Shamar, someone in the group exclaimed. We need to get this straight. The Kingdom of Heroes is also our ally, someone retorted. But the Kingdom of Ingjun started this trouble. I think they did it on purpose. How is that possible? Didn't Shamar also kill Inspector Otani? That's different. Inspector Otani sacrificed himself for a mission, while Shamar was murdered, someone in the group said angrily. This is unfair. I object. Shamar betrayed his teammates, so he deserves to die. Left and the others were doing a good deed for the people. Their actions were righteous, so they shouldn't bear any responsibility. I suggest that we impose appropriate punishment on the Kingdom of Handsome. I want to emphasize again that the people of the Kingdom of Handsome are acting in a righteous manner. If you dare to do anything disrespectful to them, I will expose you. Alright, let's put this aside for now. We have more important things to do. That's right, we need to soothe the hurt feelings of our allies in the Sindhu region first. We should express our greetings and condolences appropriately. Send a message to India. Tell them that our beautiful country will stand up for them and put their minds at ease. Chapter 76, An Unexpected Incident. The Holt Mountains region. Everyone in the chat group was watching this scene with shocked expressions. The scene depicts Shamar being killed. In the scene, Left walks up to Shamar's body and says with deep emotion, for justice, for love, for Inspector Otani, you must die. No one can escape punishment. He must be held accountable for betraying his teammates. We, the land of Handsome, are a nation of gentlemen, and we despise such behavior, Charant said this time. In fact, these words were rehearsed beforehand to help them escape punishment. Oh, they are true heroes. They dared to declare war on evil. They are our role models, a girl in the group exclaimed in admiration. Great. That despicable Shamar is dead. He was killed by the great knights. They are heroes. Idiot. That's fake news they spread. They just don't want to take responsibility for killing their teammates, someone cursed in the group. AIG, do you think Inspector Otani should have been killed? Shouldn't these knights have killed that despicable Shamar? Or are you just as despicable as Shamar? Someone in the group angrily accused. Others shared in the anger. I never expected so many people to sympathize with this despicable scoundrel. It seems our Holt Mountain region has no heroes left. That's right. All the men in the Holt Mountains region are cowards. Forehead. I want to clarify, that's not what I meant. I meant that this could be a conspiracy by the Kingdom of Heroes. Ager said unwillingly. Haha, that's hilarious. In the Nameless Island area, a group of people in the chat group were already crying their eyes out. We never expected the people of the Handsome Kingdom to avenge us. We should thank them. The live broadcast was showing the moment of Shamar's death. Those who betray others will ultimately be betrayed by others. I dare say they're not genuinely trying to help us. They definitely have ulterior motives. Whatever the reason, they indirectly helped us. On the other side, after Li Fei returned to the location of the crystal core, he did not rest. He was busy making various preparations. For example, he set up all sorts of traps. Some of these traps could slow down the opponent, some could cause damage, and most importantly, one of the traps could determine the number of people coming from the other side. After making these arrangements, he finally felt at ease. Although he was quite confident in his abilities, he would still be in a dangerous situation if too many people from the other side entered. Meanwhile, Carl and Vyas were still going in circles. There was no way around it. The place was too complicated, full of twists and turns. They went around from one exit to another, then came back from that exit and went through yet another exit. Who the hell? If we keep searching like this, it'll take forever. Carl cursed angrily, his right hand gripping his left arm. There's nothing we can do about it. The environment here is extremely complex, and it's not something that can be traversed in a short time. Vyas comforted. Vyas, tell me, at this rate, how long will it take to reach the blue crystal core? Carl asked anxiously, wanting to hear Vyas's opinion. I estimate it will take at least 2 days, Vyas said after a moment of silence. He was even more anxious than Carl, but he hadn't shown it. That's too slow. We can't keep dragging this out. Why don't we split up and search separately, then meet up again? Carl suggested. No, that's too risky, especially since your left hand injury hasn't healed yet. Vyas said worriedly. Don't worry, even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. We can't waste time like this, Carl frowned. For some reason, he felt that the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for them. Okay, if anything happens, we must notify the other party immediately, Vyas said solemnly. In fact, he not only did not oppose Carl's proposal, but also somewhat agreed with it. In his view, Carl was now a burden, and he would be much freer to act alone. Another very important point is that if he could keep all the blue crystal cores for himself, why would he need to share them with 2 people? Outside the cave, at the location of the snow-capped mountain, Justin and Left have already reunited. Is this what you mean? Left frowned. Justin had just explained their experience and plans to him. That's right, those ice beasts were too ferocious. We were no match for them at all. I still feel lingering fear when I think about it, Justin said with a look of lingering fear. You mean Carl and Vyas have already entered the cave? Left confirmed. That's right, they've been inside for 2 days now. If things are going well, they may have already obtained those blue crystal cores, Justin said solemnly. Get those blue crystal cores? Left sneered. He absolutely did not believe that the other party would have such a smooth journey. Don't forget, there was also someone from the Xia kingdom inside. After receiving all the information, Left hesitated, unsure whether he should enter the cave like Carl and the others. But Charles and his men's bloody lesson had already shown them that these ice beasts were not easy to deal with. If he dares to make any rash moves, a cruel outcome may await him. So he finally made up his mind that rather than risk entering the cave, he should remain still and wait outside, hoping to gain something else. Time passed slowly, and half a day went by in the blink of an eye. Left's gaze was still fixed on the entrance to the snow mountain cave. However, an unexpected event occurred at this moment, and a streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The streak of light rushed into the horde of icy beasts as fast as lightning. The group of ice beasts were knocked off balance and thrown about. Finally, the streak of light, under the furious gaze of the frost beast, pierced through the cave entrance and entered. Wait, what's that? Left, who had been watching all this closely, widened his eyes in shock. He rubbed his eyes and then pinched his thigh to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Left, that looks like a pig. Just then, Rag interjected. He had also been paying attention to the movements of the frost beasts, so he had a clearer view. Pig? Are you kidding me? That was his first reaction. He could accept any other powerful magical beasts, such as winged beasts, blackbird beasts, or rock beasts. But Rag actually told him it was a pig. He couldn't accept it. More importantly, what he saw was exactly the same as what Rag said. He wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. Otherwise, how could this happen? Chapter 77, Pig-Shaped Monster. In the Alls Mountains chat group, everyone's eyes widened in shock. This time, everyone saw clearly that what appeared in the frost beast herd was indeed a pig, and a small pig with exceptionally fair and tender skin. Terrifying. When did pigs become this powerful? Someone in the group exclaimed in shock. Agreed. More importantly, this pig also swallowed one of our top 10 lords. I wonder how Lu Tao and Zhao Jing would feel if they found out they were swallowed by a pig. I bet they'll be totally confused, someone said. I think the mystery is about to be solved. The pig went into the cave, and I guess its target was those blue crystal cores. I think so too. Otherwise there's no reason for them to come here. Wouldn't that put Boss Li Fei in danger? Someone exclaimed in the group. Oh no, we have to notify Boss Li Fei in advance, or he'll be in danger, someone suggested. Then I will inform them now. After making all the preparations, Li Fei sat silently atop the blue crystal core, waiting. However, at that moment, he suddenly received a message from the Alls Mountains. A pig-shaped magical beast was rapidly advancing towards his location, and he was warned to be careful. The message also reminded him that Lu Tao and Zhao Jing had been swallowed by the pig, but they were still alive. A pig-shaped magical beast. Li Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of the little pig hatching in the Flying God Palace. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. He was currently in the Dark Night Forest, and it was impossible for the other party to come over. Moreover, the other party was probably not that strong and could easily break through the blockade of those ice beasts. Meanwhile, in the Sindhu region, chat groups were buzzing with discussion. My God, see that pig? It actually broke through the ice beast's blockade. Are you seeing things, or are you talking in your sleep? How could a pig possibly break through the ice beast's blockade so easily? I saw it too, but I think it's a pig-shaped monster. This monster looks very similar to the little pig in the moon. It should definitely be a pig-shaped magical beast. Why did it go into the cave? Someone in the group asked curiously. Could it also be for the blue crystal core? Someone in the group immediately thought of a possibility. I think Vyas and his group are in trouble. This pig is not so easy to deal with. It ate 2 people, someone in the group exclaimed. Don't forget, there's still that Xia person inside the cave. In a crisis, they'll only join forces, so our chances of winning are still very high, someone analyzed. However, we've used up our contact attempts and can't reach Vyas, which is a problem. They should have exhausted their contact information for other areas as well. They can't stay here any longer. The Holt Mountains region, everyone in the chat group was also stunned by this scene. In the scene, a pig falls from the sky, then quickly breaks through the blockade of the ice beast and enters the cave. Along its path, the ice beasts were knocked over and thrown about. Hiss! Countless people gasped in shock. What kind of magical beast is this? It's terrifying. It was able to easily break through the blockade of the ice beast horde. I don't know if I'm seeing things, but when I looked at that monster just now, it looked like a pig, like the kind from Earth, someone in the group exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, I saw the same thing as you. I think this is a misconception. A pig couldn't possibly be that powerful. It must be a pig-shaped magical beast, someone in the group analyzed. I think so too. Same as above. What do you think this monster's goal is? It's unlikely that it would just happen to enter the cave by chance. Without a doubt, it's those blue crystal cores. These treasures are also quite attractive to this magical beast. Wouldn't Carl and Vyas be in great danger? Someone in the group asked anxiously. Theoretically, that's true, but don't forget, there's also a Xia person inside. If the 3 of them can join forces, I believe that monster won't be a match for them. Hee, don't joke around. How could that Xia Gua guy join forces with Carl and the others? Meanwhile, in the Handsome Country region, people in the chat group were also discussing it. Oh my god, am I seeing things? It looks like something just went into the cave. Your Excellency, you are not mistaken. A magical beast has indeed entered the cave, and it looks very much like a pig. That's great. My favorite pet is a pig. I want to say that those left guys are trash. They're not even as good as pigs, someone in the group said angrily. Only by entering the cave can we maximize the interests of our handsome kingdom. But Left has clearly given up on that. That coward Left, we shouldn't have handed over leadership to him. I think he did the right thing. Although Carl and Vyas successfully entered the cave, their teams also suffered heavy losses. Although Left did not choose to enter the cave, our strength was preserved, and we will have the advantage in the upcoming battle. Even if Carl and Vyas defeat that Xia countryman, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Wouldn't it be better for us to lie and wait outside the cave? I also think Left is right. By doing this, we can preserve our strength as much as possible, which will give us the advantage in the next 2 weeks of competition. Let's just sit back and watch the show. Once this monster goes inside, the cave will become even more chaotic, which will give us more opportunities. Ideally, all 3 parties would suffer heavy losses. On the other side, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing have made all the preparations. The reason they hadn't made a move before was mainly because the monster was too fast. Even if they managed to escape from its mouth, they would probably be half dead from the impact due to the inertia. But now it was different. They could clearly feel that the monster had slowed down. Their real chance has arrived. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing have almost completely mastered the breathing patterns of this magical beast, and given the right opportunity, they are now confident that they can escape unharmed. However, this also brings a new problem. Once they escape, will the monster find them immediately? If it does, they may be in danger. At the location of the Red Rock, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing exchanged glances. Through the intermittently opening and closing gaps, they could see that the magical beast had likely entered a cave. Could this cave be the lair of this magical beast? This was almost a shared thought between Lu Tao and Zhao Jing. Chapter 78, Swallowing Carl in One Bite. The old pig, have finally hatched. I wonder if that kid Li Fei will be startled when he sees me. A snow-white pig grunted. At this moment, the little pig was running fast in the cave. This little pig was the same one that everyone in the Alls Mountains chat group had seen. If Li Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that this pig is the same one in the Flying God Temple. After hatching, its strength increased to the gold level, and it also gained a special ability, the ability to pass through barriers. It can ignore any barrier and travel freely. which is why it was able to come here to find Li Fei. After it received the news that Li Fei was participating in the competition, it rushed here immediately, and now it is finally almost here. This is also thanks to its speed. After it was promoted to the gold level, its speed increased significantly. It can be said that, even among gold-level masters, its speed is 2 to 3 times faster than others. Li Fei had helped it when it was at its most vulnerable and in need of help, and it came here to repay him. So when it saw Li Fei's teammates, it didn't harm them. Humph, these two guys in my mouth seem to be trying to get out. The white pig muttered as it sped along, clearly feeling some discomfort in its mouth. I'll let you out once we get near that brat Li Fei. The white pig's fat face narrowed its eyes. Then, at that moment, it discovered an unexpected situation. There seemed to be a person ahead, a person dressed entirely in Special Forces clothing, with blonde hair. That person is definitely not from Xia Kingdom, the white pig concluded in its mind. Since it's not from the Xia Kingdom, it doesn't need to worry about anything. This time, the white pig didn't hold back and planned to swallow the other party whole and digest it. As Carl cautiously advanced, he suddenly felt a tremor deep within his heart, and at the same time, he heard a loud noise behind him. This is bad. That was his first reaction. He hurriedly lunged to the side, trying to avoid the danger, but it was too late. The gaping maw was already snapping at him. Carl's face was contorted with rage. Since he couldn't dodge it, he had no choice but to fight it head-on. He swung his long sword backward with all his might. With a loud bang, Carl's long sword slipped from his hand, and he felt a wave of dizziness. It feels like I've been swallowed by something. Carl was a little confused, but his instincts as a Special Forces soldier quickly brought him back to his senses. He opened his eyes and saw a row of sharp teeth above him biting down. These teeth are about half a meter long and wide, extremely sharp, and there are as many as 50 or 60 teeth in the upper and lower rows combined. Oh, who's there? Startled, Carl quickly dodged to the side. In the instant they dodged, the two rows of giant teeth collided, sending up dazzling sparks. The force of the two rows of teeth colliding startled Carl, and his face turned a little green. At the same time, he realized that he should be inside the creature's mouth. I have to find a way to escape, or I'm doomed. Carl's face was extremely grim. Moreover, the impact had worsened the injury to his left hand, and now blood was trickling out. However, the battle was not over, but had just begun. Suddenly, a huge rock emerged from beneath him and rolled towards his teeth. Caught off guard, Carl was lifted into the air. However, his years of experience as a Special Forces soldier came in handy. He naturally drew his spare dagger from his waist and stuck it into the boulder. This dagger is also of a high grade, belonging to the lower grade king level, and was one of his early weapons. Finally, the monster's scheme failed. However, before Carl could even breathe a sigh of relief, he was completely sucked into an unknown place by a powerful suction force. The white pig, which was running, had a cold smile on its face. Carl had just been sucked into its stomach, where there was strong stomach acid that could easily digest him. Sure enough, a short while later, its system emitted a notification sound. Congratulations, host, for absorbing a bronze 9-star lord. Your merit points have increased by 50. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing stared in shock at the scene before them, as they were preparing to flee. Unexpectedly, at this moment, they witnessed Carl's unexpected intrusion in the ensuing battle. It's clear that Carl was experienced in combat, powerful, and quick-witted, yet such a skilled fighter was taken down in no time. Poured down Lu Tao and Zhao Jing's bodies. His strength is at least at the bronze 9-star level, Lu Tao said, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. What should we do? Should we go out again? I think it's too dangerous, Zhao Jing said hesitantly. Let's plan this carefully. If things go wrong, we might die here too. Lu Tao's voice trembled slightly. If he's not mistaken, the person from before is definitely dead. He noticed that the bronze 9-star expert from before had been pulled by that suction force to another entrance, an entrance that was completely different from the place they had just come from. Countless people in the Alls Mountains chat group witnessed this scene. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Carl from America got taken out? And so cleanly and efficiently, without any hesitation. Carl was America's top fighter, and now he's gone just like that? Countless people were shocked by Carl's sudden death, and equally shocked by the power of this pig-shaped monster. That's terrifying. If it were me, I'd probably be taken down in one move, someone in the group exclaimed in horror. Did you guys see his 2 rows of teeth? They're kind of scary. Even big shots like Lu Tao and Zhao Jing are afraid of it. So how weak do you think it is? In the scene, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing are sitting there blankly, confused and unsure of what to do next. That Carl is so pitiful, he's probably been turned into animal feed by now, someone mocked in the group. I think so too. The stomach acid is so strong that I suspect it could even dissolve metals. Carl in the picture has been soaking in stomach acid for some time now. He's just a skeleton, and it's about to fall apart. This Carl probably never dreamed that he would end his life in this way. To be honest, Carl and Boss Li Fei were so close just now. I thought they were going to have a fierce battle, but then something unexpected happened. What a pity about Carl. Chapter 79. The Ultimate Beneficiary. For the American region, everyone watched in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. The footage shows Carl being sucked into a pool of green slime. Terrified, Carl began to scream wildly, his hands frantically reaching upwards, trying to climb up, but the environment he was in was too slippery, with nowhere to grab onto. It was at this moment that he noticed a burning sensation coming from his hands and legs. This green slime is extremely poisonous, Carl thought in fear. Not only that, he also developed mental problems. His head began to spin, and then he lost consciousness. As Carl was slowly corroded away, some of the people present shed tears. "We must avenge Carl," someone shouted from the crowd. "Yes, Carl is our hero, we can't let him die in vain." Don't forget, the murderer wasn't just the white pig. That Xiagua man also bears responsibility. If Carl hadn't been looking for him, he wouldn't have met with this misfortune. That Vyas is quite clever. He chose the relatively longer route. He's a despicable scoundrel. I didn't expect this monster's head to be so hard. Even Carl's king-grade high-level longsword couldn't cut through it, someone in the group said. Before Carl was swallowed, he made a slashing motion with his sword, and the slash landed squarely on the head of the pig-shaped monster. Just then, a questioning voice suddenly came from the group. "Don't you think there's something wrong? This pig-shaped monster doesn't seem to have attacked the two Xia people inside it." "Hunter, what are you trying to say? Those two Xia people were just lucky. Remember, they can't have it this easy forever. I have a feeling we might lose this game, and we might lose badly," someone in the group worried. "Don't worry, Li Fei is doomed. Don't forget this pig's goal. Its goal is those blue crystal cores, and Li Fei is right there. What do you think will happen when they meet? The result will be a great battle between them, and Li Fei will suffer a crushing defeat." That's right. The pig-shaped monster's target is those blue crystal cores. That Xia countryman is also in danger. We might not lose this round, someone in the group analyzed. In the region of Sindhu, everyone was watching in shock as Carl, the #1 expert on the American rankings, was killed by a pig-shaped monster. This is unbelievable. That monster was too strong. Carl could only last 3 moves before he suffered a crushing defeat. Yes, he was completely digested. His longsword is so sharp, yet it couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. That's right. That longsword is at least a high-grade king-level weapon, which is terrifying. But even such a weapon was completely useless in this battle. What would happen if Vyas encountered this monster? Someone in the group asked curiously. Nothing will happen. Vyas is probably no match for him. That's not necessarily true. Vyas still has some hidden tricks up his sleeve. If Vyas goes all out, escaping shouldn't be a problem. That's right, it will be quite difficult for this monster to kill Vyas. Let's watch the show now. There should be a big battle between this magical beast and that Xia countryman. Let's hope they don't let us down. The Holt Mountains region, everyone stared in astonishment at the scene before them, somewhat incredulous. Carl is dead? How is that possible? He was the #1 ranked expert on the American Lord's list. Could this be a smokescreen? Carl, who wouldn't stand a chance against 10 Justins, is dead just like that. Many people in the group couldn't believe it. But the image froze there. Carl's stomach had been corroded into a pile of bones. The group fell completely silent, and then a heated discussion ensued. "Hey guys, we might not be mistaken. Carl really is dead, killed by that powerful magical beast. It was an accident. Carl was just unlucky." Some people at the scene began to mourn. Carl was a hero, but unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. "We feel sorry for what happened to him," someone in the group said regretfully. "What I want to say is that Vyas was a coward. He chose that winding path. If he had been with Carl, the ending would not have been like this. And that Xiagua man also bears responsibility. If Carl hadn't been looking for him, Carl might not have died. Don't worry, Li Fei will be going to accompany Carl soon. Judging from the monster's route, it's heading in Li Fei's direction," someone in the group laughed. "I wonder if that magical beast has any connection with Li Fei," a voice suddenly said weakly in the group. "Impossible. This magical beast is so powerful. How could it possibly be related to Li Fei?" His doubts were immediately refuted by others. But this pig has never attacked anyone from the Xia kingdom. The image shows Lu Tao and Zhao Jing with terrified expressions, but they are indeed alive and well, unharmed. Everyone present fell into deep thought, considering the possibility of this situation. Everyone is overthinking it. If there really were any connection, that magical beast would have appeared at the beginning, not now. So you can rest assured, this magical beast has absolutely no relation to Li Fei. That's right, I agree with that view. In another location, in the Handsome Kingdom region, everyone in the chat group stared in shock at the scene on the screen. In the scene, Carl's longsword is knocked away, and he is swallowed whole by the monster. He struggles fiercely inside the monster's mouth, but is eventually swallowed into its stomach and corroded to death. That monster was terrifying. It only took it about 10 seconds to attack before Carl was defeated. Carl was injured, which was one of the reasons for the defeat. What a pity, Carl's longsword and dagger are both lying there. Those two items are no ordinary things. That Vyas was quite lucky, from beginning to end. Accidents can happen anywhere. Even if he is the #1 expert on the list of leaders in the United States, he may still fall, someone in the group said with regret. That's right, but this also gives our country a chance. With our current resources and what we're about to acquire, we should have no problem getting into the top 3. You're wrong, Lance. We do have a chance to get first place. Look at the direction that magical beast is heading. That Xia countryman is also in danger. If that Xia countryman also loses, then wouldn't we be #1? Haha. I never thought that our handsome country would be the ultimate beneficiary. Chapter 80. Old Acquaintances. On the other side, Li Fei waited quietly in the deep pit, where hundreds of young ice beasts were located, and he had to protect their safety. Boom, boom. Just then, he heard a series of loud crashes, the sound of the cave walls being smashed open. Then came a wild laugh. Haha, Li Fei, I'm here. At this moment, his gaze finally locked onto the person who had just arrived. To be precise, it's pigs coming. Li Fei was stunned. Wasn't this the little pig from his own temple? How do we end up here? This place is sealed off by a barrier. Li Fei stared intently at the little pig in front of him and found that it was about the same size as the pet pigs on Blue Star in his previous life. It didn't look fierce at all, but rather quite cute. It's become much smaller, Li Fei nodded repeatedly. I've brought your teammates over to you, said the little white pig. Teammates? Li Fei was puzzled for a moment, but he immediately thought of the message he had received earlier. Could it be Lu Tao and Zhao Jing? Soon, the little white pig proved his guess by taking action. As if by magic, the little white pig swelled up several times its original size, and its mouth also became much bigger. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were then spit out by it. Zhao Jing, who had just been spat out, were still in a daze until they saw the little white pig and became nervous. Then the two of them saw Li Fei again. Zhao Jing, who were initially extremely nervous, breathed a sigh of relief almost simultaneously upon seeing Li Fei. They quickly ran to Li Fei's side, while keeping a wary eye on the little white pig. Why don't you even thank your pig, Grandpa? The little white pig said in a condescending tone. Pig Lord, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were both furious. They hadn't expected this pig to be so pretentious. However, they soon discovered something else. Li Fei seemed to know this pig, and their relationship was quite unusual. Tell me, how did you get in? Li Fei asked curiously. In his eyes, this little white pig had too many mysterious aspects. First of all, its level was improving at such a fast pace that it made him feel somewhat frightened. He clearly remembered that before the other party turned into an egg, its strength was only at the bronze 2-star or 3-star level, but now it had directly reached the gold level. This speed was unprecedented. Of course, he had also heard that some magical beasts possessed ancient bloodlines. These kinds of magical beasts were generally quite rare, and if these magical beasts with ancient bloodlines could successfully activate their bloodline power, their strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Li Fei had some doubts about whether the little white pig in front of him belonged to this type. If so, it would explain everything that had happened to it. There were other things about it that intrigued him, such as how it could swallow people whole and then bring them out unharmed. And this is clearly a closed space, so how did this white pig get in? It's a long story, but I can only tell you the basics. I have the ability to pass through barriers. No matter what kind of barrier it is, it's no match for me. The little white pig said, feigning profundity. The ability to break through barriers? Li Fei's eyes flashed rapidly as he immediately connected the dots. I advise you to give up some bad thoughts. Every barrier on the Eternal Night continent is formed by this world, and crossing these barriers will inevitably cause a backlash from the power of this world. I can avoid these punishments, which is why I can freely cross these barriers. But if it were an ordinary person, even if you were a platinum-level expert, you would be struck dead by a lightning bolt, the little white pig explained, seemingly seeing through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei smiled wryly and gave up on his fantasy. You two know each other? Lu Tao pointed to the little white pig and asked Li Fei curiously. Yes, it's my pet. Li Fei laughed. Damn it, who's your pet? Say it again and see what happens. The little white pig started baring its teeth and claws, as if it was about to pounce. However, his posture did not frighten Li Fei, but rather Lu Tao and Zhao Jing, who both retreated. They still remember the scene of the little white pig killing Carl very clearly. They don't believe that the other party is really Li Fei's pet. Just kidding, Li Fei said with a wry smile. He didn't expect that his joke would offend the other party. Li Fei, do you want to know where the greatest treasure in this dark night forest is? The little white pig asked with a smile. The biggest treasure? Li Fei's eyes lit up. This little white pig is incredibly amazing. It's not surprising that it knows the location of the treasure. Compared to that, your crystal cores are like fireflies compared to the moon, the little white pig said confidently. Where is it? Li Fei couldn't help but ask. Call me Pig Master, and I'll tell you. The little white pig revealed a malicious smile. Damn it, Li Fei realized he had been tricked. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone watched in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Countless people stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, and the scene fell into complete silence. That magical beast is so cute. More importantly, Boss Li Fei actually recognizes it. Holy crap, could that magical beast really be Boss Li Fei's pet? I don't think so. What pet would dare to lay a hand on its owner? The little white pig in the picture has already started fighting with Li Fei, while Lu Tao and Zhao Jing next to him look anxious. They don't know whether to help or not. No matter what, that little white pig has a special relationship with Boss Li Fei. This time, the pig is probably here to see Boss Li Fei as well, Zhouken analyzed. That's right. I never expected such a terrifying monster to be a little white pig, let alone that it was one of our own. Li Fei is truly amazing. He can find any kind of powerful reinforcement. I wonder what expressions people in other areas had when they heard this news. I bet they looked terrible. Haha, I bet their faces turned green. Do you think it's true that the little white pig mentioned the ruins from 1,000 years ago? Someone in the group asked curiously. It's hard to say. They might just be messing around with Boss Benfei, or they might actually be serious. If it's true, does that mean we've struck gold? Someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. That's the theory, but it depends on whether Boss Li Fei finds that place. Don't worry, there's still that terrifying monster, isn't there? Chapter 81 Relics from 1,000 years ago. That's right. With that magical beast leading the way, we can find anywhere. Besides, that magical beast seems to have the ability to break through barriers. I suddenly have a lot of confidence in our team. Thanks to Boss Li Fei. Agreed. Meanwhile, in the Sindhu region, many people in the chat group suddenly looked grim. How could this be? That magical beast is actually in cahoots with Li Fei and the others. What an ironic joke. The magical beast we've been dreaming of is actually just one of Li Fei's pets, and we even fantasized that it could tear Li Fei apart. What surprised me even more was that the magical beast was actually a little white pig. I feel like even the heavens are no longer favoring us in the kingdom. This Li Fei has brought too many variables. Has no one considered Vias' situation? I think he's in trouble now. There are 3 of them, plus a powerful magical beast, while Vias is all alone. I'm also worried about Vias. I hope he stays hidden and doesn't come out. Right now, it's their strong period. It wouldn't hurt to give way a little, someone in the group said worriedly. It's a pity we've used up our contact limit, otherwise we could have notified him. Vias is our last hope in the Sindhu region. If he also loses, we may not even be able to get a top 3 ranking. For a time, the chat group was filled with pessimistic views. At the same time, countless people are praying for Vias, hoping that nothing bad will happen to him. Friends, haven't you thought about the place that the monster mentioned? Someone in the chat group reminded them. I remember now, ruins from 1,000 years ago. That's right. If this ruin really exists, have you ever thought about what that means? It means countless treasures and the hope of victory. Right? We have to get there early. But we've already used up our contact attempts, so we simply can't notify our athletes in time. We can only notify them through our other allies, but if we do that, they will know our intentions. This is the only way. We have no other option. The whole area, everyone in the chat group was also shocked, their mouths agape. Oh my god, That monster is such an adorable little white pig. Oh my god, it's so cute. I really want to adopt it as a pet, the girls in the group said one after another. Ladies, please pay attention to the important point. This little white pig is a terrifying monster that can easily tear us apart. Burke is right. This little white pig is a powerful magical beast. We should not be fooled by its appearance. What I care more about is the relationship between that Xia person and that magical beast. Didn't Li Fei say it was a relationship between a pet and its owner? That's a joke. No one has the ability to tame such a terrifying magical beast as a pet. That magical beast seems to have the ability to cross barriers. It is not actually among the teams participating in the selection. Isn't this cheating? We're going to report them. Unfortunately, we can't report anyone here. What do you guys think about that ancient ruin? Someone asked curiously in the group. I believe it's true, but we've run out of contact slots, which is a problem. I wonder what kind of treasures are inside. Are they scattered everywhere? If that's the case, that would be wonderful. We have to find that place first, or we'll lose this game badly. In the chat group, a chaotic outcry of condemnation erupted. Oh my god, that white pig is actually that Xia countryman's pet. I can't accept it. It's like God is playing a joke on me. This must be a smokescreen. Such a powerful magical beast couldn't possibly become someone else's pet so easily. This must be a smokescreen, someone in the group questioned. Look, that magical beast is fighting with Li Fei. I knew their relationship couldn't be that good. In the scene, Li Fei and the little white pig are fighting fiercely, but soon they start to put their arms around each other's shoulders. Holy crap, I take back what I just said. That magical beast and Li Fei have a very unusual relationship. What should we do now? We're already at a disadvantage in this game, and I doubt we can even keep our top 3 position. That's right. The resources of the Jun Kingdom are now very close to ours. More importantly, their team is stronger than ours. You can imagine how difficult it will be for us in the upcoming matches. Not only that, the resources of the Bataan Kingdom are also very close to ours, and we are now in a very dangerous situation. I'm doomed. I don't want my resources to be halved. That would be like committing slow suicide. It's all that damned Carl's fault for insisting on going into the cave. If we had used the method from the Kingdom of Handsome, we could have gotten second place even if we didn't get first. But now it's too late. I object. You were the ones who asked Carl and the others to be more radical in the first place, and now you're the ones belittling Carl. You're so fickle. Guys, we need to come up with something right now, or we're in big trouble. That magical beast mentioned the Millennium Ruins. I think we need to consider this place, someone suggested in the group. I heard that too. According to that magical beast, this place is full of treasures. We can't let this place slip by. If we can get here first, we might be able to overtake them. That's right. We have to find this place before they do. But the dark forest is so vast. How can we pinpoint our location? Have you forgotten that we have the movement records of those 2 Xia people? And that monster swallowed them whole. We just need to follow those tracks, and we'll definitely find them. That's right. We should act quickly. Friends, I must remind you, we've used up all our contact slots. The Nameless Island should have available slots for contacting them, so let's use theirs. However, at that moment, they received a message from the Kingdom of Sindhu, requesting that they inform Vyas and his group about the Millennium Ruins. Should we notify them? Delete this message. It's better for one person to have it than for 2 to share it. I think the same way. On the other side, in the Handsome Country region, everyone in the chat group was having a lively discussion. I never would have guessed that the terrifying monster was actually a little white pig. It's quite a surprise. Chapter 82, The Worst Luck. The top expert of the United States actually died such a frustrating death. Someone exclaimed in shock. There's nothing we can do about it. He was just unlucky and happened to run into that monster. That monster's stomach acid is really strong. Carl couldn't even last 10 seconds, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. What I'm most curious about is the relationship between that magical beast and Li Fei. It's more like a pet-owner relationship. How could that be? To me, they seem more like friends. Lewis, what do you think about the ruins? Someone in the group asked curiously. Remains from 1,000 years ago? That's right. I think what it says is probably true, but of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's deliberately deceiving us. But either way, we can't give up this opportunity. We must actively search for this relic, and we have to be quick. Lois said. But we've already used up our contact limit, someone in the group said. It's okay, we can ask people in other areas to help us and have them send the message on our behalf. Meanwhile, Vyas was carefully making his way through the cave, his steps very light. and he would observe his surroundings with each step. The surrounding blue stone walls looked somewhat old, and the passage was quiet and without a sound. He breathed a sigh of relief only after walking through the entire passage. There shouldn't be any problems here. However, at that moment, an unexpected discovery made his face turn ugly. What's that? A long, black sword was stuck diagonally in the upper right corner of the cave, the entire blade submerged, only the hilt remaining. A look of shock flashed across Vyas's eyes. He was extremely familiar with this long sword. It was the very same sword that Karl often used. Could it be that Karl has met with some misfortune? Vyas asked gravely. In his view, although Karl was injured, he was still incredibly strong. Ordinary people could not defeat him in a single blow, and even he himself could not kill him in a short time. Could it be that they encountered Li Fei? Vyas wondered to himself. At the same time, his gaze fell on the black long sword to his right front. The entire blade of the long sword was embedded in the stone wall, which showed how much force had been used. To confirm this, Vyas casually drew his long sword and slashed at the blue stone beside him. However, his sword only managed to cut in about half a foot. A look of horror flashed across Vyas's eyes. The hardness of these blue stones was beyond his imagination. He couldn't fathom how Karl's long sword had managed to penetrate the stone wall. Despite his surprise, Vyas continued walking forward. There must have been a fierce battle here, and there should be more clues than just this. Sure enough, he discovered more signs of fighting ahead. The ground was covered with countless broken stones. There must have been a magical beast that entered the cave from outside and then ran into Karl. However, Karl didn't last 2 moves before he was killed. Otherwise, his long sword wouldn't be here, Vyas thought to himself. But how did Karl's body disappear? There's not even a trace of blood left. Vyas asked, puzzled. However, he quickly thought of another possibility. Karl's body had been swallowed by the monster. Only this explanation made sense. Of course, Vyas also suspected that Li Fei might have done it, but seeing the extent of the damage at the scene, he immediately dismissed the idea. Where did the last magical beast go? Vyas frowned as he looked into the depths of an entrance. He was almost certain that the magical beast had gone there, but he also had another suspicion, that the blue crystal cores might also be there. Interesting, the situation is getting more and more complicated. Vyas sneered. In his view, the suddenly intruding magical beast would inevitably engage in a fierce battle with Li Fei, and if he could intervene at the last moment to clean up the mess, then. The Dark Forest is located in the southwest of the Eternal Night continent. It is a vast area with diverse environments. Some places are snow-capped mountains, some have a mild climate with spring-like weather all year round, and some are as hot as summer. In some places, it is a desert. For example, in the Dark Forest, there is a desert called Dark Night Sand Sea. The reason why this desert is called this desert is because it is as vast as the sea. More importantly, once you are in the desert, it is very difficult to find the right direction to get out of here. The Dark Sand Sea is shrouded in a mist all year round. Only during the day can one see the surroundings clearly, while at night, it is pitch black. At this moment, Wuku was running wildly through the dark desert. He was dressed in rags, holding a black spear in his left hand and tightly clutching a green fruit in his right. A group of red centipedes followed closely behind him. I only stole one of your fruits. Why are you following me so closely? Unfortunately, these centipedes couldn't understand him at all. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally escaped the centipede's pursuit. Damn it! He cursed fiercely, then hugged the green fruit and started eating it. He has been trapped here ever since he transmigrated here. It has been 15 or 16 days. For the next 15 or 16 days, he never truly ate his fill, and even drinking water became a luxury. Just like the green fruit in his hand, it tasted awful and bitter, but he still ate it greedily. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, and he could eat anything, no matter how bad it tasted. Finally, he didn't even leave the fruit's roots and stems behind, eating them all. Well, Wuka patted his stomach. His strength had finally returned somewhat. At this moment, he had a bitter smile on his face. He suspected that among all the contestants, he might have the worst luck. He had actually traveled to a desert, and what was worse was that this desert was always shrouded in fog, and at night, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Damn, with my luck, I wonder if I'll even survive until the end of this match, Wuka said with a wry smile. These green fruits are not easy to find. He usually has to walk for several days to find one, and even then, it depends on luck. Even if you do encounter one, there are usually some magical beasts guarding it, so the only way to get this fruit is by force. However, at that moment, his vision suddenly blurred, and a towering, dilapidated temple suddenly appeared before him. The most amazing thing is that there seemed to be countless stars moving around in the sky above this temple, twinkling with brilliant light. The temple was semi-transparent and exuded an aura of decay. The temple walls were adorned with carvings of many beautiful women dressed in strange and unusual attire. Inside the temple were countless celestial herbs, elixirs, spiritual springs, and numerous divine artifacts. Chapter 83: A Treasure Trove. These artifacts radiated a dazzling light, each one gleaming with icy brilliance. Wuku was certain that any one of these weapons was far superior to the spear in his hand. However, many of the artifacts had lost their luster. Wuku noticed a jet-black sword not far from him, engraved with stars and the sun and moon. However, at that moment, the long sword seemed to sense Wuku's gaze and began to tremble, emitting a buzzing sound. The sound was crisp and clear, like a bell, piercing straight into one's eardrums. The divine sword has a spirit. This is a divine sword with a weapon spirit. Wuku exclaimed in shock. Just now, he seemed to have a strange feeling that the long sword would fly over and sever his head, which gave him a fright. His gaze then locked onto another weapon, a long spear entirely blood-red, emanating wisps of malevolent energy. This energy had been condensed over countless ages. At this moment, the spear seemed to sense Wuku's gaze, and its shaft suddenly emitted boundless spear intent, each strand piercing straight into his soul. Finally, Wuku could no longer bear it, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Aren't these all hallucinations? How could I be injured? Wuku asked, puzzled. The immortal herb was surrounded by spiritual energy that seemed almost tangible. This spiritual energy slowly gathered in the air to form patterns, including dragons and phoenixes, which were incredibly magical. Immortal herbs transformed into spirits? Wuku was shocked. This was a unique characteristic of 10,000-year-old immortal herbs. In other words, these immortal herbs were at least 10,000 years old. Even more miraculous was that sacred spring, which shimmered with golden light as if it were a divine miracle. The temple's floor was entirely paved with blue boulders, and on the ground were numerous buildings, each with a unique name. Wuku didn't look closely. He simply stared at an orchard not far ahead. The orchard is filled with countless fairy peaches. Am I starving? How could I be hallucinating like this? Wuku said with a self-deprecating laugh. At the same time, he rubbed his eyes with both hands, trying to clear his head. After all, this place was empty just a moment ago, and now so many things have suddenly appeared. No, these things haven't disappeared. This isn't an illusion. He immediately realized. It's a mirage. He immediately thought of another possibility. These translucent structures must be a mirage. He was very determined this time. Only a mirage could produce such an image. However, these transparent buildings did not disappear. Instead, they became more substantial, until the semi-transparent state completely disappears. Wuku stared in shock at the scene before him, especially at the orchard. Is it all true? He was utterly shocked. An anomaly has been discovered at Wuku's location in the Alls Mountains region. Holy crap, Wuku has stumbled upon a treasure trove. Holy crap, so many elixirs, magical artifacts, and rare herbs, someone exclaimed in the group. So everyone looked over. This entire area is overflowing with treasures. Countless people were drooling. Heavens, divine artifacts have become spirits. Immortal herbs have become spirits. Where on earth is this place? Damn, Wuku is still standing there. Why isn't he going in? Is he scared out of his wits? Boss Wuku just spat out a mouthful of blood. He must be injured. Isn't that a desert? How did this temple appear? Everyone wondered. There are so many treasures inside, more than we ever imagined. Could that be the temple ruins that the magical beast mentioned? Someone in the group suddenly asked curiously. I think it should be. I think so too. There are so many treasures here, more than I expected. That crescent moon scimitar actually possesses a weapon spirit. This is terrifying. This is a characteristic that only heaven-rank weapons have. What did I discover? That cyan bow and arrow also possesses a spirit, and it has already taken on human form, someone in the group exclaimed. As everyone exclaimed in surprise, they looked over and indeed found that the spirit on the cyan bow and arrow had almost transformed into a human form. At this moment, the cyan bow and arrow was flashing with soaring light, as if it were a tangible object. Those two-handed axes also have spirits, and they've already taken human form, someone shouted in the group. The people in the group looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was indeed the case. Holy crap, my weapon is a two-handed axe. What am I supposed to do? If we could get our hands on these treasures, That would be wonderful. I advise you not to overthink it. Even if we stood there, we couldn't take these weapons. Weapons with spirits all choose their own masters. If you don't have a certain level of strength, why would a spirit even notice you? Damn, Mr. Lusong, you don't have to be so direct. Leave some room for everyone's imagination. What's that treasure pill pavilion for? Could it be filled with elixirs of immortality? Someone in the group exclaimed. There's a heavenly book pavilion there. There's a magical arts pavilion over here. Exclamations of surprise kept coming from the group chat. What is Boss Wuka doing? Why hasn't he taken any action yet? Don't rush. This place is very likely protected by some kind of restriction. It's perfectly normal for Boss Wuku to take a look first. Friends, I have suddenly discovered some unfortunate news. There is a Sinda Chinese person nearby. Holy crap, he got incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, in the Sinda region, someone in the chat group had obviously also noticed this scene. Look at that man from Xia Kingdom. He seems to have discovered the ruins of a temple from 1,000 years ago. Temple ruins? The group members immediately looked over based on the prompt. The scene shown at this moment is the temple in front of Wuku. My god, what is that? Is that a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb? It has even taken human form, someone in the group exclaimed. That dagger actually conjured a giant wolf. That's a weapon spirit. That dagger is at least a heavenly level weapon. What kind of fruit is that? The spiritual energy on it is so concentrated, it's almost becoming a tangible new form. That spear transformed into a python. I dare say that spear is the strongest thing here. Cass, you must be mistaken. That ghost head blade is the strongest one. It manifests as a demon. That doesn't prove anything. I still think that spear is the strongest. There are so many treasures here. They're as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. They're innumerable. Where are our people? We must get there. That Xia person is there. We're going to suffer a huge loss. Our player, Kex, seems to be there. He can't take much. We need to notify the others and get there quickly. I object. Right now, only the Xia people and Kashi are there. If we inform our allies, they will compete with us, and we might lose. Chapter 84 Opportunities Abound. What I'm trying to say is that Kex hasn't noticed the changes here yet. He hasn't discovered this temple, someone exclaimed in the group. Oh my god, could he be thinking of changing direction? Everyone in the group was paying close attention to Kex's movements. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, he continued to move towards the decaying temple. Don't worry too much. This temple should have a protective barrier, and that Xia person shouldn't be able to figure out a way to break it in the short term. I really regret it. I should have participated in this competition. I dare say you probably wouldn't have lasted this long if you had participated in this competition. You only have the pitiful strength of a bronze 2-star. The Holt Mountains region, everyone in the chat group noticed Wu Ku's situation. Oh my god, what's that? Is that a temple ruin? Someone exclaimed in the group. It must be. Where else besides temple ruins could there be a place of this scale? I never imagined that what that magical beast said was true. I really did see the temple ruins. Look, that gold and black sword has transformed into an angel. My god, this must be God's weapon, someone in the group exclaimed. There are more. Sure enough, as everyone looked around, the rows of weapons materialized into various forms. Some were demons, some were divine beasts, and some were humanoid. These are all weapon spirits. Only heavenly grade weapons possess weapon spirits. There are so many heavenly grade weapons here, it's terrifying. Hee. I suddenly remembered a legend that weapons with spirits will automatically choose their masters. What I want to say is that none of our contestants can take any of these weapons with them. Countless people fell silent. Everyone knew he was telling the truth. These weapons couldn't have been taken away so easily by others. So what? There aren't just these divine artifacts here. There are also elixirs, immortal herbs, and secret manuals. Everyone's gaze then turned to other places. My god, what is that? Is that a pool of spiritual spring water? Someone in the group had already noticed its extraordinary nature. Someone exclaimed, it's true. The spring water there is all spiritual spring water. A single drop of this water costs 10 points in the system shop. My god, there are so many here. Damn, the spiritual energy of these springs has already overflowed, and the overflowing spiritual energy is so tangible that it can be seen by people. Look at that spiritual fruit in the orchard. It looks just like a baby, someone shouted. In the scene, wisps of spiritual mist filled the orchard, and within the mist, a magical fruit appeared, white with a hint of red, quite adorable. What was even stranger was that this fruit looked remarkably like a newborn baby. Oh no, could this tree be bearing a baby? someone wondered. Bullshit. I suspect this is a ginseng fruit. Eating one can add decades to your lifespan, someone explained. Is it that amazing? I wish I could eat one. Look at that magical herb. It's actually conjuring up a crane that's flying around, someone in the group exclaimed. It's incredible. Every single treasure in here would be priceless. I don't think we should be fooled by appearances. These magical herbs and medicines are likely protected by restrictions. We can't just take them as we please. I think so too. There might be many unknown dangers involved. So what should we do? No matter what, there are so many treasures here, we absolutely cannot give up. My suggestion is to notify our players to head there immediately. In the Americas region, the chat group went completely into a frenzy. My God, what's going on? There are so many treasures near that Xia person, someone in the group exclaimed. Is this paradise? Only paradise would offer this kind of treatment. The image shows Wu Ku, who is staring blankly at the treasures in front of him. I found a big turtle crawling on that armor, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Idiot, that's a weapon spirit. Only heaven-level weapons can have weapon spirits, someone mocked in the group. So this armor is a heaven-grade weapon? Holy crap, I found a heavenly level weapon here too. That shield also has a spirit. It looks like it's a hydra. Friends, I've discovered that all the weapons seem to have weapon spirits. That means these weapons are all heavenly level weapons, someone in the group exclaimed in shock. Is that Chinese guy going to make a fortune? We're doomed. America is definitely going to lose this match. Not necessarily. These weapons with spirits will choose their own masters. If you are weak, they won't even look at you. That means we still have a chance. That's wonderful. This purple herb is so special. A large bird has materialized on its head, someone in the group exclaimed. Kelly, that's a phoenix. I hope you won't make such a basic mistake again. Haven't you noticed anything strange? Just then, a discordant voice shattered everyone's reverie. Loss, you can just say what you want to say. There's no need to make a fuss, someone in the group said discontentedly. Then I'll be frank. This temple ruin appeared suddenly here. This place was originally just a desert. What does that prove? I think there are two possibilities. The first is that the temple was always here, but it has never been discovered. Its sudden appearance this time is likely because that Xia countryman triggered some mechanism. The second possibility is that the temple can move. It may suddenly appear in a certain place or suddenly disappear in a certain area. But what does it matter? All we need is to get the treasure inside. Have you ever wondered why so many treasures have remained here? The only explanation is that no one has been able to take them, or only a portion of them, which is why they have been preserved until now. Loss, do you mean this temple ruin is dangerous? That's right. Not only that, I also suspect that this temple could disappear at any time, and the time when it will reappear is unpredictable. So what should we do? What I mean is that we need to be quick, or we'll miss out on this opportunity. But we've already used up our chance to contact each other. Try to contact allies who have available contact slots, and ask them to help spread the word. Inside the chat group in Ingjuan's country, everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. In the picture, Wu Ke stands in front of a magnificent but dilapidated temple. My God, where am I? What that magical beast said was true. There really is a temple ruin here, and it's even more astonishing than it described. Chapter 85. The system granted one contact quota. This is the most amazing place I've ever seen. Look at the material used for the walls of this temple. It's made of spirit stones. That's outrageous. Even if we only get one brick, we'll be rich. I noticed that too. Look at the floor of that temple. There are intricate patterns carved on those blue stones. Those must be martial arts manuals. Look at those spiritual herbs. The spiritual energy they emit is actually tangible, someone exclaimed in surprise. Damn, I just noticed that those damaged weapons also have weapon spirits. Maybe these weapons can still be used after they are repaired. There are so many amazing artifacts here, and we're going to pick up those broken weapons? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Someone in the group complained. Robert, you may not have noticed, but those intact weapons should all have restrictions on them, and these weapons can only choose their own masters. If you rashly break their restrictions, you may be killed by those restrictions. These damaged weapons are different. Although their weapon spirits are still there, they are very weak. As long as you find an opportunity, there is still hope of subduing them. Even so, I could never choose them, someone in the group said disdainfully. Even if those divine artifacts are damaged, it's not something we can hope for. The power they can exert is at least at the earth level, not to mention that these weapons also have weapon spirits, and their growth potential is also very good. No matter how good their growth potential is, they don't belong to us. We've used up our contact quota, and we can't notify anyone, someone mocked in the group. The scene suddenly fell silent. The other party was right. Without contact slots, they had no way to notify their players, and these players, without receiving any information, naturally had no idea where the temple ruins had appeared. Can we ask our allies for help? A voice said weakly. Do you think they'll help us? Someone mocked. Whoever gets this news will keep it a secret, as it concerns the outcome of the competition. However, at that moment, they were surprised to find that a pleasant voice from the system suddenly came into their minds. Hidden quest in the dark forest, temple ruins are now open. 1 free contact slot is provided for each area. The pleasant sound lingered in my mind for a long time. A free contact slot? Someone in the group shouted excitedly. We have hope. Quickly inform Left and the others. I've already sent out the message. I believe they'll be there soon. At the location of the snow mountain, Left and his 2 companions stared blankly at a message instructing them to immediately proceed to another region, the reason being that countless treasures had been discovered there. Of course, the message also detailed the situation in the cave. Li Fei and the magical beast had joined forces, Carl had died in battle, and staying here would only lead to certain death. Left stared at the message in astonishment. He hadn't expected Carl to be dead, devoured by that monster. What surprised him even more was that the relationship between that magical beast and Li Fei was quite unusual. As the letter said, he wouldn't get anywhere staying here, so he should follow the route given in the message to the temple ruins. Left frowned slightly, and immediately made up his mind. Charant, Rag, I think we should leave here. I agree with you. I never expected that even Carl would die there. It's really unexpected. Yes, if Carl were at his peak, I wouldn't be a match for him either. Left exclaimed. My dear friends, what's going on here? Justin asked, puzzled. He hadn't expected his companions to leave so suddenly, and without any hesitation. Don't they want those blue crystal cores inside anymore? Justin was filled with doubt. Meanwhile, the region in Sindhu also received a message from the system. Great. The system has actually given us a free contact slot. We must notify Vyas immediately, someone exclaimed in the chat group. Don't worry, I sent the message out immediately. Inside the cave, Vyas was heading towards Li Fei's location when he received a message from the Sindhu region. After receiving the message, Vyas read it carefully. However, the more he read, the uglier his face became. Not only was Li Fei inside the cave, but also his 2 teammates and that terrifying magical beast. Vyas felt a chill of fear. He glanced back intermittently. They are now less than 300 meters apart. The message also detailed how Carl died. He only lasted less than 10 seconds against the monster. More importantly, the news also indicated that the magical beast was very likely Li Fei's pet. By this time, his back was soaked with cold sweat. If the news had come any later, he was almost certain he was going to die. It was ridiculous that he had been so foolish as to think that Li Fei and that monster would fight each other. Of course, the letter also mentioned another matter. 1,000 miles away from here, there is a dark desert with a temple ruin containing countless treasures, and the message instructed him to go there immediately. Interesting. Vyas never expected that the situation would change so drastically in just a few days. He turned off the message and, making sure not to alert Li Fei inside, immediately sped away. However, he was soon completely disappointed. Looking at the cave entrance full of ice beasts, Vyas's face showed panic for the first time. He could not force his way in, because that would be suicide, but if he stayed here, he dared not imagine what would happen. These ice beasts that had previously prevented him from entering were now accomplices in preventing him from leaving. Vyas felt like crying. He truly brought this upon himself. However, he did not give up. He had to find a way to escape. In another location, the Holt Mountains region, everyone in the chat group also received a message from the system. They were currently planning to use this contact slot on Justin. Justin is alone. We should notify our other 2 players. But Justin is the strongest among us. If we don't use this spot on him, we'll be the ones who suffer. Justin is too far away. It has nothing to do with distance. It has to do with strength. Okay, I'll inform Justin now. Chapter 86 Escape from the Vyas Underground River. Justin was still anxiously waiting for the location of the cave when he received a message from the Holt Mountains region. The message told him that Carl had been killed in action, that Vyas was trapped inside, and that Li Fei and the monster were actually in cahoots. Upon reading the message, Justin was utterly shocked. He had never imagined the situation would develop in this way. This wasn't the end of it. The message then revealed the exact location of the 1,000-year-old ruins and instructed him to go there immediately. There's even a temple ruin? He was somewhat incredulous. But this news wouldn't lie to him. After seeing the handsome Chinese man leave so quickly, he was pretty sure that the matter was true. Inside the cave, Li Fei was recounting his experiences to Lu Tao and Zhao Jing. But just then, Li Fei suddenly received a message from the Alls Mountains region. The message first told him about some things that had happened inside and outside the cave, and then revealed the main purpose of contacting him. Temple ruins? Li Fei was speechless. He hadn't expected the news to be true, which meant that the little white pig hadn't lied to him. However, he soon discovered another interesting detail mentioned at the end of the message. Vyas from the kingdom of Sindhu was also in the cave, but was unable to escape due to the obstruction of the frost beast. What happened? Lu Tao and Zhao Jing asked curiously. The message Li Fei received was one that neither of them could read directly. The message directed us to the temple ruins and even provided a detailed address. Li Fei said with a smile. Temple ruins? Lu Tao and Zhao Jing stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had previously thought it was a joke played by the little white pig. Shall we leave now? Zhao Jing asked. Yes, the people from other areas have already gone. We need to speed things up. Li Fei said seriously. He could tell the importance of the ruins just from the words in the message. For example, it mentioned celestial artifacts, ancient herbs, and even an entire spiritual spring several times. All of these indicated the importance of the ruins. However, the report also mentioned that Wu Ku was the first person to discover the place, which suggests that they still have a slight advantage. Old pig, we'll go with you too. Just then, the little white pig who had been watching the scene suddenly said, Okay. Li Fei's eyes flashed with surprise. This white pig had a mysterious origin and was quite strong. With its addition, their chances of winning would naturally be greater. Even Lu Tao and Zhao Jing, who were standing next to them, had joy on their faces. This white pig could easily kill Carl, so its joining them would naturally be very helpful to them. Okay, let's set off now. Meanwhile, in the Sindhu region, everyone in the chat group became anxious. This is bad. Vyas seems to be blocked by those ice beasts. He can't get out. Why didn't we think of this when we sent the message? Look, Li Fei and that magical beast are moving. They're heading towards the exit. Vyas is in danger. That Li Fei and that magical beast are deliberately searching for Vyas. In an instant, everyone in the group held their breath, worried about Vyas. I hope nothing bad happens to Vyas, someone prayed in the group. At this moment, Vyas had reached another location in the cave, at the end of which was a strange little puddle. He was staring blankly at the small puddle. If Li Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that this small puddle is the one he found back then. He suspected that the puddle led to an underground river. Vyas crouched down in the small puddle and carefully observed the situation, assessing the danger of swimming into it. A strange sound suddenly came from afar. Vyas's handsome face hardened. He realized that the commotion was caused by those Xia people. They should be on their way here now. I can't worry about that now. Vyas's expression changed, and he jumped down. He was worried that if he didn't make a decision soon, he might not even have a chance to escape. In just over 10 seconds, Li Fei and Lu Tao arrived at the scene. He jumped down from here. My old pig's nose never makes a mistake, the little white pig grunted. Li Fei frowned. Judging from the ripples in the puddle, the other person must have jumped in not long ago. He hesitated whether to chase after them. To be honest, he originally intended to let the other party go, but later, considering the safety of the young ice beasts deep in the cave, he finally decided to take action and deal with the other party. He did not expect that the other party would escape at the last moment. What if the other party escapes, and then swims back? Li Fei slowly formed an idea in his mind. He took out the dagger in his hand and slashed it hard across a boulder. The boulder was cut in two with his movement. Li Fei placed one half of the boulder over the small puddle and then stomped into it. Having done all this, he clapped his hands with a sigh of relief. He had blocked Vyas's path back. In other words, if Vyas swims into the underground river and can't find a way out, he might die in it. He has no way out now. Of course, it would be even more impossible for the other party to come back and take away the remaining crystal cores. At this time, many ice beasts were still guarding the cave entrance. However, a loud noise suddenly came from inside the cave, and then the many ice beasts saw a pig-shaped monster rush out. In an instant, many ice beasts were knocked over and thrown about. The Frost Beast King was enraged. It had never suffered such humiliation in its entire life. But before they could react, 3 more figures darted out from behind the cave and fled in the chaos. It's him. The Frost Beast King's furious gaze quickly locked onto a person. He would recognize this person even if he were reduced to ashes. This was the person who had burned his own people with flames. Roar! The Frost Beast King roared angrily at Li Fei, but then led the chase. For a time, as many as 700 or 800 frost beasts were chasing Li Fei, while the remaining 200 or so frost beasts remained guarding the cave entrance. Li Fei glanced at the Frost Beast King's furious gaze and immediately understood that the Beast King's target was him. His expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "The Frost Beast's target is me. We'll split up and escape, then meet up again at the temple ruins." Okay. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were not the type to drag things out. They knew that staying here would only cause trouble for Li Fei, so they had no objections to Li Fei's plan. In an instant, Li Fei changed his location and fled to another place, while the Frost Beast King led a group of frost beasts in hot pursuit. Chapter 87: The Upgraded Samadhi Fire. After widening the gap between himself and Lu Tao and the others, Li Fei accelerated again, leaving the Frost Beast horde far behind. However, an ice beast relentlessly pursued him like a tail, and he couldn't shake it off. That was the Ice Beast King. Li Fei frowned as he ran. He hadn't expected the Frost Beast King to be so troublesome. He couldn't shake it off no matter how hard he tried. He had actually pushed his speed to its limit, but the Ice Beast was still slightly faster than him. Roar! Finally, just as he was about to leave the snow mountain, the Frost Beast King caught up with him and blocked his way. Li Fei was naturally not one to back down from trouble. Since the Frost Beast King was not going to let him go, he would not hold back either. He was now planning to test his Samadhi True Fire. He hadn't tried the Samadhi True Fire since advancing to the intermediate level, but now was a good opportunity. Ouch! The Frost Beast King, blocking Li Fei's path, roared angrily and charged at him, intending to teach this schemer a lesson. However, it quickly froze. A white flame suddenly flashed in the other's eyes, and then it felt a burning pain on its skin. Is that strange flame? The Frost Beast King was startled at first, then laughed disdainfully. He had encountered this flame before, but it was quickly destroyed by the power of the crystal core in his chest. He believed that this time would be the same. So it began to mobilize the power of the crystal cores within its body, hoping they could help it extinguish the raging fire on its body. However, it was disappointed. After the power of the crystal cores was transported to that location, it not only failed to extinguish the strange flames, but instead made them burn even more fiercely. At this moment, a look of panic finally appeared in its eyes. But Li Fei saw it from a different perspective. In his eyes, the Ice King was first burned by the Samadhi True Fire from his back, and then his body. During this process, the opponent naturally resisted constantly, but all the resistance was in vain. Soon, the Samadhi True Fire burned it to ashes under the Ice Beast King's unwilling roar, except for the crystal core. The power of this flame was completely beyond his expectations. When he used Samadhi True Fire on the Ice Beast King before, he could only cause some superficial wounds. But since the Samadhi True Fire was upgraded, he now has the ability to kill the opponent instantly. However, the only drawback he found was that he could only use this Samadhi True Fire 3 times at most. After that, he would need to rest for a long time to recover his energy. Li Fei stepped forward and put the crystal core, which had existed for 10,000 years, into his pocket. This crystal core was undoubtedly the most precious thing he had encountered since arriving in the Dark Forest. In the Alls Mountains chat group, everyone fell silent, staring in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. The scene shown is Li Fei instantly killing the Frost Beast King. All of this happened after the message, "Boss Li Fei is in danger." The expressions on everyone's faces were quite interesting. Holy crap, the Frost Beast King was instantly killed. Boss Li Fei didn't even lift a finger. Li Fei's white flames are terrifying. The Frost Beast King is completely powerless against them. I underestimated Boss Benfei. His strength is simply beyond our comprehension. I want to follow Boss Li Fei. Add 1. If we give this Frost Beast King another chance, I believe it will not choose to oppose Boss Li Fei again. Kind of white flame Boss Li Fei wields. What are you trying to say? To be honest, I think this flame is too similar to the Samadhi Fire. Haha. The Samadhi True Fire is something that humans can easily control. That's precisely why it's so terrifying once you've mastered it. For a moment, everyone fell silent, speculating about the possibility of this happening. Actually, we don't need to speculate like this, because after all, Boss Li Fei is from our region, and his strength is beneficial to us. For the Sindhu region, everyone watched in shock at the scene before them. In the scene, the Frost Beast is being burned by a white flame, completely powerless to resist. It was this flame that burned Sing to death, someone in the group said angrily. This flame is terrifying. The powerful Frost Beast King has almost no power to resist, someone exclaimed in shock. This Xia person is terrifying. We should stay away from him. You're only realizing how terrifying he is now. This is a vicious man. We must unite with others to deal with him. To be honest, I think even if Vyas were here, he probably wouldn't be a match for him. Vyas is indeed no match for you, but he's not as weak as you say, someone countered. Look at Vyas over there, someone in the group exclaimed. In the scene, Vyas appears at the entrance of another snow mountain cave. At this moment, he was observing the surrounding situation, and he naturally noticed the battle between Li Fei and the Frost Beast King. He was shocked to see the Frost Beast King fall. He hadn't expected Li Fei to be so strong, far beyond his imagination, especially the white flames that the opponent wielded, which filled him with deep apprehension. However, he did not rush to escape. Instead, he turned back. He suddenly realized that Li Fei had not taken all the blue crystal cores with him. Instead, he left half of them. This must be because the other party's spatial ring was already full. If he could obtain the remaining blue crystal cores at this moment, it would undoubtedly be a huge gain for him. As for the temple ruins, the previous report already stated that they are full of restrictions, and the things inside are not so easy to take. Therefore, he could have gone to the temple ruins after obtaining these blue crystal cores. After turning back, Vyas ran through the cave and soon arrived at a river. This is an underground river, 5 meters wide, and its length is so great that the end cannot be seen. It is at least 3 or 4 meters deep. On both sides of the underground river are some blue stones, one of which has a clear mark on it. He came ashore at this spot. He remembers swimming underwater for about half an hour before finding a way out and arriving here. This can be described as extremely dangerous. I know what Vyas is up to. He's going back to get those blue crystal cores, someone exclaimed in the Sin the Kingdom chat group. That's what I think too. The underground river here leads directly to that little puddle. Vyas probably wants to retrieve those blue crystal cores. That's right. Those Xia people left nearly half of the blue crystal cores there, and now they all belong to us, someone exclaimed in delight. Haha, you're right. I'm already getting excited. Chapter 88. This restriction is very strong. I hope Vyas won't get into trouble. That puddle is so small. If Vyas can't find it, it'll be dangerous, someone in the group worried. Shut your mouth, you jinx. With Vyas's abilities, do you really think he can't find his way back? I'm worried. Do you know how much of a fortune this is? If we get it, our chances in this competition are practically guaranteed. Even if we don't get first place, second place will be fine, understand? At that moment, Vyas had already successfully dived into the water. In the water, Vyas carefully changed direction. He was now in the main stream of the underground river, having previously swum here from a very hidden tributary. After a brief search, he finally found the location. After confirming the location of the temple ruins from multiple sources, Wuka finally confirmed that what he was seeing was not an illusion. Could this be the legendary fairyland? Otherwise, how could there be so many celestial fruits and artifacts? This was Wuka's only thought at that moment. However, he soon discovered a serious problem. He couldn't get into this place. There seemed to be a mysterious energy surrounding the temple that was hindering him. Every time he took a step forward, he would experience the same pressure, and these forces would bounce back. This made it impossible for him to move an inch, and the further he went in, the stronger the rebound became. To enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed? That's not his style, but no matter what method he uses, it won't work. During this time, he also considered entering from other places around the temple, but no matter which direction he changed to, he was blocked by this force. He had absolutely no chance. He even considered using methods like chopping with a knife or burning with fire, but none of them worked. This must be a restriction. Only by breaking this restriction can we truly enter, Wuka pondered. During his search, he also discovered another person, who appeared to be from Sindhu. Judging from the other person's tattered clothes, he was likely trapped in the desert like himself. The imagined battle did not occur. Instead, they began to communicate, for they had no reason to fight now. Hey, you've already been inside that Xia country guy? Kex asked, seemingly out of curiosity. Are you blind? What business is it of yours if I go in? Wuka replied irritably. You don't look like it. How about this, Xia people, we join forces to break the restrictions here. Kex suggested. Okay, let's give it a try. Wuka had no other choice. He couldn't just give up like this. So the two of them unleashed their strongest attacks in one direction with all their might. Since they couldn't find a weakness in the restriction, forcibly breaking it was also a viable option. However, the two of them soon paid the price for it. Their attacks were like hitting a spring. the spring would return the exact amount of damage they inflicted. Both of them used almost their full strength in this attack, and they attacked the same point. However, when they were exhausted, this point suddenly unleashed unimaginable power, sending the two of them flying. Wu-Ku and Keisai both coughed up a mouthful of blood. Both of them suffered serious injuries at that moment. The restrictions here are incredibly strong. This was Wu-Ku's only thought at that moment. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group watched the scene unfold in silence. The drawing depicts the moment when Wu-Ku and Keisai were blasted away. Holy crap, what's going on? There really is a restriction, and it's very strong. It's over, we can't keep this temple ruins all to ourselves, and it's questionable whether we can even get them, someone in the group said pessimistically. This restriction is interesting. It seems to be able to reflect damage. This restriction is more like a giant spring. The further you go in, the greater the pressure you have to endure. And if you want to obtain the treasures inside, you have to go in. If that's really the case, then no one has any hope. Wu-Ku is a bronze 6-star, but he can't even get into the edge. Who knows? If someone's strength reaches the gold level, maybe they can give it a try, someone in the group said. Gold level? That can only be Boss Li Fei and his pet pig. Then our chances of winning are still very high. As far as I know, most people in other regions don't have any gold-level experts, someone exclaimed excitedly. I think even a bronze 9-star character should be able to reach the edge. Hee. All of this is just speculation and doesn't prove anything, someone in the group questioned. For the Sindhu region, everyone was discussing it animatedly. What's going on? Kex actually cooperated with that Xiagua guy, someone in the group complained. I don't think there's a problem. This situation is very special. If they don't cooperate, I'm afraid no one will be able to get these treasures. But if they can get these precious herbs through cooperation, why not? Someone in the group retorted. However, at that moment, Wu-Ku and Keisai were both injured by the force of the restrictions rebound. They were injured? Even when they were working together, they couldn't break through these restrictions. These treasures are right in front of us, but we can't get them. Look, that red fruit is only 5 meters away from Kex. If he can walk 5 meters forward, the fruit will be his, someone in the group exclaimed. That restriction must be broken. Otherwise, no one will benefit. These restrictions look very powerful. They shouldn't be something that just the two of them can break. Look, people from other areas are already arriving one after another, someone exclaimed in the group. I saw people from the Kingdom of Law, and people from the Kingdom of Locke. I already foresaw that countless people would try to carve up this cake. However, at that moment, someone in the group noticed the movements of Vyas. My God, Vyas is in danger. He seems unable to find the location of that little puddle. No, wait, that little puddle has been filled in by that Xia countryman, someone exclaimed in the group. In the scene, water bubbles keep coming out of the wire's mouth as he tries to push the rock above his head away, but he can't. On the contrary, his physical strength was rapidly declining. The stone was too firmly embedded, and he couldn't move it even an inch. Moreover, he was already much weaker in the water. Chapter 89 Resource Ranking. Damn it, this was Vyas's only thought at that moment. He never expected that the other party would block the way. He was running out of oxygen, and if he couldn't open the door before it ran out, he would die. Pain, regret, and anger flashed through his mind. He tried again with all his might to push the stone away, but he failed. Finally, he left this place unwillingly. However, he had almost run out of oxygen, and after swimming for 3 to 5 minutes, he passed out. Is Vyas dead? Someone in the group asked in confusion. Shut up. God will protect him, someone prayed. He shouldn't have gone back. It's too dangerous there. Hee, I don't think he did anything wrong. He just encountered the cunning Xia people. I can only hope he's safe and sound. The Holt Mountains region, people started discussing the matter in a chat group. The restrictions here are incredibly powerful. They can't do anything about them. Someone in the chat group exclaimed in surprise. The scene shown is exactly when Wu-Ku and Keisai were injured. This is their misfortune, but our good fortune. Since they can't open it, let's open this treasure together when we get there. Someone in the group laughed. Didn't you ever think about what would happen if Justin couldn't break the barrier even after he got there? Someone said disdainfully. In any case, the current situation is very favorable to us, and that's enough. They're all sitting on the ground healing now. The strength of the restrictions here is a bit beyond my expectations. Did you guys notice Vyas from the Sindhu region? He passed out in the water due to lack of oxygen. He's probably not far from death. He actually dared to dream of going back for those blue crystal cores. Doesn't he even consider that others might leave him the benefits? Someone mocked. Meanwhile, In the chat group for the American region, everyone stared in astonishment at the temple ruins. Oh my God, there are so many treasures here, and more importantly, the restrictions here are quite strong. To obtain the treasures inside, we must break these restrictions. I don't believe that the restrictions here can be broken by 1 or 2 people. Jamie, how many people do you think we need? Someone asked curiously. The more the better, at least a dozen or so, I think, replied the short-haired woman named Jamie. That's great. Our other team members are too far away. This gives them just the right amount of time. Once they get here, the best outcome would be for us all to break the barrier together. Both the Xia people and the Sinda people are sitting there healing their wounds. It seems they both know that some things cannot be forced. Look, there's a magical herb 4 meters away from that Xia countryman. But unfortunately, he can only look at it now. Someone in the group laughed. There's another red fruit about 5 meters in front of that Sinda Chinese. Then let them watch. Without enough manpower, they won't be able to get their hands on these rare treasures. After leaving the snow-capped mountain, Li Fei rushed to the dark night sand sea without stopping. Following the route provided in the message, he sped along the road at top speed, but because he was quite far from the desert, his speed didn't seem much faster than the other competitors. Of course, the journey wasn't always smooth sailing. Every now and then, 1 or 2 magical beasts would leap out and ambush him. However, these monsters were generally low level, so he easily dealt with them. As for Lu Tao, because the little white pig thought they were too slow, it swallowed them whole and then carried them away quickly. Zhao Jing were naturally furious, but dared not speak out against Pig Lord's actions. Meanwhile, in another location, a group of people were leisurely making their way through the dark desert. There were 5 people in the group, 4 men and 1 woman, all with blonde hair, high noses, and blue eyes. One of the leaders, a man around 30 years old, was handsome. He wore a black leather jacket, loose white trousers, and black boots, with a fiery red cloak draped over his shoulders and a sword at his waist. He looked dashing and heroic. The other 4 were younger, probably only around 25 or 26 years old, especially the woman, who was probably only around 20. The woman was petite with fair, delicate skin and bright, expressive eyes. She wore a vest and green military trousers, and had a dagger at her waist. Among the other 3 was a burly man with a face full of scars, nicknamed Leopard, who wielded double axes and wore leather clothing on both his upper and lower body. The other 2 men, one named Anthony and the other named Hughes, were both wearing vests and military trousers and carrying long knives. Haha, our harvest is quite impressive. The 5 of us combined have a total of 23 medicinal herbs and the cores of 53 magical beasts. More importantly, these herbs are all over 1,000 years old. Of course, our Rawat is a big shot. How could we not have made a lot of progress under his leadership? Hughes subtly flattered him. The one being photographed is naturally the leader, Rawat. However, he was in no good mood at all. He had just looked at the resource rankings, and his country, the legal nation, was only ranked 2nd, while the Xia nation in the Alls Mountains region was ranked 1st. This was unacceptable to him. He gave so much in this match, from directing the battle to personally leading the charge, and his gold-level skill is proof of that. He originally thought that their country of law should be ranked the highest, but just now, the system activated the resource ranking list. The Alls region currently ranks 1st on the list. How could he be in a good mood after seeing the list? Hughes was unaware that he had flattered the wrong person. By the way, what is that temple ruin from 1,000 years ago? Anthony asked curiously. According to the information, there are countless treasures inside, and any one of them is much better than what we got. Rawat said casually. What a joke. We have treasures in our hands. How can the things in an outdated temple compare to ours? Hughes mocked. Hughes, you're overthinking it. This news comes from our region. It can't be wrong. We should make some preparations. Maybe we can meet a lot of interesting friends. Rawat said discontentedly. Okay, I understand. All right, Hughes, Rawat's in a bad mood today, so don't bother him. Ollie laughed. Yes, my lady. At another location, a group of 3 people were walking side by side. They were a team from the Kingdom of Lac. Chapter 90, almost obtained the immortal herb. The man at the front was about 20 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was exceptionally brave and heroic. He had brown curly hair, wore knight's armor, and held a long steel sword in his hand. The other 2 were slightly older, both around 30 years old. One of them was dressed in aristocratic attire, holding a scepter and with a deep gaze, while the other was a burly man holding 2 bronze hammers. Lord Hermon, is what the news says true? Is there a temple ruin nearby? Heart, holding the scepter, asked curiously. It shouldn't be wrong. That's what the message said, and we're already nearby. The temple ruins are in the dark sands ahead, Herman said loudly, his brows slightly furrowed. Hee hee, I heard there are a lot of good things inside, countless fairy fruits and herbs. Alug said with shining eyes. Don't oversimplify things. We'll encounter many powerful opponents, and if we're not careful, we could be wiped out, Herman said worriedly. Hee hee, with our genius player Herman leading the way, we can't possibly lose. If we really lose, we'll lose face big time. Hart laughed. He had his reasons for saying this. Herman had already reached the gold 1-star level, which is not something that ordinary people can do easily. In his view, with a strong player like Herman on their team, how could they possibly lose? The battlefield situation changes rapidly, and besides, our team is only ranked 3rd in the resource rankings, Herman said helplessly. If Li Fei were here, he would surely discover that although this person's strength has reached the gold 1-star level, he is not arrogant at all. On the contrary, he is very humble. Herman, don't be so modest. In this competition, there are very few people who can beat you. Although some teams are ranked higher, I think they are just lucky. If we were in the same situation, our team would not be afraid of anyone. Hart laughed loudly. Herman glanced helplessly at Hart and Alugo, then said nothing more. However, a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. I hope everything goes smoothly. That was his only thought at that moment. Another location, in the direction of the temple ruins. Wu Ku and Keisai have almost fully recovered from their injuries. However, this time, the two of them did not join forces again. Their previous failure had already shown them that if they attacked together, they would only suffer a greater backlash from the restrictions. Wu Ku never left the spot of the immortal herb, since it was the closest to him, only 4 meters away. Kes followed suit and stood opposite the red fruit. At this moment, they were all figuring out how to obtain the treasure ahead. Finally, Wu Ku had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility. As can be seen from the previous attacks, the more fiercely one attacks the restriction, the greater the force of the restriction's rebound. Conversely, if one moves forward slowly, the pressure he experiences will be much less. Could I slow down and tough it out? To verify his guess, Wu Ku walked step by step toward the restriction. What is that Xia Guoren doing? Clearly, his actions had caught Kex's attention. However, Wu Ku ignored the other party. He has officially taken the first step toward a ban. Seemingly sensing Wu Ku's determination, the vehicle stopped moving. The immense pressure from the restrictions weighed directly on him, but this was only the first step. So he took the second step. However, this step immediately made him break out in a sweat, and the pressure he faced in this step was 3 to 4 times greater than that in the first step. His face was already flushed and his legs were trembling, but this was not his limit. Under immense pressure, he took another step forward. Step 3. This step increased the pressure on him exponentially. But Wu Ku not only didn't panic, he laughed instead. He knew he had guessed right. He is now only 1 step away from the magical herb in front of him. However, at this point, he had reached a dead end. Bang! With a loud bang, Wu Ku could no longer withstand the force of the restriction and was thrown back. He had also suffered serious injuries at this time. He sat cross-legged. Meanwhile, Kex watched Wu Ku's performance with a shocked expression. He couldn't understand how this Xia Guoren had managed to do it. Had he broken the restriction? But he quickly dismissed the idea. The restriction at his location was still in place, and the other party had clearly been bounced back by the restriction. But the other party almost got that magical herb. What's going on here? Puzzled, he followed Wu Ku's example and took a step toward the barrier. Taking this step put him under considerable pressure. The next step is... He felt as if he had reached his limit. The next step was the third step. Before he could even land completely, he was bounced back by the restriction, just like Wu Ku. But at this moment, he also understood what was going on. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group watched in shock at the scene before them. What's going on with Wu Ku? Someone exclaimed, clearly having also noticed the situation on Wu Ku's side. Holy crap, did Wu Ku successfully break the restriction? Someone in the group exclaimed in shock. It shouldn't be. He was bounced back by the restriction. Just a little bit more, Wu Ku was just a little bit away from getting that herb that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Yes, it's a real pity. That herb has already taken human form. It has a cute little rabbit on its head. That's and the man almost got the red fruit just now. He was 2 steps away. It seems they've all discovered the flaw in this restriction, someone in the group said. Perhaps this restriction was designed to test us contestants. The stronger the contestant, the deeper they can penetrate into this temple. But of course, the greater the backlash they will experience. Joken analyzed. No way. If that were the case, all the treasures inside would have been snatched away by someone else long ago, someone questioned. Hee, this is just a guess. We can't be sure what the situation is right now. Look, 2 people have entered the dark night sand sea, someone exclaimed in the group. Everyone turned around and saw that 2 strangely dressed men had indeed entered the dark desert one after the other. The 2 men were both around 30 years old, wearing worn-out black leather jackets, with brown hair and high noses. They were clearly Westerners. Judging from their tone, they must be from the Holt Mountains. Everyone in the group immediately perked up their ears. Bruce, are you sure we want to go this way? We can't see the end of the road. Aren't we just courting death? One of the men said. Chapter 91, Undercurrents. You don't understand, Sardin. The more dangerous the place, the greater the chance of finding an opportunity. We're sure to find treasure if we go this way. You're crazy. This desert is too dangerous. We'll die here, Bruce said reluctantly. In his opinion, going here was no different from committing suicide. Even if we don't go this way, we're still doomed. Our Holt Mountains region is currently ranked 3rd from the bottom in terms of resources. We might as well try our luck. After saying that, Sardin walked alone into the depths of the desert. Sardin is not one to sit idly by and wait for his fate. If Blue chooses to leave, he will not stop him. Fine. I'll go crazy with you, you lunatic. Seeing Sardin walking further and further away, Blue quickly caught up. They really are from the Holt Mountains. What do we do now? They're only 5 or 6 miles away from Wu Ku and his group, someone in the group said worriedly. There's no other way. At this rate, they'll probably reach Wu Ku's location in no time. In the chat group within the Shindu region, everyone stared in astonishment at the scene before them. The scene shows Kex approaching the red fruit step by step, but unfortunately, he is suddenly bounced back by the power of the restriction. Wow. Kex is just 2 steps away from picking that fruit, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Kex seems to have grasped some kind of pattern. He's sure to succeed next time. That person from Xia Kingdom was almost there too. Although they didn't succeed this time, it doesn't mean they can't do it. I believe they can do better next time they try. Vyas is not dead. Just then, a joyful voice rang out. As everyone looked at the screen, they saw that Vyas, who was floating on the dark river, had regained consciousness and was now struggling to climb ashore. What a relief, Vyas said, his eyes filled with relief. He had almost thought he was going to die here, but unexpectedly, the water brought him out again. At the same time, a look of hatred appeared in his eyes for the first time. He had not expected that those Xia people would go to such extremes, as if they were trying to kill him. Great. As long as Vyas is alright, our chances of winning have increased another bit. However, at that moment, someone in the group made a new discovery. It looks like Vyas is about to advance. In the scene, Vyas crossed his legs, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, gradually increasing. I understand now. After this brush with death, Vyas's mindset has changed again, and that's what made him stronger. The Holt Mountains region, within a chat group, everyone stared in astonishment at the direction of the screen. During the live broadcast, Wu Ku walked step by step toward the ancient herb. However, just when he was only 1 step away from the herb, he was as if he was knocked away by an invisible force. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. If that Xia Kingdom person had successfully obtained the immortal herb, the pressure on them would have been even greater. I knew it. How could that Xia Kingdom person possibly get his hands on this immortal herb? He's just delusional, someone in the group mocked. How could such a barrier be easily broken? As long as the barrier exists, they will have no chance of obtaining those treasures. Instead of wasting time there, we should wait for more people to arrive and then break the barrier together. Boss Rog is absolutely right. But isn't there something wrong with this resource ranking? It's one thing for the Alls Mountains region to be ranked first, but how come the resources obtained by the legal country region are ranked second? Someone in the group questioned. According to his assumption, the resources obtained by the legal country region should be about the same as theirs, but the fact is quite the opposite. Their current resource ranking is only 3rd from the bottom, while the people in the legal country region are ranked second. This gap is not small at all. Keep a closer eye on them. We've been focusing all our attention on that Xia countryman. I have some bad news for you all. Vyas from the Sindhu region is not dead. Not only that, he used this life or death opportunity to advance to the gold level, someone said in the group. Oh, who's right? The pressure on our Holt region has increased significantly. It's going to be very difficult for us to turn the tide this time, someone said angrily. Not necessarily. Look, Blue and Sardin are both in the Dark Night Desert. I believe they'll reach the temple ruins soon. If they seize this opportunity, We might be able to turn the tide. That's right. But the temple's restrictions seem difficult to remove. I believe they have a solution. In the chat group in the Americas region, a group of people were discussing angrily. Oh my God, our beautiful country is only ranked 4th on the resource list. How is that possible? We are only one place ahead of those people from India. This is unbelievable, unbelievable, someone exclaimed in the group. The culprit is Carl. If it weren't for his poor performance at the outset, we wouldn't be facing this passive situation. That's right, we must put him on trial. This is unfair. He was doing this for the sake of America. You can't treat him like this. That Xia Kingdom person almost got that immortal herb. If he had gotten it, our resources would have been even more lacking compared to Xia Kingdom. We have to stop him. We can't let him get away with this, otherwise we might not even get a top 3 finish in this round. Don't worry. Neither he nor that Kex will get any treasures until the restrictions here are completely lifted, someone in the group said disdainfully. I think we should pay attention to the people from the legal system. They've quietly risen to 2nd place. And the people from Lachlan are ranked 3rd. We must make them move down in the rankings. The chat group of the legal kingdom. Everyone was obviously paying attention to the changing situation, but their focus was not on the temple ruins, but on Li Fei and Little White Pig. This Li Fei wields a magical white flame, and this flame once instantly killed the Frost Beast King, whose level was Gold 1. This person is extremely dangerous, and I believe he is the only one who can threaten Rawat, someone in the group analyzed. You're only half right, Starry. His pet pig can also pose a deadly threat to Rawat, and Vyas, who has just been promoted to the gold level, is not to be underestimated either. The curly-haired old man retorted. Chapter 92, Bone Fracture from Being Forbidden. In this competition, our legal nation must win 1st place. Our honor cannot be trampled upon. The U.S. sent a message asking us to cooperate in eliminating the people from China, someone said in the group. Just pretend you didn't see it. I can't stand these kinds of petty tricks. But that would offend them. Rog, you're overthinking it. There are countless regions in the United States on the Eternal Night continent. They wouldn't make an enemy of us over a problem in just one region. After a short rest, Wuka finally recovered to his perfect condition at the location of the temple ruins. This time, he wanted to try again. Facing the ancient herb before him, a burning flame flashed in Wuka's eyes. The magical herb was right in front of him, but he couldn't get it, which was a torment for him. Finally, he made his move again. Wuka's face was full of determination. He gritted his teeth and took another step forward. Soon, as he stepped down, an indescribable pressure suddenly descended upon him. Snort. He snorted coldly. He was prepared for this pressure and easily dealt with it. The second step was to step out again. This time, the pressure manifested itself as if it were real. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his hair suddenly stood on end. This time, the pressure was several times greater than before. However, he did not give up. Even when his face turned red, his belief did not waver in the slightest. Finally, he held on and took the 3rd step. This guy, Tex was shocked. He and his opponent were both at the bronze 6-star level, but the opponent had easily taken 3 steps, while he could barely stand on the 3rd step. At this moment, in the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group was also surprised. Wukuzwil had completely exceeded their expectations. As expected of Wuku, he broke the previous record so easily, and each improvement was significant. I can only describe it as admirable. If I were there, I probably would have given up and begged for mercy in the 2nd step. Although Wuku was drenched in sweat in the picture, he never bent his back. Oh no, Wuku's legs are shaking. He's reached his limit, someone exclaimed in the group. Hopefully, Wuku won't force himself to stay upright. I'm so worried about Wuku. No, Wuku is about to take the 4th step. Everyone in the chat group widened their eyes. They never expected that even after things had come to this point, Wuku would still want to take another step forward. They knew that with each step he took, the pressure he faced would increase exponentially. Crack. Just then, everyone seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. It came from Wuku's right leg. At the same time, he was pushed out by the reaction force of the restriction. Wuku was knocked unconscious by the force of the impact. Sigh. It was still too much of a stretch. Wuku had already landed his 4th step, but that was beyond his limit, which is why it ended up like this, someone in the group said worriedly. Yes, rather than that, we should think of other ways. I wonder if that Sindhu Chinese will do him any harm, someone in the group worried. Probably not. There's no conflict of interest between them. In the scene, Kex from the Sindhu region was filled with shock. In his eyes, Wuku had become a freak. The other party had actually taken 4 steps in a row, which was too exaggerated. Keep in mind that he himself struggled to even take the 3rd step. However, the Xia man in front of him had already fainted, which was a good opportunity for him. He hesitated whether to take the opportunity to go over and deal with the other party, but he quickly gave up. The other party actually woke up again in a short period of time. Meanwhile, in the chat group in the Sindhu region, everyone was stunned by Wu Ku's desperate efforts. The chat group was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. They hadn't expected Wu Ku to be so reckless, completely disregarding his own safety. Such behavior was particularly glaring to them. If given enough room to grow, he will be a formidable opponent, no less than Li Fei. In our Sindhu region, only Vyas possesses this fighting spirit, but unfortunately he is not here at the moment. Our country, Sindhu, needs such outstanding people. If he cannot be used by us, then we'd better destroy him. Otherwise he will definitely become a great threat to us in the future. That Xia countryman seems to have a broken leg. He only took 4 steps, someone exclaimed in shock. This restriction is indeed powerful. It exerts such pressure after only 4 steps. Look at Kex, he's just standing there dumbfounded, someone in the group mocked. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 people from the Holt Mountains region will arrive soon, someone in the crowd said. In another scene, Sardin and Blue are rushing here at a fast pace. They have clearly also seen the towering temple ruins. In the chat group in the Americas region, everyone stared blankly at the scene on the screen. The scene shows Wu Ku approaching the temple. This Wu Ku is incredible. He actually has such willpower. His willpower is comparable to Karl Lagerfeld's. I really wish he were from our beautiful country. Give up your illusions. How could someone with such perseverance easily join us? He's very talented, but I suggest we don't let him grow up. Les, I must admit your mind is filthy, and I am ashamed to be associated with you. Dude, don't do this. I'm doing this for the sake of America. Whatever your plans are, you should not blaspheme our faith. The Holt Mountains region, everyone in the chat group was also taken aback by Wu Ku's performance. Is this Xia man crazy? Does he really think his life doesn't matter? He did this all for the sake of winning the game, and that kind of spirit is something we should learn from. That's right. If everyone on our team could learn from Wu Ku, we wouldn't be ranked 3rd from the bottom. I want to remind you that this kind of enemy is the most terrifying. If he grows stronger, he will pose a considerable threat to us. That's right. Such an enemy is terrifying. They don't care about their own bodies at all. We must be careful. Look at where Sadin and Tumburu are. They've arrived there too. Our chance has come, someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 93. Interests are everything. That's right. As long as you can successfully open this treasure, all the treasures here will belong to us, and we can use this opportunity to become number 1. I don't think the restrictions here are as simple as you think. For the legal region, everyone was astonished by this scene. That Xia man actually has such courage. It's terrifying. Doesn't he value his life? Despite his efforts, he ultimately failed, so he doesn't deserve any sympathy. No, such an opponent deserves respect. Only Rawat in our region could have such courage, someone praised in the group. Such people are terrifying once they grow up. Don't you guys think the people of the Alls Mountains are a bit scary? First, there was Li Fei, who can use those strange flames, and then there's this Wu Ku. Although Wu Ku hasn't fully matured yet, who can be sure what will happen in the future? Don't worry, with Rawat taking action, none of them will have a future. Lavit is indeed very strong, but I don't think we need to blindly worship him. Enough. Canley, why should we boost the morale of others and diminish our own? However, at this moment, someone noticed that 2 people from the Holt Mountains region had arrived near the temple ruins, and the 3 people from the Kingdom of Lac were almost there too. Hee, the situation has become much more complicated. Just wait and see, Rawat and his men won't have it so easy. At the temple ruins, Wu Ku was somewhat dazed after regaining consciousness. He hadn't expected that he had fainted just moments before. Only then did he feel the burning pain in his legs. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp. His leg appeared to be broken. After he took his 4th step, beads of sweat trickled down his head, but he didn't bother wiping them away. He must regain his mobility as soon as possible. His eyes scanned his surroundings quickly, and after a long while, he finally found a dry branch. Without hesitation, he tore off his clothes and tied it to the branch. It was at this moment that he felt the pain lessen considerably and was not as severe as before. He limped back toward the temple. All of these actions were naturally observed by Keisai, whose eyes were filled with shock. Wu Ku had already gone this far. Was he going to try again? However, he quickly dismissed the idea, thinking that the other party could not possibly be that foolish. Wuku was just about to step forward and examine the herb again. The fairy herb was lush and green, and more importantly, there were threads of fairy energy flowing around it. However, at that moment, several bursts of wild laughter were suddenly heard. I knew it. There must be an opportunity here, and it is. Sardin and Blue ran over quickly from a distance. There are people here, Blue exclaimed in surprise, having spotted Wuku and Kes immediately. I'm a contestant from the Sindhu region. May I ask who you are? Kex started the conversation. Sardin and Blue exchanged a glance, but neither of them answered the question. Instead, they formed an encirclement around Kex. They planned to deal with Kex first, leaving the limping Wuku aside for now. My dear friends, what are you doing? We can talk this out, Kex exclaimed in horror. He never expected that after the other party came over, they would surround him without saying a word, and it seemed that they intended to kill him. Friends from Xia Kingdom, come quickly and help. They want to take all the treasures here for themselves. Their target now is me. After I die, they will definitely come after you, Kex said in terror. Talkative enough, Sardin frowned, gave Blue a wink, and then the two of them attacked almost simultaneously. Kex had indeed guessed their thoughts. Ever since they saw the treasure here, they had been thinking of taking it all for themselves, and Kex and Wuku, who were standing nearby, naturally became obstacles. As for the so-called alliance, they don't care about it at all. As long as they win, everything is fine. At worst, they'll just have to pay some resources back. My two friends, I advise you to stop. The treasures here are all protected by restrictions, and these restrictions cannot be broken by one or two people. I estimate that at least dozens of people would need to work together to break the restrictions. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here all this time. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to try, Wuka said loudly. Oh, Sardin frowned. The other party didn't seem to be lying. If what the other party said was true, then their current actions would be a bit of a loss. He then gave Brew a wink, and Brew understood and charged straight toward the temple ruins. However, before he could even go in, he was thrown out. But he did not give up and instead drew the long sword from his waist. With a whoosh sound, the long sword slashed towards the location of the restriction. However, the next second, Brew regretted it. A force even sharper than his slash shot out from the barrier. He tried to block it with his long sword, but it was too late. He was directly knocked to the ground by this force. Puffed. Blue couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. The retaliation from the restriction had already caused him considerable injury. Sardin's eyes flickered with a constant glint in them. After a long pause, he said, It seems it was a misunderstanding. I thought you two were opposing forces, but it turns out you're allies. I'm truly ashamed. Wuka's eyes flashed with disdain. Naturally, he didn't believe the other party's nonsense. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group finally breathed a sigh of relief. None of them expected that the people from the Holt Mountains region would make a move right away. These wolf cubs, do they really think Wuku is easy to bully? Someone in the group said angrily. If it weren't for the restrictions placed on the temple ruins, they would never have stopped. You're right, these people just want to take everything here for themselves. Let's wait until Li Fei and Lu Tao arrive before we talk. They'll get what's coming to them then. In the chat group within the Sindhu region, everyone was also furious. These people from the Holt area actually attacked them. It's a shame they've considered each other friends for so long. It seems that even friends can't be trusted when it comes to self-interest. When Vyas arrives, we'll teach them a lesson they won't forget, someone in the group said angrily. They went too far. They completely disregarded the friendship between us. Thankfully, these restrictions exist, otherwise Kex would have been in real danger. We're going to take this to the US and get justice for us. Chapter 94 arouses public outrage. That's right, we must teach them a lesson, someone said angrily. They're ranked third from the bottom on the resource leaderboard. I can't believe they're still so arrogant under these circumstances. They're just bullies who pick on the weak and fear the strong. If Vyas were here, I guarantee they wouldn't dare utter a sound. Unfortunately, it will take Vyas some time to get here. In the meantime, we'll have to rely on Kex. Of the split screens showed Vyas running rapidly, heading straight for the temple ruins. At wire speed, he should arrive at the temple ruins in a day. Those two people from the Holt Mountains region, just wait. The Holt Mountains region chat group, everyone was stunned. None of them expected that Sardin and Blue would suddenly make a move. Moreover, the targets of their attacks were their supposedly close friends. What are these two bastards doing? Don't they know the consequences of their actions? If others find out about their attack on their friends, we'll become the target of everyone's ire. Someone roared angrily in the group. They're actually thinking about our Holt Mountains region. If we can monopolize all the treasures here, we'll become the team that obtains the most resources in the dark forest. But what's the truth? There's a barrier here, and they can't do anything about these temple ruins, someone mocked. Yeah, the first thing they should have done after entering there was to gather all the information about the place before taking any action. But they were too reckless, which put us in a passive position. I know Sardin too well, impulsive and prone to acting on his own. Fortunately, he stopped himself in time to cover up the murder. Otherwise, we really wouldn't know how we would have handled the situation. Don't worry, even if we offend the region of India, it doesn't matter. They can't do anything to us. What I'm worried about is the attitude of the United States. In the American chat group, everyone watched in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. The scene shown is Sardin and Blue preparing to kill someone to cover their tracks. Oh my God, have the people of Holt Mountain gone mad? They actually attacked their own allies. This is outrageous. They want to kill us to silence us and keep all the treasures for themselves. That's unforgivable. They clearly don't respect our beautiful country. We should teach them a lesson. Make them pay the price. However, at that moment, they suddenly received a message in their group from the region of India. My dear friends, we have been ambushed by the Holt Mountains team. I believe you have all seen it. I hope you can give us an explanation from the Holt Mountains region. After reading the message, the people of the United States fell silent. They were just venting their anger. To be honest, they hadn't decided yet whether to punish Holt Mountain Range. The Holt Mountains region has a close relationship with us, and if we take action against them lightly, it will seriously damage our friendship. Someone in the group expressed their opinion. But the people of the Sindhu region are also our good partners. Are we just going to ignore them like this? Another person questioned. We shouldn't offend either side. I think the best option is to let them handle this themselves. What about a reply? Someone asked in the group. Let's say we strongly condemn such behavior. In the chat group of the Handsome Country region, everyone was dumbfounded. They never expected that Sardin and Blue would actually try to kill them to cover their tracks and rob them. This made them feel very ashamed. The contestants from the Holt Mountains region have gone too far. They don't treat the contestants from the Indo-Korea region as friends at all. This is a shameful act. He has tarnished our noble bloodline, someone mocked in the group. I never imagined that the people in the Holt Mountains region were all like this. They would stop at nothing for profit, and more importantly, they acted without thinking. Were we too critical? In the end, he stopped. If that person from Xia Kingdom hadn't explained the situation, do you think they would have given up so easily? What I care about more are the treasures within the temple ruins. Our handsome kingdom is determined to obtain them. Don't worry, Left and the other two are already on their way. They'll be here in half a day. Don't be too happy yet. People from the legal country and the lack country will arrive soon, and we won't have any advantage. Perhaps we should team up with more teammates so that we can gain a foothold here. The chat group for the legal community was filled with shock. They never expected that the Holt Mountains region would do something like this. It's shameful. I'm ashamed of their behavior. They actually wanted to kill him to silence him, and this person was an ally. Didn't they consider the consequences before taking action? I want to remind you that this isn't Earth, where there aren't as many rules and regulations. If it were us, we might do the same, but we'd just keep it more secret, someone in the group retorted. Hee, our region's strongest team, Rawat, is already close to the Dark Night Sand Sea. I believe he has the ability to break that damned restriction. In the video, Rawat and his 5 companions are walking at a leisurely pace. Boss, aren't we worried? I've heard that people from other regions have already arrived there. Hughes said anxiously. If it were really that easy to get in there, and the treasures were really that easy to take, then they wouldn't have existed until now. Rawat said nonchalantly. But what if they actually managed to steal those treasures? However, at that moment, a cold glint flashed in Rawat's eyes, and his entire body exuded an astonishing aura, which even formed a small tornado around him. Hughes and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Then let's rob it. After saying this, Rawat returned to his unassuming demeanor. The legal community chat group, everyone naturally witnessed Rawat's exemplary conduct. My God, Rawat is so handsome. He's so charming. I love this kind of mature man, countless girls in the group praised. At this moment, Wuku, Keisai, Soding, and Brew all calmed down. Wuku sat there quietly, cross-legged. His injuries had not yet healed, and he did not intend to take any further action before that. Chapter 95, Sword Within a Sword. Kex, however, remained firmly in his position, believing that his spot offered the best chance of success. Sardin and Brew kept circling the temple, trying to find a way to break the temple's restrictions. However, they obviously had no idea of any way, and in the end, just like Wuku had tried before, they relied on brute force to walk into the temple. However, like Kess, they could only take 3 steps at most, and even that was very difficult. Pa, what utter garbage. This temple ruin is nothing but trash. They actually set up such a strong restriction for me. Sardin cursed irritably. There's nothing we can do about it. Blue comforted him. However, why are those Xia people and Keisai and the others just standing there without moving? Sardin looked on with curiosity. In front of their 2 positions, there is a magical herb and a magical fruit, respectively. They probably guard those places because they are close by. Brew said uncertainly. So that's how it is. Sardin's eyes began to move. You wouldn't be? A bad feeling flashed through Brew's mind. Sure enough, Sardin walked in Wu Ku's direction, and he had no choice but to follow. A look of wariness flashed in Wu Ku's eyes. In no time, the other person had walked up to him. Hey, you from Xia Kingdom, we've got our eye on this place. If you don't want to die, get out of here, Sardin mocked. Although both are bronze 6-star, he is confident that he can handle the opponent alone because the opponent is injured. A good dog doesn't block the way. A cold glint flashed in Wu Ku's eyes. You're asking for it. Who are you talking about? Sardin's eyes flashed with ferocity, like a provoked leopard. Good, very good, he said before he could finish speaking, drawing the long sword from his waist. If the other party still doesn't know what's good for them, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson and letting them know their place. As for whether he would offend the people in the Alls Mountains region, he no longer cared. This match was a matter of life and death. Don't let me make a move. I'll count to 3 and you'd better get out of here, Wuka said coldly. It seems that Sardin really thinks he's easy to bully, provoking him time and time again. The people in the Alls Mountains region who had been watching the live stream were also furious. That Sardin has gone too far. Does he really think we're nobody in this area? Boss Wuka taught him a lesson he shouldn't have, to show him how to behave. To be honest, I'm a little worried about Boss Wuku. His leg injury hasn't healed yet, and there are 2 of them on the other side, someone said worriedly. It's a pity that Boss Li Fei isn't here anymore. Otherwise he could have taken care of them with just 1 finger. It's laughable that the Indian from India didn't even try to help. This perfectly illustrates the saying, if it doesn't concern you, don't bother. Boss Wu Ku is really in danger. Everyone looked on with worried expressions. In the scene, Sardin laughed wildly, holding a long knife and pointing it directly at Wu Ku. Either die or get out, he shouted arrogantly. However, Wu Ku suddenly moved. The long sword at his waist seemed to have eyes and quickly reached his hand, and he stood up in an instant. Wu Ku unleashed his strongest attack with a casual gesture. Well done, Sardin said arrogantly, having already prepared to make his move. In an instant, he drew his long sword, intending to block the opponent's attack. Bang! The swords clashed, unleashing a dazzling burst of sparks. The attack was evenly matched. Sardin laughed dismissively, thinking that his opponent was nothing special. However, he was stunned the next second. At the point where the swords clashed, the long sword in Wu Ku's hand suddenly split in 2. A second long sword suddenly slashed down towards his head. Ah! Sardin cried out in panic, trying to call for help from Blue beside him. However, it was too late. The second long sword pierced directly into his head. In no more than 10 seconds, he was dead beyond any doubt. A sword within a sword. It's actually a sword within a sword. A look of panic flashed in Brew's eyes. He never expected to see a weapon like the sword within a sword here. The Sword Valley is known as the Mandarin Duck Sword Valley. When not in use, the 2 swords can be joined together as one, but in the heat of battle, they can be separated into 2, often producing unexpected and remarkable effects. And it is very difficult to forge unless one is a top master in the weapon forging world. That's why he was so shocked. What? You want this position too? Wuka glanced at Blue. My friend from Xia Kingdom, this is all a misunderstanding. How could I be? Brew laughed it off. Then he quickly left the place, not even having time to collect Sardin's body. Wuka frowned, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. His previous kill had been extremely difficult. If we had to find a reason, it would be that it was completely unexpected. The opponent never anticipated that he had 2 weapons instead of 1, and that was the key to his victory. If his opponent had prepared in advance, he wouldn't have had such a smooth run, and he might even have been the one to lose. As for Blue, he was completely terrified. With the opponent prepared, it would be very difficult for him to kill the opponent as he had done before. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone stared in shock. They never expected that Wu Ku would kill the other party so directly. Wow, I'm in awe. No wonder he's a master like Wu Ku. I'm truly impressed. Wu Ku is incredibly talented. Besides Li Fei, Wu Ku is the person I admire most. Where did you put Lu Tao, the big shot? Someone questioned. Hee, they all hold the same place in my heart. I never expected that Boss Wu Ku had a hidden trump card, someone exclaimed in shock. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that Wu Ku's victory was due to that sword within a sword. His opponent probably never imagined that Wu Ku was holding two swords in his hand, even as he was dying. Boss Wu Ku is hiding his true abilities too well. Even we were kept in the dark, someone complained in the group. If you find out, is it still a covert tactic? In any case, we have the situation under control here. That's right. Even the look on Kex's face when he looks at Boss Wu Ku is one of fear. In the chat group within the Sindhu region, everyone looked on with astonishment. They never imagined that Sardin, who had been so arrogant just moments before, would die so suddenly. Great. That Sardin is dead. He got what he deserved. We should thank the god. If it weren't for his divine punishment, that Sardin wouldn't have met his retribution so quickly. Chapter 96. Death is not a pity. This Sardin is really asking for trouble. I give a thumbs up to my friend in the Alls region. Don't be so arrogant if you don't have the corresponding strength. Otherwise, you'll only bring trouble upon yourself. That's right, Sardin brought this upon himself. He has no one else to blame but himself. If it were me, I would find a place near the immortal herbs and fruits myself, instead of robbing other people's places, someone in the group said. We should drink to that. That Xia Kingdom person has rid us of a scourge. The Holt Mountains region. Countless people were watching the direction of the screen, but the scene was completely silent. In the scene, Sardin's head is slashed an inch into by a long sword, his eyes wide open, his face filled with shock. That Xia man killed him. He started it, someone retorted. I understand Sardin less and less. If he were truly powerful, it would be one thing, but he's not as strong as others, yet he tries to put on a brave face. You can't blame him for that. After all, no one expected that Wu Ku would actually use a two-handed sword. He was hiding it too well. Normally, the two swords can be combined into one, without any flaws. But at crucial moments, they can be separated into two, achieving unexpected results. It's normal that he couldn't dodge it under those circumstances. You're right. The other party was too cunning, but he can't blame anyone else. He brought this upon himself. He's still one of our Holt Mountains people. Are we just going to let this go like this? Then what else do you want? Go find them for revenge. Don't forget their overall strength is far greater than ours. In the chat group in the American region, everyone was astonished by what they were seeing. Sardin, who was just moments ago incredibly arrogant, had his head chopped off and died. The one who made the move was Wu Ku from the Xia Kingdom, who used a two-handed sword. That shameless bastard is finally dead, someone mocked. Although he courted death and his character is questionable, is it really okay for us to mock him like this? Someone questioned. Should we all mourn for him together? What interests me more is that Wu Ku's weapon is actually a two-handed sword. I always thought he only had one sword. We were all deceived. If he hadn't used it this time, we might never have known. Two-handed swords are clearly more advantageous, but their difficulty lies in their control. I thought that no one in the world today would use such a weapon, but Wu Ku has broadened my horizons. It's fortunate that Wu Ku possessed this unique skill, otherwise he might be the one dying today. That Sardin deserves to die. He brought this upon himself and has no one else to blame. The Legal Nation chat group. Everyone watched this scene in astonishment. It's a two-handed sword. I thought this technique had been lost, someone in the group exclaimed in shock. This kind of two-handed sword is extremely difficult to wield, requiring multitasking. I never expected Wu Ku to have mastered it. To be honest, I've developed a strong interest in him and hope to have the opportunity to exchange ideas with him in the future. That guy in the hold area is practically asking for death. He's not strong enough, yet he tries to steal someone else's spot. He probably didn't expect his skills to be so poor. Lawag and his group are very close to Wu Ku's group. The situation there is about to become increasingly interesting. Since leaving the snow mountain, Li Fei has never stopped. He has now entered the Dark Night Desert, but his speed has obviously slowed down here. The main reason is that there is a lot of sand and dust here, and the fog is very heavy. More importantly, he also had to deal with some magical beasts that would occasionally emerge from the sand. Even so, he is now confident that he can reach the location of the temple ruins within half a day. Regarding the little white pig, Li Fei should still be eating my ass behind me. He can't possibly be as fast as me. the little white pig thought proudly. It was now very close to the location of the temple ruins and was confident that it could reach the location within 3 hours. This is primarily due to his speed. Among gold-level masters, very few can match his speed. Another point is its thick hide. When it encounters monsters or similar creatures, it doesn't bother to dodge, but instead charges straight in for a head-on collision. We still need you, Pig Lord. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing remained quietly inside the little white pig's body, but their expressions were extremely tense. Their tension wasn't due to the magical beasts they had encountered along the way. It was because of the little white pig itself. They worried that it might become displeased or accidentally digest them. Another location. Rawat and his 5 companions strolled along leisurely, seemingly in no hurry at all. The outline of the temple ruins had now come into view in front of them. Are we there yet? Karen, with her short hair, asked in surprise. Boss, we're here. Hughes exclaimed excitedly. He clearly disliked the environment. It was dusty and smoky everywhere. If it weren't for his mission, he would never have come to this godforsaken place. Let's go take a look and see what kind of treasure this place is that makes the people in our region so eager to get here. About half an incense stick's time, Rawat and the others were very close to the temple. My goodness, there are so many magical herbs and fruits here. Look, that herb has even transformed into a golden eagle. Karen exclaimed in astonishment, blinking her adorable big eyes. I have a weapon here that possesses a spirit. Judging from its shape, it should be a tiger. Anthony was equally shocked. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on a jet-black longsword, a sword he desperately wanted to possess. My God, Rawat, this is full of treasures. Any one of them is far superior to anything we've ever obtained, Hughes exclaimed with delight. At this moment, even Rawat's expression showed a look of fascination. The things here were far beyond his imagination. Any one of these items would be a treasure outside. His gaze now fell upon a cyan longsword. The sword was like jade, its light restrained, but it was surrounded by a rich spiritual energy, which had formed a profound pattern. It's Tai Chi. Rawat was shocked. Although there were countless weapon spirits here, he was certain that the weapon and the spirit he saw were the most powerful among them. However, at that moment, a movement of the leopard caught his attention. Is he trying to break the protective barrier here? Rawat frowned. Chapter 97, One-on-One Duel. From the moment he arrived here, he knew there was a powerful restriction here. Therefore, he did not act rashly, because that would have some bad consequences. But then the leopard moved. He hadn't expected the leopard, who used to consult him on everything, to act so impulsively, but it was too late for him to stop it. He's got his eye on those 2 axes. Hughes appeared in front of him without him noticing. Rawat's gaze immediately locked onto the 2 axes, which were located at the edge of the temple. The 2 axes were clearly a pair, and they were radiating an overwhelming aura. 2 shadows could be faintly seen on the axes, and judging from their shape, they should be 2 blood wolves. There are restrictions there. He won't succeed so easily. Rawat frowned. He knew it, but he couldn't resist the temptation, so he had to give it a try. As the leopard charged forward, it swung its axe, but it could only take 3 steps before it could no longer hold on, and was thrown back by the restriction. It also suffered serious injuries. The restrictions here are not simple. Rawat's brows furrowed even deeper. From the leopard's attack, just now, he could clearly see that the restriction in front of him was very powerful. Boss, there are 3 more people over there. They should belong to different areas. Hughes reminded him. It was only at this moment that he realized there were already people guarding the area around the temple. The 5 of them were so focused that none of them noticed what was happening. Go and find out, Rawat ordered. He didn't care much about the others. All he wanted to do was figure out the principles behind these restrictions and then break them. Wuka looked solemn. He had spotted Rawat and his group the moment they arrived. The one he feared most was undoubtedly the man in the red cloak. He found that he couldn't see through him, and the only explanation for this was that the man's level was much higher than his own. At this point, he discovered that the other party had already sent someone over to investigate the situation. That person has now left where Kex was and is heading in the direction of Blue. At this moment, Wuku turned his head away. In his opinion, the other party did not intend to make enemies for the time being, so he had no need to pay attention to the other party. However, Wuku did not notice that during his conversation with Hughes, Blue kept pointing at him and occasionally revealed a malicious smile. Even that person kept glancing in his direction. After learning the details from Brew, the other party returned and did not come to his location again. In the Alls Mountains chat group, everyone was completely enraged. This despicable person actually tried to deal with Boss Wuku in this way. someone in the group said angrily. It's a pity that Wu-Ku is too naive. He didn't even notice this situation. They were talking about the scene in the video. In the video, Brew explained in detail that Wu-Ku had arrived here earlier than him and told him that his companion had died at the hands of the arrogant and domineering Wu-Ku. Of course, he emphasized the reason why Wu-Ku was guarding there. Boss Wu-Ku is in danger. There are 5 of them, someone in the chat group said worriedly. Maybe they'll let Boss Wu-Ku go. Do you think that's possible? The location of the temple ruins. Rawat listened quietly to Hughes's report. Interesting. You mean that person from the Xia Kingdom has a magical herb? That's right, it shouldn't be false. All the information was given to me by that person in the Holt Mountains region. Hughes explained. All right, let's go and meet them. Rawat led the way. Wu-Ku's expression grew increasingly grim. The fact that all 5 of them walked towards him already speaks volumes. But he didn't understand why the other person would do this, since he had no grudge against them. Unless they have their eyes on this location, but they have never been here before. So how would they know that there is a magical herb here? At that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that someone else told the other person? His gaze immediately fell on Blue. Only he had a reason to do so. Sure enough, seeing Wu-Ku's probing gaze, Brew laughed smugly. You're asking for death. Wu-Ku's eyes were icy cold, but he didn't have time to deal with the other party right now. He needed to solve the problem at hand first. The 5 opponents were already in front of him. Friend, we've got our eye on this spot. Please get lost, the leopard said arrogantly, a fierce glint in its eyes. I occupied this place first. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for us to do this? Wu-Ku's eyes were icy. Haha, you want to talk to me about reason? A mocking look flashed in the leopard's eyes. I'll show you what reason is. Hughes drew his long sword from his waist and slashed directly at Wu-Ku. There was someone who treated me the same way just now, but he's dead now. Wu-Ku said calmly. I'm giving you face now. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later, Anthony mocked. He'd seen plenty of people who only said polite words. He was sure the next thing the other person would say was something harsh, and then tell him to get lost. Dare to take on the 3 of you one-on-one? If you're any men. Wu-Ku mocked. Indeed, if they attack together, he might not be able to withstand a single move, but what if it were a one-on-one fight? He wasn't confident about the leader of the group, but he wasn't afraid of the other 4. In the Alls Mountains chat group, everyone watched this scene in shock. They never expected that Wu-Ku would still refuse to back down under such circumstances. Wu-Ku is my most admired idol, without a doubt. Wow, Wu-Ku's move was amazing. But will the other party agree? If the opponent loses the one-on-one duel, they have no reason to take this place. I'm a little worried for Boss Wu-Ku. That Rawat is at the gold level. If he makes a move, Boss Wu-Ku might not even be able to withstand 3 moves. The location of the temple ruins. Rawat looked at Wu-Ku with great interest. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared away by the 5 of them, but the other party actually had the courage to ask them to fight one-on-one. He had to admire the other person's courage. What? You 3 don't dare. Wu-Ku mocked. He knew that the more arrogant a person was, the more susceptible they were to being provoked, and he didn't believe they wouldn't fall for it. Chapter 98. Struggling to stay able to support. You want a one-on-one fight. Hugh's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Since he came to this world, no one had ever provoked him like this. Because everyone who dared to provoke them is dead. Those who dared to provoke him, he would chop them up piece by piece and throw them into the mountains to feed the wild beasts. He's angry now. The consequence of getting angry is that someone will suffer. And it wasn't just ordinary bad luck. His right hand gripped the long knife tightly, with extra force. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, the leopard beat him to it and stepped forward first. There was nothing he could do but suppress his inner impulse for the time being. This leopard always wants to be one step ahead, he thought to himself silently. The leopard that stepped forward had its beard and hair bristling. Its teeth were covered in grime, and its eyes were wide open like copper bells. But a terrifyingly fierce light flashed in his eyes, which were as big as copper bells. I accept your challenge, the leopard said in a deep voice. Wait a minute, Wu-Ku said slowly with a smile. What? You regret it. The leopard's lips curled into a ferocious smile. At this point, even if the other party backs down, he will not agree. The decision is now in his hands. Anthony chuckled contentedly beside him, showing no concern for Leopard's safety. Although Leopard and this amusing fellow were both bronze 6-star, the fellow had a leg injury, and Leopard was no pushover either. I just want to raise the stakes a little. Wu-Ku laughed. Oh, Rawat laughed in surprise. He hadn't expected this Xia person to remain so calm at this moment. which was quite a surprise to him. Go ahead, he said casually. If I lose, this place is yours. If I win, you must leave. Wuka said calmly. This is a very interesting bet, but I have to add one more condition. If you lose, you can't leave here alive. Rawat said slowly, glancing mockingly at Wuku. Okay. Wuku's eyes remained calm. He showed no surprise. The other party wouldn't easily agree to his conditions. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone watched in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Holy crap, is Wuka serious? This is a completely unfair competition. That's right. If the other side loses, they just have to leave. But if Boss Wuka loses, he'll have to pay with his life. That big guy is definitely not simple. I'm really worried about Boss Wuku. Perhaps Boss Wuku is confident, but the situation is not optimistic. Even if Boss Wuku wins, I don't think they will let it go easily. Then what can we do? Are we just going to watch like this? In the scene, Wuku and Leopard are standing in another relatively open location. This is the competition venue they chose. The Leopard held a mountain-splitting axe in each hand, while Wuku held a snow-white longsword. You clearly have two swords, so why do you insist on using them as one? Are you trying to hold back? The Leopard's lips curled into a mocking smile. Wuku was slightly startled. He did have this idea, but he didn't expect that the other party would even know about it. Without a second thought, he knew that the news must have been leaked by that guy named Blue, and at that moment, he already harbored murderous intent towards Blue. Now that the other party already knows the secret of the two-handed sword, there is no need for him to hide it anymore. He forcefully split the snow-white longsword with both hands, and the longsword split in two as if by magic. The two separated longswords were as thin as cicada wings, and their blades were so shiny that they could reflect light. They were clearly the best of the best. Today I'll show you the complete snow-wing sword. Wuka's eyes flashed coldly. Good sword, but my axes are good at overcoming skill with brute force. I wonder if your longswords can withstand the power of my mountain-splitting axes, the Leopard sneered. You'll only know once you try. He had barely finished speaking when he rushed out. Gaining the initiative was his lifelong creed. Good timing. A fierce fighting spirit burst forth in the Leopard's eyes. The two moved like the wind and were already locked in combat. Wuka was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that this Leopard, which looked so clumsy, was not much slower than him. The Leopard was shocked by Wuka's strength and the resilience of the two snow-wing swords. Wuka's strength was almost equal to his own, and the snow-wing sword showed no signs of damage even after being struck repeatedly by his axe. Bang! With a loud clang, the snow-wing sword clashed with the mountain-splitting axe once again. The force of the impact pushed the two people to opposite sides. At this moment, Leopard was panting heavily. His two machetes were extremely heavy, and in the few minutes of his battle with Wuku, he had swung them hundreds of times, a frequency that had completely exceeded his capacity. The only reason for doing this was that Wuku's attack frequency was too high, forcing him to use his axe to deal with it. However, he believed that Wuku was also in a bad situation, as the force of his axe strike was considerable. Wuku's right leg trembled slightly. Just now, he felt that his right leg bone, which was almost fully healed, was showing signs of breaking again. A bead of sweat dripped from his head. This match was even more difficult than he had imagined. His opponent's resilience was beyond his expectations. If he hadn't been injured, he was confident he could have defeated his opponent within 300 moves. But now, feeling his right leg trembling slightly, he felt uncertain. His leg can only hold out for about 100 moves at most, and if he can't defeat his opponent within those 100 moves, then he'll be in danger. In the Alls Mountains region, the people in the chat group had obviously also noticed Wuku's current situation. Oh no, it looks like Wuku's right leg is about to give way, someone in the group said worriedly. Oh my god, his right leg is bleeding. Countless people in the group felt their hearts clench, worried about Wuku's safety. If his leg is severely injured again, it will be difficult for him to recover. Boss Wuku is overstepping his bounds. He should have given up this position. There's nothing we can do. That's just Wuku's personality. You couldn't change his mind even if you tried. Just as everyone was worried, Wuku and the Leopard resumed their battle. This time, Leopard made the first move. He had already noticed Wuku's struggles, and his attack was very targeted, aiming at the opponent's right leg. I've never seen anyone so eager to die before. I've certainly learned something new today. Hughes sneered. Anthony stood to the side with his arms crossed. Leopard's combat strength has increased again. He is now even stronger than he showed us before. I'm certain that the Leopard will finish the match within 100 moves. Karen laughed. Chapter 99, A Battle of Wills. Wu could dodge the opponent's attacks time and time again under extremely dangerous circumstances. The opponent wielded his double axes like a tornado, making it difficult for Wu Ku to find a place to strike with his double swords. Die! The leopard roared, its attacks becoming increasingly ruthless. Wu Ku was naturally struggling to hold on, clenching his teeth and defending against wave after wave of attacks from the opponent. Continuing to fight like this is not in my best interest. Wu Ku's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He needs to change his playing style. Since the other party wants his life, then let's fight to the death. Wu Ku's eyes flashed with a cold light. Bang! Another collision occurred, and this time Wu Ku did not dodge. Instead, he faced the pressure head-on and pressed forward. Now that the two people are face to face, they can almost see each other's pores. Wu Ku charged straight at the other person, his head smashing directly into the other person's eye. Ouch! The leopard cried out in pain. He hadn't expected Wu Ku to pull this stunt. But this was not the end. After gaining the upper hand, Wu Ku launched a fierce offensive. The attack was so powerful that the opponent saw stars. It was a head-on, all-out, desperate style of fighting. Finally, after the 63rd move, he placed the snow-winged sword against the leopard's neck. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Now only heavy breathing remains. Large beads of sweat dripped from leopard and Wu Ku's bodies. Both of them had given their all in this battle. Wu Ku secretly felt lucky. He had just seized an opportunity to parry the opponent's axe, which led to the current situation. However, after the battle, his leg injury became even more serious. In the distance, Kex looked on in shock. Wu Ku's strength far exceeded his expectations. Blue, on the other hand, was filled with fear. He hadn't expected his opponent to turn the tide under such circumstances, especially with the murderous look in his eyes, which made him even more uneasy. The enemy must die today. That was his only thought at that moment. Hughes, Anthony, and the others watched in disbelief, while Rawat clapped his hands with great interest. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was speechless with astonishment. Is this still the legendary Wu Ku? He's incredibly strong. Is it possible to turn the tide under these circumstances? Someone asked doubtfully. Boss Wu Ku is still fighting as hard as ever. I thought he was in danger, but I didn't expect him to turn the tables and win in the end. It's clear from this match that Wu Ku's victory was somewhat hard-fought. Yes, look, Boss Wu Ku's leg is still bleeding, and his trouser leg is stained red, someone exclaimed in shock. However, it was all worth it. Boss Wu Ku managed to protect what he wanted to protect. Not necessarily. Those people don't seem like the type to keep their word. If the other party goes back on their word, then Boss Wu Ku will be in danger. It's really not worth risking your life for a bet that's uncertain, someone in the group said. Perhaps Wu Ku has his own principles. In the chat group within the Sindhu region, everyone stared at Wu Ku in shock. In the video, Wu Ku's leg was bleeding profusely, but he did not stop it. Instead, he let it flow as if it were not his own blood. His attention was entirely focused on the leopard. That Xiagua person is terrifying. Luckily, he's not our enemy, someone in the group said with relief. That's right. We should also be glad that Kex made the right choice back then. It was the right decision not to make an enemy of Wu Ku. This Xiaguaran's will is too strong. I've only seen this kind of will in Vyas. I dare say that as long as he doesn't die, he will become the next Vyas. If all the athletes from Sindhu were as fierce as him, our current ranking would improve significantly. I agree with you, but it's too difficult. You should know that no one is unafraid of death in that situation. Just wait. Those people from the law country won't let him get away with this. Look at their malicious expressions. That's right. Even if we win the game, what then? Do you think the other side will really let him go? A wise person knows when to yield. He won against his opponent despite being severely injured, and for that alone, he deserves respect. Those people from the law country are probably planning to make a move, someone in the group mocked. For the American region, everyone watched this scene in astonishment. It seems that the Xia countrymen won. According to the agreement, those people from the legal country should be kicked out, someone said in the group. Do you think they will? They're nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Just wait and see, they'll be exposed soon. I really admire that Xia countryman's courage, taking on 5 people at once. But he's also incredibly foolish. Does he really think the other side will keep their promise? Yes, he's too naive to believe their lies. Let's see the hypocritical faces of those people in the Law Kingdom. Look, that Xia countryman has a wound on his leg, and it's still bleeding. If he doesn't get treatment soon, it could be very dangerous. He's no longer in control of his own destiny. He needs to keep a close eye on that big guy. After all, he hasn't given up yet. Why would you need to admit defeat? The knife's been put to your throat. Why would you need to admit defeat? For those in the rule of law, it is necessary. The Holt Mountains region chat group. Everyone was shocked, and their mouths were agape. That Xia Kingdom guy is quite brave. He even defeated a leopard. I heard the leopard is a near-bronze 7-star player. He'll be advancing soon. So what? In the end, he still can't escape death. Do you really think those people from the legal kingdom will let him go? Don't forget he's from the Xia Kingdom. Right now, the Xia Kingdom is ranked first in resources. If they can take down Wu Ku, they can not only curb the Xia Kingdom's momentum, but also catch up in resources. Do you think they'll let this opportunity pass them by? What I want to say is that Blue did a great job. If it weren't for his words, the people from the legal country wouldn't have bothered Wu Ku, and this situation wouldn't be what it is now. That's right. A few words from Blue can have such an effect. He truly deserves to be one of the strategists of our region. That Wu Ku is far too determined. If we don't eliminate him today, he will surely grow into an enemy we all fear. Yes, he was covered in blood, and he didn't seem to care at all. This person is terrifying. Don't worry too much, he's definitely going to die today. Do they really think those people from the law-abiding country are just sitting around doing nothing? Chapter 100 Change of Heart. Prepare to send a message to the law country to express our gratitude. Thank you for eliminating a major enemy for our Holt region. What if the people in the law country let him go? Someone in the group questioned. How could that be? I know those hypocrites too well. Do you really think what Brew did was right? His behavior doesn't resemble that of a gentleman. Hee, as long as we can win, we should support any method. The legal region, everyone wore expressions of astonishment. What happened? Leopard lost? How could that be? He's so strong. That's right, he lost. To be honest, I've never seen a leopard lose before. That guy from Xia Kingdom cheated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a match for the leopard. The other party is also injured, isn't he? If he wasn't injured, do you think the leopard would be a match for him? Someone retorted. Look at the blood flowing on that Xia man's body. I want to say that his will is too strong. In the scene, blood was continuously flowing from Wu Ku's body, and in a short while, it had soaked through a portion of the ground. We lost the game. What do you think we should do? Let that Xia countryman leave? Someone asked with great interest. How could that be? Look at Rawat and the others' expressions, don't they? Even Leopard himself looks unconvinced. I want to say that the competition is not over yet. That's right. In our country of law, there is no such thing as winning or losing, only life and death. I believe that if we don't get rid of that Xia person today, he will definitely become a major enemy of ours in the future, someone in the group analyzed. Don't worry, Hughes and the others won't let that Xia countryman leave. In the video, Rawat is clapping his hands repeatedly, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Very good, you have won this match, Rawat said calmly. A look of doubt flashed in Wu Ku's eyes. Had the other party already admitted defeat? A look of surprise flashed in the leopard's eyes. When did Rawat become so easy to talk to? Hughes looked hesitant, unsure of what Rawat was really up to. Wu Ku slowly removed the long sword from the leopard's neck, his eyes gleaming with wariness. He didn't believe it was all over. The leopard's eyes flashed with a predatory glint as he stared at Wu Ku and said coldly, "You cheat. If it weren't for Rawat's orders, I would have chopped you down with an axe." In his view, Wu Ku's victory was far too dishonorable, especially the final moment when the opponent had successfully ambushed him while he was off guard. The leopard slowly retreated and then returned to Rawat's back. "Shouldn't you leave now?" Wu Ku asked warily. His leg was still bleeding, and he hadn't had time to bandage it. No. Lava waved his hand and said no 3 times in a row. Wu Ku's face darkened instantly. The other party was indeed not going to let it go so easily. "We've only had 1 match so far, but you'll have to fight 3 of them one-on-one, and there are still 2 more you haven't faced." Rawat chuckled. He seemed to be recounting something very ordinary. Hughes also looked enlightened at that moment, realizing what Rawat meant. Anthony, Karen, and the other 2 were taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Rawat is right. This is only 1 match. There are still 2 people who haven't competed yet. Wu Ku's expression also turned completely ugly. The other party was truly shameless. They actually had this kind of idea. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone became furious. Shameless. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? And he's supposed to be a gold-level expert? I wonder how he even got to that level. This person's shamelessness is unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. For a split second, I actually thought they were willing to accept their loss and had some backbone. May all those who come to the land of law be like this. It's over, Wu Ku is in danger. He can't last another match, someone worried. Sigh, Boss Wu shouldn't have made this bet with them. They're clearly not the kind of people who keep their promises. There's nothing we can do now that things have come to this. If only Boss Li Fei were here. Location of the temple ruins. Then I'll take the next round. Hughes walked up to Wu Ku and said with a smile. Wu Ku's eyes were cold, and he didn't say anything. To be fair, I'll give you a chance to bandage your wound. Hughes said calmly, showing no discomfort at Wu Ku's indifferent reaction. His request for the other party to bandage his wounds was clearly not out of kindness. In fact, even if the other party had bandaged the wounds, they would have returned to their original state during the ensuing intense fight, so there was no difference between bandaging them or not. His main purpose in doing this was to dampen the opponent's spirits. Although the opponent was seriously injured, he still had considerable fighting power. In addition, he had defeated Leopard in the previous match, which was a considerable challenge for him. One's outward kindness can lower the other party's guard and also make them lose their arrogance. Why not do it? No need. Bring it on, Wu Ku said calmly. He has now given up on the idea of surviving. The other party has no intention of letting him go, so he plans to kill as many as possible. This time, he has no intention of showing any mercy. All right, then take this. Hughes dared not underestimate him and immediately launched a sword-drawing slash. His own strength was slightly lower than that of the leopard, so this time he could be said to be going all out. Wow, so fast. Wu Ku narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected his opponent to attack so quickly, so incredibly fast, even faster than he himself. Wu Ku's expression turned serious. If he didn't handle things properly, he might very well fall into the other party's hands. Fortunately, he was on the defensive, so he only needed to block the opponent's attacks. Therefore, he did not rush to attack at the beginning, but instead defended, making his defense watertight. The opponent's attacks were like a net of blades, with shadows of their swords flashing everywhere. If an average person saw this, they would likely feel somewhat dazzled or mesmerized. Bang! Bang! The two sides had already exchanged blows several times in the instant they clashed. Wu Ku felt much more at ease. His opponent was just a bit faster, but his strength was far from being as monstrous as his speed. Hughes's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected Wu Ku to play so conservatively in this round, which rendered his speed useless. Maintaining this speed is very physically demanding. If he can't break through the opponent's defense, he'll be the one in a passive position. Therefore, his attacks became increasingly urgent, as he needed to take down his opponent in a short period of time. Chapter 101 Desperate Counterattack. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The more anxious he became, the calmer Wu Ku remained. In Wu Ku's view, the threat posed by Hughes was far less than that of the leopard, which made him reconsider. Perhaps he could change his mind, and winning this game might be the best option for him. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two collided dozens of times. Damn it! Hughes's face was ashamed. Only when he was face to face with Wu Ku could he feel how strong the pressure Wu Ku brought. All of his moves were blocked by Wu Ku, as if Wu Ku could predict his every move in advance, which left him at a loss as to how to respond. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed the blood slowly flowing down the other person's leg, and he had an idea. Since I can't defeat my opponent in a short time, I might as well use my speed advantage to stall and entangle him. When his stamina drops, I can then deliver a fatal blow. Having figured this out, Hughes immediately changed his strategy. He stopped using ferocious attacks and instead adopted harassment tactics, occasionally slashing once or twice before retreating. He harassed his opponent repeatedly, keeping him constantly on the run, while he himself could get ample rest. Rawat, standing nearby, frowned. He didn't quite agree with Hughes's approach because it would waste a lot of time, but he didn't say anything because it was indeed a very good strategy. Wu Ku frowned. He understood the other party's intentions perfectly, but that was precisely why he had no way to deal with them. The other party's tactic of slowly boiling a frog in water was indeed troubling him. In the Alls Mountains region, the chat group was filled with righteous indignation. These people from the legal system are truly shameless. With such an advantage, they still resort to these tricks. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? Someone in the group said angrily. The method the opponent used has completely put Boss Wu on the defensive. Now his wounds are constantly worsening, and his strength will eventually run out. On the contrary, the opponent can use this kite-flying tactic to get some rest. Their opponent will use any means necessary to win. If only Boss Li Fei were here, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger with his mysterious flames. He could kill someone with a single glance, someone said indignantly. That's right, but Boss Li Fei will need some more time. For the time being, We can only rely on Wu Ku himself. The battle at the site of the temple ruins continues intermittently, but it is progressing in a direction favorable to Hughes. Rawat and the others, on the other hand, watched with expressions of amusement. Finally, after several hundred moves, Wu Ku's pace began to slow down. Hughes seized the opportunity to leave a wound on him. And this seemed to be just the beginning. After a few dozen moves, Hughes left a second wound on his body. Half an instant's stick's time had passed, and Wu Ku had more than a dozen wounds on his body, all left by Hughes. Hughes, of course, was beaming with pride. He knew his plan was correct, and he judged that his opponent was at his last gasp. Now you will face my storm of attacks. Hughes roared arrogantly. Although he had left marks on Wu Ku's body before, it made him very unhappy. He felt that a swift and decisive approach was more in line with his style. Come on, I'd rather die than submit. Wu Ku said stubbornly. Okay, then you catch it. Before he could finish speaking, Hughes had already attacked with the force of thunder. This time, he wanted his opponent to die under his chaotic blades. Bang, bang. The scene seemed to have returned to how the two had just started their match, with the high-frequency sounds of weapons clashing between them. Hughes' expression was initially one of excitement. However, after a few dozen moves, he began to have doubts. Despite his relentless barrage of attacks, the opponent's defense remained impenetrable. How could this be? Weren't they already exhausted? Weren't they already at their last gasp? Why was the opponent able to block my attack? They must be putting on a brave face. Hughes thought he had found the reason. So his subsequent attacks became even more ferocious. Between the two, a series of thuds could be heard. The battle between the two quickly became a stalemate. Hughes' attack speed began to decrease because the high frequency of attacks was too much of a burden for him. However, at this moment he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The other person has been in good condition so far, and is not as listless as he had seen before. Now it's my turn to attack. Wu Ku's eyes were icy cold. Hughes' attack has now completely stalled. Not only has his speed decreased, but his strength has also diminished considerably. He can easily block the opponent's attacks, and then launch a counterattack. You were faking it before? Hughes exclaimed. How can I deal with someone as cunning as you if I don't pretend? Wu Ku sneered. Hughes was right. He had deliberately caused those dozen or so injuries to the other party. Otherwise, how could the other party have fallen for it so easily? Prepare to die, he roared, swinging the two long swords in his hands. Hughes clearly realized the seriousness of the problem. He wanted to get away quickly and use the previous tactics to wear down Wu Ku. Snowing swords in his hands were like two pliers, clamping down on his opponent and leaving him no chance to escape. Hughes, meanwhile, struggled to hold on within the sword net. Each of his opponent's sword strikes was incredibly powerful, and strength was his weakest point. So with each strike, his opponent was able to overwhelm him, leaving him exhausted. At this moment, the leopard and the others beside him also looked embarrassed. They did not expect that Hughes would be so incompetent, retreating repeatedly under the opponent's offensive, which made them very ashamed. Meanwhile, in the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was overjoyed. Damn, I never imagined that Wu Ku's previous defeat was all an act. I thought Wu Ku was really done for. Wu Ku is truly amazing. His combat power far surpasses that of a bronze 6-star. Look at Rawat and the others' faces. They've turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Two of them have been taught a lesson by the injured Wu Ku, and they've completely lost face. Then they deserved it. The legal region chat group, everyone looked embarrassed. What's wrong with Hughes? He was crushed so badly. His performance wasn't even half as good as the leopard's, someone said disparagingly. His strength has always been speed, but that advantage has now been neutralized. Chapter 102 Hughes is defeated. That idiot Hughes, he's been a victim of someone else's scheme from the very beginning. I'm almost certain those people in the Alls Mountains region are laughing at us, someone in the group said. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for Hughes. In the scene, Hughes looks somewhat disheveled as he struggles to block Wu Ku's wave after wave of attacks. Strength is not his forte, but now he has no choice but to use it to fight his opponent head-on. Wu Ku remained calm, his swordsmanship highly disciplined, one strike after another, flowing continuously. The snow-winged sword in his hand spun like two fans, constantly rotating towards his opponent. Bang! Bang! The two snow-winged swords kept clashing against the long sword, to the point that Hughes felt his hands go numb. Not only that, but the veins on his arms were also bulging at this moment. Leopard and the others watched intently, knowing that the competition had reached a crucial moment and victory was imminent. Meanwhile, Kess and Brew, who were in the distance, looked shocked. They had not expected Wu Ku to be so strong. Clang! Just then, with a clear ringing sound, an unexpected event occurred. The long sword in Hughes's hand broke into two pieces due to the violent impact. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. "Oh no, Hughes is in danger," Karen said with a worried expression. How could Wu Ku waste such a good opportunity? The snow-winged sword in his hand swung towards Hughes like a raging dragon. Hughes could not hold on for long. "I surrender." After the snow-winged sword came swirling around again, Hughes helplessly shouted the word surrender, his eyes filled with terror. Because he has now lost the ability to fight back. How could this be? Shock flashed in the eyes of Leopard and the others. They never expected that Hughes, who was known as the snow-flying knife, would be defeated, and defeated so decisively. It seemed that his speed had no advantage over Wu Ku. He lost. Rowett frowned. To be honest, Hughes' performance was very disappointing and made him lose face. Hughes' face was flushed, and he looked guilty. He hadn't expected to lose so badly this time, especially after his opponent had fought the Leopard. If the Leopard's previous failures were somewhat understandable, then his failure was entirely his own fault. He doesn't even dare to look at Rowett and the others now. Wu Ku still had the snow-winged sword at his neck, while he held the broken blade in his right hand. At this moment, Karen looked at Wu Ku seriously for the first time. She suddenly realized that Wu Ku in front of her was quite handsome, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a tall and straight figure, and a heroic air about him. At the very least, he has far more charisma than Leopard and Hughes. Wu Ku's breathing was slightly disordered at this moment. The two battles had exhausted a lot of his physical strength. More importantly, he felt that his right leg was now numb, as if he had lost all feeling in it. However, he could feel that his right leg was swollen, and quite swollen. He dared to imagine what the consequences would be if his right leg did not receive timely treatment. The scene fell silent for a moment, an eerie silence. Wu Ku, Hughes, and the others present remained silent. At this moment, you could hear a pin drop. In the distance, Kex looked on in astonishment. Wu Ku's strength far exceeded his expectations, and he was very glad that he hadn't attacked him before. Blue looked terrified. He never expected that the people from the legal country would be completely helpless against Wu Ku. And if Wu Ku survived, it was easy to imagine that he would definitely cause trouble for him. He's even now planning to run away. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was speechless with astonishment. Wu Ku actually won. His unwavering willpower is beyond my imagination. Yes, we underestimated him before. A big shot like Wu Ku should be ranked second on the Lord list. Damn, where did you put Lu Tao? He's no pushover. Look at the bloodstains on Boss Wu Ku's legs. His entire pants are soaked in blood. Yes, his right leg is completely swollen. If his right leg isn't treated in time, it could very well be crippled. Has Boss Li Fei not arrived yet? I'm worried that Boss Wu Ku won't be able to hold on. He's still on his way, probably another 2 or 3 hours, but his pet should be arriving soon. If Boss Wu can hold on until then, he should be able to be saved. Was running at top speed when, for some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. This worried him quite a bit. Was there some emergency that he needed to handle? Forget it. I can't worry about that now, Li Fei thought, and increased his speed once again. However, this time he paid a great price for increasing his speed, which was damage to his body. Because his acceleration this time exceeded his physical limits, it will ultimately cause unimaginable damage to his body. Meanwhile, Little White Pig and the others were already very close to the location of the temple ruins. Hey, Lu Tao. I've been feeling a bit uneasy lately. Zhao Jing asked, puzzled. Damn, I have the same feeling as you. Is something going to happen soon? Lu Tao asked suspiciously. I don't know why, but the closer I get to the temple ruins, the stronger this feeling becomes. Could this feeling be related to the temple ruins? The two couldn't help but wonder. So they had to try to negotiate with the Little White Pig to make him go faster. However, what they didn't know was that the Little White Pig felt the same way they did. Damn it, this feeling is really weird. No, I need to go even faster. So the Little White Pig increased its speed again, and it flew towards the temple ruins. For the Sindhu region, everyone stared in shock. The screen showed the snow-winged sword held to Hughes's neck. With just a slight movement of the tip, Hughes would die on the spot. That Wu Ku is incredibly strong. He's been hiding his true strength. A regular bronze 6-star couldn't possibly possess such power. Hughes actually lost, and this was even with Wu Ku seriously injured. Look at Rawat and the others' faces. They've turned completely liver-colored. I'm sure Wu Ku has been hiding his true strength. Otherwise, he couldn't have defeated both Leopard and Hughes. Chapter 103 The third match. So what if Hughes loses? That Xiagua guy is still going to die. Rawat and the others won't let him get away with this, someone in the group said sarcastically. No matter what, he's much stronger than some of the players in our region. I don't know if you've noticed, but the people from Locke are almost here. I estimate they'll be here in about 10 minutes. Once they arrive, I wonder if the people from the legal country will still have the nerve to back out. I'm sure they'll be in a very awkward situation. That's right. Lord Herd of the Kingdom of Lack and Rawat are evenly matched in strength, and the two regions are also enemies. I believe that the Kingdom of Law will maintain their gentlemanly conduct in front of Herd. The screen in the chat group then switched. In the picture, Herd is walking at the front, holding a map that was sent via message in which he has copied. According to the map, the temple ruins should be just ahead. If we keep pushing, we'll reach the location soon, and then we can have a good rest. Herd laughed. We're almost there. I can't wait to see the treasure. Alug laughed. I think we still need to be careful. I'm worried that people from that area might get there first. Hart said, frowning. Don't worry. Even if someone else gets there first, they won't be able to take the treasures inside so easily. Hurt was extremely confident because the information he had received clearly stated that there was a powerful restriction in this temple ruin, and this restriction could not be easily damaged. All right, cheers to our victory. The Holt Mountains region, everyone in the chat group stared in astonishment. Oh my god, Wuku's willpower is amazing. He's actually held on until now, and he's defeated 2 experts from the legal kingdom in a row. I'm starting to look at him with new respect, someone in the group exclaimed. To be honest, I don't think we should offend Wuku. He's terrifying, especially his willpower. It's incredibly strong. Hughes didn't execute his tactics well. If he had stuck to that kite-flying tactic, Wuku would have been the one to lose. But he didn't. He was careless. It should be said that Wuku is too cunning. He has been scheming against Hughes from the very beginning. Every step Hughes took was within his calculations. Even those scratches on his body were done intentionally. This kind of enemy is terrifying. Sardin has brought a formidable foe upon us. And that guy Blue, he's probably scared to death right now. In the chat group of the American country, everyone was stunned by this battle. Wuku's snow-winged sword is so well used, so elegant and cool, a girl in the group exclaimed in admiration. That's not the point. The point is that his willpower is astonishing. You could say that he defeated 2 enemies in a row through sheer willpower. Wuku deserves respect, but I despise the behavior of Leopard and Hughes. That's right. I never expected the legal Congress to use such despicable means to seize that position, especially since that position doesn't even belong to them. Wuku is probably in danger. Next up is Anthony, whose strength has reached the bronze 7-star level. This is not something that an ordinary bronze 6-star can compare to. Whether he wins or loses the contest, the outcome won't change. Rawat won't let him leave there alive. They have no integrity whatsoever. People from our beautiful country have much more gentlemanly manners. I want to say that we might be even darker, but you just haven't seen it. In the domestic legal system, everyone in the chat group looked on in astonishment. He lost already? Wasn't Hughes known as the Snowflake Knife? How could he be defeated so thoroughly? I want to say that I only just got to know Hughes. I used to think he was a strong person, but now I've changed my mind. He's much weaker than Leopard. At least Leopard was evenly matched with his opponent, almost to a draw, but in the end, his opponent won by trickery. But this Hughes was being manipulated by others from beginning to end. This is a sign of incompetence, someone in the group complained. That's right, he should feel ashamed. Don't worry, Rawat will get revenge for us. That Wuku won't get away. Look at Wuku's right leg. In the video, Wuku's right leg appears to be completely immobile, meaning that Wuku can only fight with one leg. My god, the opponent is already injured like this. If our team still can't win, then I think we really have no hope. The location of the temple ruins. You lost, Wuku said coldly. Hughes looked ashamed. He hadn't expected himself to be so incompetent. He slowly moved away from the snow-winged sword's position, then retreated gradually, walking behind Rawat. The next match can begin, Wuku said calmly. You, Hughes exclaimed in surprise. He really wanted to say, you're so badly injured, don't you need to rest? But he stopped. What happened next was no longer up to him. Is this even human? This is the shared sentiment of Leopard, Karen, and the others. Rawat's expression also became much gloomy, his face turning red and then pale and then red again. The results of these 2 matches were completely unexpected, catching him off guard. My turn. Anthony stepped forward. I'll give you time to rest. Anthony said proudly. He had his pride. Unlike Hughes, he wouldn't take advantage of someone's vulnerability to attack. Moreover, his level was bronze 7 star, while his opponent was only bronze 6 star, so he wasn't worried at all, even if his opponent wasn't injured. No need, let's get started, Wuka said calmly. His injuries were very serious, and even a short rest wouldn't help much, so he directly refused the other party's request. Fine, then I'll grant your wish. Anthony looked displeased. He hadn't expected the other party to refuse his kindness. He walked to where Hughes had been, then took out his dark longsword. This longsword was 2 meters long in total, with a blade length of 1.5 meters, making it a behemoth among swords. More importantly, his sword was much better than Hughes's. His sword was a low-grade king-level sword, while Hughes's sword was only a high-grade mortal-level sword. Although there was only 1 grade difference between the two swords, they were actually worlds apart. Are you ready? He looked at Wuku. Wuku nodded silently. The two prepared themselves and immediately got into position, but at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. All that could be heard were several bursts of laughter and cheerful voices. Hee hee, I didn't expect there to be so many treasures inside. Ulug laughed. Chapter 104 Everyone who sees it has a share. Yes, there are so many treasures here. Look at those weapons, they all have weapon spirits. Hart laughed. Don't get too excited yet. Maybe people from other areas are here too. Hurt said calmly. Rawat and the others' expressions immediately turned grim. They hadn't expected the people from Lak to arrive at this time, which would only complicate the current situation further. Moreover, the leader of the Lak kingdom gave him a very dangerous feeling, which made him very uncomfortable. If he guessed correctly, the other party should be a gold-level expert like him. A fierce glint flashed in the leopard's eyes as he warily watched the approaching Iraqi people. Karen and Hughes, like the leopard, were also on high alert. In their eyes, the 3 people in the distance were completely different from Wuku. Wuku posed no threat or competition to them, but the 3 in the distance were different. They were their real rivals. Huh? Are there people fighting over there? Ulug asked curiously. Then the 3 people in the distance slowly walked towards Rawat and his group. Clearly, the other party had discovered them. Holy shit, Rawat couldn't help but swear. He gave Anthony a look that signaled him not to act yet, and that he wanted to see what these people from Lachlan were really up to. It's so lively here, Hurt exclaimed with a smile after glancing around the scene as he approached. This matter has nothing to do with you. Please leave immediately. Rawat's face turned very ugly. The other party seemed to be planning to intervene here, which made him uneasy. Helter naturally ignored Rawat's warning. He was simply scanning his surroundings, speculating on all possibilities, while simultaneously drawing his long sword and casually slashing at the barrier. Of course, the power of the band's counterattack startled him. After a long silence, he laughed and said, "Such a grand fuss. Is it all for this one immortal herb?" This changed not only Lavit's expression, but also that of Leopard and the others. The opponent had indeed come prepared, which made their competition with Wuka meaningless. Haha, first come, first served. This immortal herb already belongs to us. Hughes sneered. The legal region, within the chat group, everyone watched the scene on the screen with anger. These people from Lak are disgusting. They actually dared to covet this magical herb. Don't they know the concept of first come, first served? Don't they know the meaning of politeness? On Blue Star, the kingdom of Lak is a typical weak nation. I didn't expect them to be so arrogant here, daring to challenge the people of our kingdom of law. We need to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Don't worry, Rawat and the others won't let them get away with it. The location of the temple ruins. Really? Wasn't this young man here first? Hurt laughed. What? Rawat and the others were both shocked. They had not expected that the other party could deduce the truth from the scene alone. That's right, I did discover this location first, but I'm choosing to withdraw now. As for who owns this location, that's up to you to decide, Wuka said calmly. He has now completely lost the ability to defend this place, so it's better to give it up. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone watched this scene in surprise, but at the same time, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Wuku has finally given up, and I feel relieved, someone said, patting their chest. It is unwise to do something knowing it's impossible. I agree with Wuku's decision. His decision to withdraw is the best one. We're in for a good show. The contestants from the Legal Nation and the Lack Nation are basically evenly matched, and there's going to be a fierce battle between them. It's clear that none of them are willing to give up this magical herb. The tension between Rawat and his group and Hurt and his group was palpable. The slightest mistake could set them off into a fight. Even if this friend from Xia Kingdom withdraws, it should be us who occupy this place, Rawat said in a deep voice. But this young man is willing to give up this position to us. Hurt refused to budge an inch. There are only about 10 days left until the 1-month deadline, and they are ranked third on the resource leaderboard. This is a very dangerous number. If they are not careful, they may fall to 4th place, and then they will have no chance to turn things around. Then how about we stick to the old rules, and best 2 out of 3. The winner takes this position, and the loser leaves. Rawat sneered. He had his reasons for saying that. His side had 5 people, and they could send their 3 strongest men, while the enemy only had 3 men, so if they wanted to send men, they would have to send them all at once. He was confident that he could deal with anyone in the Kingdom of Lack, including that Hurt. Anthony's strength, at bronze 7-star, is enough to deal with one of them, so the outcome of the remaining person is irrelevant. In fact, he had calculated all of this in detail. Of the 3 opponents, Hurt was at the same level as himself, Alug was at the same level as Anthony, and the remaining one, Hart, was only at the bronze 6-star level. There are 3 people at the bronze 6-star level. Picking one of them to defeat Hart shouldn't be too difficult. If I win one game, beat Hart, and then win another, it doesn't matter whether Anthony draws, loses, or wins. Alright, I agree to your request, but I also have one request. You need to arrange the personnel for the battle first. Hurt said, frowning. Rawat, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the other party to agree so readily, which surprised him. He had planned to try and persuade them a little more. Elugo and Hart looked worried. They never expected that Hurt would agree to such an obviously unreasonable request. They wanted to say something more, but were stopped by Hurt's gaze. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone watched this scene in astonishment. They hadn't expected that Hurt would agree to this seemingly reasonable, but actually unreasonable, request. My God, what was that Hurt thinking? Doesn't he know the risks they're taking? They only have 3 people, which means all 3 of them have to fight, while the other side has 5 people and can choose their personnel at will. It's over. The people from the Rawat Mountains region have gotten their hands on this magical herb. For the legal region, everyone looked excited. Chapter 105 Best of 3. Those people from the Lack region have been tricked. They actually agreed to the competition. They're going to lose. Does this Hurt really think he can beat Rawat? Rawat is a god in our law kingdom. His fighting power is beyond the enemy's imagination. Get the champagne ready. We're going to celebrate. For the Kingdom of Lagman, everyone looked worried. Has Hurt gone mad? He actually agreed to the challenge. Doesn't he know this will put us at a disadvantage? We shouldn't overlook Hurt's intelligence. Don't forget, he's one of the most outstanding geniuses in our nation. You're right. We should support him. He will lead us to victory. At the location of the temple ruins, the tense atmosphere subsided. Rawat crossed his arms and glanced at Leopard and the others. However, he ultimately focused his attention on the Leopard. The reason was simple. In his previous battle with Wuku, he had a good understanding of the Leopard's fighting ability, as Wuku's opponent, Hart, was no match for the Leopard. You'll handle this Leopard fight, he said after a pause. Good. A fierce glint flashed in the Leopard's eyes. He was seething with anger from his fight with Wuku, and this was the perfect opportunity to teach his opponent a lesson. Now it's your turn, Rawat sneered. We need to discuss this. Hurt said calmly. Discuss? Rawat smiled disdainfully. In his view, the other party was just discussing how to get Hart to deal with the Leopard. But is that useful? Strength can only be proven on the battlefield. Theoretical discussions are useless. About half an incense stick as time had passed, Hurt and the others finally finished their discussion. Rawat had already shown signs of impatience. He couldn't understand what the other party had to negotiate with that was taking so long. Was it just a stall for time? He couldn't help but think that. The Leopard was also getting impatient. His hands on the axe were already restless. All right, we've decided on the players to compete, Hurt said calmly. At that moment, the strong-looking Elugo walked past him. Elugo is about the same size as a leopard. The only difference between them is that the leopard carries 2 axes, while Elugo carries 2 hammers. Of course, there is another difference between them. Elugo is at the bronze 7-star level while Leopard is at the bronze 6-star level. Wuka frowned. He hadn't expected Hurt to send Elugo out. From his perspective, Elugo was much more composed than Leopard, and Elugo had a very high chance of winning this round. How could this be? Rawat, Hughes, and the others widened their eyes in shock. They didn't understand the other party's meaning. Didn't the other party know who they would be facing in the next 2 battles? Even if the opponent wins the first game, what about their next 2 games? Hurt expressed his incomprehension, as did the Leopard. He had already prepared to teach the other party a lesson, but instead, a guy who was even stronger than him appeared. More importantly, This guy was a level higher than him. His gaze was fixed on the other man's hammer, and he suddenly realized that the other man's hammer was also larger than his own weapon. At this moment, his arrogant demeanor inexplicably diminished considerably. Alug gave him a deep smile. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone watched this scene in astonishment. They hadn't expected Hurt to make such a different choice of players than they had anticipated. Does Hurt not want to win? He actually sent Alugo up on stage. How are they going to play the next 2 matches? Should they just concede? Someone in the group questioned. Yes, this Hurt is still too young. His decision will lead to his failure. I just praised him as a talented person. Wait a minute. Don't you guys think there's some deeper meaning behind what he did? Joken questioned. What's the deeper meaning? Haven't you all heard the idiom Tianji's horse race? Joken reminded him. Tianji's horse racing strategy? I understand. Hurt is trying to win 2 races using a Tianji strategy, but he can completely forfeit the last one. The Legal Nation chat group, everyone got excited. Haha, that Hurt is too young. He actually sent Alugo. That's right. Even if he wins this match, so what? They're bound to lose the next 2. The battle between Rawat and Helter later is what we should focus on. It'll be a good opportunity for us to see Helter's strength. That's right. Let's just wait for victory. In the chat group of the Kingdom of Lack, everyone became worried. They thought Hurt was too reckless to agree to the match, and now that he has arranged for Alugo to play, they are even more worried. Is Hurt really alright? I think he's being too reckless, someone in the group questioned. Yes, he's being too reckless. If this continues, we'll lose. I believe in Hurt. He is a promising young talent in our nation of Lack. I believe in him. Look, Alugo and the others aren't worried at all. I believe in them. In the video, the 3 of them, including Hurt, looked completely calm, showing no signs of tension whatsoever. Okay, I choose to believe them. At the location of the temple ruins, the battle has already begun. The scene the leopard had imagined did not appear. Instead, he was constantly suppressed, which made him feel uncomfortable, but he was helpless. The opponent was much stronger and more agile than him, and more importantly, the opponent was very composed, not giving him any chance. Now all I can do is take the beating. However, continuing to fight like this was not a solution. He wanted to risk his life for a chance to launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, Alug seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Whenever he was about to fight, he would be a little more lenient with him, and when his momentum waned, he would follow up with more, which made him very frustrated. Finally, after 400 or 500 moves, he surrendered. He was convinced of his defeat, as his opponent had not given him any chance in the battle, and he could not find an opportunity to counterattack. You've lost, Hurt said calmly. It's okay, you'll lose the next game. Rawat said smugly. He is finally in a much better mood now. His team had been under pressure and lost 3 games in a row, which he found hard to accept. That's not necessarily true. Hurt's expression remained calm. Rawat laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Even Hughes and Karen laughed. How could their opponent be so certain of their defeat? Wasn't that a bit too confident? Chapter 106 Tianji's Horse Race. The Legal Nation chat group. Everyone was laughing and joking. Haha, that Hurt is still too young. Does he really think his team can win? Someone mocked in the group. I suggest Rawat take the field himself in the next match. He should teach them a lesson they deserve. The location of the temple ruins. Stop arguing. Isn't it our turn for the next round, Hurt? Rawat said with ill intent. His right hand reached for the long sword at his waist, a playful smile appearing on his face. He originally planned to let Anthony play in this game, but he considered that if he could defeat Hurter, he could directly dampen the opponent's spirit, so he decided to play himself in this game. You're going to play this round? Hurt asked curiously. That's right, stop with the nonsense. Let's see who comes out on the battlefield. Rawat said, frowning. He then went to the place where the leopard and Alugo had fought before. What? You want to give up this match? Rawat mocked, seeing that Hurt seemed to have no intention of making a move. Why give up? We, the people of Lack, are not the kind of people who give up on a competition easily. Hurt said calmly. Then why aren't you going on stage? For some reason, Rawat suddenly had a bad feeling, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. This round is indeed going to be played, but not between you and me, but with Hart. Hurt laughed. Hart? How could that be? Almost everyone present frowned. They never expected that Hurt would let Hart play in this match, but what difference was there between that and sending him to his death? Wu Ku's expression changed rapidly, but he immediately thought of another possibility, though he couldn't be sure yet. The Legal Nation chat group, everyone's faces darkened. They couldn't understand why the other party would do this, knowing that it would benefit them at all. However, someone in the group quickly guessed Hurt's purpose. Hurt is bound to lose this game, but what about the next one? Anthony is facing Herter. Do you think he has any chance of winning? Someone in the group reminded him. Hiss. Countless people in the group gasped in shock. They were almost certain that their guess was true. Damn it. That Hurt cheated. He deceived everyone. He's a coward, someone in the group said angrily. That Hurt is too cunning. Rawat and the others shouldn't have agreed to this match. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was closely watching how things were developing. As they expected, Hurt never intended to fight Rawat. The location of the temple ruins. Rawat's face darkened completely. The other side actually intended to send a lowly bronze 6-star kid to deal with him? This was clearly a sign that they didn't take him seriously. Just as he was about to thoroughly humiliate his opponent, he suddenly thought, if this was a duel between him and Hart, what about the third match? The third game will be between Anthony and Herter, and Anthony has no chance of winning. According to the rules of the competition, it is best 2 out of 3, and they will lose the match. And he, Rawat, will become a laughingstock. Their team was clearly in an advantageous position, but they were tricked by the opponent. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did he understand Hurt's intention. His opponent actually wanted to win the game in such a tricky way. He hadn't expected the other party to be so cunning. His right hand, which was holding the sword, paused slightly, and his smile froze. He cannot participate in this match because if he does, they will lose the competition against Lack. He plans to bring Anthony into the game first before making any decisions. However, just as he was about to leave the competition venue, an accident occurred. Hart calmly looked at Rawat, whose smile had hardened, and said, I declare that I forfeit this match. The victory belongs to Lord Rawat. What? Give up this match. Even a fool could guess the reason at this point. Hughes's face darkened. He realized they had all been tricked. The other side had never intended to have a real showdown with them. They had planned from the beginning to use this trick. How utterly shameless. The leopard's face turned ferocious. They had all been tricked. The opponent wants to win both games using this method. Anthony suddenly realized what was going on. He had been wondering why the other party had arranged for Ilugo to fight the leopard. The people in the Alls Mountains chat group remained calm. They had guessed each other's intentions. Just as Jokin thought, this was all just a trick played by Hurt. I never expected that Hurt would come up with such an idea. Could it be that he has read the story of Tianji's horse race? Someone in the group wondered. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. The fact that he could come up with such a plan shows that he's exceptionally talented. That's right. Hurt gives me the impression of being too composed. It seems like everything is within his expectations. The lawmakers are in trouble. I wonder if they'll honor their bet or try to cheat. I suspect they won't accept this outcome easily. Giving away the fruits of their labor that were about to be obtained is not their style. For the Sindhu region, everyone watched this scene in astonishment. This plan is perfect. I'd like to know how Hurt came up with it. I really admire this Hurt. He completely outsmarted those people from the legal country. Look, Rawat's face has turned liver-colored now. He's already won the match, so why does he still look so unwilling? Someone mocked in the group. Now they have to obediently give up this position. They have already lost. The final match is a foregone conclusion. Hurt will be the winner. He won't even need to exert his full strength. Do you think Rawat and the others will abide by the agreement of the competition? I don't think they will. They won't let go of a piece of meat that's already in their mouths. The Legal Nation chat group. Everyone felt as uncomfortable as if they had swallowed a fly. Oh damn it, we've all been fooled. Hurt had no intention of fighting Rawat. That Hurt is too cunning. He even fooled Rawat. This match doesn't count. It's unfair and violates the code of chivalry. Someone in the group said angrily. That's right. We need a fair fight, not a victory through underhanded tactics. Those people from Locke will not agree to this. They will not allow their hard-won victory to slip away like this. Chapter 107 The Ownership of the Immortal Herb. They started the scheme, so we can simply refuse to acknowledge the result of this match and demand a rematch. If they disagree, we can use our strength to overpower them, since their overall strength is inferior to ours, someone in the group said. Doing so will only benefit others. We and Locke are ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. If we fight, it will benefit no one but those ranked ahead or behind us. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone stared in shock at the location on the screen, and they all realized what the problem was. We won, someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. Hurt is a genius. No matter what the problem is, he can solve it immediately. I can't believe I was doubting him just now. That was so wrong of me. He is the pride of our nation. We are proud of him. Look at the faces of those law-abiding citizens. They're frighteningly dark. In Holt's chat group, everyone stared in shock at the scene unfolding on the screen. The scene shown is Hart admitting defeat. Oh, who's right? The law country has fallen for their trap. Hart never intended to fight Rawat. This was just a trick they played. This is the first time I've seen people from the land of law get their comeuppance. It's so satisfying. That hurt is terrifying. We've all been played. You've already declared the competition over before I've even started? Rawat finally found a reasonably acceptable excuse. Are you trying to cheat, Rawat? If we had known you were all like this, we wouldn't have needed to compete with you. Hurt mocked. Ridiculous. Since it's a competition, there has to be a beginning. You've already declared defeat before the match even starts. Do you think that's reasonable? After you put Hart on the field, I changed my mind. Our player this time is Anthony, so we still win this round. Rawat sneered. That's right. The competition hasn't even started yet, and our players haven't even been selected. Hughes said angrily. Your Hart did lose, but he lost to Anthony, not Rawat. Karen mocked. How could the other side possibly think they could inflict a hidden loss on their team? Are the people of the law country trying to renege on their promises? Hart roared. Yeah, when it comes to cheating, no one is better than the people of your lack country. Leopard retorted sharply. It doesn't matter if the second round doesn't count, but you should still arrange the contestants first. This was agreed upon beforehand. You wouldn't disrespect your promise, would you? Hurt said calmly. The other party's reaction was within his expectations. In fact, it would have been unexpected if the other party had conceded defeat directly. Rawat and the others hesitated. They had indeed made such a promise before, but naturally they wouldn't admit it now. We only acknowledge that we arranged the first round of participants, not that we should arrange the second round. In fact, you should have arranged the participants for the second round first. Hughes stepped forward at the crucial moment. That's right, Karen exclaimed. Yeah, so all the people in the law country are these treacherous and faithless. Ulug laughed angrily. How about this? Since neither of us can convince the other, whoever has the ability to obtain this immortal herb can have it. How about that? Hurt laughed. That's it. Leopard and the others were stunned. They were all prepared to fight with Hurt and the others, but they did not expect that the other party would make such a request at the critical moment. The other party so easily gave up everything that they were supposed to have. Fine, I agree with your suggestion. Rawat sneered. He didn't care about the suggestion at all. In terms of strength, he believed that he was much stronger than the other party, and the probability of him obtaining this immortal herb was much greater than that of the other party. Then we'll stay here together, and we'll have to rely on our own abilities to obtain this magical herb, Hurt laughed. In fact, this was his real purpose, to drive away the law people who were stronger than his own team. This was basically impossible, and he was determined to get this immortal herb. Therefore, an excuse to stay here was very important. All his previous actions were for this purpose. Of course, Rawat said with a disdainful expression. Hart and the others looked puzzled. They didn't understand why Hurt would suddenly make such a condition. They had won the victory, yet they still had to share the position with them. However, they did not voice their doubts, believing that Hurt must have had a deeper meaning in doing so. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked surprised. Did the Kingdom of Lachlan just compromise with the Kingdom of Law like that? Someone in the group asked, puzzled. Damn, I thought they were going to have a big fight, but it ended so easily. Yeah, I was really looking forward to seeing what would happen. But they made up, which is so disappointing. When the snipe and the clam fight, only the fisherman benefits. Their actions are understandable, as it aligns with the interests of both sides. Jokin analyzed. I agree with what Boss Jokin said. If they were to fight each other, it would be very disadvantageous for either side. On the contrary, they might even cooperate. Lu Song said. Brother Lu Song, stop joking, okay? They were so tense in the beginning. How could they possibly cooperate? Someone in the group questioned. If they don't cooperate, why would they stand guard there together? I dare say if a third team appears, they will all point their guns outwards, such as our Alls Mountains region, or teams from other regions, Lu Song said. No, they have no reason. I think Lu Song is right. It's most advantageous for the two teams to stick together. First, they can work together to deal with the people of our Alls Mountains. Second, they can unite to prevent people from other regions from entering their area. This way, they can maximize their benefits, Jokin said calmly. And most importantly, they have enough strength to deal with the people in our Alls Mountains region when they unite. We are their biggest enemy, Jokin added. Hiss. For a moment, many people in the group gasped in shock. They hadn't expected that they would be the ones targeted in the end. Wouldn't we be in great danger? Someone in the group asked curiously. I don't think we need to worry, because the other teams aren't on their side. Also, don't forget that magical beast, like Boss Li Fei, is at the gold level. Even if they join forces, they won't have much of an advantage. Chapter 108 Reconciliation. That's right. We can use inconvenience to achieve everything. Even if they team up, we don't need them. Don't forget that the Frost Beast King was also a gold-level beast, but it was still instantly killed by Boss Li Fei. That's right. Once Boss Li Fei arrives, all the unfavorable circumstances will be reversed. I don't think so. Although Li Fei is very strong, I think he would be under a lot of pressure if he were to face two opponents at once. Also, don't forget that Vyas is not dead. He is now at the gold level. The situation may not be as simple as we think. For the Sindhu region, everyone watched in shock at the scene before them. They never expected the battle between the two sides to end in this way. It was completely unexpected. How could this be? Hurt and his team actually gave up their impending victory. This is unbelievable. That's right, Hurt was too reckless. He should have fought for greater benefits. It's such a pity. He just handed over the benefits that were about to be in his hands. I'm sure there are many people in Iraq who are disappointed in him. I think he did it wisely, because the people of the law country won't easily give up this position, and fighting among them won't benefit anyone. I think we should focus our attention on Vyas. He's only half a day's journey from the temple ruins now, and I believe he'll be here soon. That's right, Kex is completely unreliable. We still need Vyas to fight for our interests. The Holt Mountains region chat group. Everyone watched in astonishment at the scene before them. How could this be? Their battle ended just like that? In this way? It's hard to understand. It's strange why Hurt would do this. He just needs to insist that the position belongs to them, and he'll believe the people of the legal country will obediently give up the position because they're in the wrong. Ridiculous. This isn't a place for reasoning, and besides, the law country has never been about reason, someone in the group mocked. I think he did nothing wrong. A fight between two tigers will only result in mutual destruction, which will only benefit others. It would be better for both sides to cease hostilities and make peace. It will be difficult for people from other areas to go to their location. Neither side will agree. Someone in the group pointed out sharply. That's right, this is essentially a disguised alliance between them, someone exclaimed in surprise. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They suddenly realized how terrifying this Hurt was. It could be said that he was the one who single-handedly brought about this alliance. For the American region, everyone was watching the scene on the screen with a headache. In the video, both Fahert's and Rawat's sides are sitting near the herb, and they appear to be at peace with each other. What do you guys think of Hurt's actions? Someone in the group asked curiously. I don't think his initial motives were pure. He might have come for the alliance from the start. Now I see the shadow of a coalition in them. Now they just need to find a common enemy, and their alliance will be truly formed. This Hurt is terrifying. He's incredibly cunning. Now, not only has he secured the spot to obtain the immortal herb, he's also gained a hidden ally. That's right. I suspect his ultimate target is the people in the Alls Mountains region, or perhaps our American country, someone in the group analyzed. Targeting the Alls Mountains region is understandable. After all, they are currently in first place. But what is their relationship with us? Zos asked Yi Huoda Wendao. Because we still have the potential to challenge for third place, and more importantly, our country has many allies, so we have become their hidden enemy. They need to maintain their third place. Caller said heavily. Hiss. Countless people in the country broke out in a cold sweat. They never expected that they had been tricked without their knowledge. Caller's right. If the other side really forms an alliance with the United States, then their second and third positions will be very difficult to shake. And this will be the biggest obstacle preventing the United States from returning to the top three. Anyone who dares to block the path of our beautiful country will be killed without mercy. Someone in the group said coldly. The Legal Nation chat group. Everyone was astonished by what they were seeing. They never expected that Hurt would make such a suggestion. How could this be? They had clearly won, yet they abandoned their previous agreement. They are wise, because even if they insist on the previous agreement, we will not agree, and that would only lead to a major war. That's right, it was Rawat and his men who scared them. So this is all the courage the Kingdom of Lack has, someone mocked in the group. Haven't you noticed? By doing this, he's forming an invisible alliance with us, someone in the group analyzed. How could that be? I don't see any possibility of an alliance between the two sides, someone mocked. Hee, it's not clear now, but if others wanted to enter this area, do you think they would agree? If they encountered people from other areas, they would definitely drive them away. But if they were facing the Xia Kingdom, currently ranked number 1 on the resource list, I believe they would unite. What you said makes sense, but it hasn't been verified, so we won't admit it. Actually, whether we form an alliance or not won't harm us. On the contrary, such a relationship can benefit us quite a bit. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone looked puzzled. They didn't understand why Hurt would compromise, since they had clearly gained the upper hand. What's wrong with Hurt? He didn't see such a good opportunity. He should have firmly grasped this miraculous herb in the hands of our Lack Kingdom. If he does that, Rawat and his men will definitely not give up, and a major battle is inevitable, someone in the group explained. So, are Hurt and the others too scared to fight? Someone mocked. Grilland, watch your tone. Hurt is the best young man in our region, and I believe he must have his reasons for doing this. Okay, I'll wait for his result. The location of the temple ruins. Rawat, Hurt, and the others were ready to harvest the magic herb. The leopard was the first to make a move, mainly to test the effectiveness of the restrictions here. After the test was completed, he told Rawat the results of his test. Chapter 109, The Leopard's Threat. After learning about the information the leopard had obtained, Rawat quickly drew a conclusion based on his own observations. The restrictions here will not attack enemies on their own, but they have a strong reaction force. That is to say, however much force you apply to it, it will reflect back the same amount of force. So he quickly devised a plan to relax his whole body and not use any power. This strategy was exactly the same as the one Wu Ke had used before. The only difference was that his strength was at the gold level, while Wu Ke was only at the bronze level 6. After relaxing his entire body, Rawat slowly walked towards the location of the immortal herb. Step. When he took that step, he clearly felt the reaction force of the restriction. Although he did not use any power in the process of moving forward, the restriction itself generated a pushing force. Step 2. Rawat took the second step. After taking the second step, he clearly felt that the pressure from above had increased a lot, but this pressure was still too weak for him. Step 3. Rawat took the third step without hesitation. After taking that step, he clearly felt something different. He felt real pressure, and under that pressure, he felt he could only last for 10 minutes at most. One step away from the immortal herb in front of him. His brow furrowed slightly. Finally, he took the last step. Step 4. With that step, he clearly felt an overwhelming pressure. Stumble slightly as he took his first step. He's only taken 4 steps so far. What about the 5th and 6th steps? He can hardly imagine. At this moment, the temple ruins gained an even higher status in his mind. He couldn't understand what kind of person could have built such a magnificent project as the temple ruins. Even the gods in heaven would probably find it difficult to do. He estimated that he could only maintain this for a minute at most, for no other reason than that the force was too great, just like swimming in the deep sea, where the pressure increases the deeper you go. Faced with the immortal herb so close at hand, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. He directly reached out his right hand and grabbed it. However, the next second, a bubble-like protective shield suddenly appeared on the immortal herb, completely surrounding it and blocking his hand from entering. At the same time, a terrifying power erupted from the protective shield, which was transmitted directly to his body through his palm. Puff! Under the impact of this tremendous force, he was thrown back, and at the same time he spat out a mouthful of blood. This counterattack from the restriction actually caused him serious internal injuries. Rawat shook his head and smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected this immortal herb to be so difficult to obtain. If he had known, he would have given this opportunity to Hurt. Meanwhile, in the chat group of the legal region, everyone was shocked. How could this be? Rawat actually failed. Could it be that even a gold-level expert like him couldn't do it? The restrictions on this temple ruins are too strong. This is only the outermost immortal herb. I can't even imagine how strong the restrictions will be inside. Perhaps this temple ruin is a joke, and no one can take anything from it. Hurt remained calm, as if he had anticipated this situation. He did not rush to make a move, because he was not confident that he could obtain the immortal herb under these circumstances. He had been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to pluck this miraculous herb from the ground. On the other side, after bandaging his injured right leg, Wu Ke sat quietly. He desperately needed rest, as the battle had almost exhausted all his strength. However, things didn't go as planned, and an unexpected situation disrupted his plans. Our competition doesn't seem to be over yet. The idle leopard suddenly walked up to Wu Ke and said with ill intent. After experiencing 2 consecutive failures, the leopard was already filled with anger, and since he naturally dared not go to a lug, he could only come to Wu Ke instead. I've already given up on this herb. And you've already lost the match, Wu Ke said, frowning. You ambushed me earlier. Shouldn't we settle this score? The leopard said, its eyes flashing with ferocity. Then what do you want? Wuka said coldly. He didn't expect the other party to be so ungrateful. He had already let him go before, but the other party still came to cause him trouble. I want to have a match with you. This match is a fight to the death. If you lose, you will die, the leopard mocked. In his view, Wuka was not in any danger at the moment. After 2 consecutive battles, the opponent was now exhausted and he could take him down with just a flick of his finger. Are you really that confident? Wuka was furious. He hadn't expected the other party to be so audacious. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked furious. Are these people from the legal system ever going to stop? They keep causing trouble for Boss Wu Kuo. They're only relying on their numbers. If Boss Li Fei were here, they wouldn't dare to do this even if you gave them 10 lives. Brother Li Fei will be here soon, in 2 or 3 hours at most. I'll see who dares to disrespect the people of our Alls Mountains region then. But Boss Wu Ku is in danger now. What should we do? However, at that moment, someone suddenly noticed that the little white pig had reached the vicinity of the temple ruins. Look at Boss Li Fei's magical pet. It's almost at the location of the temple ruins. It will arrive in 2 or 3 minutes at most, someone in the group exclaimed. Boss Lu Tao and Boss Zhao Jing are inside the monster's belly. If they can arrive in time, Boss Wu Ku will be safe. Hopefully, Wu Ku can hold on until then. In the scene, the leopard has already picked up his double axes. Today, the opponent has no choice but to fight, whether he wants to or not. Rawat and the others remained calm, completely ignoring the leopard's actions. Hughes even jokingly teased the leopard, telling him to be gentle. Hurt and the others remained calm, and their aloof attitude allowed Wu Ku to see their true colors. All right, I'll fight you. Wu Ku slowly stood up. His personality dictates that he won't refuse the other party. If the other party wants a fight, then he'll play along to the end. Whether he is a leopard or Rawat, he will not refuse. Chapter 110 Conflict. Wu Ku took the snow-wing swords out of his spatial ring. The 2 snow-wing swords, as thin as cicada wings, shone brightly under the blazing sun. I'm very curious about what material your 2 snow-wing swords are made of, that they could withstand the impact of my mountain-splitting axe, the leopard said with a forced smile. You may never have the chance to know. A cold glint flashed in Wu Ku's eyes. His opponent clearly intended to kill him, so this time he had no intention of holding back. Only one of them, him and the leopard, could survive this competition. At this point, he had completely lost sensation in his injured right leg, and he couldn't feel the blood flowing on the ground. When he stood up, he could only support his entire weight on one leg. Ha ha ha, the leopard laughed mockingly. You probably can't even unleash a third of your full strength now. What makes you so confident that you can defeat me? You'll only know once you try, Wu Ku said, taking a deep breath. Confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence will bring you disaster, like now. After saying this, the leopard laughed wildly, and then he raised the giant axe in his hand and chopped down. Wu Ku remained focused, having anticipated the opponent's sneak attack. Snow-wing swords he had prepared beforehand struck the 2 axes that were coming at him like streaks of light. Clang! Clang! The crowd heard several clanging sounds, and when they came to their senses, the 2 had already exchanged several blows. During the encounter, Wu Ku's movements remained unchanged, so he had to take all of the leopard's attacks head-on, which put him at an even greater disadvantage than he was already at. The leopard, however, fought with increasing ferocity, like a madman. He shouted, "That was great," and then swung his axe at Wu Ku intermittently. He suffered 2 crushing defeats in the first 2 matches, which was a huge blow to him. How could he, leopard, have ever suffered such humiliation? So he was determined to get his revenge. Behold my 16 whirlwind strikes, the leopard roared madly, and the 2 axes in his hand spun as nimbly as a whirlwind. This is his signature move. His martial art has a unique feature. Each of the 16 whirlwind strikes requires charging up, and the attack power increases with each charge. When he unleashes the 16th strike, the power reaches an incredible level. Of course, this martial art has one major flaw that cannot be ignored. It is too slow. Because it requires charging up, this martial art cannot be performed too quickly. However, he was facing Wu Ku, whose right leg was injured, which gave him the opportunity to use this martial art. Faced with the opponent's relentless onslaught, Wu Ku frowned. He was under immense pressure. The opponent's strength seemed to increase with each attack, and he had no choice but to confront it because he couldn't dodge. Due to his injured right leg, every step he took was extremely difficult. At this moment, the leopard's axe fell again, and Wu Ku used his snow-wing sword to block it horizontally. Clang! A loud bang was heard, accompanied by a tremendous force entering his body. Blood began to flow from his right hand, which was gripping the sword. The opponent's axe blow had actually split his tiger's mouth open. Not only that, his arm was also slightly numb. And the other party was still not done at this time. Behold my 11th whirlwind slash. Raging seas rise, the leopard said coldly. A look of exhaustion flashed in Wu Ku's eyes. He felt that he was about to collapse, and didn't know if he would die here today. The leopard, on the other hand, looked smug, knowing that victory was not far away. The Legal Nation chat group, everyone watched this scene with excitement. Haha, I knew it. This is the leopard's true strength. The leopard that unleashes the whirlwind 16 slashes is the real leopard. That whirlwind 16 slashes is incredibly powerful. I doubt that Xia Kingdom person can withstand even the end of those 16 slashes. We all underestimated the leopard's strength. The power of his last few attacks is comparable to that of a bronze 7-star expert. Wu Ku is in danger, but he can only blame himself for offending leopard, someone in the group laughed. At the sight of the temple ruins, Rawat sat quietly cross-legged on the ground, seemingly unconcerned about the battle between leopard and Wu Ku. Hughes and Karen watched with obvious satisfaction. Leopard, didn't I tell you to go easy on him? If you finish this quickly, what will we watch? Hughes teased. Once I unleash my whirlwind 16 slashes, it's hard to stop, but I'll be careful with the power so he dies a little later. Leopard said with a smile as he turned around during the battle. Try to use all 16 of your slashes and show us. Karen said with a smile. Okay, wait and see. Karen, the leopard replied. Hurt stared at the magical herb before him, deep in thought, considering how to successfully take it away. Alug and Hart watched intently as Leopard and Wu Ku competed. At this point, Wu Ku was in grave danger, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. A hint of reluctance flashed in Alugo's eyes. He looked up at Hurt, hesitant to speak, but ultimately said nothing. He knew that even if he spoke, it wouldn't change anything. No one could easily change Hurt's decisions. The 15th strike, unrivaled in all directions. The leopard roared. He swung his 2 axes forcefully at Wu Ku. Wu Ku only placed the snow-winged sword in front of his chest. Bang! The heavy blow sent Wu Ku flying 4 or 5 meters away. At the same time, a click sound was heard. A sharp pain shot through his chest. Wu Ku understood that several bones in his chest had been broken. Not far away, the little white pig finally wobbled over. At this moment, the location of the temple ruins was clearly visible, and Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were released by the little white pig. We're here. We've finally arrived. Zhao Jing took a deep breath of fresh air and exclaimed with delight. Let's hurry over there. The temple ruins are just ahead. At this point, they were only about 300 meters away from the temple ruins in front of them. At their speed, it would only take a moment. What is this? A spirit artifact? A divine herb? A divine fruit? The group of people who arrived at the temple ruins were all shocked. They had not expected that there would be so many treasures in the temple ruins. I have never seen so many treasures in my entire life, Zhao Jing exclaimed in surprise. However, the sound of fighting drew their attention. Are there other people here? Several people paused for a moment, then looked over. Chapter 111 swallowed in one gulp. Something's wrong. The one who got hit looks like Wu Ku. Lu Tao, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed the anomaly. Upon hearing Lu Tao's prompting, Zhao Jing also recognized Wu Ku. Let's go over there quickly, Zhao Jing shouted, and ran after Lu Tao. Damn it! You dare to touch even my people. The little white pig was furious. In his view, Li Fei's men were his men, and now that Li Fei's men were being bullied, he naturally had to step in and teach the other party a lesson. So it used its speed advantage to rush over. Although it moved after Lu Tao and the other person, it quickly overtook them. On sight, the leopard's mouth stretched into a wide grin, and he roared. The 16th strike, sweeping through 1,000 armies. Wu Ku closed his eyes in despair, having already received the attack. Already reached his limit by withstanding the first 15 strikes from his opponent. Now he had absolutely no strength left. Now he can only sit and wait for his death. Hughes and Anthony both wore cruel smiles. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A white light flashed in the distance, and then Wu Ku disappeared. The leopard's eyes widened in surprise. He scanned his surroundings, trying to find Wu Ku, but he was disappointed. There was nothing around him, as if Wu Ku had never existed. How could this be? He was shocked. He had only seen a flash of white light, and he had no idea what had happened. Rawat and Hurt also turned their attention to this. Clearly the unusual situation had alerted them. Where is Wu Ku? Rawat asked, puzzled. I don't know. I just saw a flash of white light, and then he disappeared. Hughes said, still shaken. He didn't know what the white light was, but for some reason, he felt extremely uneasy. Karen also looked tense. She had been watching the situation closely, so she saw it more clearly than Rawat. But even so, she couldn't figure out what the white light was. Two glints flashed in Hurt's eyes, and his hand was already on the sword at his waist. He could draw the sword immediately in case of any emergency. He believed things were far from simple. Alug's eyes revealed a look of doubt as he carefully looked around, trying to find some clues. What's going on? Hart, who had been relaxed, became unusually tense and leaned closer to Hurt. In the distance, Kex and Brew looked shocked. They didn't know what had happened, but one thing they were sure of was that Wu-Ku was not dead, but still alive. Just moments before, was now rather deserted. The scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone became alert, and Hughes even deliberately moved closer to Rawat. However, at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. The white light from before reappeared. The direction of the white light was precisely that of the leopard. A look of panic flashed in the leopard's eyes. He didn't know what the other thing was, and he only had time to swing his axe wildly at it. Then, he felt a suction force coming from him. Then came immense pain, and then he lost consciousness. Suddenly, the sound of teeth grinding bones came from the air. The sound was very brief, fleeting, but everyone present still heard it clearly. The leopard is gone, Karen said, trembling. Her gaze had been fixed on the leopard, so she noticed the change in its direction immediately. Hughes was also filled with fear. The leopard, which was even stronger than him, had mysteriously disappeared, which made him very uneasy. Rawat narrowed his eyes slightly. Others might not have seen clearly what it was, but he was certain that both he and Helter had seen it clearly. The other party should be a pig-shaped magical beast with a strength of the gold level. The sound of the other person chewing on the bone was the sound of them chewing on a leopard. He drew his long sword from his waist, ready to deal with any unforeseen events that might occur at any moment. Hart and Alug also drew their weapons and stood guard beside Hurt. Hurt remained as calm as before, turning his gaze back to the top of the immortal herb, though his right hand never left his weapon. He suddenly remembered a message he had received earlier. Li Fei in the Alls Mountains region seemed to have a magical pet, a pig-shaped magical beast, which was extremely similar to the one he had just seen. Could this be the one? He wondered to himself. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group was celebrating. Thankfully, Boss Li Fei's magical pet arrived in time, and finally saved Boss Wu-Ku. Someone in the group said with relief. It was so close. Boss Wu-Ku would have lost his life. He really needs to thank this magical pet. That's right. When Boss Li Fei comes back, let's all give his pet an award. I think we should just forget about it. I don't think ordinary rewards will entice this magical pet, someone worried. Wow, this magical pet is so fierce. It tore that leopard to pieces. It's so cruel, a girl exclaimed. Look, even Wu-Ku was startled, someone in the group said. In the video, Wu-Ku is inside the mouth of a little white pig, but he looks terrified. The reason was simple. The leopard was killed right before his eyes. He witnessed an extremely bloody scene. He was very worried that he would suffer the same fate as the leopard, but fortunately, the magical beast didn't seem to have noticed him. The other side probably didn't expect to lose so much after trying to steal a chicken. Not only did they fail to kill Wu-Ku, but they were killed by Li Fei's magical pet instead. It's quite ironic. Now Rawat and his men are on high alert, someone mocked in the group. In the scene, Rawat and his men are holding weapons and looking around warily. For the Sindhu region, everyone stared in astonishment. Did anyone see that white light clearly? Someone in the group asked in confusion. It was that Xia countryman's demonic pet. He saved Wu-Ku first, and then ate the leopard. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? The leopard was a powerful bronze 6-star beast, and it was just swallowed up like that, someone questioned. There's nothing strange about it. This magical beast is at the gold level of cultivation. Isn't it normal for it to devour its opponent? That's right, Rawat and his team have bitten off more than they can chew. They're in trouble now. The people in the Alls Mountains region won't let them off so easily. It can't be that exaggerated. Rawat is powerful. There's no way he couldn't be defeated by a single magical beast, someone in the group explained. Don't forget, this magical beast is just Li Fei's pet. Once Li Fei arrives, what hope will they have left? I think we should join forces with them. Otherwise we won't be a match for those people from Xia Kingdom. Chapter 112 Shocking the entire audience. For the American region, everyone watched in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. It's Li Fei's magical pet, someone exclaimed in the group chat. Oh my god, This magical pet is incredibly powerful. It killed the leopard. Hehe, not surprising at all. This magical pet can easily kill even Carl, let alone someone who is only a bronze 6 star. Someone in the group said. You're right. The people from the legal nation actually want to provoke Li Fei and his group? I think they're overthinking it. They don't have that kind of ability. Even if that Rawat has gold level strength, it's not enough. Don't forget, Hurt is right next to him too. Someone in the group reminded him. Do you think Hurt will fall for it? He's a very cunning person. He won't get involved unless it benefits his side, someone in the group explained. But if he's planning an alliance with the legal system, then he might interfere. I have to say that the monster was incredibly ferocious. The sound of it crushing leopard bones was terrifying. It's terrifying, but I think it's all in our favor. If the people of Xia can wipe out the people from the second-ranked legal country and the third-ranked lack country, that would be great. That would free up the second and third positions, and then our beautiful country would have its chance, someone in the group analyzed. That makes sense, but is it even possible? It's just wishful thinking on our part. The Holt Mountains region, everyone in the chat group exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, Wuka didn't die? He was saved. It was that monster that saved him, someone in the group exclaimed. Oh my god, that monster swallowed the leopard whole and tore him to pieces. That's so cruel. I feel like throwing up. The image shows a white piglet devouring a leopard. I think we'd better not make enemies with the fighters from the Alls Mountains. Their strength is too terrifying. We're no match for them. But Foolish Blue has already offended them, and now we have nowhere to go. We can have Blue go over and apologize, someone in the group suggested. We've run out of contact slots, and in my opinion, whether we apologize or not is pretty meaningless, because we're destined to lose this round. What should we do? I don't want our resources to be halved. Listen, we still have hope. Justin is very close. Our last hope lies with him. But Justin's strength is only bronze 7 star, which is simply not enough. But he's already the strongest player in our region. The Handsome Kingdom region. Everyone was staring in astonishment at the scene on the screen. The screen showed the scene of the little white pig saving Wuku. Hey guys, I think we should add another name to our list of things we shouldn't mess with, this pig-shaped monster. It's too ferocious. We should avoid it, someone in the group said. You're right. If I encountered this monster, I would definitely avoid it immediately. That leopard from the Kingdom of Law really deserved it. He actually dared to provoke the contestants from the Alls Mountains. Wasn't he just asking for death? Neller, check where our players are. Left, Rag, and the other two are very close to the temple. I believe they will arrive there soon. Good, very good, there's still time. The restrictions inside the temple haven't been broken yet. The Legal Nation chat group. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Countless people widened their eyes, unable to believe that the leopard had actually died just like that. How could this be? The leopard was so strong. How could he suddenly die? And what about that magical beast? It was too strong, someone in the group asked in confusion. Accept reality. The leopard got eaten by that magical beast. There's nothing that can be done about it. He was just unlucky to encounter a magical beast far stronger than him. I agree. If this monster had been attacked by Rawat, it wouldn't have succeeded so easily. It might have even been killed by Rawat, someone in the group said. That's right. I think Rawat is the strongest of all the contestants in this competition. That monster can't possibly be his match. Hopefully Rawat can help Leopard get revenge, someone in the group said angrily. Don't worry, Rawat won't let that monster get away. The Lac Country region, everyone was extremely shocked. They hadn't expected that Hurt and his group would encounter such a turn of events. It can be said that this unexpected turn of events caught them completely off guard. What's going on with that magical beast? Its strength is terrifying. The leopard had absolutely no chance to fight back, someone in the group exclaimed. The leopard is extremely powerful. Even Alugo took 400 or 500 moves to defeat it. That's right. I didn't expect the leopard to be completely powerless against that magical beast. That monster's sharp teeth left a deep impression on me. I hope it won't harm the people of our Lac Kingdom, someone prayed. Don't worry, with Hurt around, no one dares to touch the people of our Lac Kingdom, someone analyzed. You're right, Hurt is powerful, so we don't need to worry too much. The location of the temple ruins. Everyone tensed up. The unknown was terrifying, and they had to make preparations. However, at that moment, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing walked over from a distance, along with the little pig, which had already vomited up Wu Ku. It's you guys. Wu Ku exclaimed with delight upon seeing Lu Tao and Zhao Jing again. Yes, we rushed over as soon as we received news of the temple ruins. During the entire exchange, Wu Ke briefly described the situation he had encountered, while Lu Tao provided a simple explanation of the situation he and Zhao Jing had encountered. I didn't expect them to be so bold. Do they really think the people in our area are easy to bully? After hearing Wu Ke's explanation, anger flashed in Zhao Jing's eyes. At this moment, Wu Ke's right leg was still bleeding. These people from the legal system have gone too far. They need to be taught a profound lesson. Lu Tao said angrily. Leave this to me, Pig Lord. I'll make them regret ever being born. The little white pig grunted. The legal country and the rock country who had been paying attention to the situation also came over. They had been 300 to 500 meters away from Lu Tao and his group, so they hadn't heard what they were saying. Chapter 113 Hand over the murderer. Did you kill the leopard? Rawat, who had approached, drew his long sword and pointed it at the little white pig. In his eyes, this little white pig was the strongest among the people in front of him. Once he dealt with this pig-shaped magical beast, the rest would be easy for him to handle. Hughes and his companions, who were nearby, also drew their weapons, not wanting to suffer the same fate as the leopard and be swallowed whole. Hurt and the others also took out their weapons. After all, this white boar was too terrifying, and if it suddenly attacked, they might all be in danger. What? You want to gang up on me? Lu Tao said with an unfriendly expression. We don't mean anything by it. This monster swallowed the leopard, and we must bring it to justice. Hurt said coldly. Rawat and the others were shocked. They hadn't expected that Hurt would speak up for them at such a crucial moment, which completely changed their opinion of the people of Lac. That's right. As long as you give us this magical beast, we'll call it even. Rawat sneered. Now he was confident enough to challenge them. Before, he was alone and didn't dare to make things too difficult for them, but now it was different. With the addition of the people from Lac, they had no reason to fear them. It wasn't even impossible for them to leave the other party behind. It seems the people of Lac are planning to stand with the law. Is that it? Zhao Jing sneered. He hadn't expected the people of Lacnia to get involved at such a crucial moment, which made the matter even more complicated. I am not standing with the people of the Kingdom of Law. I am only standing with the side of justice. This monster killed a member of the Kingdom of Law, so it should be handed over to them to deal with, Hurt said calmly. At this moment, Lu Tao felt like cursing. The other party had actually thrown out such absurd logic. Surround them, Rawat said coldly. He was now almost certain that Hurt was completely on their side, which made things much simpler. All we need to do is wipe out the other side. At the same time, Hurt and his group cooperated with the people from the legal kingdom to surround Zhao Jing and his companions. Your grandpa pig. Take responsibility for my own actions. Why are you surrounding them? The little white pig complained. Because we were afraid you would escape. You're so fast, if you insisted on running away, we couldn't stop you. But now it's different. We've taken control of several people in your area, so we can keep you in check. Rawat laughed smugly. Alpaca. The little white pig became utterly enraged, realizing that the other party was determined to have it. He wanted to massacre the other party, but he was worried about the safety of Lu Tao and the others, so he didn't make a move. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was completely enraged. Damn it, those guys from Herd are disgusting. They're actually helping the people from the legal nation to fight us. If it weren't for them, those bastards from the legal nation wouldn't even dare to utter the word fight against us. Someone in the group said angrily. They're scared of our region's strength, so they need to band together for warmth, someone mocked in the group. But now they've united, and we're at a disadvantage. Lu Tao and the others are in danger, someone in the group worried. Don't worry, that magical beast isn't so easy to deal with. But what about Lu Tao and the others? Have you all forgotten? That monster has a huge amount of space inside its belly. Even if it can't beat them, it can just swallow Lu Tao and the others into its belly and then escape from here safely. Joken explained. To be honest, there are 2 gold-level experts on the other side. I'm worried that little white pig won't be able to escape. This magical beast has a mysterious origin and incredible speed. The 2 of them can't stop it. All right. The Holt area chat group. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene on the screen. In the scene, people from the legal country and the Lac country surrounded Lu Tao and his companions. Oh my god. The people of the Law country and the people of the Rack country have joined forces, someone in the group exclaimed in shock. You're right. What they're doing poses a huge threat to us, and we oppose their alliance. They're just trying to deal with the people of Xia. But our Holt Mountains region will also be affected. We must come up with a solution, someone in the group exclaimed. I've already contacted people in the US, and I believe they wouldn't want this to happen either. That magical beast was far too powerful. It instantly killed the leopard from the kingdom of Law. No wonder they were so wary of it. For the Sindhu region, everyone was astonished by what they saw on the screen. The people from the legal country have actually joined forces with the people from the hurt region. Those people from the Xia country are in trouble, someone in the group said. I think these people from the Alls Mountains region are at risk of being wiped out. You know, Rawat and Hurt are both extremely strong. They are both gold-level powerhouses. This matter is of great importance. This alliance directly threatens the survival of our players from the Indian Ocean region. We must stop them from forming this alliance. Otherwise we'll be the ones who suffer, someone in the group worried. I think we can choose to join this alliance. It's in our best interest. But what if the other party doesn't agree? Someone questioned. If they dare to refuse, then we can cooperate with others. With Vias's strength, I believe they will make a wise choice. That's right, we should form an alliance with them so that we can use their strength to deal with Xia Kingdom, someone agreed. For the American region, everyone was watching the scene on the screen with anger. The scene shown is Lu Tao being surrounded by several people. Guys, they've teamed up. The second and third ranked players on the resource leaderboard have teamed up against the number 1 player. Someone in the group said angrily. Isn't this more in our best interest? We don't need to be so angry, someone questioned. Hee, if that's really the case, then that's great. They won't be able to push the Xia Kingdom out of the top 3 at all. Don't forget, most of the treasures are on Li Fei. Doing this will only strengthen their second and third place positions. And this is fatal for our America, because it will mean that we won't get any of the top 3 spots. Chapter 114 Encirclement. This was all orchestrated by that Hurt. He wanted to unite with the people of the legal nation, someone in the group shouted angrily. His actions are very disadvantageous to us. We must get back into the top 3 as soon as possible. There are only 8 or 9 days left. If we don't achieve anything in the final period, we will be in danger. The legal region chat group, everyone stared nervously at the screen. What's going on? Rawat and his men have clashed with people from the Alls Mountains region? This is not good for us, someone in the group shouted. There's no other way. They killed the leopard. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Don't forget, the people of the Alls Mountains region are currently number 1 on the resource leaderboard. There's no benefit for us in conflict with them. Yeah, that's true, but Hurt and the others are on our side too. Now it's 2 against 1. Didn't you see that the group of contestants from the Alls Mountains are all surrounded? The atmosphere between Rawat's team and Lu Tao's group at the location of the temple ruins was strangely unsettling. It seemed that all it took was a spark to start a fight between them. The white pig kept scanning its surroundings. It needed to get Lu Tao and the others to a safe place before it could unleash its full power and start a big fight. At this moment, all 9 weapons of Rawat and his men were aimed at them, forming a circle. Zhao Jing's eyes revealed anger. Their hope of escape had been completely blocked by the enemy. It seems they want to leave all of us here. You're still too green to deal with your pig lord. The little white pig roared angrily. At the same time, its body suddenly began to swell, increasing in size 5 or 6 times. Then it swallowed Lu Tao and the others whole. Oh no, it's trying to run away. Stop it. Rawat and the others were on high alert. They hadn't expected this magical beast to have this trick up its sleeve. They had a psychological advantage over Zhao Jing and his group earlier, but at this moment, that advantage had vanished. Let's attack together. Hurt's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he rushed forward first. Alug and Hart exchanged a glance and followed. Rawat's eyes darted around, but he eventually followed. The situation was no longer in his own hands. He had offended everyone in the Alls Mountains region. If he couldn't get rid of them once and for all, they would be in danger. Die! Hurt's long sword flashed with a beautiful sword flower before slashing directly at the white pig's pristine skin. Squeak! A piercing sound rang out. A flash of fire appeared at the tip of the sword. What is that? Hurt's eyes widened. With this attack, he had only left a long white mark on the white pig's body. The white pig's skin was even harder than steel. This was completely unexpected for him. At the same time, the attacks from the others also landed on the white pig one after another. However, as expected, none of the attacks left any wounds on the white pig. Ouch! That hurts so much, you little bastards. Just you wait. I'll eat you all one by one. The white pig roared angrily. Although it was not physically injured by these attacks, the force of these weapons actually struck its internal organs, which was the main reason for its pain. Hurt looked very serious. The white pig's thick hide and tough flesh were beyond his expectations. If they continued to fight like this, it would be a problem whether they could keep the white pig alive. We can attack his eyes and his abdomen. Just then, Rawat offered his opinion. Some magical beasts are much weaker on their abdomen than on their back, and he had his reasons for saying that. That's right. Let's attack its weaknesses. Hughes and the others exclaimed excitedly. If we can't keep it here today, we can only wait for its revenge. You all know what happened to the leopard, Hurt said meaningfully. He was reminding none other than Hughes and the others. However, what he said was true. If they let the monster go today, they would definitely suffer endless retaliation from it. Thinking of the opponent's terrifying speed, fear flashed in the eyes of Hughes and the others. We can't let it go, Rowett shouted at the crucial moment. Since the task had been started, it had to be carried through to the end. You despicable bunch, just wait for Boss Li Fei's revenge. Zhao Jing couldn't help but curse after hearing the conversation inside the white pig's stomach. Kill. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of Hurt and the others. In an instant, they all rushed over. You're asking for death. You've completely enraged your pig lord. Seeing the group rushing over, the little white pig naturally wouldn't sit idly by. It directly chose the weakest of them, Karen, and bit at it. This time, even if it means getting injured, it will take down one of the opponents. It was incredibly fast. In an instant, it was right above Karen's head. As a gaping maw lunged at her, a look of terror flashed in Karen's eyes. Ah, help me, she cried out in terror. With no other option, Rowett had to withdraw his attack on the white pig and instead flash to Karen's position to block the attack for her. However, everyone was wrong. Seeing Rowett change his attack, the white pig smiled strangely. It turned and rushed to another location, which was in the direction where Hughes was. This is bad. Its real target is Hughes. A look of surprise flashed across Rowett's eyes. But if the enemy rushes there, he will face attacks from Helter and the others. It wasn't until the little white pig opened its blood-red maw toward Hughes that he realized the other party's target was indeed Hughes. Lavit, save me. Hughes cried out in terror, turning to run away, but it was too late. The white boar was too fast, reaching him in an instant, even as it was being repeatedly injured. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Hughes went completely berserk. Since the other party didn't want him to escape, he would make the other party pay the corresponding price. He turned around and slashed with the white long sword in his hand. However, he overestimated the long sword in his hand, which Karen had temporarily lent him, because his long sword had been broken by Wu Ku. At that moment, the white pig's gaping maw arrived, and it swallowed him whole, knife and all. All they heard was a cracking sound, and then Hughes fell completely silent. Chapter 115 Divine Beast Bloodline. A look of terror flashed in everyone's eyes, especially Karen, who was so frightened that she almost collapsed to the ground. However, the white pig was clearly not in good shape either, as it had a sword wound on its abdomen that was half a foot deep and about a meter long. Thin streams of blood flowed from its abdomen, dripping down with a soft, pattering sound. And this wound was caused by Hurt. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, his face filled with murderous intent. He had to keep this magical beast alive today. It's golden blood. It's actually golden blood. This is the blood that only ancient divine beasts can possess. Hart roared. He usually paid a lot of attention to books, and he happened to have some knowledge about the blood of magical beasts before. Divine beast bloodline. Rowett and Hurt held their breath, their eyes fixed on the spot where the white pig had shed blood. The golden blood was still steaming, and if you looked closely, you could even see wisps of spiritual energy flowing on it. A greedy glint flashed in their eyes. The reason was simple. If ordinary people consumed the blood of magical beasts, it would not only strengthen their bodies and bones, but also change their constitution, thus enhancing their strength. Of course, legend has it that there is also a chance to obtain the innate supernatural powers possessed by this divine beast. It really is golden blood. Rowett and Hurt were not the only ones excited. Alug, Anthony, and others were also thrilled. This monster is large enough that if they can kill it, they will be lucky enough to get a bowl of its blood. The crowd stared greedily at the white pig, so much so that no one cared about Hughes's death. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone watched in shock at the scene before them. Look, its blood is really golden. Incredible. This white pig actually possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. That's normal. Many magical beasts carry ancient bloodlines, but very few can activate them. Only when a magical beast activates its bloodline will its blood turn golden. Joken analyzed. Doesn't that mean this magical beast is very precious? Someone asked. That goes without saying. For example, out of 10,000 magical beasts, 3 to 5 might have ancient bloodlines, and out of 10,000 magical beasts with ancient bloodlines, Only one can activate that trace of divine beast bloodline. Then our all's region is going to be rich. Lu Song exclaimed in surprise. Logically, that's how it is. After activating the divine beast bloodline, the advancement speed of these magical beasts will increase to a terrifying level. However, this is not without its drawbacks. Because magical beasts with divine beast bloodlines are extremely rare, they will become targets of some hostile forces. Moreover, if other magical beasts can devour a magical beast with divine beast bloodlines, there is a chance that they can seize that divine beast bloodline. This includes humans. If they can devour it, it will also have a significant effect. Joken explained. Isn't that little white pig in danger? Yes, look at Rawat and the others. Their eyes have changed. It's as if what's in front of them isn't a dangerous monster, but a precious treasure vault. We have to save them, someone in the group said. Of course, but there's nothing we can do for them right now. Boss Li Fei needs some more time, and during that time, they can only rely on themselves. The legal region chat group. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding on the screen. The image shows blood continuously flowing from the white pig. It's a divine beast bloodline. It's actually a divine beast bloodline. We've struck gold. We can't let it go, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Nonsense, Rawat won't let it escape. It's too precious. Any price would be well worth it. Look, Rawat and the others have made a move. They've surrounded that monster even tighter. I'm sure not even a fly can get out now. Lavit, you guys are great. If we can obtain the bloodline of the divine beast, the overall strength of our legal kingdom region will be greatly enhanced. But even if Rawat kills that monster, will he share his golden blood with us? Someone in the group asked doubtfully. Probably. We don't have high expectations. Just a small cup each will be enough. I've heard that drinking the blood of a divine beast gives you a chance to acquire its innate abilities. I wonder if it's true or not. Although this claim only exists in legends, I believe it to be true. The Iraqi region. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. My God, what is that? It's golden blood. Heart said it's blood that only divine beasts can possess. Is that true? Someone in the group asked doubtfully. Do you think Heart wouldn't lie to us? In my opinion, that's definitely true. Someone in the group retorted. That's right. Heart is a promising young talent of our country, the pride of our country. Even he didn't object, which is enough to prove that this matter is true. Now I suddenly understand Heart's intentions. Did he see the extraordinary nature of this magical beast's bloodline long ago, which is why he chose to make things difficult for it? That's right. Every move Heart makes has its purpose. We just need to support him quietly from behind. The location of the temple ruins. The white pig wore a human-like smile. These people actually wanted to drink its blood? A cold glint flashed in its eyes. Although Lu Tao and the others were inside the white pig's mouth, they heard everything that was happening outside. Old Bai actually possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. Zhao Jing exclaimed in surprise. They had given him this nickname because they didn't know what to call the white pig. It shouldn't be wrong. Otherwise Rawat and the others wouldn't have performed like this. Wuka said calmly. What should we do? We seem to be in even greater danger now. Lu Tao frowned. In my opinion, Lao Bai alone is no match for them. We might as well persuade Lao Bai to let us go, and then we can fight the enemy together. Wuka said calmly. You're right. It's too dangerous to let Lao Bai fight alone. We can't burden him too much. But Wu Ku, you're too injured, so don't go out. Lu Tao and I will handle this battle. Zhao Jing said in a deep voice. That's right, Wu Ku, you shouldn't go out. You won't be of any help anyway. Zhao Jing and I will go out. Lu Tao said in a deep voice. Hiding here is not his style. Seeking revenge and vengeance is his true nature. No, I must go into this battle. My leg injury has healed a lot now. Wuka's eyes were firm. This battle was extremely dangerous, and he couldn't let Lu Tao and the others fight alone. However, at that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out above their heads. Don't worry, they can't stop me if I want to leave, so you'd better stay here obediently. Chapter 116 Escape. But, Lu Tao wanted to say something more, but he received no response from Lao Bai. Perhaps he really is confident he can lead us away from here? Zhao Jing said gravely. He felt somewhat guilty that they couldn't offer any help at such a crucial moment. I believe him, Wuka said calmly. This beast is extremely vicious. It killed both Leopard and Hughes. We can't let it get away with this. Hurt said coldly. Ever since he saw the opponent's golden blood, he knew that he was determined to win this battle, no matter the cost. That's right. If we don't work together to take down this monster today, it will definitely retaliate against us in a terrible way. So we can't hold back in this battle, Rawat said coldly. Actually, he was mainly saying this to Anthony, Karen, Hart, and others, mainly because he was afraid they would back down and run away at the crucial moment. At the same time, the wound on Lao Bai's abdomen slowly healed under the nourishment of the golden blood. In just a short while, only a very light scar remained. That's it. Hurt was slightly surprised. The white pig's transformation naturally caught his eye, making him even more eager for that golden blood. Attack! He charged forward again. Rawat, not to be outdone, charged forward as well. Kill! The besieging group followed suit. They understood that Hurt was right. If they couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill the monster, they would be in danger. Judging from the monster's ability to kill the leopard and Hughes instantly, killing them wouldn't be difficult. You're asking for death. Old Bai coldly scanned the crowd, then charged straight at the weakest link. This time his target is Hart. This is bad. Old White's move startled Hart. His eyes were filled with fear, but fortunately he still retained a sliver of reason, so he quickly moved closer to Hurt, because only Hurt could help him at this moment. Anger flashed in the white pig's eyes. He reluctantly changed his target. If there was anyone he feared the most among them, it would undoubtedly be Hurt. Then he turned and charged at Karen. In his opinion, Karen was the weakest among the group, so she was the least threatening to him. Seeing the white pig quickly turn around, Karen was the most terrified, but by then it was too late. She only had time to hand over the dagger in her hand. Rawat, however, was prepared. He had predicted that the white boar would attack the weakest member of the group, so he had been keeping a close eye on the boar's movements. However, he did not help Karen defend against the white boar's attack. Instead, he stopped when he was still 3 to 5 meters away from Karen. He planned to use Karen as bait. Once the monster attacked Karen, he could launch a surprise attack from the monster's side and severely damage it. Help me, Karen cried out in panic. However, when she saw Rawat's expression, she understood his plan. She had been sacrificed. Her expression changed from astonishment to hatred. She hadn't expected Rawat to abandon her at such a crucial moment. She felt some regret, regretting that she had fought alongside Rawat and the others against the people in the Alls Mountains region. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Seeing Rawat's actions, Old Bai hesitated for a moment before rushing toward Karen intermittently. He wanted to make the other party pay the price, even if it meant getting hurt himself. He swallowed Karen whole amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd. Anthony swallowed hard in fear. Only he and Rawat remained on their team. If the white pig attacks again, it is very likely that it will choose itself as its target. His legs were trembling slightly, and he was already considering giving up. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones snapping came from the white pig's mouth. Ulug and Hart were also filled with panic. They hadn't expected this monster to be so powerful, killing them both in just a few minutes. They were somewhat confused as to why Hurt would cooperate with the people of the Kingdom of Law. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation. Although the blood of the divine beast was very valuable, there was no need to exchange it for their own lives. However, at that moment, Rawat made his move. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Seeing that the white pig did not change course, but instead swallowed Karen whole, how could he let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He gripped his long sword with both hands, exerted all his strength, and slashed past the white boar from the side. Sizzle. All that could be heard was a hissing sound. This is the unique sound of a sword's edge slicing through flesh. Where the sword's edge sliced through, it revealed the stark, white bones beneath. Fresh blood flowed continuously down the torn flesh, and soon a pool of golden blood covered the white pig's body. Ouch! The white pig let out a painful scream, its voice strange and low. If you listen closely, you'll find that the sound is definitely not something an ordinary white pig could make. This sound was more like the roar of some ancient magical beasts emanating from the depths of their souls. He underestimated his opponent, and underestimated the damage that Rawat could cause. At that moment, Hurt seized the opportunity and attacked his hind legs. If he doesn't leave now, he might never have another chance. Space. He roared out those two words at the critical moment. At this moment, a miracle occurred. Ripples suddenly appeared in front of Lao Bai, and the space itself seemed to twist. Rawat, Hurt, and the others' pupils began to dilate as they stared in shock at the scene before them. That's it. Their hearts were screaming. Don't let it go. It's trying to use the space to escape. At the critical moment, Hurt seemed to have thought of something and reminded him. At the same time, he slashed his long sword at the white boar's hind leg. Sizzle. The long sword left a wound about 3 centimeters long on the white boar's leg. A trickle of blood oozed from the wound. Spatial power? Rawat exclaimed in surprise. He quickly drew his sword, intending to stop his opponent. However, it was too late. His sword slashed through the opponent's ethereal body. When he looked back again, the other person had already disappeared like ripples. All of this happened in an instant. He didn't have time to react. The group of people, having regained their senses, stared intently at the golden blood flowing from each other. Although there wasn't much blood, it should be enough for the group. What a pity, this magical beast can actually use spatial power, otherwise it definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Rowett said coldly. Chapter 117 Spatial Turbulence. That's right, but that magical beast may never come back. In the chaos, it's very likely that it will be transported into the spatial turbulence, Hurt said calmly. Spatial turbulence? Anthony pondered. If the other party had indeed entered spatial turbulence, then the chance of them returning was almost zero. The reason is simple. There are countless spaces in this world, and the eternal night continent where they live is just one of them. Spatial turbulence refers to spaces that are already damaged or have not yet formed a world. These spaces are usually very dangerous, and the laws governing them are not perfect. If someone were to travel to these places, they would naturally face a near-death experience. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked panicked, as they could no longer find Lao Bai and the others on the screen. Where are Lao Bai and the others? The screen is completely black, and we can't see anything. Have they encountered some danger? Someone in the group asked worriedly. Shut your jinx. I believe they will definitely be fine. Besides, Lao Bai clearly used the supernatural power of space travel at the end. I don't want to think this way either, but we can't find any trace of them. You should know what that means. They should be alright. Just because we can't see them doesn't mean something's happened to them. There's another possibility. They're outside the mini-map. Joken said gravely. Beyond the mini-map, you mean they've already left the dark forest? Someone in the group questioned. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Are you kidding me? Joken, do you even know how big the dark forest is? Hehe, I support what Boss Joken said. Old Bai is using spatial power. Anything is possible. For the legal region, everyone stared at the screen with complicated expressions. We lost 3 men in this battle, and it was all because of Rowett's decision, someone said sadly. You can't blame him. He was doing it for our own good and hoped that we could gain more benefits. None of these are excuses. On the contrary, they demonstrate his incompetence. However, we didn't come away empty-handed. We obtained the blood of that divine beast. Someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. But we still have to split it equally with Hurt and the others, don't we? Hehe, aren't you worried that the divine beast will come back for revenge? Someone mocked in the group. What's there to worry about? Helt also said that they could have crossed into the spatial turbulence. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone had an excited look on their faces. Great job. Hurt did a fantastic job. He not only weakened the strength of the players in the Alls Mountains region, but also simultaneously eliminated the people from the second-ranked legal country. That's right. He's incredibly talented, and he's also obtained a significant amount of divine beast blood. With Hurt's leadership, what is there to worry about in our Kingdom of Lack not prospering? Hurt said that the magical beast might have entered the spatial turbulence, but we don't know if that's true. Someone in the group said worriedly. Don't worry, since Hurt said so, it means it might be true. Besides, I noticed they've disappeared from the mini-map, which further confirms that. Great, very good. With Hurt leading the way, we might just be able to get first place in this competition, someone in the group said excitedly. For the American region, everyone watched this scene in astonishment. Oh my god, they killed that mythical beast, someone in the group exclaimed. No, that divine beast escaped using spatial power. I never imagined that the divine beast's innate ability would be to traverse space. That's terrifying. What's even more terrifying is the human heart. I dare say that the people of the legal country and the people of the Lack country went mad the moment they saw the golden blood. Now that they have this blood, can they obtain the magical beast's powers from it? Someone in the group asked curiously. It's just a legend, but we can't rule out the possibility. The location of the temple ruins. Hehe, I suggest we 5-split this golden blood equally. Elugo said with a forced smile. What? Rowett and Anthony were both furious. 3 of their team members had died, and it was Rowett who had dealt a heavy blow to the white pig, but now the opponent wanted 3/5 of his golden blood. How could this not infuriate them both? I think this is reasonable. We all participated in this battle. Although 3 of your team members died, that only shows that they were not strong enough. How can you blame others? Hurt said calmly. At this moment, his right hand was already on the long sword at his waist. If anything unexpected happened, he could draw the long sword immediately. Are you planning to abandon me after I've served my purpose? Rowett's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. If they insisted on the previous distribution method, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Actually, we also helped you. If we hadn't cooperated with you to suppress the arrogance of those contestants in the Alls Mountains region, you wouldn't have been able to get first place, wouldn't you say? Of course, I also considered your sacrifices, so we'll split these golden blood equally. That should be acceptable, right? Hurt said slowly. That was actually his ultimate goal. If he had just said to split it in half, the other party would have thought it was fair, or even thought it was too little. But after all this maneuvering, the other party would have been grateful for their generosity. But Alug hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. Hurt shook his head, signaling him not to speak. Okay, I agree. After a moment of hesitation, Rawat finally loosened his grip on the longsword. The other party was right. They wouldn't be at a disadvantage with this division of assets. More importantly, the people of the top-ranked Alls region were wiped out. However, we can't be too happy yet. There's still one contestant in the Alls Mountains region. Only by eliminating him can we truly eliminate this threat forever. Hurt said calmly. Then tell me, what should we do? Rawat asked, frowning. If we split up now, we might be picked off one by one. Rather than that, why don't we continue to cooperate and wait for Li Fei to arrive? Then we can surround and kill him just like before. Wouldn't that be better? Hurt explained. This method is indeed good, but how do you know that the other party will definitely come? Anthony questioned. No one can resist the temptation of temple ruins, especially since that divine beast is Li Fei's pet. Li Fei must have received news of the temple ruins and should be on his way now. We should prepare in advance, Hurt said calmly. Chapter 1:18 Trap. On the other side, Li Fei sped through the dark desert. He was still some distance from the temple ruins, and he estimated that it would take him more than an hour to reach them. However, at this moment, a feeling of unease suddenly welled up deep in his heart, as if something was about to happen, which made him feel puzzled. No matter what, let's get to the temple ruins first. Judging by the time, Little White Pig and the others should be here by now. Li Fei calculated the arrival time of Lu Tao and the others in his mind. After this period of training, his level improved again, reaching the gold 2-star level. He opened the properties panel. Host, Li Fei. Rank, gold 2-star. Strength, 220. Agility, 223. Body constitution, 226. Energy, 150. Skill 1. Concentrating power. This skill concentrates the body's strength into a single point, generating explosive power. Skill 2. Samadhi True Fire. Conjures substantial flames from the eyes to incinerate enemies. Currently at the intermediate stage, each use consumes 50 energy. Unique. As can be seen from the attribute panel, his 3 main attributes have increased significantly after advancing. This advancement has also significantly increased his overall strength. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked worried. Damn it, he actually wants to secretly contact Boss Li Fei. What should we do? We've used up our contact attempts and can't notify Boss Li Fei in time. These despicable people are always scheming against others, someone in the group said angrily. This is troublesome. Boss Li Fei is in danger. Rawat and Hurt are not easy to deal with. They've already set a trap, just waiting for Boss Li Fei to walk right into it. This is troublesome. Boss Li Fei will arrive there in, at most, an hour. I hope nothing happens to him, Lu Song said worriedly. For the legal region, everyone looked excited. Although they suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, they obtained the blood of the divine beast. More importantly, all they needed to do was eliminate the beast's master, Li Fei. They can then jump to the top of the resource rankings. Overall, they were quite satisfied with Rawat's leadership, despite strong opposition from some. Haha, with such thorough preparations, I don't believe Li Fei won't fall for it, someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. The image shows Rawat, Hurt, and others, who are gathered together, patiently waiting for Li Fei's arrival. We are getting closer and closer to victory. That Li Fei wields that strange flame. Aren't you afraid? A questioning voice came from the group. What are you afraid of? Don't forget there are 5 of us in total, and as far as I know, Li Fei's flame has a limited number of uses, a maximum of 2 uses, so we don't need to worry too much. That's right, let's wait and see what happens. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone gave Helter full marks for his strategic planning. They never expected that under Helter's manipulation, they would actually obtain the blood of the divine beast. Although the amount of blood was not large, it was enough for their needs. As long as we deal with Li Fei, our country will rise to 2nd place on the resource ranking, which is a huge benefit for us, someone in the group said excitedly. In my opinion, we can not only take 2nd place, but we might even take 1st place, someone said smugly. What do you mean? In the battle against that divine beast, the Kingdom of Law lost 3 contestants. If they suffer further losses in the battle against Li Fei, then we will take first place. The location of the temple ruins. Kess and Brew looked at Rawat and Helt with tense expressions, worried that they might accidentally get themselves into trouble. Even Kex gave up his position, proving that the immortal fruit in front of him was indeed incredibly valuable, but he hadn't managed to get it, while the other party's threat was very real. Blue also looked worried. He regretted his previous decision. In his opinion, his actions were tantamount to inviting trouble. Now we just need to wait patiently. I believe our plan will definitely succeed. Rawat laughed. That's right, but I suggest we do something meaningful during this time, Hurt said meaningfully. What do you mean? Rawat's eyes flashed with doubt. There are countless treasures here. Wouldn't it be a shame for us to just look at them without doing anything? Hurt revealed his purpose. What I want to say is that our previous agreement is still valid. This immortal herb belongs to the capable. If Lord Rawat is interested, he can try to take it out. Hurt added. I am not capable of retrieving it. If the Helt brothers are capable, they are welcome to give it a try. Rawat's eyes flickered before he finally said. He didn't believe that what he couldn't do, Hurt could do, even though he had always been confident that he was stronger than his opponent. All right, then I'll gladly accept your offer. However, if I take it out, this immortal herb will be mine. Hurt laughed loudly, as he had been waiting for these words. Of course, a hint of doubt flashed in Rawat's eyes. Could it be that the other party really had a way to extract this immortal herb? Hurt glanced at the immortal herb, then smiled at Rawat before stepping into the barrier. With the first step, Hurt felt some pressure, but it was still not enough for him. So he took the second step. After the second step, the pressure increased 3 or 4 times, but it was still too weak for him. Step 3. Hurt's expression was resolute. At this point, the pressure was already enough to cause him considerable harm, but it was still not enough. So he took the 4th step. As soon as he took the 4th step, Hurt felt that he had reached his limit and he was unable to take another step forward. But that's enough. He's standing right in front of this magical herb now. The immortal herb was emerald green and dripping with spiritual energy. It seemed that just smelling it could elevate one's cultivation level. This immortal herb was of immeasurable value. This is his evaluation of this miraculous herb. Now, he only needs to reach out his hand to get this magical herb, but he is not reckless. Instead, he proceeds cautiously step by step. He guessed that the restrictions on this immortal herb were the same as those on the entire temple ruins, meaning that power could only be used little by little, and violence or brute force could not be used. He slowly extended his right hand and approached the magical herb. As he had expected, the immortal herb generated a powerful force that tried to push his hands away, and the closer he got, the stronger the force became. Chapter 119, Seizing the Immortal Herb. But Hurt was not one to back down easily. He slowly increased the strength in his right hand, slowly and steadily moving closer. Finally, he plucked the immortal herb and put it into his spatial ring. He turned around and retreated with satisfaction, the whole process completed in one go. Rawat and the others stared at him wide-eyed in disbelief. They never imagined that the miraculous herb would end up being obtained by Hurt. A greedy glint flashed in Lava's eyes. He felt a pang of self-reproach. He should have tried more instead of giving up so easily. How did you do that? He asked Hurt, his eyes filled with longing and greed. Just lucky. I suddenly discovered that the restriction principle of this immortal herb is extremely similar to the restriction principle of the entire temple ruins. It can only increase its power little by little, otherwise it will be rebounded by the power of the restriction. I speculate that the principle of other treasures should be similar to that of this immortal herb, Hurt explained. I see, Rawat suddenly realized. He had used too much force when he seized the immortal herb, which was why it was bounced back by the restriction on the herb. At this moment, his eyes gleamed. Now that he knew the secret, he naturally had to find a magical herb or artifact to try it out. So that's the best choice. He suddenly turned his gaze to Kex's position, remembering that the other's position was very advantageous, with a fairy fruit very close to the edge. So he took Anthony over there, wanting to try and see if the method would work. Alug frowned, not understanding why Hurt would reveal such a secret method. This method can only be used once. I've been keeping an eye on Kex's location. He needs to take 5 steps to reach the fairy fruit, but that's his limit. It's unlikely that he can pick that fairy fruit. Hurt said calmly. In fact, he did this with a deeper meaning. He didn't want the other party to harbor resentment towards him, because that would only make the upcoming war more difficult. I believe Hurt must have had his reasons for doing this, Hart flattered. At this point, Rawat was very close to Kess's position. Kex looked terrified. He didn't understand why the other party had come to find him. Was it for this immortal fruit? After glancing at the fairy fruit not far from him, Kex came to a conclusion. He had actually left the location of the fairy fruit, but because he was unwilling to give up, he did not go too far. Now, seeing Rawat walking over, and recalling that Hurt had just obtained the fairy herb, he immediately realized the other party's intention. So he very wisely left that position. This young man is teachable. Rawat cast an approving glance over from a distance. A short while later, Rawat approached the red fairy fruit. The fruit was fiery red on the outside and crystal clear on the inside. At this moment, a fragrant aroma wafted from the fairy fruit. Upon smelling the aroma, Rawat and Anthony swallowed hard, for no other reason than that the smell was too tempting. At the top of the immortal fruit, wisps of spiritual energy swirled, forming a flower shape. This was a unique characteristic of spiritual energy taking form, something only immortal beings over 10,000 years old could achieve. This item is even more precious than that immortal herb, Rawat said, frowning. However, looking at the location of the immortal fruit, Rawat frowned. The immortal fruit was a full 5 steps away from him, which meant that he would need to take 5 steps forward and break through the restrictions on the immortal fruit itself before he could take it into his possession. This was no small feat for him. Can we get this fairy fruit? Anthony asked worriedly from the side. You'll only know once you try, Rawat said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move. He slowly took his first step toward the forbidden area. Rawat remained calm. The first step posed no challenge for him, offering only slight resistance. He quickly took the second step. Compared to the first step, the second step brought him significantly more pressure, 3 or 4 times that of the first step, but this was still nothing to him. Then, he took the third step. Unlike the previous 2 steps, this time he clearly felt immense pressure. These pressures created considerable obstacles for his subsequent actions. Without the slightest hesitation, he took another step forward. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a small tornado appeared beneath his feet, seemingly tangible. This tornado came so suddenly that he didn't notice it at all. So much so that he almost lost his footing on the 4th step. Rawat broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost been thrown off his feet. At the same time, he became more cautious, as there were clearly many unknown aspects to this temple ruins. After pausing briefly at the 4th step, he quickly took the 5th step. The reason was simple. He could only hold out for a minute at the 4th step distance, and staying there would only rapidly deplete his energy. Call. He finally took the 5th step. However, he was greatly surprised when he actually landed. The pressure here is too great. If he could hold out for a minute in the 4th step, he can only hold out for 10 seconds here at most. Sweat dripped continuously from his forehead, but he dared not wipe it away. His time was limited, and he had to take the immortal fruit away as soon as possible. He slowly extended his right hand. As his right hand got closer and closer to the immortal fruit, the pressure he was under increased exponentially. At this moment, he was only a fist's distance away from the immortal fruit, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not close that distance by even an inch. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! He was violently thrown back by the force of the restriction. He was covered in sweat. Those few steps had been more difficult for him than a major battle. Anthony looked concerned. He hadn't expected that even someone as powerful as Rawat hadn't obtained the magic fruit. The mystery surrounding this temple ruins far exceeded his expectations. Kex stared blankly at all of this. In his eyes, Rawat was a godlike figure, but even he couldn't successfully take away this fairy fruit. In the distance, a lug smiled knowingly. Everything was exactly as Helter had predicted. Rawat was helpless against that magical fruit. If he had enough time, he should have been able to obtain that immortal fruit. But now there is no time, and he cannot conduct test after test. Hurt said calmly. Chapter 1, 20 Murderous Intent. Rawat's eyes showed a look of unwillingness. He was just a little bit away from getting the fruit, but that last fist's distance stopped him. More importantly, this made him lose face in front of Hurt. He wanted to try again, but his strength was now weaker than before, and forcing it would only humiliate him. So this time he didn't act rashly, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground to rest. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that he got up and walked back to Hurt's seat. The restrictions here are extremely strong. Every step forward requires immense courage. I was only able to obtain this immortal herb by luck. Hurt comforted him. Rawat remained noncommittal. I heard that Li Fei's spatial ring contains countless blue crystal cores. I wonder if the Rawat brothers are interested? Hurt asked with a smile. Rawat frowned. He had heard about this as well, and if the news was true, it was indeed a valuable asset. How should we divide it? He asked casually, as that was the question he was really concerned about. Same as always, split it in half. Hurt said calmly. He was certain the other side would agree to this condition, because it was a very big concession, considering that he now had 3 people while the other side only had 2. Okay, I agree, Rawat said, his eyes flashing. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half an instant Styx time had passed. At this time, Li Fei had arrived at the location of the temple ruins. At this moment, countless people in the Alls Mountains region chat group were in an uproar. Oh no, Boss Li Fei has arrived. He's less than 500 meters from the trap. What do we do? Boss Li Fei is in danger. We have to save him. Brother Li Fei, please don't go over there. Don't believe their nonsense. Countless people in the group roared, eagerly hoping that Li Fei could leave this place quickly, or something unexpected might happen, causing their trap to fail. However, things often turn out the opposite of what they expect. Upon arriving at the site of the temple ruins, Li Fei immediately noticed some treasures within the temple. He was immediately shocked. Every treasure here was comparable to the 10,000-year-old snow lotus on his body, and some were even more precious than the 10,000-year-old snow lotus. Naturally, he tried to take them, but unsurprisingly, he was blocked by the restrictions of the temple ruins. It seems that the treasures here are all protected by restrictions. Thinking of this, he was no longer in a hurry. He glanced around the temple ruins and saw that quite a few people had gathered there, probably more than 20 in total. But among these people, he didn't see Lu Tao and the others. Perhaps they encountered some accident on the way, he thought. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a group of 5 people walking towards him, 2 of whom had the cultivation level of gold. Are you Li Fei? Rawat asked curiously. In fact, neither he nor Hurt knew Li Fei. They only knew that he was at the gold level of cultivation. So when they saw Li Fei arrive, they came over to confirm it. Who are you? Li Fei frowned. This group of people seemed to have ill intentions. At this moment, the 5 people had completely surrounded him. I have no grudge against you. What you're doing is inappropriate. A cold glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He hadn't expected to be targeted by some ill-intentioned people as soon as he arrived here. It seems that the blue crystal core on my body has leaked the information, Li Fei thought to himself. He figured there would be 4 opportunities to contact each region, and it must have been someone from their region who told them about the treasure they possessed. Li Fei, do you know your crime? Hurt asked with a forced smile. The fact that the other party didn't deny it meant it was indeed Li Fei. Now that the other party is surrounded by them, he has no reason to be polite. What crime? Li Fei was a little confused. He was being questioned as soon as he arrived, which left him completely bewildered. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, doesn't Boss Li Fei realize his predicament yet? Someone in the group said worriedly. They're fabricating charges against Boss Li Fei online. They're clearly bandits themselves, yet they insist on accusing others. I cannot condone this approach. This is troublesome. I wonder if Boss Li Fei can escape from here. Don't worry, Boss Li Fei wouldn't have given them the chance to surround him if he wasn't confident, Zhou Kan said confidently. What do you mean? Someone in the group asked, puzzled. My point is simple. Boss Li Fei doesn't feel threatened by these people. Zhou Kan explained. How is that possible? Rawat and Hurt are the 2 strongest contestants from the Legal Nation and the Rack Nation, respectively. Are these 2 contestants not even worth mentioning in Boss Li Fei's eyes? Hee, don't forget, Li Fei used that strange flame to instantly kill a gold-level ice beast. Do you think he'll have much trouble dealing with these people in front of him? Then I'm relieved. The Legal Region chat group, everyone looked excited. Haha, Li Fei is surrounded. He still doesn't realize the danger he's in. It seems we'll have to get Rawat and the others to remind him, someone in the group mocked. His spatial ring contains countless treasures, enough to change the rankings of any team. He can make the last place team instantly rise to the top. Those shimmering blue crystal cores are a real waste in his hands. They should be given to those who need them. Don't worry, it won't be long before these crystal cores belong to us. With the amplification of 100-fold, we will also be able to get a share of the profits. Sigh, why haven't they made a move yet? I'm getting impatient. Don't rush. We can't just start a fight without a reason. We need to find out what the other side did wrong before we take action. For the kingdom of Lagman, everyone wore a joyful expression. Great. Li Fei is surrounded. It won't be long before the treasures on his body are ours. That Li Fei is also at the gold level. Aren't Hurt and the others underestimating him? Don't worry. I think he's just all talk and no action. He doesn't even realize the danger he's in. That's true. Let's wait and see. After our victory, are we really going to distribute those blue crystal cores to the people of the Kingdom of Law? Someone in the group asked curiously. Chapter 121, shocking the entire audience. I believe Hurt will make the most reasonable arrangements. Well, what can we do? He's our genius. Without him, our nation of Lack wouldn't have had such a glorious moment. Li Fei was still a bit clueless about the location of the temple ruins. The other party actually wanted to list his crimes. This was something he couldn't understand. You're still pretending to be stupid? Hart said disdainfully. You allowed your magical pet to kill 3 of my Law Kingdom's contestants. You should seriously consider this account. Rowett said coldly. What? A magical pet? Li Fei was stunned. When did he get a magical pet? But he quickly realized that the other person might be referring to that little white pig. Li Fei thought about it more and more, and it seemed possible. You mean that little white pig? He asked tentatively. Looks like you're just being stubborn and asking a question you already know the answer to. Hurt sneered. I need to explain this. That little white pig is not my pet. As for what you said about killing your contestants, I think there must be a reason. Li Fei suddenly realized why the other party was looking for him. It turned out it was about the little white pig. Since you've brought it up, it means you really have a connection with that magical beast, so you can't blame us. Rowett said coldly. Make your move. Hurt said coldly. Whoosh. At that moment, 5 weapons were simultaneously aimed at him. Li Fei's expression turned serious. Even if he didn't take the other party seriously, he couldn't withstand their numbers. I advise you not to seek your own death. Li Fei's eyes also turned hostile. The other party accused him without any explanation and now had a weapon in hand, clearly intending to make trouble for him. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone Li Fei. At the same time, he had another thing weighing on his mind, the whereabouts of Little White Pig and Lu Tao. Where are Lu Tao and the others? Li Fei asked coldly. They were taken into the spatial turbulence by that monster, and their fate is now unknown. Hurt mocked. Actually, he said that to deliberately provoke Li Fei, he wouldn't give up any means that could increase his chances of winning. You're courting death. Li Fei was truly enraged. He had thought that Little White Pig and the others had left, but it turned out that they had entered the spatial turbulence. And the culprit behind all of this was clearly these people in front of him. We made it. Don't worry, you'll see it soon. Rowett said, stroking the blade of the sword. Good, very good. As Li Fei finished speaking, his pupils began to change, and wisps of white flames suddenly shot out from his eyes and burned toward Hart, who was closest to Hurt. His goal was simple, to get rid of these troublesome guys around him first. Hart screamed in agony as his entire body was engulfed in white flames before he could react. In just about 10 seconds, he was burned to ashes. Li Fei's eyes were cold. These people had attacked him first, so he felt no remorse for killing them. Hiss! Rowett and Hurt exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. It was the first time they had seen Li Fei use such a strange flame, and its power was completely beyond their expectations. They even doubted whether they could escape the flames. Fear flashed in Lugo and Anthony's eyes. They knew that if that flame had been aimed at them, they would be the ones dead. So the two of them stepped back almost simultaneously. Don't worry, he can only use this flame twice at most. Let's attack together, Rowett said, encouraging the troops. Stand together, or you'll be killed if you're alone. Hurt said coldly. Li Fei sneered. The other party really thought he was made of clay. Charge. Hurt was the first to move, gripping his long sword with both hands and slashing towards Li Fei, while the other 3 followed almost simultaneously. Seeing several weapons coming at him, Li Fei remained calm. He took out a low-grade earth-level dagger and blocked the first attack from Helter, then closed in on his opponent. A look of panic flashed in Hurt's eyes first. He hadn't expected Li Fei to suddenly get so close to him, which made him feel very guilty. He couldn't help but feel guilty. He also had no way to break through Benfiai's white flames. Rowett and the others hesitated, not expecting Li Feiju to stick so close to Helter, which caused their attack to miss. As he retreated, Hurt hurriedly withdrew his longsword, and then, in an instant, he twirled his sword several times in front of his chest in an attempt to force Li Fei back. He only breathed a sigh of relief after Li Fei abandoned him and left. Li Fei's expression was solemn. He had originally planned to suddenly strike and kill Hurt, but he did not expect the other party to react so quickly and move so nimbly, which led to the failure of his plan. But so what? He has countless ways to deal with his opponent. At this moment, his pupils dilated again, and he was pointing them directly at Lugo, who had just landed. Unable to react in time, Lugo didn't even have a chance to run before being ignited by the white flames. Crack! Crack! Soon after, The sound of bones burning could be heard from within the flames. This time, it also took 10 seconds, and the opponent was burned to ashes. The remaining few people can no longer be simply described as being afraid. They didn't know what kind of flame Li Fei used that was able to so easily kill Hart and a lug. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked excited. Li Fei is too awesome. He took down 2 of their opponents so easily. That's absolutely amazing. Look at the fear in their eyes. I reckon if they could do it all over again, they would never choose to provoke Boss Li Fei. However, it seems that Boss Li Fei's flames can only be used twice. What about the battles after that? Someone in the group asked worriedly. Don't worry. Even without the help of the flames, it's impossible for them to take down Boss Li Fei. The location of the temple ruins. Kex was filled with fear. He wasn't too far from Li Fei, and he could see all of Li Fei's battles clearly. Therefore, he also saw the deaths of Hart and a lug quite clearly. He never expected that Li Fei's strength was so great that he could easily kill 2 of the 5 opponents who were surrounded by him. Meanwhile, Blue ran far away. He feared that if he stayed in the area, he would be scared to death. Justin and the Knights of the Kingdom of Handsome seemed to have a new understanding of Li Fei. Chapter 1:22 Powerful Combat Strength. Is this Li Fei's true strength? Justin was terrified. The strength Li Fei displayed was completely beyond his expectations. He believed he wouldn't be able to escape if the opponent unleashed such terrifying flames at him. Terrible. That was the only word he could think of at that moment. At the same time, he made up his mind that he would never be Li Fei's enemy in this life. Left, Charant, and the others also widened their eyes, never expecting to witness such a fierce battle so soon after arriving. However, they were even more shocked by Li Fei's strength. 1 against 5, and 2 of them were gold-level experts, and he instantly killed them both. Such a record is enough to make one stand out from the crowd. Yeah, we were actually thinking of cooperating with them before. Left said with a wry smile. He suddenly realized how naive he had been. They were simply not even worth the other party's attention. He's too strong. That was the only thought on the minds of the onlookers at that moment. However, their fight is also beneficial to us. If they can all be severely injured, then our opportunity will come, someone in the crowd whispered. Yes, if they didn't fight amongst themselves, it would have been almost impossible for us to get into the top 3, but now there's clearly a turning point. I heard that Li Fei's magical pet killed 3 people from the Kingdom of Law, which is why Rawat and his group caused trouble for Li Fei and his group. However, Rawat and Hurt also severely injured that magical pet. But what does this have to do with Hurt? Someone nearby asked, puzzled. It is said that the magical beast has the bloodline of a divine beast, coupled with Hurt's own ambition. This is the reason why he took action. You mean that magical beast has the bloodline of a divine beast? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I heard that blood is golden. No wonder. If it were me, I might have done the same. Yeah, that depends on whether you're even enough to fill that monster's teeth, someone mocked. The battle was still ongoing. Li Fei's flames completely terrified the remaining 3 of the 5. Rawat and Hurt exchanged a glance, and fear flashed in their eyes. Don't give him a chance to unleash his flames. Hurt said coldly. He anticipated that Li Fei would need some preparation time before unleashing his flames, so his plan was for him and Rawat to launch a fierce and relentless attack on Li Fei, giving him no time to release his Samadhi true fire. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over, with Rawat close behind. He also understood that if they couldn't finish off the enemy in this battle, they would be the ones to die. Good timing. Li Fei's eyes narrowed. He was never afraid of battle, and he also wanted to know how strong he actually was. Whirlwind kick. Li Fei delivered a powerful kick. At this moment, all that could be heard between the 4 of them was a series of thumping sounds. When the groups separated again, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows. At this moment, everyone's breathing became somewhat rapid. They couldn't help it. Such a high frequency of combat was taking its toll. Li Fei laughed. He was actually able to fight 2 gold 1-star experts at the same time without being at a disadvantage, which showed that his strength was not bad. Rawat and Hurt grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. They hadn't expected Li Fei to be so powerful. They had initially thought his strength primarily stemmed from the flames. However, they were quickly proven wrong. The opponent had used only ordinary moves when he sparred with them, meaning that with Li Fei's current strength, he could easily fight the 2 of them to a draw. Awesome. This was the most direct impression he and Hurt had. He is definitely not at the level of a gold 1-star. A look of apprehension flashed in Hurt's eyes. He was almost certain that the opponent's strength was at gold 2-star, otherwise the opponent wouldn't have such good stamina and attack power. To be honest, he's starting to regret it. Li Fei's strength has completely exceeded his expectations. Given his gold 2-star strength and that strange flame, he even suspected that his opponent could easily kill him. If given another chance, he would never choose to oppose the other party. Anthony looked terrified. In the battle just now, he had become a complete subordinate, with the main attacks being carried out by Rawat and Hurt. He would only occasionally launch a sneak attack, but even so, it was easily neutralized by the opponent's casual strike. However, this was not what alarmed him. What truly terrified him was that he couldn't withstand even a casual blow from his opponent, and almost every time he needed Rawat's help. This made him feel powerless. His legs were trembling slightly. He was certain that if Li Fei wanted to kill him, it would only be a matter of a single thought. You must be exhausted after such an intense battle. Even if you have the strength of a gold 2-star, you'll probably perish here. Hurt probed relentlessly. Gold 2-star. Rawat's eyes became serious. He had no doubt about the truth of the statement, because the opponent's combat power was indeed far beyond the scope of gold 1-star. The battle just now was just a warm-up for me. A strange smile flashed across Li Fei's lips. He was telling the truth. A fight of that magnitude wasn't enough for him. It could only serve as a warm-up. Warm-up. Rawat and Hurt both widened their eyes in shock. If what the other party said was true, then they might very well meet their end here today. However, another possibility cannot be ruled out. The other party is hiding their exhaustion in order to scare the three of them away. He's obviously lying. The three of us will attack with all our might. Let's see what tricks he can pull. Rawat shouted, then charged forward again. The battle continued, with Li Fei fighting three opponents single-handedly and holding his own. Hiss. The onlookers were completely stunned by this scene. Li Fei's strength is terrifying. He actually fought 3 people at once, and 2 of them were Lavit and Hurt, who were on par with him. You're wrong. He was 1 against 5, and then he instantly killed 2 of them. This is terrifying. And why do I feel like Boss Li Fei isn't fighting very seriously? He's facing 2 peerless masters, but he gives off a very casual vibe. That's strange. I feel the same way. I hope they suffer 3 defeats and are forced to retreat in fear. Only then will we, the weaker regions, have a chance. I think it's best not to overthink it. Walls have ears. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group watched this scene in astonishment. Chapter 123, Underestimating Strength. The scene shown is Li Fei fighting 3 opponents alone. Everyone wiped the drool from the corners of their mouths. Holy crap, I told you we didn't need to worry about Boss Li Fei. With his strength, what kind of situation can't he handle? Someone in the group exclaimed in shock. Damn it. Nyobai, that's not what you said before, someone questioned. Maybe you remembered it wrong. Nyobai said. How could that be? You clearly said before that you were very worried about Boss Li Fei, afraid that something might happen to him. The person also posted a screenshot of the chat, which showed what Nyobai had said before. The scene became quiet for a moment. I don't think we need to worry about Boss Li Fei's safety at all. What we really need to worry about is the whereabouts of Lu Tao, Lao Bai, and the others, Jokin said in a deep voice. Ever since Lao Bai used his ability to travel through space, they have completely lost track of him and his companions. The minimap was completely black, showing no signs of their activity. This worried him greatly, and he even suspected that something might have really happened to Lu Tao and the others. Don't worry, good people are always blessed. They should be fine, someone nearby comforted them. For the Legal Nation region, the expressions on everyone's faces first turned to excitement, then to astonishment, and finally to fear. What's going on? Even with the 2 big shots, Rawat and Hurt, working together, they can't take down that Li Fei. His strength has completely exceeded everyone's expectations, including Rawat and Hurt. Now they are in a dilemma. If they can't take down Li Fei, they will be in danger, someone in the group analyzed. Lavit and his men shouldn't have acted so recklessly. If they had been more careful, perhaps we wouldn't be in this situation. It's too late to say anything now. All we can do is pray that Rawat and his team can successfully take down Li Fei. Otherwise, we might be eliminated from this competition, and our region's resources will be halved, someone worried in the group. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone watched the scene on the screen with tension. It showed Rawat and Hurt fighting Li Fei together. This is troublesome. It seems that Hurt has bitten off more than he can chew this time. Someone worried in the group. Not necessarily. The battle isn't over yet. It's possible that Hurt and his team will be able to take down Li Fei. That Li Fei clearly wasn't using his full strength, not to mention that the opponent can also use that strange flame. Hurter will likely lose more than he wins this round. I think we should prepare for our resources to be halved. This time, we might really lose. Hurt is still too young. He's not careful enough. Hurt brought us disaster. The battle raged on at the site of the temple ruins, but Rawat and Helt grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Li Fei gave them no chance. He blocked their attack with just a dagger. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that cracks have appeared on their weapons, which is a sign that they are about to break. Once the weapon breaks, they dared not imagine the consequences. Rawat's eyes were fixed greedily on the dagger in Li Fei's hand. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now he wouldn't. The dagger was clearly of a higher grade than the long sword in his hand, as could be seen from the small nicks on the longsword. Most importantly, white flames would occasionally rise from these gaps, which made him think. This weapon is definitely at the earth level. He was almost certain. However, despite his greed, he was not at ease. Faced with Li Fei's overwhelming offensive, he could only do his best to resist. If the situation continues to develop like this, he and Hurt will undoubtedly lose, which is unacceptable to him. He absolutely cannot lose, Rawat said, his face contorted with rage. He and Hurt have been fighting the enemy for several hours now, but neither of them has let up. Li Fei became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. The two opponents were actually getting fiercer and fiercer as the battle progressed. He was indeed not using his full strength. For example, he could still use the Samadhi True Fire once more, but he didn't use it. However, he had his reasons for doing so. First, he wanted to test his true combat strength, and second, he wanted to improve his internal energy to a higher level. However, the pressure from these two people was clearly not enough, so he achieved very little. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a person in the distance walking towards him with an angry expression. This person was handsome, possessed a gold-level cultivation level, wore a white robe, and had a certain air about him, standing out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. He possesses the same leadership qualities as Hurt. They seem to be from the Sindhu region. Li Fei judged after seeing the other party's attire. The other person walked up and shouted out their name loudly. Is that Li Fei fighting ahead? Vyas shouted angrily. Ever since he was nearly killed by Li Fei's schemes, his resentment towards Li Fei had reached its peak. Seeing Li Fei at the location of the temple ruins, how could he not be extremely envious? Of course, he didn't lose his mind. When he saw Li Fei fighting 3 people at once, he was also very surprised. Li Fei's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He even considered giving up on taking revenge on the other party. However, after observing Li Fei's battle, he suddenly realized that this was an opportunity, a good chance to get revenge on his opponent. The opponent and Rawat and the others were clearly evenly matched, although Li Fei had a slight advantage. But if he could join them, Rawat and his group would definitely crush Li Fei. Then he could not only avenge his previous defeat, but also obtain the resources that Li Fei possessed. Why wouldn't he want to? So he finally decided to join forces with Rawat and his men. Are they up to no good? Li Fei was overjoyed. He had previously felt that the pressure wasn't enough, but now someone had delivered it to him. It is indeed me, Li Fei said in a deep voice. To make sure the other person could hear him, he deliberately spoke louder. Rawat and Hurt were startled, wondering if the person in front of them was Li Fei's ally. If so, they would be in danger. However, they quickly dismissed the idea, as the other party looked angry and was probably here to cause trouble. That's good. Have you ever heard of my name, Vyas? After saying that, Vyas drew a gleaming sword and charged forward. Its extraordinary figure was so striking that it left people momentarily dazzled and bewildered. Upon hearing Vyas announce his name, Li Fei suddenly realized why the other party had come to cause him trouble. Chapter 124 Melee. Great. With this friend's help, our chances of winning have increased significantly. A glint flashed in Rawat's eyes. He was pleasantly surprised that someone would be willing to help at this moment. Although I have a grudge against Li Fei, I have indirectly helped you this time, so I want half of the blue crystal core he has. Vyas said coldly. He's not an idiot. His efforts must yield results. Otherwise, why would he risk his life to join the battle? A flash of anger crossed Rawat's eyes. He hadn't expected the other party to make such an outrageous demand right away, asking for half of the blue crystal core. This was clearly taking advantage of his misfortune. However, he couldn't refuse, because he was now almost certain that the 3 of them alone were no match for Li Fei. They are currently in Li Fei's hands and can only barely hold on. He exchanged a glance with Hurt, then said, All right, I agree. Half of the blue crystal cores are yours after it's done. He verbally agreed, but inwardly he sneered. Once Li Fei was captured, how the spoils would be divided would no longer be up to him. Besides, he had just exchanged glances with Hurt, who clearly thought the same thing. Sword like a full moon. Vias casually made a sword incantation and slashed at Li Fei. Li Fei frowned slightly. He hadn't expected his opponent to actually be quite skilled. The opponent's move was incredibly powerful, almost on par with Hert's attack. It's clear that the other person is indeed a genius. At the very least, his strength is not much different from Hert's. Good timing. For the first time, a serious look appeared in Li Fei's eyes. The reason was simple. This time he would be facing 3 gold-level experts plus a bronze 7-star powerhouse who would occasionally launch a sneak attack. His dagger weaved through the intertwined sword net of the 3 men. The onlookers could only hear a continuous series of banging sounds. In reality, he had already fought these 4 people hundreds of times. Exciting, Li Fei shouted, his fighting spirit growing stronger with each battle. Rawat and his 3 companions were visibly surprised. Li Fei seemed tireless in the face of their attacks, and in fact, he seemed to grow stronger with each battle. This astonished them. Li Fei's bravery completely exceeded their expectations. The onlookers were all astonished. Li Fei had once again shattered their expectations. Before the battle, they thought Li Fei and Rawat were on the same level. After he killed 2 of them, they thought Li Fei was equal to Rawat and Helter combined. But now, they had to overturn their previous understanding. Li Fei's strength was greater than they had imagined, holding his own against 3 gold-level masters. Such combat power? Unheard of. Justin gasped. He was glad he hadn't made an enemy of Li Fei, otherwise the other party wouldn't have had much trouble dealing with him. He even suspected that he might die if the other party moved a finger. Left and the others were also astonished, their mouths agape. Li Fei once again surprised them. Boss, this Li Fei is amazing. He actually fought against 3 gold-level experts and didn't fall behind. Rag said, trembling. Pass on my orders. From now on, whenever we encounter Li Fei, we must stay far away and never antagonize him. Left said in a deep voice. They can't afford to offend Li Fei, so they can only avoid him. Kex has now distanced himself from the battleground once again. The reason is simple. When gods fight, innocent bystanders suffer the consequences. At the same time, he also became worried about Vias. Previously, Vias was like a god in his mind. After seeing Vias reach the gold level, he became even more convinced of this. But he hesitated at this moment, because at this moment, Vias had no advantage over Li Fei. Die! Rawat roared in the midst of the melee, then leaped up and delivered a slashing blow. The 2 people next to them quickly moved aside. This is the tacit understanding that the 3 of them developed after working together many times. Logically speaking, the combined combat power of the 3 of them should be much stronger than Li Fei's. However, they still couldn't gain the upper hand, which can only mean one thing. Their teamwork wasn't very good. After all, they haven't had much contact with each other, so this situation is understandable. But not anymore. They've mastered the rhythm of team fights. After Rawat finished his attack, Herd also unleashed his full power. Sword sweeps across the sky, he shouted. His long sword flew upwards towards Li Fei. This strike had reached the limit of what he could unleash. He was confident that even if Li Fei caught it, he would suffer a serious injury. Li Fei's eyes showed a solemn expression. He was finally beginning to take this battle seriously. Although I was fighting 3 people just now, their coordination wasn't very good, so I was still able to handle them with ease. But now it's clearly different. The 3 opponents are attacking one after another without any pause, and more importantly, every single attack is powerful and heavy. He has barely rested since the beginning, constantly exchanging blows with his opponent. The other party did not give him any chance to breathe. He concentrated all his strength on the dagger in his hand, and then clashed head-on with Fong. Bang! With a loud bang, sparks flew from the point of impact. Li Fei and Hert retreated almost simultaneously. However, he took 3 steps back, while Hert retreated a full 6 steps. But this is not the end. Before he could regain his footing, Vias moved. 100-pace attack. As Vias roared, he thrust his sword at him. Li Fei quickly steadied himself as he retreated and hastily parried the attack. However, as he barely managed to parry the attack with his dagger, Rawat slashed at him with his sword again. He had no choice but to hastily accept the challenge, struggling to defend himself against the opponent's attacks. The previous advantage has now turned into a disadvantage. Rawat and the others were overjoyed. Before this, even with the addition of Vias, they could only manage a draw with Li Fei. But things are different now. Their teamwork is becoming more and more harmonious, and their combat effectiveness is getting stronger and stronger. On the contrary, with the cooperation of his own group, Li Fei appeared to be increasingly vulnerable. Today is your death day, he roared, and at the same time, The long sword in his hand rushed towards Li Fei like a serpent. Hurt also had a cold expression on his face, and at this moment he could finally feel a little more at ease. Judging from the current situation, Li Fei has more losses than wins. Vyas became increasingly eager to make his move, partly to avenge his past grievances, and partly for the blue crystal cores on his body. Chapter 125 Perfect Cooperation. At this moment, the onlookers all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Li Fei was too strong. No one wanted to see someone far stronger than themselves, especially since this person belonged to another region and could threaten them. Justin frowned slightly. In his opinion, Li Fei was already in grave danger. The opponent's relentless attacks left Li Fei no time to catch his breath, and he could only fight back. Such an offensive will only make Li Fei more and more exhausted, until he eventually loses the ability to resist. A look of regret appeared in his eyes. He felt sorry for Li Fei, a promising young talent who had died in this competition. Left looked at Li Fei with a serious expression. To be honest, if he could, he really wanted to help him, because it would not only help build a relationship between them, but also make Li Fei owe him a favor, which might help him get into the top 3. However, he eventually gave up. He didn't have the courage or the strength to fight against 3 gold-level masters. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked worried. They hadn't expected that a battle that had just ended in a draw would suddenly turn into a disadvantage. Oh no, Boss Li Fei is in big danger, someone worried in the group. They've completely taken control of the team fight rhythm. Li Fei is no match for them now. Yes, they seem to be working together more and more seamlessly. We must break their rhythm, otherwise Boss Li Fei is very likely to be defeated. In the scene, Li Fei is like a small boat on a river, which may fall to the bottom of the water at any time, but he does not give up. Instead, he keeps trying to control his small boat. No one can help Boss Li Fei now. He can only rely on himself. Joken said helplessly. For the legal region, everyone's mood was like a roller coaster, changing again and again. Just moments ago they were expressing various grievances against Rawat and his group, but now they have a different feeling. Great! They're about to win. Li Fei could fall at any moment, someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. It's hard to say. That Li Fei is too tenacious. He's managed to hold on for so long under these circumstances. He might even put up a fight later. Lisa, I think you're scared out of your wits. This Li Fei is at his last gasp. Death awaits him. Anyone who said Rawat was wrong, please step forward. I just want to say that fortune favors the bold, and Rawat did nothing wrong. Just waiting for Li Fei to be eliminated. I've already figured out how to divide those blue crystal cores. The Lac Country region. Everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces. No one expected the situation to reverse so quickly. Just now, Li Fei had the upper hand, but now the situation had completely reversed. First, Vyas joined the battle, then the situation was even, and then Li Fei was at a serious disadvantage. We were just incredibly lucky. If it weren't for Vyas joining us, Hurt and the others would have been in real danger. That's right, we should thank Vyas. However, they want half of the blue crystal core. Do you think that's reasonable? The chat group fell silent for a moment. No one thought the request was reasonable or fair. In terms of effort, Hurt put in far more effort than Vyas. Vyas was just lucky to get the job. It is indeed unfair, but I believe Hurt will come up with a better allocation plan. We can only trust Hurt. The location of the temple ruins. The battle continued, and Li Fei's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He was in a very dangerous situation, and if he wasn't careful, he would be doomed. He has almost no chance to catch his breath. His opponent attacks one after another, like waves crashing down on him. However, he was not discouraged. At this moment, he found himself in a state of profound mystery. He is like a leaf in the ocean, constantly drifting, but no matter how he drifts, as long as he maintains his rhythm, he will not sink into the water. This is similar to the teamwork of Rawat and his group. They cooperated extremely well, and the timing of each move was perfect. This kind of cooperation will only become more and more exquisite. Meanwhile, he was adapting to his opponent's rhythm, figuring out when his opponent would make a move and how he should respond. He was gradually learning and becoming more proficient. He won't last long. Rawat's eyes flashed with mockery. Under the relentless attacks, each of them would have ample time to rest, but Li Fei was different. He had to face wave after wave of assaults without any pause. Under such high-frequency attacks, he will only become more and more exhausted until he perishes. Even the most skilled fighters would perish here under our combined attack. Hurt smiled calmly. He himself did not expect that they could cooperate so well, to the point that their team could exert tremendous power. However, he admired Li Fei even more. The enemy has actually held out for a full half-hour under our relentless onslaught. Every time they were just a hair's breadth away from killing each other, the other person seemed to be blessed by the god of luck and narrowly escaped. Vias frowned as well. He had to admire Li Fei's patience. The fact that the other party had managed to hold on until now was completely beyond his expectations. However, he anticipated that his opponent wouldn't last much longer, so he intensified his attacks. Among the onlookers, Justin frowned slightly. He felt something was strange. Li Fei seemed to have reached his limit half an hour ago, but he was still in this state. There were several extremely critical moments, but the other side narrowly escaped each time. This has to be described as incredible luck. Left and the others also looked thoughtful. They were wondering when this battle would end. Counting the time, they realized that they had been fighting for 5 or 6 hours. This is truly terrifying. He originally thought this situation would end quickly, but Li Fei is like an unkillable cockroach, always managing to narrowly avoid danger. This is incredibly lucky. How long do you think Li Fei can hold on? Charan asked curiously. Watching the game for several hours straight had already made him feel tired. Chapter 126 Battle Master. I feel like he could collapse at any moment. Rag said calmly. In his eyes, Li Fei was like a withered leaf in the wind and rain, which could be knocked down at any time. He's been like this for half an hour. Charant frowned. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. At this point, the battle continued, and it could be said to have become even more intense. Because Rawat and his team's coordination is so perfect, their attack intervals used to be more than 1 second, but now they can control their attack intervals to within 0.5 seconds. In other words, Li Fei had to endure a wave of attacks every 0.5 seconds. Their attacks became faster and faster, so fast that the onlookers couldn't even see their attack methods clearly. Just surrender, Li Fei. You can't keep this up for long, Rawat said sarcastically. He now felt that he had reached the peak of his life. The timing of each sword strike was perfect, and the power of each strike was controlled to an extremely precise degree. He even felt that if he could maintain this state, he might be able to break through to Gold 2-star. Hurt grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Despite their seemingly perfect teamwork, their opponents were able to block their attacks at just the right moment every time. Although the other party looked like they could collapse at any moment, they just couldn't break through that final barrier. He also discovered another very important problem. Li Fei seemed to have grasped the rhythm of their attacks, which was why the enemy was able to block their attacks perfectly every time. Now the opponent is like a seasoned combat master. None of their attacks can escape the opponent's keen eyes, and every defense of the opponent is so timely. Deep down, Vias was already starting to have doubts. This is so unusual. The other side was clearly in a precarious situation, but they held on. No matter what kind of attack they used, they just couldn't break through this last layer of defense. For no reason, he suddenly felt a chill. This Li Fei was terrifying. Under such a high frequency of attacks, he was able to put up a stubborn resistance until now. He asked himself if he was in such a disadvantageous situation, he probably wouldn't have lasted even a minute. Anthony also looked frustrated. In this battle, he was just a bystander. Half an hour ago, he even thought about escaping, but he held back in the end because they had turned the tide and Li Fei was about to fall at any moment, which naturally made him very excited. However, to his surprise, Li Fei actually held on until now. He even suspected that one of the three fighting was holding back. Otherwise, how could it have come to this? During the battle, Li Fei's brows furrowed even deeper. He was in a mysterious state, seemingly able to predict the trajectory of each of his opponent's attacks, thus enabling him to devise a plan to evade them. He realized that he had entered a state of enlightenment, a state that allowed him to unleash power far exceeding his own abilities. He slowly closed his eyes, because he felt that his eyes were just a burden in such a high-frequency battle, and it was better to discard them. Of course, there is another, more important reason. In this mysterious state, he can clearly judge the opponent's attack trajectory by relying on his perception. This feeling is mysterious and elusive. With his eyes closed, his perception was enhanced. He could basically predict what the other person would do next as soon as they moved, and then react accordingly. After he closed his eyes, the initially disadvantageous situation gradually improved, moving towards a balance. The three people opposite, Rawat, widened their eyes in shock. They never expected that Li Fei would close his eyes. How is this possible? They couldn't understand Li Fei's actions at all. This was a major taboo in battle. Imagine, if someone suddenly closed their eyes in the middle of a battle, what difference was there between that and sitting and waiting to die? But the facts were right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. The other side had not only closed their eyes, but had also brought the battle to a stalemate. Rowett frowned. In his opinion, although Li Fei had closed his eyes, his moves had become more efficient. He could block their attacks perfectly with almost every move, and his speed had increased to an astonishing degree. If our speed is 1, then the opponent's speed is 3 times our speed. Such speed is daunting. Hurt looked grave. He had a bad feeling about it. The opponent seemed to have entered a strange state of enlightenment, in which their combat power would increase exponentially. In this state, killing him would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. We must find a way to break free from this situation, otherwise the circumstances will become increasingly unfavorable for them. Another thing he was very worried about was that the power of an enlightened being would explode like a geyser after enlightenment. Vyas's eyes widened as well, and his opinion of Li Fei rose even higher. In the midst of such high-frequency battles, the opponent actually had an epiphany. The more extreme the environment in which the epiphany is achieved, the greater the benefits one will gain afterward. One can only imagine the level of strength the opponent will reach after the epiphany. He now genuinely regrets participating in this battle. Li Fei's strength has far exceeded the limits he can accept. If the opponent succeeds in making a breakthrough during this battle, then they will be in real danger. At this moment, the onlookers were all shocked. Li Fei actually closed his eyes during such an important battle. Wasn't he afraid of dying? That was everyone's thought. Justin's eyes were filled with fear. His heart was beyond words, filled with shock. He had just thought Li Fei was going to be defeated, but now he completely overturned his previous guess. Not only would Li Fei not be defeated, but he would also very likely win. The reason is simple. Fighting with your eyes closed is something not everyone can do. His evaluation of Li Fei has risen to a new level. In his view, Li Fei's chances of winning are now very high. Left and the others were also astonished, their eyes wide open. They never expected that Li Fei would close his eyes at the crucial moment and even turn the tide little by little. Chapter 127 Sudden Enlightenment. Boss, that Li Fei is terrifyingly strong. He's actually fighting with his eyes closed, and he seems even stronger than when he has his eyes open, Rag said. The situation reversed too quickly. I thought Li Fei was going to lose. Charant looked incredulous. This battle had shattered his worldview. He never imagined that a battle could be fought like this. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked shocked. The live stream showed Li Fei fighting Rowett and his men with his eyes closed. In the scene, Rowett and others kept waving their long swords at Li Fei, while Li Fei used his dagger to block wave after wave of attacks. However, he kept his eyes closed the whole time. Holy crap, is Boss Li Fei starting his show-off routine again? Someone in the group asked in confusion. That's right, fighting with your eyes closed. That's something most people can't do. One person single-handedly took on 3 gold-level experts, and with his eyes closed. I believe this news will shock the entire Dark Knight continent. I give this a perfect score for its sophistication. Big Boss Li Fei was clearly hiding his strength, making me worry for nothing. This was followed by a tearful emoji. If I'm not mistaken, Boss Li Fei should be in a state of enlightenment right now. Otherwise there's no way to explain fighting with his eyes closed, Jokin analyzed. Sudden enlightenment? The kind that can greatly increase one's strength. That's right. Envious. Li Fei is about to improve again. We're getting further and further away from him. For the legal region, everyone's expressions changed repeatedly, making for a very interesting scene. What's going on? Why is Li Fei fighting with his eyes closed? Was his earlier disadvantage just an act? Someone in the group questioned. We underestimated Li Fei. His strength is not as simple as we thought. His disadvantage is just an act, someone in the group said worriedly. No, Li Fei has just entered a strange state of enlightenment, during which he can gain an increase in strength, someone in the group explained. That's terrible. Rowett and the others have to stop him from going into this state, someone said nervously. Don't worry, I believe Rowett and his team will handle this well. Kingdom of Lack. Everyone looked surprised. They never expected that Li Fei would close his eyes at this moment. This was tantamount to seeking death, but the opponent not only did not perish, but became even stronger than before. This Li Fei is too terrifying. Fighting with his eyes closed. This method is unheard of, someone in the group said worriedly. That's right. After the opponent closed his eyes, his combat power actually increased a lot. Could it be that Li Fei's previous disadvantageous state was all an act? Someone in the group questioned. I think the other person entered a state of sudden enlightenment, which is why they closed their eyes. Sudden enlightenment. That's right. Legend has it that some people can enter a wonderful state in times of crisis. In this state, they can see things by relying on their senses instead of their eyes. What's even more amazing is that after the enlightenment, their strength usually increases significantly. Of course, it's also possible that their combat experience will increase, someone in the group explained. If that's the case, then we must stop him from taking this form. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable, someone worried. I'm confident that Hurt and his team will handle this well. For the Sindhu region, everyone was watching the situation with shocked expressions. How could this be? He actually closed his eyes. Isn't he afraid of death? In the video, Benfei has his eyes completely closed. However, the dagger in his hand seemed to have eyes, blocking attacks from all directions. This Li Fei is too powerful. Even if Vyas and the others join forces, they seem unable to inflict any damage on him. I'm a little worried about Vyas and his group. Judging from the strength they've shown so far, Vyas and his group are no match for them. I think you guys overestimate Li Fei. He might not be as strong as you think. We just need to force him into this state of enlightenment, and we can deal with him as easily as before, someone retorted. At the location of the temple ruins, Li Fei was completely immersed in this mysterious state, unable to extricate himself. He felt completely refreshed, as if he had taken a hot bath. The greater the opponent's strength and the more rapid their attacks, the more comfortable he felt. Even now, a slightly intoxicated smile appeared on his face. Something strange. Rawat and the others' expressions turned completely ugly. They hadn't expected Li Fei to be able to laugh under these circumstances. Could it be that the opponent's strength has really reached the point where they can ignore the rest of us? However, they quickly dismissed the idea. If the opponent was really that strong, they wouldn't have been forced to retreat repeatedly by them earlier. We must interrupt his epiphany, or the consequences will be unpredictable, Rawat said coldly. He now realized that under these circumstances, they had no chance of taking down Li Fei. Alright, I suggest we change our attack strategy. We'll have the strongest, Rawat and Anthony, as one group, and Vyas and I as the other, taking turns attacking, Hurt said coldly. He had his reasons for doing this. In his view, Li Fei's enlightenment was directly related to their high-frequency attacks. Now that they had changed their attack methods, it should have some effect. I agree. Rawat and Vyas nodded at the same time. This plan was reasonable. Therefore, Rawat and his three companions changed their attack methods once again. They abandoned their previous attack methods and switched to attacking in pairs. At this moment, Li Fei, who no longer felt the pressure, naturally came to his senses. A single sword strike to the throat. Chasing the wind in the snowy region. Hurt and Vyas simultaneously unleashed their signature moves, slashing rapidly at Li Fei from the left and right, one horizontal and one vertical. Li Fei was startled when he saw such a dangerous scene as soon as he opened his eyes, and he hurriedly picked up his dagger to fight. However, compared to the high-frequency attacks just now, Hurt and his group have reduced their attack frequency considerably, but their attack intensity has increased. They used to attack one by one, but now they are attacking in pairs. Good timing. Li Fei's eyes blazed with intense light. The sudden enlightenment he had just experienced had brought him unimaginable benefits. First, his combat experience increased significantly. Another change was that his internal energy transformation finally reached a deeper level, internal energy. The so-called hidden strength means that when he attacks someone, he can directly deliver force into the person's body without leaving any visible wounds on the outside. Chapter 128 Hidden Strength. It can penetrate deep into the body without leaving any visible wounds on the outside. He quickly checked the attributes. Host, Li Fei. Rank, Gold 2-star. Strength, 220. Agility, 223. Body Constitution, 226. Energy, 150. Skill 1. Hidden Force. Concentrates all the body strength into a single point, generating explosive power that can penetrate deep into the body, causing exponentially greater damage. Skill 2. Samadhi True Fire. Conjures substantial flames from the eyes to incinerate enemies. Currently at the intermediate stage, each use consumes 50 energy. Unique. Damage multiplied exponentially when it enters the body. Seeing this attribute, Li Fei was naturally very excited. There was no doubt that his skill would become extremely useful. For example, if his opponent is a magical beast with a layer of armor on its body, he would need an extremely large amount of strength to damage it. However, if he uses internal force, it would be different. He could directly transmit the force into the opponent's body and damage its internal organs. This is equivalent to him bypassing the opponent's defenses and attacking their core. Therefore, the resulting injuries would naturally be explosive. But before he could celebrate too soon, Rawat and Anthony launched another attack. Anger flashed in Li Fei's eyes. These people seemed determined to kill him. The reason he didn't go all out earlier was to use the opponent's strength to break through. Now that he has gotten what he wanted, there is no need to be so polite. At this moment, his pupils widened again, and wisps of flame appeared from his pupils, burning towards Rawat. His target was Rawat. He was the most aggressive among them, and he didn't mind giving the other party an unforgettable lesson. That flame. Rawat had clearly also noticed the anomaly. He hurriedly stopped his attack and tried to back away from the white flames, but it was too late. The samadhi fire started burning from his back and then spread throughout his body. Of course, Rawat was not going to sit idly by during this process. He took out everything he could use, including the 3 ice stones he had just acquired and about 1 square meter of Millennium Ice liquid. However, he was disappointed. The 3 ice stones had no effect on the flames. The samadhi true fire continued to burn as before, and the 1,000-year ice liquid only made the flames burn even more fiercely, as if adding fuel to the fire. Rawat began to scream in agony. No matter what he tried, he couldn't extinguish the fire on his body. During this process, he rushed towards Hurt, needing her help. Hurt frowned and dodged away. The flames terrified him, and he could not risk his life to help Rawat. It wasn't until 20 seconds later that Rawat was successfully killed. During this process, Li Fei was not idle. He made a move against Anthony. He had no grudge against the other party, but the other party kept trying to kill him, so he naturally couldn't let Anthony go. Because Anthony was closer to Li Fei, it was too late for him to escape. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth, draw his long sword, and slash at Li Fei. Li Fei had a cold expression on his face. He directly launched a whirlwind kick, using the hidden force he had just comprehended. Next to him, with a knife, kicked Anthony in the right leg. After kicking out, he stopped in his tracks, knowing that his opponent was doomed. Anthony was initially stunned, realizing he had no wounds on his body, but he quickly became terrified. Soon, he vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. Hurt and Vyas looked extremely grim. They hadn't expected Li Fei to kill Rawat and Anthony in succession, which put immense psychological pressure on them. More importantly, the ways in which Rawat and Anthony died made them extremely wary. One was instantly killed by that strange flame, which could even burn ice stones and ice liquid. The other person's death was even more bizarre. He had no injuries whatsoever. An overwhelming fear began to engulf them. Just now, the 4 of them were no match for Li Fei, and now that there were only 2 of them, they were even less of a match. Li Fei remained calm as he slowly walked towards Helter and his companion, then sneered, "What? Now you're too scared to make a move." As Li Fei drew closer and closer. As outstanding players in their respective regions, Hurt and Vyas naturally wouldn't sit idly by. At the crucial moment, the 2 of them suddenly looked at each other and then quickly left in opposite directions. "Can you leave?" A cold glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes. If he weren't stronger than his opponent, he would probably be the one dead right now. At this moment, his pupils dilated again, and the white flame reappeared. Having discovered Li Fei's situation, Hurt and Vyas ran even more frantically. However, they were fast, and the flames were even faster. The white flames burned directly towards Hurt, while Li Fei personally chased after Vyas. As the flames drew ever closer, Helter was instantly drenched in a cold sweat from fright. At this critical moment, his speed actually exceeded his limit, and because of this, the samadhi fire only burned his left arm. Without the slightest hesitation, Hurt swiftly chopped off his own left arm with his longsword. The severed arm slowly turned to ashes under the burning of the samadhi true fire, and he managed to save his life. At this moment, ignoring the blood flowing continuously from his left arm, he fled for his life. Meanwhile, Li Fei had also noticed the anomaly in Hurt's direction, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it, as he was currently closely following behind Vyas. Vyas was running frantically ahead, unwilling to lose his life here, so he had reached the limit of his life's potential. Li Fei followed closely behind, not expecting his opponent's speed to increase so drastically, making it quite difficult for him to keep up. However, he clearly had no intention of letting the other party off the hook. This Vyas had tried to scheme against him time and time again, so how could he let him off easily? By this time, the crowd gathered near the temple ruins was already stunned. They never expected the battle to end this way. Li Fei fought 6 opponents single-handedly, killing 4 of them. 1 escaped, and 1 was injured. It's still uncertain whether the one who escaped will be able to get away. Justin stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his eyes filled with shock. Chapter 129 The Chase. He muttered frantically. They were the top experts in the legal country region, the Lac country region, and the Sindh country region. Yet they were killed just like that, without any power to resist. Is this still them? Justin's gaze was somewhat blank at this moment. He understood that it wasn't that the players in these areas were too weak, but rather that their opponents were too strong, far stronger than them. He watched Li Fei's departing figure, a longing look in his eyes. If only Justin could be that strong one day. But in the end, he just smiled sadly, because that day might never come. With only a few days left in the competition, he wasn't confident he could lead his team into the top 3. The 3 of them, including Left, were filled with shock. Li Fei's status in their hearts had risen infinitely. Boss, that Li Fei is incredibly strong. 3 gold-level experts are no match for him. Rag exclaimed in surprise. You're right, he is indeed very strong, but that's not a bad thing, because he helped us take care of the 2nd and 3rd place, and now we have our chance, don't we? Left countered. You're right, I thought we had no chance. Haha. Speaking of which, we should actually thank Li Fei. Kex was hiding in a corner, watching the battle in a lewd manner. He only breathed a sigh of relief after Li Fei left, but he never let his guard down. The fear in his eyes had not yet dissipated. Li Fei's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Previously, he was shocked by Wu Ku's strength during the battle, but now he changed his mind. Compared to Li Fei, Wu Ku was simply a small fry. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was astonished and their mouths dropped open. I didn't see wrong, did I? Rawat is dead, just like that. He was a powerful figure on par with boss Li Fei. He died so ignominiously. Damn, Li Fei is too awesome. He took on 3 gold-level experts by himself and beat them to a pulp. I am utterly impressed and bowed down in complete submission. Please accept my deepest admiration. From now on, I will take boss Li Fei as my role model. That was incredible. They were completely overwhelmed and couldn't fight back at all. Hee. I was actually worried about boss Li Fei's safety before. I was just being a worrier. Boss Li Fei is the strongest in all 10 regions, without a doubt. But it seems like boss Li Fei can't catch up with that Vyas. In the scene, Li Fei and Vyas are one in front of the other. It can be seen that Vyas is running for his life, while Li Fei is able to keep up closely, but he is unable to get close to him for a while. I believe no one is perfect, and it's impossible for boss Li Fei to be superior to others in every aspect. That's right. For the legal region, everyone stared intently at the screen, their faces filled with despair. The screen showed the scene of Rawat's death. We lost, and the consequence is that our resources have been halved, someone in the group said dejectedly. We were all careless and too greedy. Otherwise we would never have ended up in this situation, someone in the group said in self-reflection. That's right. If we hadn't chosen to antagonize the people of the Alls Mountains region, we wouldn't have lost our 2nd place spot, and we wouldn't be in this predicament. Lavat is too reckless. It's not worth it to make an enemy of the number 1 ranked Xiagwa player for a little benefit. What I'm trying to say is that there's another culprit behind this, someone said coldly. Who? Hurt. If Rawat hadn't been misled by him, how could he have become an enemy of Li Fei and the others? That's right, Hurt is too cunning. Rawat and the others have clearly been outmaneuvered by Hurt and his men. We need to contact the relevant authorities in Iraq and demand appropriate compensation, someone said angrily. In the chat group in the Kingdom of Lachlan, everyone looked tense. They were all looking at the screen. The screen showed the scene of the one-armed Hurt escaping. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Li Fei didn't chase after us, and our Hurt escaped the pursuit, someone in the group exclaimed with delight. But he was seriously injured. Shut up. Even if he was injured, it was for us. He did it for our benefit. He's our hero, someone in the group said angrily. All right, but Alugo and Hart are both dead. Where there is conflict, there will be sacrifice. This is only human nature. The most important thing is that we've maintained our ranking, at least based on our current standings, someone in the group reminded them. That's right. I just checked the resource rankings and found that we've already moved up to 2nd place. As long as no one can surpass us in the last few days, we can still get the 100x boost reward. Hopefully, Hurt can find a place to heal his wounds soon. For the Sindhu region, everyone was astonished by what they were seeing. In the scene, Li Fei kills 2 people in a fit of rage, then seriously injures Hurt, and finally he chases after Vyas in the direction of Vyas. This Li Fei is too strong. No one is his match, not even 3 gold-level experts working together. He killed Rawat with almost no effort. It was a one-hit kill. His flames are terrifying. They can instantly kill even a gold-level expert. And his bizarre leg technique. After kicking Anthony, he didn't even have a scratch. However, at that moment, someone in the group noticed Vyas's current situation. Oh no, that demon has been chasing after Vyas. Vyas is in danger, someone in the group said worriedly. If Vyas loses, we'll be out of contention for the top 3, and our region's resources will be halved, a price we can't accept. There's no other way but to pray that Vyas manages to escape. If only Weiss hadn't provoked them, someone in the group said, expressing another opinion. That's right. If Vyas doesn't provoke them, we can conserve our strength and successfully enter the top 3. It's too late to say anything now. There's no going back. In the dark desert, Hurt finally found a place to stay. This is an underground pit where the red-tailed scorpion lived. After he finished dealing with the red-tailed scorpion, he stayed here. The reason is simple. He urgently needs medical treatment. Otherwise, he would very likely die from excessive blood loss. Hurt's once handsome face now appeared somewhat pale, a sign of excessive blood loss. He stretched out his right hand and took out all the healing elixirs he could find from his spatial ring. Then he threw it all into his mouth. Chapter 130 Golden Blood. At this moment, he sat cross-legged, diligently refining the pills that had entered his body. Gradually, the power of these refined pills began to spread from the abdomen, then into the internal organs, and finally into the limbs and bones. The wisps of energy continuously cleansed his injuries, and his body began to recover. Some of his injuries slowly healed, and his heart, nourished by the energy, also began to resume its blood-producing function. Hurt gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. He had already bled dry during the escape, and he had only managed to hold on until now by sheer willpower. Now, blood is flowing again from the spot where his arm was severed, which can't help but make him happy. He hurriedly tried to bandage his wound to prevent the blood from draining away completely. However, an unexpected event occurred. Before he could finish bandaging his wound, the bleeding from the severed part of his left arm stopped on its own, and his body began to weaken. Hurt's expression changed drastically. He understood what this meant. It was a sign that the blood was about to run out. The medicinal effects in his body were not enough to fully restore his heart's blood-producing function. After understanding all this, his face turned ashen. He had used all the available pills, but they were not very effective. The refining speed of these pills was extremely slow, and it would take 2 or 3 months to fully refine them. He couldn't wait any longer, nor could his body. He glanced at his spatial ring in despair. He had used up all the medicinal herbs inside, including the immortal herb he had obtained before. At this moment, he felt utterly hopeless. He knew his life might end here. However, at that moment, his gaze fell upon a small, transparent glass bottle containing more than 30 drops of golden blood. That's it. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. He pulled out the bottle of golden blood as if he had grabbed the last straw after falling into the water. The golden blood in the small vial emitted a dazzling light, a light that was both radiant and gentle. Hurt carefully held the glass bottle in his hand. The blood was left by the divine beast from before. From the moment he received it, he would treasure it like a precious gem. At that moment, a look of hesitation flashed in his eyes, because he did not know the consequences of doing so. However, at this moment, the aura of death had begun to spread throughout his body, and he now looked much older. There is no other choice. His eyes were filled with a desolate look. Then he opened the bottle cap, tilted his head back, and drank the golden blood inside in one gulp. Boom! The moment the golden blood entered his body, it unleashed a terrifying and domineering power. This power began to circulate throughout his body, and wherever this blood flowed, his flesh seemed to be coated with a layer of gold. These golden blood vessels circulated rapidly within his meridians, simultaneously nourishing his flesh and blood. If they encountered any residual red blood, these golden blood vessels would directly devour it. Soon, all the blood flowing in his body turned golden. From the outside, his skin shone with a golden light, and some golden liquid could be faintly seen flowing beneath his skin. His heart's blood-producing function started up again, but the blood it produced turned completely golden, and all the remaining red blood disappeared. Hurt felt his life force gradually returning. Slowly, he felt himself regaining his strength, and his pale skin regained its former luster, becoming white and elastic. At that moment, he heard the sound of liquid dripping from the site of his severed left arm, and he realized that his left arm wound had not been properly bandaged. He casually pulled off a strip of cloth from his body, and then prepared to bandage his left arm. However, he suddenly froze, his face first showing astonishment, then turning to fear. Was dripping from the spot where his arm was severed, a unique characteristic of those with divine beast bloodlines. How could this be? His eyes showed disbelief. How could his blood have turned golden? He couldn't understand it. He simply swallowed the blood in the heat of the moment. Could it be that this blood caused a mutation in my body, altering its properties? Hurt wondered to himself. However, at that moment, the power within him surged once more. As his heart continued to produce new blood, the power within him also increased continuously. Hurt exclaimed in surprise. He discovered that after his power returned to his peak condition, it did not stop, but rather increased intermittently. Moreover, the rate of increase is somewhat alarming. In less than half an hour, with a cracking sound coming from his body, he actually broke through and successfully entered the gold 2-star realm. However, this was not the end. His power continued to rise, and a small airflow formed around him. All the spiritual energy that passed by was absorbed into it, and became the nourishment for his advancement. Hurt was overjoyed. He never imagined that he would turn misfortune into good fortune. And all of this was brought to him by this golden blood. About an hour later, Hurt's aura had reached a new level. His face and body were also surrounded by a golden light. Moreover, his pupils were now also tinged with gold. Helt, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up laughing wildly, his face full of excitement. It's no wonder he did this. In just a few hours, he not only healed his injuries, but also broke through to the gold 3-star realm, all thanks to the divine beast bloodline. Hurt opened his eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and then his figure slowly blurred. When he reappeared, he was already outside the cave. If anyone were here, they would recognize that the skill he uses is very similar to Jiqi, but the only difference is that relies on extremely high speed, while his skill is a small-scale spatial teleportation. Unfortunately, based on my energy level, I can only use it 4 times at most, and each time it will consume 50 energy points. Hurt sighed, an ability he comprehended from the golden blood. This ability allows him to traverse short distances, with each traverse covering a maximum distance of approximately 20 meters. Of course, the 20-meter distance may not seem like an advantage, but the key is that his skill is a kind of traversal skill, which is very effective in traversing barriers. Moreover, this skill can also be used to dodge some special skills. For example, Li Fei's Samadhi True Fire. Chapter 131 Space Travel. Hurt's eyes shone brightly again at this moment. He looked at his empty left arm, his eyes flashing with hatred. If it weren't for Li Fei, he wouldn't have acted this way. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked on in astonishment, staring dumbfounded at the scene on the screen. In the scene, after being exhausted, Vyas was finally caught up by Li Fei. Li Fei did not give him another chance, but directly engaged him in hand-to-hand combat. Finally, after 40 or 50 moves, Li Fei killed him with a single palm strike. Seeing Vyas, who was clearly dead on the screen, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Li Fei got Vyas' spatial ring, plus the rings from Rawit and Anthony before. This is quite a resource, someone in the group exclaimed. That's right, no one can challenge our position as number 1 in the region now. With the 100-fold increase, we will also reap considerable benefits. Then, at that moment, someone in the group suddenly screamed. Oh no, we seem to be in trouble, someone exclaimed in the group. Lu Feng, are you scared out of your wits? With Boss Li Fei around, what problem can't be solved? Someone in the group mocked. No, look, Lu Feng shouted anxiously in the group. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and indeed discovered something unusual. It was another split screen. On the screen, Hurt was speeding across the dark desert, but suddenly, his figure jerked and inexplicably disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 20 meters away. Holy crap! So close yet so far, someone exclaimed in the group chat. How could this be? Wasn't he severely injured by Boss Li Fei? How come he's back to his old self now? Not only that, he's even better than before, someone exclaimed. No, he didn't use close at hand. He used a spatial skill, similar to the one old by uses, someone in the group explained. Quickly, look at his level. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed Hurt's level. Everyone hurriedly looked over. How could this be? Someone in the group said in a daze. In the image, Hurt's cultivation level has clearly reached the gold 3-star level. Quickly watch the replay and see what happened, someone in the group said anxiously. It's no wonder they acted this way. Anyone who encountered something so incomprehensible would surely look up the reason. The people in the Alls Mountains region quickly watched the entire video of Hurt, starting from the moment he escaped. After reading it, they understood the reason. It's Lao Bai's blood, someone in the group exclaimed. Is his blood really that magical? More than 30 drops of his blood can restore the other party's strength to its peak, and even help the other party reach the gold 3-star level. Not only that, the other party actually comprehended the ability of short-distance travel through this golden blood. Everyone was speechless. Just when they thought Hurt was no longer a threat, he suddenly appeared in front of them in a different way. If I could get Old Bai's blood, wouldn't that also? Someone in the group asked doubtfully. If you're not afraid of death, you can make this request to Boss Li Fei, someone mocked. Don't overthink it. Old Bai is only at the gold 1-star level. His blood might not be as effective as we think. As for why Helt was able to master that kind of supernatural power, I think it was partly due to luck. Of course, there is another reason. He had already lost all his blood at the time, and he used the golden blood under those circumstances. There might be some connection between the two, Jokin analyzed. No matter what, this Hurt will become a threat to Boss Li Fei, so we need to keep an eye on him. What do you think he's doing? Someone in the group suddenly asked in confusion. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the screen. In the scene, Hurt is seen running rapidly through the dark desert, but his direction is exactly outside the dark desert. Are they trying to escape? Judging from the direction he's heading, it's possible that Helter is trying to mislead us. No matter what tricks he plays, I believe Boss Li Fei can handle them easily. In the chat group of the Handsome Kingdom region, everyone looked surprised. Look, Hurt from Lack has had a miraculous encounter. He didn't die, and not only that, he's been reborn, someone in the group exclaimed. The image showed Helt, his brows furrowed and eyes cold, radiating a powerful aura. He was currently racing across the dark desert, but suddenly his figure became blurry, then vanished completely like ripples on water. When he reappeared, he was already more than 10 meters away. He's already reached the gold 3-star level, and is the skill he's using close at hand. Someone in the group exclaimed. It should be a spatial skill. It looks a lot like soaring across the world. Has Hurt had some kind of extraordinary encounter? How could he have changed so much in just a few hours? I just watched his video. He absorbed the blood of that divine beast, someone in the group explained. Even absorbing the blood of a divine beast shouldn't be this exaggerated, someone in the group questioned. Perhaps it's because he was more agitated. Of course, there's another reason. He absorbed that golden blood while his blood was depleted. That might be related. Wow, that's amazing. No wonder it's a divine beast. Just a little bit of its blood can cause such a change in Hurt. If only we could get the blood of that divine beast, someone in the group said longingly. Stop dreaming. That divine beast has long since disappeared. It's most likely in the spatial turbulence. That's a pity. Don't be so disappointed. If you really want it, Hurt has it too. His blood has turned completely gold, but I advise you not to think too much about it. Neither Li Fei nor Hurt are people we can afford to mess with. Where is he headed? Just then, someone noticed that Hurt's direction seemed wrong. He was heading towards the edge of the dark night sand sea. Maybe he's scared, someone in the group speculated. Has anyone noticed Vias? He was caught and killed by Li Fei. Chapter 132, Obtaining the Immortal Fruit. I knew long ago that Vias wouldn't escape. Li Fei would never let him go. That's right. Li Fei can take on 3 people at once, let alone when he's alone. Besides, his high-intensity escape method isn't sustainable. Death is his only destination. 5 people died in this battle, including 2 gold-level experts, someone in the group sighed. This is their own fault. If they hadn't provoked Li Fei and his group, they wouldn't have ended up like this. We have now naturally moved into 3rd place, while the United States is in 4th place. This battle is still in our favor, someone in the group said happily. That's right. We just need to maintain our current ranking. But one thing is very important. We absolutely must not provoke the fighters from the Al's mountains. For the region of Sindhu, everyone looked on in astonishment. They stared blankly at the live stream, which showed the scene of Vias's death. How could this be? Vias, he's dead, someone stammered in the group. Vias is their faith, just like a god in their hearts. But suddenly someone tells you that this god is dead. What do we do? People in the group suddenly panicked. With even Vias dead, they naturally couldn't get into the top 3, and the consequence was that their resources were halved. Be prepared for resources to be halved. We have no way out. Vias was too reckless. He shouldn't have provoked Li Fei and his group. However, at that moment someone noticed Hurt's situation. Look at Hurt. His injuries have healed, and he's even better than before. The people in the group looked over in the direction indicated by the prompt. At this moment, Hurt had fully recovered from his injuries, except for his severed arm. The footage shows Hurt running at high speed. However, at that moment, his figure suddenly became blurry, and when he reappeared, he was already 20 meters away. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock. What's going on? How did he suddenly change his position? Is it just my eyes playing tricks on me? Someone in the group asked in confusion. It's space travel. He actually has the ability to travel through time and space, someone in the crowd exclaimed. He seems to have never used it before, someone in the group questioned. This ability after drinking the blood of those divine beasts, and his level has also risen to the gold 3-star realm, someone explained. The blood of a divine beast has such miraculous effects. Everyone in the group was shocked. Before, they only regarded the matter of the blood of a divine beast as a legend, but of course, they would not now. This matter was highly credible because there was a good example in front of them. In the chat group within the Kingdom of Lack, everyone's emotions were like a roller coaster, going from excitement to disappointment, then back to excitement, and finally to despair. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise and delight. Great! Hert's power has been restored, and he has even advanced to the gold 3-star level. Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. That's right. He also possesses the ability to travel through space. The power of divine beast blood is indeed well-deserved. Heh. Our revenge looks promising. But where is Hert going now? Everyone was puzzled. In the scene, Hert races across the dark desert, his expression angry and devoid of any smile. He left not because he wanted to give up his revenge on Li Fei, but because he was not confident of defeating him. He had just acquired this ability to travel and had not yet mastered it. In addition, he was missing an arm, which he also needed to familiarize himself with. Therefore, he temporarily put aside his hatred. He planned to stay away from here for a while, and return to fight Li Fei once his combat strength was fully recovered. On the other side, after eliminating Vyas, Li Fei returned to the location of the temple ruins. As Li Fei slowly approached from a distance, the people near the temple ruins consciously made way for him. This is a form of reverence for the strong. Li Fei naturally asked everyone about Lao Bai first. After receiving the answer, he felt relieved. Based on the current situation, this outcome shouldn't be too bad. Old Bai successfully used space travel at the last moment, which means they shouldn't have died. He believed they should be somewhere else now, not dead. Now he began to focus his attention on this temple ruin. There were so many treasures here, but no one was collecting them. Wasn't that a great pity? However, the restrictions here are a problem. Li Fei walked around the temple, trying to find a breakthrough. Finally, he went to the spot where Kex had been. There was a fairy fruit there, and it was very close to the edge of the temple, which was a very good starting point. Li Fei made a move. He took the first step. There was absolutely no pressure. Then comes the second step. Still no pressure. Step 3. At this stage, he only felt a slight pressure from the temple. He took his fourth step. This time, the pressure he felt was significantly greater. Without hesitation, he took the fifth step. With that step, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the barrier. These forces surged and crashed against him like a tidal wave, and he was like a lone boat on the sea, constantly needing to steer the winds. However, this pressure was no problem for him. After the previous battles, his control had reached an unbelievable level, so this fluctuation was nothing to him. His right hand slowly approached the tempting immortal fruit before him. However, at that moment, a small red flame suddenly appeared on the fruit and immediately burned towards him. Li Fei was shocked. He had not expected that there was such a method within this restriction. However, he was not flustered at all. The Samadhi true fire he possessed was far more powerful than this small flame, so he fearlessly went to meet it. Uft! The small flame slowly went out as if it had encountered water, and a satisfied expression appeared on Li Fei's face. He had already grasped the fruit and, without hesitation, sent it into his spatial ring. The onlookers all showed expressions of envy. They hadn't expected Li Fei to obtain the immortal fruit so easily. You should know that they had tried countless times before Li Fei arrived, wasting a lot of effort, but they had never succeeded. Chapter 133 Possessing It. In particular, Left and the others looked rather embarrassed. The only immortal fruit that he thought had even a slight chance of obtaining had been taken by Li Fei. Anyone in his position would not look too good. However, he was also very grateful to Li Fei, because if it hadn't been Li Fei who obtained the immortal fruit, and it had been him, he might not have been able to withstand the damage from that suddenly appearing small flame. Li Fei frowned. He couldn't afford to be idle right now, because there were so many treasures here, scattered everywhere. However, there were also many restrictions, and only by successfully resisting the backlash of the restrictions could he obtain these items. Li Fei resumed his search around the temple ruins, and soon found his second target. This is a small purple flower, but strangely, countless spiritual energies have condensed on it, forming the shape of a strange creature that looks somewhat like a kitten. At this moment, the little flower emitted a refreshing fragrance, and Li Fei felt as if all the pores on his body were opening up after smelling it. Not only that, he actually felt that his cultivation had improved slightly. This little flower can actually enhance his cultivation level without him even realizing it? Li Fei looked surprised. However, this small purple flower was a full 6 meters away from him, a meter further than the fairy fruit he had just obtained. But Li Fei was not one to give up easily. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped into the restricted area. Unlike last time, this time he took 3 steps. Then, in an instant, he took 2 more steps forward, and now he was only 1 step away from the purple flower. His behavior naturally startled everyone around the temple ruins. They didn't expect that Li Fei would take 3 steps the first time and 2 steps the second time, and act as if nothing had happened. Justin stared blankly in Li Fei's direction. Li Fei's strength had once again shocked him. He believed that if he were to enter the barrier himself, he could only take a maximum of 4 steps, and that would be 1 step at a time. Left and the others wore complicated expressions. They had been at the temple ruins longer than Li Fei, but they had gained nothing in all that time. They hadn't obtained even a single immortal herb or fruit, because each of these magical items is not something they can easily obtain. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked shocked. Wow, Li Fei is amazing. He covered the distance of 5 steps in just 2 steps. Is this the confidence of strength? Someone exclaimed. Given Li Fei's imposing presence, he should be able to gain quite a bit from this temple ruins. That's right. I suddenly remembered the rules of this competition. Any resources a contestant obtains during the competition will be rewarded to the region with a 100-fold increase. Haha, that's true. I'm already ready to receive resources. Let's make this clear first. No stealing. The location of the temple ruins. After taking the 5th step, Li Fei didn't linger for long. He quickly took the 6th step, but this step made him frown deeply because the pressure of the restriction here was too great. If the pressure of the 5th step was likened to a depth of 20 meters in the ocean, then this was 100 meters. Here, he can only hold out for a maximum of 30 seconds. However, that was enough time for him to pick the little purple flower. He reached out his right hand and slowly plucked the flower. However, at that moment, a strange change occurred, and a small blue snake suddenly emerged from the purple flower. The snake appeared and then lunged at Li Fei with lightning speed. The speed is astonishing. Li Fei was terrified and tried to close his eyes, but the green snake was too fast. In just an instant, the green snake flew to Li Fei's face and then attacked his eyes. A serious expression appeared in Li Fei's eyes. At this moment, his pupils dilated again, and white flames shot out like lightning, rushing towards the little green snake. The little green snake clearly hadn't expected flames to suddenly shoot out from Li Fei's eyes, so it was directly burned and turned to ashes. Li Fei broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't mastered the Samadhi true fire, he didn't know what would have happened. At the same time, he secretly blamed himself for being too careless, for not noticing the danger of the little flower before rashly picking it. Without hesitation, he picked the small purple flower and stepped back. This thrilling scene was naturally witnessed by the onlookers. Wow, what is that lightning? It looks dangerous, someone in the group exclaimed in shock. That wasn't lightning, it was a green snake. This green snake must have been hiding behind that little purple flower, otherwise Boss Li Fei would have found it, someone in the group explained. Because of their recognition of Li Fei's strength, many people around the temple began to use respectful titles when addressing him. Luckily, it was Boss Li Fei. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dead by now, someone in the group exclaimed. You're right. My eyes were glued to that spot the whole time, but I still couldn't see the green snake's movement. Me too. I only saw a flash of fire before the green snake turned to ashes. After returning to his original spot, Li Fei did not immediately take any further action, because he had used up a lot of energy in the process of collecting the small flowers, so he needed to replenish his strength as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was discussing Li Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Damn, no wonder he's Boss Li Fei. He managed to dodge such a dangerous situation. That's beyond my expectations, someone in the group exclaimed. You're right. I didn't even get a clear look at that little green snake. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even know how I died. It's not just you. None of us can escape it. Hee, it's better not to think too much. Under such restrictions, we might not even be able to cross the 4th step, someone in the group said sarcastically. Don't you guys think it's incredibly easy for Boss Li Fei to collect the temple's treasures? Damn, what kind of eyesight do you have? Didn't you see that Boss Li Fei went through several crises? I mean, compared to other people. That's because he's incredibly strong. What does that have to do with being successful? At the sight of the temple ruins, Li Fei sat quietly. He had not suffered any harm during the process of breaking into the restriction, only expending some energy. After a short period of rest and recuperation, he had almost recovered. Chapter 134 God-Breaking Spear. At this moment, his eyes brightened, and he exuded a powerful aura. The onlookers were jolted awake. They knew that Li Fei was about to make a move. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that the restrictions on the temple ruins seemed to have changed. He clearly sensed that the restrictions here had suddenly become somewhat incomplete. Just then, he noticed that several people had gathered near the spot where he had taken the purple flower. How could this be? His expression changed. The restrictions there were so strong. How did they get in? That was his first thought. However, he quickly realized that the restrictive power around the purple flower had disappeared, which was why they were able to get close to it. Li Fei suddenly realized that, not only that, but several people had also gathered at the location of the immortal fruit, which proved that his previous feeling was correct. Haha, I got a green leaf, someone exclaimed excitedly near the purple flower. This person was Justin. After Li Fei left, he went over there and was surprised to find that the restrictions had miraculously disappeared. He immediately went to the spot where the purple flower was and started digging, and found a small piece of root and a leaf. The value of this leaf and root cannot compare to that little purple flower, but these two items are better than anything he has obtained in the dark forest. This naturally excited him greatly, and soon the unusual situation on his side was discovered. So the people around the temple immediately followed suit and began digging. Because Li Fei was nearby, there was no fighting among these people. Not only that, the area around the fairy fruit was also occupied by people who were frantically digging around. Great! I got a green vine. Kex exclaimed in surprise at the fairy fruit location. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that he was holding a dark green vine in his hand, which was radiating a dazzling light and was clearly not an ordinary object. As a result, the crowd became even more frenzied. Li Fei's expression turned somewhat strange. The things they found were the roots and stems beneath the immortal herbs and fruits. In his opinion, these things were of very low value. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left them there. However, another reason excited him greatly. The restriction around the purple flower and the fairy fruit had disappeared. He suspected that whenever he acquired a treasure, the restrictions around that treasure would disappear. If that were true, it would undoubtedly be good news for him. This would mean that his range of activity within the temple ruins would be greatly expanded, and he would be able to obtain more treasures. At this moment, he began searching around the location of the temple ruins again, needing to find a new breakthrough. Time was passing by second. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a silver spear not far from where he had picked the fairy fruit. The spear was inscribed with 3 large characters in flowing, vigorous strokes, breaking God's spear. Its gun body gleamed with a dazzling light, and not only that, it was also covered with layers of gray malevolent energy. These malevolent energies layered upon each other, incredibly dense. This spear is clearly a fierce weapon that has been through many battles. About 6 meters above this spear is a spirit about 1 meter tall. Li Fei took a deep breath. If he wasn't mistaken, the spirit of this artifact should be a dragon. This dragon was entirely gray-black, had 3 claws, and 2 small bumps on its head. His brow furrowed. The main reason he chose this place was because he was not far from the spear, only 8 meters away. This was the closest he had ever been to any of the treasures in the temple ruins. However, he is currently hesitant because this artifact spirit looks like it is not easy to deal with. However, he eventually made up his mind and went over there. The reason was simple. He couldn't possibly leave empty-handed. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was keeping a close eye on Li Fei's every move. At this point, someone discovered his intention. Damn, it seems like Boss Li Fei's target is that broken divine spear, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. No way, this weapon has such a strong murderous aura, it looks tough to deal with. What's more, this weapon is a full 8 meters away from Boss Li Fei. Someone in the group questioned. The other treasures are at least 10 meters away from Boss Li Fei. The other treasures are even harder to obtain than this broken divine spear, someone explained. Can Boss Li Fei really handle this? The weapon's spirit is a dragon, although it hasn't transformed into a dragon yet. We'll only know after trying. I trust Boss Li Fei. This weapon is at least heaven level. If boss Li Fei can get his hands on it, his strength will rise to another level. Li Fei took a step without hesitation. This time, he took 3 steps. Then came the second step, in which he again took 3 steps. The difference was that when he took his second step, his legs trembled noticeably, because he felt the immense pressure of the restriction. Li Fei took a steady breath and planned to take another step forward. The onlookers were all stunned. They had expected Li Fei to take a step that covered the distance of 3 steps for an ordinary person, but no one had anticipated that he would take another step that covered the distance of 3 steps for an ordinary person, because they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Holy crap, no wonder he's Li Fei. He got there in just 2 steps. Even if we walked up step by step, we wouldn't make it to the 5th step, someone in the group exclaimed. Isn't boss Li Fei getting a little too cocky? This broken divine spear requires 8 steps to reach. Yet boss Li Fei covered the distance that an ordinary person would need 6 steps to cover in just 2 steps. What if he doesn't manage to get it in the end? Someone questioned. Don't worry, boss Li Fei wouldn't do anything he's not sure of. This time it was Left who spoke. He and the others gathered near Li Fei. He didn't want to join in the fun, but for the sake of profit, he chose to stay. The previous 2 times, Li Fei always left something behind after taking the treasure, and he believed that this time would be the same. So it wasn't just him. Almost everyone from the temple ruins gathered around. Left believed that his strength was unmatched below the gold rank, and his chances were much greater than others. At this moment, Li Fei took another step forward. If we were to count the steps of an ordinary person, this would be his 7th step. After taking that step, he clearly felt a pressure far greater than before, a pressure that directly bound his body. Chapter 135 Apocalypse. His body, head, and every part of his body were as if bound by vines, making it extremely difficult for him to move even an inch. At this moment, wisps of air rushed into his body through his nose, and soon he felt a lot of air enter his body. He was shocked. The pressure from the restrictions here was far beyond his imagination. He quickly closed his nose and mouth, but this was not a long-term solution because he couldn't breathe. The pressure of the restriction relentlessly surged towards him, and he could only passively cope with it, because he was completely unable to move. Time slowly passed, and 4 or 5 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. From the outside, Li Fei stood there motionless, and it was unclear what he was doing. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked puzzled, wondering what Li Fei was doing there. Damn, why isn't Li Fei moving? Did he discover something? Someone in the group asked curiously. Li Fei has been there for at least 4 or 5 minutes. Doesn't he feel any pressure? Someone asked worriedly. Could boss Li Fei be under control? Otherwise, why would he be behaving so strangely? This is very likely. There must be something strange going on there. He's standing there like a wooden statue, completely motionless. Holy crap, boss Li Fei is in danger. We must break this pattern in him. The crowd watching the temple ruins were all shocked. Holy crap, Li Fei is amazing. He actually held out for 7 or 8 minutes at the 7th step position. I can't even take the 4th step, someone exclaimed. I can only say I admire you to the core. Boss Li Fei's strength far exceeded my expectations. Do you think boss Li Fei is in some kind of trouble? Otherwise, there's no reason for him to be completely still, especially considering the immense pressure he's under, someone in the group questioned. This time it was Brew who spoke. He was hoping something would happen to Li Fei so that he could feel at ease, which is why he asked some questions. Impossible. Boss Li Fei would never have any problems. Harlan said disdainfully. He had now become Li Fei's most loyal fan, and any comment about Li Fei would be refuted by him. However, everyone became tense, worried that what Brew said might be true. If that's true, then they won't be able to follow behind and pick up the scraps. Li Fei is feeling extremely unwell right now. He was now experiencing some difficulty breathing, and he was surrounded by the pressure of the restrictions, making it difficult for him to even move a finger. He wants to back out. However, he was disappointed. He didn't even have the strength to turn around. Am I, Li Fei, destined to perish here today? A hint of desolation appeared in his eyes. He might die here today, but he was unwilling to end his life in this way. Just when he was in despair, Li Fei suddenly realized that he had one more method he hadn't used. That is the Samadhi true fire, which is used through the eyes, and now his eyes are not affected by this restrictive power. However, he wasn't sure if the Samadhi fire would actually work. But since there is hope, he should give it a try. Li Fei's pupils began to dilate slowly, and wisps of white flame shot out from his eyes, their target being the restriction binding him. Hissing. As the Samadhi true fire was released from the body, a strange sound came from the air. At this moment, the power of the restriction suddenly weakened miraculously, as if the Samadhi true fire had burned a hole in the restriction. It's working. His eyes gleamed, and the pressure around him was noticeably lessening. Finally, he regained his mobility. Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had two options. The first was to go back and give up the broken divine spear. The second option is to take another step forward. However, there may be some unknown risks ahead. Li Fei remained calm. Since he had chosen this path, he would not give up, so he chose the second option without hesitation. Step 8. His right leg stepped out. However, Li Fei was taken aback. The expected storm did not materialize. The pressure of the 8th step restriction seemed to be less than that of the 7th step. This was his most direct feeling. However, he quickly realized the reason: Samadhi true fire. The restrictions here have been damaged by the Samadhi true fire, which is why they appear so weak. A look of joy flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He had never expected that the Samadhi true fire could have such a miraculous effect. At this moment, the opportunity was right in front of him, and he naturally wouldn't let it slip away easily. His gaze began to lock onto the god-breaking spear, a heaven-level weapon he was determined to obtain. However, to obtain a heavenly-grade weapon, the first hurdle is passing the test of the weapon spirit, which will not obey the weak. However, the moment his gaze locked onto the god-breaking spear, he found himself in a strange place, as if in a dream. That world was a sea of corpses and blood, a world where only red existed. The sky was a deep red, and the sunrise and the sea were all red. This world is not naturally red, but blood. Endless blood flows into the sea, and the sunlight shines into the sea, creating the color that the sea reflects the blue sky. At this moment, a world-ending war is taking place in this land, with battlefields everywhere, in the sky, on the sea, and on the land. This war resulted in the deaths of countless people, with countless bodies falling into the sea. In this war, all races were merely pawns, inexplicably slaughtering each other. This includes the orcs, demons, undead, humans, elves, and so on. However, at that moment, Li Fei suddenly noticed a man wearing black armor fighting bravely against the enemy. For no apparent reason, his gaze remained fixed on this person until he saw the broken divine spear, at which point he suddenly realized what was going on. This person has long, flowing hair, a resolute face, thick eyebrows, large eyes, a square face, and an air of disdain. At this moment, thousands of orcs were besieging him. His face, however, was full of mocking smiles, as if these beast-men who were besieging him were ants. As the beast-men slowly approached him, his brows furrowed, and his gaze drifted into the distance. Li Fei was stunned. For some reason, he had a feeling that the heroic man was looking at him. Look carefully. Just then, the man, who looked like a god of war, shouted. Then he clearly uttered two words: apocalypse. Then he moved, his figure rushing towards the beast-men like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 136 Test. One man, one gun, all alone, like a giant tornado. Boom. The moment the two clashed, the god-slaying spear in the black-armored man's hand burst forth with a dazzling light, which pierced through thousands of beast-men like sharp swords. Li Fei was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. The black-armored man's strength completely exceeded his expectations. Was his strength only at the platinum level? However, he immediately dismissed that notion. The opponent's strength could only be higher. The beastmen he was fighting were no pushovers. They were all at the gold level, with the two leading beastmen even reaching the platinum level. Yet, they were instantly killed by this black-armored man. Li Fei gasped. His opponent had only used one move from beginning to end: Apocalypse. The man in black armor stopped there after using Apocalypse. However, Li Fei noticed that although the black-armored man did not move, the broken divine spear did. A small tornado formed around it, and these tornadoes continuously absorbed the life force of the orcs who had recently died on the ground. Meanwhile, layers of baleful energy formed on the spear shaft. Li Fei was stunned. He hadn't expected the malevolent aura on this broken divine spear to be formed in this way. However, he was also shocked by the strangeness of this broken divine spear. This spear could actually absorb the power of blood and chi on its own. This meant that the spear already had a weapon spirit at this moment. However, the matter was far from over. The black-armored man who had just been resting with his eyes closed gave Li Fei a cold smile. Then Li Fei's vision blurred for a moment, and when he came to his senses again, he found himself in another scene. What is this? Li Fei was surprised. He felt that the scene was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. However, at that moment, he felt something was wrong with his hand. It seemed as if he was holding something. Li Fei looked down and was immediately startled to see that what he was holding was none other than the God-breaking spear. How could this be? Li Fei was surprised. He didn't understand how the divine spear had suddenly come into his hands. However, based on his senses, he felt that this broken divine spear was very strange. In his perception, this broken divine spear was as if it were alive, as if he were holding not a weapon, but a dragon. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that a deafening battle cry was coming from afar. The sound was deafening and the momentum was astonishing. Li Fei hurriedly looked up and saw thousands of orcs rushing towards him in dense formation. He was all too familiar with this scene. He had just witnessed it before, though the protagonist that time was not him, but the black-armored war god. Seeing thousands of orcs, at least of the gold rank, charging towards him ferociously, he desperately told himself that it was all fake, all an illusion, and he urged himself not to take it seriously. However, the sweat dripping from his forehead and the heavy breathing of the broken divine spear in his hand all told him that this was real, and if he was not careful, he might die here. Li Fei's face turned grim. As if in a daze, he understood the black-armored man's intention. The other party was testing him. If he could use the heavenly revelation move, he would be safe. Otherwise, he might be doomed. He looked up and around again, and found that there were cliffs all around. There was no way out. Li Fei's breathing gradually became heavy. If he couldn't successfully unleash the apocalypse move, he might die here today. Now these orcs were only 700 or 800 meters away from him, and cold sweat was dripping down Li Fei's forehead like crazy. However, he still knew nothing about that apocalypse technique. He closed his eyes and slowly tried to sense his surroundings, hoping to gain some inspiration to use that move. But he was disappointed. He was still completely confused. Now, the orcs are only 500 meters away. However, at that moment, the god-slaying spear in his hand moved. To be precise, it was the god-slaying spear that was moving him, and at the same time he felt that his body no longer belonged to him, as if he was being controlled by the power within the god-slaying spear. Li Fei was stunned. Shouldn't he be in control of the god-breaking spear? It felt like the god-breaking spear was using him. At this moment, the orcs were only 400 meters away from them. Just then, Li Fei rushed over, but he no longer knew what fear was. Because, without knowing when it started, his body was suddenly filled with an unknown power. This force was domineering and powerful, which greatly boosted his courage. He held the god-slaying spear in his right hand, his eyes revealing an indomitable killing intent, and charged straight ahead. At this moment, Li Fei seemed to have forgotten his true identity. He thought he was the black-armored war god, and he had only one goal, to eliminate the group of orcs in front of him. A fierce wind howled past, and he, filled with a bloodthirsty aura, collided with the orcs. It was at this moment that he had an epiphany. He very naturally controlled the god-slaying spear in his hand and unleashed the apocalypse. Apocalypse, he shouted. Intense beams of light emanated from the god-slaying spear, possessing overwhelming power. Finally, under Apocalypse's attack, these massive orcs fell one after another. Thousands of orcs perished in his single blow. Li Fei's eyes were cold, as if everything should be this way. He slowly closed his eyes, and now he seemed to no longer be himself, but the black-armored war god. A small tornado formed around the god-slaying spear, which began to absorb the flesh and blood on the battlefield, transforming this power into the god-slaying spear's unique, baleful aura. Time passed little by little. Li Fei, on the battlefield, seemed to be in a deep sleep, unable to wake up no matter what he did. However, at this moment, the Samadhi true fire in his dantian suddenly stirred and became somewhat volatile. And these disturbances finally managed to awaken Li Fei. Upon regaining his senses, Li Fei broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had been completely absorbed in the scene from before. After regaining consciousness, he realized that he was still at the location of the god-slaying spear in the temple ruins. At this moment, he was holding the god-slaying spear in his right hand, but he did not make any further moves. Phew! Li Fei felt a wave of fear, but he didn't have time to think about anything else. He quickly put away the broken divine spear, returned to his original spot, and sat cross-legged in meditation. He took a huge risk in retrieving the item this time, but he also gained a lot of benefits, and now he needs to process them. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone's mood finally calmed down. Phew, that scared me to death. I thought Boss Li Fei would never wake up again. Someone in the group breathed a sigh of relief and said, Chapter 137 Comprehension. I was startled too. Just now, it seemed like Boss Li Fei had completely lost control of himself. Yes, he looked completely bewildered and unconsciously reached out to touch that broken divine spear. It was terrifying. At that moment, I even suspected that he was being controlled by the broken divine spear, someone in the group said worriedly. That broken divine spear is too strange. There is so much malevolent energy on it. I'm afraid this malevolent energy will affect Boss Dao Yaofei. Don't worry, since Boss Li Fei was able to successfully retrieve that broken divine spear, it means he's confident enough. Besides, this weapon is so precious, how could he easily throw it away? Someone in the group explained. It's good that Boss Li Fei is alright, but the situation just now was indeed very dangerous. This place, the temple ruins, is too eerie. Boss Li Fei held that broken divine spear for over 10 minutes, just now. Upon learning the location of the temple ruins, everyone showed expressions of shock. They had just witnessed Li Fei taking away the god-slaying spear. They were naturally most familiar with the most dangerous part of it. Damn, it seems like Boss Li Fei just encountered some serious danger. That broken divine spear is too strange. Just now, it seems that Boss Li Fei was controlled by that broken divine spear. I still believe in Boss Li Fei. If he didn't have enough strength, how could he have taken out the god-breaking spear intact? Justin retorted. That's right. No matter how strange this broken divine spear is, it can't cause too much trouble under the control of Boss Li Fei. However, at this moment, someone suddenly noticed that a few people had started digging at the original location of the broken divine spear. Damn it, the man cursed immediately. He was only a fraction of a second too slow, and someone beat him to it. Is this Su Earth? Just then, someone among the group digging the soil exclaimed in surprise. Of the dog. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected to find something like this. The reason is simple. Su Earth is a very precious type of soil. Ordinary people would find it useless, but for a master craftsman, it is extremely valuable. This type of soil is the most important auxiliary material for refining weapons. If ordinary ironware can have some earth element added, its grade will be increased. The more you add, the higher the grade of the weapon you forge will be. More importantly, it is an essential material for forging earth-grade and heaven-grade weapons, making it extremely precious and even existing only in legends. But they were discovered here, and it said that the portion size is quite large. Su Earth was left, who rushed up immediately after Li Fei left. He believed that his search would yield results. So he started digging at that piece of land, but no matter how hard he searched, he didn't find anything of value. However, just as he was about to give up, he suddenly realized that the most valuable thing was the earth element that he had abandoned. And so the scene at the beginning came about. However, he regretted it as soon as he spoke, because he hadn't put the earth element into his spatial ring. This naturally led to a frenzy of buying. Even with his exceptional abilities, he only managed to seize 1/3 of the Su Earth. This Su Earth is only about 1 square meter in radius, so it's already quite good that he was able to get this much. Some others only received a palm-sized amount, while others only managed to grab a handful of soil, which they had to snatch from their own Su soil. Left was filled with deep regret. He regretted his outspokenness. All the Su Earth should have belonged to him, but he had given away 2/3 of it. This made him extremely angry, but he had no one to blame but himself. He now wished he could slap himself a few times. The others who didn't get the earthly branch were also prepared. As long as Li Fei obtained the treasures from the temple ruins again, they would rush up to him the moment he left. Based on past experience, there has always been a significant gain near each treasure. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone had obviously noticed this situation as well. Li Fei is so careless. He always leaves behind a lot of resources, someone in the group sighed. In his understanding, the more resources the better. Boss Li Fei wouldn't care about these things, and I suspect that Boss Li Fei left them intentionally. Joken explained. I don't understand. Does Boss Li Fei have some other purpose in leaving these resources behind? Someone in the group asked in confusion. To appease people. If Boss Li Fei takes all the resources, then his actions will naturally arouse resentment. But if he leaves some resources behind each time, then not only that, but people will be very grateful to him. Joken explained. At the location of the temple ruins, Li Fei was carefully contemplating the inspiration he had gained from this attack. If he was not mistaken, the apocalypse he saw in that illusion was real, and this should be the inheritance of this broken god spear, meaning that he obtained the inheritance left inside this broken god spear. However, although he used apocalypse once under the guidance of the inheritance, he definitely wouldn't be able to use it again. Therefore, he needs to carefully comprehend it now. The more he comprehends it, the greater the chance he will be able to use the apocalypse. He also gained another thing, the broken divine spear itself. If he wasn't mistaken, this broken divine spear should be a low-grade heaven-level equipment, more than twice the level of the dagger in his hand. More importantly, this weapon has developed a weapon spirit, which is an advantage that other weapons cannot match. The development of a weapon spirit means that this weapon still has room for improvement. Perhaps this weapon can advance to the middle or upper level of the heavenly rank in the future. The scenes he had seen earlier in his mind. The man in black armor held the god-slaying spear in his right hand, looking down on the world with an air of arrogance. At that moment, several thousand orcs charged towards them. He just laughed dismissively. Then he moved when the orcs were 300 or 400 meters away from him. He rushed over quickly, then grabbed the god-breaking spear and unleashed a move called Apocalypse. In an instant, thousands of rays of light emanated from the god-breaking spear. These rays were incredibly powerful, with the first one alone enough to kill a gold-level expert. Thousands of orcs died from this attack. Li Fei's expression was solemn as he recalled the process of using the Apocalypse technique. To execute this move, this is the benefit of inheritance. The entire skill is as if it were engraved in his mind. Chapter 138 Heavenly Rank Weapon, Frost Sword. Although he said he remembered it vividly, putting it into practice was a different story. Li Fei began to enter a meditative state. He needed to carefully understand the true use of the apocalypse. This time, he sat in meditation for an extremely long time, for 2 whole days. Among the onlookers, some gradually grew impatient, and some even found a place to sleep on the spot. Justin stared in astonishment at all of this. He realized that Li Fei must have had some kind of epiphany, otherwise he wouldn't have sat there for so long. However, none of the people around the temple dared to disturb Li Fei, as they all understood that Li Fei had reached a crucial moment. Everyone in the Alls Mountains region chat group was also surprised. Damn, it hasn't been long, and it seems like Boss Li Fei has had another epiphany. I wonder what he'll gain this time, someone in the group exclaimed. I believe that once Boss Li Fei regains consciousness this time, his strength will improve significantly. There are only 5 days left until the end of the competition. I hope everything goes smoothly from here on out. However, someone in the group suddenly cried out in surprise. It was obvious that the person had discovered something unusual. Look, there's that Hurt. Everyone immediately looked over. In the scene, Hurt has left the Dark Sand Sea and is now in a secret cave. Of course, if that were all, they wouldn't be surprised. What truly surprised them was the countless treasures inside the cave. It could be said that the resources here were comparable to the blue crystal cores that Li Fei had obtained. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was a treasure deep within the cave. It was a blue crystal sword, its blade radiating an endless chill. What is that? The chat group members were all amazed, knowing that Hurt had had a miraculous encounter. That Hurt is so lucky. He actually managed to find so many treasures under these circumstances, someone in the group exclaimed. No amount of treasures can compare to the ruins of the temple. Lu Song said disdainfully. The treasures there aren't as hard to obtain as those in the temple ruins, and the grottos don't have the same powerful restrictions as those in the temple ruins, someone in the group countered. It's true that the treasures inside the temple ruins are incredibly powerful, but they're not easy to obtain. While the treasures in the grottos are also protected by restrictions, the power of those restrictions is far less than what the temple ruins have shown. Beyond the dark desert, inside the grotto, Hurt's face lit up with joy as he stared fascinated at the blue sword at the very front. The sword was completely covered in ice, and even inside the cave, there were many places covered in ice. Surround. Although Hurt was a full 10 meters away from the sword, he could still feel the chill emanating from its blade. This sword is absolutely comparable to the weapons he saw in the temple ruins, and the swirling spirit on its blade indicates that its level should be heaven level. This artifact spirit looks like a golden eagle, with bloodshot eyes that exude endless bloodlust. This artifact spirit has clearly experienced a battle filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Hurt was overjoyed. He had left the Dark Night Sand Sea only to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, but he never expected to discover this treasure land by accident. The room is filled with countless medicinal herbs, magical treasures, and immortal wines, but the most precious item is the frost sword right in front of you. At this point, he had almost destroyed the restrictions around the cave, and even the restrictions around the frost sword were in disarray. Now he only needs to break through the last barrier to take the frost sword. One sword to seal a marquee. Hurt shouted coldly. As his voice fell, a blinding light suddenly emanated from the long sword in his hand. Hurt's eyes were filled with seriousness. This time he went all out. Unlike the location of the temple ruins, the restrictions here could only be forcibly removed by external force. There was no other way to take shortcuts. Click. As he swung his sword for the last time, he clearly heard a crisp sound in the air. This is the unique sound after the core of the formation is broken. Hurt's eyes gleamed with excitement as he drew closer to the icy sword. However, as the last layer of restrictions was broken, the icy aura of the frost sword seemed to have found a breakthrough, and countless streams of icy energy began to spew outwards. The bluestone inside the cave was all frozen with a layer of ice sculptures, and Hurt, who was the first to be affected, was naturally not happy either, as his entire body was frozen by the cold air. A look of panic flashed in Hurt's eyes. He hadn't expected the ice sword to be so cold. He hadn't even touched the sword yet, and he was already frozen into an ice sculpture. How could this not surprise him? Joshu's heart burned even hotter. The more he felt this way, the more it proved the extraordinary nature of the frost sword. If he could obtain it, his strength would reach an unbelievable level. However, he could do nothing now. His entire body was completely frozen in ice. Moreover, the coldness emanating from the ice sword was intensifying, and the ice on his body was getting thicker and thicker. At this moment, he was extremely flustered. At the same time, this cold air is also penetrating his body. If this cold air successfully freezes his meridians and flesh, then he may be stuck here forever. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Perhaps sensing the threat to himself, the golden blood within his body stirred and began to rage. This golden blood clearly regarded the cold air that had entered his body as an enemy, so it devoured and digested it without any hesitation, and then transformed it into its own power. The golden blood that had absorbed the cold energy had grown significantly stronger, and now it was beginning to spread to the surface of his body. Wisps of golden light began to emanate from the surface of Hurt's body, and this golden light was rapidly consuming the ice on his body. Finally, he regained his mobility. A cold glint flashed in Hurt's eyes, and he shouted, "Open!" The ice sculptures surrounding him exploded into countless fragments. As Hurt revealed his true form, countless golden rays burst forth from his body, making him appear like a god for a moment. "Huh!" Hurt laughed triumphantly. He hadn't expected the golden blood in his body to have such an effect. It was completely beyond his expectations. The spirit on the frost sword was clearly stunned by this turn of events. It hadn't expected that the human before it could actually block the chill it emitted. Hurt naturally ignored the weapon spirit. His only target was the frost sword. Once he could control the frost sword, the weapon spirit that controlled it would naturally follow. His right hand was now gripping the hilt of the frost sword. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. An extremely dense chill suddenly erupted from the blade of the frost sword. This chill was astonishing and quickly spread into his body. Hurt was startled. He hadn't expected this ice sword to be so difficult to deal with. If the cold wave he had experienced before was like a small stream, then this cold air was like a vast ocean. Countless blasts of cold air rushed into his body. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been frozen to death by this cold air, but Helt is different. He has golden blood, which is clearly the nemesis of the frost sword. The moment the cold air entered his body, the golden blood within him stirred. The golden blood frantically devoured the cold energy, but because the amount of cold energy was so great, the golden blood and the cold energy entered a stalemate for a time. Hurt's face darkened. The amount of cold energy seemed endless, and he began to worry whether the golden blood within his body could completely eliminate it. Time ticked by, and Hurt struggled to hold on. From the outside, his face appeared half gold and half blue, a truly bizarre sight. This situation lasted for about 3 or 4 hours, finally ending with the victory of the golden blood. However, the golden blood was no longer golden, but had turned blue gold. After absorbing the cold air, the blood in his body had obviously undergone some changes. He didn't know whether this change was good or bad, but one thing excited him greatly. He felt that his power had reached its peak once again. He could almost immediately advance to gold 4 stars if he wanted to, but he didn't act rashly because he had already advanced twice in a row. If he advanced again, his foundation might become unstable, so he held back and decided to lay a solid foundation first. Hurt picked up the frost sword in his hand and examined it closely. The blade of the frost sword was so bright it could reflect light, and it was entirely blue. It made a clear, crisp sound, and the words "Frost Sword" were written on it in small blue characters. In his opinion, this frost sword was definitely a fine sword. At this moment, He could clearly sense the presence of the weapon spirit inside the sword, and this weapon spirit was now clearly afraid of him. As long as you obey me, I will never harm you, Hurt said to the frost sword. The weapon spirit is an important component of a sword. If a weapon loses its weapon spirit, its grade will drop significantly. Therefore, it is necessary to appease this weapon spirit. On the other side, the location of the temple ruins. Finally, Li Fei seemed to have found a spark of inspiration. Now he urgently needed to find a secluded spot to test it out, but Li Fei ultimately held back, because the most important thing now was to collect all the treasures in the temple. If he wasted time on other things, it would only be a loss. He stood up again, his eyes searching around. He needs to find his next target. The people around the temple ruins also noticed this situation. In an instant, almost all of them followed. After all, following Li Fei means they'll get a share of the spoils. If they slow down, they might miss out. Chapter 139 Creation Pill. Li Fei looked at the crowd speechlessly. A large group of people were now following behind him. Now, most of these people look at him with admiration. Boss Li Fei, which treasure do you plan to seize next? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked, trying to get closer to him. This person also considered that if he could build a good relationship with Li Fei, it would give him an advantage in the upcoming competition for the treasure. Boss Li Fei, feel free to tell us your target, and we can clear the area for you, someone flattered. He regretted letting someone else beat him to it. Justin, who was watching, was furious. He despised these sycophants, and they had broken the rules. Everyone was supposed to compete fairly, but they were trying to use connections. This is unacceptable. At this moment, Justin suddenly rushed to the front and shouted, "If Boss Li Fei is thirsty, I have some thirst-quenching fruit here to offer him." Li Fei was stunned. These people were being far too enthusiastic towards him. The people around them looked on with disdain. Shameless, utterly shameless. How can a person act like this? But it's a real pity that he beat us to it. Brother Li Fei, I have a peach here that can help you fill your stomach. You can take it if you need it. I have a chi-nourishing pill here that can help Boss Li Fei calm his mind and make his cultivation twice as effective, someone said. So warm, so incredibly warm. Li Fei felt as if he were in a furnace, surrounded by warmth. However, since everyone on the other end was smiling, he couldn't just remain completely silent. I appreciate your kindness, but I want to say that if anyone has any difficulties in the future, I will do my best to help if I can. Li Fei said loudly. Upon hearing Li Fei's reply, the crowd naturally became even more enthusiastic. However, Li Fei didn't have time to deal with them anymore. He had important matters to attend to. This time, Li Fei went to the location where he had previously broken the divine spear. The reason was simple. He was very close to a treasure, only 9 meters away. This treasure was a pill called the Creation Pill. Li Fei's gaze was fixed on the Creation Pill. The pill was pure white and crystal clear. Li Fei could even see his own reflection on it. The Creation Pill was placed in a dark green box. The box emitted a dark green glow, clearly indicating it was no ordinary object. At this moment, the spiritual energy of the pill slowly overflowed, and this spiritual energy gradually gathered on its head to form a pattern. This pattern was actually the shape of a chess piece. The chess piece was white in color, and its shape was almost tangible. Li Fei was puzzled. He looked at the pattern with confusion, not understanding why the Creation Pill had transformed into a chess piece. Perhaps it's because the person who designed this temple ruins had a habit of playing chess that this situation occurred, he secretly guessed. At this moment, the Creation Pill was quietly inside the dark green treasure box. Li Fei, however, could not hide his excitement. This Creation Pill is no ordinary object. Unlike other treasures, it is a sacred medicine for healing. The reason it is called a holy medicine comes from an ancient book. According to the book, the creation elixir can cure any kind of injury. Whether poisoned, old age, or even just bones, they can be brought back to life. Li Fei naturally didn't believe that the Creation Pill was really that miraculous, but that didn't stop him from wanting it. So he stopped hesitating and took a step forward. The onlookers immediately gasped in amazement. They hadn't expected Li Fei's target to be the Creation Pill. It was true that the pill was precious, but it was a full 9 steps away from him. They doubted whether Li Fei could really get his hands on it. Justin stared intently at Li Fei, his eyes filled with admiration. At the same time, his gaze turned to the Creation Pill. He was shocked. That was the Creation Pill. Legend has it that as long as there is a breath left, the Creation Pill can bring someone back to life. Moreover, the Creation Elixir can also treat various poisoning injuries. It is conceivable that when a master holds a treasure, he is essentially given 2 lives. This is a treasure that so many people dream of. Unfortunately, very few can obtain it today, and many people believe that the creation pill only exists in legends. But today, the creation pill has appeared here at the temple ruins. Unlike Justin, Left stared at the box containing the creation pill. The reason for this was that he discovered the box was actually carved from Qilin jade. A fanatical light flashed in his eyes. Others might not know what Qilin jade was, but he knew that it was an extremely precious material. It had the effects of calming the mind and warding off evil spirits, and it was also the nemesis of some illusions. Some practitioners are prone to going astray during their cultivation, but if they wear a piece of Qilin jade, they can avoid this situation. The Qilin's body is cool and refreshing, which can refresh the wearer in critical moments, making it a key factor in breaking through illusions. Of course, many people don't know that it has another function. It can prevent the loss of the medicinal effects of some precious elixirs. It can perfectly isolate the pill from the outside world, so it also has the effect of locking in the pill's efficacy. In Left's eyes, the value of the Qilin jade and the creation pill was about the same, but such a precious jade was actually used to hold the creation pill. Left was furious. This was so unfair. Charant, standing to the side, stared intently at the creation pill. He had heard of the legends surrounding it. That kind of elixir is extremely precious and can only be found by chance. Legend has it that there was once a wealthy merchant whose riches rivaled those of a nation. However, his beloved woman fell ill, so he used all his wealth to exchange for a creation pill. This caused a frenzy among countless people, who searched the entire world for the creation pill in search of such riches. Unfortunately, they never found it. The woman the wealthy businessman loved also died of illness. Such stories abound, all of which demonstrate the preciousness of this creation pill. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group was shocked. Their eyes were fixed intently on the screen. The scene shown is Li Fei attempting to seize the creation pill. Is that a creation pill? But isn't the creation pill only something that exists in legends? I never expected it to appear here today, someone in the group exclaimed. Having the creation pill is like having two lives. This is something countless experts dream of. It's actually a creation pill. Just what kind of existence is this temple ruin? It actually possesses the legendary creation pill. Hee, look at that box. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the Qilin jade, Lu Song said in a deep voice. Only then did the others in the group notice the dark green box. It really is a Qilin jade. The value of this jade is no less than that creation pill. Someone actually dared to use such a large Qilin jade to hold the creation pill, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Look, Boss Li Fei is already planning to make a move. At this moment, someone in the group noticed that Li Fei had already taken a step. I hope Boss Li Fei will succeed. If he succeeds in obtaining this creation pill, it will undoubtedly be a great benefit to our Ars Mountains region. I think we should be careful of that hurt. He has had quite a few opportunities recently, and he's no less capable than Li Fei. Shinyu said worriedly. That's right. Hurt obtained a nice sword, which is also a heaven-level weapon, and it seems that the sword itself comes with a skill. Joken explained. While he was explaining, he posted a video clip he had recently captured in the chat group. In the picture, Hurt looks handsome and dashing, except for his missing arm, which slightly affects his appearance. At this moment, his eyes were cold, and he exuded an air of disdain. But at that moment, he moved, gripping the icy sword and charging forward. The moment he rushed out, he shouted the words, "Frozen for thousands of miles." Just then, the surrounding environment began to change. The ambient temperature dropped rapidly, and even the surrounding air seemed to freeze. What followed was, the surrounding trees, rock walls, birds, and everything else were bound by a layer of ice, completely forming ice sculptures. Not only that, these chilling energies did not stop, but instead rushed in a more distant direction, reaching a distance of 300 or 400 meters before finally coming to a halt. Within a distance of 300 or 400 meters, everything turned into ice sculptures. Everyone in the group stared in shock. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? That's insane. How did he suddenly become so strong? They've all turned into ice sculptures. There's not a single living thing within a 300 or 400 meter radius. I sensed an endless, chilling aura. This frozen thousands of miles technique was brimming with killing intent. Look at his cultivation level again, someone in the group suddenly reminded them. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that Hurt was emanating an extremely powerful aura, an aura that only a peak gold 3-star could possess. He's about to advance to gold 4-star. Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was stunned. The aura emanating from Hurt could not deceive them. He was indeed very close to the gold 4-star realm. Damn, I want to know what this herd has gone through. His progress is faster than we expected. I even suspect that Li Fei is no longer his match. I think Boss Li Fei has no way to deal with him anymore, someone in the group said pessimistically. His frozen thousands of miles technique is too powerful. No one is his match. Don't forget, Boss Li Fei also obtained a heaven-level weapon. His broken god spear might even be stronger than the frost sword. Chapter 140 The Creation Pill actually has consciousness. As Li Fei approached the location of the temple ruins, he slowly walked into the restricted area. This time, instead of taking 3 steps in one leap, he chose to slowly approach the distance step by step. As he drew closer, the pressure around him gradually increased. He walked on casually until he took his 5th step, when he felt the real pressure, and his steps began to slow down. However, this did not stump him. He immediately took the 6th step, but he did not linger at the 6th step. He then took the 7th step. The moment he took that step, he immediately felt the same pressure he had felt with the little purple flower. Countless howling winds bound his body, making it difficult for him to breathe. Every time he opened his mouth, countless gusts of wind would enter his body. Under such circumstances, it became extremely difficult for him to turn back. Li Fei frowned. He had anticipated this situation. He wasn't worried about any of this because he had already made preparations. At this moment, his pupils began to dilate, and a white flame shot out from them. As soon as the flame appeared, it began to burn the restrictions within the temple. Li Fei could not see the outcome of their struggle, but he could understand that the restrictions must have been burned with a hole by the Samadhi true fire. Otherwise he would not have felt the restrictions loosen. He has now regained control of his body. Without hesitation, he immediately took the 8th step. This wasn't the end. He took his 9th step. Holy crap, Li Fei is amazing. He actually jumped from the 7th step to the 9th step. I can only manage the 4th step at most, someone in the group exclaimed. Compared to Boss Li Fei, I feel like I'm nothing. Incredible. Incredibly powerful. Was Boss Li Fei hiding his true strength before? That Rawat is also at the gold level, but he can only reach the 5th step at most. Compared to him, it's like heaven and earth, someone in the group exclaimed. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was discussing it animatedly. Holy crap, Li Fei is too amazing. He actually took 9 steps in one go. Just how much pressure did he have to face? Li Fei is my idol, without a doubt. Once Boss Li Fei returns, I must ask him for advice on how to become like him. It seems that Li Fei is determined to get this creation pill. That's right, don't you even know who did it? Waiting for 100-fold increase in resources. Li Fei focused intently on the location of the temple ruins. After he took his 9th step, he sensed that something was wrong, because he felt that the pressure here hadn't decreased much. The pressure here, both in terms of quality and quantity, is far greater than in step 8. Moreover, the pressure here is actually on the rise. Li Fei suddenly found himself having difficulty breathing again. He understood that the effects of the Samadhi fire must be fading soon, otherwise things wouldn't be like this. The pressure was mounting, and he even lost the ability to move again. Li Fei dared not be careless, and he once again unleashed the Samadhi true fire. His pupils slowly dilated, and then a white flame shot out from his eyes. Li Fei incorporated this flame into the restriction. Sizzle. A hissing sound could be heard coming from within the barrier. This is the sound produced by the Samadhi true fire consuming the power of the restriction. At that moment, he felt the pressure around him ease considerably. He didn't dare to delay and reached out to grab the creation pill in front of him. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A huge suction force came from the creation pill, which firmly held his palm, making him unable to move. Li Fei's expression changed. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. Not only that, but a tornado seemed to have appeared around the creation pill, spinning wildly. The tornado was so powerful that the onlookers were subtly drawn in. Holy crap, everyone get back somewhere. This tornado is weird, Kex said nervously. Get away from me. I almost got sucked in just now, another person said in a panic. It seems like Boss Li Fei is in danger. He doesn't seem to be able to move right now. That's right, look at Li Fei, he's covered in sweat. Holy crap, I feel like Boss Li Fei's hands are shaking. He looks like he's about to collapse. Oh no, the tornado has expanded. Everyone get out of here quickly. Just then, someone noticed that the tornado had expanded again, and the situation here was clearly not right, so he shouted a warning. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked tense. Oh no, Boss Li Fei is in trouble, someone in the group said worriedly. In the scene, Li Fei is holding a box containing the creation pill in his right hand, but his expression is not relaxed because he is in the vortex of a tornado. It seems like Boss Li Fei is about to collapse. He's right in the middle of the tornado, and I can't even imagine the pressure he's facing. If something unexpected happens at this final moment, it's really not worth it. He-Tian, shut your mouth. Boss Li Fei will be fine. I'm just worried. Look at Li Fei. He seems to be unable to move now. At the location of the temple ruins, Li Fei was gritting his teeth and struggling to hold on. He is currently in the middle of the tornado, in the eye of the storm, where the pressure is greatest, and he feels like his body is being torn apart. What's even more terrifying is that the suction force of the creation pill in front of us is getting stronger and stronger. Li Fei frowned slightly, because under this suction force, he also sensed another faint consciousness. This consciousness was revealed by the creation pill. The message conveyed by this consciousness is very simple. It is very hungry and needs to eat, and the object of its food is itself. A glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes. His intuition was right. This creation pill actually possesses consciousness. Could it be that this creation pill has also generated a so-called spirit? Li Fei wondered. But none of that matters anymore. What matters is that this creation pill wants to devour him, and he is now in dire straits. If he were absorbed into the creation pill, he would likely face a near-death experience. He was reaching his breaking point, and finally, he made up his mind that even if he didn't want the creation pill, he would destroy it. Then, his pupils slowly dilated, and streams of white flame shot out from his eyes, then rushed into the creation pill like lightning. However, Li Fei misjudged the situation. Instead of showing any fear, the creation pill seemed to cheer with joy. After the Samadhi true fire entered the creation pill's body, Li Fei clearly felt that the other party was playing with the Samadhi true fire like a child encountering a favorite toy. At that moment, he felt the pressure around him lessen considerably, and the tornado was no longer as powerful as before. Even so, Li Fei was unable to pull his hand back, because the suction force is still there. Just then, Li Fei clearly felt the Samadhi true fire within the creation pill slowly disappearing. At this moment, the creation pill actually sent out a faint message to him. The meaning in his mind was to let him put some more Samadhi fire in and let it play with it. Li Fei was somewhat amused and exasperated. He could only unleash his Samadhi true fire 3 times at most, and after that, he would have to wait for a while. However, the situation is extremely critical now. If he cannot get rid of this creation pill in a short time, he may really die here. Sweat poured from Li Fei's forehead. He made up his mind that if all else failed, he would simply destroy the pill. So he made one last attempt. If you come with me, I'll let you play with this kind of flame every day. Li Fei sent this consciousness into the creation pill. Then, a miracle happened. The suction force of the creation pill disappeared completely at that moment, and Li Fei visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Without further hesitation, he quickly packed the creation pill, box and all. Then he quickly left the area. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I almost thought Boss Li Fei couldn't hold on. Yeah, Boss Li Fei was sweating a lot just now, and his expression was quite intimidating. I'm very curious about what Boss Li Fei did in the end to cause the suction power of that creation pill to disappear. I'm also puzzled. That tornado seemed to just disappear like that, the group asked in confusion. No matter what, Boss Li Fei has obtained the creation pill and that Qilin jade. You're right, this haul is huge. It's like getting 2 priceless treasures. The group watched the temple ruins with bated breath. In their view, Li Fei was clearly seriously injured this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit cross-legged to recuperate immediately after obtaining the creation pill. However, they were even more amazed by Li Fei's strength, as he had managed to survive inside the powerful tornado until now. If it were them, they would probably be instantly reduced to ashes. Li Fei is too amazing. He was in the middle of the tornado for so long, and he's completely unharmed. Someone exclaimed in shock. Yes, I was almost pulled in from the edge. That tornado was terrifying. Hold on for so long at the 9th step. You have to know that the pressure there is much greater than that at the 3rd and 4th steps. There's no way around it. That's just how Boss Li Fei is. No one else could do it. I agree. Li Fei has now become my idol. He is the strongest player I have ever seen. I think we'd better not bother Boss Li Fei, someone said in the group. That's right. We can discreetly go and see if there's anything else valuable underneath the creation pill, someone suggested in the group. Chapter 141 Frost Thorns. Li Fei was meditating in meditation at the moment. This attack had exhausted a lot of his physical strength, including his mental energy. At this point, he had to recover slowly by sitting in meditation. Of course, his gains were also enormous. He successfully obtained the creation pill, and not only that, he also acquired the box carved from Qilin Jade. Both of these items are priceless treasures. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his lips. However, there was one thing he had to keep in mind. The creation pill was behaving very strangely. It actually possesses consciousness, and this consciousness seems to have a special fondness for one item, the Samadhi True Fire. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to successfully obtain the creation pill. However, at that moment, a thought struck him. The creation pill inside the spatial ring seems to be showing some unusual activity. Li Fei felt a surge of tension and hurriedly took out the creation pill, as he was very worried that the other party would once again create that terrifying tornado. Soon, a faint consciousness emanated from the creation pill in his hand. This consciousness clearly expressed its needs. It needed the Samadhi True Fire, and if it wasn't given it, it would bear the consequences. Li Fei was in a bind. His energy had only recovered to 36 points, which was not enough to unleash the Samadhi True Fire. However, he couldn't afford to offend the other party, so he could only reveal his consciousness to them and, after much soothing, finally calmed them down again. Phew! Li Fei let out a soft breath. He hadn't expected that the creation pill he had finally obtained would turn out to be such a troublesome thing, and that it might suddenly become unpredictable. At this moment, outside the dark desert and outside the grotto, Hurt stood atop a solitary peak. At this moment, he was dressed in pure white, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a slight smile on his lips. He exuded a powerful aura of kingship, and his whole being seemed somewhat ethereal under the gentle breeze. But at that moment, he moved. He held a gleaming blue sword in his hand, his face displaying an air of dominance. He then swooped down, his speed propelled by the wind as fast as lightning. His upright, eagle-like figure was filled with killing intent. As he ran, his face was filled with murderous intent. Then, he leaped into the air, quickly pointing his icy sword forward while shouting, "Ice Spike." With a whoosh, as he finished speaking, the tip of the frost sword suddenly emitted an immense chill, a chill 100 times colder than the ice and snow of winter. In the instant this chill appeared, it condensed into a sword, the shape of which was exactly the same as the frost sword in his hand. Upon seeing the cold air form an ice sword, Helt smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, he shouted again, "Go!" The icy sword formed from the cold air flew out like lightning, and only after flying a distance of 70 or 80 meters did it slowly dissipate into the air. This is another skill he learned from the inheritance of the frost sword. This skill only requires 10 energy points to activate, meaning he has enough energy to use this move 20 times. He has a total of 200 energy points, and if he uses the frozen thousands of miles technique, he can only use it twice. A look of pride appeared in Hurt's eyes. Li Fei's strength was only gold 2-star, while he was currently at the peak of gold 3-star. He only needed to stabilize his current level, and then he could advance to gold 4-star. He now believed that dealing with Li Fei was effortless, especially since he had obtained the heaven-grade weapon, the Frost Sword. With the Frost Sword's assistance, he would be even more confident in defeating Li Fei. However, he has no plans to go to the temple ruins yet, because he has not fully mastered the skills Ice Spike and Frozen Thousands of Miles. He now has only a 50% chance of being able to use them, which he sees as far from enough. Therefore, he planned to become fully familiar with these two skills before seeking revenge against Li Fei. For the kingdom of Lachlan, everyone looked on in amazement. The new skill, Frost Spike, not long after using Frostbite. Holy crap, haven't you guys noticed? Hurt is incredibly strong. I'm sure he's the strongest player of all right now. That's right, Li Fei is nothing but trash in front of Hurt now. Hurt is too strong, especially his Ice Seal 1,000 Miles technique. No one can survive that move. Not even Li Fei. Yes, that Ice Seal for thousands of miles is truly terrifying. Within a radius of 300 or 400 meters, not a single person survived. Li Fei is only at the gold 2 level right now, so he will definitely lose to Hurt. His Frost Spike technique is also quite formidable. It can actually hit targets 70 or 80 meters away, and it even snapped up a large tree along the way. I bet no one can withstand Hurt's Ice Spike, someone in the group said confidently. Hurt now has enough power to seek revenge on Li Fei, so why isn't he going to the temple? Someone asked doubtfully. Hurt hasn't fully mastered the Ice Sword skills yet. I believe he plans to familiarize himself with these skills before challenging Li Fei to a duel, someone in the group explained. You're right, I believe in Hurt, but I admire Hurt's luck even more. After he was injured and left, it was as if he had a cheat code, and he encountered countless adventures. Just wait and see how Hurt beats Li Fei black and blue. At the location of the temple ruins, Li Fei entered a state of deep rest, and this time he sat there for 2 days. After 2 days of treatment, his strength returned to its peak. There are only 3 days left until the end of the competition, and he plans to seize the last treasure in the temple ruins within that time. Of course, before that, he needed to do one thing: master the apocalypse technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be confident of retrieving any treasure from the temple ruins. He had seen the other treasures, the closest of which was 11 steps away, leaving him speechless. This almost made him consider giving up, but he was also somewhat unwilling. With so many treasures in front of him, no one would choose to give up easily. So, after getting up, he didn't go into the restricted area, but left directly. He needed to find a quiet place to refine the apocalypse technique. Seeing Li Fei get up and leave, the onlookers naturally looked disappointed. If Li Fei leaves, they won't be able to follow him and pick up any leftovers. Has Boss Li Fei given up? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. Pretty much. The closest treasure to Boss Li Fei is 11 steps away, and Boss Li Fei is already struggling to reach the 9th step. Leaving might be the best option, someone in the group explained. Since Boss Li Fei has already left, there's no point in us staying here anymore. Fine, I, Ruster, will leave too. After saying this, one of the people in the crowd left without looking back. With only 3 days left, he must find enough resources. Their team is currently ranked 5th, which is extremely dangerous. If they cannot find enough resources, they will be stuck here forever. I also choose to leave. Although there are many resources here, we can't acquire them with our abilities. Rather than that, we might as well leave and maybe we can get more resources. Lalan said. He was from America, and now he felt there was no point in staying here. It was no different from waiting to die. In the last 3 days, he had to find enough resources. I also choose to leave. Me too. In no time, 8 or 9 out of 10 people around the temple ruins were leaving, all believing that there was no point in staying. Of course, some people chose to stay. Their thinking was simple: Li Fei might come back, and they could continue to pick up bargains. They also had another hope, that the restrictions within the temple ruins might disappear on their own in the last few days. If that happened, their opportunity would arrive. Moreover, even if they leave, they might not be able to find any good resources. Justin hesitated. Their team was ranked very low, and if he and Kex were to search for resources on their own, their chances would be slim. So he pinned all his hopes on the temple, hoping that a miracle would happen at the temple ruins. Only a miracle can save them now. Left also looked frustrated. Their team was currently ranked 3rd, and if they maintained this advantage, they would become the final winners. But the problem now is that Li Fei left at a crucial moment, so he doesn't know what to do, whether it's better to leave or stay. Meanwhile, after leaving this place, Li Fei had been speeding through the dark desert. At this moment, he was like a cheetah, running wildly across the desert. Red-tailed scorpions suddenly appeared in front of him. He glanced at them and estimated there were at least 3,000 or 4,000 scorpions. Li Fei was overjoyed. This was a perfect opportunity to test Apocalypse. He took out the divine spear and gripped it tightly in his right hand. As he ran, he closed his eyes and began to meditate, recalling the movements of the black-armored war god. At the same time, he tried to communicate with the spirit of the god-slaying spear, as this skill could only be successfully executed with the spirit's cooperation. At this moment, his mind was extremely calm, and his eyes were extremely clear. He rediscovered the feeling he had when he cast Apocalypse. A wisp of power emanated from the god-slaying spear, and this power condensed within his body. He felt that his own power had increased significantly at this moment. Chapter 142. Lord Jiao is enraged. But that's not enough. He needs a response from the spirit of the god-slaying spear. So he transmitted his consciousness into the god-slaying spear, hoping that the other party could cooperate with him. However, he was disappointed. His consciousness received no response. He was getting closer and closer to the army of red-tailed scorpions. If he couldn't use the Apocalypse move by now, he would have no choice but to flee. What he didn't know was the internal space of the god-breaking spear. Dragon, over 10 zhang tall and covered in black scales, sneered, its eyes filled with disdain. In its view, someone who wasn't even at the platinum level wasn't qualified to use it, and the only reason it was willing to leave the temple with the other party was because it was too bored. Of course, there is another reason. Li Fei has gained that person's approval and received the inheritance, so it will follow that person out. But getting it out is one thing, and having it used by the other party is another. In its eyes, Li Fei was not worthy of using this broken divine spear at all. If Li Fei were in this space, he would surely discover that the dragon before him had existed for countless years, as its whiskers, several meters long, on its forehead and chin were enough to prove it. Outside, Li Fei looked frustrated. In his opinion, this broken divine spear should be very powerful, but at such a crucial moment, it was completely useless, which made him very disappointed. What a pity. I thought I had found a treasure, but it turns out to be just a pretty face. Li Fei sighed and prepared to put the broken divine spear into his spatial ring. However, at that moment, a tremendous fighting spirit suddenly emanated from within the god-breaking spear. Li Shi was taken aback, then overjoyed. He knew he had a chance. Sure enough, the power emanating from the god-breaking spear grew stronger and stronger, and the feeling of using that move became more and more intense. Finally, he used it when he was only 10 meters away from the group of red-tailed scorpions. Apocalypse! He shouted loudly. At this moment, he held the god-slaying spear in both hands and aimed it at the crimson-tailed scorpion in front of him. A light began to emerge from the tip of the god-breaking spear, and once it appeared, it became unstoppable. Countless rays of light began to emerge from the god-breaking spear, and the light that appeared did not stay, but flew out like lightning. These beams of light passed directly through the bodies of the crimson-tailed scorpions, killing them. All of this happened in an instant, in just 2 or 3 seconds. When Li Fei came to his senses again, he found that all of the thousands of red-tailed scorpions in front of him were dead. He was utterly shocked. He knew that not all of these crimson-tailed scorpions were bronze level. There were also gold level ones among them, and more than one of them. Yet, even so, they were all instantly killed. At this moment, he gained a new understanding of the broken divine spear in his hand. Unbeknownst to him, the dragon wore an expression of rage. Damn it! Who are you calling a pretty face? Explain yourself. I'm furious. This kid is something else. I, old Jiao, have never been so humiliated in my life. At this moment, the dragon's eyes were filled with rage. If it could, it really wanted to eat Li Fei. It had never been called a pretty face in its entire life, not even by that person. That's why it had to take action just now. It wanted to prove itself. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked surprised. Holy crap, Li Fei's move was too over the top. He actually wiped out those thousands of crimson-tailed scorpions in one fell swoop. Wow, Li Fei is showing off again, someone exclaimed in the group. That apocalypse move was absolutely awesome. I've never seen Boss Li Fei use such an amazing move before. That move was so flashy. Is this the true power of the god-slaying spear? This move is absolutely comparable to Hertz's frozen thousands of miles technique. That's right, but I'm curious, which move is stronger, apocalypse or frozen 1,000 miles? Needless to say, it's definitely Li Fei's move that's stronger. Brother Li Fei has rekindled my hope for victory. I believe he can definitely defeat Hertz. In the dark desert, Li Fei wore a joyful expression. He was quite satisfied with the power of Apocalypse's move, but there was one thing that worried him. Using this Apocalypse technique requires 100 energy points, which is half again as much as the Samadhi True Fire. This surprised him greatly. Of course, there was another point that also caught his attention. He sensed that the power of this Apocalypse move should be far greater than this. The power of this Apocalypse move should be even stronger. However, he currently has no clue how to enhance the power of Apocalypse. However, one thing is certain. The Apocalypse that the Black Armored War God used was more than 1,000 times stronger than the Apocalypse he used. The cold wind howled, and Li Fei, having obtained the test results, did not immediately return to the location of the temple ruins. He felt that one experiment was far from enough, and he planned to practice more so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when facing an enemy. At another location, outside the grotto, inside a cold pool, Hertz was conducting final tests. He had now increased the probability of using Frozen Horizon and Frost Spike to 90%. He is now making final preparations. As long as he can increase the probability of these two moves to 100%, he will immediately go to the temple ruins and kill Li Fei. Time passed slowly, and more than 20 hours went by in the blink of an eye. Hertz was still training like crazy. He is now inside the icy pool. The reason is simple. He can better sense the cold air inside the icy pool, which increases his success rate in using the Frost Sword skill. Hertz's eyes were cold, and his expression was one of disdain. At this moment, he held the frost sword in his hand, carefully sensing its power. In this match, he will kill Li Feizhu here no matter what. But at that moment, Hurt made a move. His gaze swept ahead, then he swiftly thrust his icy sword forward, shouting, "Ice Spike." With 3 consecutive sounds, 3 icy swords flew out as fast as lightning. Then these 3 icy swords pierced right through the waterfall in front of them. A satisfied smile appeared on Hurt's face. After practicing for so long, he not only improved the success rate of using Frozen 1000 Miles and Frost Spike to 100%, but he also mastered the technique of firing Frost Spike in quick succession. In other words, he can unleash 3 ice spikes in a row. He was confident that no one could stop him in this competition. So now it is time for him to head to the temple ruins. Hurt immediately packed up his belongings and sped off toward the temple ruins. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone looked excited, knowing that Hurt was about to make his move. Hurt's strength has once again reached a new level. I'm not seeing things, am I? He actually used frost spikes 3 times in a row. That's a rapid-fire attack, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Hurt truly lives up to his idol's reputation. He has completely mastered the skills of the frost sword. If it were anyone else, he definitely wouldn't have done it. I guarantee that no one can beat Hurt in this match right now. Hurt is the pride of our nation, and we are proud of him. As long as we kill Li Fei and take all the treasures from him, our region will be number 1 in this competition, someone in the group said. That's right, but I noticed that Li Fei has also mastered a skill called Apocalypse. Could this pose a threat to Hurt? Someone in the group asked doubtfully. Don't worry, no one is a match for Hurt. Even if Li Fei gets the heaven-level weapon God-breaking spear, he won't be able to beat him because his level is only gold 2-star, while Hurt is gold 3-star at his peak. But that Li Fei possesses that strange flame, someone in the group said worriedly. That's not a problem. Don't forget, Hurt has the ability to teleport. That skill should be able to avoid those strange flames. Meanwhile, in the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked worried. Oh no, Hurt is coming, someone in the group exclaimed in panic. In the scene, Hurt looks menacing as he rapidly advances towards the temple ruins. Can Li Fei handle this? This Hurt is a gold 3-star, and he has mastered several skills, such as spatial teleportation, freezing thousands of miles, and ice spikes. Damn, to be honest, I'm a little worried for Boss Li Fei. This Hurt is no easy opponent. It's no use worrying now. We have no way to inform Boss Li Fei of this news, someone in the group said helplessly. Boss Li Fei shouldn't have let that Hurt go in the first place. Well, it's not Li Fei's fault, okay? Nobody expected that Hurt would be so ruthless as to cut off his own arm. At Hurt's speed, it should take about 3 hours to reach the temple ruins. Hopefully, Li Fei can make preparations in the meantime. At this time, Li Fei had already returned to the temple ruins. Li Fei was quickly thinking about the location of the creation pill in the temple ruins. He was considering where his next destination would be, because there were 5 treasures within 11 steps of him. Among these 5 items are a weapon, a peach, a herb, a pill, and a secret manual. He is now hesitating about which target to take action against. Finally, he set his sights on the peaches. The reason is simple. Weapons and manuals are not on the list of items that can be amplified 100-fold, but immortal peaches, immortal herbs, and elixirs are different. They can all be amplified 100-fold by the system. Between the 2, he chose the peach. Having chosen his target, Li Fei no longer hesitated. He slowly walked towards the restriction, one step after another. Chapter 143, Immortal Peach. Those who hadn't left the temple ruins were all beaming with joy, because they knew they had made the right bet. Li Fei hadn't given up on this place. He had only left temporarily. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Fei. They knew that Li Fei was about to make a move, and they all hoped that Li Fei would succeed, because it would also be of great benefit to them. Li Fei's expression was solemn because this time he had to take 11 steps in a row, and the pressure he faced was much greater than before. Even if he had the Samadhi True Fire, it probably wouldn't alleviate much of the pressure. In the blink of an eye, Li Fei had already taken 4 or 5 steps forward. He took the first few steps very easily, but starting from the 6th step, he felt obvious pressure. Next, he took the 7th step. At this moment, powerful pressure began to assail him, and he felt that this pressure was binding his body, making it extremely difficult for him to even move a finger. But he was prepared for all of this, so he was not flustered. His pupils began to dilate slowly, and wisps of white flames spilled out from them. He placed these flames into a protective barrier as soon as they appeared. These Samadhi fires did not disappoint him. They continued to burn the restrictions, which were clearly beginning to loosen. Now, the two sides had entered a tug of war. Hissing sound in his ears, which was the sound produced by the Samadhi true fire burning the restriction. Li Fei remained focused, not wasting a single precious moment, because he knew that the Samadhi true fire's effects were limited and would soon be destroyed by the power of the restriction. So he took this opportunity to jump directly to the 8th step, and then the 9th step. Then, without any hesitation, he took the 10th step. However, as soon as he took the 10th step, he sensed something was wrong. With each step he took, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. Moreover, he felt that the pressure was slowly increasing. Li Fei's face turned extremely ugly. The pressure here was far beyond his expectations. The restrictive pressure here does not seem to be affected by the Samadhi fire. Couldn't last more than a few seconds in this condition. There was no other way. His pupils dilated again. He had to rely on the power of the Samadhi true fire, or he would die here in an instant. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. He suddenly saw a figure rushing towards him from a distance. He recognized the figure very well. It was Hurt. Li Fei was stunned. He hadn't expected that Hurt would dare to come back, which surprised him greatly. Is the other party really not afraid of death? However, he soon noticed something unusual. The opponent's level seemed to have reached the gold 3-star level. How is this possible? Li Fei was shocked. If he remembered correctly, the other party was only at the gold 1-star level before. How could the other party have changed so much in such a short time? But facts are facts, and he couldn't refute them. Not only that, the other party was also holding a strange blue weapon. Li Fei's gaze began to turn serious. In his opinion, this weapon was at least of the heavenly level, indicating that the other party had encountered a fortuitous event. Ha, Li Fei, how have you been? Hurt laughed wildly at Li Fei as he slowly approached from a distance, having already noticed him. If a stranger saw Hurt greeting Li Fei like that, they might think that Hurt and Li Fei were friends, but in reality, they were not only not friends, but also hostile to each other. As Hurt drew closer, the seriousness in Li Fei's eyes grew heavier. He knew he could no longer view his opponent with the same perspective he had in the past. Moreover, he was in a crisis at the moment, and if he didn't handle things properly, he could lose his life on the spot. These situations actually all happen in an instant. Li Fei was still struggling to hold on, but Hurt couldn't wait any longer. Enemies meeting are filled with intense hatred. Frost Spike, with 3 consecutive shouts, Helt, who was running, used the Frost Spike technique. 3 models of icy swords flew rapidly toward Li Fei's location. Li Fei's expression returned to calm as he quietly watched the opponent unleash a fatal blow. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone exclaimed in surprise. What do we do? Boss Li Fei is in danger. This Hurt clearly came prepared, while Boss Li Fei wasn't ready at all. Boss Li Fei is still under the restraints, and the situation is extremely unfavorable for him. This is a situation with a slim chance of survival. I hope Boss Li Fei is alright. That grandson of Hurt was too ruthless. He attacked so viciously the very first time we met. Li Fei was too careless. He was actually interrupted at this crucial moment when he was trying to seize the temple's treasure. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone wore a joyful expression. Great. Li Fei is currently under a restriction. This is a perfect opportunity, someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. In the scene, Li Fei is trapped within the barrier, making it difficult for him to move. He doesn't even react to Helter's ice spikes. Haha, Hurt has gotten his revenge. We will be the winner of this race. I didn't expect Hurt to go all out right away, unleashing a triple ice spike, someone in the group exclaimed. Why should we be polite to that Li Fei? That's right. The crowd looked on in astonishment at the location of the temple ruins. None of them expected that Hurt would actually come back at this time. This was an unexpected turn of events for them. Moreover, the opponent made a very aggressive entrance. Justin's eyes revealed a hint of doubt and confusion. He hadn't expected that Hurt would advance to the gold 3-star level in such a short time. Moreover, he obtained a heaven-level weapon, and not only that, the frost spike he just used was also extraordinary. Now, he was starting to worry about Li Fei, because the opponent's strength was no less than Li Fei's, and perhaps even stronger. Moreover, Li Fei is currently at a crucial moment in seizing the immortal peach. There are quite a few people who share his thoughts. For example, Left, like Justin, was completely stunned by Hurt's appearance. The strength of a gold 3-star, the heaven-level weapon, and that extremely domineering ice spike technique all deeply shocked his heart. On the other side, Li Fei remained calm, showing no reaction. He was gambling that the power of the restriction could block the opponent's attack. Finally, The frost spikes arrived, and Benfiai's eyes grew increasingly calm and collected. The ice thorn covered a distance of 5 or 6 steps in the instant it entered the restriction, moving as if it were in an empty space. However, after the 7th step, its speed began to slow down significantly. By the 10th step, his speed was less than a third of what it used to be. At this moment, the pressure on Li Fei eased, and he was overjoyed, realizing that these ice spikes had relieved the pressure on him. So he seized the opportunity and leaped up again, reaching the 11th step. Because the frost spikes were helping him share the burden, he didn't feel much pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fei quickly grabbed the peach in front of him. But this immortal peach is not so easy to obtain. As he reached out to grab it, the peach miraculously shrank as if by magic and slipped through his fingers. After it emerged, the peach returned to its normal size. It was waving in front of Li Fei, as if mocking him. Li Fei was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected this immortal peach to have such an ability. Helpless, he reached out again, but the result was the same as before. Li Fei still couldn't catch the other person. Li Fei was getting anxious because the power of the 3 ice spikes was almost exhausted. If he couldn't get the immortal peach, he would have to leave first. Without hesitation, he grabbed it again, but this time, he used a different method. His eyes began to change, his pupils slowly dilated, and at the same time, a wisp of white flame shot out from his eyes, and the target of this Samadhi true fire was the immortal peach. He planned to surround the immortal peach with Samadhi true fire before seizing it. The Samadhi true fire formed a circle around the immortal peach, burning everything around it. This time, he will not give Xiantao any more chances. Li Fei's expression was solemn as he focused intently on controlling the flames. Xiantao was clearly somewhat afraid of these Samadhi true fires. Finally, Xiantao sent out a distress signal, and Li Fei seized the opportunity to capture her and put her into his spatial ring. At this moment, the power of the 3 ice spikes was finally exhausted. Li Fei never expected that his crisis would be resolved by these 3 ice spikes. Otherwise, he would have had a very difficult time obtaining the immortal peach. Hert's face flushed red and then turned pale. He had noticed Li Fei's dangerous situation when he came from a distance, so he wanted to seize the opportunity to finish him off. However, things turned out to be the complete opposite of what he expected. These 3 icy spikes not only failed to kill him, but also helped relieve the pressure of the temple's restrictions. It's like you indirectly save the other person. He simply couldn't accept this. I didn't expect you to come back, Li Fei said calmly. He knew the other party was after him for revenge, but he wasn't worried at all. He was more than capable of dealing with them. Li Fei, today is your death day. Hert sneered. He gripped the frost sword tightly in his right hand. Today he was going to teach Li Fei a lesson he would never forget. There are plenty of people who want me dead. You'll have to wait in line. Li Fei said disdainfully. Don't just focus on your words. I'll show you what's what later. At this moment, both of them exuded boundless killing intent, and a battle between them was about to break out. Chapter 144 Whirlwind Slash. Prepare to die, Li Fei. Hert sneered. After saying this, Hert moved, gripping the frost sword in his right hand and charging towards Li Fei. At the same time, he shouted into the air, "Ice spikes." Li Fei's expression was solemn. Faced with an opponent who was clearly different from the past, he had to treat him with caution. Spike skill used by the opponent could actually contend with the power of the temple ruins restrictions, which made him have to be on guard. At this moment, Hert used Ice Spike again while running. Although there was only one, it still put a lot of pressure on him. Whirlwind Slash. Li Fei swung the god-breaking spear in his hand forward rapidly. This Whirlwind Slash move was modified from the Whirlwind Kick. Of course, this move is more powerful than the previous one. The reason is simple. The Whirlwind Kick uses the legs, while the Whirlwind Slash uses the God-slaying spear. Therefore, its hardness, strength, and flexibility have all been greatly improved. Moreover, an inch longer means an inch stronger, and an inch shorter means an inch more dangerous. His Whirlwind Slash is more than twice as strong. Unleashing his Whirlwind Slash as he charged forward. Bang! The Divine Spear and the Frost Spike collided directly, producing a loud bang. People nearby even felt the ground shaking. The power of a single strike is terrifying. A cloud of dust rose from the point of impact. The onlookers couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. Li Fei frowned slightly. In the instant he collided with the ice spikes, he was knocked back 5 steps. His hands were bleeding, and the webs between his thumbs and index fingers on both hands were cracked from the shock. He hadn't expected the ice spikes to be so powerful. He used an enhanced version of the Whirlwind Kick, but still got beaten up like this. With the dust settled, everyone finally saw Ben Fei's disheveled appearance. His tattered clothes were covered in dust, his eyes were bloodshot, and there was dust under his fingernails. Drops of blood began to drip from Li Fei's hand. It makes a popping sound. The onlookers all stared in astonishment. They hadn't expected that Hert's single ice spike would have such an effect. How could this be? Someone among the crowd muttered to themselves. In their minds, Li Fei was an invincible being, a god, but at this moment, that belief crumbled. Judging from the scene, Li Fei seemed to be the one who suffered a loss. Hert performed even better. Justin stared in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. Li Fei had actually suffered a loss in the very first move? Is this really the Li Fei he knows? And when did Hert become so strong? Could he have had some kind of extraordinary encounter? Justin was completely baffled. Left rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was seeing things. How could Li Fei possibly lose? And when did Hert become so strong? But the facts are the facts. Li Fei was at a disadvantage from the very beginning of this battle. Charant pinched his thigh hard, his mouth agape in shock. He was shocked that Li Fei was at a disadvantage in the very first move, and even more shocked by Hert's strength. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone's expression turned grim. Hert's strength far exceeded their expectations. In the video, Li Fei is panting heavily, and blood is flowing from his hands. Holy crap, how can that Hert be so strong? This is outrageous, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, it's like he's cheating. He jumped directly from gold 1 star to the peak of gold 3 star. Not only that, he also obtained many treasures, including the heaven-level weapon Frost Sword. A series of events led him to where he is today. What I really want to say is that what truly changed him was that golden blood. He absorbed the power within that blood, and he even developed the space-traveling ability that only Old Bai could use. That's right, it was the divine beast bloodline that truly brought about his qualitative change. There's no point in arguing about this now. Boss Li Fei is in a very critical situation right now. I don't know if he can pull through, someone in the group said worriedly. Hopefully, Boss Li Fei can hold on, otherwise we'll be in real trouble. Worrying about these things now is useless. Lack Kingdom Regional Group. Everyone wore expressions of excitement. Great. Hert only used one Frost Spike skill and only slightly injured the opponent. If Hert can use it a few more times, I believe he will be riddled with holes, someone in the group exclaimed with joy. Haha, I feel like I can already see the hope of victory. That's right, victory is beckoning us. We should prepare a feast to celebrate. Li Fei's spatial ring contains a lot of resources. If Hert can get his hands on it, we'll be rich. I think we should also search the spatial rings of the dozen or so people who are watching the temple ruins. The more the better. Haha, that makes sense. As long as we beat Li Fei, those dozen or so people will be at Hert's mercy. The location of the temple ruins. Hell came rushing over from a distance, his eyes cold and indifferent. He remained calm about his feat of knocking Li Fei back 4 or 5 steps with a single blow from 30 or 40 meters away. He had anticipated the power of the ice spikes. At this moment, he was less than 20 meters away from Li Fei, and he coldly used the Frost Spike skill again. The icy sword in his hand began to emit a chilling aura, which then coalesced and eventually condensed into the shape of the icy sword. Go! Just then, Hert shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the newly formed ice spikes hurtled towards Li Fei. The onlookers were all holding their breath for Li Fei. Hert was clearly going for the kill. Today's struggle is likely to be a fight to the death. Li Fei was focused. His opponent's move was within his expectations. After all, Hert had used Frost Spike 3 times in a row before, so how could he not make any preparations? The icy spikes reappeared before their eyes. Whirlwind slash. Li Fei roared again, his long black hair fluttering in the wind, his blue robe rustling in the wind, his arms pressing down hard on the god-breaking spear like iron clamps, and his legs rooted to the ground like writhing dragons. Li Fei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was determined to kill Hert on the spot no matter what. At this moment, Li Fei seemed like a god or a demon. Whirlwind slash again. A cold smile flashed in Hert's eyes. The opponent had just used this move against his Frost Spike, and as a result, the opponent suffered a considerable loss. At this point, the opponent still didn't learn their lesson and used this trick again. What's the difference between this and courting death? Hert laughed dismissively. He had thought this battle would be a massive, earth-shattering one, but it seemed he had miscalculated. However, he was soon proven wrong. Li Fei's god-slaying spear struck the middle of the frost thorn like lightning, shattering the blade. The shattered sword fragments transformed back into cold air, which then slowly dissipated into the air. How could this be? Hurt looked surprised. Why did the same whirlwind slash have such different results? He couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Li Fei was hiding his strength? However, he quickly dismissed the idea, as there was no need to. He couldn't understand the situation, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that he had to keep Li Fei here today. The onlookers were also shocked. They were completely confused by this reversal of fortune. Li Fei was clearly at a disadvantage just now, but this time he seemed to have turned the tables. They couldn't figure out the reason for all of this. If Li Fei could have broken through the ice spike the first time, why did he have to endure it and suffer a loss? And why was he able to destroy the ice spike cleanly and efficiently the second time? They were puzzled. A look of confusion flashed across Justin's eyes. He suddenly remembered that when Li Fei faced 6 opponents, the same situation had occurred. The situation reversed again and again until Li Fei finally won. Lef was also shocked. He had thought that Li Fei could easily deal with Hurt, but he realized that he had misjudged the situation. Later, he thought Li Fei was no match for Hurt, but he was proven wrong again. Therefore, he carefully observed the situation, believing that only in this way could he find the answer closest to the truth. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone watched this scene with some surprise. The scene depicts Li Fei's godlike strike. As the icy thorns slowly dissipated into the air, everyone's thoughts were in turmoil. Damn, Li Fei is so cool. But he used the same move just now, so why was he forced to retreat? Someone in the group asked in confusion. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like a bad thing right now. At least Frostthorn has no way to deal with Boss Li Fei. Someone in the group analyzed. I almost thought Li Fei was out of the running, but now he's given me hope again. I think we should rest assured. Boss Li Fei is confident of winning this round. The Lakshmi region, the surprised expressions on everyone's faces gradually faded. Holy crap, what's going on? Did Hurt hold back? The same ice spike had such a different result, and most importantly, Li Fei caught it. It's unbelievable. Hurt wouldn't hold back. The only explanation is that Li Fei has found a way to deal with him. But so what? Hurt has countless methods. He will definitely find a way to deal with Li Fei, someone in the group explained. That's right. Hurt hasn't even used his frozen 1,000 miles technique yet. If he does, he can definitely kill Li Fei instantly. Chapter 145, 10 Hours of Fierce Battle. We should trust Hurt. He's more than capable of dealing with that Li Fei. Li Fei is only at gold 2-star level, while health is at the peak of gold 3-star. His stamina is much better than Li Fei's. Moreover, he still has many tricks up his sleeve. Let's wait and see. Li Fei will definitely lose this round, someone in the group said. You're right, Li Fei is doomed. Li Fei looked solemn as he surveyed the location of the temple ruins. The reason he was able to destroy the ice spikes was mainly due to his newly mastered skill, Dark Force. When he used the God-breaking spear to block the frost spikes, he successfully channeled his power into the frost spikes' interior. This was the real reason the frost spikes disintegrated. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly, because he would have had to endure it head-on. His tiger's mouth was cracked from the shock of withstanding the icy spikes. At this moment, the dust that had been kicked up returned to the ground, and Li Fei finally saw Hurt's true appearance clearly. Dressed in pristine white, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, he exuded an air of dominance. Li Fei was stunned. He had to admit that the other party's appearance was much better than his own. However, appearances don't determine everything. Li Fei is not someone to be trifled with. At this point, he was less than 10 meters away from Hurt. So he made his move, pouncing like a nimble cheetah. A hint of panic flashed in Hurt's eyes. He probably hadn't expected Li Fei to start fighting without even giving him a chance to speak. This was a close-quarters fight, with both fighters going all out. Bang bang. The sounds of banging echoed continuously from inside the stadium. The onlookers were stunned. In this close combat, the two were evenly matched, and neither gained the upper hand. The two seemed to be evenly matched in both speed and strength. However, all of this is understandable. The hidden force skill that Li Fei has mastered is a close combat weapon, so he is not afraid of close combat at all. Hurt's level is at the peak of gold 3-star, so in terms of strength alone, he is stronger than Li Fei. However, Li Fei's close combat skills were too strong, so the two ended up in a draw. The situation quickly became tense. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone's expressions returned to calm within the chat group. The crowd was speechless as they watched the intense battle between the two on screen. Boss Li Fei is clearly in control of the situation, so our worries are unnecessary, someone in the group said. I never expected that Li Fei's close combat ability would be so strong. He actually managed to fight to a draw with Helter, a gold 3-star, someone exclaimed. Don't you know who he is? That's none other than Li Fei, the veteran of countless battles. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, Boss Li Fei will definitely win this round. I think we shouldn't be too happy yet. That Hurt still has a trump card he hasn't used yet. His frozen thousands of miles technique is extremely terrifying. So what? Boss Li Fei also has Apocalypse. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone looked shocked. How could this be? That Li Fei actually fought to a draw with Helter. Isn't he only at the Gold 2 level? Someone in the group questioned. There's something wrong with his skills. Look, every time he makes a move, the Divine Spear flashes with light. His skills must be able to enhance his attack power, someone in the group analyzed. It must be said that this person's analysis is quite close to the truth. However, Li Fei's skill does not have an amplification effect, but rather it can inject damage into the opponent's body, which is even more terrifying than amplification. So what? I don't think we need to worry too much. Hurt is capable of handling all of this. Don't forget that Hurt has many hidden methods he hasn't used yet. But that Li Fei is no simple character either. In any case, Hurt is capable of taking down Li Fei. Alright. The location of the temple ruins. Li Fei and Hurt are still locked in fierce combat. This situation had been going on for a full half hour. At this moment, Hurt became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He now had a new understanding of Li Fei's strength. His opponent was definitely not an ordinary Gold 2-star expert, but rather someone whose strength was comparable to some Gold 3-star experts. It seems I underestimated my opponent. Hurt's eyes turned serious. This battle was going to be more difficult than he had imagined. Li Fei became calmer and calmer as the fight progressed. In his opinion, his opponent was only relying on his level advantage. If they were equals, he could completely crush them. Neither of them was willing to give up easily, so the battle continued. Time passed slowly, and the battle between the two lasted for more than 10 hours. The onlookers were all stunned. Holy crap, this is too intense. Judging by this, it won't end for 3 days and 3 nights, someone in the crowd exclaimed. There's no way around it. They're evenly matched now, and it's a stalemate. What's next is a test of their willpower. Who do you think will win? Someone asked curiously. I don't know, but I hope Boss Benfei can win this match, because it will be very beneficial for us. If Hurt wins, I don't know how he will deal with us, someone in the crowd said. Then, at that moment, the battlefield underwent a new change. Li Fei finally couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed his Samadhi True Fire. Flames were seen shooting out of his pupils. As soon as the flames appeared, they flew rapidly toward Hurt. Hurt's eyes showed a solemn expression. He had experienced the power of these flames before. One of his hands had been burned off by these flames. How could he not be prepared when he encountered such flames again? At this moment, his figure suddenly became blurry, swaying like ripples. The Samadhi True Fire actually passed directly through these ripples. Then, as the target disappeared, the white flames slowly vanished. Li Fei's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected his opponent to know this move. It was clearly a spatial skill, and the fact that his opponent knew it was quite surprising. Meanwhile, Hurt revealed himself 20 meters away, looking relieved. He had guessed correctly. This time-space travel technique could perfectly counter the opponent's Samadhi True Fire. However, he was still filled with lingering fear. If his guess was wrong, he might really have died here. Don't even think about using that kind of flame against me. I already have a way to deal with it. Hurt sneered. Now that he was certain he could handle the opponent's flames, he naturally had no more worries. He can now unleash his full power. Frost spikes. Hurt shouted coldly. With 3 consecutive sounds, he unleashed the frost spike combo. 3 frost spikes flashed with a cold light, and then charged towards Li Fei in unison. Li Fei's expression changed. He had to destroy the ice spikes 3 times in a row, or he would be in danger. However, he wasn't fast enough. These 3 ice spikes were extremely fast, and came at the same time, so he couldn't break them one by one. Therefore, he had no choice but to fight them head-on. Whirlwind slash. Li Fei roared madly, as he quickly ran towards the 3 ice spikes in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. 3 swishing sounds followed as icy spittle shot out. Li Fei then raised his god-slaying spear to counter. Boom! 3 icy spikes struck the god-slaying spear in succession. Puff! Li Fei coughed up blood. Under the immense force, he staggered back more than 20 steps before regaining his balance. His opponent's series of attacks caused him considerable injury. As the dust settled, Li Fei knelt on one knee, panting heavily. He had just clashed head-on with his opponent, but it had been far too difficult for him. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and his breathing was noticeably weaker. The onlookers looked terrified. Hurt's attack was terrifying. Although they didn't experience it firsthand, judging from Li Fei's performance, it was absolutely earth-shattering. Justin's eyes were filled with shock. Hurt's strength completely exceeded his expectations. The fact that the other party was able to beat Li Fei like this made him feel alarmed. Moreover, after unleashing the Ice Spike triple strike, Hurt clearly still had energy left to spare. This surprised him even more. Left's eye showed worry. He was concerned about Li Fei's safety, and there was a reason for this. He was worried that after Helt won the match, he would attack them, and then they would lose their third place. He had also thought about leaving while they were fighting. But he hesitated, because Li Fei also had a chance of winning. At this moment, Li Fei slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position. His eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit. This attack had not destroyed his fighting spirit. On the contrary, it had made his will even stronger. Hurt watched with great interest. He had already realized that his three-hit combo of frost spikes posed a significant threat to Li Fei, so he was no longer in a hurry. "I'd like to see how long you can last," Hurt mocked. After he finished speaking, he wasted no time and attacked again. Frost spikes. A cold glint flashed in Hurt's eyes. He unleashed another triple ice spike. Models of ice swords began to form in front of him. These ice spikes were formed from extremely cold energy and had great destructive power. He wanted to see just how many ice spikes Li Fei could withstand. In the Alls Mountains region, within the chat group, everyone wore worried expressions, their eyes no longer showing the ease they had just displayed. Oh no, Boss Li Fei is in danger. These ice spikes are too powerful. Li Fei has no way to wipe them all out. That Hurt knew exactly what that was, which is why he's so reckless. If Hurt hadn't mastered the ability to travel through space, Li Fei's flames would have been enough to annihilate him. There's no use talking about this now. We need to find a way to save Boss Li Fei. Chapter 146, Ice and Snow City. Save him? How can we save him? Right now, Boss Li Fei can only rely on himself, someone in the group said helplessly. We're doomed. We might lose this game. Shut your jinx. We still have a chance to turn this around. Boss Li Fei won't let them succeed so easily. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone looked excited. Great. Hurt is about to win. That Li Fei is no match for Hurt at all. He can't withstand Hurt's 3 consecutive ice spikes, someone in the group exclaimed with delight. Haha, we're getting closer and closer to victory. That Li Fei is bound to lose. That scared me to death. I thought they were evenly matched, but I was wrong. Li Fei is no match for Hurt at all. We are already on the road to victory, and it won't be long before Li Fei is defeated and killed. I don't think we should be too happy yet. That Xia person seems to still have the ability to retaliate, someone reminded in the group. Sanlak, you should open your eyes. In the current situation, there is absolutely no way the other side can turn the tide. At the location of the temple ruins, Li Fei's expression was very grim. He was completely powerless to resist the triple attack of Helt's ice spikes. At this moment, he looked up and saw that 3 more ice spikes had condensed in front of Hurt. Li Fei felt a chill run down his spine. The other party was going to kill him. Li Fei became focused, and the more dangerous the environment, the calmer he became. Spikes opposite him, Li Fei already had a plan in mind. Only in close combat can he exert enough of his advantage. Therefore, he needs to get close to the other party as soon as possible. Another point is that he doesn't believe the other party could use such a powerful skill without any cost. This skill will definitely consume a lot of the opponent's energy points. Li Fei was very certain of this. So Li Fei did the opposite. Ignoring his injuries, he rushed over quickly. He had to get close to the other party as soon as possible. At this moment, Li Fei charged towards Hurt at the speed of a galloping horse. A flicker of disdain crossed Hurt's eyes. He knew what Li Fei wanted to do, but would he give him the chance? Go, he said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 icy spikes shot towards Li Fei. Li Fei was already prepared. Seeing the 3 ice thorns rushing towards him, he twisted his body to the side as much as possible to avoid one of the ice thorns, while he planned to confront the other 2 ice thorns that were very close by head-on. And all of this happened in an instant. Sizzle. Like 2 metal pipes rubbing together at high speed, a huge burst of fire erupted between the god-breaking spear in Li Fei's hand and the 2 ice spikes. He narrowly avoided the other frost bear. The scene was extremely dangerous for a moment. This time, Li Fei was forced back 5 steps by the frost spikes, and then he successfully blocked both frost spikes. Hurt frowned. He was very dissatisfied with this attack because one of the ice spikes had been shot away by Li Fei. Otherwise, Li Fei would not have been able to block this wave of attack so easily. But so what? The opponent can shoot once, but can they shoot a second time? He could have used frost spikes a few more times. However, just as he was about to use Frost Spike again, he hesitated because he only had 140 energy points left. If he uses the Frost Spike again, he will only have enough energy left to use space travel twice or freeze 10,000 miles once, which will make him feel very insecure. So he changed his mind. Helter isn't just good with those ice spikes. He's equally formidable in close combat. The two then engaged in close combat again, and this time the fight was even more intense. The two sides exchanged blows, often exchanging dozens of moves within a few seconds. Both sides became increasingly proficient in using their respective weapons. The scene was incredibly intense. People could often only hear the sounds, but not see the moves. At that moment, Li Fei shouted, "Watch my counterattack." On the battlefield, Li Fei turned his head and unleashed a very powerful killing move. Not to be outdone, Hurt unleashed a powerful counterattack. The fighting continued, but the onlookers were deeply troubled. The reason was simple. The battle was too intense, unlike anything they had ever seen in their lives. It was a closely fought battle, and if either side made even a single mistake, they could lose their lives on the spot. Kex gaped in astonishment, drool dripping from his mouth, but he seemed oblivious. He wasn't sure how long the two would fight. There were less than 2 days left in the competition, and he didn't want to imagine the consequences if they didn't decide a winner by the end. Justin innocently touched his chin. He admitted that Li Fei was very strong, but he did not expect that Hurt was just as strong, even stronger than Li Fei. Left shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't know whether he should leave or stay, because America's resources were very close to theirs, and in the last 2 days, America had a chance to overtake them. He wanted to leave to find resources, but he was afraid of missing the opportunity at the temple, so he kept hesitating. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone's expression changed repeatedly. No one dared to relax now, because the outcome between Li Fei and Hurt could be decided at any moment. And winning or losing is what they care about most. Holy crap, that Hurt is too fierce. He's holding his own at all. You know, close combat is Li Fei's forte, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Hurt is no match for Li Fei in close combat. The main reason he can fight Li Fei to a draw is that his level is higher than Li Fei's. No matter what, the battle has reached a stalemate, and now that boss Li Fei is on the offensive, I'm worried that he won't be able to hold on, someone in the group worried. Both offense and defense have their advantages. Offense is easier to restrain the opponent and has more chances of winning. However, offense requires more effort than defense. If the attacker cannot gain any advantage in a short period of time, his advantage will quickly turn into a disadvantage. I believe Boss Li is capable of handling anything. He still has that strange flame and apocalypse he hasn't used yet. Hurt also has hidden methods. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone was glued to the screen, where Li Fei and Hurt were engaged in a fierce battle. But neither of them could do anything about the other. That Li Fei is incredibly tenacious. Otherwise Hurt would have finished him off long ago, someone in the group exclaimed. Hee, don't worry. No matter how much Li Fei resists, he won't be a match for Hurt. Besides, Li Fei in the video is obviously a bit tired. As long as he gives Hurt even the slightest chance, Hurt will be able to quickly distance himself from him and then kill him with the Frost Spike, someone said disdainfully. That Li Fei is no pushover. I don't believe he can't think of anything you can think of. Then let's just sit back and wait to be proven wrong. I'm almost certain that Hurt will take down Li Fei within a few hours. At the location of the temple ruins, Li Fei and Hurt fought for another 4 or 5 hours. Now he was already feeling a bit tired, and he knew he couldn't hold on any longer. He could also foresee that Hurt would immediately distance himself from him. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't defeat his opponent in close combat, and the opponent would always find a way to escape. At this moment, Hurt finally seized the opportunity, and Li Fei's attack speed slowed down significantly. A smile crept across Hurt's face. He knew the time for a counterattack had come, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he used an ice spike move to block Li Fei's pursuit. He, on the other hand, distanced himself even further from Li Fei. Only one of us is destined to leave this place, and that person is me, Hurt said with a sneer from a distance of 30 or 40 meters from Li Fei. So confident. Li Fei retorted with a sneer. You're stubborn as a mule. Hurt sneered repeatedly, and at the same time, he unleashed another triple blast of ice spikes. 3 icy spikes shot towards Li Fei like lightning. I'm returning this to you, Li Fei said, and at the same time, he started moving. He sprinted forward, unleashing a whirlwind slash at the same time. The whirlwind slash struck one of the ice spikes directly, while he successfully dodged the other 2. Li Fei was surprised. He felt that his opponent's aim was getting worse and worse, and only one ice spike actually hit him. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. He didn't stop moving quickly while speeding along, because this was a good opportunity and he wasn't willing to give it up so easily. As Li Fei rapidly approached, his pupils dilated once more, the samadhi true fire in his eyes ready to be unleashed at the opportune moment. He was now only 10 meters away from his opponent, and he felt this was his chance. But then he suddenly saw a strange smile on Hert's lips, and the hairs on his body began to stand on end. No, they did it on purpose. Realizing what was happening, Li Fei hurriedly stopped and retreated. However, it was too late. Hert had already used his skill. Frozen for thousands of miles. Hert sneered. In an instant, the icy sword in his hand emitted a terrifying chill. The chill quickly spread out, and then formed an ice sculpture. Even though Li Fei ran fast, he was still frozen by the cold. In just 3 seconds, he had become an ice sculpture. At this moment, the cold air did not stop, it continued to spread outwards. In just an instant, the area within 300 or 400 meters was frozen solid, and this location was completely transformed into an ice and snow city. Chapter 147, The Angry Old Dragon. Li Fei's body was covered in ice, which was 3 or 4 meters thick. This ice completely imprisoned him, making him unable to move. At this moment, his expression remained furrowed, his eyes still held confusion, and his movements remained backward. Everything seemed to have stopped for a moment. Around him, the ground, tree branches, and some flowers and plants were all frozen solid. Cold. A chilling cold that seeps into your heart. The temple ruins left the onlookers completely stunned. How could that be? Hert can actually use such an awesome move? Such power is beyond the capabilities of humans. Amazing. Incredibly amazing. Hert's standing in their eyes has risen even higher. The entire area within 300 or 400 meters has been turned into ice sculptures. And this is in the middle of a desert. The scene became extremely quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, afraid of missing any details. Has Li Fei lost? The crowd roared inwardly, but soon they accepted the fact. Judging from the scene, Li Fei was powerless to resist. He was now frozen solid, and whether he was dead or not was still uncertain. A gust of cold wind blew by, and everyone shivered. Li Fei had been defeated, and they were slightly worried about how Hert would deal with them. Some people had already quietly left, unsure of what Hert would do with them. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group looked grim. What do we do? Boss Li Fei has lost. He's lost to Hert. We've lost, someone in the group said pessimistically. Everyone stared blankly at the screen. The screen showed Li Fei frozen into an ice sculpture. Boss Li Fei didn't even have time to unleash that apocalypse move. Hert is a despicable scoundrel. He tricked Boss Li Fei. Otherwise, he couldn't have won so easily, someone said angrily. It's no use saying anything now. Boss Li Fei has no chance to fight back. It can only be said that Hert was incredibly lucky. He actually managed to have a series of fortuitous encounters, which is why he was able to hold his own against Boss Li Fei. That's true, but so what? Luck is also a part of ability. The result of Li Fei's failure is that our resources will be halved, someone lamented in the group. There's nothing we can do about it. Everyone expressed their pessimistic views. However, at that moment, an accident occurred. In the video, Li Fei's eyes seemed to move slightly. Holy crap, Boss Li Fei isn't dead. His eyes are still moving, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. This person had been paying close attention to Li Fei and observing him very carefully, which is why he was able to notice the anomaly in the first place. It's true, Boss Li Fei isn't dead. His eyes are really moving. Holy crap, I saw that too. Numerous people in the group expressed their surprise and delight. They all knew what this meant. This means that Li Fei has not completely lost the ability to resist. As long as Li Fei is not dead and remains conscious, he has the opportunity to fight back. In the video, Li Fei's eyes are moving with difficulty, but he is clearly not in good condition, as he has no part of his body that he can move. In the chat group in the Kingdom of Locke, everyone had a joyful expression on their face. Haha, Helter truly lives up to his reputation as the most outstanding individual in our Lac Kingdom region. He actually defeated Li Fei in a single move. If you ask me, Hert didn't need to waste so much time with the other party. He could have just used this move directly, since the other party had no ability to resist anyway. None of that matters anymore, because we've won. We'll get Li Fei's resources, and we'll be ranked number 1 on the resource leaderboard. More importantly, our region will receive a 100-fold increase in rewards. We should pop some champagne to celebrate, someone joked in the group chat. Li Fei should be the strongest among all the contestants, but he was unlucky and ran into Helter, so he can only suffer a bitter defeat here, someone mocked. Li Fei is indeed very strong, but compared to Helter after his transformation, he is still slightly inferior. The group members were discussing and criticizing Li Fei. However, at this moment, someone in the group let out a panicked scream, breaking this rare harmonious scene. What's going on, Roger? What are you yelling about? Someone in the group complained. Look, Li Fei doesn't seem to be dead. His eyes are still moving, Rattle said nervously. What? Everyone in the group hurriedly looked at the screen. In the scene, Li Fei's eyes move with difficulty within the iceberg, and it's clear that he's trying to find a way to break free from the small iceberg covering him. Hurt apparently did not notice this. Oh no, we have to inform Hurt of this, or we'll be in big trouble. But we've already used up all our contact opportunities. What do we do? He's not dead, someone in the group exclaimed in panic. I don't think we need to worry too much. The iceberg on Li Fei's body is at least 3 or 4 meters high. He shouldn't be able to open it. Besides, he's been trapped in the iceberg for so long. There's no reason why he shouldn't be injured at all. His threat might not be as great as we think, someone analyzed. You're right, we were worrying unnecessarily. Even if Li Fei isn't dead, so what? He's trapped and can't escape at all. That's right. Even if he doesn't die, he must have suffered serious injuries. We have absolutely no need to worry about him. At the location of the temple ruins, Li Fei had lost all feeling in his body. He now regrets it. He was too careless. He didn't expect the other party to use this tactic against him. He never expected that Hurt could actually use such an unprecedented move. At this moment, countless blasts of cold air rushed into his body, and his limbs were now severely frostbitten. But for some reason, his heart meridian was not damaged, and his lower dantian was also well protected. Otherwise, he might never regain consciousness. The lower dantian and the heart meridian are the only places he can sense. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of heat coming from his dantian, and this heat began to slowly travel through his body. Is this the Samadhi true fire? Li Fei was overjoyed. It was obvious that the Samadhi fire helped him, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to withstand it until now. If Li Fei could see inside his body, he would definitely be able to discover that the Samadhi true fire was burning wildly within him, while its opponent was wisps of cold air that were constantly entering his dantian, trying to devour the Samadhi true fire. But how could the Samadhi true fire let them succeed so easily? The Samadhi true fire is the most yang substance in the world, and it is the nemesis of these cold energies. If they want to devour the Samadhi true fire, they are only courting death. All the cold air that entered the dantian was instantly burned away by the Samadhi true fire. Moreover, the Samadhi true fire that extinguishes the cold energy began to move spontaneously. It started to travel through Li Fei's meridians to help him expel the cold energy from his body. Clearly, they had also discovered Li Fei's dangerous situation. Li Fei was overjoyed. With the help of the Samadhi true fire over this period of time, he gradually regained sensation in his body. Time was slowly passing, and Li Fei had now regained most of his control over his body. He could completely control the rest of his body, except for his limbs, which he could not fully control. Meanwhile, Hurt was admiring his masterpiece, walking step by step through the icy world he had created. At the same time, he slowly walked towards Li Fei's position. Because Li Fei had his back to him when he ran away, he could not see the expression on Li Fei's face. Li Fei, you never thought you'd end up like this. Surrender and face your doom, Hurt said coldly. At the same time, the icy sword in his hand was pointed directly at Li Fei's position. He only needed one sword strike to finish off his opponent. Although he didn't know whether Li Fei was alive or dead, he knew that after this sword strike, Li Fei was destined to perish. However, before using this last move, he wanted to check Li Fei's expression to see if the other party was still as arrogant as before. So he slowly walked over. At this moment, Li Fei was surprisingly calm. He had regained full control of his body and could clearly sense Hurt's position behind him. However, his mind was not on that at all. It was focused on the divine spear. Despite the chill, the god-slaying spear remained unaffected and instead became even hotter. His right hand could feel the temperature of the spear's shaft as intense as boiling water. In a place he didn't know, Dragon, over 10 zhang tall, was angrily looking up at the sky and sighing. I'm furious. This kid is too weak. Sigh, Zhang Wutian, what kind of successor did you pick? This is the first time I've questioned your judgment. If it weren't for our agreement, I would have eaten this kid alive. Old Jiao, have never suffered such humiliation in all these endless years. How dare a mere ice sword shirk its duty on my head? But no matter how much he roared, he was helpless because he had an agreement with that person and could only rely on his own strength. Why hasn't this kid made a move yet? What is he waiting for? Old Zhao thought angrily. He was naturally aware of the situation outside. Li Fei has regained control of his body, and he can now completely break through the ice covering him. However, he immediately thought of another possibility. Li Fei was planning to scheme against this hurt. Thinking of this, a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. Because that person never bothered with such underhanded tactics. That person was straightforward and fearless. That person was not afraid of any schemes or tricks, because no scheme could have any effect on him. Outside, Li Fei had made thorough preparations, but he still needed to put in some effort to break through the ice covering his body. Chapter 148, The Final Battle. During this time, he cannot be disturbed in any way. At this moment, Hurt finally walked up to him, and the two looked at each other. Hurt was first surprised, then panicked. He never expected that Li Fei, who was covered in ice, would still be conscious. Moreover, the other party seemed to be completely unaffected. This made him wary. Li Fei looked at Hurt with a cold expression. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. His pupils began to dilate, and wisps of white flame shot out from them, rushing towards Hurt like lightning. Oh no, we've fallen for their trap. That was Hurt's first reaction. His body twisted rapidly as he used his spatial teleportation ability once again. He knew he couldn't afford to touch these flames easily, or he would be doomed. After using spatial teleportation, his figure gradually blurred, but reappeared 20 meters away. Then, the next moment, Hurt's expression changed. He discovered that the Samadhi True Fire was quickly recalled by Li Fei and began to burn the iceberg on his body. His face turned ugly. Li Fei's target wasn't him at all, but the ice on his body. The other party did this in order to distance themselves from them. Hurt's face was extremely gloomy, but so what? He had plenty of ways to control the other party. Frost spikes, Hurt shouted. Then, a model of an ice sword quickly materialized in front of him, and the ice spike flew towards Li Fei like lightning. Hurt sneered. As long as the ice spike pierced his opponent, the match would be over. However, he was disappointed. Just as the ice spikes were about to reach Li Fei broke through the ice. Whirlwind slash, Li Fei said in a deep voice. At the same time, he gripped the god-breaking spear with both hands and directly clashed head-on with the frost spike. How could this be? Hurt's eyes were filled with surprise. He couldn't believe that Li Fei had actually broken free from the ice's restraints. Li Fei felt a surge of relief. If it weren't for the help of the Samadhi True Fire, it would have taken him 2 or 3 days to escape. All of this is because of the Samadhi True Fire, which is the most yang substance in the world and the nemesis of all inattribute creatures. Naturally, ice will also be restrained by the Samadhi True Fire. Therefore, under the burning of the Samadhi Fire, the ice melted rapidly, which is why he was able to escape at such a speed. At this moment, only a handful of people remained among the onlookers around the temple, who had not expected the situation to reverse again. Justin's eyes showed shock. He hadn't expected Li Fei to survive under such circumstances. In his mind, Hurt had already won the game. Left's expression changed several times. He had almost decided to leave, but he held back at the last moment because he thought the situation might change. However, when that moment actually arrived, he felt a sense of disbelief. He never expected that Li Fei could escape under such dangerous circumstances. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Great! Boss Li Fei has escaped, someone in the group exclaimed joyfully. They were almost in despair just now, but the result has taken a turn for the better. Holy crap, Boss Fei is amazing. He managed to escape even under such circumstances. He's a true role model for us all. We underestimated Li Fei's strength. He's far stronger than we thought, someone in the group analyzed. That's right. If we were facing the frozen thousands of miles skill, we might be wiped out. Now it's Hurt's turn to look ugly, someone mocked in the group. In the Lac Kingdom region, everyone in the chat group looked on with surprise. Some of them looked even more uncomfortable than if they had swallowed a fly. Their eyes were fixed on the screen. The screen displayed the scene of Li Fei melting the ice with Samadhi True Fire. How could this be? How is this possible? Li Fei actually escaped. That's 4 or 5 meters thick ice. How could he have escaped? Everyone was filled with doubt, but the facts were right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe it. It's that flame. The power of that flame might far exceed our imagination. And don't forget, it was this flame that burned off one of Hurt's arms. What should we do? The situation seems to be getting worse for Hurt, someone worried in the group. Hee, what's there to be afraid of? I dare say that Li Fei suffered a serious injury. The icebound thousands of miles skill can't possibly have no effect on him at all. That's right, Li Fei is probably injured right now, and Hurt isn't afraid of close combat. So we still have a great chance, someone explained in the group. The location of the temple ruins. Li Fei's expression was indifferent. Although he had escaped from the iceberg, he had also paid a considerable price. For example, all 4 of his limbs were frostbitten. Although the cold air inside had been forced out by the Samadhi true fire, it did not mean that it had no effect on him. He has only managed to hold on until now thanks to sheer willpower. However, he believed that his opponent was also in a bad state. His opponent had first used the frost spike, then the frozen 1,000 miles skill, and then the space travel skill. He was basically certain that his opponent did not have much energy left. This was a good opportunity, and he wasn't going to let it slip by. Otherwise, he didn't know when the next chance would come. Kill. A cold glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes, and he charged forward. Looking at Li Fei rushing over, Hurt's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He could see that Li Fei's body was seriously injured, and he also wanted to take this opportunity to finish him off, but he didn't have enough energy points. He only had 39 points left. He couldn't even use spatial teleportation once, and he was worried about how he would dodge if Li Fei used that strange flame. Unfortunately, Li Fei didn't give him any time to think. He had already charged forward. Bang! Sparks flew between the two once again. Bang! Bang! The two exchanged blows, and soon dozens of moves had been played between them. I'm not afraid of you in close combat. Hurt sneered. In the course of these dozens of moves, he discovered that Li Fei was all bark and no bite. His opponent's moves were far less sharp than before. Is that so? Li Fei sneered, and at the same time, his pupils began to dilate, and wisps of flame began to flash from his eyes. The moment this Samadhi fire appeared, it burned towards Hurt. He had actually been testing the waters the whole time. He had probed the other party's hand, and now that he had finally gotten the result he wanted, he no longer hesitated. Seeing Li Fei unleash that strange flame again, Hurt laughed eerily. He hadn't originally planned to do that, because it would destabilize his position, but now he had no choice but to. At this moment, his aura was soaring, and in the blink of an eye, it reached an unbelievable level. His current aura was far beyond what an ordinary gold 3-star expert could possess. At the same time, a cracking sound came from his body, and he had now advanced to the gold 4-star realm. Hurt laughed. His attribute values increased significantly at that moment, and his energy value also returned to a perfect state of 200 points. Li Fei's expression changed drastically. He never expected that his opponent would advance at this moment, which completely disrupted his original rhythm. On the other side, Hurt's figure began to blur, as the opponent used spatial teleportation again. His Samadhi True Fire attack missed completely, as the opponent perfectly dodged it. The next moment, Hurt appeared 20 meters away. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Show them all. I'll give you a chance. Hurt sneered. Li Fei is now exhausted, while he is at his peak, so he is naturally fearless. Bring it on. Li Fei's eyes were cold. No matter how disadvantaged he was, he would not give up easily. Time passed slowly, and the two fought for over 1,000 rounds. However, Li Fei was always at a disadvantage throughout these thousands of rounds, and he struggled to hold on. A mocking smile slowly crept onto Hurt's lips. He knew that Li Fei was very close to his limit. Therefore, he planned to decide the outcome with a single move. After a few hours of rest, his energy level returned to a perfect state of 200 points. This is enough for him to use Icebound thousands of miles twice. So this time, he plans to use Icebound thousands of miles twice in a row to finish off Li Fei in one go. At this moment, he gripped the frost sword and uttered a soft cry. Freeze for 10,000 miles. Immediately, the frost sword began to rapidly release its chilling energy. Li Fei's eyes were cold, and he was in very poor condition. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his face was somewhat pale, but his fighting spirit remained high. As a seasoned player, he was naturally prepared for Hurt's frozen 1,000 miles move. So almost simultaneously, a strange light flashed in his eyes. His apocalypse has not been used yet. Li Fei mobilized his vital energy, while simultaneously attempting to communicate with the God-breaking spear. The God-slaying spear began to heat up in his palm, and the power within it continuously entered his body. He could clearly feel his strength increasing. At the same time, that mysterious feeling rose in his heart again, and his aura began to rise rapidly. At this moment, he was a completely different person from before. Li Fei rushed towards Hurt, clearly sensing the god-breaking spear's thirst for battle. Hurt frowned. He noticed that Li Fei seemed different from before. Based on his understanding of Li Fei should be running away at this time. Why was he rushing towards him instead? Chapter 149 Apocalypse and the Frozen Thousands of Miles. Li Fei's unusual behavior forced him to be cautious. However, he quickly relaxed his furrowed brows, not believing that Li Fei was capable of blocking this attack. He had absolute confidence in his ability to freeze thousands of miles. At this moment, the two charged at each other, each wanting to eliminate the other in one fell swoop. The onlookers were completely stunned. The intensity of the battle far exceeded their expectations. They had not imagined that Li Fei and Hurt were so powerful. What surprised them even more was that Hurt had advanced again, now reaching the level of Gold 4 star. Not long ago, he was only Gold 1 star. They didn't know what kind of extraordinary encounter Hurt had that allowed him to advance so quickly. Of course, they admired Li Fei's courage even more. Despite being at a disadvantage, he fought extremely fiercely, and his strength seemed to be no weaker than Hurt's. Justin looked at Li Fei and Hurt with disbelief. They both held a very high place in his heart now. One of them possesses powerful skills and a high level, while the other has unwavering will and unpredictable skills. Now the two of them are finally going to have their battle decided. Justin breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. The reason was simple. Li Fei and Hurt had been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights. If it didn't end soon, who knew how long they would fight? However, he couldn't predict the outcome yet. If it were before, he would have thought that Hurt had a higher chance of winning, but he had been proven wrong several times. So now his answer was that everything was still unknown. Left also looked nervous. He had even thought Li Fei was going to win, but then Hurt instantly rose to Gold 4 star, so he hesitated now. To be honest, he thought Li Fei would most likely lose, but this guess has been proven to be very inaccurate several times. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group looked tense. Is it finally going to end? Someone in the group muttered to themselves. In the scene, Li Fei and Hurt rushed towards each other at the same time, their eyes filled with killing intent. Everyone knows that the moment of the final battle is about to arrive. What do you think? Someone asked, trembling. He asked this because he believed that Li Fei was likely to lose. This decisive battle seems rather bleak, someone echoed his opinion. The reason is simple. Li Fei has been seriously injured since the battle began, while Hurt's injuries are relatively minor. In fact, Hurt even reached the Gold 4 star level at a crucial moment. If Hurt hadn't upgraded to Gold 4 star, I would have bet on Li Fei to win, but now. The man didn't finish his sentence. Isn't Boss Li Fei always going to create miracles for us? Someone in the group retorted. A miracle is a manifestation of strength, but what does Boss Li Fei have to compare with Helter now? In terms of level, he is 2 levels higher than Boss Li Fei. In terms of skills, he is no worse than Boss Li Fei. Moreover, Boss Li Fei is seriously injured now, while Helter is in almost perfect condition. What do they have to compare now? Ning Tong said helplessly. Isn't there any hope at all? Boss Li Fei has never used Apocalypse on Helter before. Maybe this skill can deliver a fatal blow to him. Both are low-grade heaven-level weapons. I don't believe the Frost Sword will lose to the God-breaking spear. The group chat was immediately filled with pessimistic opinions. You've all got one thing wrong. Boss Li Fei is the one who's tied to us. We share the same fate, and we share the same fate. Hurt is just an outsider, but you're belittling Boss Li Fei and praising Hurt. Lu Song said angrily. That's right. I think Boss Li Fei has a chance of winning. Don't you find it strange that Boss Li Fei isn't afraid at all when facing Helter's frozen thousands of miles? Moreover, Boss Li Fei doesn't show any fear at all. This shows that he has enough confidence. I think so too. Boss Li Fei definitely has a chance of winning. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone was filled with excitement. Although the situation was not yet clear, they knew that Hurt was likely to be the victor. Li Fei is already injured like this, yet he still wants to fight Helter. What's the difference between that and courting death? Someone mocked in the group. That's what you call not giving up until you hit a brick wall. We can just sit back and watch the show. Hurt will teach him a lesson he'll never forget. To be honest, that Li Fei is really tenacious. If it weren't for Boss Health advancing to 4 stars, he would have been really hard to deal with. No matter how powerful he is, he's doomed today. That's right. We have 3 advantages, while the other side has 3 disadvantages. This time, Hurt will definitely win, someone in the group said shrewdly. I'd like to hear more details, someone immediately asked in the group. Our first advantage is that Hurt is basically uninjured, while Li Fei is seriously injured. Our second advantage is that Hert's level is 2 levels higher than Li Fei's, which is a significant difference. Our third advantage is that Hert's skills perfectly counter Li Fei's. Li Fei can't make a dent in Hert's hands at all, the person explained. Good, well said. As expected of Mr. Defy, your analysis has immediately cleared up my doubts. With this advantage, how can we not win? Can Hert really take down Li Fei? Their battle has lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. I have a feeling that Li Fei is not so easy to deal with. Don't worry, it's just that Hert hadn't advanced to Gold 4-star before, so now he'll have an even easier time dealing with Li Fei, someone in the group explained. At the location of the temple ruins, Li Fei and Hert finally clashed. A vast expanse of ice. Apocalypse. The two attacked almost simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. The blade of the frost sword continuously emitted a dark blue chill, which rapidly spread in all directions, turning all the vegetation into ice sculptures. The tip of the god-breaking spear emitted dazzling rays of light, which continuously scanned the surroundings, especially the location of Hert. The moment they clashed, Hert realized something was wrong. His opponent's apocalypse attack filled him with immense fear. For some reason, he felt a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. A voice from the depths of his heart told him that if he were hit by these beams of light, he would die on the spot. But there were so many white lights, countless in number, and he was too close. Just then, he saw the beams of light strike a towering ancient tree beside him, which was then snapped in half. Fear flashed in Hert's eyes. He couldn't think about anything else now. He hurriedly used his second skill, spatial teleportation. He had to escape from here as soon as possible. His figure began to blur, but just as a beam of light was about to strike his gradually blurring figure, he had already moved away from there and was 20 meters away, so the beam of light did not hit him. Call. Hert breathed a sigh of relief as he revealed himself. If he hadn't left in time, he might already be a corpse. However, before he could completely relax, several more white beams of light shot out from the tip of the god-slaying spear. Not in time. In a panic, Hert used spatial teleportation again, and his figure blurred once more. When he reappeared, he was already 20 meters away. However, this time he did not stop, but chose to escape quickly. The reason was simple. The range of these beams was too far, reaching 300 or 400 meters. He had only escaped 40 meters with 2 consecutive spatial teleportations. He had just left the most dangerous area. However, these white lights were too dense, and he was eventually hit by several of them. His legs and back suffered very serious injuries. Fortunately, the farther away those rays were, the less damage they seemed to cause, so he was not in any immediate danger. At this moment, Hert's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had used up all his energy in this attack, but even so, he almost died here. He was shocked by the power of this move, and even more amazed by Li Fei's patience. The opponent had actually saved such a powerful move for this moment. Of course, in reality, Li Fei never had the chance to use it. Hert frowned slightly at first, then relaxed, because at least he had survived. However, Li Fei was not so lucky. Li Fei was already seriously injured, and with his move, Ice sealed 10,000 miles. He believed that Li Fei should have already perished there. He looked up and gazed at the scene, but his expression quickly turned grim. His face turned pale, then red. In the middle of the battle, Li Fei not only did not die, but was alive and well. However, his condition was not quite right, and he could no longer be seen as a human. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by flames. Anyone familiar with Li Fei would recognize that it was the Samadhi True Fire. Li Fei did this to protect himself from harm. Samadhi True Fire is an extremely young substance, and it is the nemesis of these cold energies. Therefore, he summoned Samadhi True Fire the moment Health cast Icebound 10,000 miles, and a fireball formed around him. All the chilling energy that tried to approach him was burned away without a trace by the Samadhi True Fire. From a distance, the area around Li Fei is quite a sight. He was inside a giant fireball, which was located in an icy world. As he expected, he was not harmed at all. All the cold air was blocked by the Samadhi True Fire. Chapter 150. The battle ends. The onlookers were completely stunned. They never imagined that a battle could be fought like this. They didn't see Li Fei, but they knew he was inside the fireball. Can flames be used like this? They were all astonished. What surprised them even more was that Li Fei had actually blocked the frozen thousands of miles attack. Not only that, they also discovered that Hert had been severely injured, and golden blood was flowing continuously from his body. This incredulously surprised them. When did Hert's blood turn golden? They couldn't help but recall the scene a few days earlier when Hurt and Rawat divided up the golden blood. They then thought of another question. Could Hurt's changes be related to this golden blood in some way? Some people thought of the spatial teleportation used by Hurt, and they remembered that the magical beast had also used the ability to travel through space not long ago. This led them into endless reverie. Justin's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Li Fei to be able to block Hurt's icebound thousands of miles. And even more terrifyingly, Li Fei had actually injured Hurt. The move he used, Apocalypse, was one he had never seen before, yet it was this move that severely injured Helt. If Helt hadn't used space travel twice at the crucial moment, he would probably be a corpse by now. He was shocked by the power of Li Fei's Apocalypse move. This move was no weaker than the icebound 1,000 miles move used by Hurt, and might even be stronger. Meanwhile, another thing also piqued his interest. Hurt's blood had turned gold. Considering the changes Hurt had undergone in recent days, as well as his strange ability to travel through space, he felt a surge of excitement. He was wondering if he could gain the same abilities if he could obtain that golden blood. If he could gain the ability to travel through space, would he be able to escape the judgment of system death? No one wants to die, especially when there is hope. His gaze burned as he looked in the direction of Hurt, or more precisely, at the golden blood that had fallen from his body. Left was equally shocked. He never expected Li Fei to unleash such a powerful skill. Apocalypse. Countless rays of light shone from the tip of the divine spear, illuminating the entire sky above his head. Such an effect can only be described as dazzling. The power of this move was completely beyond his expectations. Hurt was a gold 4-star powerhouse, but even he was severely injured in that situation, and that was after he used spatial teleportation twice to escape the central area. The damage from this move is unimaginable. If I were to encounter it, I would probably be instantly killed. Even if hundreds of you attacked together, it probably wouldn't change that. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of fear towards Li Fei because he knew that they were no longer on the same level. In his mind, the power of this move was no less than that of Hurt's frozen 1,000 miles, and might even be a little stronger. And all of this is because of the heavenly level weapon. His eyes burned as he looked at the god-slaying spear in Li Fei's hand and the frost sword in Hurt's hand. If he could obtain these two heavenly grade weapons, would he also be able to obtain the inheritance within them? Left pondered silently. Of course, there was another thing that shocked him. Hurt's blood was actually golden. How is this possible? His first thought was disbelief, but now it was right in front of him. He immediately realized that Hurt might have consumed the blood of the divine beast that he had previously obtained. Therefore, it's easy to understand why the other party suddenly gained the ability to travel through space. At the same time, he greedily watched as Hurt dripped golden blood. If he could obtain that golden blood, then he... However, it was clear that Hurt had sensed his gaze. Hurt turned around and gave him a cold look. If it weren't for Li Fei and the flames, he might have gone over and killed Left directly. Although he was seriously injured, he still retains this ability. Left was startled and quickly withdrew his somewhat reckless gaze, inwardly cursing himself for being foolish. Charant stared in disbelief at everything before him. The battle had brought him far too many unexpected surprises. He had thought that Hurt was about to win, but the result was reversed again. Li Fei not only blocked Hurt's icebound 1,000 miles, but he also used the Apocalypse move to seriously injure Hurt. Now the scales of victory are tipping in Li Fei's favor once again. At the same time, Li Fei's importance in his heart also increased once again. He hadn't expected that Li Fei, despite being severely injured, would still be able to achieve victory against a powerhouse 2 levels above him. In the Alls Mountains region, the expressions of shock, surprise, and hesitation were constantly intertwined among the people in the chat group. What's going on? Did Boss Li Fei win? Someone in the group asked in surprise. What kind of eyesight do you have? Of course Boss Li Fei won. Didn't you see that Hurt was badly injured? His blood was everywhere. In the video, Hurt's face turned ashen, and he had several wounds on his body from which blood was constantly flowing. It's finally safe now. Our Alls Mountains region is the ultimate victor. Someone in the group exclaimed with delight. I really admire Boss Li Fei. He actually thought of using his flame to block the frozen thousands of miles attack, and it actually worked. That's right, but Li Fei's Apocalypse move is not to be underestimated either. I'm sure its power is no less than Hurt's frozen 1,000 miles, or even stronger, someone in the group exclaimed. That's for sure. The fact that Boss Li Fei was able to defeat a gold 4-star expert in his prime, while heavily injured, will spread throughout the entire Eternal Night continent. I've got an idea for the 100x bonus. Once our region gets the resources, it'll take off completely. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone's faces were ashen, truly bleak. How could this be? Impossible? How could he possibly block that attack? He actually hid his strength. He's truly despicable, only using that one move at the very end, and Hurt was defeated because he wasn't prepared for it. Hurt was too careless. He fell into Li Fei's trap. Otherwise, how could he have suffered such a crushing defeat? We have to admit that Li Fei is really strong. We shouldn't have provoked him. Otherwise, wouldn't it have been great if our region had gotten second place and also received the 100x bonus? It's too late to say anything now. We've become the losers. An atmosphere of despair began to spread within the group. Look at Li Fei. He used flames to block Helter's frozen 1,000 miles. Frozen 1,000 miles is formed from cold air. I didn't expect him to be able to think of that. Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. If Li Fei fails to block this frozen thousands of miles attack, we might be the victors. However, at that moment, a roar came from the group. Hurt hasn't lost yet. There's no need for us to be so desperate. That's right. Look, Hurt has already escaped from here. As long as we leave, we will also be second on the resource leaderboard, and we can also enjoy the reward of 100-fold increase. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the screen. In the scene, Hurt is seen staggering away from the temple ruins. That's right. As long as Hurt can escape from here, there's still hope for revenge. As they approached the temple ruins, Hurt's expression grew increasingly grim. He knew he was at his limit and needed to find a place to heal as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Li Fei emerged, it would be his death. The reason he chose to escape at this time was mainly because Li Fei was still resisting the damage caused by the aftereffects of the icebound 1,000 miles. Once the effect of the icebound 1,000 miles disappeared, he was almost certain that Li Fei would eliminate him immediately, so he had to leave. As long as the green hills remain, there's always hope. As long as he's alive, there's always a chance. So he didn't bother bandaging his wounds, and instead fled the place as quickly as possible. He was confident that as long as he escaped to the depths of the Dark Sand Sea, Li Fei would have a hard time finding him, for no other reason than this. Because the dark desert is pitch black at night, and shrouded in fog during the day, making it difficult to move around. Without precise coordinates, it would be difficult for anyone to emerge from the dark desert. The onlookers watched as Hurt left. Their expressions varied. They clearly realized that Hurt had reached the end of his rope. The group exchanged glances and silently followed. This is a good opportunity to kill and steal. This opportunity is far better than simply defending the temple. Even though a starved camel is still bigger than a horse, they couldn't care less, because there was only one day left until the end of the competition, and they had to seize this opportunity. Of course, there is another reason. Hurt has too many treasures on him. The frost sword in his hand alone is priceless, not to mention the inheritance of the frost sword, the immortal herbs on his body, and other resources. Even though he himself is a treasure, because he possesses golden blood, every reason here would drive them crazy. Now all they need to do is follow closely behind Hurt and find a suitable opportunity to strike. At this moment, Li Fei was still desperately resisting the ever-surging cold air. This cold air seemed endless, making it quite troublesome for him to deal with. More importantly, he was now seriously injured, but he still had to spare energy to continuously control the Samadhi true fire around him. This is a lot of pressure for him. In the Alls Mountains chat group, everyone looked shocked. They hadn't expected that Hurt would actually escape like that. Chapter 151 Chasing Hurt. Holy crap, Hurt actually ran away. Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Should we just wait to die if we don't run? If it were me, I would leave immediately and find a secluded place to heal my wounds. Don't worry about him not being able to leave. Look behind him. There's a group of people following closely behind, someone in the group said. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the split screen. The image shows Justin, left, and others following closely behind Hurt, waiting for their chance. Holy crap, will Hurt die at the hands of these people? Then what was the point of Li Fei's efforts? Someone in the group said in confusion. No, Hurt isn't that weak. These few people can't kill him. If they dare to make a move, they should be prepared to face Hurt's desperate counterattack. That's right, Hurt is not someone to be trifled with, someone in the group agreed. The Lac Country region, everyone looked tense. Damn it. There are a few people sneaking around following Hurt. What are they up to? Someone in the group said angrily. Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? Judging from their expressions, they're sure they can take advantage of Hurt. Even if Hurt is weak, he's not someone a few small fry can handle. They're courting death, someone in the group said disdainfully. But what Hurt needs most right now is to find a place to heal his wounds. There's nothing we can do. A tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. We can only wait until Hurt recovers from his injuries before we can do anything else. Meanwhile, inside the Flying God Temple, in a large hall, some people were already getting impatient. I wonder how Lord Li Fei is doing now? Is he in any danger? The High Priestess asked with a worried expression, her eyes filled with tears, on the verge of crying. Don't worry, Li Fei is incredibly strong. He's capable of taking care of himself. Besides, there's only one day left until the end of the competition. I believe we'll see him in a day, the elven chieftain reassured him. I hope so. The high priest gazed into the distance. Not far away, the vampire sisters also looked anxious. I hope the Earl will be alright. Vampire number 2 blinked his cute big eyes with concern. Her injuries have now fully healed. Don't worry, Count. You are capable of handling everything. We don't need to worry. Celia reassured him. On the other side, at the location of the temple ruins, Li Fei finally survived the final stage of the frozen landscape. He slowly dispersed the samadhi fire that surrounded him. Call. Li Fei was panting heavily, his body covered in wounds, and he felt extremely exhausted. But he didn't have time to rest. He immediately looked in Hurt's direction, wanting to see if he was dead. Because the frozen 1,000 miles has the ability to isolate perception, he has no idea what is happening outside. However, the next second, he was stunned, as there was no sign of Hurt anywhere nearby. Not only that, there wasn't a single person in sight within a kilometer radius. How could this be? Li Fei looked surprised. Before he used Apocalypse, there were at least 6 or 7 people around here. How come there are none left now? He immediately sensed that something was amiss. So he started walking around the neighborhood, trying to figure out why this was happening. Finally, he found a pool of golden blood in one spot, but now the blood had all dissolved into the sand. Not far away, there was another pool of golden blood, and he also smelled Hurt's scent there. He was almost certain that Hurt had headed in that direction. Besides Hurt's scent, he also smelled the scents of other people. He was now fairly certain what had happened, so without hesitation, he followed after them. Fled for his life, with Left and the others close behind him. Come along, I'll wipe you all out in a bit. Hurt sneered. He never expected that these small fry would take advantage of his misfortune at this time. However, this is no one's fault but his own. He was too careless and overconfident in his frozen thousands of miles technique. Of course, besides this, there was another point. He didn't expect Li Fei to be able to use a skill like Apocalypse. This skill is no less powerful than his frozen 1,000 miles technique, and may even be more powerful. It can be said that he was defeated by this Apocalypse move. He was being followed by several people, but he didn't take them seriously at all. If they dared to come up, he would kill them without hesitation. What he was really worried about was Li Fei. He believed that Li Fei would catch up soon, so he had to get away from here. His plan was simple. He just needed to escape Li Fei's pursuit. Since there was less than a day left in the competition, he could return to his original area after the competition ended, and then he would be out of danger. Left and the others seemed hesitant. They wanted to intercept them, but were also worried. Hurt's speed wasn't fast, and if they wanted, they could easily block his path immediately. However, they were worried that Hurt might still have some strength left, so they hesitated. Time passed slowly, and the people following behind finally started to get anxious. Damn it, if we keep waiting like this, it'll be too late. Will we even have a chance after the competition ends? Blue cursed angrily. Like Justin, he did not leave the temple. That's right. If we keep waiting like this, we'll only be heading for death. Instead of doing that, we should charge in and take a gamble. Seeing the crowd growing increasingly agitated, Left finally lost his temper. He said in a deep voice, Fine, I'll fight you all to the death this time. But let's make it clear first. His frost sword is mine, and I don't want anything else. We'll do whatever Brother Left says. Everyone quickly agreed. The reason was simple. He was the strongest among them, a bronze 9-star, and no one could do without him. There was another reason as well. That's how it was distributed, and it was very fair. Hurt had quite a few treasures on him, and besides the sword, there were other resources that were equally precious. So no one argued, and everyone had a clear division of labor. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked relaxed, because the overall situation was already settled, so they couldn't be nervous even if they wanted to. Hurt seems to be in danger. The people behind him are about to make a move, someone in the group said curiously. I noticed that too. It seems to be people from the Kingdom of Heroes and the Holt Mountains region. They've joined forces. They're no match for Hurt. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how bad Hurt is, dealing with them will be a piece of cake, someone said disdainfully. Those people behind him saw Hurt as their only chance. They had their eyes on the treasures he possessed. Hurt has quite a few treasures on him. The frost sword alone is worth a fortune, not to mention the other treasures he has. It would be such a pity if those people later snatched these treasures. Don't worry, Boss Li Fei is already on his way. They'll have to spit out whatever they swallowed. In the scene, Li Fei is speeding towards Hurt's location. That's right, Boss Li Fei is no pushover. Regional chat group of the Kingdom of Lagman. Many people have become angry. They're about to make their move, someone in the group said angrily. Yeah, what's the difference between this and courting death? What I'm worried about now is Li Fei behind us. If it weren't for the group of people following behind, Hurt would have already found a place to hide. Hurt needs to deal with these people, otherwise things will get complicated when Li Fei arrives, someone worried in the group. In the dark desert, Left and his companions finally mustered enough courage. The 7 of them formed a circle, completely blocking Hurt's escape route. Heck, commendable courage. Hurt laughed strangely. These people in front of him actually thought they could stop him. Hurt, you've reached the end of your rope. Now, all you need to do is hand over the frost sword in your hand, and we'll let you go. Left sneered. Of course, he was just testing Hurt. If Hurt really handed over the frost sword, it would undoubtedly mean that Hurt was really done for, and then they could deal with him without restraint. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Hurt laughed disdainfully. If he handed over the frost sword, what difference would it make from handing over his own life? I, Left, can guarantee that you can leave this place as long as you hand over the frost sword. Left said coldly. Today, the opponent's frost sword has to be used whether they want to or not. Okay. Hurt said, okay several times. Then he said, the frost sword is in my hands. Come and take it if you want it. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Left sneered, then took the initiative to attack Helt. He showed no mercy from the start, because Hurt was unfathomable, and if he couldn't take Hurt down quickly, he might be the one to die. One sword strike, Left shouted, and then he slashed at Helt. The other 6 people also started fighting almost simultaneously. Overwhelming force. A sword strike that vanishes without a trace. In an instant, everyone on the scene unleashed their signature moves, knowing that only one side could survive this battle. This is a life-threatening gamble. If you lose, you will pay with your life. Chapter 152, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. If they win, they will gain a large amount of resources, and they themselves will undergo a transformation, possibly even rising several levels like Hurt. Therefore, this time, they must fight to the death, even at the cost of their lives. A cold glint flashed in Hurt's eyes. He hadn't expected these people to be so desperate, willing to risk their lives for the treasure they possessed. So much so that he actually found it somewhat difficult to deal with these minor characters in front of him. Of course, the main reason is that his injuries were too severe, so severe that his strength was less than 1/10 of what it was during his active period. However, he still has some hidden skills that he hasn't used yet, namely, Ice Spike. He only has 16 energy points now, but that's enough to use Frost Spike once. He originally thought that dealing with these people in front of him wouldn't require him to expend any of his energy points, but things were clearly not as he expected. Their reckless fighting style had completely trapped him here. Frost Spikes, Helt shouted, then turned his attention to Left, who posed the greatest threat to him. Once we kill him first, the others will be easier to deal with. Oh no. In an instant, every pore on Left's body stood on end. Looking at the ice spikes slowly forming in front of the Helt ice sword, Left completely panicked. He knew the power of the frost spike. Only Li Fei could block this skill. He had no confidence that he could block it, which was why he was so panicked at the moment. A cold smile flashed in Hurt's eyes as he looked at Left's terrified face. He thought the other man wouldn't be afraid. However, he suddenly discovered another very serious problem. The ice spike in front of him was much weaker than the one he had used before. The reason was simple. He was now severely injured, so his control over the ice sword had decreased, which was why this situation occurred. But none of that matters anymore. Even with the abridged version of Frost Spike, he's still confident he can instantly kill Left. At that moment, he pointed his frost sword, and the frost spikes immediately rushed towards Left. However, an unexpected event occurred. Faced with the lightning-fast ice spikes, Left actually grabbed one of the people next to him and used him as a shield. Charant looked incredulous. He couldn't understand why Left would betray him at such a crucial moment. He thought that being close to Left would make him safer, but in fact the opposite was true. However, he would never understand any of this until his death. The ice spike pierced through his abdomen, and then he could clearly feel the long sword in Left's hand strike the ice spike. Bang! With a loud crash, Left staggered back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance. His hands were covered in blood, and one of his palms was even cracked. If he hadn't cleverly pulled Karantla over to block that attack, he would probably be dead by now. Cough cough. Left coughed violently. He had suffered a considerable injury from what had just happened. Those around him looked at Left with fear. No one expected that Left would betray his teammate at such a crucial moment, especially since the teammate was someone from their own region. Such people are often dangerous because you don't know if they will suddenly attack you or others. What are we waiting for? If we don't seize this opportunity now, we'll all die here. Left shouted, his face flushed. Go! Blue and the others clearly knew the seriousness of the situation. If they couldn't take down Hurt this time, they would be the ones to die. As for Left, they could put that aside for now. The battle resumed, and Left and his companions once again clashed with Health. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, everyone subconsciously moved away from Left's position, because no one knew whether he would use them as a shield at a crucial moment. Hurt's face was gloomy. He didn't have enough energy to support him in casting Frost Spike again. Therefore, he could only fight at close range, but due to his injury, he only had a slight advantage in close combat. However, the longer it was delayed, the worse the situation became for him, as it would only make his injuries more and more serious. At another location, Lao Bai led Lu Tao and the others at high speed through a swampy area. Old Bai, are you sure we're not far from the Alls Mountains region? Zhao Jing asked curiously from inside Old Bai's stomach. After Old White used his spatial abilities, they arrived at a strange place, but it was clearly neither the dark forest nor the Alls Mountains. Don't worry, would your grandpa pig lie to you? We'll be reaching the Alls Mountains in about 2,000 miles. Damn, is it going to take this long? But judging by the time, the competition should be almost over by now. I wonder how Li Fei and Lei Zhe are doing. Lu Tao said worriedly. Don't worry, I know Li Fei. He has unlimited potential, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Old Bai laughed. But I'm still a little worried. It's unfair to the other teammates in the dark forest that we've essentially dropped out halfway through. Wuka said, frowning. Actually, I didn't want to either. The key is that after I used the space teleportation skill, that hurt slash my hind leg, which caused my skill to malfunction, and that's why I ended up 5,000 miles away from the Alls Mountains region, Old Bai sighed. I can't blame you for this. After all, you've done your best. I just hope that Boss Li Fei and the others are alright. Lu Tao sighed. At the location of the temple ruins, Hurt fought a bloody battle. Now only he and Left remain at the scene. He has killed everyone else with his sword. However, he is now truly at his limit and urgently needs to find a place to heal his wounds. Otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. However, he still has one last person to deal with. A look of panic flashed in Left's eyes. He hadn't expected that Hurt would still be so strong even though he was so badly injured. He now regrets it. He shouldn't have coveted Hurt's sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this predicament. His team was already in third place, so there was no need for them to fight for any more resources. But he was greedy, and he ruined the excellent situation his team had maintained. However, he believed that he was not without the ability to fight back, and that Hurt was in a worse state than himself. Kill! Left roared, and then charged forward. You're asking for it. A cold glint flashed in Hurt's eyes. He pointed his frost sword at Left and roared, Frost Spike. He had just recovered 10 energy points. Wisps of cold air began to gather on the frost sword, quickly forming a model of the frost sword at its tip. No! Left cried out in horror. He hadn't expected that Hurt would use Ice Spike again at such a crucial moment. This time he definitely couldn't catch it. He had to interrupt Hurt before he could make a move. He pounced on her frantically. However, it was too late. Hurt's ice spikes had already been unleashed. Uft! A loud bang. The ice spikes pierced right through Left's body. Left stared wide-eyed, his face filled with resentment. He hadn't expected that despite all his scheming, he still couldn't escape death. Hurt breathed a sigh of relief and laughed wildly. Now he just needs to find a quiet place to heal his wounds. In the Alls Mountains region, the expressions on people's faces varied within the chat group. Hurt killed all the stalkers, but he himself wasn't doing well either. His injuries have become even more severe, someone in the group said. In the end, Hurt was one step ahead. These guys were thinking too much about taking advantage of the situation. No matter what, Hurt is a gold 4-star expert. Even if he is seriously injured, he is not someone that an ordinary person can deal with. He's planning to find a place to hide now, someone in the group exclaimed. Damn it, if Hurt has gone into hiding, then it will be very difficult for Boss Li Fei to find him. Don't worry, Boss Li Fei is very close to him. He can't escape Boss Li Fei's grasp. The Lac Country region. Everyone wore expressions of relief. Great. Hurt has taken care of those guys, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Hurt's injuries are very serious. He needs to find a place to receive proper treatment. If it weren't for those people, Hurt would have already found a suitable place to heal his wounds. What I'm trying to say is that Li Fei is very close to Hurt, and Hurt could be discovered by him at any moment. We're going to lose. No, Hurt still has a chance, as long as he hides in time and is not discovered by Li Fei. In the Handsome Country region, everyone's face was ashen in the chat group. Oh, who the hell? That stupid left. He not only killed his teammates, but he also led us to a total wipeout. We could have gotten third place, but now we have nothing. Not only that, our resources will be halved. We're doomed. That damn left. He made our Handsome Country a laughingstock. We were already in third place, but because of his greed, we're all going to pay the price. Doesn't he know the meaning of acting within one's capabilities? Hurt is a gold 4-star cultivator. He's not so easy to deal with. It's easy to imagine that once the competition ends, our region's resources will be greatly reduced, and our advancement speed will slow down again and again. This is no different from slow suicide. It's all because of that damned greed, someone in the group said angrily. Perhaps he also wants to secure more resources for our region. Is that so? But weapons don't participate in the 100-fold amplification. Alright. Chapter 153, The Final Pursuit. In the dark desert, Li Fei was speeding along. Although he had suffered serious injuries, he was in much better condition than Hurt. His intuition told him that he was getting closer and closer to Hurt. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, he found the bodies of Charant and the others. The bodies were scattered and covered in wounds, clearly indicating that they had been in a fierce battle before their deaths. Li Fei stepped forward and looked down to check Sharon's condition. He discovered that Sharon's blood was still warm, indicating that he had only been dead for a short time. He also noticed a large hole pierced Sharon's abdomen, which was most likely caused by the ice spikes. Hurt couldn't have gone far. He must be somewhere nearby. A cold glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He began to look around, then quickly headed in one direction. However, not long after Li Fei left, strange noises suddenly came from beneath the sand. Suddenly, one of the 6 or 7 corpses at the scene started to move. Click-clack. Kex's body was quickly pushed aside, revealing Helter underneath, his face covered in dust. Cough cough. Hurt coughed rapidly because he had inhaled too many particles. Li Fei, you wouldn't believe it, would you? The most dangerous place is often the safest. A mocking look flashed in Hurt's eyes. Then, he quickly got up and restored Kex's body to its original state, while running in another direction. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group was stunned. They hadn't expected Hurt to be so cunning, managing to evade Li Fei's pursuit in such a way. Meanwhile, Li Fei was still chasing in another direction. This Hurt is too cunning. We must not let him live, otherwise he will become a major threat to our Alls Mountains region, someone in the group worried. Don't worry, no matter how awesome he is, he can't be as awesome as Boss Li Fei. As long as Boss Li Fei exists, he can't cause any big trouble. I'm afraid he might kill us if he encounters anyone from the Alls Mountains in the future. I don't think he can escape. Once Boss Li Fei realizes he's been tricked, he'll definitely come back immediately. At that point, with his severely injured body, it will be difficult for him to evade Boss Li Fei's pursuit. Joken analyzed. Just in case. In the Lac Kingdom region, everyone's expressions finally improved a bit. They were relieved that Hurt had managed to shake off Li Fei's pursuit using such a method. Hurt is amazing. He actually came up with such a method. He truly deserves to be the most outstanding person in our Lac region. That's right. Hurt buried himself in the sand, and above him was Kex's corpse. He concealed his presence in this way, causing Li Fei to choose the wrong path. Hurt truly deserves to be called a young talent of our Lac Kingdom. As long as he escapes Li Fei's pursuit, we have a chance to maintain our current ranking, someone in the group said with a hint of excitement. The danger hasn't been eliminated. There's a risk that Li Fei might return, so the most important thing right now is for Hurt to leave that place and stay far away. May the god of nature bless us. However, something infuriating was happening inside the Flying God Temple. The council hall of the Flying God Temple was already full of people. The reason was simple. An envoy from the Elven headquarters was requesting an audience. Since Li Fei had not yet returned, the important task of receiving this envoy fell on Elven Chieftain Villet and the Vampire Sisters. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the arena was already tense. You won't even give face to Prince Delan of my clan. A man dressed entirely in blue, resembling a withered tree trunk, sneered. He was LaRuse, a special envoy from the elf headquarters, and he came here mainly for one thing, to arrange a marriage. However, it wasn't for himself, but for the marriage proposal of Prince Delan, the beloved son of Elder Lazarus, the elven leader. The object of his marriage proposal was naturally Alice, the high priestess of the elven race. Standing beside Villet was the high priestess, who was wearing a light blue dress and a simple crown on her smooth curly hair. Her hands were spotless white, and she was holding a staff inlaid with sapphires. Her face was fair with a rosy glow, and she had large eyes, long eyelashes, and brown pupils. However, her expression at this moment was one of anger. How dare that Delan from the elf headquarters try to take her away? And all of this is because of something that happened a long time ago. 3 years ago, she encountered Prince Delan, who was out on a training expedition about 300 miles to the west of the elven territory. However, he was seriously injured at the time, and a group of saber-toothed beasts were chasing closely behind him. She, who happened to witness all of this, could not stand by and watch someone die. So, with the help of herself and several other elves, she successfully rescued Delan. After that, Delan said goodbye and returned to the elven headquarters. However, what she didn't expect was that Delan somehow got wind of her presence at the Flying God Temple and now actually came to propose. This surprised her greatly. Looking at the graceful Alice before him, LaRuse's eyes revealed an expression of amazement. He finally understood why Prince Delan had given up on Miss Phil. Compared to Miss Alice, Princess Phil was like heaven and earth, incomparable. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, I cannot agree to this, Varant said, frowning. This is a good thing for the elf race, because it means that this particular elf will have the opportunity to return to the elf headquarters. However, she had to consider Li Fei and Alice's feelings. She could tell that Alice had a strong liking for Li Fei, and that this liking could very well turn into love, which was why she rejected the idea immediately. When did a branch of the elven race become so aggressive? You don't even give my prince face, LaRuse said disdainfully. In his view, the elven tribe in the Flying God Temple was extremely weak, far less powerful than the elven headquarters. It was already a great honor for his prince to send him to propose marriage. Yet these elves were so rude and disrespectful. If it weren't for Prince Delan's repeated instructions before he left not to hurt Miss Alice, he would have definitely taught these arrogant elves a lesson. Please convey my thanks to Prince Delan for his kindness, but Alice already has someone she loves, so I cannot agree to this, Violet said slowly, glancing at Alice. Alice blushed and looked shy. She glanced at Violet out of the corner of her eye. The chieftain actually revealed her feelings in front of so many people. What? LaRuse was truly stunned. He hadn't expected Varant to reveal such a secret, and judging from Alice's expression, the news was probably true. This put him in a difficult position, because he had made a promise before he came that he would definitely complete his mission, but he did not expect the result to be like this. No one can stop Prince Delan and Miss Alice's marriage. Otherwise, they'll be courting death. LaRuse sneered. This was a blatant warning. Anyone who dared to interfere would pay with their life. Varant was truly enraged. She hadn't expected the other party to be so arrogant. How dare you run wild in the Flying God Temple? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? At this moment, Celia, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Someone actually dared to cause trouble inside the Flying God Temple? During Li Fei's absence, the Flying God Temple was managed by her, except for the elf race. At the same time, thousands of magical beasts slowly approached. You dare? LaRuse asked, sounding somewhat threatening, but actually cowardly. He was at the gold 1-star level, which was the highest level of cultivation here. He thought he could intimidate them with his words, but they didn't care at all. Instead, a group of them surrounded him. LaRuse felt a little embarrassed. Although he was very strong, he couldn't possibly defeat a group of people, so he had to know when to stop. Very well, I will report this matter to Prince Delan truthfully. You can wait for his punishment. After saying this, LaRuse hurriedly left with his 2 servants. There was nothing he could do. Inside the Flying God Temple, he felt his life was under extreme threat. Violet and the others looked utterly disgusted. They knew that they had completely offended Prince Delan, who would not let the matter rest, and that they had also brought trouble to the Temple of Flying Gods. I'm so sorry. Alice was on the verge of tears. She knew she had caused Varant trouble. It's all right, child. No matter how far the elven headquarters reach is, it can't extend here. Varant comforted him with a smile. Really? The temple ruins are located in the dark desert. Strong winds occasionally swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. Li Fei and Hurt were 10 meters apart when their eyes met. Hee, I didn't expect you to catch up with me, but I'm curious how you knew I was in this location. Helter smiled wearily. He thought he had escaped Li Fei's pursuit, but he didn't expect that he would be caught up with in the end. Li Fei's expression was indifferent. He calmly said, "It's nothing. When I was examining Kex's body, I felt that something was wrong, but I didn't expect you to be hiding there. So I continued to chase after you for about 10 minutes until I could no longer find your presence there. That's when I knew I was going the wrong way. So you went back, then found that Kex's body had been disturbed, and finally you found me by my scent." Hurt said as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. However, he was extremely frustrated because he had been careless. If he had been more careful, he might have been able to get rid of Li Fei. Unfortunately, fate would not give him another chance. Chapter 154, Killing Hurt. That's right, Li Fei said in a deep voice. The other party had never shown any mercy when attacking him before, so he would not hold back either. Moreover, the danger that little white pig Lu Tao and the others encountered was also related to him. If it weren't for Hurt, they wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. After saying that, Li Fei slowly walked over and then casually stabbed at her. Uft! The god-slaying spear pierced through Hurt's chest. Then Li Fei coldly pulled it out. Drops of blood slowly flowed from Hurt's wound. Hurt could no longer hold on and slowly collapsed to the ground. A look of relief appeared in his eyes. Li Fei silently took Hurt's spatial ring into his hand, and at the same time, he gripped the ice sword in Hurt's hand. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A massive surge of cold energy suddenly appeared on the frost sword and attacked his body. Li Fei's expression changed. He had not expected such an unexpected turn of events. He immediately realized that this must be the work of the spirit of the frost sword. "You're asking for it," Li Fei said with a murderous look. He hurriedly channeled the Samadhi true fire within his body to his right arm, which was now completely invaded by the cold energy. After the Samadhi true fire reached his right arm, he could clearly feel the panic of the cold air. Perhaps the cold air did not expect that there was actually Samadhi true fire in Li Fei's body. Upon encountering the Samadhi fire, the chilling energy retreated with incredible speed. The cold energy that had left Li Fei's body quickly retreated back into the frost sword. Li Fei laughed. Samadhi true fire is the nemesis of these extremely cold substances. Any cold substance will disintegrate after encountering Samadhi true fire. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone wore expressions of joy. Haha, I knew it. The ultimate winner would definitely be Boss Li Fei. Someone in the group laughed. That's right. Although Hurt is awesome, he's still not good enough when he meets Li Fei. Hurt is the strongest player among all the competitors, second only to Li Fei. If Li Fei hadn't stopped his ambitions, Hurt would have swept everyone in this round. It's a pity. Hurt was a genius, but he died young. Someone sighed. No matter how genius he was still a despicable person. He died because of his own greed. If he had been able to control his greed, his fate would never have been so tragic. That's right, this Hurt has killed a lot of people. He deserves to die. For the Kingdom of Lack, everyone looked deathly pale. Hurt is dead, someone in the group said in a trembling voice. In the image, Hurt lies stiffly on the ground, his eyes closed, with a bowl-sized hole in his chest. He is now as dead as can be. Li Fei killed him. I thought Hurt could escape. If Hurt had been a little more careful, perhaps he could have escaped Li Fei's pursuit. Our region is now hopeless. I just checked the resource rankings, and we've dropped to 7th place. Our region's resources will be halved. Perhaps we shouldn't have gone against the people in the Alls Mountains region. If we hadn't done that, we could still be in 3rd place, right? Someone in the group sighed. It's too late to say anything now. Hurt is dead. He was the most outstanding genius in our region, but he was too greedy, and he killed himself. In the chat group for the American region, everyone had a happy expression on their face. Oh my god, that's great. We jumped from 4th to 2nd place. What a pleasant surprise. We really need to thank Li Fei. If it weren't for him, we would have been completely wiped out in this competition. Someone in the group exclaimed excitedly. Li Fei killed Carl, but we shouldn't thank him. I think we should thank Hurt more. He led the 2nd and 3rd place teams down the path to destruction, which is the fundamental reason for our rise. Someone in the group analyzed. You're right, we should thank Hurt, but it's a pity he can no longer hear our words of gratitude. In the dark sand sea, Li Fei sat quietly cross-legged, with more than a dozen rings on his fingers, all of which were his combat items. The reason he was sitting here was to wait for the competition to end, because there was only half a day left. After half a day, he would be teleported back to the Alls Mountains region by the system. In another location, Razor was frantically fleeing in a secret cave, with countless demonic ants following behind him. These demonic ants are as big as a human fist. If there are only one or two of these ants, they don't pose much of a threat to humans. However, if there are too many, it becomes much more than just a threat. The reason is simple. These ants are best at biting their opponents. Their teeth are often very powerful and contain venom. If you are bitten by one, it will take at least 2 or 3 days for the venom to be expelled. Therefore, most humans will stay far away from ants when they encounter them. However, Ray's was different. He accidentally wandered into this place. He first encountered a swamp, and then finally managed to run to this area, only to find that tens of thousands of demonic ants lived here. Every demonic ant here is at least bronze 1 star and incredibly fast. Laze glanced at them and found that there were at least tens of thousands of these demonic ants. At this moment, Laze looked extremely unwell. The reason was simple. He hadn't slept for over 10 days. Since arriving here, he had been trapped and had barely rested, constantly racing against these demonic ants. However, there was only half a day left. He was determined to persevere, because if he could just get through this half day, he could go back. Thinking of this, he perked up and took out a piece of yellow ant honey to eat. The ant honey was incredibly sweet, and it was only by eating it that he had been able to survive until now. Otherwise, he would have been torn to death by these demonic ants long ago. Had stolen these ant honeys from the ant nest. He had collected all the yellow ant honeys, several meters in size, into his ring. Of course, there is another reason that has kept him going until now. That is, their Alls Mountains region has consistently ranked first on the resource list, from beginning to end. This can only mean one thing. The Alls region has always been in a dominant position, which is why this situation has occurred. It's clear they performed very well. Razor thought to himself. He felt a little ashamed. He hadn't played any role in the game and hadn't helped his teammates at all. As for resources, he was empty-handed. The only thing he could offer now was the ant honey in his storage bag. In another location, a 7-colored flower grows on the edge of a cliff. There is a trace of spiritual energy moving on this flower, which is obviously not an ordinary flower. However, this flower grows in a very steep place and is extremely difficult to pick. At that moment, a figure was already standing on the edge of the cliff. Lin Sun frowned. He had been standing there for a long time, hesitating whether or not to risk picking the 7-colored flower. He glanced at the rankings on the resource leaderboard and found that they hadn't changed. This meant that the final winner was already decided, their Alls Mountains region. At this point, his adventure seemed to have lost all meaning. But with the treasure right in front of him, there was no reason for him to leave empty-handed. So after considering it, Lin Sun finally made up his mind. He slowly climbed towards the edge of the cliff, being extremely careful in the process, because he knew that if he made a mistake, he might face utter ruin. Therefore, he was very careful with every step he took. He was finally very close to the colorful little flower. In his eyes, this little flower was a strange flower. It had 7 petals and 7 colors. He had never seen such a flower before. However, the fact that this little flower could emit spiritual energy meant that its value must be quite high. However, just as he was about to pick it, an accident happened. The little flower suddenly moved. Lin Sun looked astonished. How could this be? However, he quickly realized something was wrong. This was not a small flower at all, but a 7-colored snake. The snake's head was 7-colored, while its body was the same color as the gray rock. That was why he hadn't noticed anything unusual beforehand. Lin Sun was startled and hurriedly withdrew his right hand, but it was too late. The 7-colored snake coiled around his wrist and bit his right wrist. Lin Sun was in a panic. The reason was simple. This 7-colored snake was obviously highly venomous, and now that it had bitten him, he was in serious trouble. Unfortunately, he was clinging to a cliff with his left hand, and he had no free hand to stop the snake's attack. His hands were burning with pain, but he had no choice but to endure the pain and climb upwards. After half a minute of effort, he finally climbed to the top of the cliff, which was now relatively flat. However, at this moment, he was already feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Before he completely lost consciousness, he only had time to draw his knife and kill the 7-colored snake. In another location, Zhang Ying was in a sea of clouds, surrounded by mist, like a fairyland, where she found many medicinal herbs. Zhang Ying never expected that she would end up in such a strange place. Not only did she not encounter any danger, but she also obtained a lot of resources. However, there was only one thing she wasn't happy about. She was trapped here with no way out. Surrounded by mountains, she could find nowhere to leave. This location is like a paradise. Chapter 155 Advancement Match. Chuning looked incredulous. This area was so peaceful that she hadn't encountered any threats even though the competition was almost over. She was standing on soft soil, where rare medicinal herbs often appeared. In another location, the sun hung high in the sky, and beneath his feet lay dry earth riddled with countless cracks. This only happens when the land has been severely exposed to the sun. Hibin was walking with great difficulty on this land. His skin was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. He had not drunk water for 3 days. There was nothing here but empty land. He wondered if this place was going to turn into a desert. He stumbled into this place by accident, but when he tried to leave, he found he couldn't find his way back. This surprised him. He was confident that he had returned the way he came, but he just couldn't find the original route. What kind of formation is the leader trapped in? Hibin wondered, because apart from the formation, he really couldn't think of any other reason for this situation. However, he wasn't in a hurry at all, because there were only 2 hours left until the end of the competition. After 2 hours, the system would automatically send him out. So he had to endure it for the last 2 hours no matter what. Time passed slowly, and everyone in the dark forest was ready, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Many people had expectant faces and were filled with joyful laughter. Just like in the United States, there are 3 contestants gathered together, chatting about everything under the sun. Haha, Gerald, you know what? I almost thought our beautiful country would lose this game, but we turned it around and made a great comeback. Now we're in second place, while the people from Lack Country and Handsome Country have fallen behind. We're so lucky, but I've always had a question. Why did Lack and Handsome suddenly fall behind? They must have encountered danger and had their resources taken away. That's the only explanation, and the only one capable of doing that, a man in black said coldly. You mean someone from the Alls Mountains region? The other 2 widened their eyes in surprise. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Of course, there's another possibility. They might have encountered danger. You should know that anything can happen here. That's right. I kinda miss my vodka. Unlike the United States, there are some people in this region whose eyes are filled with despair. At this moment, 2 people are sitting together, embracing each other, at the southernmost point of the dark forest. The match is almost over. What should we do? The 2 people on the nameless island looked terrified. We will die. We will face the system's judgment. We may stay here forever. I don't want to be trapped here. I don't want to die. I want to go back to my home. Wake up. Another location. Lantag's expression was somewhat somber as he performed a sacred ritual in a dense jungle. He hoped that the gods would save him after he died. Such scenes are commonplace in the dark forest. Finally, the time came, and a resounding, booming sound echoed in everyone's minds. This match has ended, and I, Tiandao, now announce the winner. The winner of this competition is the player from the Alls Mountains region. Any resources acquired by the player from this region will be multiplied by 100, and the player will receive 10 times the resources they acquired. Everyone in the Alls Mountains region chat group got excited. The reward is that generous? That's 100-fold increase. That's right. The way of heaven is indeed that domineering. Brothers, what I wanted to tell you is that our rewards may have arrived, and they're in the temple's warehouse. What? We've already arrived? Someone asked in disbelief. Then this fellow immediately began to check his temple warehouse. Sure enough, a special package appeared in the temple's warehouse, and he hurriedly opened it. Is that a fairy peach? His heart trembled immediately. He saw that this item was almost identical to the fairy peach that Li Fei had obtained in the temple ruins. And that's not all. His package also contained many blue crystal cores, which emitted a magnificent light, making his entire warehouse shine brightly. There were some other items in the warehouse, but he didn't have time to look at them closely. He hurriedly opened the chat group again and found that a heated discussion had already begun. Holy crap, the immortal peaches that Boss Li Fei took are in my warehouse, someone exclaimed in surprise in the group. It must be that heaven multiplied the resources it obtained by 100-fold and then divided them equally. I didn't get the immortal peach, but I have one of the little purple flowers that Boss Li Fei got back then. Joken explained. You're right, I don't have any immortal peaches here either. With these resources, our cultivation can be greatly improved in a short time. Not only that, the strength of our troops can also be improved in a timely manner, someone in the group said excitedly. That's right, it would be great if we could have more competitions like this. Then we could all benefit. Holy crap, are you kidding me? If it weren't for Boss Li Fei turning the tide this time, our resources would have been halved, someone in the group questioned. I was just saying, the person who spoke earlier said, sounding aggrieved. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao continued to announce the rewards. The second place winner in this competition is from the USA region, with the same reward as above. Third place in this competition is from the Bata region, with the same reward as above. Because Li Fei performed exceptionally well in this competition, he received more resources than all the other participants combined. Therefore, Li Fei will receive a special reward, the contents of which will be kept confidential. Special reward? The chat group, which had just quieted down, erupted in excitement again. I'm so envious. Even the Heavenly Tao has started to pay attention to Boss Li Fei. But I'm really curious about what that special reward is. Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. What I admire even more is that Boss Li Fei single-handedly defeated everyone. There's nothing we can do. Li Fei is just that powerful. As they were discussing this, the voice of the Heavenly Tao suddenly echoed in their minds once more. But this time, it gave them a big fright. The top 3 regions on the resource leaderboard will advance to the next round. The qualifying rounds will begin in 10 days. Please be prepared. However, each region can only send 3 players to participate in this qualifying round. The voice of heaven, as if guided by magic, fell once more. However, everyone was in an uproar. In the American region, everyone in the chat group looked astonished. Oh my god, the system never mentioned any promotion matches before. And more importantly, each region can only send 3 people next time, which is undoubtedly very dangerous. Protest. We protest. Our athletes need a rest. This is unfair. We need a fair and just showdown. Hey guys, I don't think this is any bad thing for us. As long as we win the game, we can get a 100x increase in rewards. Isn't that a good thing? Someone explained in the group. The system should give us the power of choice. Everyone in the Alls Mountains region was stunned. What's going on? The system announcements never mentioned anything about the qualifying rounds, someone in the group asked in confusion. There's nothing we can do. Everything here is governed by the will of heaven. We can only passively accept it. It's alright. We just need to prepare well for the upcoming battle, and this may not necessarily be a bad thing for us. Joken explained. In the dark desert, Li Fei was astonished. It was the first time he had heard this news. He hadn't expected that there would be a qualifying round after this competition. However, he was not afraid. He believed he had the ability to handle it. The top 3 finishers will be teleported back to their original zones after 30 seconds, while the losers will be instantly eliminated by the system. The system's indifferent voice slowly echoed in Li Fei's mind. At that moment, a yellow beam of light appeared on Li Fei's body. The beam of light seemed to shine down from the sky, and his body began to fly up involuntarily. He slowly flew into the sky. High in the sky, he also saw dozens of beams of light just like his own. These beams of light, like those of his own, stretched straight to the sky. Some of the beams of light contained figures that slowly rose up. However, not all light is yellow, some of it is red. Li Fei looked puzzled. He didn't know what the difference was. However, at that moment, he faintly heard a scream. Li Fei frowned and hurriedly looked over. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the red pillar of light, and then a black figure fell off the pillar. He was looking at the closest red beam of light. Other red beams of light that were farther away from him also experienced the same thing, but because of the distance, he could only see the lightning flash. Divine punishment. This phrase immediately came to Li Fei's mind. Powers like lightning are beyond human control. Of course, this scene not only shocked him, but also greatly shocked everyone else. Holy crap, the choice of the Sindhu region was directly killed by lightning. Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. That guy named Wilderness was also killed by lightning. It wasn't just the 2 of them. Everyone inside the red beam of light was wiped out by the system, and all of them were ranked outside the top 3, someone in the group explained. I initially thought it was just a joke from the system, but I never expected it to be true. Do we still have to participate in the next match? Someone in the group asked worriedly. Chapter 156, Dividing the Treasure. Why not participate? Not participating is like committing slow suicide. We will gradually fall behind people from other areas. That's right. We will also gain a lot of benefits after participating. This is very advantageous for us. I think we should still consult with Li Fei and the others, someone said in the group. It was nighttime when a dazzling pillar of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the flying god temple. This pillar of light was incredibly powerful, as if it had descended from the heavens, and it directly illuminated the entire flying god temple. Then Li Fei's figure slowly appeared inside the pillar of light. Li Fei slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene, he knew that he had returned. Outside the flying god temple, a large number of people had already gathered, including elves and vampires, who were respectfully awaiting Li Fei's arrival. As the beam of light slowly dissipated, Li Fei finally landed safely on the ground. "You're back." Alice, dressed in a white dress, walked gracefully to Li Fei and said softly. A look of surprise flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He hadn't expected Alice to be so worried about him. Li Fei responded softly. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, he led the group into the temple. He has some things to announce, and he also has some things to do. A look of disappointment flashed in Alice's eyes. She had been hoping to say a few more words to Li Fei. Inside the council hall, Li Fei looked calmly at the thousands of people neatly arranged inside. These were all his own forces, but from his current perspective, they were too weak. There are only a dozen or so strong individuals above the bronze level. The rest of the magical beasts haven't even touched the threshold of bronze. Even the vampire leaders Celia and Lucy only reached the bronze 3-star and bronze 4-star levels, respectively. Alice is in a better position, currently at the level of a bronze 5-star. But this was far from enough for him. He needed to elevate their strength to a new level. In addition to using merit points, soldiers can also advance through self-training. Now that he has a large amount of resources at his disposal, he plans to distribute the resources that he doesn't need. Li Fei opened a hidden space inside the temple, where the system would place some special rewards. At this moment, more than 10 packages were neatly arranged in the hidden space of the temple, each package covering an area of several hundred square meters. A look of delight flashed across Li Fei's face. Just looking at the size of this place, there must be quite a few treasures inside. Li Fei randomly opened one of the packages. Whoosh! A soft sound. All the items inside the package were exposed. Countless herbs and countless blue crystal cores were scattered on the ground, along with other treasures such as the immortal peach, the strange little flower, and the immortal fruit. These 3 items are the most valuable things in this package. He obtained these 3 items by risking his life in the temple. Li Fei dumped all the items from the package onto the ground. Wow! The magical beasts in the council hall stared wide-eyed at the sight of all the items in the room. They hadn't expected Li Fei to bring back so many things. Apart from the 3 items he obtained from the temple ruins, he distributed all the items in the first package. This includes the snow lotus flower and the crystal core of the 10,000-year-old ice beast. He gave the snow lotus to Celia and the 10,000-year-old ice beast crystal core to Lucy. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Celia and Lucy's eyes flashed with joy at the same time. They could tell that these 2 items were the most valuable among these treasures. However, they all had one question in their minds. Was Boss Li Fei taking out a bit too many items? In their eyes, these items were too precious. Take these blue crystal cores for example. They were extremely beneficial to those of them who cultivated cold attribute techniques. If they can absorb the power within these crystal cores, their strength will reach a higher level. And these items, which they considered extremely precious, Li Fei actually took so many of them in one go. This made them very worried. Isn't this too much? After hesitating for a moment, Celia pouted and whispered. Li Fei chuckled to himself. He only took out 1 package. If he had taken out all the items, he probably would have given them a bigger shock. Don't worry, I have many more of these treasures. You can use them without worry. Right now, what he cares about most is the strength of the Flying God Palace, because the demon clan may attack again at any time. Only by rapidly raising its strength to a new level can the safety of the Flying God Palace be guaranteed. After everything was settled, Li Fei returned to the control room of the temple. He now has accumulated more than 3,000 merits, but he feels that these merits are almost useless in the current situation. After advancing to the gold level, the upgrade effect of merits is almost negligible. Now his advancement method has basically changed to his own enlightenment, so he plans to leave these merits there for the time being. Of course, there is another reason. He plans to give up advancing to the Flying God Palace because it requires a lot of merit points, and merit points are very difficult to obtain now. So he plans to strengthen his power in another way. That is to plunder resources and use those resources to support themselves and their troops. Just as Li Fei was formulating plans for future development, he noticed a heated discussion taking place in the chat group. He quickly clicked on it. Damn, Razor, these ant honeys you brought smell amazing. Does anyone have any left? Hurry up and share a piece with me. I've already finished mine, I just can't stop eating. Damn, I finished mine too. I thought I was the only one who liked eating ant honey, someone said. Hee hee, if you like it, I can share some more with you, but I don't have much left, so I can only give you a small piece. Laze said helplessly. The only thing he could offer in the dark forest was ant honey. To his surprise, these ant honeys were extremely popular. So much so that countless people asked him for ant honey, and now he has almost none left. However, because his performance in the dark forest was so poor, he felt guilty and said nothing. However, at that moment, everyone saw Li Fei log on. Holy crap, Li Fei, you're finally online. We've been waiting for you for ages, someone exclaimed excitedly in the group chat. Brother Li Fei, are you planning to participate in the next qualifying round? Someone asked curiously in the group. Is there even a question? Boss Li Fei will definitely participate. But if Boss Li Fei doesn't participate, then the rest of us are doomed, someone in the group said worriedly. That's right. If Boss Li Fei gives up, then that spot will fall to us, unless we all give up, but that's practically impossible. Heaven won't allow that to happen. If everyone in the region really gives up the competition, Heaven will probably just wipe us out. Li Fei frowned. He hadn't really considered this problem before, but the situation mentioned in the group was very likely to occur. In other words, an individual could give up the competition, but it was unlikely that the entire region would give up together. Don't worry, I will participate in this qualifying round, Li Fei said in a deep voice. This qualifying round may be dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. If you get the corresponding ranking, you can receive a reward that is increased 100-fold along with your team. I knew it. Boss Li Fei definitely wouldn't back down, but I think we need to discuss the second and third place candidates. However, the group fell silent for a moment. The reason was simple. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing, who were originally ranked second and third, had not yet returned. Will Lao Bai and Lu Tao be alright? Someone in the group asked worriedly. Probably not. They should have left the dark forest, but I'm not sure exactly where they went. Joken analyzed. Li Fei frowned. What Joken said was exactly what he was worried about. He was worried that if they really entered the spatial turbulence, it would be troublesome. However, there was no use in worrying about it now. After chatting for a while, Li Fei closed the chat group. He needed to rest because he was too tired and his injuries hadn't healed yet. Time passed slowly, and when he regained consciousness, 3 days had already passed. I have something important to report. Has the Earl not woken up yet? Celia paced anxiously back and forth at the door of Li Fei's bedroom. Not yet. The Earl went to sleep after returning here and asked no one to disturb him. The bull-headed guard who had been standing guard at the door said calmly. All right. Celia looked disappointed. The reason she was in such a hurry to find Li Fei was because there was something very important to discuss, but she didn't expect Li Fei to sleep for so long. So she hesitated whether to forcefully wake Li Fei up. However, at that moment, Li Fei appeared. He was slightly surprised that he had slept for so long, but he wondered what had happened to Celia that made her so nervous. Celia then explained in detail what had happened to her. The matter she was referring to was exactly what Delan had ordered LaRousse to propose marriage to her a few days earlier. LaRousse, who had left with his tail between his legs a few days ago, has returned. However, this time he brought 2 other people with him, both of whom were also at the gold level. Li Fei is the only one in the Flying God Palace with a gold level cultivation, and they are afraid they will not be able to handle him, which is why they are so nervous. After hearing Celia's words, Li Fei's face immediately turned ugly. Someone had actually taken advantage of his absence to make a move on Alice. Although he might not have any feelings for Alice, he still felt uncomfortable when others were eyeing her. Chapter 157 Betrothal Gifts. It's like having a beloved treasure stolen. It makes him unhappy. Take me there. Li Fei shouted angrily, a sight that startled Celia. In the council hall, Celia whispered, looking at the furious Li Fei. She had never seen Li Fei so angry before. Could it be that the Count really has feelings for Alice? Celia wondered to herself. Let's go. Li Fei led the way. How dare someone cause trouble on his turf? They must have a death wish. The council hall was only a kilometer away from his bedroom, so 5 minutes later, after making 2 turns, Li Fei finally arrived at the hall. However, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive at this moment. Varant, the high priest, and vampire number 2 sat at the head of the table, flanked by thousands of magical beasts. In the center stood 3 elven people with dark green skin, who appeared somewhat thin. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became noticeably tense. Looking at the arrogant faces of the 3 green-skinned men in the hall, Li Fei immediately understood what was going on. Li Fei's arrival naturally attracted LaRousse's attention. You're Miss Alice's fiancé, Li Fei? LaRousse asked with an unfriendly expression. Fiancé? Li Fei was stunned. When did he become the high priest's fiancé? Looking at Alice's slightly shy face, he immediately realized that Alice was probably using him as a shield. However, as a result, his previously furious demeanor has noticeably diminished. He was at a loss for words when asked the question. His answer was that it seemed neither good nor bad, and he was caught in a dilemma. LaRuse laughed dismissively. Miss Alice, you wouldn't choose such a spineless coward as your fiancé, would you? He'd probably be trembling at the sight of the three of us. I advise you to accept Prince Deland's proposal. Prince Deland is a warrior, far superior to your fiancé. Li Fei was stunned. He had only hesitated for a moment, and yet he was called a spineless coward? This is intolerable, but it is intolerable. This time, Li Fei didn't hesitate and blurted it out. I am Miss Alice's fiancé. You can come to me with any problems you have. Li Fei said disdainfully. Although these three elves were all at the gold level, they were only at the 1-star level. To be honest, he didn't take them seriously. After Li Fei finished speaking, Alice's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head completely. Are you deliberately trying to make trouble for Prince Deland? Do you know who he is? He is the beloved son of Elder Lazar, the elven headquarters, and is incredibly wealthy, LaRue said angrily. He had never seen anyone so unjustly flatter him. Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being impolite, Li Fei said domineeringly. He really didn't take these people seriously. If he wasn't worried that offending the elf headquarters would be detrimental to the others in the Flying God Temple, he would have taken them in as merits. However, at this moment, LaRuse only glanced at Li Fei with disdain. In his eyes, Li Fei was just a complete brute, and how could such a brute be worthy of Miss Alice? Only the elegant Prince Deland was worthy of her. So this time he completely ignored Li Fei's request and instead addressed Violet and Alice. The pearl behind me is priceless, containing boundless spiritual energy. It was retrieved from the bottom of the East Sea by our Prince Deland at great risk. In addition to this pearl, Prince Deland also gifted the High Priest a low-grade, Earth-level treasure bow. These two items are enough to demonstrate Prince Deland's affection for the High Priest. These two items are the betrothal gifts prepared for this trip. After saying that, LaRuse turned around and tore off the red cloth covering the two boxes behind him, revealing two treasures inside. One of the boxes is a wooden box that is 1/2 meter long and wide, and the other is an iron box that is 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Inside the wooden box was a crystal-clear pearl. This pearl is about the size of an egg, and its surface is so smooth that it reflects one's image. What's even more wonderful is that this pearl is emitting a faint fragrance that is captivating. The other treasure bow was even more peculiar. This bow was entirely green, and its bowstring was bound together with a green vine. At this moment, the longbow was emitting a tremendous aura, and as this aura was released, the weapons in the hands of the surrounding magical beasts trembled in unison, a sign that the weapons were submitting to its power. The fact that this longbow could cause so many weapons to tremble was quite astonishing to them. Meanwhile, some members of the elven race already had a look of longing in their eyes. This is a low-grade Earth-level weapon. They had never seen such a weapon before. Even Violet's eyes showed surprise. She hadn't expected the other party to be so sincere, even willing to take out such a treasure. This was truly beyond her expectations. And that pearl was incredibly valuable. She could tell that it would be of great benefit to cultivation. For a moment, Violet fell into deep thought. In her opinion, Alice marrying into the family was not a bad thing. First of all, everyone had seen Deland's sincerity. He must be genuinely in love with Alice. The fact that he could give such a treasure already spoke volumes. Secondly, this is also beneficial to the elf race. They can successfully integrate into the elf headquarters, which is incredibly powerful, far stronger than Li Fei's side. However, whether she agrees to the marriage depends on Alice's opinion. She has no way to influence Alice's thoughts. The other elves around them also showed their approval. The elven headquarters was a sacred place in their hearts. In their view, Alice was climbing the social ladder by Deland's proposal, so they all hoped that Alice would agree to the marriage. As the situation unfolded in the direction he hoped for, a hint of arrogance flashed in LaRuse's eyes. He believed that anyone would submit to these two treasures, and now he was almost certain that he had them in the bag. However, these two treasures must be taken back as Miss Alice's dowry. LaRuse added. This was also Deland's idea. He couldn't possibly give away these two treasures for nothing. After all, he didn't even have a single Earth-grade weapon himself, so how could he easily give them away to others? These two treasures were just for show. However, he believed that his identity as the beloved son of Elder Lazarus of the elf headquarters was enough. The elves discussed it animatedly, and they all agreed with LaRuse's approach, as no one would easily give away something so precious. Varant looked at Alice and said, "Child, this is a matter for you to decide. It's your private affair." Alice raised her blushing face, glanced at Li Fei, and said, "I'm sorry, I cannot agree to this marriage." What? The elves all wondered if they had misheard. They simply couldn't believe that Alice would refuse the marriage proposal. Are you sure? Violet asked in surprise, not expecting Alice to refuse under such circumstances. The mini-elves also looked disappointed and frustrated. They wished that Prince Delan would propose to them instead, so that they could marry him. Li Fei was also surprised. He didn't understand what Alice meant by glancing at him just now. Could it be that she really had feelings for him? However, since Alice was unwilling, he had no reason to be polite. You dare to offer this as a betrothal gift? Li Fei mocked. LaRousse laughed instead of getting angry, and said sarcastically, So, as Miss Alice's fiancé, have you ever given Miss Alice any gifts? At that moment, Alice looked over with hopeful eyes. When it comes to saving face, Li Fei naturally won't back down. So he casually took out 2 items, the Frost Sword and the Creation Pill. I happen to have 2 items to give to Miss Alice. Li Fei said calmly. Could it be that you really have some kind of treasure? LaRousse asked disdainfully, looking at the 2 items Li Fei had taken out. In his opinion, Li Fei would definitely not bring out anything of value. The other party was just putting on a show. Li Fei casually placed the 2 items on the ground and said, If you don't believe me, why don't you take a closer look? Humph. LaRousse snorted coldly. Then he walked over. He quickly became hesitant and indecisive. The frost sword that the opponent placed on the ground was entirely blue, and it constantly emitted a chilling aura, a characteristic only found in top-quality swords. More importantly, the precious bow it brought with it was trembling incessantly, as if it had encountered something it feared. To put it simply, this precious bow is afraid of the frost sword. How could that be? LaRousse's eyes were filled with shock. He simply couldn't believe that the other party could produce such a treasure. The other creation pill looked even more extraordinary, crystal clear like jade, able to perfectly reflect one's own image. Compared to it, the pearl that he had brought was incredibly rough. What shocked him even more was that the box beneath the pill was remarkably similar to the Qilin Jade. Qilin Jade and pearls have the same effects, but one is in the heavens and the other is on earth. The surrounding crowd was completely stunned. The Vampire Legion was somewhat better off, as Li Fei had previously distributed some treasures to them, but the elves were a completely different story. They stared in shock at the 2 treasures on the ground. Even if they were completely ignorant of their value, they could tell that these 2 treasures were extraordinary, and their worth was probably even greater than the 2 treasures that LaRousse had taken earlier. Violet was also dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Li Fei to be able to produce such a valuable treasure. She couldn't help but wonder if Li Fei also had feelings for Alice. Chapter 158, Killing LaRousse. Thinking about this, her head started to ache. She found this matter very difficult to handle. Alice's eyes, however, were filled with a strange light. In her view, Li Fei was clearly using this to express his love for her. LaRousse's face fell, and he said dismissively, These are just 2 fakes. At this time, it was clear that a portion of the elven race strongly agreed with LaRousse's statement. In their view, it was impossible for LaRousse to lie carelessly, so what LaRousse said was naturally true. They suddenly felt contempt for Li Fei, disgusted that he had done such a shameless thing in public. Li Fei was speechless. He didn't understand what kind of eyes LaRousse had, that he would say the 2 treasures he brought out were fakes. Too bad your precious bow trembles before my counterfeit frost sword, Li Fei said disdainfully. LaRousse was furious, but he had no decent reason to refute it, because the elven bow was indeed trembling like a lute, leaving him no room for argument. The elves began to hesitate, because everything seemed very similar to what Li Fei had said. Could what Li Fei said be true? Violet also looked hesitant. However, an unexpected event occurred at this moment. LaRousse, who had been near the frost sword, suddenly kicked the frost sword away. As long as he kicked the frost sword away, the scene of the bow trembling would naturally be resolved. A cold glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He hadn't expected that LaRousse would dare to do such a thing to his weapon right in front of him. He had made up his mind that no matter what, he was going to keep LaRousse here today. However, soon someone stood up for him. Li Fei looked completely stunned. Suddenly, a blue light flashed within the frost sword, and this blue light quickly entered LaRousse's body along his right leg. Help me! LaRousse's right leg, which he had extended, was now completely stuck in place, becoming a conduit for the cold air to enter his body. Li Fei's eyes were indifferent. He withdrew his left arm, which he had just been about to use to strike. This was the other party courting death. He understood that this LaRousse was in the same situation as himself. People to mess with. Why did LaRousse have to provoke this artifact spirit? If he hadn't used his Samadhi true fire to subdue it, he probably would have died at its hands. At this moment, LaRousse's entire body was covered in blue light, and cold air kept emanating from his body until he was finally frozen. Finally, LaRue's turned into an ice sculpture. The onlookers were completely stunned, especially the two people next to LaRue's. They looked at Li Fei and Han Bingjian with fear on their faces. LaRue's was a gold 1-star, but he was frozen into an ice sculpture after kicking the frost sword just once. The power of this ice sword is unimaginable. The elves looked surprised, and those who had voiced their doubts earlier all fell silent. What weapon could kill someone with a single kick? They couldn't believe it. A solemn look appeared in Violet's eyes. She recalled an ancient legend that only weapons with spirits could kill people on their own. Having a weapon spirit is a privilege of heavenly-level weapons. Could this be a heavenly-level weapon? She could hardly believe it, but the reality was right in front of her. Li Fei also intends to give this heaven-level weapon to Alice. At this moment, her gaze fell on another item that Li Fei had given her, the pill. She hadn't looked closely before, so she didn't recognize the origin of the pill. Upon closer examination, she suddenly discovered that this pill looked remarkably like the creation pill she had seen in an ancient book. But how is that possible? Isn't the creation pill only something that exists in legends? Moreover, how could Li Fei so easily give away such a valuable item? Stared intently at the box. She hoped this was just wishful thinking on her part, because she considered these items to be extraordinary, and if this news were to spread, it would surely attract the covetous eyes of some powerful forces. Of course, there was another thing that really upset her. LaRue's was dead. Although Li Fei didn't kill him, the elf headquarters would definitely hold Li Fei accountable. If the elves stood idly by, they would certainly be treated as traitors. At this moment, she hesitated, wondering if she should distance herself from the Flying God Temple, since the elven headquarters was far stronger than the Flying God Temple. However, at this moment, Emily spoke. LaRue's asked for his own death. He has no one to blame but himself. Valant was shocked. She hadn't expected Emily to stand up for Li Fei at such a crucial moment. Chief, Li Fei has unlimited potential. In the future, he will definitely be able to stand on equal footing with the elf headquarters. Moreover, even if we sever ties with the Flying God Temple, the elf headquarters probably won't let us off the hook. Emily explained. Valant nodded silently. She understood that Emily was right. Even if they really severed ties with the Temple of the Flying Gods, the elven headquarters would not let them go. Moreover, they would probably be in even greater danger after the breakup. All right, you can go now. Li Fei put away the two treasures, and then said to LaRue's two teammates. The two hurriedly put away the treasure and quickly left with LaRue's body. They weren't fools. Li Fei hadn't even made a move, yet LaRue's was killed by Li's weapon under such circumstances. This could only mean one thing. Li Fei was far beyond their capabilities. So they had no choice but to flee. They needed to return to the elf headquarters to get reinforcements, as the two of them were no match for Li Fei. Thank you for getting Alice out of that predicament, but the elf headquarters won't let us off the hook. After a few people left, Valant walked up to Li Fei and said, The Flying God Temple isn't a place they can come and go as they please, Li Fei said dismissively. By the way, are those two treasures you just took out really intended for Alice? Valant asked curiously. That's right, but I need to deal with the coldness of this frost sword first, Li Fei said calmly. After returning to his meditation room, Li Fei began to cultivate. He wasn't as indifferent to the elf headquarters as he appeared to be. As far as he knew, the elf headquarters belonged to one of the 4 major powers in the Alls Mountains region, and it had countless experts, including dozens of gold-level powerhouses. Such strength is far beyond what the Flying God Palace can match, so he needs to break through to a deeper level. At this moment, he took out a fairy fruit from his spatial ring. The fairy fruit had a slightly reddish skin and was emitting a rich spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy dissipated, it even became a physical entity. This celestial fruit was the first treasure he obtained within the ruins of the temple. The reason he took out this immortal fruit was to enhance his strength. He is currently at the peak of Gold 2-star, and he is confident that as long as he eats a few celestial fruits and peaches from the temple, he can successfully advance to the next level. He had originally planned to level up through meditation, but after what happened at the elf headquarters, he knew he couldn't wait any longer and needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Li Fei carefully examined the tempting fruit, and finally made up his mind to take a bite. Then the immortal fruit that entered his mouth instantly turned into a pool of juice that flowed down his throat. After reaching his stomach, the juice began to transform into rich spiritual energy, which then traveled through his limbs and meridians. A portion of the spiritual energy also entered his dantian. Li Fei didn't waste any opportunity. He began to cultivate. Chapter 159 Lesa's Revenge. Li Fei consciously manipulated these spiritual energies, integrating them into various parts of his body. After absorbing the spiritual energy, his dantian began to stir, and his limbs and meridians also began to grow stronger at this moment. The meridians that were previously somewhat weak became noticeably thicker under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a wild horse unleashed, and Li Fei remained calm. However, his aura began to rise at this moment, and a golden light faintly emanated from his body. If someone were standing next to Li Fei, they would definitely notice that Li Fei's whole body was radiating golden light, and he looked like a golden man. At this moment, his face was solemn and dignified, his body was straight, and more importantly, he had released his full power as a gold 2-star. Some pens, ink, and paper around them began to be pushed backward by a strong air pressure. This is the tangible manifestation of his imposing aura. His momentum did not stop there. On the contrary, it slowly rose. However, because the spiritual energy contained in the immortal fruit was limited, this upward momentum stopped there. Li Fei frowned. The spiritual energy inside the immortal fruit was incredibly rich, yet even so, it only slightly improved his cultivation level. So he took out the second item, a fairy peach. Soon as the immortal peach was taken out, it created vortexes of energy. These small energy vortexes began to continuously absorb the spiritual energy floating in the world. Li Fei was stunned. He hadn't expected this immortal peach to have such an ability. Looking at the tempting and delicious peach, Li Fei did not hesitate to put it in his mouth. However, an unexpected event occurred at that moment. Just as he brought the peach to his mouth, it suddenly shrank and slipped through his fingers. Then the peach returned to its original form and began to fly towards the exit of the quiet room. Li Fei's face darkened. This immortal peach actually dared to try to escape? The quiet room he was in was completely sealed off, and no one but him could open the door to this sacred chamber. Therefore, he was not worried that the peach could escape from here. Upon discovering that the exit had been sealed off, the fairy peach became visibly anxious, flitting about inside the Jingbao like a headless fly. Li Fei chuckled, astonished by the peach's behavior. In his view, the peach was about to develop sentience. However, eager to improve his strength, he didn't care about such things. He directly used the Samadhi True Fire to quickly reduce the movement range of the immortal peach, and then he reached out, grabbed the immortal peach, and put it into his mouth. The moment the peach entered his mouth, it transformed into a rich spiritual energy, just like the immortal fruit from before. Under Li Fei's conscious control, this spiritual energy, like the immortal fruit from before, quickly circulated within his body. Li Fei's previously stagnant aura began to rise again, and this time the rise was much faster than before. The reason is simple. The spiritual energy contained in this immortal peach is more than twice as concentrated as that of the immortal fruit. This also puzzled Li Fei somewhat. Finally, as the golden light emanating from Li Fei grew increasingly brilliant, his aura reached its peak. Click! A clear, crisp sound emanated from Li Fei's body. It was the unique sound of a breakthrough in cultivation. Li Fei remained calm. From this moment on, he was no longer at the gold 2-star level, but at the gold 3-star level. Of course, because he had just broken through, his cultivation was still somewhat unstable. So he didn't get up, but instead remained in a meditative state. Time passed slowly, and Li Fei spent 2 full days in seclusion this time. 2,000 miles west of the Flying God Temple, inside the elf headquarters, in the conference hall, surrounded by elf elders, the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. This is clearly a declaration of war against our elf headquarters, and we must not let this go, said an elderly man who looked to be about 60 years old. He was short, with brown eyes and pointed ears. He was furious, and he was referring to the incident 2 days ago when LaRuse was killed by the Temple of the Flying Gods. On the ground lay an ice sculpture, so lifelike that LaRuse still wore a terrified expression. Elder Lesa, is there some misunderstanding here? Chief Elang, the elven chieftain sitting at the head of the table, asked with a frown. He knew that Elder Lesa's son had sent someone to the Flying God Temple to propose marriage, but he had never heard of a situation where the proposal was rejected and the messenger was killed instead. He thought there might be some misunderstanding involved. Moreover, attacking other lords' territories is a major undertaking, and he couldn't possibly launch an attack on the Flying God Temple based solely on a few words from the other party. Chief Elang, you must stand up for me in this matter. I have investigated this matter thoroughly. The one who made the move was that guy named Li Fei. He is the master of the Flying God Temple. He is the one who froze LaRue's into an ice sculpture. And the weapon in his hand is very likely a heaven-level weapon, Lazak said in a deep voice. He didn't believe that Alang would be indifferent to a heaven-level weapon. In fact, that was precisely his brilliance. It would be unrealistic to send troops to the Elven headquarters just because of LaRue's death, but what if a heaven-level weapon was added to the mix? Then everything will fall into place. In fact, before he came to this conference hall, he had already figured out what had happened at the Flying God Temple. Li Fei hadn't made a move at all. It was LaRue's who had run into the Frost Sword and died. He immediately realized that the weapon was very likely a heavenly-level weapon. That's why he came here in such a hurry. No one would be unmoved by a heaven-level weapon, including him and a ranger. In fact, the main reason he wanted to use the power of the elf headquarters to attack the Flying God Temple was for this heavenly-grade weapon, and he judged that there should be many other treasures inside the Flying God Temple. A heaven-level weapon? The many elders of the elf headquarters in the conference hall began to lose their composure. They knew what it meant. Keep in mind that the entire elf headquarters doesn't even have a single heaven-grade weapon. The staff held by their supreme chieftain, Alang, is only a high-grade earth-grade weapon. In an instant, their hearts were filled with passion. Upon hearing about the heavenly-level weapon, Alang's gaze clearly changed, and he began to inquire about the situation from the two green-skinned men kneeling on the ground. The green elves then recounted what had happened that day, though some of the details had been altered. For example, LaRue's initiative turned into a passive defense, while Li Fei's lack of action turned into an active attack. Very well, if things are really as you say, then we really need to send a few people over to teach them a lesson, the elven chieftain said in a deep voice. At the same time, he stood up. If Li Fei were here, he would be shocked. Unlike other elves, the elven chieftain was a towering 2 meters tall, with a robust physique, a face full of fleshy muscles, and a menacing gaze. At this moment, a ranger held a staff inlaid with rubies in his left hand. Someone has challenged the dignity of our elf headquarters and openly murdered our people. This grudge cannot go unavenged. We must teach them an unforgettable lesson. There is another matter. I heard that several elves in the Flying God Temple have betrayed us. They must also pay the price. Alang said slowly. Chief is right. We must uphold the dignity of the elven race. Lazak said from behind. After whispering among themselves for a while, the elders around them also offered their opinions. I agree with Chief Alang. Those traitors must pay the price. That Li Fei and those traitorous elves within the Flying God Temple should be eliminated. Chief Alang, please issue the order immediately. We must uphold the dignity of our elven headquarters. All right, in that case, let each department send one elder to act together. Then we'll eliminate the Flying God Temple and those traitors, and bring all the treasures we've obtained back to the elven headquarters, Alang said in a deep voice. The elf headquarters area has 12 divisions, each led by a Grand Elder. For example, Lazak is the Grand Elder of the Feather Division. Of course, he had a deeper plan behind his actions. His real target was the heavenly-level weapon, but he couldn't just openly demand it, so he used this method. He also took advantage of the irreconcilable conflicts between the 12 tribes. They operate as a team of 12. If anyone among them embezzles, they will be immediately reported by the others. Upon hearing this arrangement, Lazak's expression immediately changed. In his view, Alang was clearly wary of him. Otherwise, the other party could have simply assigned him the elite troops from the elven headquarters. However, he dared not voice any objections at this moment, as that would only increase Elon's wariness of him. After a brief period of preparation, the elf headquarters dispatched a 13-person team to set off in a grand procession. 12 of these 13 were elves sent by the 12 departments, while the third person was rather special, having been directly appointed by a ranger. He is Alang's capable deputy. His strength is at the Gold 2 level, and he has the highest cultivation here. Therefore, he naturally became the temporary commander here. Normally, given the elf headquarters' consistent approach to handling matters, they wouldn't have needed to send out such a powerful team. However, the existence of heaven-level weapons forced them to take this seriously. Inside the Flying God Palace, in the training room, Li Fei, shirtless, was in a horse stance when he suddenly threw a punch. It moved with lightning speed, leaving only a faint afterimage. Bang! The fist struck the iron wall directly. Looking at the clear fist print on the iron wall, Li Fei showed a satisfied expression. Before, he could only leave half a fist print on this iron wall at most. Chapter 160 Forging Earth Rank Weapons. After advancing, his strength increased by at least more than double. At this moment, he opened the Properties panel. Host, Li Fei. Rank, Gold 3 star. Strength 232. Agility 233. Body fitness 230. Energy 150. Skill 1. Hidden force. Concentrates all the body's power into a single point, generating explosive force that can penetrate the body, causing damage far exceeding normal output. Skill 2. Samadhi True Fire. Conjures substantial flames from the eyes to incinerate enemies. Currently at the intermediate stage, each use consumes 50 energy. Unique. Li Fei discovered that his attribute points had improved significantly in all aspects. Not only that, the option for neutralizing force has also been changed to hidden force. Li Fei then opened the chat group. He had been busy with cultivation these past few days, so he hadn't paid attention to what was happening in the chat group. Now, his chat window had accumulated quite a few chat records. Holy crap, Boss Zhao Jing is back safe and sound, someone exclaimed in the group chat. When Li Fei saw the message in the chat group, he was overjoyed because he knew his guess was right and Lao Bai and the others should be safe. So he went straight to the latest chat history. Lu Tao, Zhao Jing, you two didn't send any messages before, someone in the group said worriedly. There was just a slight mishap along the way, and we ended up traveling 5,000 miles away from the Alls Mountains region, but we're all back safely now. Where's Wu Ku? Someone in the group asked curiously. Old Bai is currently sending Boss Wu Ku to his territory, so it will take some time, Zhao Jing explained. By the way, do you guys know about the qualifying matches? Zhao Jing, who had just returned to the Alls Mountains region, obviously didn't know about the promotion tournament. Li Fei looked at the group of people chatting animatedly with a bewildered expression. The results of the qualifying rounds were announced by the Heavenly Dao, so how could Lu Tao and the others not know? Was it simply because they weren't in the Alls region at the time? If that's the case, then it would be very interesting. That means not all regions knew about the qualifying rounds. At this point, the people in the group had already explained the matter of the qualifying rounds to Lu Tao and Zhao Jing. Damn, this system is too domineering. It never mentioned this before, Lu Tao said speechlessly. He hadn't expected to receive such news so soon after his return, meaning that he might embark on another journey in 5 days. I didn't expect that there would be a qualifying round after this match, Zhao Jing said calmly. We mainly want to ask what you two big shots think, because only 3 players from each region can participate in this advancement competition. So will Lu Tao and Zhao Jing still participate in this competition? Someone asked with doubt. What did Boss Li Fei say? After a moment of silence, Zhao Jing asked. There's nothing wrong with Li Fei, Zhao Jing said decisively without the slightest hesitation. After he returned, he heard about Li Fei's story. He was amazed that Li Fei could take on a gold 4-star expert single-handedly. This level of strength was something he could only dream of. I'll participate too. This time it was Lu Tao who spoke. The 10-fold increase in rewards was no joke, and he had no reason to give up. Hee, with you two big shots involved, we can rest assured. The other members in the group finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lu Tao and Zhao Jing's replies. Pre-sale of Class 1 weapons, including swords, guns, knives, etc., prices to be determined. Li Fei posted his needs in the group. Holy crap, is Li Fei serious? Someone in the group asked curiously. Of course it's true, Li Fei said calmly. Holy crap, Li Fei, you have so many Earth-grade weapons. Why ask so many questions? That's Boss Li Fei's private matter. Okay, the person sent a scratching head emoji. After leaving the chat group, Li Fei went to the warehouse, where the weapons and armor of the 3,000 demons were stored. His purpose in coming here was to forge some low-grade, Earth-level weapons. Let's try it out with these few suits of armor, Li Fei said, a serious look flashing in his eyes. He then opened the control panel and found the weapon crafting option. He then chose a sword-shaped mold and selected to add fire flames. As he selected to add flames, a dark hole appeared from where the control panel was located. Without hesitation, Li Fei's pupils dilated, and then he saw wisps of white flames shooting out from within. Li Fei carefully controlled the flames, causing them to surge rapidly into the cave entrance. However, relying solely on a single burst of Samadhi fire is far from sufficient. Li Fei frowned, but then unleashed a second flame. Wisps of white flame flashed in his eyes again, then swiftly entered the cave entrance. However, Li Fei did not stop. Soon, he unleashed the Samadhi True Fire once again. As the last flame of Samadhi fire successfully entered the cave entrance, the lights on the sword mold option lit up completely, but Li Fei also felt a deep fatigue at this moment. His 150 energy points were completely used up, and these energy points would not be restored for another 15 hours. But it's all worth it. Now all we have to do is wait. In 5 hours, this sword will be finished. Took out the frost sword from his spatial ring. He had already promised to give the sword to Alice, but Alice's bronze 5-star strength was simply not enough to subdue this icy sword. He was worried that the sword would hurt Alice, so he planned to deal with it first. He held the frost sword in his hand and examined it carefully. The frost sword looked impressive from the outside. It was blue all over and emitted a cold light. The blade could even reflect a shadow. Of course, Li Fei saw far more than that. He could even sense the ingratiating intent of the weapon spirit within the frost sword. This surprised Li Fei quite a bit. However, this actually makes it easier for him to communicate with others. So Li Fei sent his idea of giving it to Alice into the frost sword through his consciousness. As expected, the frost sword's regenerated consciousness was highly rebellious, believing that only Li Fei was worthy of using it. Li Fei then explained in detail the reasons for giving the sword to someone else and Han Bingjian, and finally promised to give Han Bingjian freedom. Finally, the frost sword agreed to the request. However, Li Fei was still somewhat uneasy about this, because the frost sword posed a great threat. If it weren't for his ability to use Samadhi True Fire, he might have been the one who died during his battle with Hurt. So he immediately took out another heaven-level weapon, the God-slaying spear. His idea was simple. He wanted to use the baleful energy within the God-slaying spear to draw into the frost sword, thereby suppressing the frost sword's spirit. Li Fei began to meditate and sit in stillness, a very difficult process, so he was prepared for it to be a long and arduous one. As Li Fei entered a state of deep stillness, he finally sensed the malevolent energy on the God-breaking spear. However, when he tried to channel this malevolent energy into the frost sword, he was unable to do so no matter what. Moreover, the spirit within the frost sword clearly discovered Li Fei's intention and was now fiercely resisting. He even planned to attack him again with the chilling aura of the frost sword. However, Li Fei was not unprepared. Now that the frost sword was in his hands, he could use his hidden strength to shatter the sword's spirit. So, under Li Fei's coercion and enticement, the frost sword finally became obedient. In another location, inside the hidden space of the God-breaking spear, the old dragon looked utterly dejected. Feelings. It's all because of feelings again. Just like that person, Sai, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Old Jiao looked depressed. He felt that Li Fei was too similar to that person in terms of relationships. Both men were equally handsome and had equally strong wills, but Li Fei's strength was much weaker than that man's. At the same time, the old dragon also recalled his glorious past, when countless female dragons secretly flirted with him, and then, the past is too painful to recall, he finally concluded. Fine, Old Jiao, will be a good person today. Old Jiao said calmly. At the same time, he began to mobilize the evil energy within the God-slaying spear. As he continued to mobilize the evil energy, the God-slaying spear soon began to react violently. From Li Fei's perspective, he suddenly felt intense heat emanating from the shaft of the God-breaking spear. It even felt hot to the touch, which surprised him. However, at this moment, the God-slaying spear moved. The baleful energy on the God-slaying spear actually began to cooperate with Li Fei. This baleful energy followed Li Fei's consciousness and began to enter the frost sword. However, the malevolent energy that entered the frost sword formed a circle around its spirit, and with just one command from Li Fei, the spirit would vanish into thin air. Li Fei was overjoyed, for he could clearly feel the fear of the spirit within the frost sword. Li Fei checked the time and found that there were still more than 2 hours before the weapon workshop would start forging, so he decided to send the frost sword to Alice first. So he went to the area where the elves lived. Of course, Li Fei's arrival caused the elven girls to whisper among themselves. What brings you here, Your Excellency? Are you here to see the High Priest? Lisa asked with a smile. The High Priest has been looking forward to Lord Li Fei's arrival for a long time, but Lord Li Fei has been too busy, another person said with a smile. However, they did not make things difficult for Li Fei. Instead, they helped him report the matter to the higher authorities. Li Fei then successfully entered Alice's residence. At this moment, Alice's features were exquisite, her cheeks flushed, and she was clearly not as calm as usual when facing Li Fei. May I ask what business you have with me, Lord Li Fei? Li Fei stared blankly at Alice, suddenly finding her exceptionally stunning today. She had long eyelashes, big eyes, and fair skin with a rosy hue. She was a feast for the eyes, and her shy demeanor was especially charming. Chapter 161 Blazing Sword. Seemingly sensing Li Fei's gaze, Alice's cheeks flushed again. Li Fei was somewhat unsettled. He gazed at the high priestess, who was dressed in a white dress and appeared as serene as a virgin, and for a moment forgot what he wanted to say. Finally, he remembered the purpose of his trip. He took out the frost sword and the creation pill. He had prepared these two treasures for Alice in advance, and he would have taken them out even if Delan had not proposed. Alice, however, had a completely different thought. Was this a betrothal gift? She was now hesitant, wondering whether to accept it or not. If she accepted it, it would seem like she was being too hasty, but if she didn't, she was afraid Li Fei would misunderstand. Li Fei, of course, didn't think that much about it. He assumed that the other party was afraid of the cold air on the frost sword. So he directly took Alice's small hand and placed it on the frost sword, proving that he had already dealt with the frost sword and that there were no problems with it. Alice seemed somewhat at a loss. Finally, Li Fei delivered the two items and then made an excuse to leave. After coming out, Li Fei let out a soft breath. For some reason, he felt a little nervous around Alice. Li Fei returned to the control room and opened the control panel. The weapon workshop had already finished forging the sword. Li Fei was both excited and expectant, believing that the weapons workshop would not disappoint him too much this time. He found the button for the weapons workshop and clicked it. Boom! With a loud bang, the weapons workshop opened its thick, dust-covered lid. It was at this moment that Li Fei saw the specific details of the sword. The sword was entirely red, its blade shimmering with a red light. Li Fei sensed a familiar feeling emanating from it. Is it Samadhi true fire? A look of surprise flashed in Li Fei's eyes. If his senses are not mistaken, this sword should contain Samadhi fire. But how is that possible? How could the Samadhi true fire exist inside a precious sword? However, his intuition was probably correct. However, the Samadhi true fire contained within this sword was only 1/10 of the amount in his body, and the Samadhi true fire of this sword was likely in its initial stage. Li Fei took out the sword and examined it carefully. His fingers lightly touched the blade, and he could clearly feel the fiery heat emanating from it. More importantly, this sword is actually a mid-grade Earth-level weapon, if his estimation is correct. But this surprised him greatly. Li Fei wondered if he had misread it, but the data couldn't be wrong. This sword was indeed of mid-grade Earth level. Li Fei was naturally pleasantly surprised. He never imagined that he would now possess the skill to forge mid-grade Earth-level weapons, something that many weapon forging masters could not achieve. However, at this moment, he made another discovery. These hidden flames appear to be able to project outwards. Li Fei tried to control it using his inner energy. Sizzle! A ball of white flame suddenly emerged from the tip of the sword. Li Fei was overjoyed, as this would greatly increase the sword's value. However, he could clearly feel that after the flame was released, the Samadhi true fire within the sword was gone. If he was not mistaken, the way the flame in this sword was released should be the same as the way he released the Samadhi true fire. After being released, it would take a period of time to recover before it could be used again. At this moment, he opened the sword's attribute panel. Name, unnamed. Rank, mid-grade Earth level. Skill, Samadhi fire. Casting process, Samadhi fire. It looks pretty good, but the name hasn't been chosen yet. Let's call you Blazing Sword. Li Fei hesitated before filling in the name. Now it's for sale. Li Fei quickly opened the chat group. He noticed that the group chat had suddenly become lively again. Haha, these resources are really effective. I've actually leveled up twice in just a few days. I would never have dared to dream of this before, someone in the group said. Me too. I've leveled up twice in a row, but I've almost used up all my resources, the person said helplessly. It can be said that almost everyone in our region has advanced. Some have advanced 1 level, some 2, and some even 3. Lusong said. Holy crap, 3 consecutive promotions? That's outrageous. Hee. What's so exaggerated about that? There are even people who have advanced to level 4. Who is this big shot? I really want to meet them. It's me, little brother. I used to only have the strength of bronze 1 star, but now I've directly reached bronze 5 star, a weak voice said. His name is Yang Song. In the past, his strength was only considered to be at the bottom in the entire Alls Mountains region. Awesome. I'm impressed. However, at that moment, Li Fei uploaded a video. In the video, Li Fei is showing off the flaming sword in his hand, along with detailed information about the sword. After Li Fei uploaded the video, the entire chat group fell silent. Holy crap. I'm not seeing things, am I? This blazing flame sword is actually a mid-grade Earth-level weapon. Lu Tao exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the low-grade mortal weapon in his hand and felt a little uneasy. It's truly a mid-grade Earth-level divine artifact, someone exclaimed in shock. What is Boss Li Fei up to? Is he really going to sell it? But how is that possible? A mid-grade Earth-level weapon is extremely precious, someone in the group questioned. Boss Li Fei has a heaven-level weapon. Why would he care about this Earth-level weapon? Someone in the group immediately responded. That's right. His statement was clearly agreed upon by others. The scene then transitions to another phase. Li Fei then unleashed a burst of Samadhi true fire from the longsword. What kind of flame is that? It's so amazing, and why does it look so familiar? Look at the description of this weapon. That sword unleashes Samadhi true fire, someone in the group exclaimed. What? Everyone in the group was shocked. No one would have thought that the blazing sword could release Samadhi true fire. Samadhi true fire is the most precious yang substance in the world, so how could it be used? This made them all very surprised. I want this sword, someone in the group suddenly said. Please take back that line and let me say it. Someone was very unhappy that their line had been taken from them. Suddenly, Lu Tao felt that the low-grade mortal long sword in his hand was no longer appealing. He looked at the long sword that Li Fei had shown in the video, and then at the one in his hand. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Wanted this sword too. After the fierce battle in the dark forest, he understood how important a good weapon was in combat. Chapter 162 coming to the door. Brother Li Fei, what's your asking price for this flaming sword? Some people in the group were already getting impatient. 1 immortal peach, or 2 immortal fruits. Or of course, any other equivalent items that can improve cultivation are also acceptable. Li Fei posted what he needed. He also placed his dagger on it, but he priced it lower, saying it could be exchanged for a single herb. The reason Li Fei offered such conditions was mainly because he needed to improve his cultivation level, and a large number of nourishing immortal items were the best choice, as ordinary herbs were no longer of any use to him. However, the people in the group were clearly disappointed after seeing the conditions Li Fei offered. Many people have already used their immortal peaches or fruits. If Li Fei had sold the flaming sword earlier, they might have had a chance. But now it's different. They don't have anything of equal value to exchange for it. However, at that moment, Lu Tao spoke up. I want this flaming sword. I'll trade it for a peach. Alright, I've already put the blazing sword in the temple shop. You can trade it directly. Li Fei said calmly. He was pleasantly surprised that the first deal was completed so quickly. At this moment, a chorus of envious voices came from the chat group. Congratulations to Lu Tao on acquiring this divine weapon. With this flaming sword, I believe Lu Tao will be even more powerful. Although this flaming sword isn't as powerful as a heavenly grade weapon, it shouldn't be far off. I think the most valuable thing about this sword is actually the Samadhi True Fire. Samadhi True Fire is the nemesis of all cold attribute items. With this blazing sword, I believe boss Lu Tao will be invincible. Lu Tao was naturally overjoyed. He hadn't used the immortal peach before because he had just advanced in cultivation. He originally planned to use it after his cultivation was stable, but he didn't expect Li Fei to be selling the blazing sword. So he didn't hesitate at all and directly bought the sword. He also watched the replay of Li Fei's previous battle with Hurt, and because of this, he realized how much a good weapon could affect the course of a battle. By the way, brother Li Fei, do you have any other weapons? I'd like a spear. Do you have one? Someone in the group asked curiously. Yes, but it will take some time. After leaving the chat group, Li Fei returned to his meditation room to cultivate. He needs to solidify his gold 3-star cultivation level before the promotion matches begin. He now possesses considerable resources, and he plans to utilize these last few days to further enhance his cultivation. Time passed slowly, and in these few days, he finally stabilized his cultivation. At the same time, he forged 2 weapons, a flaming spear and a flaming blade, and both weapons were sold very quickly. However, another worrying matter affected him today. People from the elf headquarters had arrived and were now outside the Flying God Temple, and they clearly had ill intentions. Hearing the piercing alarm blaring from the Flying God Temple, Li Fei was furious. In his opinion, these people from the elf headquarters were just looking for trouble. He had already let them off the hook, but they had come back to bother him again, which was unacceptable. Li Fei quickly walked out of the temple. He wanted to see what these people from the elven headquarters were up to. If they had any malicious intentions, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Outside the temple, Ellis stood with a cold expression. Behind him were 12 elves, all elites from the elven headquarters, each possessing a gold-level cultivation. This lineup could easily destroy any territory, but since elves are a civilized race, they can't just wipe out the opponent right away. They have to announce the opponent's crimes first. Finally, he saw the gates of the Flying God Temple open, and a handsome man dressed in white and draped in a black robe walked out. You are Li Fei? Iris asked in a deep voice. He hadn't expected Li Fei to dare to come out alone. It was completely beyond his expectations. He hadn't thought that the human race would have such a person. That's right. I wonder what business you have with me here. Li Fei's gaze swept over Ellis and the 12 elves behind him. He hadn't expected that the other side would go to such lengths this time, sending 13 gold-level experts here. His heart sank. He felt that things were unlikely to end well today. Yeah, you've already forgotten what you did so quickly? You killed LaRuse, didn't you? Ellis sneered. At first, he thought Li Fei was someone important, but the other party didn't dare to admit what he had done, so Li Fei's image in his mind immediately dropped a notch. Li Fei was stunned. When did he kill LaRuse? However, he immediately realized that there was probably some misunderstanding, so Li Fei quickly explained, there must be some misunderstanding. LaRuse died by touching the weapon himself. It has nothing to do with me. Of course, Li Fei's explanation was a complete joke to the ears of the many elves. LaRuse died from touching a weapon. Is that even possible? You actually tried to fool us elves with such a low-class story? I think you have a death wish. Ellis was furious. He hadn't expected that the other party would try to deceive him, and in such a despicable way at that. This is clearly an attempt to humiliate us. Kanzera, Lisa, Jason, the three of you go and take care of him. Iris sneered. In his opinion, the three people he had arranged were more than enough to deal with Li Fei. According to the information brought back by the two elves, Li Fei was at most a gold 2-star cultivator, so the three of them should have no problem dealing with Li Fei. Li Fei looked helpless. He hadn't expected that even after he had explained everything clearly, the other party still wouldn't let him go. Left with no other choice, he had to take out the god-slaying spear and prepare for battle. There were 13 Pokemon on the other side, which put considerable pressure on him. The moment Li Fei took out the god-slaying spear, the eyes of many elves were immediately drawn to it. It's a heavenly-level weapon. Elder Lessa didn't lie to us after all. Kanzela exclaimed with delight. However, I remember Elder Lessa mentioned that the heavenly-grade weapon was a blue sword, but this is clearly a spear. Could it be that the other party has 2 heavenly-grade weapons? Lisa asked in surprise. That must be it. Otherwise there's no way to explain all this. But this is just too incredible. A lord's territory actually has 2 heavenly-grade weapons. How amazing is that? I heard from Elder Lessa that Li Fei has quite a few treasures, and the value of those treasures is probably not much less than the heaven-level weapon he has. My God, has Li Fei struck it rich? How does he have so many good things? Our elf headquarters doesn't even have a single heaven-level weapon. If we could seize these weapons, then... This behavior seems inappropriate. How can we elves? Li Fei's unprovoked killing of LaRuse was a crime in itself. What we're doing is simply an act of justice. The dozen or so elves began to discuss among themselves. Li Fei's expression turned grim as a result. He hadn't expected that the other party's target would be the heavenly-grade weapon in his possession, along with numerous other treasures. This gave him a very dangerous feeling. He distributed many treasures to his subordinates, while giving the frost sword to Alice. He couldn't be sure if the people at the elf headquarters would take action against them because of this. However, judging from the posture of these elves in front of him, these situations were very likely to occur, so at this moment, he felt an overwhelming killing intent. He only became the target of trouble because he didn't completely eliminate LaRuse's associates. Li Fei's eyes were cold as he watched the 3 elves slowly approaching him, a cold glint flashing in them. Li Fei, today is your death day, Kanzela said with a sneer. He held a long knife in his hand, across his fleshy chest. Li Fei silently watched this reckless guy, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. What concerned him more were the other 2 people, not this Kanzela. Of the other 2 elves, one was a woman with fair skin, a beautiful face, and long golden hair. She held a green vine in her hand. The other was a tall, thin man who held an iron hammer. Based on his intuition, Li Fei felt that Lisa and Jason posed the greatest threat to him. How dare you kill one of our elves? Today you'll pay the price, Lisa said disdainfully. From the day she was born until now, she had never seen anyone dare to provoke their elven headquarters. She found it unbelievable that Li Fei dared to kill LaRuse. In her eyes, Li Fei was already a dead man. Haha, I'll let you taste the iron hammer in my hand later, the tall, thin Jason said with a mocking smile. At this moment, the 3 of them had completely surrounded Li Fei, and now even a fly wouldn't be able to escape from this encirclement. Meanwhile, Ellis led the remaining elves to block Li Fei's path back to the temple. This was also to prevent Li Fei from running away if he couldn't win. Inside the temple, High Priestess Alice had appeared at the entrance at some point. Her face was filled with worry and guilt. If it weren't for her, Li Fei wouldn't have had to face the siege of the elf headquarters. She blamed herself for everything. Of course, none of this is her fault. The people at the elf headquarters valued the treasure in Li Fei's possession more, and it had little to do with her. Will Li Fei be alright? Alice asked worriedly, her eyes slightly red. You'll be alright, child, Violet said softly, patting Alice's shoulder with loving eyes. Chapter 163 The Death of Kanzila. But if it weren't for me, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Alice whispered. She is now filled with guilt. Varant, however, saw things more clearly. These elves didn't seem to be here to demand an explanation. They seemed more like they were here to steal treasures. She could glean some insight from their greedy eyes. They might not be talking about Deland's proposal, Violet said gravely. What was the reason for that? Alice asked curiously, as she had previously thought that she was responsible for such a disastrous outcome. LaRuse's death was just an excuse. I suspect their real target is the heavenly grade weapon in your possession, the Frost Sword, Varant said solemnly. How could that be? It's just a weapon. Would so many people be willing to risk their lives for it? Alice was incredulous. She couldn't understand why so many people wanted to fight over it. You're still young. You don't understand what a heaven-level weapon means. When I was young, I worked at the elf headquarters. As far as I know, there isn't a single weapon in the elf headquarters that reaches the heaven-level grade. The highest-ranking weapon in the elf headquarters is only Chief Alang's staff, and that staff is only a high-grade, earth-level weapon. Wouldn't Li Fei be in even greater danger? Alice almost immediately understood Li Fei's situation, and at the same time, she understood why the elf headquarters had sent so many experts over. There's no way around it. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. A complex look flashed in Violet's eyes. Then why don't I just give them this weapon? Alice asked curiously. It's not that simple. Even if Li Fei agrees to hand over these weapons, they won't let us go. That's the complexity of human nature. Outside the temple, Li Fei slowly gripped the god-slaying spear tightly. He glanced coldly at Kanzila and the other two, a wave of disdain washing over him. He was able to kill even the gold 4-star Helter in the dark forest, and at that time the opponent was wielding the heaven-level weapon Frost Sword. These people in front of him were no match for him at all. But at this moment, the other party seemed to have him cornered. Die! The obese Kanzila was the first to attack. He was one of the 3 generals of the Thunder Tribe. In his opinion, such a large force was not needed to deal with the Flying Temple. However, it was Chief Alang's order, and he had to obey. At this moment, he gripped the hilt of the knife with both hands, leaped up, and slashed at Li Fei with lightning speed. He was the best close combat fighter among the 3 generals of the Thunder Department, which is why he was so confident in making the first move. Ink rain blossoms. A cold glint flashed in Lisa's eyes, and then she began to wield the long whip in her hand. This whip was of the lower grade earth level, which she had obtained by chance in an ancient cave. Afterwards, she regarded this treasure as a precious gem, and this treasure did not disappoint her. In her subsequent battles, this treasure repeatedly performed miraculous feats, and each time it brought her unexpected gains. The most powerful aspect of this treasure is not its output, but its control. It can trap enemies unexpectedly, and its vines are extremely tough, so trapped enemies often have no choice but to surrender. She felt that using this weapon against Li Fei was a waste of its potential. In her opinion, even if Li Fei had the cultivation of a gold 2-star, he would not be a match for the 3 of them. At this moment, she swung the whip in her right hand and struck Li Fei's head from the upper right. If the blow landed, she was certain that Li Fei's head would immediately burst open. Jason, on the other hand, gripped a solid iron hammer, half a meter long and wide, tightly in both hands. This hammer was made of East Sea black iron, and its strength alone reached tens of thousands of gene. Combined with his own cultivation, each swing of his hammer could generate hundreds of thousands of gene of force. At this moment, he held the hammer with both hands and launched a spinning backhand strike at Li Fei. Faced with the full force attack of the 3 men in front of him, Li Fei simply used one move, Whirlwind Slash. His target is Kanzila. Bang! Li Fei's god-breaking spear clashed head-on with Kanzila's longsword. Then, the long sword in Kanzila's hand snapped in two, and Kanzila spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward. Kanzila looked on in disbelief. Li Fei, whom he thought was easy to deal with, had actually sent him flying with a single blow and broken his weapon. Fortunately, he seemed to be unharmed, and Kanzila breathed a slight sigh of relief. Li Fei sneered. He had just used his hidden strength on Kanzera, who was doomed because all the power had been directed into his body. Almost simultaneously, the god-slaying spear, which had been withdrawn from its attack, blocked Lisa and Jason's attacks. At that moment, Kanzila let out a shrill scream, and his body was torn to pieces. This scene completely shocked everyone present, and Lisa and Jason immediately distanced themselves from Li Fei in fear. How could this be? Lisa's eyes flashed with disbelief. She was there the moment Li Fei and Kanzila fought. No one knew the situation better than her. Kanzila hadn't been hurt at all, but shortly after he left Li Fei, he was torn to pieces. Looking at the blood and entrails scattered on the ground, Lisa admitted that she was terrified for the first time. She didn't understand how Li Fei had done all this. He had only used one move to kill his opponent without any explanation. She had ever seen such an ability, and she suspected that Li Fei was not actually a gold 2-star, but that his strength should be much higher, at least not something she could easily deal with. Jason's eyes also showed a look of confusion. Although he had seen many deaths, Kanzila's way of dying still made his heart skip a beat. He also seemed to be getting to know Li Fei anew. Now, Li Fei's status in his mind had risen to an unparalleled level. In his opinion, only Chief Lang could kill a gold-level expert with a single move, but today he saw another person who could do the same. The 10 experts from the elf headquarters who were blocking the entrance to the temple all changed their expressions. Cold sweat was already seeping down their backs. They never expected that Li Fei would kill one of them with just one move, and the method he used was quite strange. At the very least, they didn't know how Li Fei did it. They realized they had underestimated Li Fei. Li Fei's combat strength was probably more than just gold 2-star, perhaps even stronger. Ellis's face darkened. Kanzera's death was directly related to him. If he hadn't underestimated his opponent, the outcome might not have been so bad. He's tough, let's all attack together. Ellis realized the seriousness of the situation and rallied everyone to join the fight. Almost immediately, 10 more people joined the original 3-person encirclement. There are now 12 people surrounding Li Fei. However, Li Fei remained calm, seemingly unconcerned about his safety. Inside the temple, Celia and the others stared in shock, never expecting Li Fei to be this strong. He killed one of them cleanly and decisively in a single move. Keep in mind that the opponent was a gold-level expert, yet such an expert seemed so weak in front of Li Fei. Lucy's eyes were filled with adoration. Li Fei's status in her heart had once again reached an unattainable height. Alice looked at Kanzera's corpse with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but considering that this person had just attacked Li Fei, she accepted it. Violet looked surprised. If anyone here knew Li Fei's fighting strength best, it would undoubtedly be her. She had personally witnessed Elangel's attack, but even so, Elangel might not have been able to do it as cleanly and efficiently as Li Fei. She knew what this meant. It meant that Li Fei's current strength had reached the standard of Chief Lang of the elf headquarters. Of course, this was all her speculation, and the exact extent of Li Fei's strength remained to be seen. Even so, she still had hope for Li Fei. As long as Li Fei was strong enough, he could protect the safety of the elves, even if their opponent was the elf headquarters. At this moment, Li Fei calmly looked at the 12 elves surrounding him. He didn't care how many people the enemy had. He still had his ultimate move, Apocalypse, which he believed would leave no one alive if he used it. However, he hasn't reached that level yet, and he also wants to keep this unique skill of his a secret. Now I'm giving you one more chance. Get out. Or die, Li Fei said coldly. After Li Fei finished speaking, some elves turned their gaze to Ellis, wanting to see what he thought. Ellis's eyes were somewhat uncertain. In his view, this was a clear mishap. They hadn't properly assessed Li Fei's true strength beforehand. He speculated that his opponent was likely a gold 3-star. This will pose a significant challenge to their team, and he is now hesitant about whether to retreat or continue the mission. However, he quickly made up his mind. So what if the opponent was only at the gold 3-star level? His own side had a total of 12 people, and he himself was only at the gold 2-star level. He estimated that such combat power was enough to defeat the opponent. Moreover, there is an even more important point. He will definitely be punished after returning to the elf headquarters, and he might even lose his position as deputy, which is something he absolutely cannot accept. Therefore, he immediately rejected Li Fei's proposal, determined to kill Li Fei today no matter the cost. A dying man, yet he's still so stubborn. After finishing his sentence, Erasus added, "Everyone, attack together. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd die here. We can't let the feud between La Ruse and Kanzila end like this." "That's right. If we all attack together, dealing with him will be a piece of cake," someone in the crowd agreed. "In my opinion, the reason he's so strong is simply because of the heavenly grade weapon he possesses. Taking that weapon from him would be like pulling out his teeth," someone said. Chapter 164, Taking Down Nosatu. "This Li Fei is just trying to scare us." As long as we work together, we can handle him, someone in the elf headquarters team said. Li Fei looked up and saw that the elf who was speaking was about 50 years old, short in stature, with dark skin, and holding a staff inlaid with green gems. Based on the other party's attire, Li Fei could tell that this elf should be an elven mage. However, Li Fei wasn't looking at him because he was good-looking. He had him as his target. At this moment, Li Fei's pupils began to dilate, and then white flames flickered in his eyes. These newly appeared samadhi, true fires burned directly towards the elf holding the staff in front of him. The samadhi fire moved with lightning speed, engulfing the elf in an instant. The elf began to scream in agony, but it was too late. In just over 10 seconds, he was dead beyond any doubt. At this moment, the mini-elves had not yet had time to attack Li Fei. "Banu!" someone among the elves exclaimed. They never expected that Li Fei would suddenly make a move and instantly kill Elder Banu, who was very prestigious in the elven headquarters. This made them furious. "Attack together. He can't keep using this flame forever." Iris roared. "Go! Kill him!" The scene instantly descended into complete chaos. Ellis drew a long sword and slashed forward. He had no way out now. He had to capture Li Fei today. The reason is simple. Elder Banu is one of the most prestigious elders in the elven headquarters, and he holds a special symbolic significance in the hearts of the elven people. But today, this hope of the elven race was actually destroyed by Li Fei in such a way, which made him completely furious. If he fails to kill Li Fei, he will face judgment from the elven race when he returns, which is unacceptable to him. Therefore, no matter what, Li Fei must die today. Lisa then drew her whip again and swung it at Li Fei's head. Some of the elven experts began to distance themselves from Li Fei because he was using a bow and arrow, and only by creating distance could he perform better. Of course, some Pokemon actually started to get close to Li Fei because this Pokemon was using a two-handed sword, and two-handed swords can only unleash their greatest power in close combat. And so, the battle broke out. Bang! Bang! The scene was extremely chaotic for a time. In that instant, Li Fei had already fought these elves hundreds of times. In these hundreds of encounters, he did not gain any advantage. On the contrary, he was somewhat passive. The reason is simple. These elves actually know how to form formations. Moreover, their teamwork was very close, and he would be attacked by 3 or 4 people at the same time each time, which made him look rather disheveled. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that one of these elves is an archer. This archer will occasionally hide in the distance and shoot a hidden arrow, which makes it difficult for him to defend against. Unlike Li Fei's arduous struggle, the experts from the elf headquarters seemed to be handling the situation with ease. They coordinated perfectly with each other, and everyone got ample rest time, so their momentum only grew stronger as the battle progressed. "I told you long ago, his strange flames have limitations." Iris chuckled. Only now did he truly take it to heart. When he first ordered the fight against Li Fei, he was somewhat unsure, but now he was clearly relieved because Li Fei was at a disadvantage, and their chances of winning this battle were still very high. "Haha, as expected of Chief Ellis. Everything is as expected," some else complimented. "After we eliminate Li Fei, how about we invite Chief Ellis to have a drink together?" another person said. "Hee, that's for sure. We should at least offer a few toasts to the future lord of the elf headquarters," said Nosatu, an elder of the feathered tribe and a capable subordinate of Lazak. In fact, what he said was already somewhat taboo, because the current lord of the elf headquarters was still alive, and he actually said such words. If Alang knew about this, Alang would definitely execute him immediately. However, he had figured out Ellis's personality. He knew that Ellis would never tell anyone about this, because he also needed to build up his own faction. "Once this matter is settled, let's go to Belingshuan for a drink together," Iris said with a smile. Li Fei was speechless. He hadn't expected these elves to start gossiping right in front of him. He was being completely ignored. So he decided to take a risk and kill one of them first, and his target was Nosatu. "Whirlwind slash," Li Fei shouted, taking advantage of the elf's carelessness and quickly slashing at Nosatu. Nosatu clearly realized Li Fei's intentions and hurriedly retreated. But Li Fei was not about to let him have his way. He followed closely and was determined to kill his opponent this time. Nosatu, on the other hand, became visibly nervous. He couldn't understand why Li Fei was determined to make things difficult for him. Of course, seeing Li Fei so arrogant, Ellis wouldn't stand idly by. He followed closely behind Li Fei, trying to support him, while the other elves also used their own abilities. They couldn't just watch Li Fei kill Nosatu. Just then, a sharp arrow shot out. This arrow was incredibly powerful, and its direction was precisely in front of Li Fei. In other words, as long as Li Fei did not give up the pursuit of Nosatu, he would be hit by this arrow. Li Fei frowned. If he had to say who he feared most among these elves, it would undoubtedly be this elf archer. He always timed his attacks perfectly, putting considerable pressure on him every time. But Li Fei was not one to back down easily. This time, he did not retreat an inch but continued to charge forward. Noah sneered. He hadn't expected Li Fei to ignore the arrow he had shot. In his opinion, Li Fei was too confident in his own strength, so much so that he overlooked his arrow. However, he believed that Li Fei would soon regret his actions, because the force of his arrow was at the level of a normal attack of a gold 2-star. Not only that, the tip of the arrow was also poisoned. If the opponent was hit by such an arrow, he would die without a chance of survival. However, just as he was secretly excited, Li Fei's unexpected move startled him. Suddenly, Li Fei pulled out a dagger from his left hand. The dagger was entirely white with flame patterns on it, and it looked quite extraordinary. At that moment, he used the dagger to block the arrow. His face instantly turned ugly. This was something he hadn't expected, and now it was too late for him to fire a second arrow. Li Fei was now very close to Nosatu, and the attacks from the others behind him were deflected by his dagger and god-slaying spear. Go to hell. Li Fei looked at Nosatu, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. He unleashed a whirlwind slash directly at the target. Nosatu only had time to block with his longsword, but the sword shattered quickly, and Li Fei sliced off half of his head with a single spear thrust. Seriously, don't let this happen again. Seeing Li Fei kill another person, Ellis became furious. Li Fei had killed 3 of them so far, which was a serious blow to their morale. The battle continued, but the experts at the elf headquarters had no time for idle chatter. As long as Li Fei remained alive, they could not afford to relax or be careless in the slightest. Although Li Fei had killed several of the opponents in succession, it was all due to the opponent's carelessness, so he did not seem to have any advantage at the moment. Inside the temple, Alice looked tense. In her opinion, Li Fei was clearly no match for the experts from the elven headquarters. He kept dodging and weaving amidst the attacks, and she was worried that Li Fei would be injured if she wasn't careful. Teacher, is he all right? Alice asked worriedly. This was already the umpteenth time she had asked for Ant. Don't worry, if my prediction is correct, Li Fei's strength should be about the same as Chief-Alang of the elf headquarters. These 10 elves in front of us are no match for Li Fei, Violet said helplessly. She couldn't understand how her usually brilliant eldest disciple could suddenly fail to see something so simple. Is this what they mean by being too concerned to think clearly? The other vampire legions inside the temple were also enraged. So many people attacking the Earl alone. How can you be so shameless? The Minotaur said. We must go and help Lord Li Fei, said the Hell Guardian. I think our presence there would only cause trouble for the Earl. It would only affect him. That's right. The people at the Elven headquarters are at least gold-level experts, while we have very few bronze-level powerhouses. The gap is just too big. That was before. Ever since Boss Li Fei distributed the resources, our strength has started to improve by leaps and bounds. In such a short time, the number of our Bronze Realm experts has doubled. Given time, I believe we will definitely become the #1 power in the Alls Mountains region, said the Golden Leopard Beast. Let's wait here. After all, we are too weak, and I believe that the Earl is strong enough to deal with the people from the elf headquarters. That's right, Your Excellency, the Earl is truly mighty. He has already killed 3 of them, and I believe it won't be long before he wipes them all out. Celia stared in shock at Li Fei in the midst of the battle. Only now did she realize just how strong Li Fei was. She never imagined that Li Fei could fight against so many gold-level experts all by himself and not be at a disadvantage. Chapter 165, Despicable Methods. More importantly, Li Fei was able to kill several powerful opponents in succession despite being at such a disadvantage. She admitted that Li Fei held a high position in her heart, but she never imagined that Li Fei's strength was actually this great. She felt that compared to Li Fei, she was like the earth and the sky. She still clearly remembered that not long ago, Li Fei needed their protection. It hasn't been that long. Lucy looked at Li Fei with admiration. She was completely captivated by him. In her eyes, Li Fei was mysterious and unpredictable. As long as he made a move, no matter how strong the opponent was, they would all be instantly killed. First, LaRuse was inexplicably killed by a sword. Both Kanzila and Banu died in very strange ways. Li Fei was shrouded in mystery in her eyes. On the battlefield, the battle had reached a fever pitch, with Li Fei attacking more and more frequently, and the elves from the elf headquarters were doing the same. Moreover, the elven experts also unleashed their most powerful techniques. 3/10 of true Yuan power. 1,000 waves. A sword comes from the west. Amidst shouts, the elves unleashed ruthless attacks, surrounding Li Fei and striking his vital points with every blow. Good timing. Li Fei's eyes were cold. He wielded the broken divine spear in his hand, as if it were a small tornado. Bang! Bang! All that could be heard was a series of crackling sounds. In that short time, they exchanged blows hundreds of times. Time passed slowly, and 5 or 6 hours had already gone by. Both sides in the battle appeared somewhat exhausted. At this moment, Ellis and the others no longer looked as relaxed as before. They couldn't understand how Li Fei could hold out against 10 of them for so long, especially since they were using a combo attack formation. Li Fei's strength has far exceeded their expectations. For no apparent reason, Ellis felt a surge of fear. They had thought that capturing Li Fei would be a piece of cake. But now his thinking has changed. Not only can they not defeat Li Fei, they may also suffer heavy losses here. Their current situation is 50-50, but that's precisely why he sees no hope. Now, he's considering a retreat. He worries that if the fighting continues like this, they'll be the ones who suffer. Li Fei remained calm. He had experienced countless battles like this before, so he wasn't flustered at all. In fact, he had the strength to wipe out his opponents, but he didn't. He mainly wanted to test his true strength. However, Ellis was already planning to retreat. He worried that if he continued to stay there with Li Fei, they would not gain any advantage and would instead suffer some losses. Therefore, he intends to end this battle. I never imagined that the Lord of the Flying God Temple would be such a domineering person. You have already killed 4 gold-level experts from our elf headquarters. Are you still not willing to stop? Ellis sneered. What? Li Fei thought he'd heard it all before. He never expected Iris to say something like that. He really wanted to say that it was you guys who should be attacked. However, he could vaguely understand what they meant. Did the other side want a truce? But Li Fei never intended to let them leave. Last time he released 2 elves, and 13 of them came. If he lets them go this time, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause. Yeah, that's just how domineering I am. None of you are allowed to leave here today, Li Fei said coldly. You. Ellis was furious. He thought Li Fei would back down, but reality was the opposite of what he expected. Li Fei actually forced himself on him. Good. Iris said good several times in a row. Since the other party wanted to fight to the death, they had nothing to fear. Change formation, Ellis shouted. Li Fei had driven him into a corner, so he had nothing left to worry about. As a result, the attack methods of these elves clearly changed, and their attack efficiency increased significantly in an instant. Li Fei, on the other hand, looked solemn. In that instant, he clearly felt the pressure increase. But instead of being angry, he was pleased, because only in this way could his true strength be tested. The onlookers were completely stunned. Inside the Flying God Temple, Emily and the others were speechless. They sensed that the roles between Li Fei and the people from the elf headquarters seemed to have been reversed. Previously, the people from the elf headquarters had been the domineering ones, but now Li Fei had taken the lead, and Ellis clearly wanted to make peace. Without a doubt, the scales of victory in this battle have begun to tip in Li Fei's favor. Violet's eyes flashed with surprise. She realized that she had underestimated Li Fei. Li Fei was actually able to gain the upper hand against the combined forces of 10 elves from the elf headquarters, which was quite astonishing to her. She believed that even Chief Alang of the elf headquarters could not be as composed as Li Fei. Alice was completely bewildered at this point. What's going on? Ellis actually wants a ceasefire, and Li Fei actually refused? Wasn't Li Fei on the defensive? The situation seems to be completely different from what she thought. The Vampire Legion was completely energized. Holy crap, those people from the elf headquarters are actually begging for mercy from the Earl, a golden eagle beast sneered. The Earl is so powerful, isn't it normal for them to beg for mercy from him? Yeah, they were just putting on such a show, but now they can't keep up the act anymore and want a truce. The Earl is truly magnanimous, directly rejecting their unreasonable request. That's right, I have a feeling that Lord Li Fei is just warming up. This time, it was an Iron Wolf beast that spoke. These discussions were clearly overheard by the people at the elf headquarters. Hearing these remarks, Ellis and the others were furious. When had they ever been insulted like this? Normally, the magical beasts would run away from them, let alone dare to mock them. These beasts are making fun of us, Lisa said with disgust. Damn it, I have never been insulted like this before, said another elf. I want to cook and eat all those magical beasts. Hee hee, there's no use saying anything now. We have to deal with Li Fei first. Only after we've taken care of him will we have time to deal with the monsters inside. Ira's face was grim. He had suffered more humiliation today than he had in his entire life. He would never let Li Fei go, but although he had changed his formation, it was clear that this formation still had no way to deal with Li Fei, so he immediately thought of another idea. A wicked smile crept across his lips. Since they've been locked in a stalemate with Li Fei, they might as well take action against the other people inside his temple. This will inevitably distract Li Fei, and their opportunity will soon arrive. Moreover, he believed that there must be people he cared about inside the Flying God Temple. He believed that if they could be captured and taken hostage, the effect would be very good. Therefore, he planned to send 2 people to carry out this mission first, because there were many magical beasts in the Flying God Temple, and he was worried that sending an elf would not be enough to defeat them. Anderslut, you 2 disengage from the fight. Now I'm giving you a new mission. Your objective is to enter the Flying God Temple and wreak havoc, while also capturing anyone who could threaten Li Fei. Pay special attention to Alice. She's Li Fei's fiancée. Alice sneered. Alright, we'll get on it right away. Almost simultaneously, Anders and Lute broke away from the battle. They had long been dissatisfied with the group of magical beasts, and Ira's instructions were exactly what they wanted. You're courting death. Li Fei's eyes flashed with cold light. He was so close to the other party that he could hear their conversation clearly. He hadn't expected that Alice would actually want to harm the people inside the Flying God Temple, and that the other party would even try to threaten him with Alice. This was unacceptable to him. Meanwhile, Anders and Lute had completely disengaged from the battle. The 2 of them were heading towards the entrance of the Flying God Temple. Li Fei naturally wouldn't let them succeed. He planned to go and stop the 2, but at that moment, Alice and the other elves stuck to him like glue. No matter what I do. Clearly, they were trying to create an opportunity for Anders and his companion. They wanted to use this method to stall them. You forced me to do this. Li Fei sneered. Li Fei had never wanted to use the apocalypse move, but the elves before him had touched a raw nerve, something he simply couldn't tolerate. So he began to try to mobilize the power of the god-slaying spear. His mind began to calm down, and a part of his consciousness entered the god-slaying spear. Meanwhile, in another location, within a space dozens of feet high, the old dragon wore an expression of admiration. Good lad, you're quite devoted. You're so much like that person. Now I finally understand why that person chose you to carry on his tradition. After commenting for a while, the old dragon spoke again. These people from the elf headquarters are too shameless. They actually tried to force people to submit using such despicable means. It's outrageous. Since you've angered me, don't blame me for being ruthless. After the old dragon finished speaking, his aged face suddenly became majestic, and not only that, his appearance began to look younger. At that moment, he let out a loud shout. Set! At the same time, Li Fei clearly felt a familiar sensation within the god-breaking spear. Li Fei was overjoyed. He knew what that feeling meant. The broken divine spear was getting hot, and he felt it was becoming difficult to hold, but he didn't let go. Because that is the necessary process for the power of the divine spear to be transmitted. Sure enough, after a short while, the power within the god-breaking spear began to flow into his body. Chapter 166 Kneeling and Begging for Mercy. Li Fei felt the power within his body growing rapidly. The divine spear seemed to have become one with him. Shock was evident in his eyes, because he had never felt this way before when he used the god-breaking spear. But now, the god-breaking spear was just like his arm. It was a feeling of complete integration. The god-slaying spear seemed to have become a part of his body, and he could freely utilize the power within it. It was at this moment that he sensed the spirit within the god-breaking spear. He sensed the power of the weapon spirit itself, a power far beyond what he could currently match. Li Fei was shocked. He hadn't expected the weapon spirit within the god-breaking spear to be so powerful. The spirit within the frost sword is likened to a cup of water. Then the spirit within the broken god spear feels like a water tank. Only then did he realize that the reason he was able to mobilize the power of the god-slaying spear was not because of his strength, but because the god-slaying spear was actively cooperating with him. To outsiders, Li Fei's aura began to rise rapidly, and a small vortex began to form around him. At the same time, wisps of golden light emanated from his skin, illuminating his entire body and making his face appear even more divine. For some reason, Li Fei felt incredibly calm at this moment. His heart was as still as a deep well. It's like a still autumn pond. Not a ripple can be seen. Everyone be careful. This kid is strange. Ellis also noticed Li Fei's unusual behavior at this moment. In his eyes, Li Fei seemed like a completely different person. His eyes were incredibly peaceful, yet utterly unfamiliar. He couldn't see any emotional fluctuations in Li Fei's eyes, only a calm and indifferent demeanor. But it was precisely this state that gave him a nameless fear. How can a person be without feelings? Lisa was also surprised to see the increasingly bright light emanating from Li Fei. She didn't understand why this situation had suddenly occurred to Li Fei. Everyone, go all out and break his momentum, another person said. At this moment, almost all the elves noticed Li Fei's unusual behavior. He not only acted like a completely different person, but his aura also became much stronger. If Li Fei's previous display of power was only at the Gold 3 level, then now it's at the Gold 4 level, or even higher. As Li Fei's aura continued to rise, the people at the elf headquarters gradually felt fear. So they all used their signature skills. Moreover, they became even more ruthless in their actions. Kill Li Fei. In an instant, 7 or 8 different weapons approached Li Fei simultaneously. Li Fei remained calm. He had experienced battles far more dangerous than this, so why would he care about these insignificant attacks? Finally, in the midst of battle, Li Fei found that spark of inspiration. He uttered softly, "Apocalypse." As he finished speaking, he and the god-breaking spear began to emit a dazzling light. At the same time, a laser-like beam of light began to shoot out from the tip of the god-slaying spear. From an outsider's perspective, Li Fei at this moment seemed like a god clad in golden armor. This scene naturally stunned everyone present. Danger! Only then did Ellis truly realize the danger. Looking at the beams of light shooting towards him, his face turned green. He watched as these beams pierced through the surrounding trees, destroyed the weapons in his companion's hands, and even sliced the elf beside him in half at the waist. He tried to run away, but it was too late. No matter how fast he was, how could he possibly keep up with the speed of light? Moreover, he was in the very front position. And all of this happened in an instant. He knew he was going to die at this moment. Only then did he truly regret his actions. If God had given him another chance to choose, he would never have chosen to oppose Li Fei. However, it was too late. He was pierced directly by a beam of light that shot towards him. The other elves fared much the same way, and were basically all shot down in a short period of time. How could that be? For a moment, countless people stared in shock. The Vampire Legion, the elves inside the Flying God Temple, and Anders and Lute all wore blank expressions. Countless questions arose in their minds. What exactly happened? Violet found her back, soaked with sweat. She could hardly believe her eyes, but the fact was right in front of her. Li Fei had just used the apocalypse to kill 7 people from the elf headquarters instantly. They seemed to have no power to fight back against Li Fei. However, there was one thing she couldn't understand. If Li Fei possessed such an ability, why didn't he use it sooner? Alice's eyes widened in disbelief. It was true that Li Fei was very strong in her mind, but she had never imagined that Li Fei's strength had reached this level. That's a gold-level expert. Moreover, these gold-level experts came from the elf headquarters. They were all elites among elites, but now they are all corpses, and Li Fei only used one move. Emily rubbed her eyes hard, somewhat incredulous. She wondered if there was something wrong with her eyes until she finally realized that Li Fei had indeed done it all. He used only one move and instantly killed 7 people. Her gaze towards Li Fei had changed. It now held a hint of fervor, a respect unique to the strong. It was only then that she realized just how powerful Li Fei truly was. At that moment, she even thought that Li Fei was stronger than Chief Lang. The Vampire Legion fell silent, staring in shock at Li Fei's location. Before this, many of the magical beasts among them thought that Li Fei was someone who needed to be protected, but only now did they realize how wrong they were. The Earl's strength is terrifying, the giant savage beast exclaimed in fear. It had been somewhat unconvinced of Li Fei before, but now it could only say that it was completely convinced. That's a gold-level expert, but he was cut like vegetables by the Earl. Just how powerful is the Earl? EDS and Lute were stunned. They had only been away from the battle for half a minute, but in that short time, tragedy struck, and in such a horrific way. Sweat poured down Eds's forehead and body. He was grateful to have escaped death by sheer luck. He was almost certain that if he had continued fighting Li Fei, he would have been among the dead. However, he was not at ease at this moment, because after Li Fei dealt with those 7 people, he would definitely come to deal with him and Lute. He glanced back at Lute and saw that Lute was just as nervous and sweating as he was. It seems they are all terrified of Li Fei. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. But would those 2 just sit idly by and wait to die? So he and Ruth exchanged a glance almost simultaneously, and then they both ran off in opposite directions. However, After Li Fei released the apocalypse, one person had already escaped from here, and that was Noah from the Wind Chaser tribe. Among the 12 tribes of elves, the Wind Chaser tribe is famous for its archery, and Noah is one of the 3 great archers of the Wind Chaser tribe. But today, Noah has stumbled. He was frantically running through the trees. His right arm is now severed. It was completely destroyed by the beam of light emitted by the god-slaying spear. Blood kept dripping down his arm, but he didn't utter a sound. Noah's face was pale, and fear filled his eyes. He vowed he would never forget that horrific scene. That single move, Apocalypse, actually killed all the powerful figures present. He was certain that within that area, no matter how many people there were, they would die. Even if he is a gold 3-star powerhouse, his chances of survival are extremely slim. He had never seen such a terrifying move. Today, he saw that if he hadn't been so far from the battlefield, he might have remained there forever. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was a full 150 meters away from there, but even so, he was still hit by that laser beam. It's a miracle he didn't die. He dared not linger here. In his eyes, Li Fei had become a demon. Previously, in his eyes, there was only one candidate for demon, the elven chieftain Alang. But now, he has placed Li Fei and Alang on equal footing. What's even more infuriating is that in his eyes, Li Fei was hiding his true strength. Li Fei's strength should be far more than just gold 3-star. Perhaps he has already reached the gold 4 level, he wondered to himself. But none of that matters. What matters is that he was able to escape back to the elf headquarters. At the entrance of the Flying God Temple, after Li Fei's ultimate move ended, he began to chase after EDS. It was this elf who had just tried to attack Alice and the others, and how could he tolerate it? If the other party were allowed to escape, they would definitely try every means to retaliate against the Flying God Temple, so he had no choice but to eliminate any future troubles. Li Fei began to run wildly through the woods. He was as fast as lightning, and often he could cover a distance of 4 or 5 meters with just one step. It was easy to find Ed's direction. Along the way, there were broken branches and vines everywhere. He only needed to follow the traces the other person had left behind. Finally, 10 minutes later, he caught up with EDS and successfully blocked his path. Please let me go. Under Li Fei's astonished gaze, EDS knelt down in fear. His arrogance from the battle had vanished completely. Now he could only kneel on the ground, trembling, at Li Fei's mercy. He was terrified. He hadn't expected Li Fei to be so powerful. So much so that he forgot to clean up the traces he left behind when he fled. Chapter 167, A Carefully Planned Trap. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'll agree to any request you make. I'll do anything for you, even be your slave. EDS said in a panic. Li Fei looked at EDS with great interest, not expecting that EDS would be so afraid of death. Then tell me, what will I get if I don't kill you? Li Fei said calmly. I can tell you why we're here, and who wants to harm you. I can tell you everything. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, EDS spilled out everything she knew. Then tell me. Li Fei remained noncommittal. It was Elder Lessa. It was his idea. He used the heavenly grade weapon in your hand to persuade Chief Alang. So Chief Alang sent us to deal with you. EDS said in fear. A cold glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He had sensed something was amiss earlier. If it really was about LaRuse's death, the elf headquarters shouldn't have gone to such lengths. Can I go now? EDS asked cautiously when he saw that Li Fei didn't respond. Since you're here, don't leave. Li Fei placed his hand on Ed's head, and then unleashed a burst of hidden energy from his hand. You broke your promise. EDS wanted to blame Li Fei, but before he could finish speaking, Li Fei knocked him to the ground, and he was already dead. Li Fei frowned slightly. He would not let anyone who used Alice to threaten him get away with it. Next up is Loot. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fei turned around and quickly chased after Loot. However, because Loot and EDS were going in completely opposite directions, he wasted a lot of time going back and forth. Moreover, Loot and EDS were completely different. He walked very carefully, and there were basically no traces of plants or vines moving behind him. Went to the wrong place several times during the pursuit, but he always managed to correct himself. Finally, 3 hours later, Li Fei intercepted Lu Te in a dense forest. However, to Li Fei's surprise, Loot looked completely calm at this moment. Ruth was short and chubby, with a wide smile on his plump face. I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. I even tried to use quite a few tricks to confuse you. Loot laughed. Your methods have been quite effective, otherwise I would have caught up with you long ago. Li Fei said calmly. Unfortunately, you still caught up with me. Loot innocently touched his nose. Aren't you afraid of dying? Li Fei asked, a look of curiosity in his eyes. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. But do you think you'll let me go if I'm afraid of dying? Rut laughed strangely. Li Fei remained calm. Lute was right. Now that he had caught up with him, he naturally wouldn't let him go. However, for some reason, Lute in front of him gave him a sense of danger. Thinking about this, he found it somewhat amusing. He knew he could kill Lute in no more than 10 moves. So he walked over without hesitation. He was now 10 meters away from Lute. He needed to get closer before he could strike. Lute calmly closed his eyes. To be laid to rest? A strange feeling rose in Li Fei's heart. He had a feeling that something was not right. Because everything went so smoothly, when Ruth saw him, she didn't even run away, which was very unusual for someone with such a strong will to survive. When he was only 5 steps away from Ruth, he finally noticed something was wrong. It seemed that there was nothing beneath his feet. Just then, Ruth, who had closed her eyes, opened them again. At this moment, his eyes revealed endless killing intent. He took a step forward with force and then stomped down. Almost simultaneously, several sharp branches shot out like lightning from below Li Fei. The branches shot out, grazing Li Fei's chin. Li Fei felt a pang of fear. If he hadn't been a step slower, he might have been hit by the attack by now. Even so, a bit of skin was scraped off his face. A cold glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes. This Lute had clearly made ample preparations. This was clearly a move to kill him. It was laughable that he had just thought the other party had given up the fight. This is undeniably ironic. After launching the trap, Ruth immediately fled in another direction. But Li Fei would never allow him to have his way. He quickly gave chase, but soon Li Fei realized he had fallen into a trap again. Several rows of bamboo shoots shot towards him like lightning. He had to dodge to the side. The main reason Root ran here was because he had set a trap here beforehand, tied several sharpened bamboo stalks between 2 large trees with vines, so that he could use these weapons to deal with Li Fei once Li Fei arrived. Of course, as a master of the trap department in the elf headquarters, the traps he created were far more than just these. In order to confront Li Fei, he set up more than a dozen traps in just 1 hour, mainly to slow down Li Fei's pursuit. A cold glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He hadn't expected Lute to be so cunning. The other party had made so many preparations, so he couldn't let him go no matter what. After dodging the trap, he rushed over immediately. As a result, Ruth released another trap. Li Fei's eyes were cold. Although these traps posed some threat to him, they were far less significant than he had imagined. Therefore, instead of slowing down, he followed at an even faster pace. Finally, after dodging more than 10 traps, he closed the distance to Lute once again, this time without the slightest hesitation. Samadhi true fire. Li Fei uttered softly, and the pupils in his eyes began to slowly dilate. Samadhi fire began to appear in his eyes, and then struck Lute like lightning. Ah! Lute screamed in terror after being hit. 10 seconds later, Li Fei silently walked to a pile of black ash, picked up the other person's spatial ring, and then flew towards the location of the Flying God Temple. His only regret now is that one of the spirits escaped, namely the archer. He escaped quite early. If he were to chase after him now, it would be too late. However, letting him go back might not be a bad thing, because he can bring the news back to the elf headquarters, so that they will know what happened. He believed that as long as the archer could bring the message back, the people at the elven headquarters would never dare to provoke him again. Soon, Li Fei returned to the Flying God Palace, where he displayed his formidable prowess in the battle. Now everyone who sees him treats him with utmost respect. Upon returning, Li Fei wasted no time, as there were only 3 days left before the start of the qualifying rounds. He needs to hurry up and make some preparations. As far as he knew, this qualifying round was much more dangerous than the previous one. This message came from a chat group. And now the chat group is buzzing with discussion again. Holy crap, what's going on? There are 30 teams participating in this competition. Isn't this a ripoff? Someone complained in the group. Hee, if it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad. The key is that there are many people from the myriad races among these 30 teams. In other words, humans only make up a portion of them, and the myriad races have always been hostile to humans. You can imagine what kind of situation Li Fei and his team will be facing this time. This competition is significantly more dangerous than before. Previously, there were 10 teams competing together, but this time there are 30. However, the conditions for victory remain unchanged, the top 3. It's too dangerous. We should stop Boss Li Fei and his group from going there, someone in the group said worriedly. There's nothing we can do. If Boss Li Fei and the others don't go, then this spot will fall to us, and we'll still die, someone said helplessly. What I want to say is that this heavenly way is far too domineering. Li Fei remained calm. When he learned of this news, he did not think much of it. Since it was a qualifying round, the difficulty of the competition had naturally increased. At this moment, he opened the system announcement. Several rows of large, blood-red characters were written on it. The competition will last for 50 days. This match will take place in the Ashes lands. Rules of this competition. After entering the Ashlands, players of each race must acquire enough resources in the shortest possible time, through methods including looting, hunting, gathering, etc. The resources obtained by each race will be amplified 100-fold after the competition ends, and participants in this competition will receive an additional 10-fold amplification reward. The competition will begin in 3 days. Before the competition begins, participants from any ethnic group have the right to forfeit their spot in the match, and the forfeited spot will be given to someone else from the region. The competition slots will be determined by voting. Each region will have 5 opportunities to make contact during this competition. Once all opportunities are used up, the chance to make contact will be lost. The temple is invincible during the competition and cannot be invaded. The only condition for victory in this competition is the amount of resources and influence the team possesses. The top 3 teams will be the winners, and all others will be eliminated. The resources of the losing team's territory will also be halved. Looking at the instructions above, Li Fei frowned. The rules of this match were basically the same as the previous one, but there were some differences. For example, in the last competition, 10 people were drawn from each region, but in this qualifying round, only 3 people are selected. Also, in the last competition, there were only 10 teams, but this time there are a total of 30. Undoubtedly, this qualifying round is much more brutal than the last one. Another point Li Fei noticed was that all the teams participating in this competition were ranked in the top 3. In other words, only teams that ranked in the top 3 in the previous competition were eligible to participate in this competition. This is too dangerous, someone in the group said at that moment. Chapter 168, only 3 days left. Fortune favors the bold. How can you reap rewards without taking risks? That's right. If we don't participate in this competition, it's like committing slow suicide. Don't worry, we won't lose this match, Li Fei said calmly, confident that he would win. With Boss Li Fei's words, we can rest assured. In another location, within the Titans chat group, everyone was utterly shocked. Holy crap, what's going on? There are a whopping 30 teams in this match, whereas the last one only had 10. Someone in the group exclaimed. Our chances of winning this match are only 1 in 10, which is far too harsh on us. While our Titan race is powerful, we are not invincible, so there's still a possibility we could lose this match. This competition is so unfair, we shouldn't have participated. It will only cause us to lose players and resources. Calm down, Karat. People in other areas are facing the same situation as us. We might not necessarily lose. I think we're overthinking it. Don't forget that the Mondora warrior is the pride of our Titan race. I believe he can handle any situation, someone in the group said. That's right, we Titans will definitely win this game. The Layman tribe, everyone looked at the system announcement with excitement. Great. The competition starts in 3 days, and then we can get unlimited resources again, someone in the group said excitedly. Haha, you're right. My resources are almost gone. I should send Sarah to raid for some more. Has none of you considered how Salad feels? It's so hard for him to fight for those resources. Hey guys, what's the rush? The competition isn't starting for another 3 days. I promise you, once the competition starts, I'll take down every single team in this competition. This time, it was Sarah who spoke. In the last competition, there was only one winner, and that was their Layman tribe region. The reason he did this was not because he eliminated the other teams, but because he took all the resources from the other players. Therefore, the other 9 regions had 0 player resources, which is why there was only one winner. In this match, he intends to continue doing so because he has the ability. He is currently at the gold 5-star level, and he believes that no one is at a higher level than him. By the way, Sarah, you won't encounter any opponents in this match, will you? What if you get beaten down? What will we do? Someone in the group said jokingly. The person who can beat me hasn't been born yet, Sarah replied dismissively. The Medusa tribe's chat group, many Medusas gathered in the chat channel, discussing matters related to the qualifying tournament. I really didn't expect there to be as many as 30 teams participating in this competition, someone in the group said incredulously. The qualifying rounds are definitely more difficult than the previous rounds, which is understandable, someone explained. But this is very disadvantageous for us. We barely managed to get 3rd place in the last competition. What about this time? We might lose badly. Rather than that, we might as well give up this competition, the man said with a sad expression. There's nothing we can do. No one can withdraw from this competition. It's a competition set by the system, and we have no choice but to participate. Even if we lose, there's nothing we can do about it. I disagree. What's the difference between this and sending our athletes to their deaths? This is reality. In the Crocodile Tribe's chat group, many powerful crocodiles were looking at the system announcement. Interesting, the competition starts in 3 days. Hehe, a new round of harvesting has begun. We need to tell Salas to hurry up and prepare, lest others seize the opportunity first. Don't worry, I contacted Salas beforehand, and he had already made all the preparations before the announcement was released. Then I'm relieved. Our region won first place in the last competition, and we're going to take first place again this time. But this time our opponents have a total of 29 regions. Are we really that confident? Someone in the group questioned. No matter what it takes, we must win. All right. I wonder which reward is more generous this time compared to the last one. Someone in the group asked with a puzzled look. I can tell you definitively that it's this time. Soros said slowly. Why? I'm curious. Because our opponents this time are much stronger, their ability to acquire resources will far exceed that of the last match. So the resources we acquire this time will be immeasurable. Salas explained. Hehe, doesn't that mean our crocodile tribe is going to be rich? You can understand it this way. In another area, the members of the Flathead Tribe chat group were all groaning in despair, looking at the announcement in the group with some confusion. The reason is simple. Each region can only send 3 players in this competition. This requirement might not be a big deal in other regions, but it is unacceptable to them. The reason is simple. The Flathead Tribe relies heavily on teamwork in battle. Only when the team works together can their strength be maximized. Individuals are much weaker, so this rule is actually a limitation for them. Let's just give up on this match, since we can only lose in the end anyway, someone said in the group. If we give up, we'll definitely lose. But if we persevere, we might still win. How is that possible? Each region can only send 3 players. How can we possibly win? Although we only have 3 players, if we coordinate well, we can still exert considerable strength. More importantly, our opponents also only have a maximum of 3 people, so I believe Roy and his team have the ability to handle them, someone explained in the group. That's right. There are only 3 people in the other areas as well. We are under much less pressure than in the last round. As long as we cooperate well, we still have a chance to win. Don't worry, I won't let you down. In these last few days, I'll practice our tactics with Roger and the others. I'll try my best to get into the top 3 in this competition. This time it was Roy who spoke, and he said this to reassure the people in the group. In reality, he wasn't very confident. Roy, we believe in you. Chapter 169, Pre-Battle Mobilization. In another location, within the Deadwood Tribe chat group, everyone looked on in astonishment. Although they had received prior notice, they were still greatly surprised when the announcement came out. We're in danger. There are a whopping 30 teams participating this time. You're right. We only got 2nd place in the last competition, and our chances of winning this time are very slim. Someone in the group said worriedly. Perhaps we should trust Mott. He has the ability to lead us to victory, someone said. That's right. Moat possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities. As long as we persevere to the end, victory will surely be our Drywood tribe. Hehe, we don't need to worry too much. People in other regions are in the same boat as us. They also have to face more than 20 opponents at the same time. We just need to hold on until the end. Don't worry, I will win this game. This time it was Mott who spoke, his face calm. The reason is simple. His ability to regenerate Deadwood is terrifying. No matter how badly he is injured, he can recover in a short time. So he only needs to hold on until the end, and he will surely become the final victor. The vampires in the chat group all looked excited. Haha, great. The competition is about to start, and I can't wait. I need to taste some fresh blood, someone said in the group. There are 30 teams participating this time. If we want to win, we have to beat all of them. I don't think that's very likely, someone in the group hesitated. You overestimate the people in other regions and underestimate the abilities of our vampires. Our vampires' corruption skills can continuously corrupt our opponents. Once we infect their blood, they must obey us. Otherwise, I can easily kill them. In this way, we can rapidly expand our forces. Just like in the last round, out of the teams in the 10 regions, except for one that was eliminated, all the other teams became our vampires' subordinates, someone in the group explained. The ideal is wonderful. But Hila, have you considered that this time our opponents are not the low-level vampires we faced before, but the best among all the races in the heavens? Do you still have such confidence in the face of them? Cass questioned. He was also one of the vampires chosen to participate in the competition, but his opinion was completely opposite to Hela's. He believed that the battle would be very difficult and that they might even lose. The reason is simple. Although the vampires rank among the top 500 races in the world, they are at the bottom. Faced with so many excellent races, they have no advantage whatsoever. Instead of worrying about these things, we should do more preparation, which will be in our best interest, someone in the group said. I will lead our vampire clan to victory. This scenario was playing out in countless chat groups, with numerous contestants beginning their pre-battle preparations. The reason is simple. This match will be far more difficult than ever before. Inside the Flying God Palace, Li Fei was still in a state of continuous cultivation. His cultivation level was now basically stable, but this was far from enough. He needed to raise his strength to a new level. At this moment, he kept putting one magical fruit or peach after another into his mouth, and then digesting them. The immense spiritual energy generated by these celestial fruits and peaches rapidly entered his internal organs, continuously nourishing his body and bloodline. Most of the spiritual energy was absorbed by his dantian and transformed into his strength. After consuming 2 immortal peaches and 4 immortal fruits in succession, Li Fei felt that his strength had improved slightly. If we compare the transformation from Gold 3 to Gold 4 to a container, then it's as if 1/5 of the spiritual energy has been poured into it. In other words, he needs about 4 more immortal peaches and 8 more immortal fruits to fill it up and then undergo a qualitative change. Li Fei frowned. If he hadn't gained a lot of resources from participating in the competition, he simply couldn't afford to consume so much. Fortunately, with his current reserves of immortal fruits and peaches, he has more than enough to fill the container. So without the slightest hesitation, he took out another peach and put it in his mouth. Bang! The spiritual energy burst in his mouth, and Li Fei swallowed it in one gulp. Then he repeated the previous steps to refine it. He must elevate his skills to a new level in the shortest possible time, otherwise he has no confidence in surviving the upcoming matches. Time passed slowly, and Li Fei's strength gradually improved. Of course, there were some things he didn't neglect during this time, namely summoning troops. He has entrusted Celia with the entire task of summoning troops. That is, Celia is now in charge of all the troops being summoned. Of course, he ultimately retains control over these military units. He's starting to look down on these troops' strength, but something's better than nothing. There's another reason. As he occupies more and more territory, he needs more and more manpower, which is why he's doing this. During this period, there was another piece of good news. Old White was back. However, for some reason, after returning, Lao Bai fell into a deep sleep again and could not be woken up no matter what. Li Fei was taken aback, suspecting that Lao Bai was experiencing the same situation as before. He was quite happy about this situation, because Lao Bai's strength would also improve significantly after advancing, which would be a great help to him. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Li Fei finally woke up from his meditative state. At this moment, a tremendous aura emanated from him. Anyone present would have noticed that his aura was almost at the level of a Gold 4 star. A slight smile appeared on Li Fei's lips. He was already at the peak of Gold 3 star. If he wasn't worried about his unstable foundation, he could rely on the spiritual power of the immortal peach to directly break through to the Gold 4 star level. At this moment, the red exclamation mark above the chat selection box caught his attention, and he realized that someone was using the chat group to send a message. His right hand trembled slightly as he clicked on the button. Damn, I haven't logged on yet. The competition is about to start. Both Lu Tao and Zhao Jing are ready. Only Li Fei hasn't replied yet. Li Fei chuckled to himself, realizing that the people in the group were getting impatient. I'm ready. Li Fei sent a message. Soon, someone in the group saw Li Fei's reply. Haha, I knew Boss Li Fei wouldn't mess things up at such a crucial moment. We've already cast our votes for Boss Li Fei. The next one is up to you guys, someone said in the group. Don't worry, this match will definitely not let you down, Li Fei said confidently. After closing the chat group, Li Fei checked the time and found that he still had 2 hours to spare. Since the competition was scheduled to start at 10 p.m., he needed to make final arrangements for the affairs within the Flying God Temple before then. On the other side, inside the council hall of the elf headquarters, the lights were on, making it as bright as day. This behavior only occurs when something significant happens at the elf headquarters. Inside the hall, Chief Alang sat at the head of the table, with the elders of the 12 tribes, including Lessa, standing on either side. At this moment, There was another elf kneeling on the ground in the main hall. This person was Noah, the elder of the Wind Chaser tribe. After being injured by Li Fei, he fled all the way to the elf headquarters and has only been able to return now. The crowd looked at Noah's severed arm with varying expressions. They didn't understand why Noah had ended up like this. Of course, they also had another question. Where were Ellis and the others? Why was he the only one who returned? This was a question on the minds of many, including Chief Elang. But they knew Noah would speak, so they waited quietly. Noah wore a bitter expression. Upon returning, he immediately rang the great bell used for sacrifices at the elven headquarters, and he rang it 9 times in a row, a practice only permitted when the elven headquarters faced annihilation. The thousands of elves at the elf headquarters were all drawn by the sound of the bell, and they didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Our bell has been rung 9 times in a row, an elf asked curiously as he emerged from the tent. For some reason, I heard that this bell was rung by Elder Noah, another person replied. Is our elf headquarters in danger? Otherwise, why would they ring the doorbell 9 times in a row? I don't know, I hope everything's alright. But Chief Elang and the others are already handling this matter, so I believe they'll have a result soon, another elf said. Such scenes were commonplace, and many elves were curious about what had happened to warrant such a large-scale commotion. Inside the council hall, Elang's expression was grim, as the awakening of many elves had caused unnecessary panic, which affected his authority. Meanwhile, the culprit was kneeling in the hall, wondering why Noah had returned alone with a broken arm. Tell me, what exactly happened? A ranger asked, frowning. He voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. Elders, including Lessa, were staring intently at him. It was Li Fei. He was hiding his strength. His strength is far more than just gold 2-star. He killed all of us. Only I escaped because I was far away, Noah said with lingering fear. How is that possible? The surrounding elves immediately widened their eyes. They would never believe that this elite squad could be wiped out by a mere lord. It's important to know that the elf headquarters is one of the 4 major powers in the Alls Mountains region. Chapter 170, A Ranger's Revenge. And just how powerful is this elite squad they form? It's safe to say that this squad could easily wipe out a powerful territory. But Noah actually said that they were wiped out. This is simply incomprehensible. Countless people looked at Noah with suspicion. They wouldn't believe his nonsense unless Noah presented some substantial evidence. Noah, are you sure what you're saying is true? You mean Li Fei wiped them all out? Elang asked with a doubtful look. To be honest, he didn't believe what Noah said, because Li Fei was just an ordinary lord in the Alls Mountains region. There are several such territories around the elf headquarters, and the lords of these territories are all below the gold level in strength. The other elves around them also looked on with suspicion, because Noah had described Li Fei as too strong. If I hadn't experienced it firsthand, I would have been just as skeptical as you. But look at my arm. It was destroyed by Li Fei. The elves fell silent, looking at Noah's empty left arm with a sense of hesitation. At this moment, Noah's left arm was still covered in bloodstains that had not yet dried, and there were even traces of blood oozing out from his arm. They all fell into deep thought. Was Li Fei really as powerful as Noah had said? That Li Fei killed 7 of us with just one move. Noah revealed a shocking secret at that moment. What? The entire audience was stunned. They simply couldn't believe that Li Fei had killed all 7 of their top experts with just one move. Is this possible? They asked themselves earnestly. Noah, are you sure what you're saying is true? Elang asked seriously. If even a single word Noah has said today is false, then let me accept the punishment of the elven god, Noah said solemnly. Elang remained silent. No one would lie in the name of the elven god. But this is precisely what makes him unhappy. Li Fei actually killed 7 experts from the elf headquarters with just one move, which caused a huge uproar in his heart. What about the others? After a moment of silence, a ranger asked slowly. 5 more besides Noah. They were all killed by Li Fei one by one, Noah said in a deep voice. In reality, he didn't know whether EDS and Loot were dead or not, but he believed that Li Fei wouldn't leave any survivors, which was why he gave that answer. The main reason for this was that he did not want to be labeled a deserter. While everyone else died, he miraculously escaped with his life, which is a much more honorable way to do so. Alright, I understand. Go and heal your wounds now. A ranger's tone returned to calm. Yes. Noah withdrew. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was noticeably strange, and no one spoke. Because they knew that Elang was already in a rage. After a few minutes of silence, a ranger finally spoke. I never imagined that I, Elang, who have dominated my entire life and have been virtually invincible, would suffer such humiliation today. It seems I haven't been active for too long, Elang suddenly said in a deep voice. The next moment, Elang's aura suddenly surged, and his entire skeleton began to change. Crack, crack. All everyone heard was the cracking sound, and then a ranger's height increased to 2.5 meters. Not only that, his appearance has also become younger, but he also looks more ferocious. Now his muscles are bulging, and from a distance he looks like a humanoid beast. At the same time, he released a powerful aura, and countless small tornadoes formed around him. The crowd was pushed back several steps by the wind before they finally regained their footing. Faced with such tangible pressure, the faces of the many elves showed expressions of disbelief. This aura is something that an ordinary gold 4-star expert could not possess. Only a higher gold 5-star expert, or even an expert at a higher level, could possess. All the elves stared wide-eyed, never expecting Elang's strength to be so terrifying. They had always thought that a ranger was old and frail, but they never expected that over the years, his strength would only grow stronger. This situation immediately made the several elf elders around them, who had harbored their own ulterior motives, put away their schemes. This Li Fei is too interesting. He can actually kill 7 people in one move. To do that, he must be at least a gold 4-star expert. It seems I need to meet him. Elanger regained his composure, and his figure slowly returned to normal. Perhaps all of this is because the other side used a heaven-level weapon. Lesau interjected from the side. Upon hearing Elder Lesau's words, a barely perceptible killing intent flashed in Chief Elang's eyes. If it weren't for the other party, the Elven headquarters wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses, with 13 experts dying in succession. Among these 13 experts, one was his deputy. How could he not be furious? I will personally lead a large army to deal with Li Fei. You should make preparations first, Elang said in a deep voice. As a ranger walked away, the elves exchanged bewildered glances. They had never seen a ranger so enraged. Lazak's eyes flashed with hatred, including Nosatu, whom he had sent out. His flying feather tribe had lost 2 elders in succession. How could he not be furious? Fortunately, Elangel was going to take action himself, which indirectly avenged him. Of course, he also had his own selfish motives at this time, namely the heavenly level divine weapon in Li Fei's hands. If Noah was right, Li Fei had at least 2 divine weapons and countless treasures. These things held a fatal temptation for him, so he planned to take action himself in the subsequent revenge campaign. Not only him, but the other bigwigs also showed interest. Clearly they were equally interested in the treasure in Li Fei's hands. Inside the Flying God Temple, Li Fei had gathered everyone together. Just like last time, he needed to explain some things that needed attention, such as that after he left, no one in the temple was allowed to step out of the temple. Because the temple is invincible during the competition, but if someone goes out, it will be different. They will lose the system's protection. Don't worry, Your Excellency, we won't leave here. That's right, Earl. We haven't used up all the resources you gave us yet. While you're gone, we'll work hard to cultivate, and we definitely won't hold you back, said a grizzly bear beast. Li Fei was slightly taken aback. If the bear hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about it. So he directly accessed the warehouse location through the control panel and retrieved the 2 packages inside. With many magical beasts watching, he distributed the blue crystal cores and other treasures, keeping the more important items for himself. For example, immortal herbs, elixirs of creation, and so on. The numerous magical beasts were naturally pleasantly surprised. They hadn't expected Li Fei to be so generous. They still hadn't finished using the crystal cores Li Fei had given them last time, and yet he had given them so many again. It was truly unexpected. Li Fei also shared the iceberg snow lotus and the crystal core of the 10,000-year ice beast with the Celia sisters. Li Fei then arrived at the courtyard where Alice was. Li Fei stood in front of the courtyard gate, somewhat hesitant. He himself didn't know why he had come here, but his heart told him that he had to come here. Finally, Li Fei went inside. At that moment, Alice was watering the flowers by the window. Because she was so focused, she was startled when Li Fei came up to her. Li Fei smiled, wanting to explain the previous matter about the betrothal gifts, but the words that came out of his mouth turned into something else entirely. He spoke directly and with concern, and then he took out some scarce resources, urging Alice to seize the time to cultivate. Chatting for a while, Li Fei turned and left. Alice smiled, gazing affectionately at Li Fei's retreating figure. She hoped that Li Fei would be safe and sound during the match. Li Fei was walking towards his courtyard. However, at that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Please get ready. The match will begin in 5 minutes. The match cannot be cancelled once it has started. The competition will be broadcast live to the chat groups in each region. The locations where participants traverse are random. They could be high mountains or lakes. This competition will use a group crossing method, meaning that participants from the same area will be grouped together by the system. You are not allowed to use any skills during the time travel process. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Hearing the system's voice repeatedly in his mind, Li Fei was filled with surprise. This time travel is clearly different from the past. This time, he will travel with Lu Tao and the others. At that moment, Li Fei noticed a message coming in from the chat group. Without hesitation, Li Fei clicked on it. That's great. It'll be better if Boss Li Fei and Lu Tao are grouped together before they travel through time. That way, we can avoid unnecessary trouble, someone in the group said in surprise. Haha, you're right. With Boss Li Fei's support, Zhao Jing and I are safe enough. Lu Tao laughed. Lu Tao, stop pretending. In the past few days, you and Zhao Jing have both advanced to the gold 1-star level. We all know that, someone joked in the group. That still can't compare to Boss Li Fei. I only know that you can't go wrong with Boss Li Fei. That's right. Even if Lu Tao and I combined, we wouldn't be a match for Boss Li Fei with just one hand. Zhao Jing said modestly. You can't say that. Compared to us, you are far stronger than twice as strong. Chapter 171 City of Sin. Is everything ready? Someone asked in the group. Don't worry. We've been ready for days. Lu Tao said with a smile. Time passed by, second by second. Soon, the countdown has begun. 10, 9, 2, 1. As the last second ticked away, the system's cold, ruthless voice echoed in everyone's minds once more. The spatial passage has officially opened. The time travel system is activating. Venue, Sin City. As the system announcement ended, beams of light suddenly descended and landed on Li Fei and the others. At the same time, they were rapidly flying into the air. Li Fei remained calm, because he had experienced this situation once before. Then space began to distort, like ripples in water, and the figures of Li Fei, Zhao Jing, and the other two slowly disappeared. Li Fei felt a sudden dizziness, and when he regained consciousness, he was in another location. Li Fei looked bewildered. All around him were ruins and remnants of a city. They should be in a small town, but the town was deserted and lifeless. Zhao Jing, who were around him, also opened their eyes. What's going on? Why has the location changed to Sin City? Lu Tao asked curiously. I don't know. Zhao Jing gave only a brief answer. Li Fei stared at the ruins before him, a sudden unease gripping his heart. The place was so strange. It seemed like no one had been here for a long time, yet many things appeared new. For instance, a house not far ahead was engulfed in flames. This was supposed to be a wasteland, so where did this fire come from? Li Fei frowned. He couldn't understand any of this. Brother Li Fei, where should we go next? Lu Tao asked curiously. Li Fei was the strongest among them, so naturally he would be in charge. I don't know, we can only walk around and see. But I feel something is off here, so you should be careful, Li Fei said in a deep voice. Damn, Li Fei, you feel the same way? I thought it was just my imagination. Zhao Jing exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, don't scare me. This is just a pile of ruins. There's nothing else here. Lu Tao's expression turned noticeably grim. I'm not lying to you. I have a feeling that something is watching us. Zhao Jing said in a deep voice. Brother Li Fei, do you feel the same way? Lu Tao looked at him with pleading eyes. Look at that apple over there. It looks brand new. There's not a single sign of rot. Li Fei didn't answer Lu Tao's question, but his words were essentially an answer to Lu Tao. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing looked in the direction Li Fei pointed and indeed found the apple Li Fei had mentioned. At this moment, the apple is placed on the lid of a well. Li Fei and his two companions immediately went over, wanting to get a clear look. At that moment, Li Fei suddenly sensed something was wrong. He immediately channeled the Samadhi true fire into his pupils, and the next moment, he felt a chill of fear. This was not an apple at all, but a small green snake. However, the snake's head was red, and it had two horns. At this moment, the two horns were shimmering with a crystal-clear light. If his deduction was correct, this small snake was using its two horns to deceive them. At that moment, Lu Tao actually tried to take the apple in her hand. Watch out, this isn't an apple. Li Fei hurriedly stopped Lu Tao's reckless behavior, and at the same time, he took out the god-breaking spear and slashed directly at him. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing only heard a plop sound, and then a pool of red blood flowed out of the green apple in front of them. In Li Fei's eyes, however, he swiftly chopped the small green snake in two. What's going on? Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were immediately shocked. They didn't understand why the apple was bleeding, which gave them a huge fright. Li Fei was somewhat helpless. It was obvious that Lu Tao and Zhao Jing couldn't see through the little green snake's illusion. But he was different. He possessed the Samadhi true fire, the most yang substance in the world, and the nemesis of all illusions, darkness, and ice attribute magic. The skill he just used, channeling the Samadhi true fire into his eyes, was a new technique he had devised. He gave it a nice name, Fiery Eyes. This technique could break illusions without consuming energy points. What you see isn't an apple, it's a small green snake. Li Fei said in a deep voice. Damn, that's so weird. I almost grabbed it. Lu Tao said, still shaken. How did you manage to see Li Fei's true form? Zhao Jing asked curiously. In his eyes, if Li Fei could detect the anomaly, it meant that he could see through everything. Look into my eyes. Li Fei laughed. At the same time, he once again applied the Samadhi true fire to his eyes, and flames and flashes of light could be seen constantly appearing in the pupils of his eyes. This is just too awesome. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were speechless. They hadn't expected Li Fei to have such a skill. I suggest we leave here quickly. We've only walked a few steps, and we've already encountered such danger, Zhao Jing said anxiously. He and Lu Tao didn't have the ability to see through the true forms of these strange creatures, which meant they were essentially blind. So leaving was the best option for them. Perhaps you can try this. After frowning and pondering for a while, Li Fei took out 2 boxes of creation pills. Is this Qilin Jade? Lu Tao asked in surprise. Yes, the Qilin Jade can ward off evil spirits and break illusions. You can try wearing it on your bodies. Li Fei said in a deep voice. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing looked at each other speechlessly, but they had no better solution at the moment, so they could only give it a try. So Li and the others continued on their way. For safety reasons, the group tried their best not to touch anything in the town along the way. They just wanted to get through as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the crocodile tribe, Salas and his 2 companions were frantically fleeing through a desert. Behind them followed a group of rhinoceros-like magical beasts. These beasts had thick hides and tough flesh, and their attacks had no effect on them at all. However, what frightened them was not just that, but that there were actually 2 suns in the sky. As a result, the temperature in the desert has now reached over 50 degrees Celsius, which is beyond their tolerance. Soras, we must leave here as soon as possible, or we will die of heat stroke, one of them said. Chapter 172 Perilous Ambush. Don't worry, I'm thinking of a solution, Salas said, frowning. Sweat beaded on his forehead under the sun, and the weapon in his hand was as hard as burning iron. His palms were even covered in countless small blisters from the burns, but he had no choice but to grip the long sword tightly. The group of iron rhinoceros beasts behind him was too close, and if he wasn't careful, they would catch up and bite him. So he had to hold the long sword firmly, because he needed it to deal with these iron rhinoceros beasts. Damn it, our luck is terrible. We've ended up in such a dangerous area. Rajiri, standing next to Salas, exclaimed angrily. That's right. There are 2 suns in this place. It's unacceptable. More importantly, there's no water here. We'll either die from the heat or thirst sooner or later, said another person next to Soras. We must find a way out of here, otherwise we will have to deal with the group of guys behind us. Otherwise, we might really die of thirst here. If we kill those iron rhinoceros beasts, we can get enough food, and their blood can solve our water problem, Soras calmly analyzed. That's right. What our crocodile tribe needs most is water, not this damn sun, Rajiri said. But these iron rhinoceros beasts have extremely tough skin, and they are all of very high level, all above the gold level. Are you sure we can handle them? Another person questioned. I said, we have no other choice but to do this when there is no other way out. Salas said coldly. At this moment, Salas turned his head and looked at his tail, which was about 1 meter long. Under the sun's rays, some of the skin on his tail had already peeled off. This caused him a pang of heartache. Another location. The Titans, including Krillit and his 2 companions, were struggling frantically in the water, never expecting to find themselves in a large river. This surprised and terrified them. The reason is simple. The Titans are terrified of water. Even a small pool of water could be fatal to them, provided it is deep enough. The Titans are generally over 3 meters tall, but they are slow and clumsy, so they are at a greater disadvantage in the water. Of course, these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that there is a group of water-scaled beasts following behind them in the water. These water-scaled beasts are extremely agile. They will often wrap their arms or legs around and drag them into the water. They need to keep swimming and can't stop at all, so they naturally have no way to deal with what these water-scaled beasts are doing. Karat, if this continues, we'll all die here. We have to think of something, Esther said anxiously from the side. He had even been dragged into the water several times by these water-scaled beasts that looked like giant pythons. Although these water-scaled beasts were not very strong, only at the level of bronze 5 or 6 stars, they were very agile and had a great advantage in numbers. He glanced at them and estimated that there were at least several dozen of them. Let's hold on for now. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to use Titan's Blast, Karat said in a deep voice. What? Esther looked shocked. He hadn't expected that Karat would think of casting Titan Strike, for no other reason than that the conditions for casting Titan Strike are extremely demanding. It can only be cast when one has 100 energy points. Of course, the damage after casting it is also enormous. It will inflict devastating blows on the weaker monsters around it. In his opinion, it was a complete waste of talent for Karat to use Titan's Critical Strike here, but he couldn't find any reason to stop them, because their current environment was extremely dangerous, and if they weren't careful, they could be wiped out here. In another location, the 3 members of the Ramen tribe, including Shala, were frantically fleeing within a terrifying canyon. Behind them was a group of bat-like creatures. There were over 100 of these bat-like beasts, and each one was at the gold level in strength. More importantly, the canyon is dark and long, so dark that you can hardly see your hand in front of your face, which is the ideal environment for them to live in. Oh, who the hell? What's going on? Have we been transported to the lair of the bat beasts? Kula asked, her face filled with anger. He hadn't expected that they would encounter such danger as soon as they arrived here. It was completely different from what he had anticipated. Idiot, shut up. These bat-like beasts rely on their hearing to fight us. You'll only lead us into the abyss, Sarah said coldly. Sure enough, before he could finish speaking, the bat beast determined their location by the sound and rushed over quickly. You're asking for death. A cold glint flashed in Sarah's eyes. He drew his sword with a backhand and casually swung it behind him. With a whoosh, a bat-like beast was cleaved in 2 by his blade. The severed bat beast corpses fell to the ground and were subsequently devoured by the horde of bat beasts that followed. Upon seeing this, the expressions of Sarah and the other 2 changed simultaneously. Their faces showed no excitement whatsoever. In fact, this situation had occurred several times along the way. Each time, the scent of bat beast blood brought more bat beasts, which was their biggest headache. At first, they encountered only a few bat beasts, but after they killed a few, the number of bat beasts began to increase steadily. Therefore, their current strategy is to avoid killing these bat beasts if possible, because that would only put them in a passive position. They had to get out of here as soon as possible. Seeing that the number of bat beasts was still increasing, Sarah and her 2 companions panicked. All they wanted now was to get out of here quickly. Damn it, we're really unlucky. We've just entered this place, and we've already encountered such a dangerous situation, Kula cursed fiercely. Sarah frowned expressionlessly. Kula was right. They had been in a very dangerous situation from the beginning. But he had another question in his mind. Did other teams also encounter many unpredictable risks like them? In another area, 3 Medusas were traveling through a snowy valley. However, they were not at ease at this moment, because 1 or 2 predators that had been lying in ambush would occasionally emerge from these valleys, and all of these predators were at least at the gold level. This scene terrified them. They hadn't expected to encounter such a dangerous situation so soon after arriving here. Lasada's face was filled with terror, because she had almost died several times from the attacks of these predators. If it weren't for Libano and another Medusa saving her, she might not be alive today. It's too dangerous here. There are so many predators. We have to get out of here, Liseta said in terror. She knew that if things continued like this, she might be stuck here forever. There's nothing we can do. We're just incredibly unlucky. We've encountered such a dangerous situation right after crossing over. But this place is full of ice, snow, and valleys. How difficult it will be for us to find a way out, Libano said in a deep voice. He also wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, but the situation did not allow it. In this icy world, he had no idea where the way out was, so they could only choose one direction and head forward. However, the direction they were heading might be the way out, or it might not be. Therefore, he was unable to answer Liseta's question. Liseta only had the strength of a gold 2-star, which is why she seemed somewhat caught off guard when these predators suddenly attacked. Are we all going to die here? Liseta's eyes were filled with despair. She could see no hope now, because there were predators everywhere, and they had become the prey. Don't panic. Other teams will probably encounter the same situation as us. We just need to be careful, and we'll definitely get out of here, Libano quickly reassured her when he saw that Lasadu was showing signs of emotional breakdown. In an underground passage, 3 members of the Drywood tribe were anxiously walking forward. They have been here for 2 hours, but they still haven't come out of this underground passage. The passage was winding and labyrinthine, which gradually made them feel restless. Because if they don't get out of here, their resources will fall behind, and they will only lose the game, which is not something they want to see. We must find a way out of here, Zag said anxiously. Don't panic. We can mark each passage we take so we can accurately determine if we've traveled this path before. Mott said calmly. That's right. We need to make enough markings, the other person agreed. There was no other way. Many of the intersections in the passages they were taking were extremely similar, and if they weren't careful, they would think they had walked this path before. So, marking the paths was the best option. In a jungle, countless predators gathered together. If Li Fei were here, he would have noticed that these predators had red eyes, a unique characteristic of the vampire army. Standing next to these predators were 3 vampires. Jira, thanks to you this time. Otherwise I might have been torn to pieces by these predators. Cass said gratefully. Attack from the side. Fortunately, Gila blocked the attack for him at the critical moment. Otherwise he would be decapitated by now. He was now filled with lingering fear. These prey were terrifying, powerful, elusive, and extremely difficult to spot. Chapter 173 The Terrifying Predator. How can there be so many predators here? This adds countless dangers to our journey, another person said. Hee, I don't see it that way. I think it's an opportunity. If we can make use of these prey, they will become our most powerful asset, Gila said confidently. He looked at the 5 stunned predators beside him, 3 of whom were his handiwork. All 5 predators have been corrupted by the blood of their vampire clan, meaning that these 5 predators are now their people. The only downside is that after being corrupted, these 5 predators will be significantly weaker, and their speed will also decrease considerably. What kind of creatures are these predators? I've never seen them before, or even heard of them. Cass stared at the predators, his face filled with shock. These predators are only about 1.5 meters tall and have a slender build, but they possess extremely sharp claws and agile speed. In addition, these predators also have a long tail. I'm not sure either, but it's best not to underestimate these predators. They are powerful, and more importantly, they are incredibly fast. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I might have been injured, Gila said, frowning. He hadn't expected to encounter these ferocious predators so soon after arriving here, which made his eyes look serious. In his mind, the difficulty of this competition was incomparable to the last one. The level of difficulty was clearly not the same. No matter what, our vampires have an unimaginable advantage here, so I believe we can definitely achieve unimaginable results in this round, another person said. That's right. We can build a predator army here. With this army, we will have the power to sweep through the city of sin. Gila sneered. Go, find the hidden predators around here, and kill them on the spot. Just then, Gila began to give orders to several predators. Gila gave the order, the predators sprang into action, darting about purposefully in all directions to begin their search. Then came the sounds of fighting. These vampire predators will kill any hidden predators they find, and if they are not their match, Gila and the others will come to help. Almost every team has encountered this dangerous situation, and they are all struggling to cope with it. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked surprised. What's going on? It seems like Boss Li Fei and the others are in danger, someone in the group said worriedly. That's right. It seems that Lu Tao and the others have entered an illusion. Everything is unreal, another person said. Lu Tao and Boss Zhao Jing actually mistook a small green snake for an apple. That's truly terrifying. If I hadn't seen the truth from Li Fei's perspective, I would have thought it was an apple too, someone in the group said. Yes, these illusions are so realistic. Only Boss Li Fei could wear all of this, someone exclaimed. By the way, does anyone know what skill Li Fei uses? It looks so cool, a girl in the group asked. In the scene, fire and golden light kept flashing in Li Fei's eyes, which looked very dazzling. It should be related to the flames that Boss Li Fei used before. Boss Li Fei must have used these flames in his eyes to achieve this effect. Jokin analyzed. I think so too. The skill he used was very similar to the flames he had used before. Lu Song said. I suspect that the strange flame used by Boss Li Fei is Samadhi True Fire. Just then, Wuka sent a message. What? That can't be. Were sent in the group, indicating that no one believed Wu Ke's words. The reason is simple. Samadhi fire is the most yang substance in the world, extremely precious. And how could it be controlled by human power? At first, I was also a little incredulous, but the flame used by Boss Li Fei was too magical. It could easily take down a master, and it could also resist such a powerful move as Icebound 10,000 miles. I can't think of any other explanation other than Samadhi True Fire, Wu Ku said in a deep voice. Everyone fell silent. They knew Wu Ku was right. Only this explanation could make sense. In fact, some of them had already had such suspicions, but no one dared to think about it in this way because it was too incredible. I never expected Boss Li Fei to be so lucky, actually obtaining a god-level skill like Samadhi True Fire. I'm so envious, someone in the group said bitterly. As expected of Boss Li Fei, he can even master such a difficult skill as Samadhi True Fire, someone in the group exclaimed. It just comes down to luck, but Li Fei's mastery of this flame is only beneficial to us, with no drawbacks. The stronger Li Fei is, the more resources our region can obtain. That's right, we should support Boss Li Fei. In another area, within the Crocodile Tribe's chat group, everyone wore expressions of astonishment. Oh my god, Salas and the others are so unlucky. They actually ended up in a desert, and this desert even has 2 suns. You know, our Crocodile Tribe loves water the most, but that desert is only arid. Someone in the group exclaimed in shock. Do you think Salas and the others might die of thirst? They haven't had any water for 3 hours straight, someone in the group worried. Hee. Do you think everyone is as unprepared as you? I guarantee that Salas and the others have made thorough preparations. Their spatial rings must contain a large amount of fresh water, so your worries are completely unnecessary, another person in the group said. You're right. I bet he'll keep moisturizing Salas's tail before it dries up. I'm very curious. Why are there 2 large suns, and why is the environment there so bad? I suggest you take a look at where the players in other areas are located. They are in much more danger than Salas and his group are. All right. Meanwhile, in the Titans chat, everyone was watching with tense expressions. In the scene, Karat is unleashing Titan Strike. Karat's muscles bulge high, and his original tin body turns deep black, a unique appearance after he has charged up his power. At the same time, his aura began to rise rapidly, and a small tornado slowly rose around him. The water in the river began to swirl around the tornado. Some of the surrounding water-scaled beasts were also caught up in it. At this moment, Karat's power was fully charged. He quickly curled his body up, and then a terrifying aura emanated from him. He was originally at the gold 3-star level, but the power he unleashed was equivalent to a 5-star level. Even though it was only one hit, it was enough. The burst of power struck several nearby water-scale fish directly. Cracks appeared on the bodies of these water-scaled fish, and then their bodies tore apart. In just a moment, these water-scaled fish were dead beyond any hope of survival. Kalat's Titan Critical Strike is so powerful. He actually managed to use this skill to deal damage at the level of a gold 5-star. That's terrifying, someone in the group exclaimed. I'm envious. At most, I can only unleash the power of a gold 4-star Titan's Critical Strike. That's nothing compared to the power of the legendary Karat. Hee, it's not just you. None of us have been as good as Rat. He's the strongest player in our region. These water-scale fish are incredibly agile underwater, and Boss Kalat managed to take down 7 or 8 of them in one go. I truly admire him. However, Boss Quillet and the others are still not out of danger. Just then, someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. In the video, the remaining 20 or 30 water-scale fish did not give up the chase. Instead, they followed after them again. These water-scaled fish are despicable. They've been hanging behind Boss Karat the whole time. The water-scale fish are too cunning. Otherwise, Boss Rat could have taken them out with just one move. It's no use talking about this now. These water-scale fish have been following us the whole time. It's a pity that Boss Late and the others are in danger, someone in the group said worriedly. I don't think we need to worry too much. Esther and the others haven't used Titan Strike yet, so they should be able to hold out for a while longer. Just then, someone in the group said. But what if they still can't get ashore after using up all their Titan Critical Strike? Someone in the group asked. For a moment, the chat group fell silent. Nobody thinks about this kind of problem. The Layman tribe, everyone looked panicked. Holy crap, what's going on? Did Boss Salad and the others stir up a hornet's nest? So many bat beasts are chasing them, someone in the group asked curiously. These bat beasts rely on their ears, not their eyes. Sarah and the others made too much noise during their escape, which attracted their attention. There's also another reason. Sarah killed quite a few bat beasts, and they were drawn to them by the blood. This is terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, there are more than 150 bat beasts behind them. and all of them are gold level. I've never seen so many gold level experts in my life, but today I've seen more than 100. I'm very curious, what kind of place is this city of sin? Someone in the group exclaimed. Chapter 174, The Town Under Disguise. The danger of the city of sin far exceeds our expectations, someone exclaimed. You're right. As expected of the qualifying rounds, this match was more than 10 times more dangerous than the last one. No matter how dangerous the situation, I believe Sarah has the ability to handle it all. That's right, Sarah's greatest strength is speed. You could say that Sarah is unbeatable in speed among players of the same level. In the last game, Sarah relied on speed to grab countless resources. As long as Sarah maintains the advantage from the last game, I believe we can still win. What's more, Sarah's strength is not weak either. I totally agree. The Medusa Tribe's chat group, everyone looked anxious. Oh no, Liseta and the others are in trouble, someone in the group said anxiously. They actually managed to cross into such a harsh environment, and there are so many predators around. I'm really worried about them. What kinds of prey are these? I've never heard of them before, someone in the group asked curiously. I don't know, but judging from their performance, these predators are good at stealth, ambushes, and speed is also one of their advantages, someone in the group analyzed. At this moment, the scene shown is the predators suddenly attacking Liseta. In the scene, a predator about 1.5 meters tall, covered in white fur, with sharp claws and a tail, suddenly leaps out from the ground and charges straight at Liseta. Just then, Libano noticed Liseta's danger and used his petrification skill, which slowed down the predator until it stopped. Finally, taking advantage of the moment when the predator was petrified, Libano and Liseta finished it off together. If it weren't for Libano, Liseta might have died many times over, someone in the group said. That's right. Compared to Liseta, Libano is undoubtedly much more composed. He has a very good grasp of timing, and he can save Liseta at just the right moment every time. However, using the petrification skill consumes 10 energy points each time. I'm worried that Libano won't be able to last long. In this round, Liseta dragged the whole team down, someone complained. We can't blame her. We voted for her, and she did perform very well in the last round. Look, almost all the players in the other regions are in danger. At this point, some people in the group had already noticed the situation of the players in other regions. Because all 30 teams were broadcasting live, the players in other areas could also see the environment very clearly. As expected of the qualifying round, its difficulty far exceeds that of the previous round. Everyone in the group had to admit this. The fact that almost all the athletes were in danger at the same time surprised them greatly. As Li Fei looked closer to the town, his expression grew increasingly grim. The reason was simple. He realized that they were surrounded by countless unknown creatures. For example, there was a pile of matches ahead, but after his sharp eyes identified them, he discovered that they were clearly several scorpions shaped like pieces of wood, lying together. For example, there was a basin of clear water in front of him on the left, but after he examined it with his sharp eyes, he found that the basin contained not clear water at all, but thousands of small insects. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his body. This place is too eerie. They could easily fall victim to something if they're not careful. However, after Lu Tao and Zhao Jing carried the Qilin Jade with them, it had no effect whatsoever. They did not gain the ability to see through illusions. However, the Qilin Jade did have one effect. When they encountered danger, it would inexplicably heat up to warn them. Damn, we've been walking for so long, and we still haven't left this town. Lu Tao asked curiously. Because the three of them were relatively fast walkers, based on experience, they should have left this place soon. However, in fact, they still hadn't seen the edge of the town. Could the whole town be an illusion? Zhao Jing boldly voiced his guess, because he had been swallowed by Lao Bai before, so he was more sensitive to this than others. No, we've been moving forward, that's for sure. The only explanation is that the area here is just too vast. Li Fei said calmly. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing might not be able to see clearly, but he, with his discerning eyes, could see it perfectly. The true appearance of the town was fully revealed before his eyes. What he saw was the most realistic scene in the town, dilapidated and littered with severed limbs. Moreover, there are traces of fire in many places around. Judging from its appearance, a major battle once took place here. Of course, the most important thing is not that, but that the town is full of these insects that can cast illusions. Perhaps because of this, the town actually appears somewhat more beautiful under the decoration of these illusions. Li Fei frowned slightly, as he vaguely grasped the whole picture. But some things are still hard to see clearly. According to his guess, the town must have been invaded before. The invaders are these tiny insects that can cast illusions. If this is not the case, then the nearby mutilated and mangled corpses cannot be explained. The reason these little insects stay here is, of course, to wait for some food to be delivered. Thinking about this, Li Fei became unsettled. He felt that he had discovered a shocking conspiracy, and now he was going to be the one to uncover the truth. So he started targeting these insects, shooting them without hesitation whenever he saw them. This scene unfolded in the eyes of Lu Tao and Zhao Jing. Li Fei suddenly attacked a piece of wood without warning, and the two then saw the wood scattered all over the ground, accompanied by a pool of green blood. Then, as Li Fei walked, he suddenly attacked a fallen leaf, swiftly piercing it with his spear. Then, a few drops of red blood dripped from the spot where the leaf had been pierced. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were clearly stunned by what they saw. The two of them were following Li Fei closely, for no other reason than that they were unsure whether they would encounter these terrifying insects next. Although they didn't understand Li Fei's intentions, at least Li Fei could give them an unimaginable sense of security. As Li Fei continued his killing spree, the peaceful town became restless and undercurrents began to stir. At this moment, Li Fei's understanding became clearer and clearer, and he knew that he might have made the right bet. Chapter 175: The Trial of Heaven. Holy crap, I thought it was just an ordinary tree branch. Lu Tao exclaimed in surprise. Just now, Li Fei casually chopped a tree branch next to him in two, and a pool of green blood gushed out instantly. This is a centipede with extremely potent venom, Li Fei said calmly. He killed the centipede as if it were just an ordinary thing. I was also startled. These creatures here are too bizarre. If it weren't for Boss Li Fei's ability to see through their true nature, Lu Tao and I would probably both be. Zhao Jing was already somewhat afraid to imagine. He only knew that there were fake things everywhere in this town, and what the eyes saw was often not the most real. Lu Tao broke out in a cold sweat. He felt completely unsafe in this small town, because if he wasn't careful, he might step on a creature. This town doesn't look very big, but it seems to stretch on forever. Don't you find that strange? Li Fei said calmly. They've been walking for 3 hours now, but they still haven't seen an exit. This is clearly a big problem. I've realized it too. Have we fallen into some kind of illusion? Lu Tao said nervously. Li Fei frowned. What Lu Tao said was very likely. However, he had another guess. This might be a test from heaven for them. In other words, if they could find out the reason for the situation in this town, they could enter the next level. Otherwise, they would be trapped here forever. Li Fei shared his thoughts. That's why he went on a killing spree against these unknown creatures in the town. In his mind, these unknown creatures knew the truth about the town, and if he could get rid of all these illusion-wielding creatures, perhaps they would be close to the truth. Li Fei shared his thoughts. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were naturally shocked by Li Fei's idea. If what Li Fei said was true, it was terrifying, because it would mean that the difficulty of this competition would be far greater than before, as they would not only have to face the other 20-odd teams, but also the test of heaven. Thus, this scene unfolded in the mysterious town. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing clung tightly to Li Fei, while Li Fei occasionally brandished his spear, each swing taking a life with it. And so, Li Fei and his two companions fought from night until the next morning, and then until noon, still searching for that mysterious creature. By this time, all three of them were exhausted, but none of them dared to stop and rest, because these unknown creatures were everywhere, and they could be attacked if they were not careful. During this process, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were almost injured by this creature, which naturally gave them a big fright. How much longer? Lu Tao's eyes were already drooping, and he was just barely holding on. Li Fei and Zhao Jing were in the same situation. I don't know. It depends on Boss Li Fei, Zhao Jing said helplessly. Although he also wanted to have a good night's sleep, it was obviously not the time now. Li Fei frowned. He was increasingly convinced that his idea was correct, because after his cleanup, there were significantly fewer of these illusion-wielding creatures. However, this does not mean they have disappeared. It only means they are now hidden even more deeply, which has caused him considerable trouble. However, he was not discouraged, because he believed that under the scrutiny of his keen eyes, these creatures would have nowhere to hide. However, Li Fei noticed that Lu Tao and the others were getting tired, so he decided to rest for a while before continuing with his plan. The three of them found an open space and began to sit cross-legged and slowly regulate their breathing. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing even took out pills and put them in their mouths because they had consumed a lot of energy in the past 2 days, so they urgently needed to replenish it. In the Alls Mountains chat group, everyone became anxious. What's going on? Someone in the group worriedly said. This town seems to have no end. No matter which direction Lu Tao and the others take, they can't get out. I heard from Boss Li Fei that this is very likely a test from heaven. Only by killing those creatures that can use illusions can we find a solution, someone said. How many have Boss Li Fei killed by now? At least several hundred. But this town still hasn't changed at all. We should trust Boss Li Fei and believe that he can find a solution to the problem. In the city of Sin, the three titans, Karat and his companion, were swimming towards the other side of the great river. However, their expressions gradually became serious, because for some reason, although the riverbank was clearly visible at a glance, no matter how they swam, they could not get close to the shore. The Titan race players clearly noticed the problem, and they gradually became panicked. Brother Kuelat, what's going on? We've been swimming for so long, but why is the shore still so far away? Esther asked in a panic. He and Kurat had used up all their skills, hoping it would help them reach the shore. But their plan was far from reality. They remained quite a distance from the shore. No, we seem to be trapped in some kind of formation. This formation could prevent us from ever reaching the shore, Kalat said in a deep voice. He had just realized the key to the problem. They had been trapped in the water for more than a day, and they had been swimming toward the shore, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not get even a fraction closer. He could not think of any other reason besides the formation. These water-scaled beasts, meanwhile, were constantly waiting for an opportunity to attack them. He and the other two were already exhausted, but they couldn't rest because there were still about 20 water-scaled beasts they hadn't dealt with. If they couldn't deal with these beasts, they could be dragged into the water at any moment. Does that mean we'll be stuck here forever? Eggers asked in alarm. This was something he absolutely did not want to believe, because it would mean that they could lose their lives at any moment. The water-scaled beasts behind him were constantly ambushing them. If they relaxed their guard even slightly, the beast would pounce on them like a pack of wolves and tear them apart. If they were on land, they wouldn't be afraid. He could kill all the water-scaled beasts by himself. But they were in the water now, and his strength was greatly weakened. He couldn't even exert 1/10 of his usual power. Don't panic. I suspect this is a test from heaven for us, Kalat said solemnly at that moment. A test from the heavens. Eggers looked bewildered, but then he suddenly realized. He understood what Kurat meant. The heavens were testing how they would handle all this in such a dangerous situation, and if they handled it properly, they could escape. Yes, my guess is that if we can kill all 20 or so water-scaled beasts behind us, we might be able to find a way to leave this place, Kalat said in a deep voice. He thought about it for a long time before he figured out the key to this matter. We've used up almost all our skills, unless we kill these water-scaled beasts with our bare hands. But isn't that too difficult? Another Titan asked doubtfully. This is the essence of the heavenly trial. At this moment, Quirit had already turned his gaze to the water-scaled beast behind him. In another area, the crocodile tribe and Salas were fleeing for their lives. They were drenched in sweat and panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Behind them, more than 20 iron rhinoceros beasts were frantically chasing after them. These iron rhinoceros beasts clung to them like glue. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't shake them off. Salas and his two companions looked exhausted. They hadn't slept for 30 or 40 hours, and even at night, the iron rhinoceros beasts wouldn't stop for a moment. Of course, the nights were better, at least the temperature was lower. The more terrifying daytime was when they not only had to face the pursuit of these iron rhinoceros beasts, but also had to endure the scorching sun of 2 blazing suns, which made them, who had always lived by the water, look extremely pale. They are now desperately pouring fresh water from their spatial rings onto themselves, as this can alleviate the pain caused by the scorching air. Less than half of the fresh water they had brought was gone after more than a day. This made the 3 of them look extremely pale. If they continued to exhaust themselves like this, they might really die from the heat here. This can't go on. We have to conserve our water resources, or we'll run out of fresh water in 2 days, Rajiri said worriedly. He clearly realized the seriousness of the problem. If things continued like this, they would eventually be unable to hold on. Rhinoceroses behind us seem tailor-made for us. No matter where we run or how fast we go, they can keep up with us, Salas said, frowning. He had sensed something was wrong from the beginning, and now that feeling was getting stronger. Boss Salas, are you saying there's something wrong with these iron rhinoceros beasts? Another person asked. That's right. Ordinary magical beasts would have given up long ago after chasing us for so long, but these beasts have been relentless, as if they never get tired. I suspect that this is a test set up by the heavenly Tao to challenge us, and the key to solving all the current problems lies in these iron rhinoceros beasts, Sora said in a deep voice. Chapter 176 The Way to Break the Stalemate. Is killing these iron rhinoceros beasts the only solution? Rajiri asked, frowning. That's right, that's what I mean too. Only by killing all these iron rhinoceros beasts can we perhaps get out of this predicament, Sora said calmly. Rhinoceros beasts behind him, he became even more convinced of his idea, because these iron rhinoceros beasts were like robots and seemed to have no emotions. There is almost no spirituality in their eyes. But their skin is extremely tough. We'll probably have to pay a heavy price to kill these 20-odd iron rhinoceros beasts, Rajiri said worriedly. This is the only option. If we don't do this, we can't break this deadlock, and in the end, we will still die, Sora said in a deep voice. Almost simultaneously, he stopped running, then gripped his long sword with both hands and charged toward the iron rhinoceros beast behind him. Rajiri and the other man exchanged a glance and followed Salas as they charged toward the iron rhinoceros. There was no other way. Salas was the strongest among them, and they could only follow his orders. In another area, the 3 members of the Ramen tribe, including Sarah, were fleeing for their lives in a dark canyon. Behind them, 500 or 600 bat-like beasts had gathered in the air. At this moment, the 3 of them, including Sarah, all looked extremely grim. Damn it, how come there are so many of these bat-like beasts? Kula roared. He hadn't expected the bats to gather in such large numbers that it now looked as if a black cloud was floating above their heads. Shut up. Sarah was on the verge of exploding with rage. In his eyes, Kula was the culprit behind all of this, and his mouth had never stopped the whole way. These beasts act by hearing. Every time he finishes speaking, they take action, and he has to kill the bat beasts that come to attack. The blood of the dead bats attracts more bat beasts, creating a vicious cycle. How could this not make him angry? At this point, he had already vaguely realized the seriousness of the problem, because he discovered that these bat beasts seemed to be endless, and more importantly, all of these bat beasts were actually of the gold level, which surprised him. That there aren't many gold level experts in their Layman tribe region. But here, there are 500 or 600 of them just by looking at them. Kula, standing nearby, was clearly bewildered. He hadn't expected Sarah to reprimand him. In his mind, no matter how unfavorable the situation was, he shouldn't be blamed for just one sentence. These bat-like creatures use their hearing to locate us. Kula, you'd better keep quiet, another person said. However, before he could finish speaking, 4 bat-like beasts suddenly swooped down from the sky. Their speed was astonishing, and their target was Zekula and another person. Sarah's expression changed. He hadn't expected that the number of bats attacking this time had increased to 4. Before this, there were at most 3 bats attacking at the same time, but in this short moment, the number had increased to 4. He felt unimaginable pressure. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he made his move. The muscles on his 2 bare arms bulged high, and the veins on his arms coiled together like dragons. At this moment, he gripped a crescent-shaped scimitar with both hands, his face full of murderous intent. Then, he leaped up like lightning and swung the scimitar. Swish! Swish! 4 soft sounds were heard at the scene. Then, Sarah sheathed her scimitar, and the 4 bat-like beasts were cut into 8 pieces and fell to the ground. The bat-like beasts overhead swarmed down like birds attracted by insects, all drawn by the scent of blood. Soon, the 4 bat-like beasts on the ground had vanished without a trace. Not even a bone fragment remained. Sarah frowned. He took out a piece of white cloth and gently wiped the blade of his sword, which had just been sheathed. He didn't want his precious sword to have the smell of the bat beast. After the kill, they had distanced themselves from the bats again, but he knew that the bat beasts would catch up sooner or later. Haven't you noticed anything unusual here? Sarah asked, taking advantage of the fact that the group of bat-like creatures hadn't caught up yet. Yeah, what could possibly be going on? Kula said irritably. The bats here seem endless, and they're all gold level. I suspect we're trapped in a strange formation. As long as we make a noise, or if the smell of blood attracts them, they'll relentlessly pursue us, and their numbers will only increase. Sarah said in a deep voice. This was his guess, because only in this way could the existence of 500 or 600 bat-like beasts be explained. You mean? A look of doubt flashed in the other person's eyes. He hoped that Sarah could explain again. In other words, if we can do it without making any noise and without killing any of the bat beasts, then we can slowly shake off these bats' pursuit. Sarah voiced her thoughts, believing it to be a way to break the deadlock. He was 5/10 confident that he could shake off the bats' pursuit if they did as he said. It's easy to stay silent, but it's inevitable to make noise along the way, especially since these bat beasts will occasionally launch an attack. Under such an attack, it's hard for us not to make any noise. Kula asked, voicing his doubts. Only then did he understand why Sarah had such a big problem with him. Quiet as possible while you're escaping. As for the bat's attack, I'll handle that, Sarah said calmly. He was confident he could stop the bat beast's attack, and he was confident he could kill them without shedding a drop of blood. Good. So, the three of them changed their strategy and stopped making any noise. In another location, Libano and his two companions were carefully advancing across a snow-covered mountain range. However, at that moment, a predator suddenly darted out from under a pine tree and rushed towards Li Sitao at great speed. This unexpected situation clearly startled Li Sitao, and she was completely powerless to do anything about it. However, Libano was prepared. He activated his petrification skill, which slowed the predator down until it stopped. He and the other two Medusas then killed the predator the moment it was petrified. There was a reason why Libaner was in such a hurry to kill the predator. His petrification skill could only control it for a maximum of 3 seconds, after which the petrification would disappear, which is why he was in such a hurry to act. Libano, thanks to you these past few times, otherwise I would already be. Liseta thanked Libano. Hee, don't be so polite, we're teammates after all. But there's something I want to make clear. I don't have much energy left. I can only cast the petrification skill 3 more times at most. Libano answered Lisat's question with a smile, then said seriously. He is now slowly realizing that things are becoming somewhat tricky. Because these predators seem endless, you never know where they might suddenly appear. Even in a place you've just cleaned, a predator might suddenly jump out, making it impossible for them to defend themselves. More importantly, these predators seem to have their eyes on Lisatu, and they will almost always ambush her, forcing me to use my petrification skill to save her each time. But now, his energy was almost depleted, so he had to remind the other party to make some preparations. Lisat was visibly stunned after hearing this. Because Libano had been protecting her, she had gradually developed a sense of dependence on him. But now that Libano suddenly said that his energy was about to run out, you can imagine how she felt. What I mean is that the three of us should find a safe place to rest and adjust our condition, while I recover my energy, and then we'll set off, Libano continued. This is what he wants to do. He also had another guess. He could clearly sense that there were fewer predators than when he first arrived, but it wasn't very noticeable. Moreover, the attack frequency of these predators has also decreased significantly, which, in his view, at least indicates one thing. These predators should have a limited number, and as long as they gradually eliminate these predators, their situation will become increasingly safe. However, he didn't say any of this, because it was just his guess, and he needed to verify it little by little. Meanwhile, inside the underground passage, the 3 members of the Drywood tribe were still navigating through the maze-like passageway. They were now extremely anxious. If they couldn't find a way out, they might be trapped here forever until the game ended. But even so, they still couldn't escape death. Oh no, we're trapped here. There's absolutely no way out, Zag said anxiously. He and the other 2 had been walking through this underground passage for 3 days, but no matter which direction they chose, they couldn't find a way out. It was like a maze, and if they weren't careful, they would end up back where they had been before. Mott's expression also turned grim. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. They really were lost. He had previously assumed they would be able to leave this place soon, but that idea was clearly wrong. If they still can't find a way out, they will have far fewer resources, and they will have a high probability of losing the game. Chapter 177, Entering the Second Level. We have to find a way to get out of here, another person said in a deep voice. Mott remained silent. They all wanted to leave, but in the past 2 days, they had tried everything, to no avail, and now they were beginning to despair. Because if things continue like this, they will only be able to sit here and wait to die, and as for resources, they can forget about them. The winner of this competition is only the top 3, so if they stay stuck here, it's tantamount to slow suicide. Mott fell into deep thought. He seemed to have grasped a clue to leaving this place, but that clue suddenly disappeared without a trace, so he racked his brains. Finally, he came up with an idea. Since the usual methods were not working, could they try other methods? For example, could we directly destroy this place? So Mott explained his idea to Zag and the others. Destroy this place. Zag was also dumbfounded after hearing Mott's idea, because it was an extremely dangerous idea. If they destroyed this underground passage at will, they might block the real way out, or even cause a collapse, which was a price they could not afford. Although Mott's idea was to dig a tunnel from the bottom up, he still thought that such an action was dangerous. Mott, however, insisted on his own opinion, because they had no other choice now. In another area, in a dense forest, 3 vampires were strolling around with smug expressions. The leader was Gila, and around them were a dozen or so predators, but their eyes had all turned red, a unique characteristic of those corrupted by vampires. Haha, this place may be very dangerous for others, but for the vampires, it is an opportunity, a rare place to recruit powerful troops, Gila laughed. After 2 days, he had corrupted 8 predators, while the other 5 were corrupted by Casta. That's right. We vampires are like fish in water here. With these powerful predators, we will have an unimaginable advantage when dealing with other races. Cass chuckled. Now that we've hunted down most of these predators, shouldn't we leave? Another person said. Don't rush. If my estimation is correct, there should still be a dozen or so predators hiding in this area. Instead of leaving directly, we should find them all and then destroy them. After all, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. Gila said calmly. That makes sense. I agree with Gila's plan. We can accumulate strength first, and then do other things when we have enough strength, Cass said. Li Fei, Lu Tao, and the other 2 began searching for the location of the mysterious town once again. This time, their search was far more thorough than before, including inside houses, in trees, and even in some wells, all of which Li Fei observed. Once he discovers a creature that can use illusions, he will immediately take action and eliminate it. And so the one-sided killing began. They searched from noon until the afternoon, until finally Li Fei was ready to give up. The reason was simple. He was exhausted. After his massacre, he could no longer find any of those strange creatures that could use illusions. However, at that moment, the system's cold voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Players from the Alls Mountains region who complete the Heavenly Path quest first will have priority access to the 2nd level area. Heavenly Mission. Clear the town of unidentified creatures, reducing their numbers to less than 1/10. The City of Sin has 18 levels. Each group on each level will have a task. Upon completion of the task, they will receive corresponding rewards, which will be distributed after the competition ends. At the same time, the system will open a passage to the next level. In a dense forest. What? The contestants from the Alls Mountains region have completed the mission? They've obtained the passage to the lower level, and there's even a reward. Gila, who was searching for predators, suddenly turned pale. The reason was simple. He was extremely arrogant, but someone had actually gotten the chance to enter the 2nd level before him. How could he not be angry? Moreover, he was confident that his current combat strength was the strongest in this competition, so he would never accept this. Cass clearly understood Gila's thoughts, and he sneered. Even if he's the first to enter the 2nd level, it won't matter. The victory in this competition ultimately depends on strength. Only those with sufficient strength can have the last laugh. At another location, the 3 titans, Karat, were still engaged in a fierce battle with the water-scaled beasts in the water. When they suddenly heard the voice of the heavenly Tao in their minds, they were also full of surprise. The people of the Alls Mountains region have completed the task assigned by heaven? A look of doubt flashed in Quirit's eyes. And that mission seems to be about clearing out unknown creatures. The other party was given the opportunity to enter the 2nd level area because they completed this cleanup task. At the same time, each region and each level will have a task. His gaze shifted to the water-scaled beasts before him. After their desperate struggle, only 12 of these beasts remained, but they were all seriously injured. Of course, that wasn't his focus. His focus was on the mission itself. The Heavenly Tao gave each group a task, and they had clearly not completed their own task, which was why they were unable to leave. As for the targets of the cleanup, he was almost certain they were these water-scaled beasts. I never imagined that the City of Sin would have 18 levels, and that the people from the Alls Mountains would be the first to enter the 2nd level. It's truly astonishing. If I remember correctly, the contestants from the Alls Mountains region should be human. Esther exclaimed in surprise. Yes, they are humans, but that's not important. What's important is that I've found a way to enter the 2nd level. That is to clear out these water-scaled beasts in front of me. I'm 90% confident now, Kalat said calmly. Are you sure? Esther asked in surprise. He knew what this meant. It meant survival. It meant they could leave this place safely. Another location. 3 members of the Crocodile People tribe are fighting desperately against the Iron Rhinoceros beasts. After a very tough battle, only 12 or 13 Iron Rhinoceroses remain, but they have all suffered serious injuries. In particular, Rajiri had a deep, bone-revealing cut on his right arm. Chapter 178. Humans are the weakest race. These iron rhinoceros beasts are too difficult to deal with, Rajiri said anxiously. He hadn't been paying attention just now, and the iron rhinoceros had torn a large gash in his arm, causing him a serious injury. Soras, are you sure we can handle these iron rhinoceros beasts? Rajiri asked anxiously. He was nearing his limit and needed to find a place to heal properly. Otherwise, his arm might be permanently damaged. Hold on. If we give up now, the situation will only get worse, Salas said in a deep voice. However, at that moment, they heard the system's emotionless voice. The system is currently announcing the completion of the mission in the Airs Mountains region. Salas and the others listened to the system's announcement with shocked expressions. A system task? Someone actually completed it. Salas was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected to hear such news at this crucial moment, and he was at a loss for words to describe his feelings. He had always believed that his crocodile tribe was the best among all the tribes, but now, the system task had been completed by someone else first, and if he remembered correctly, it was the human tribe that completed the task. Solari was filled with frustration. Humans were the weakest group. How could they possibly be like this? He couldn't understand it at all. Of course, he also received some other information from this system message, such as that they also had a task, but this task was not completed. He was now almost certain that this mission was 90% related to the iron rhinoceros beasts in front of him. Boss, I didn't expect the system to have a hidden mission, and someone else even completed it first, another member of the crocodile tribe said. The situation seems to be very unfavorable for us. We are still fighting these iron rhinoceros beasts, but someone has already obtained a passage to the second level, Rajiri said with a frown. Don't worry, what truly determines who goes all the way is not luck, but strength, Salas said coldly. Boss, do you think they relied on luck in the Airs Mountains region? Rajiri asked, puzzled. Because they are weak humans, Soras stated his reasoning. What? Rajiri and the other person both showed surprise in their eyes, because among all the races in the heavens, humans are the weakest, which is why they were so surprised. They must have been lucky, Spaka said. Those things before. The final victory was not determined by luck, but by strength. Salas looked at Rajiri with approval, then said, I suspect our mission is to clear out these iron rhinoceros beasts. Once we've dealt with them all, we should be considered complete, and we'll gain the opportunity to enter the second level. In another location, within a dark canyon, Sarah and her two companions were running at full speed. They leaped, bounded, soared, and dodged, constantly avoiding obstacles as they raced. Just then, three bat-like beasts suddenly swooped down from the sky, their target being Kula. Kula had accidentally bumped into a small pebble, which had caught their attention. However, Kula and the other person seemed completely unconcerned about the bat-like creatures and continued to rush forward. The bat beasts rushed down towards Kula's mansion, but at that moment, Sarah moved. He silently drew his crescent-shaped scimitar and slapped it at the three bat beasts in the sky. Bang! Bang! All the people heard were a few very faint sounds of impact, and then the three bat-like beasts fell limply to the ground. Such actions did not alert the group of bat-like creatures overhead. Sarah's expression remained calm, as if he had done something extremely ordinary. Kula and the other person gave Sarah an approving look. In their eyes, Sarah's movements were becoming more and more skillful. He would simply leap up with great agility and then strike quickly, and the bat-like beasts would be killed silently. More importantly, Sarah's actions did not alert the group of bat-like creatures overhead at all. And as it turned out, Sarah's earlier idea was correct. The number of bats above them had decreased to 200 or 300, which meant that as long as they could hold on, the bats above them would gradually move away from them. However, at that moment, the system's cold voice echoed in their minds. The message stated that the players in the Airs Mountains region had completed the mission, and the system had opened a second-level passage for them. However, Sarah wasn't focused on that. Instead, he was curious about what their tasks were, since the system had mentioned that each group would have a mission. Could it be that they're also clearing out some unknown creatures? He looked up at the large swarm of bats above him, a sense of doubt creeping into his heart. Could it be that the task heaven has given them is to eliminate these bat-like beasts? However, he quickly dismissed the idea, because there were too many and too strong bat beasts, all of them being of the gold level. If it weren't for his own superior strength, killing these bat beasts would have been extremely difficult. Even so, he still couldn't handle a group of bat-like beasts. Of course, he also thought of another possibility. If they could get rid of the attacks of these bat-like beasts, would they be considered to have completed their mission? However, these are just his guesses. In another location, deep in the jungle, 3 contestants from the beautiful country region were struggling through a swamp. They were very careful with every step they took because they were unsure of the depth of the swamp ahead. The 3 of them are now walking slowly across the swamp, one after another. After crossing over here, they were trapped here. This area was completely covered by swamps, and more importantly, they didn't know how big these swamps actually were. Captain Luo Lai, how much longer until we leave here? One of the 3 asked. The person being questioned was a middle-aged man with fiery red hair, deep blue eyes, and a beard. Sig, I think we're in trouble. We have no way of knowing which direction is right here. We don't know which direction is closest to the exit, so we can only rely on luck. If we're lucky, we might be able to leave in a day, but if we're unlucky, we might have to stay here for a month. Luo Lai said helplessly. This is the situation he least wants to face. If they are really trapped here, it will undoubtedly be no different from a slow suicide. At this moment, all 3 of them showed expressions of despair. They could not obtain any resources here. If they were trapped here for too long, even if they managed to escape, it would be of no use, because at that time, their resources would be far inferior to those of others. However, at that moment, the system's cold voice echoed in their minds. The message was about players in the Alls Mountains region completing system tasks. What is this? The expressions on the faces of the 3 Luo Lai and his companions changed slightly. They hadn't expected that the Alls Mountains region wouldn't be able to maintain their advantage from the previous game in a match, but they naturally attributed it all to their opponent's luck. Because no matter what, they didn't believe that Li Fei and his group could defeat the other races. In their minds, humanity has always been in a weak position among all the races of the heavens. Li Fei and the others cleared out the unknown creatures and completed the system's mission, so he will enter the 2nd level. Luo Lai frowned and pondered. Clearly, the system has assigned tasks to each group, and to advance to the 2nd level, the corresponding tasks must be completed. He was pondering what their mission in this area was. All around them were plants and swamps, devoid of any other life. Not to mention any unknown creatures. But just then, he suddenly thought of something. They had previously encountered a loach-like creature, about the size of a human thigh. What impressed them most was that this creature would spit out mud, so they once suspected that this swamp might have been created by these creatures. However, they quickly dismissed the idea because the swamp was so vast that it could be described as boundless. Therefore, he simply couldn't believe that this creature possessed such an ability. Of course, that's not the most important thing right now. The most important thing is that he suspects this loach-like creature is their mission target. The message stated that Li Fei and his team completed the mission by clearing out unknown creatures. Only after completing the mission would the system open the entrance to the next level. These unknown creatures could very well be the same loach-like creatures they encountered. Could our mission be to clear out those loach-like creatures? Sig asked in confusion. Luo Lai frowned. He shared the same thought as Sig, because from the beginning until now, they had only encountered this one kind of creature. After a brief discussion, the 3 of them began to actively search for this creature. Once they find it, they will kill the creature. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone was beaming with surprise. Because Li Fei's team was the first to complete the task, they knew what that meant. It meant their team was now in the lead, which also meant they could get more resources. Haha, as expected of Boss Li Fei, no problem can stump him, someone in the group laughed loudly. You're right. I never understood why Li Fei wanted to get rid of those strange creatures before, but now I understand. We've already left the other teams far behind. We're now in a commanding lead, someone in the group said. Chapter 179, The System's Hidden Mission. I never imagined that the entrance to the next level would only appear after completing a hidden task from the system. The rules of this round are completely different from the last one. In the last round, there were no hidden tasks, and the players only needed to find resources. But in this round, there are no resources for the players to obtain. The only way for the players to obtain resources is to complete tasks and then receive rewards. In other words, the players can only obtain the corresponding resources by completing tasks. Wuka said in a deep voice. In his view, the only way for the contestants of all races to obtain resources is to complete tasks. Each time a task is completed, heaven will give a reward. Of course, there is another way to obtain them, which is to seize them by force. However, given the current situation, these contestants are scattered in different areas of the City of Sin, so this method is not feasible. I understand what Boss Wuka means. In other words, the City of Sin has 18 levels. All the contestants are currently on the 1st level. If they want to enter the next level, they need to complete the corresponding tasks of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao will give a certain reward for each completed task. In other words, whoever can complete the challenge of the 18 levels of the City of Sin first will win the final victory. Someone in the group said. That's right. Only by continuously completing tasks can we maintain our leading position, Wuka said. In the Crocodile Tribe chat group, everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected that the contestant from the Alls Mountains region would be the first to complete the system task. If they remembered correctly, the contestant from the Alls Mountains region should be human. How could this be? A group of humans actually completed the system's task first, thus gaining the opportunity to enter the second level of the City of Sin. Someone in the chat group exclaimed in shock. Are you sure you're a lowly and weak human being? Someone questioned. That's right. My information couldn't possibly be wrong. They really surprised me. Perhaps these players were just lucky. I don't think so. I've watched the entire process of the contestants from the Alls Mountains region completing the mission. In this process, it mainly relied on that contestant named Li Fei. He has mastered a kind of eye technique that can see through the essence of things. He used this eye technique to find those creatures that can use illusions and kill them to complete the mission, someone in the group explained. We should watch their video footage so we can see how they passed the system test, someone in the group suggested. The suggestion was quickly approved by everyone, since these things were related to winning or losing. If they could learn some experience from the other side, it would undoubtedly be a very beneficial thing for them. So everyone started watching the video replay of Li Fei and his team. The scene begins after Li Fei and his companions travel to the City of Sin and continues until they encounter creatures that can use illusion magic. The following scenes show Li Fei continuously killing those creatures. They only pressed the pause button when, in the end, the creatures in the town were almost nowhere to be found. A technique he used, someone in the group exclaimed. They were shocked that those creatures could use illusions to confuse the enemy, and even more shocked that Li Fei possessed that special eye technique. In their opinion, the most crucial person in their group was Li Fei. If it weren't for Li Fei, they wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so quickly. Not only that, they might have suffered heavy losses there. We need to keep an eye on this little guy named Li Fei. He's piqued my interest. Haha. I didn't expect there to be a contestant who could interest Gulis, but you might be disappointed. Their second mission won't be so easy. I believe his eye technique will be useless in the second level, someone joked in the group. However, at this moment, there was one person in the group whose face remained serious. The reason was simple. He was wondering if they could break the strange illusions if they encountered creatures that could perform illusions, and his answer was no, none of them could. Even the powerful Salas might not be able to do that. Therefore, he believed that Li Fei was someone who urgently needed attention. The Titans chat group, everyone looked on in shock. They never imagined that Heaven had a hidden mission, and that this mission had already been completed by someone else. Most importantly, this task was accomplished by 3 humans. This was hard for them to accept, because humans were the weakest of all races, yet they had accomplished what they thought was impossible. I've seen their videos. The main character is Li Fei, who possesses a special eye technique. They used this technique to complete their mission. The creatures they encountered weren't particularly powerful, although they were highly poisonous. However, as long as they acted carefully, dealing with these creatures would be very easy, someone in the group explained. You mean these humans only completed the mission by pure luck? Someone in the group asked doubtfully. You could say that if Li Fei couldn't see through these illusions, they wouldn't have made such smooth progress. So there's no need to pay too much attention to this human group. We should focus more on Killit and his group. If I'm not mistaken, once Killit and his group have wiped out all the water-scaled beasts, they should be able to complete their mission. Everyone in the group turned their attention to the screen where the Titan player was located. The scene shows Killit and his companions fighting the water-scale beasts. There are only 4 or 5 water-scale beasts left in the scene, but these last few water-scale beasts are extremely cunning. They are incredibly fast in the water, and Killit and his companions have tried several times to kill them all, but have failed. Not only that, but all 3 of them, including Quirit, also suffered serious injuries, especially Aegis, who had hundreds of wounds on his body, all of which were inflicted by the water-scale beast. Blood gushed from Aegis's body like a madman, and the water around him turned completely red. If it weren't for the Titan's naturally powerful physique, he might already be a corpse. At this moment, Egger's face was full of savagery. He did not expect that the water-scale beasts, which he considered to be extremely weak, would dare to mock him like this. He knew that if they were on the shore, he could have dealt with them in no time. However, his rage was useless. These water-scale beasts were incredibly cunning, constantly swimming around him. In contrast, Karat was much more composed. His hands purposefully pursued the water-scaled beasts, and it could be said that he killed more than half of the 30 or so water-scaled beasts. Seeing the three of them, Kalat and his companions, fighting a bloody battle, everyone in the chat group showed expressions of worry. Because the success or failure of the three Karat will directly affect the future development of their region. I don't think there's any need to worry too much. Although these water-scaled beasts are incredibly cunning, it's thanks to Late and the others that they have a way to deal with them. Otherwise, their numbers wouldn't have been reduced to only 4 or 5, someone in the group said. Our Titan warriors are incredibly unlucky. They've ended up in water, which is the place we dislike the most. This leaves us with immense power, but unable to use it. Otherwise, how could this have happened? The Layman ethnic group's chat group, everyone looked shocked. What shocked them were several humans. Everyone was speechless as they watched Li Fei display his piercing eyes on the screen. They were very curious about what skill Li Fei was using that allowed him to see through these unknown creatures casting illusions. However, one thing they were certain of was that they absolutely could not do it if it were them. What left them speechless was that Li Fei killed these illusion-wielding creatures as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. It was as if he encountered no resistance whatsoever during the process. In the end, Li Fei completed this hidden task from the system. As they watched Sarah and the others struggling to escape the bats chasing them from above, and then compared that to Li Fei's nonchalant demeanor, they suddenly felt that it was all so unfair. Li Fei actually obtained the entry ticket to the second level with ease. They're so lucky. I'm so envious, someone exclaimed in the group. Yeah, they can only succeed this once at most. The next mission won't be so easy, someone sneered. Easy? I disagree with that. These illusion-wielding creatures are clearly highly poisonous. If it weren't for Li Fei's knowledge of how to break these illusions, I'm sure they would have died a horrible death. So I think the risks they face are far greater than those of the other contestants, another person countered. I think we should turn our attention to Sarah and the others. There are less than 100 bat beasts left following them. Do you think they will have completed their mission once they have completely shaken off these bat beasts? Someone in the group asked curiously. It's unclear. Further observation is needed. In the Medusa chat group, everyone looked shocked. They had been monitoring the situation of Libano and the other two when, at that moment, the system's cold voice echoed in their minds. From this voice, they learned that a small team had already completed their mission and had now been given the opportunity to enter the second level area. The system actually assigned hidden tasks to each group, someone in the group exclaimed in shock. I'm also curious. What is Libano and his team's mission? Is it to clear out those predators? Someone asked curiously. Chapter 180 Teleportation Portal. I think it's probably true. The only creatures around Libano and his group are predators, someone in the group replied. I'm a little worried about Liseta and the others. These predators are too powerful. They could hurt us if we're not careful, someone said worriedly. Don't worry, with Libano around, no one will get hurt. His petrification skill has reached an unbelievable level. He can use it to save Lisat every time there's danger. Aren't you worried that someone has already taken the lead over us? Just then, someone in the group asked in confusion. He looked frustrated because Libano and his team clearly needed more time to clear out all the predators. But now that someone has actually gained the opportunity to enter the second level area, how could he not be anxious and panicked? Yeah, just a few humans, and they're all relying on luck. I dare say that in a head-on fight, even if all of them came at us together, they wouldn't be a match for Ribbanor. And luck always runs out eventually, so we don't need to care about them at all. Instead of worrying about them, we should be prepared and guard against other races, someone in the group said disdainfully. This answer aligns with the sentiments of most Medusas. The reason is simple. In their view, humans are too weak, the weakest among all races. If they were to fight humans, they wouldn't even need to dodge. They could simply use their petrification skills to control and kill them. Therefore, they absolutely did not want to pay attention to Li Fei and his group. They prefer to focus on the vampire players because their corruption skills are very powerful. They can easily form an army, and they are already doing so. In the vampire area, everyone in the chat group looked excited. They were staring intently at the screen. The screen showed Gila and Cass, the 3 vampire contestants, but their focus was not on them, but on the nearly 20 predators surrounding them. These predators had formed a circle around Gila and Cass, protecting them. If someone were watching this scene from the sidelines, they would surely be awestruck by the impressive lineup. Haha. As expected of the best player in our vampire region, he was so amazing as soon as he appeared. I can already predict the outcome of this round. It's going to be another massacre, someone laughed in the group. It's good that they're strong, but we also need to be wary of them teaming up. Don't forget that in the last competition, players from several regions joined forces, which caused us a lot of trouble. The so-called alliance is a joke, and it's even more impossible in this round. There are only 3 winners in this round, but there are more than 30 teams. How can they unite? Someone mocked. I suddenly feel confident that our group will be the second to complete the task. That's right. Gila and the others are quickly searching for the remaining predators. Once they find them, the mission should be complete. I'm already looking forward to the rewards. The rewards from heaven will definitely be very generous. In the Deadwood Tribe chat group, everyone looked anxious and frustrated. While people from other regions encountered enemies, the contestants from their region were trapped in the underground passage with no way out. They were equally frustrated that the contestants from the Alls Mountains region were the first to complete the task. If they remembered correctly, the contestants from that region were human, which greatly surprised them. However, they didn't have time to pay attention to that right now. Their real focus was on Mott and his group. They were intently watching the screen. The screen showed Zag, Moat, and 2 others, who were digging along the top of their heads. They had no choice. This was their last resort. Fortunately, the soil above them wasn't particularly hard, so their progress was relatively smooth. In the chat group, some people were already getting impatient. Some people have already completed the system's tasks and have obtained the qualification to enter the second-tier area. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the contestants in other areas have also made some progress, while our area is still a mess, someone in the group said anxiously. That's right. It's really disappointing that Mott and his group actually wanted to leave this place by digging. We're already behind. If I'm not mistaken, those vampires will be the second group to enter the second level, someone worried. At the location of the mysterious town, Li Fei and his 2 companions stared in shock at the scene before them. A giant teleportation portal that had suddenly appeared. The portal is about 5 meters high and wide, and it shimmers with purple light. Below the portal is a circular magic pattern. This magical pattern looks incredibly mysterious. If you look at it for too long, it can even cause a feeling of dizziness. Is this the entrance to the second level of the City of Sin? Lu Tao asked curiously. It should be. I can feel the fluctuations of spatial power inside this portal, Zhao Jing said in a deep voice. He had previously traveled through time with Old White, so he was very certain of this. Let's hurry in before the contestants in other areas finish their tasks. Only in this way can we gain the upper hand, Li Fei said calmly. Then, he stepped into the portal first, and after seeing Li Fei enter, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing hesitated for a moment before following him in. Inside the portal was a colorful starry sky. Within this enormous starry sky were countless passages, and they were currently walking on one of them. Li Fei frowned. He could vaguely sense that each passage here led to a different place. In other words, if he took the wrong step, he might end up in a completely different place. That place could be a desert or a distant extraterrestrial star system, so he dared not be careless in the slightest. Before taking each step, he would check to make sure he wasn't going the wrong way. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing did the same, following closely behind Li Fei. After all, they had experienced the consequences of a failed time travel before. After Li Fei and the others stepped into the teleportation portal, the portal began to slowly become illusory until it finally disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 181: The Zombie Army. As Li Fei and the others emerged from the teleportation array, their surroundings gradually became clearer. They are now in a dilapidated palace, which appears to be enormous, covering an area of several thousand square meters and 6 or 7 stories high. They are currently on the first floor, in the very center. Because the palace had an open-work design in the middle, they could easily see what was happening upstairs. The entire palace appears very old, with a sense of long history, and its style is similar to that of 15th century Western castles. The palace was covered in dust inside and out, and it was clear that it had been abandoned for a long time. Moreover, the corners of the palace walls were covered with countless spider webs, indicating that this place had become the territory of some creatures. Li Fei and his 2 companions frowned. They couldn't understand why they had been transported here. Could this be the second level of the City of Sin? Or perhaps some area within the second level? Based on the information they had received previously, this should be related to the second mission, but what that mission was, they didn't know yet. It's no simple matter that the system transported us here. This place might be related to the mission on the second level, Zhao Jing said calmly. His legs were planted firmly on the dusty cement floor, his face solemn. In his view, the place was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Perhaps, like the previous towns, This place harbors unknown dangers. Thinking of this, his brows furrowed even deeper. At the same time, he moved closer to Li Fei, since only Li Fei had the ability to see through illusions, so he was naturally the safest person to be near. Lu Tao, standing to the side, also looked cautious. He shared the same thought as Zhao Jing. Perhaps beneath this calm surface lurked some unknown danger. Li Fei glanced speechlessly at Zhao Jing and Lu Tao, looking utterly helpless. He had already used his fiery eyes to check the area, and it was perfectly safe, with nothing unusual about it. There's nothing special here. I think we can go upstairs and take a look, Li Fei said calmly. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were relieved. Since Li Fei believed there was no danger here, it meant there shouldn't be any problems. So the three of them started walking up the nearby stairs. Click, click. However, at that moment, a strange sound suddenly came in, like some kind of creature chewing bones. Something's wrong. Something's not right. Li Fei, Lu Tao, and the other two simultaneously turned their gazes toward the palace gate. The sound they just heard came from the outer gate of the palace. Li Fei's expression turned serious. Things were indeed not as simple as he had imagined. There was more to this place than met the eye. They had just reached the stairs, so they could see the condition of the large, rusty black iron gate very clearly. At this moment, the large black iron gate was shaking, indicating that some creature outside was ramming against it. Li Fei glanced around coldly. If he wasn't mistaken, there was danger lurking behind this iron gate, and this danger was likely related to the mission on the second floor. Then, he began to channel the Samadhi true fire to the pupils, but he couldn't see anything outside clearly. Li Fei was somewhat unwilling to give up, so he began to increase the intensity of the flames. As the light in his eyes continued to flash, the situation behind the iron gate finally began to appear in his vision. Hiss! When Li Fei saw everything clearly, he gasped in shock. Behind the iron gate lay a desolate desert, teeming with countless zombies. His gaze could not reach the end of the desert, and most importantly, all of these zombies were of the gold level. These zombies are about 2 meters tall, move slowly, have red eyes, and their bodies and heads are made of rotting flesh. You can even see their bones through their eye sockets. The zombies at the very front were the ones constantly ramming against the iron gate. Beads of cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. He didn't understand why there were so many zombies around the palace, where they came from, or why they were here. These were his inner doubts, but no one could give him the answers. Li Fei hadn't expected the second level of Sin City to be this dangerous. He was already worried about the upcoming battle. Although he was fairly strong, he couldn't possibly face so many zombies alone. More importantly, he was accompanied by Lu Tao and Zhao Jing, whose strength was only gold 1 star, which was completely inadequate in the face of these zombies. As the banging outside the door grew louder, Li Fei's expression became increasingly grim. He had considered escaping from here with Lu Tao and Zhao Jing. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. The reason was simple. He used his keen eyes to look outside the wall, where it was already surrounded by hordes of zombies. In other words, as soon as they left, they would be trapped in the zombie horde. Their only way to survive is to hold this place and prevent the zombies from breaking in, because once the zombies break in, they will immediately be in unimaginable danger. By this time, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing, unaware of the situation outside, were somewhat confused and couldn't understand why Li Fei was so nervous. Brother Li Fei, are you alright? Lu Tao asked curiously. Zhao Jing looked at Li Fei with a puzzled expression. Quickly hold that iron gate shut and don't let them in, or we'll be in danger. Li Fei didn't have time to explain anymore. He jumped down the stairs and ran towards the iron gate. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing looked bewildered, but they still followed Li Fei to the iron gate, believing that Li Fei must have his reasons for doing so. After Li Fei arrived at the gate, he leaned his body against it, and Lu Tao and Zhao Jing followed suit, also leaning their bodies against it. Brother Li Fei, what exactly happened outside? Zhao Jing asked worriedly, seeing Li Fei looking on high alert. There are countless zombies outside, and they are all gold level. Li Fei didn't hide anything and directly told what he saw. This news naturally startled Lu Tao and Zhao Jing. They hadn't expected the outside world to be so dangerous. Feeling the waves of impact coming from outside the iron gate, Li Fei and the others looked grim, because they could clearly sense that the zombies were getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, because they were close to the iron gate, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing could also faintly hear the noisy sounds of zombies outside. Fortunately, the iron gate was 4 or 5 meters wide, but it could only hold a small number of zombies, so they could still hold on to it tightly. However, just as Lu Tao and the others were feeling relieved, a sound of shattering glass suddenly came from not far away. Everyone looked over in a hurry and saw that a window about 20 meters away had a hole in it, and an emaciated head covered in rotting flesh had suddenly stuck in the window pane. But the head was stuck in the glass above the window. At this moment, the zombie let out angry roars. It was clear that the glass around its neck made it furious, but it was helpless. But just then, another zombie suddenly smashed all the remaining glass in that window. The window was about 3 meters wide, and after the glass was broken, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing could clearly see what was happening outside. The number of zombies outside can only be described as a sea of people, with no end in sight. At this point, they could no longer remain calm. Although they had blocked the main entrance, the zombies could easily enter through the windows. This is a very big hidden danger. Li Fei's face turned grim. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. These zombies could easily enter the palace through the windows, and they were already doing so. Seeing the zombies crawling in through the window, Li Fei's expression turned serious. If they couldn't plug the gap in time, he and Lu Tao would be in danger. After exchanging a few words with Lu Tao and Zhao Jing, he rushed over. Almost instantly, he drew the god-slaying spear. Seeing himself getting closer and closer to the zombie, Li Fei didn't hesitate and unleashed a whirlwind slash. The spearhead of the god-breaking spear struck the zombie's head directly, but to his surprise, the zombie's head was as hard as iron. So his powerful attack failed to cleave the zombie's head. But how could the whirlwind slash be so simple? Especially since it was the whirlwind slash of dark extinction. The next moment, the zombie's head suddenly exploded from the inside out, and dark green brain matter flowed directly onto the ground. Li Fei remained calm, as if he had done something insignificant. The next moment, he turned his attention to 3 other zombies, all of which had climbed in through the window. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed 3 more whirlwind slashes. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 muffled groans, the 3 zombies, each with the strength of a gold 1-star, collapsed to the ground. Without exception, they all died from their heads exploding. After killing the zombies, Li Fei didn't rest, because countless zombies were gathering at the window, all vying to climb in. "You're asking for death," he sneered and charged straight at them. Whoosh whoosh, Li Fei raised his hand and swept it twice, and 2 more zombies fell to the ground dead. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were naturally dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Li Fei to be so powerful. These gold 1-star zombies were like cutting melons and vegetables in his hands. Li Fei dealt with these zombies as if they were nothing. Chapter 182 One Shot, One Kill. Li Fei quickly swept away the zombies near the window, but he had clearly underestimated their determination. Even after killing a few zombies near the window, they showed no fear. On the contrary, they became even more ferocious and enraged. Li Fei's expression was grim. These zombies felt no pain whatsoever. They were like puppets, knowing only how to fight and not what fear was. Thus, his plan to use force as a deterrent naturally fell through. More importantly, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing sent out SOS signals, indicating that they were clearly not going to make it. Li Fei saw that the large iron gate behind Zhao Jing and the other person was shaking continuously, as if it would be forcibly opened at any moment. "This is bad," Li Fei frowned. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Finally, at the last moment, he used his body to block the onslaught of zombies outside, and the large iron gate returned to calm. But this was not the end, because 5 or 6 more zombies had taken the opportunity to enter through the window. Not only that, the glass in the other 3 or 4 windows around them also shattered. These loud explosions shattered Lu Tao and his men's mental defenses, and they knew that they could no longer hold this place. Li Fei's gaze was calm as he said, "I'll deal with the zombies coming in through the windows first. You guys guard the main gate. If it's too difficult, climb to the 2nd floor of the palace. The stairwell there is quite narrow, which is perfect for blocking these zombies." Lu Tao and Zhao Jing could only nod silently. They couldn't help in any way here, and they could only try their best not to cause trouble for Li Fei. At this moment, Li Fei had already rushed to the edge of the first window. In front of him were 3 zombies that had just climbed in, but without any hesitation, he stabbed them 3 times. The next moment, the power of the spear erupted from inside the heads of the 3 zombies, and the zombies lay stiffly on the ground, now completely dead. Ignoring them, Li Fei rushed to the next window, and again, he took down the zombies one by one with a single shot. Then he rushed to another window. However, at this moment, he finally received bad news. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing had lost their position. Li Fei's expression was grave. He knew what he was about to face. It was a massive horde of zombies. Unlike the windows, the door was a full 5 meters wide, allowing 5 zombies to enter at the same time without any obstruction. The windows are much narrower, and most importantly, the zombies near the windows need to climb up to get in, so it's a bit difficult for them to get in through the windows. But it's a different story from the main door. At this moment, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing had already climbed to the second floor, and as the large iron gate opened, a group of zombies rushed in. Li Fei's expression was solemn. He ran straight back to the second floor stairwell, determined to guard it, because only by staying there could the safety of the second floor be guaranteed. The next moment, a great battle broke out, and the zombie horde began to surround and attack Li Fei. But Li Fei was not afraid. The two sides exchanged blows and started fighting. Li Fei wielded the god-slaying spear like a tornado, and often a zombie would die with each strike. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the screen. In the scene, Li Fei is in a palace, surrounded by zombies that attack him like a pack of wolves. However, Li Fei remained as steady as a mountain amidst these zombie hordes. He could often kill a zombie with a casual move. Now, there were already 50 or 60 zombie corpses gathered around him, and this scene greatly shocked the people in the Alls Mountains region. Holy crap, is Li Fei some kind of god descended from heaven? Those are gold-level experts. Yet he treats them like cutting melons and vegetables, someone in the group exclaimed in amazement. Zhao Jing have to give these powerful zombies a wide berth, yet they're treated with such utter disrespect by Boss Li Fei. I've decided that from now on, my only idol will be Boss Li Fei, a girl said. I'm going to marry Boss Li Fei when he comes back, another girl said. There are so many zombies here, it's terrifying. As far as the eye can see, there are zombies everywhere. I can't even count them, someone in the group exclaimed in shock. I feel there are at least tens of thousands of these zombies, but one thing is fortunate. Boss Li Fei has enough ability to deal with them. In another location, within the Crocodile Tribe chat group, everyone stared in astonishment at the scene featuring Li Fei. In the chat group, some people had already started to stutter, clearly finding Li Fei's performance somewhat unbelievable. In the scene, Li Fei is engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of zombies. Is that really a human powerhouse? How can he be so strong? None of those zombies could withstand a single move from him, someone in the group exclaimed. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. Those zombies were no match for him. He was too strong. There's a reason why they were the first to complete the mission. However, at that moment, someone in the group immediately raised an objection. Don't be fooled by what you see on the screen. I dare say that player from the Alls Mountains region isn't as strong as you see. First of all, he's only a gold 3-star. The reason he was able to easily kill the zombies is entirely because of the divine weapon in his hand. Another point is that these zombies are inherently very fragile. I guess the zombies' heads are their weak points. Otherwise the human wouldn't have only attacked that one spot, someone in the group analyzed. At this moment, the group members began to notice the divine breaker in Li Fei's hand. They quickly realized that the divine breaker in Li Fei's hand was indeed a great treasure. That's right. How strong can a gold 3-star human be? He's completely relying on the divine spear in his hand, someone said disdainfully. If I'm not mistaken, the heads of these zombies should be as fragile as tofu. Otherwise there's no reason why the human could kill them so easily. That's right. If it were Salas, he could have done even better. We have no reason to boost their morale while diminishing our own. The Titan chat group, everyone looked shocked. Everyone in the group simultaneously looked at a split screen. At this moment, a great battle is unfolding on this split screen. The scene shown is Li Fei battling a horde of zombies. The scene showed Li Fei taking down zombies one by one with a single shot, a sight that greatly shocked them. How could this be? It's that human? How could he be so strong? Someone in the group asked in confusion. This question reflects the sentiments of everyone in the chat group. They were very puzzled. Weren't humans the weakest of all races? But this human's performance completely overturned their understanding. This human was too strong, so strong that they felt fear in their hearts. That human is too strong. I think we better not make enemies with him, someone in the group said. We underestimated his strength. We also underestimated the strength of the entire human race. I don't think we need to pay too much attention to this human, because his strength is a complete illusion. The reason he was able to kill a zombie in one move is entirely because of the artifact in his hand, someone mocked in the group. A divine artifact? Everyone hurriedly looked at Li Fei's hand. In the scene, the god-breaking spear in Li Fei's hand was emitting a strong, baleful aura, which surrounded Li Fei as if forming a suit of armor. It truly is a treasure. If Quillet can obtain this treasure, it will be a tremendous boost to his strength, someone in the group exclaimed. Furthermore, although those zombies appear to be at the gold 1-star level, their actual strength is far less than it seems. First, they move slowly, making it difficult for them to launch effective attacks. Second, their heads are extremely fragile. A light tap from the outside will cause them to explode from the inside. All of these factors combined create the illusion of that human being invincible. I dare say that if Karat and this human were switched places, he could do even better. One Titan strike from him could wipe out a large group of zombies. The man continued to analyze. Lagos is right. I agree with him. Compared to Karat, this human is far inferior. If they were in the same situation, Karat could beat this human to a pulp. But I still think that human is incredibly strong. Should we give him some attention? Someone in the group asked worriedly. Are you scared out of your wits? The Layman tribe area, within a chat group, everyone stared in astonishment at a screen. The scene shown is Li Fei continuously killing zombies. Oh my god, how can that human be so strong? This is completely beyond my expectations. I dare say he's on par with Sarah, someone in the group exclaimed. I won't allow you to insult Sarah like that. This human only has a gold 3-star cultivation level, while Sarah has a full 5-star level. How dare you compare the two of them? I don't know where you get the courage, someone retorted. Hee, I was referring to their speed in dealing with gold 1-star creatures. This human's speed in killing zombies is about the same as Sarah's speed in killing bat beasts. Almost equally fast, equally steady, accurate, and ruthless. So what? He's nothing but trash compared to Sarah. Just wait. Sarah will teach him a lesson he won't forget. I don't think we need to argue about these things, because as things stand, the chances of them meeting are 0. We should focus our attention on the players in our region. Chapter 183 Absorbing Death Energy. What's there to worry about? There are less than 30 bat beasts left above Sarah and the others. I guarantee they'll complete their missions soon. I think we should still pay attention to the players in the Alls Mountains region. I have a feeling that Li Fei is not simple, someone worried in the chat group. The Medusa tribe's chat group. Everyone stared in astonishment at the location on the screen. Their mouths were wide open, large enough to fit an egg from the front. What surprised them so much was a scene on the split screen. The split screen view shows Li Fei wreaking havoc on the battlefield. One after another, zombies charged towards Li Fei like madmen, but without exception, not a single one of them could get close to Li Fei. They were all killed by Li Fei with a single blow. Not a single zombie could escape the strike of the god-breaking spear in his hand. How could this be? That human is so strong. Is this still the human I know? Someone sent a message in the chat group. These zombies were almost powerless against this human. It was a one-sided slaughter. We should take this human seriously. He could become a formidable enemy. Someone in the group worried. I think you should take a look at the weapon in his hand. The reason he's so awesome is mainly because of the divine weapon he has. If he didn't have this divine weapon, he wouldn't be a match for these zombies, someone in the group said disdainfully. In his view, Li Fei only had the advantage of having a divine weapon. Without the help of this divine weapon, Li Fei would have been defeated in no time. That's right. I really envy this human for having such incredible luck. He actually has a divine weapon in his hand. I'm almost certain that the spear he's holding is at the heavenly rank. Guys, I've discovered something new. That kid on the second floor is also holding a pretty impressive weapon. Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. The person in question was Lu Tao, and Lu Tao was holding the flaming sword that Li Fei had forged. Upon hearing this, everyone in the chat group hurriedly looked towards the second floor on the screen. These humans have so many treasures, but I'm very curious where they got them from, someone in the group wondered. It is said that humans are the best at creating wealth, and today I have seen that this is indeed true. But so what? In the end, they are just doing all the work for others, someone mocked. You mean? That's right. We can just seize these 2 treasures then. Wouldn't that be wonderful? A fine sword belongs to a hero. It's such a waste to leave them in the hands of these 2 humans. I'm afraid they won't agree. This match was entirely based on their own abilities. If they were simply outmatched, they couldn't blame anyone else, the man sneered. In the chat group for the Vampire Clan, everyone looked surprised. They hadn't expected the contestants from the Alls Mountains region to perform so well. It was completely beyond their expectations. These humans are so strong. Even Gila might not be able to do this, someone in the group exclaimed. 1 shot, 1 kill. Only a master of marksmanship could do that. Keep in mind, these zombies are all at the gold level. This human's strength has completely exceeded my expectations. I believe his being the first to complete the Heavenly Dao mission is no accident. Maybe you're overthinking it. I think the reason he's so powerful is entirely because of the weapon he wields. If we had such a weapon, we might be able to do what he did, someone retorted. Even so, we shouldn't deny the fact that he's very strong, because arrogance often leads to a faster demise. I think we should focus our attention on our players. You're right, Gila and the others are almost done with their mission. If I'm not mistaken, we should receive good news from Tiandao within half an hour. Inside the palace, Li Fei, like a martial arts master, continuously wielded the god-slaying spear in his hand, and each of his attacks inevitably took a life. But human strength has its limits. After killing more than 100 zombies, he finally felt a little tired. More importantly, he has been fighting for more than 4 hours now. But he didn't get any rest during this battle. Li Fei frowned. He knew that if this continued, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for him. Fortunately, there was something else that delighted him. The broken divine spear was constantly absorbing the death energy of the zombies. The zombies he killed emitted black and gray fumes from their corpses, which were then absorbed by the god-breaking spear. Li Fei's eyes showed surprise. He didn't know what kind of changes would occur to the god-breaking spear after it absorbed these energies. But now was not the time for him to think, because more zombies rushed over. There were 5 of them this time. Li Fei remained indifferent and fired a shot without hesitation. With a soft sound, the spear in his hand swept across the heads of 5 zombies. Then 5 soft popping sounds rang out, and the heads of the 5 zombies exploded. Then they fell straight down to the ground. Li Fei remained calm. He was becoming increasingly proficient in using internal force. He had just transmitted his internal energy directly into the skulls of the 5 zombies, which was the fundamental reason why he killed them all in one strike. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were completely stunned. Li Fei suddenly seemed incredibly powerful in their eyes. They had never imagined that Li Fei's strength would reach such a level. They had been gloating over their advancement to the gold level, but the scene before them brought them back to reality. Their strength was no match for Li Fei's. Faced with these incredibly powerful zombies, Li Fei was able to kill 5 of them with a single blow, which completely exceeded their expectations. They had fought these zombies before, and when they saw Li Fei facing them so easily, they naturally wanted to try it themselves. But after trying, they found that the situation was far from what they had imagined. Zombies that were so easy for Li Fei to handle became incredibly ferocious in their hands. Their weapons couldn't even penetrate the zombies' skulls. After managing to kill a few zombies, they finally retreated to the 2nd floor. This battle left them drenched in sweat. At this moment, their gaze towards Li Fei had changed. In their eyes, Li Fei had become a true big shot. Chapter 184. The second team completed the mission. However, at that moment, the empty space around Li Fei was quickly filled by several other zombies. These zombies seemed endless, and they poured in frantically from outside the large iron gate. Looking out, Li Fei saw that the zombies outside the iron gate stretched out like a vast ocean, with no end in sight. This scene chilled him to the bone, because he knew that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly fight tens of thousands of zombies by himself. This is a dead end. More importantly, he didn't know if there were any gold 2-star or higher experts among these zombie hordes. If so, he would be in even greater danger. But he didn't have time to think about it, because the zombies in front of him rushed over. Li Fei coldly surveyed the scene, then shot each of the incredibly clumsy zombies dead. After being killed by Li Fei, the heads of these zombies began to explode, and they fell backward. From Lu Tao's perspective, everything within 2 meters of Li Fei was clean, but beyond 2 meters was a mountain of corpses. Moreover, the green blood that flowed from these zombies after they died filled the entire hall. The entire hall was filled with an unpleasant odor. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing even vomited because of the smell. However, Li Fei didn't care at all. He had long been used to this nauseating smell. Now, all he felt was calmness, a calmness that was almost frightening. He no longer showed any emotion when facing these zombies. He was like a fighting machine, often taking the life of a zombie with a single, casual strike. The battle was still going on, but Li Fei knew that if it continued like this, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, because he would also get tired and need to rest. In the blink of an eye, another 3 hours had passed, and just then, the system's cold voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. The vampire faction members have completed the hidden Heavenly Dao quest. The passage to the 2nd level area will now open. Heavenly quest, clear out the predators around the jungle. The vampires will receive a heavenly reward, which will be distributed after the competition concludes. Li Fei remained calm in the face of this news. These contestants from all the myriad races were often stronger than humans, and their talents were not to be underestimated. Therefore, he was not surprised at all that they had entered the second level of the City of Sin. But the vampire race gave him more to think about, because Celia and the others seemed to be vampires too. He didn't know if there was any connection between the two. In another area, in a dense jungle, Gila and the others looked smug. They were right. They were indeed the second to complete the mission. At this moment, they were surrounded by more than 20 predators, all of which were their spoils. Haha, we are indeed the second to complete the Heavenly Tao's mission, Cass exclaimed in delight. The only pity is that the first spot to complete the mission was snatched by those humans. That's a real shame, another person said. The ultimate victor will only be the strong. Those humans were just lucky, but good luck can't last forever. I believe victory will ultimately belong to us, Gila said proudly. Beneath Gila's fiery red hair was an exceptionally handsome, slender face. He wore a black bodysuit with a black and white cloak over it, giving him an indescribable aura. Now, we should enter the second level. We can't let that human team get the upper hand. Otherwise, all the races of the heavens will become a laughing stock, Cass said happily as he looked at the slowly appearing portal. Go in, Gila said with a calm smile, and he went in first. Inside the teleportation array were countless passages, all leading to different places. So, once he arrived, Gila became cautious. He didn't want to turn the tables at this point. Finally, the three of them walked out of the teleportation array and found themselves in an ancient palace. If Li Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that the palace the other party was in was exactly the same as his own, as if they were carved from the same mold. Where is this? Gila and his two companions were clearly bewildered as they entered the place. They had not expected to find themselves in a dilapidated palace. However, since heaven has teleported them here, there must be a deeper meaning to it. Perhaps this place is related to the second mission? Gila pondered. However, this is just his personal speculation. Only by digging out more useful information can he be sure of everything. So he directly sent his predators upstairs to investigate whether there was any danger or other useful information. These predators, like them, had just crossed over to this place. Gila crossed his arms, his face calm. This was the advantage of the vampire's talent, the ability to infinitely expand his subordinates. These predators, corrupted and assimilated by his blood, would become his most loyal servants. He had just sent 4 predators upstairs to scout the situation, and now he had more than a dozen gold-level predators by his side. These predators would become his weapons in his battles, and at the same time, they would also provide him with security. Soon, the swift predators returned, and Gila received the information he wanted. However, he looked slightly surprised because the information he received indicated that there was nothing unusual or dangerous here. But how could this be? The system must have a deeper meaning in sending them here. What's wrong, Gila? Cass asked curiously. He also found the place eerily peaceful. Compared to the jungle he had been in before, this place could be described as completely safe. It's nothing. The predators just told me that there's no danger here, Gila said calmly. Heaven wouldn't have let us travel here for no reason. Since there's no problem here, could it be outside? Another person asked doubtfully. Gila and the other person both frowned, clearly considering the possibility of this problem. How about this? Let's search the palace inside and out first, and see if we can find any useful information. If we still can't find anything, then we can go outside the palace and take another look, Gila said hesitantly. That's the only way now. Cass wholeheartedly agreed with this approach. However, at that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from outside the large iron gate, a sound that seemed to be the chewing of a creature's teeth. Gila and the other two's expressions changed immediately. They instantly realized that something was wrong. Almost instantly, they and more than 20 predators pounced on the large iron gate, preparing to attack. In any situation, they can act immediately to eliminate any invading enemies. To the right of the large iron gate, Cass remained calm, his eyes seeking guidance from Gila for her next move. Gila nodded silently. After receiving instructions, Cass pulled the large iron gate to one side with force. At this moment, his face turned red. He hadn't expected the iron gate to be so heavy that he had only managed to open it halfway despite all his strength. However, he didn't notice that Gila's expression had changed, becoming extremely unpleasant. His face was now somewhat dark, and countless beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. The other vampire was the same. He even stuttered a little when he spoke. Cass finally realized something was wrong. He peeked out the door and was immediately terrified. There were countless zombies outside, stretching as far as the eye could see, and all of them were at the gold level. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with fear, but thankfully, he still had his senses. He began to push against the large iron gate, trying to close it shut. Gila's face was extremely grim. The moment he spotted the zombies, he had already made his move, his long knife nimbly slashing at the foremost zombie. In an instant, his long sword had already landed on the zombie's head. However, Gila's expression changed. He felt as if his long sword had struck a large block of iron, which was extremely hard. However, because he had used all his strength, the zombie's head was still split in two, and it died on the spot. Green blood slowly flowed out of the zombie's corpse, and Gila and the other two felt a chill. If they were to say what race they hated the most, it would undoubtedly be the zombies. The main reason was that these zombies completely suppressed their talents, and they could not corrode or assimilate the blood of these zombies. On the contrary, if they get their bodies stained with the blood of these zombies, they may become infected, leading to serious injury, because the blood of these zombies usually contains a highly toxic substance. Along with them came more than 20 predators, who stabbed at the 2 or 3 zombies in front of them. The heart was also a fatal weakness of these zombies. If the heart of a zombie was pierced, it would kill it. Finally, after Gila and the others dealt with the first 5 zombies, Cass was able to successfully close the large iron gate again. However, their expressions changed completely at this moment. They were no longer as relaxed as when they first arrived. Especially Cass, whose face was full of fear. He was only a gold 2-star, and he had no advantage at all in fighting this group of zombies. Only Gila has the ability to fight these zombies. Gila's face was also very serious. He had seen the huge horde of zombies outside. His current feelings can only be described as extremely shocked. The zombies outside came from, or why there were so many of them. He couldn't understand any of this, but he soon thought of the task assigned by heaven. Could this group of zombies be a new test from heaven? He wondered. Chapter 185, Surrounded by Zombies. But this is too exaggerated. There are tens of thousands of zombies outside, and they are all of the gold level. Gila felt a bit incredulous, but at the same time he frowned. He absolutely refused to believe that the system would assign them an impossible task. Finally, he found a spark of inspiration. He suddenly understood why the system had teleported them here. The system must have wanted them to guard this place. They could also rely on the palace to take corresponding defensive measures. For example, they could hold the position of the large iron gate. If they really couldn't hold it, they could escape to the 2nd or even the 3rd floor, where the stairwells were very narrow and could only accommodate 2 or 3 zombies. They could also dismantle the staircase from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. This way, the zombies won't be able to continue chasing them. Gila seemed to understand the purpose of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was clearly using this opportunity to teach them how to fight. Of course, there was another possibility. The Heavenly Tao wanted them to guard something here, and that thing was upstairs in this palace. But he didn't have time to think about that now, because the zombies behind the big iron gate were frantically ramming against it. He cannot relax even slightly, otherwise the big iron gate that he had finally managed to close will be opened again. Click. However, the next second, he froze. About 30 meters away from him, a window was suddenly smashed open by the head of a zombie. Damn it, Gila thought to himself, realizing that the zombies had entered through the window. At that moment, the window glass at that location was completely shattered, and 2 zombies had climbed onto the window. Gila knew he couldn't hesitate any longer, so he immediately sent 4 predators to deal with the 2 zombies. The 2 predators charged rapidly toward the zombies, weaving around them as they thrust their blades toward the zombies' heads and hearts. However, perhaps because these 2 zombies were too powerful, it took them dozens of attacks to finally kill them. However, one of the predators suffered a serious injury to its arm during the battle. Gila frowned. He hadn't expected these zombies to be so difficult to kill. It took these 4 predators so much effort to kill just 2 of them. However, before he could even relax for a moment, 2 more zombies climbed up from that window. Gila's face darkened. If this pace continued, the 4 predators there would eventually die at the hands of the zombies, which was something he didn't want to see. These predators were his hard-won subordinates, and he absolutely did not want to see them die here so easily. He himself could not get through, otherwise the position of the large iron gate would definitely not be able to stop the zombie horde's attack. So he immediately sent 2 more predators to help. Based on his calculations, the 6 predators should be able to deal with the 2 zombies without taking any damage. Engage the 2 zombies that had just climbed down from the window in battle. In just over 20 seconds, the 6 predators killed the 2 zombies without sustaining any injuries. A relieved smile appeared in Gila's eyes. According to his plan, he could divide these predators into 4 groups and have them take turns fighting the zombies. This way, the predators would have enough time to rest, while Hila would hold the position of the large iron gate, thus able to withstand the zombies' attack. However, soon, an accident occurred, and the glass of the remaining 3 or 4 windows also began to shatter. Some zombies began to pour in through those windows. Hila's face turned ugly, while Cass's face turned ashen. Cass was filled with despair. He knew they might not last much longer, and their ultimate fate might be death. He had even given up resisting, because it would be futile. Cheer up, Cass. This is just a test from heaven. If we really can't withstand it, we can climb to the 2nd floor and dismantle the stairs. That way, they won't be able to do anything to us. Hila said urgently to Cass, who was in low spirits. This urgent shout also woke up Cass. Hila's words brought him hope. Hila was right. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could climb to the 2nd floor, or even higher. Those zombies couldn't possibly climb up there. Alright, then let's fight back with all our might and hold on for as long as we can. With a renewed glimmer of hope in his eyes, Cass pressed down hard against the large iron gate behind him. At the same time, he also sent out his own predators to cooperate with Hila's predators and kill zombies together. A calm look flashed in Hila's eyes. He had recovered from his previous tension. He now had only one thought: to stall for as long as possible. If he couldn't stall any longer, he would escape upstairs. So he sent all his predators out. Now that they were safe, he no longer cared about their safety. He was only thinking about how to keep the zombies at bay. At the same time, the cold voice of the Heavenly Tao once again reached the ears of all the contestants. The Layman tribe members have completed the hidden Heavenly Path quest, and the passage to the 2nd level area will now open. Heavenly Mission: Escape the Bat's Pursuit. The Layman tribe will receive a heavenly reward, which will be distributed after the competition concludes. Not long after, the voice of Heaven's Way rose up once again throughout the arena. Players in the Crocodile Tribe region have completed the hidden Heavenly Path quest, and the passage to the 2nd level area will now be open. Heavenly Path Mission: Clear out the pursuing iron rhinoceros beasts. The Crocodile Tribe will receive a heavenly reward, which will be distributed after the competition concludes. For several hours in a row, news of contestants completing their tasks kept coming in. Inside the ancient palace, Sarah and her 2 companions looked bewildered, never expecting to be teleported here by the Heavenly Tao. Could there be something strange inside this palace? Otherwise, why would heaven have sent them here? Saracen fell into thought. Yes, I don't think this place is as simple as we imagine. Why don't we search it thoroughly? Maybe we'll find something, Kula said. Yes, I also feel that this place is unusual. Let's search it carefully then, Sarah said in a deep voice. So the group got to work, with Sarah and the other 2 quickly climbing upstairs to begin their search. 3 minutes later, the 3 people reunited downstairs. Judging from their blank expressions, they hadn't found anything. Boss, I just did a quick scan of the 2nd floor and didn't find anything, Kula said helplessly, spreading her hands. Me too, Sarah frowned. He had also found nothing on the 4th floor. But why would heaven send them here for no reason? There must be some reason for this, but he doesn't know it yet. If Li Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that this palace and the palace they were in were exactly the same. While Sarah and her 2 companions were discussing the details, the large iron gate on the 1st floor suddenly began to shake violently. It was accompanied by a chewing sound, which sounded terrifying. Has it finally arrived? Sarah's expression was calm. In his view, how could the test of heaven be so simple? He experienced the cruelty of the Heavenly Tao in the 1st level, let alone the 2nd level. Without the slightest hesitation, Sarah quickly looked out the window on the 2nd floor. However, what he saw gave him a huge shock. How could this be? He never expected that there would be so many zombies outside. There was no end to them. It was a complete sea of zombies. More importantly, all of these zombies were of the gold level. How could this be? Sarah stared blankly at the horde of zombies that numbered countless times more than the bat beasts. He didn't understand where these zombies came from, but he knew they were their target. Stop the gate, Sarah urged. The most urgent task now is to block this big iron gate, otherwise they will be in trouble. He then rushed forward first. Kula and the other girl looked completely bewildered. They couldn't understand what Sarah had seen that made her so terrified. Before Sarah could explain anything, she simply used her body to block the large iron gate. At this moment, the large iron gate began to shake violently again, but under his control, it returned to a calm state. What happened? Kula and the other person asked curiously as they approached Sarah. They didn't understand what was happening. There's zombies, an endless array, and all of them are gold level. Sarah didn't hide anything and told him what she saw directly. Hiss! Kula and his companion gasped in shock. They hadn't expected there to be a horde of zombies outside. They panicked immediately. Compared to bats, these zombies were far more dangerous. The reason was simple. Bats generally didn't attack them in large groups. Also, bats attacked based on sound, so they were relatively calm when facing the bats. But facing this group of zombies is completely different. If they are surrounded by these zombies, they will definitely die, which is why they are so nervous. What should we do? Kula asked anxiously. He couldn't help but be anxious. Their situation was already quite dangerous. Don't be too anxious. If I'm not mistaken, these zombies are probably related to the mission on the second level of Sin City. We just need to stay calm, and we can turn the danger into safety, Sarah said calmly. He has now returned to his former self, because he has understood everything and has even figured out a way to deal with these zombies. Chapter 186 Death Roll. On the desert, Salas and his two companions were panting heavily. Sweat dripped continuously from the three of them, and one of them even sat down on the ground. The reason is simple. They had just gone through a major battle and were now exhausted to the point of collapse. In particular, Rajiri had several deep wounds on his body that exposed the bone. Around them lay the corpses of iron rhinoceroses, lying haphazardly in their vicinity. Without exception, all the corpses of these iron rhinoceroses had wounds on their abdomens. These wounds were naturally the work of Salas and his men to attack from the abdomen because the backs of these iron rhinoceroses were too hard. No matter how much force they used, they couldn't inflict a fatal wound on them. Damn it, these iron rhinoceros beasts are really tough to deal with. Their hides are so thick. Rajiri cursed. Of the three, he suffered the most serious injuries, so he was also the one who hated the iron rhinoceros beast the most. I think we were just really unlucky, another person said. In his opinion, the luckiest person should be the human who completed the task first. Otherwise, how could those humans have easily completed the task and entered the second level? That's right. After entering the second level, I'd better not see those humans, otherwise I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Rajiri roared. Salas was speechless, but he didn't bother with Rajiri because his attention was focused on a beautiful teleportation array. This teleportation array is about 5 meters long and wide. It looks ancient and seems to have existed for countless millennia. It emits a purple light that dazzles the eye. At this moment, the teleportation array slowly turns from an illusion to a reality in his eyes. Haha, it's the entrance to the second level of the City of Sin. Salas laughed. Although his group was the fourth to gain entry to the second level, it didn't dampen his excitement at all. The winners of this match are the top 3, and they are currently ranked 4th, which is not a bad statistic. Without hesitation, Salas went in first, followed by another member of the crocodile tribe and Rajiri, who exchanged a glance before also entering. A few minutes later, Salas and the others slowly walked out of the teleportation array. They were now in an ancient palace. Where am I? He was filled with doubt, wondering how he had been teleported here. There should be no danger here. A look of joy flashed in Rajiri's eyes. He took out 2 pills, threw them into his mouth, and began to refine them. He didn't sense any danger here. On the contrary, he could even feel a rare sense of peace. In his opinion, this was a good place to heal his wounds. Salas frowned slightly. He didn't know why, but he always felt that there was some unknown danger here, though he wasn't quite sure what it was. Seeing that Rajiri and another crocodile tribe contestant were healing, he decided to go upstairs to look around, hoping to find some clues that would be very useful to him. Sora slowly walked up to the second floor, then the third and fourth floors. All he could see were traces of time, spider webs, a dilapidated table, murals, and charred walls. Apart from these, he found nothing else. Maybe I'm overthinking it. He finally came to this conclusion. He now plans to go down and meet up with Rajiri and the others, and after their injuries have healed, he will go out of the palace with them and take another look. But just then, he heard Rajiri's terrified scream. Salas's expression changed, and without the slightest hesitation, he rushed out. However, the moment he rushed out, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The large iron gate on the first floor had been opened at some point, and standing in its place were 4 or 5 zombies, who were rushing towards the interior of the palace. However, his attention wasn't on that. What he was focused on was the horde of zombies outside the iron gate, a sea of people. Beads of cold sweat instantly dripped down his forehead. This is a horde of zombies. This is the true test of heaven. He should have realized this sooner. The test of heaven is never simple. Sora's roared inwardly. He looked at the horde of zombies, his heart trembling violently. If they couldn't close that big iron gate, they would all die here today. So, without any hesitation, he jumped from the 3rd floor. Boom! Lajirai and his companion heard a loud bang. and Salas was already standing steadily in front of 4 or 5 zombies. Upon seeing someone standing in front of them, the zombies naturally pounced on them. Salas's eyes were icy cold as he raised his hand and unleashed the crocodile tribe's signature move, Death Roll. He is the pride of the crocodile tribe, one of the strongest warriors in the tribe, and his death roll is naturally the strongest. The moment he used Death Roll, he revealed his true form, a gigantic crocodile. Then he instantly bit 5 or 6 zombies that rushed in and started rolling around. Bright green blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He had only rolled 5 or 6 times, and the 5 or 6 zombies he had bitten were already dead. Rajari and the other contestant looked at Salas in shock. They hadn't expected Salas to be so powerful. He had instantly killed all the zombies. They were certain that if it were them, it would probably take them half an hour to deal with these zombies. Sora had by then returned to human form. Quickly close this big iron gate. We absolutely cannot let these zombies in again, or we'll be in trouble, Salas said in a deep voice. At the same time, he rushed towards the big iron gate and began to slowly close it. There was a reason why he did this. Although it seemed easy for him to kill those 5 or 6 zombies, it actually consumed a lot of his strength, especially his energy. The death roll he just used would consume 100 points of his energy, and he only had 200 points of energy in total. That means he could only use death roll twice at most. Once he exhausts his energy, he will have no further means to deal with these zombies. Moreover, this death roll is his trump card. He would never have used this move if the situation hadn't been so critical, because it would have made the contestants in other areas wary of him. At this moment, the large iron gate was closed again with the combined efforts of him and Rajiri, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He dared not imagine what the consequences would be if too many zombies had flooded into the palace. Chapter 187 Full Power. However, before he could relax for long, he heard the sound of glass shattering. What's that? Salas hurriedly looked up and saw that a window about 50 meters away had suddenly shattered, and a zombie was crawling into the window. This is bad. Salas felt a surge of panic. He hadn't expected these zombies to use the window as a breach. It should be noted that there are 5 or 6 windows in the entire palace. If all of these windows were destroyed, the group of them would not be able to withstand the attack of these zombies, not to mention that Rajiri was seriously injured. He was now hesitant, wondering whether he should go over and deal with the zombie at the window first. But if he went over there, the main gate would definitely fall. However, at that moment, he had a new idea. If all 3 of them climbed to the 2nd floor of the palace and dismantled the stairs, could they stop the zombies? He quickly made up his mind. You all hurry up to the 2nd floor. I'll cover the rear, Sora said calmly. Both Rajri and Soras were extremely nervous. Without hesitation, they climbed to the 2nd floor as Soras had instructed. Salas was still holding on at the large iron gate, and only relaxed his tense body slightly after he saw Rajiri and the other man successfully escape to the 2nd floor of the palace. The reason is simple. The 3 of them held the big iron gate together, so the pressure on him wasn't that great. But after Rajiri and the other person left, the pressure on him increased, and he had been barely holding on since then. Now that he saw that Rajiri and the others were safe, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. So he left the iron gate without hesitation and quickly ran towards the 2nd floor stairwell. The moment he left the large iron gate, it was smashed open by a powerful force, and 6 or 7 zombies poured in from outside. In front of him, 2 zombies climbed down from the window and began to pounce on him. You're asking for death, Salas sneered. How dare 2 mere zombies block his way? Almost instantly, he drew a jet-black sword from his waist and slashed it directly at the head of the zombie closest to him. Bang! The black blade collided heavily with the zombie's head. The blade of the black longsword cut into the zombie's head by about 5 centimeters. Salas's expression changed, and he increased his strength again. With the powerful force, the black blade completely cleaved the zombie's head in 2. He then slashed at another zombie, killing it instantly. At the same time, he moved lightly and climbed to the 2nd floor in no time. Once on the 2nd floor, he aimed at the stairs and cleaved them in 2, completely cutting off the zombie's way up. His movements seemed fluid and graceful, but they were actually quite complex. He used only half his strength when he slashed at the zombie's head for the first time, but the slash failed to split the zombie's head open. He later increased his power to its maximum before finally killing the zombie. His second strike was much simpler. He used all his strength directly. Seeing Salas's series of actions, Rajri and his companion visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the stairs leading from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor had been cut off, the zombies had lost their path to hunt them down. However, Before they could be happy for long, their expressions began to change. As the massive iron gates opened, countless zombies rushed into the palace. Their expressions were still somewhat better when they saw the dozens of zombies surging in front of them, but as the number of zombies reached several hundred, they could no longer smile. Right now, there's a horde of zombies right beneath their feet. What should we do? Rajiri was contemplating suicide. He hadn't expected that they would be in such a dangerous situation in such a short time. It's fair to say he'd rather face those iron rhinoceros beasts than so many zombies. Judging from their performance, we shouldn't be in too much danger right now. Without the stairs, they can't come up to deal with us, Sora said, frowning. He had his reasons for saying that. The horde of zombies beneath their feet were roaring angrily at the three of them, but no matter how much they roared, they couldn't get into the second floor of the palace. However, for some reason, he always had a feeling of unease, as if something was about to happen. In another area, 3 members of the Deadwood tribe stared blankly at the bright sky above them. Just moments ago, they had finally broken through the ground and escaped the underground tunnel. It was at this moment that they received a notification from heaven that they had passed the test. As the teleportation array slowly appeared, Zag felt a surge of excitement. On one hand, it was because he was seeing the light of day again, and on the other hand, it meant that their Drywood tribe finally had the qualification to enter the second level. Haha, we've finally completed the mission, he exclaimed in delight. Don't be too happy yet. Many teams have already entered the second level, Mott said, frowning. In his view, their Drywood tribe didn't have any significant advantages. The only advantage they could claim was their regenerative ability. No matter how severe the injury, they could recover at an extremely fast speed. However, this ability wasn't very useful in a real life or death duel. The reason was simple. Their regenerative ability could only slowly heal injuries, and if the enemy killed them in one go, this skill would be useless. I wonder if we'll encounter any opportunities in the second level area, said another member of the Drywood tribe. I don't think so. Our mission on the first level was already so difficult. I'm afraid it will be even more dangerous on the second level. Mott didn't say the rest of his sentence, but his meaning was very clear. The second level would only be more dangerous. I don't think we need to be so pessimistic. Our being trapped in the underground passage can be seen as both a bad thing and a good thing. The downside is that others have entered the second level of the City of Sin before us, but the upside is that we didn't expend much energy on the first level, which preserved our full strength. And I'm almost certain that people in other areas will suffer some casualties, Zag said with a smile. In his view, there was absolutely no need to worry about the crisis they were about to face, because their overall strength had hardly been damaged. Mott frowned. He knew that nothing he said now would make a difference. After discussion, the three slowly walked into the teleportation array. The experience of the Drywood tribe after entering the teleportation was almost the same as that of Li Fei and his group. In another area, in the middle of the river, Kalat and his 2 companions finally managed to kill all the water-scaled beasts in the river. At this moment, they were all panting heavily, covered in blood, especially Eggers, who had lost an arm. I never expected these damned water-scaled beasts to be so troublesome, Eggers said, clutching his left arm with his right hand. Just now, during his battle with the water-scaled beast, he was accidentally bitten on the left arm by one of the beasts. When Karat rescued him from the beast's gaping maw, his left forearm was already infected and had been bitten off by the beast. Karat frowned, filled with guilt. If he had acted faster, perhaps Eggers' arm could have been saved. At this moment, he felt no excitement, even though they had received a notification from heaven and completed heaven's mission. Eggers, on the other hand, took it all in stride and acted quite nonchalantly. I've dragged everyone down, Eggers said with a wry smile. Quirrell frowned but said nothing. He simply put away his infected left arm. What is this? Eggers looked puzzled. In his view, his left arm was broken and infected, with no hope of being reattached. He didn't know why Kalat had put it away. There might be some treasures within the City of Sin that can help you reattach this severed arm. Like the creation pill, Kalat said in a deep voice. Creation pill? Eggers and the other person exclaimed in unison. They had both heard of the creation pill before. It was said that only immortals could refine it, and it could save a person as long as they had a breath left. If this rumor is true, then reattaching a severed arm should not be a difficult task for the creation pill. But the creation pill only exists in legends. Are you sure there's one here? Eggers asked anxiously. He had already given up, but after hearing what Quirrell said, his hope was rekindled. It's uncertain, but many creatures that have never appeared on the Eternal Night continent have appeared here. So perhaps we can find creation pills or similar elixirs. Quirit said calmly. That's wonderful. Egg's eyes were filled with emotion. He hadn't expected that Karat would still be thinking of him at this time. He has made up his mind that from now on he will absolutely follow Quillet's lead. Meanwhile, Quirit carefully stored the arm into his spatial ring. He did this partly because he genuinely wanted to reattach Egger's arm, and partly because he wanted to win Egger's loyalty and make him his subordinate. After the water-scale beast perished, an ancient teleportation array slowly appeared within the great river. The array was covered in rust, clearly showing the marks of time, and it was easy for everyone to tell that this teleportation array was probably at least 1,000 years old. Otherwise, the teleportation array wouldn't look so old. At this moment, the teleportation array emitted a purple light, which was extremely mysterious. Without the slightest hesitation, Quirit led the other two inside. Chapter 188. The heavenly level weapon is too powerful. In the Alls Mountains region, everyone in the chat group was shocked, their eyes wide as they watched the live stream. Li Fei repeatedly defied their expectations. Every time they thought they understood Li Fei, he would prove them wrong with his actions. Holy crap! What's going on? Boss Li Fei has been fighting for 12 hours straight. Is he a robot? Someone in the group exclaimed. There's no other way. Boss Li Fei has no choice but to do this. If he doesn't, Lu Tao and the others will be in danger, someone said helplessly. The corpses of those zombies piled up around Boss Li Fei. It looks like a small mountain. It must have taken at least 200 or 300 corpses to do that. Am I seeing things? These zombies are all gold level experts, yet none of them can withstand a single blow from Boss Li Fei. If we were to fight Boss Li Fei, wouldn't we have no hope of survival? Someone in the group exclaimed in shock. Haha, need I say more? Even if Boss Li Fei gives you a handicap, you're still no match for him. Have you all noticed? There are already quite a few teams in the City of Sin that have entered the second level area, and the situation these teams are in is almost exactly the same as what Boss Li Fei is facing. I noticed that too, but their approach is completely different from Boss Li Fei's. They try to block people outside the door if they can, and if they can't, they block them below the second floor, someone replied. Compared to Boss Li Fei, they're far inferior. In the vampire area, everyone in the chat group looked on in astonishment. And the object of their surprise was naturally Li Fei. In the scene, countless zombie corpses have piled up around Li Fei, but the battle has not stopped and is instead intensifying. In the video, Li Fei is like a god of death. His eyes are cold and his moves are ruthless. Often, he takes a life with a casual strike. Although everyone in the group had already concluded that Li Fei's strength was due to the weapon he wielded, they were still inevitably shocked at this moment. That's incredible. This is the feeling in the hearts of countless people. The other image, however, was much more bland. In the scene, Gila, Cass, and 2 others are leading the predators in a fierce battle against the horde of zombies. At this point, the large iron gate was completely open, and it was clear that Gila and the others had relaxed their defenses at the entrance. At this point, they each sought out opponents, while Gila would target lone zombies. Once he found an opportunity, he would not hesitate to use his long sword to cleave the heads of these zombies open, although his pace was much slower than Li Fei's. Their squad has only killed 40 or 50 zombies so far. Are these zombies really that easy to deal with? But why does Cass seem to be struggling so much? Someone in the group asked curiously. In his view, Cass could only kill a zombie by going all out with the predator, and he needed to use a lot of methods each time. Guys, I've noticed that Gila and the others seem to be killing zombies much slower than Li Fei, someone in the group said hesitantly. He hadn't expected this outcome. According to his plan, even if Li Fei had a heaven-level weapon, his speed couldn't possibly be faster than Gila and the other two. However, the reality was quite the opposite of what he thought. Li Fei killed zombies far more frequently than Gila and the others. More importantly, Li Fei sometimes killed 2, 3, or even 4 zombies in one shot. This terrifying method shocked him. Lager, you're overthinking it. Without a celestial-level weapon, that human is nothing. Once Gila and the others snatch that human's celestial-level weapon, he won't be so arrogant anymore. Look at his level. He's only at the peak of gold 3-star at most. If it weren't for the help of the celestial-level weapon, do you think he could have lasted this long? Not to mention he killed 200 or 300 zombies. Another person in the group said disdainfully. Humans are one of the weakest races. It's surprising that they could stand there. But their presence doesn't necessarily mean they're strong. It just means they have very good weapons. I suspect those 2 humans must have obtained a very good treasure. Otherwise they wouldn't have such good equipment, someone in the group speculated. You're right, they must have found some treasure. I suspect they have quite a few more treasures in their possession, another person said. Should we tell Hila and the others this? Someone in the group asked. Not for now, it's not the right time. The Layman tribe area. Everyone in the chat group looked on with surprise. They never expected Li Fei to be this brave. In the scene, Li Fei's handsome face exudes an aura of confidence. He coldly surveys his surroundings, ready to fire a shot at any zombie that gets close, resulting in the zombie falling to the ground and dying. Is Li Fei really only able to survive this long because of the weapons he has? Someone in the group questioned. The reason is simple. Li Fei's performance at this moment was like that of a seasoned combat master, and his amazing combat skills had completely shocked him. He believed that if Sarah and Li Fei were at the same level, Sarah would definitely not be Li Fei's match. Of course not. He relies on his own strength. Even if he didn't have that heaven-level weapon, it wouldn't affect his combat power. Another person replied. This Li Fei deserves our attention. I think we should pay more attention to Sarah and the others. They seem to be in some serious trouble right now, someone in the group said. In the scene, Sarah and her two companions are on the third floor of the palace, while the stairs on the first floor have been destroyed by them. These zombies have now advanced to the second level of the palace. The stairs to the second floor were still there, and Sarah was currently blocking the zombies at the entrance to the stairs to the third floor. At this moment, the three of them looked extremely grim. The reason is simple. These zombies have threatened their survival. They had blocked the large iron gate the moment they discovered the zombies, but they hadn't expected the zombies to come in through the window. So after the first floor was lost, they quickly moved into the second floor and destroyed the stairs between the first and second floors. They thought they were safe then, but they soon realized it was a huge mistake. The zombies actually cooperated. Some of them bent over and sat on the ground, using their bodies as ladders for the others. As a result, the zombies quickly took over the second floor, which made them very worried. So Sarah finally decided to fight them off on the third floor. Sarah's crescent-shaped scimitar tumbled incessantly, and with each tumble, a zombie would fall dead at his hands. This situation has been going on for 2 hours, and they have now dealt with more than 30 zombies. Looking at the situation displayed on the screen, everyone in the Layman Tribe's chat group was speechless. Compared to Li Fei, they always felt that the Layman Tribe's contestants were missing something. Why do I feel like Sarah's strength isn't even as good as that human powerhouse? Someone in the chat group said dejectedly. Damn, I feel the same way. I think Sarah could play more aggressively, like that human. In the Crocodile Tribe chat group, everyone stared at the screen in shock. The screen showed Li Fei unleashing a killing spree, with countless zombies dying under his gun. He was like a war god, often killing one or several zombies with a single casual shot. This gave them a very strong visual impact. The impact of Salas on them was far less significant than what Li Fei had demonstrated. Although Salas could easily kill these zombies, his speed was worlds apart from Li Fei's. There was no comparison whatsoever. That human powerhouse was incredibly strong, someone in the group exclaimed. Galasmu, you're wrong. What's strong is the heavenly grade weapon in his hand, not him. Humans can't possibly be stronger than us, someone corrected. That weapon in his hand is amazing. It can give him such a huge boost. He's only at gold 3-star strength, but he's performing much more fiercely than Salas, who's at gold 5-star. You're right, we must obtain this divine artifact. Its value is unimaginable. The City of Sin has 18 levels. Within these 18 levels, Salas and these humans will inevitably meet. And when they meet, that will be the best opportunity. I believe Salas will definitely intercept them then, someone in the group analyzed. In another location, inside the palace, Li Fei's brows showed signs of exhaustion. He had been fighting for a full 12 hours, but the number of zombies showed no signs of decreasing. On the contrary, they were gathering in greater numbers. At this rate, even if he fought for 7 days and 7 nights, he probably wouldn't be able to clear out all the zombies. And at that time, he would probably work himself to death. At this moment, Li Fei's expression gradually turned serious, because this situation would force him to use other methods. This technique is the Samadhi True Fire. In the first match, he used the Samadhi True Fire to burn the frost beasts. At that time, the Samadhi True Fire was only at the initial stage, so it was eventually extinguished by the Frost Beast King. Now that his Samadhi True Fire has been upgraded to the intermediate level, he believes that using it to deal with these zombies will definitely have a miraculous effect. However, there was still a slight hesitation in his eyes, because in his eyes, these zombies were also living beings, and if he easily used the Samadhi True Fire, it would probably cause the deaths of many zombies. Chapter 189 Over 10,000 Zombies. But when he saw the zombies rushing towards him one after another, he knew he had no choice but to do it. Because he had no choice. If he didn't do this, he would be the one to die in the end. So the hesitation in his eyes slowly turned into a determined look. He also had another guess. These zombies might not actually be living beings. They could be products created by the heavenly Tao to test the contestants. In other words, their existence was to test them. So he gradually got rid of this psychological burden. His pupils began to dilate, and at the same time, wisps of white flames emerged from his pupils, which flew into the horde of zombies at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Jing, who had been standing behind Li Fei, were clearly frightened. It was the first time they had ever seen Li Fei unleash such flames at such close range. Is this Samadhi true fire? Lu Tao asked in surprise. That's right, Li Fei said calmly. He didn't hide it from Lu Tao and the others, since the matter would be leaked sooner or later. Upon hearing Li Fei's affirmative answer, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing's eyes widened in surprise. They had only had this guess before, but Li Fei's confirmation still gave them a big shock. They hadn't expected that Li Fei would actually master the powerful Samadhi true fire, which is known to be the most yang substance in the world and the nemesis of all cold-natured creatures. Before they could react, their attention was drawn to the burning zombies. There were more than 200 living zombies inside the palace, and with the dead, there were at least 500 or 600. The zombies were very close to each other, including the group outside trying to squeeze in. They were less than a meter apart, which gave Samadhi fire an opportunity. The Samadhi true fire spread rapidly as soon as it appeared. This time, Li Fei held nothing back and unleashed the Samadhi true fire to its fullest extent. Therefore, the Samadhi true fire spread rapidly like dominoes as soon as it appeared. Every zombie that came into contact with the Samadhi true fire was burned to ashes within 10 seconds. When the zombies inside the palace were almost all dead, the Samadhi true fire began to spread towards the gate. Thus, zombies spread to zombies, and the Samadhi true fire spread even more fiercely. Li Fei remained indifferent. If it were any other creature, the Samadhi true fire would never have such a great effect, because other creatures would avoid it in time. But zombies are different. They are like robots, only knowing how to attack and not how to dodge. That is why the Samadhi true fire could proceed so smoothly. The zombies inside the palace had all turned into a pool of black ash, while the palace itself remained undamaged thanks to his conscious protection. It was nighttime, and the Samadhi fire spread rapidly like a bonfire in the night. Slowly, the bonfire turned into a ring of fire, and then it seemed to become a long fire rope that began to burn into the distance. Outside the palace, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing watched all this in shock, only now truly realizing the power of the Samadhi true fire. Under such a blaze, these zombies will probably all be wiped out, Zhao Jing said with a shocked expression. Not necessarily. These flames should only work on zombies that are clustered together. If the zombies are too far apart, then there's no way to use them. Otherwise, I really want to try my Samadhi true fire, Lu Tao said in a deep voice. Your Samadhi true fire? Zhao Jing was completely dumbfounded. Lu Tao actually knew Samadhi true fire? The other party's words clearly frightened him. Have you forgotten who forged this blazing sword in my hand? This precious sword of mine also contains Samadhi true fire, Lu Tao said calmly. Damn, I thought you had mastered the Samadhi true fire like Boss Li Fei. Zhao Jing understood Lu Tao's meaning almost immediately. He knew that Li Fei was selling items in the group, but he thought cultivation was more important at the time, so he didn't exchange weapons. Now, however, he regretted it somewhat. The effects of the Samadhi fire far exceeded his expectations. He glanced at the flaming sword in Lu Tao's hand, a greedy look in his eyes, while Lu Tao cautiously put the flaming sword into his spatial ring. Seeing this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. If my estimation is correct, this Samadhi true fire can burn at least 10,000 zombies to death. It won't work any further, because the zombies there are too far apart, Li Fei said in a deep voice. Hiss! Lu Tao and Zhao Jing gasped almost simultaneously, never expecting that the Samadhi true fire could achieve such an effect. Screaming wildly, Li Fei has given them too much of a shock, too great. So much so that they don't know how to look at Li Fei now. Zhao Jing couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He knew that if he were to deal with these zombies, he could only handle 2 at a time at most, and that was already his limit. But Li Fei actually killed more than 10,000 of them all by himself. What an incredible feat. How could he not be shocked? Lu Tao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The reason was simple. He also possessed the Samadhi true fire. Although this flame was stored in the blazing flame sword, he believed that even if it wasn't as strong as the Samadhi true fire used by Li Fei, it shouldn't be much weaker, and it should still be able to deal with several thousand zombies. This moment has captured the world's attention. Faced with Li Fei's extraordinary and ambitious move, all regions have fallen silent. They didn't know how to describe their inner feelings. Complex emotions, surprise, admiration, fear, and so on surrounded them. Faced with Li Fei's astonishingly generous gesture, everyone in the Alls Mountains region was extremely excited. At this moment, a heated discussion broke out in the chat group. Damn, this is another highlight of Li Fei's showing off, someone in the group exclaimed in admiration. Yeah, all I can do is feel envious, jealous, and resentful. A single burst of Samadhi fire wiped out over 10,000 zombies. That's an astonishing feat. Only someone as capable as Li Fei could do that. We all underestimated him. That's right, from now on, my idol is only Boss Li Fei. I didn't expect the Samadhi True Fire to be so powerful. It truly deserves to be called the nemesis of zombie-like creatures. But it's a pity that only Boss Li Fei can use the Samadhi True Fire. If I remember correctly, the Earth-grade weapons that Boss Li Fei forged can also use Samadhi True Fire. Joken said. Chapter 190 The Nemesis of the Deadwood Tribe. That's right, the flaming blade in my hand contains Samadhi True Fire. Lusong said. Damn, I'm so envious. With this fiery blade, I could unleash the Samadhi True Fire anytime, anywhere. That's how it is in theory, but after it's released, it takes quite a while to accumulate the Samadhi True Fire. I've calculated that it will take 3 days to fully accumulate, Lusong said in a deep voice. His only complaint about this blazing blade was this. Although the Samadhi True Fire was powerful, once it was used, the next time it could be used would be 3 days later. I want to get a weapon like this too, when Boss Li Fei comes back, someone said in the group. Hehe, then you'll need to wait in line, because quite a few people have already made reservations. Holy crap, so many people want it. In the vampire chat group, everyone was shocked, and the chat group fell into a deathly silence. Now, you can hear a pin drop. How could this be? How is that possible? What kind of skill is that? Everyone fell silent for a moment, their eyes fixed on a single image. The image shows Li Fei using the Samadhi True Fire. The zombies inside the palace were quickly annihilated by the Samadhi Fire, which then began to spread outwards, eventually forming a sea of zombies outside. Countless zombies were reduced to ashes by the Samadhi Fire. The people in the chat group remained silent for a long time, their faces filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that the human could wield such powerful flames. If they weren't mistaken, this fire burned tens of thousands of zombies to death. But how is that possible? The lowly human race be so powerful? They harbored countless misunderstandings. Was all of this done by that human? Someone in the group exclaimed in shock. If we're not mistaken, that should be it. I'm very curious how he did it. Is it really due to his own ability? Immediately broke out in the group. In the end, they concluded that Li Fei was not as powerful as they had seen. He had simply used some kind of powerful flame. The reason this flame was successful was because the zombies were too close together. If it were any other creature, it would never have produced such a stunning effect. If I'm not mistaken, there must be limitations to his use of this flame, such as the need to consume a lot of energy. Otherwise that human wouldn't have waited until now to use it, someone in the group analyzed. It has to be said that his analysis was pretty close to the truth. That's right, he's not as terrifying as he seems. He just possesses a powerful flame. Should we inform Gila and the others about this? So they can be prepared, someone in the group asked worriedly. No need. It's not the right time yet. After all, we only have 5 chances to contact each other, and we can't waste them, another person said. The Layman tribe area, everyone in the chat group looked bewildered, completely stunned by what they saw on the screen. The scene was completely black, with only a single firefly slowly burning away into the distance until it finally went out. Is he going to wipe out all these zombies? Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, those were over 10,000 zombies. They were just wiped out like that? I feel like I'm dreaming. Someone in the group rubbed their eyes hard, suspecting there was something wrong with them. However, when he looked again, the result was unchanged. It was still the same as what he had seen before. He had to believe it was a fact. That human single-handedly eliminated more than 10,000 gold-level zombies. This made him feel a sense of panic. Is this something that human beings can do? He asked himself honestly. We cannot offend this human powerhouse. In my opinion, it is no accident that he was able to complete the system's task first. Now I am even more convinced of this. We don't need to be too afraid. His flames are indeed powerful, but they're not invincible yet. The reason he can kill so many zombies is simply because they don't know how to dodge. If they knew how to dodge, he could kill a few hundred zombies, which would be a lot, someone in the group analyzed. That's right. If he were to fight Sarah, I'm sure he'd be dead before he even unleashed that flame. Agreed. I think we can learn from his method of eliminating zombies. If Sarah and the others use fire to attack these zombies in the same way, it might have a surprising effect. How is that possible? First of all, none of Sarah and the others have the ability to control fire. Secondly, even if they did have this ability, how could they guarantee that the palace wouldn't be destroyed because of it? Besides, they can't eliminate many zombies. The Titan territory, everyone in the chat group looked stunned. They were looking at the screen, which showed Li Fei eliminating zombies. How is that possible? More than 10,000 zombies are all dead. Am I seeing things? Someone in the group questioned. I've realized we underestimated the humans. That human is incredibly strong. What's impressive is the flame he wields, not him. I never imagined this human could possess such a powerful flame. Even I would have to give way if I encountered such a flame, someone in the group said. We're in danger in this match. Competing against such a strong team, our chances of victory will decrease again. Don't forget, the methods this human used are not things he himself possesses. I believe many people will be interested in that. As long as a conflict arises between them, we still have a chance, another person said. I think we should pay attention to Karat and his group. Their situation is very bad right now. In the scene, Karat and his two companions are struggling against a horde of zombies. At this moment, Karat was standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor, while the palace was already crowded with zombies. Surged toward the second floor stairwell, while Karat, wielding a large iron hammer, struck them again and again. However, because the heads of these zombies were too hard, he needed to use all his strength each time to successfully kill one. Compared to the human group, our team looks incredibly weak, someone in the group said. There's nothing we can do. Nobody expected that human could use such a terrifying skill, but we don't need to worry too much. His flames can only deal with zombies. He can't deal with any other species. Even so, we cannot afford to be complacent. In the Crocodile Tribe area, in the chat group, everyone stared in shock at the screen, which showed Li Fei burning zombies. What is that? That was done by some human? But how is that possible? Countless people in the group stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. This fire killed tens of thousands of zombies. It's terrifying, and the culprit behind all this was a human. This is completely beyond my expectations, someone in the group exclaimed. The flames that human controlled are terrifying. The value of these flames is even greater than the heavenly grade weapon in his hand. I'm curious how this flame compares to our death roll, someone asked, puzzled. If we're talking about killing zombies, then this kind of flame is definitely more powerful. But if we're facing other species, I think death roll is stronger. That's right. These zombies don't even know how to dodge, so this kind of fire is the most effective way to deal with them. But if we're facing other more agile creatures, this fire is much less effective, so we don't need to be too surprised by its power. This move by the human race will surely shake the world, and it will bring them a lot of prestige. So what? If they don't have the strength to match it, they'll fall hard. I think we can learn from the methods humans use to deal with zombies, someone in the group said. How so? We can inform Salas and his team to use fire to deal with these zombies, or some highly contagious poison. If that works, I believe it will greatly reduce the pressure on Salas and his team. That's right, I'll inform Salas and the others right now. Meanwhile, in the Deadwood Tribe's chat group, everyone looked shocked and terrified. They stared at the center of the screen, somewhat bewildered. The scene shown is the Samadhi fire spreading rapidly outside the palace. This flame will kill at least tens of thousands of zombies, someone in the group exclaimed. This is astonishing. These zombies are all gold level. Faced with these flames, these zombies were utterly powerless to resist. The flames he controlled were terrifying. In less than 10 seconds, the zombies were reduced to ashes. I can't understand what kind of flames could do that. This human is too strong. We are no match for them. If Mod encounters them, we'll be in trouble, someone in the group worried. That's right, especially the kind of flames he used, which instilled a sense of fear in my very soul. Our Drywood tribe's nemesis is fire, and this human has actually mastered such terrifying fire. Therefore, in this round, we are destined to be suppressed by the human race. Quickly inform Mott and the others that if they encounter this human, they should stay as far away as possible, otherwise the consequences could be dire. I've already informed them. All we can do is pray that Mott and his team don't encounter these humans in this match. Chapter 191 Fire Spirit Orb. In another location, outside the palace, Li Fei calmly watched the distant fire rope slowly die out, and at the same time, the area around him immediately appeared much more spacious. I never imagined that the Samadhi true fire would have such miraculous effects, Zhao Jing exclaimed in amazement. That's right. Who could have imagined that over 10,000 zombies would be wiped out so easily, without even a chance to fight back? The Samadhi fire truly lives up to its reputation as the nemesis of all evil. We're safe now. If the remaining zombies dare to come any closer, I won't hesitate to show them the power of my Samadhi true fire. Lu Tao laughed loudly. Hee, look how smug you are. Zhao Jing laughed along. At this moment, they all felt relieved, as the remaining zombies were no longer a threat to them. Even if they regroup, it will only be a matter of a second fire. This time it was really lucky. These zombies only have the instinct to attack and don't know how to dodge. This is the fundamental reason why the Samadhi true fire can play such a big role, Li Fei said calmly. He felt no excitement at killing so many zombies. The reason was simple. In his view, these zombies were not real life forms, but merely products created by the heavens to test them. Otherwise, these zombies would not have been at his mercy. Even so, we are very grateful for the existence of the Samadhi true fire. Otherwise these zombies would have been a real problem for us, Zhao Jing said with a smile. That's right. If it weren't for the Samadhi fire, we don't know what kind of situation we would have faced, Lu Tao continued. Upon hearing the reply, Li Fei intended to exchange a few more polite words. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The broken divine spear in his hand suddenly started moving on its own. The divine spear quickly slipped from Li Fei's hand and flew away into the distance. During its flight, several small tornadoes suddenly rose around the gun, and these tornadoes were aimed at the endless death aura left behind by the zombies after they died. At this moment, the yellow light of the god-slaying spear intensified, and several tornadoes around it began to spin rapidly. The death energy swallowed by the tornadoes was slowly absorbed by the god-slaying spear, and the color of the god-slaying spear, which had absorbed the death energy, began to change significantly. The spear body turned gray, which was quite different from its original color. Li Fei was stunned. He hadn't expected such a scene to happen. From the moment he arrived until now, he hadn't operated the god-breaking spear at all. Everything had been done by the god-breaking spear itself, or more accurately, by the spirit within the god-breaking spear. Watching the divine spear spin continuously in the sky above the palace, Li Fei was deeply troubled. He didn't understand why the divine spear was absorbing death energy. According to his understanding, the divine spear should be absorbing the power of blood and qi. He didn't understand any of this. He wasn't sure if all of this was good or bad for the god-slaying spear, since he didn't know much about it, and the apocalypse he used could only be accomplished with the god-slaying spear's cooperation. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were both surprised. They knew the origin of the broken god spear in Li Fei's hand. They had seen this weapon when they were in the temple ruins. However, they did not expect that Li Fei would eventually get his hands on it. When they saw this incredible sight of the broken divine spear, they were naturally astonished. They had never imagined that a heavenly level weapon would have such capabilities. Damn, Li Fei, what are you doing manipulating the god-breaking spear right now? Are you absorbing all this death energy? Zhao Jing asked, his mouth agape. No. Li Fei looked embarrassed. He couldn't very well tell the other party that the broken god spear was controlling itself. Zhao Jing, on the other hand, had an I understand look on his face. Li Fei shook his head helplessly. He was unwilling to explain further. At this moment, the god-slaying spear was still circling in the sky, and the surrounding death energy was constantly being swept into the air by the tornado, and then absorbed by the god-slaying spear. After absorbing this death energy, the aura of the god-breaking spear actually began to grow stronger. Li Fei was slightly startled. He had a startling guess in mind. Currently, this god-breaking spear is only at the lower level of the heaven rank. As it continues to absorb death energy or blood energy, will it be able to evolve to a higher level? It can be said that the performance of the god-breaking spear showed him this possibility. Perhaps one day the god-breaking spear can evolve to a higher level. At this moment, the god-breaking spear was still absorbing death energy, and this could not be completed in a short time. Li Fei began to sit cross-legged to rest. He had not rested for 12 hours, and urgently needed to replenish his strength. Time passed slowly, while the god-breaking spear continued to absorb the death energy. In the Alls Mountains region, within the chat group, those who had been continuously following Li Fei were once again filled with surprise. There was no doubt that the performance of the god-breaking spear had amazed them. They hadn't expected the God-breaking spear to be so intelligent. It could actually absorb the death energy on its own. Compared to the divine spear, the weapons they wielded were far inferior. As expected of Boss Li Fei, his weapon is so powerful. You're just envious. Those weapons were all obtained by Boss Li Fei through his own strength. In the Crocodile Tribe chat group, everyone obviously saw this scene as well. That spear is definitely a treasure. We must seize it. It can actually absorb death energy on its own. I'm certain this spear is at least at the heavenly level. If only Salas and the others could get their hands on that spear. Don't worry, he won't let such a good opportunity slip by. The entire region was shocked. They were all amazed by the spirituality of the God-slaying spear. They had never expected that the God-slaying spear would have such an ability. This also aroused their greed. Several tribes had already notified their contestants, instructing them to do everything they could to snatch the God-slaying spear in this competition. 2 hours later, the God-breaking spear had finally absorbed all the death energy outside the palace. Li Fei looked at the broken divine spear that had returned to his hand and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Of course, what puzzled him was not the broken god gun, but the horde of zombies. For some unknown reason, the zombie horde suddenly stopped attacking. Not only that, the remaining zombies in the distance were slowly disappearing. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing both looked on with curiosity. According to their understanding, the remaining zombies should continue to attack, but the group of zombies just stopped there. What's going on? A look of confusion flashed in Lu Tao's eyes. He wanted to test his Samadhi True Fire, but the zombies had actually stopped attacking. Our mission must have been completed, that's why they disappeared. Li Fei said calmly. What does this have to do with us completing our mission? I suspect these zombies are manifestations of the Heavenly Tao, tools used by the Heavenly Tao to test us. Li Fei said in a deep voice. This was something he had thought about for a long time before he finally understood. In other words, the God-breaking spear absorbed the power of the Heavenly Tao, not some death energy, which explained everything. A tool of the Heavenly Tao. Lu Tao and the other man were clearly startled by Li Fei's idea, but they didn't know how to refute it, because things were developing in the direction Li Fei guessed. In the distance, the color of some zombies' bodies had begun to fade and gradually disappear. If they were really zombie soldiers, how could they disappear for no reason? Just then, the system's cold voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. The second level of the Sin City questline in the Alls Mountains region has been completed. The Alls Mountains region will receive heavenly rewards, which will be distributed after the competition concludes. The Heavenly Tao will open the passage to the third level of the City of Sin for players in the Alls Mountains region. Li Fei, a contestant from the Alls Mountains region, will receive a fire spirit orb as a reward from heaven for his outstanding performance. As the voice of heaven slowly faded, an exquisite box suddenly appeared in front of Li Fei. Fire spirit orb, in a bold, flowing script. The box slowly solidified, and Li Fei's expression shifted to one of delight. He hadn't expected that heaven would give him an extra reward, a reward that was clearly not included in the resources he had already acquired. It can be said that this fire spirit orb was a completely unexpected surprise. At this moment, a refreshing fragrance wafted from the box where the fire spirit orb was placed. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fei took the box in his hand and opened it. As soon as it was opened, a fiery red light emanated from inside the box. Meanwhile, a round, precious pearl lay quietly inside the box. The pearl was fiery red on the outside, with several fiery clouds faintly flowing inside. Li Fei was surprised. Could this fire spirit pearl be a fire-type treasure? Moreover, as the box was opened, the fire spirit orb illuminated an area within 100 meters around it. Lu and Zhao looked on with envy. It was obvious that this fire spirit orb was a treasure, and its value was even no less than that of Li Fei's heaven-level weapon. Lu Tao, in particular, looked regretful. If he had been the one to unleash the Samadhi True Fire, perhaps this treasure would have been his. Seeing this, Li Fei quickly closed the box and then put the fire spirit orb into his spatial ring. Now is clearly not the time to study it. At this moment, all the zombies in the distance had disappeared without a trace. Li Fei felt a pang of regret, because these zombies were all formed from the power of the Heavenly Tao. If he could kill all of these zombies and let the God-breaking spear absorb them, it might bring a new breakthrough to the God-breaking spear. Dragon inside the divine spear was overjoyed. Inside the space, which was over 10 zhang high, the old dragon burst into laughter. Chapter 192 The Power of Heaven and Earth. What pure and refined power of heaven and earth! I never thought that I, old Jiao, would be able to taste such a delicacy in my lifetime. It's truly a life well lived. However, I also owe a lot to that brat Li Fei, but that brat actually mistook it for death energy. He's so blind. If it weren't for me, old Jiao, that brat would have definitely missed out on such a wonderful thing. Haha, with this power of heaven and earth, my strength will be restored to its peak, and the god-breaking spear will also undergo a transformation. Just wait, master. I, old Jiao, will find you soon. Then I will become your strongest weapon. Dragon, who used to appear somewhat frail, seemed to have disappeared. Now, the old dragon looked spirited and full of pride. The reason is simple. The power of heaven and earth is the purest power in the world. This power can be absorbed directly without any refining, and there will be no adverse consequences after absorption. Most importantly, there is no risk of dropping the realm gained from absorbing this power. Generated by 10,000 zombies is immense, which is why he is so excited. This power is enough to restore him to his peak condition. However, his only regret was that Li Fei hadn't managed to wipe out all the remaining zombies. Otherwise, he would not only have regained his strength, but he might have reached a higher level. However, it is too late to say anything now, because the group of zombies has disappeared. What a fool. Wu Jiao sighed. In another area, inside the palace, Gila and his two companions were locked in a fierce battle with the zombies before them. However, at that moment, they heard the voice of heaven. This was a significant blow to them, because they were just getting started while others had already finished. How could this be? Those humans actually completed the mission again. They've really exceeded my expectations. Cass said angrily. In his view, the vampire race had unimaginable advantages, but the fact that the humans were given priority in completing the mission was something he found hard to accept. Another point is that their battle is extremely difficult. These zombies are like cockroaches that are impossible to kill. Their heads and bodies are incredibly tough. They usually need to exert a great deal of effort to kill just one. Gila's face was equally grim. He had thought that they would have an unimaginable advantage on the second level of the City of Sin, but the result was completely different from what they had expected. First, they encountered their natural enemy, the zombies. They couldn't infect these zombies with their blood, so they had to fight them head-on. Then, they heard the news that the mission in the Alls Mountains region had been completed. Meanwhile, things weren't going very well for them. Their squad had been forced back to the second-floor stairwell by the zombies, and they were now using the terrain to their advantage to keep fighting off the zombies. Their team has only killed 70 or 80 zombies so far. Boss, what do we do? Cass asked dejectedly. Perhaps those humans were just incredibly lucky. Gila frowned. He wasn't sure why either. Then what do we do? There are too many zombies here. If this continues, we'll only lose. Cass's words were full of helplessness. Don't worry. Heaven wouldn't assign us overly difficult tasks. I suspect this task is very likely related to fighting spirit. Gila said in a deep voice. Fighting spirit. Cass was somewhat confused. He didn't know what Gila meant. In other words, the heavenly Tao might assign an impossible task to each team in each region, and whichever team can persevere will complete the task and gain the opportunity to enter the third layer of the City of Sin. Gila explained, but all of this was just his guess, and he couldn't be sure if it was true or not. Sarah and her two companions were on the third floor of the palace, constantly fighting off the zombies below. Their team had already killed as many as 60 or 70 zombies. However, at that moment, they heard the system's cold voice. The system message stated that the Alls Mountains region was the first to complete the mission and had gained the qualification to enter the third layer region. Are these still the weak humans? Their speed is incredible, faster than we imagined. They wasted 3 or 4 days on the first level, but they completed their mission in less than a day on the second level of the City of Sin. This is truly astonishing, said another person next to Kula. It must be luck. I'll make this clear 3 times. They are human. They couldn't possibly be that strong. I think they were just lucky, Kula said dismissively. I have the opposite feeling. The human race performed exceptionally well in this competition. There must be some very strong players among them. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so quickly, Sarah said slowly. This incident greatly shocked him, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Of course, he also noticed another message in the system, which also surprised him. That's the Fire Spirit Orb. The system actually gifted us an extra treasure, something that has never happened before. This greatly surprised him. At this moment, he memorized the name Li Fei. In his opinion, Li Fei was a very interesting guy. This guy could actually get the heavenly Tao to give him a gift. He couldn't help but pay attention to him. At another location, Salas wore a serious expression. The reason was simple. There were too many zombies inside the palace. He roughly counted them, and there were at least 700 or 800. These zombies had already breached the second floor of the palace, and now they were struggling to hold on the third floor. However, at that moment, the system's cold voice suddenly echoed in their minds. The message in the voice was, of course, news that Li Fei and his team had completed their mission. Salas looked incredulous. He couldn't understand what was wrong with those humans. How could they be so fast? If he remembered correctly, the group of humans had only been in the second level of the City of Sin for less than a day, so how could they have completed their mission again? This speed is even faster than when they were in the first layer area. Boss Salas, is there something wrong with the system? Otherwise, how could those humans have completed the mission so quickly? Rogiri asked, puzzled. In his eyes, humans have always been incredibly weak. So when did they become so powerful? There must be something wrong with that. Salas looked helpless. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with the heavenly Tao. The only explanation was that those humans were just too lucky. Only this could make sense. Chapter 193, Don't Provoke Humans. Perhaps the human race is just too lucky, Salas said with a hint of helplessness. He was also confused about how those humans had managed to complete the mission so quickly, and the fact that the guy named Li Fei had even received a reward from the heavenly Tao surprised him even more. Yeah, luck always runs out eventually. They can't stay in the lead forever. Perhaps their own strength also plays a role here. Salas pondered. However, at that moment, they received a message from the Crocodile Tribe region. The message was rich in content. It first explained the situation faced by each race, then specifically mentioned the human race's situation and expressed the hope that they could seize the god-slaying spear and other treasures. Finally, it explained the specific reasons why the human race was able to successfully complete the second mission. Upon reading the message, Salas gasped in shock. He couldn't believe the news was true. How could that human have killed tens of thousands of zombies? Countless doubts arose in his mind, but he knew that the Crocodile Tribe would not lie to him. What's wrong, Salas? Rogiri asked curiously, because the message was sent directly to Salas from headquarters, so they didn't know its contents. See for yourselves, Soares said with a complicated expression. As he finished speaking, he copied the contents of the message directly onto the parchment and then handed it over. How is this possible? That human killed tens of thousands of zombies. Rogiri exclaimed in shock as he looked at the contents of the parchment scroll. He simply couldn't accept this. In his eyes, humans were extremely weak. How could they suddenly become so strong? But this information is definitely true. It is said that Li Fei used some kind of powerful flame, which caused the deaths of tens of thousands of zombies, Soares said in a deep voice. It's fire. I hate those who can use fire the most. Our crocodile tribe loves water the most. Rogiri said, frowning. Their crocodile tribe has an innate love for water, while fire is the thing they hate the most, and it is also their nemesis. We need to be careful of this guy named Li Fei. His fire control technique is extremely powerful, and fire is our nemesis, so we must be cautious, Salas said, frowning. By the way, the message said that the human team has a supreme treasure, and they want us to seize it when the opportunity arises? Rogiri asked Yoda. That's right, but I don't think it will be that easy. There should be more than just our team that has received the news, so there will inevitably be a fierce battle. Therefore, we'd better make more preparations, Salas said in a deep voice. At another location, the Medusa trio were struggling to resist the zombie attack. The three of them were at the entrance to the second floor of the palace, where the passage was relatively narrow and could not accommodate many zombies. The first floor of the palace was already teeming with about 400 or 500 zombies, who were angrily roaring at Libano and his companions. These damn zombies are really tough to deal with. Their heads and bodies are so hard that it takes me a lot of effort to kill just one, Lysat said with a grim expression. She hadn't expected that these zombies would be far more difficult to deal with than the predators. Stay calm. Heaven may not necessarily want us to kill all these zombies. It may just be testing our perseverance. As long as we persist, we will have a chance, Libano reassured him. Of the three of them, he was the only one capable of killing zombies single-handedly. At this moment, he held a cold, gleaming sword in his hand. This sword could often pierce the heart of a zombie from an unexpected angle, and the heart was one of the zombie's fatal weaknesses, so this one strike was enough to kill these zombies. However, Libano was not complacent, because he could only pierce the hearts of these zombies with his sword by using all his strength, and this was only if the zombies did not dodge. Otherwise, if any one condition was not met, he would not be able to kill the zombies. So although he looks imposing, he can't afford to make even the slightest mistake. However, at that moment, the system's cold voice suddenly echoed in their minds. The message was naturally a notification that Li Fei and his team had completed their mission. What do you mean? Liseta asked, her face full of surprise. In her mind, humans were just a weak race. When did they become so strong? In the Sin City competition, the first level was the task that humans completed first, and the second level was the same. How could she not be surprised? Libano frowned as well. His thoughts were similar to Lisato's, but he was much more composed. In his opinion, there must be a reason why these humans had achieved such great success. Perhaps they were just lucky. Libano gave a somewhat reluctant answer after thinking for a while. However, the instant after he finished speaking, he received a message from the Medusa region. The first half of the message described the situations encountered by all the groups, and then it began to focus on the situation of Li Fei's group, with the emphasis naturally on the Divine Breaker Spear and Samadhi True Fire in Li Fei's hands. After reading these messages, Libano gasped in shock. He was shocked to learn that the human race had killed more than 10,000 zombies, and that the broken Divine Spear in Li Fei's hand could fly autonomously in the air. He had a vague suspicion that the human race this time might not be as simple as he thought. He was particularly impressed by Li Fei. The message concluded by instructing him to prepare in advance so that, if the opportunity arose, he could seize all of the human race's treasures. What happened? Liseta asked, puzzled. Libano then recounted the information he had received. After hearing all this, Lisat and the other person were naturally shocked. They never expected that the human race would be so powerful, which was completely different from their original expectations. However, this cannot be blamed on them. In the previous match, they also encountered a human team, but that human team was too weak and was eliminated by players from other regions in just a few days. That's why they have such a stereotype. What do we do now? Liseta asked curiously. Let's wait for the right opportunity. Let's figure out how to get through this crisis first, and then if the opportunity arises later, we can try to steal that human's treasure, Libano said after hesitating for a moment. At another location, the three members of the Drywood tribe were fighting off a zombie attack inside the palace. However, their methods of resistance are completely different from those of players from other regions. They simply blocked the zombies outside the palace. At this moment, Mott and his two companions were panting heavily, sweat dripping from their faces onto the ground. The reason was simple. The three of them were struggling to hold off the zombies' attack. Their support methods are completely different from those of other teams. For example, Mott conjured several thick tree branches at the location of the large iron gate, and these branches tightly bound the gate. Although the zombies outside the gate kept ramming against it, the gate remained completely unmoved under Mott's control. Meanwhile, Zag and another person were each responsible for 3 windows. Each of them stretched out their tentacles as far as possible, using them to pick up anything usable on the ground to block the windows. Because there were fewer zombies at the windows, their pressure was far less than Mott's. However, at that moment, they suddenly heard the system's cold voice in their minds. The message stated that Li Fei's group had completed the Heavenly Dao's mission and gained the opportunity to enter the 3rd level area. What? That human team actually completed the mission again. Zag looked incredulous. He hadn't expected that the lowly humans could complete the mission so quickly, while they had only been in the 2nd area for a short time. When did the human race become so strong? They've only been in the 2nd level for less than a day, haven't they? Another person questioned. Mott frowned, unable to figure out the reason either. His heart was also filled with doubt. Just then, he received a message from the Drywood tribe. He clicked on it directly. The message first introduced the current situation, then detailed the progress of Li Fei's group, and finally warned them never to become enemies with the human race. After witnessing all of this, Mott was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that there would be such a powerful human being who could unleash such potent flames. At the same time, he was shocked by Li Fei's methods. He could kill zombies one by one with a single shot, and even kill 2 or 3 at once. Of course, he also took the warning from the Drywood tribe to heart. Their greatest fear was fire, so he naturally wouldn't provoke them. Seeing that Mott's expression was becoming more and more serious, Zag and the other man became curious. They didn't know what had caused this change in Mott. Mott sighed and recounted the news he had just seen. This news naturally gave Jia and his companion a big shock. What? You mean the humans killed tens of thousands of zombies? How is that possible? We've only killed a few so far. Zag exclaimed in shock. These zombies are very close to each other. If that human's flames were powerful enough, this would be possible, another person said in a deep voice. He clearly agreed with Mott's statement. The tribe's message is that we shouldn't provoke the humans. Mott said helplessly. Chapter 194 The Key. Heh, I never thought our Drywood tribe would have such a humiliating day. When did even the weak humans get to ride roughshod over us? Zag said indignantly. Everything in the world has its counterpart, and that human wields incredibly powerful flames. We are no match for him, Mott said helplessly. To be honest, he didn't want things to turn out this way either, but the situation was beyond their control, so they had no choice. Outside the palace, all the zombies had disappeared, replaced by a rather extravagant teleportation array. Unlike the teleportation arrays they had encountered before, this teleportation array appeared to be coated with a layer of gold, making it look rather magnificent. This teleportation array, radiating golden light, looked quite impressive. It was about 6 meters long and wide, with a complex magical pattern on its base. Compared to the previous teleportation array, the current one is significantly brighter. Moreover, the aura they exude is also different. If the previous teleportation array had an air of vicissitude, then the current one appears magnificent and grand. Solidified in his eyes, Li Fei felt completely calm. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped directly into the teleportation array, while Lu Tao and Zhao Jing exchanged glances and followed suit. Unlike last time, this time the teleportation array didn't have as many passages, nor did it seem as dreamlike as before. There were only 5 or 6 passages this time, and most of them were quite ordinary. Li Fei frowned and pondered, not understanding the connection between the two. However, this did not prevent him from making the right choice. His steps did not deviate in the slightest, and he slowly moved towards the predetermined trajectory. 3 minutes later, Li Fei, Lu Tao, and the other two emerged from the teleportation array, and the place where they appeared was a volcanic crater. Li Tao and the other two were stunned. They never expected to have traveled to this place. The 3 of them were now at the top of the crater. Behind them were black rocks that stretched slowly down to the foot of the mountain, while in front of them was a deep pit that seemed like an insurmountable chasm, filled with crimson lava. At this moment, the magma inside the volcano was constantly churning like an angry dragon, while bubbles were constantly rising on the surface of the river, just like boiling water. At the crater, a constant stream of cold wind blew through, forcing them to tighten their clothes. Beside them, the golden teleportation array slowly turned transparent and then disappeared. Li Fei frowned. The situation here was somewhat unexpected. He hadn't anticipated being teleported here by the system. This volcano is active, Lu Tao said, his voice slightly tense. The reason was simple. As the Earth's crust moves, active volcanoes will periodically erupt magma from their interiors, which will pose a risk to them. He made this judgment because there was ash left over from a volcanic eruption beneath their feet. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? The cycle of a typical fire eruption is hundreds or even thousands of years. We just arrived here. How could such a coincidence happen? Zhao Jing laughed. Li Fei frowned as well. Zhao Jing was right. There was no such thing as a coincidence in the world. However, they were currently undergoing a test by the system, so the possibility of such a thing was perhaps greater. However, at that moment, a huge roar suddenly came from inside the volcano. Li Fei's expression changed. Was the volcano about to erupt? His gaze was fixed on the bottom of the volcano, and he thought he could see something. Not only him, but Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were also keeping an eye on the bottom of the volcano. After all, they didn't know much about this area yet, so they were bound to be careful. At this moment, the position of the magma began to shake violently, and the magma inside the volcano began to rise slowly. After a while, the magma began to fall back down, like a fountain, rising and falling. As the lava fell back down, Li Fei and his 2 companions discovered the specific conditions at the bottom of the volcano. Just as the lava receded, a flat stone platform suddenly appeared at the bottom of the lava, and on the platform were more than 20 keys of different colors. These keys are made of antique materials and have different shapes, making them look quite extraordinary. Is that a key? Lu Tao and Zhao Jing were both shocked. They hadn't expected to see such a strange sight. The lava at the bottom of the volcano was still rising and falling, and each time the lava shook violently, they could clearly see those strange keys. Li Fei's brows furrowed even deeper. He examined the area even more closely than Lu Tao and Zhao Jing. He not only saw the keys clearly, but he also saw several people standing near the edge of the keys. However, these people were all scattered in the corners, and they were some distance away from the stone platform, so Lu Tao and the others did not notice them. What's going on? Lu Tao asked curiously. I'm not sure, but I estimate that these keys are related to the mission on this floor. Li Fei explained. He made his judgment entirely based on his intuition. According to his estimation, These keys might be the switches to some cave or secret chamber. However, what he couldn't understand was why people would gather at the bottom of this crater. Wait here for me. I'll go check out the situation, Li Fei said to Lu Tao and Zhao Jing, while he quickly walked towards the bottom of the volcano. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing exchanged a glance, thinking that Li Fei must have discovered something. At this moment, Li Fei rushed downhill like a bird, but he slowed down after a short while. The reason was simple. He had reached the halfway point of the mountain, so he began to be careful, and his speed was now very slow. 20 minutes later, Li Fei finally approached his destination. He could now faintly hear people talking, and his eyes peered out from a corner. The first thing that caught his eye was an old woman completely wrapped in a gray robe. He held a dark-colored staff in his left hand. Li Fei was surprised. If he wasn't mistaken, this person should be a member of the undead race. The second thing that caught his eye was a zombie, but unlike the zombies he had encountered before, this zombie was holding a finely crafted sword. Hee, this day has finally come. The old woman laughed wildly. Fitty, you're getting ahead of yourself. The contestants haven't even shown up yet, the zombie said. A strange look flashed in Li Fei's eyes. The reason was simple. If he wasn't mistaken, the one speaking wasn't the zombie itself, but the blue sword in his hand. But how is that possible? Unless he's a spirit of an artifact. This puzzled him greatly. At this moment, a third person said, according to the information, those contestants will enter this place within 2 or 3 days at most. That will be our chance. As long as we can seize the key from them, we can escape from here. Damn the heavenly Tao. If it weren't for it, we wouldn't be trapped here, the old woman who had spoken earlier exclaimed indignantly. There's nothing we can do. We're ultimately the weaker party here. We have no other way to leave except to snatch the keys from those contestants, the zombie continued. I think the rules here are too unfair. Out of 30 teams, only 3 teams can win, and only they can leave. If it weren't for this, why would we be trapped here? The old woman said angrily. You're right. I'm in a worse state than you. My body was destroyed by the heavenly Tao. If I hadn't placed my soul in this heavenly ice sword early on, I would probably be dead by now, the zombie continued. At this moment, Li Fei finally understood why the frost sword could speak. He hadn't expected that these people's origins were so complicated. They should belong to the previous batch of contestants, or even earlier batches. The reason they were able to evade the system's elimination was because they used special methods. However, because of this, they are trapped here and can no longer get out. So they started lying in wait here, waiting for newcomers to enter, and then trying to steal the key. However, Li Fei was curious as to why these people didn't just take the keys directly. They were so close to the keys. Wouldn't it have been more convenient for them to just take them? Soon, their next conversation revealed the reason to him. These keys are completely covered by subterranean fire, which is extremely fierce and is our nemesis. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here guarding this place so desperately, the fourth person said. Brother Sutton is right. We dare not even touch these subterranean fires. If we do, it will be as painful as boiling oil poured on our hearts, the fifth person said. Li Fei's expression was solemn. He hadn't expected there to be such a reason behind it. Because of his position, he could only see the old woman and the zombie, so he didn't know what the others looked like. Don't worry, reliable sources say those contestants will arrive here within 2 or 3 days at the latest. That will be our chance. Once they get the key, we can make our move against them, the old woman said. I agree. The strongest of those newcomers is only gold 4 or 5 stars. We can handle them easily. That will be our day to shine. Haha, nothing's great here, except for the fast leveling up. I'm already a gold 6 star. Li Fei was shocked. He never expected that the group of people in front of him would be so powerful. Just one of them had reached the gold 6 star level, which put a lot of pressure on him. Chapter 195 The Secret of the Volcano. He had already overheard their conversation, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. So he slowly withdrew from that area, intending to leave. But just then, as he was backing away, he accidentally bumped into a rock. Li Fei had a bad feeling. He hadn't expected things to go wrong at this crucial moment. Who is it? The old woman who had been speaking suddenly shouted in his direction. A look of hesitation flashed across Li Fei's face. It seemed he had been discovered. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a strange noise came from behind him, and a small, fiery red snake darted out. The little snake was killed instantly by a zombie from a distance with a rock the moment it darted out. A glint of light flashed in Li Fei's eyes. Judging from the power of the opponent's attack, this zombie was at least a gold 6 star expert. He had no confidence in defeating it at the moment. It was just a small snake. I guess I was overthinking it. The old woman's voice gradually became calm. Hee hee. This place can conceal the secrets of heaven, and even the heavenly Tao cannot detect our existence. So it is basically impossible for the outside area to discover us through live broadcast, the zombie said this time. Even so, I think we should still be careful, lest we end up losing more than we gain. While the others were talking, Li Fei slowly left the area, and an hour later, he had returned to the crater. The first thing he did after he came up was to pull Lu Tao and Zhao Jing away and hide them. They are now in a high position, and the experts below can notice them at any time. Brother Li Fei, what's going on? Zhao Jing asked curiously. Li Fei didn't hide anything and directly told Lu Tao and Zhao Jing what he had seen, which naturally amazed them. In their eyes, being wiped out by the heavenly Tao meant death, but Li Fei's words directly changed their views. They did not expect that there would be fish that escaped the net under the might of heaven. Are those people really as strong as you say? Lu Tao asked curiously. As far as I know, there are gold 6-star experts among these people, and more than one. Li Fei said in a deep voice. Then we have no chance at all. Zhao Jing's face turned grim. He knew what this meant. It meant that the other side could easily kill them. Li Fei's expression also turned serious, because he felt the same pressure. With his current peak strength of gold 3-star, he was not strong enough to deal with the gold 6-star experts unless he advanced to gold 4-star. He now felt that his current level was not enough, so he directly activated the cultivation mode. He planned to raise his strength to gold 4 stars within 2 or 3 days. At that time, with his own cultivation, plus the Samadhi True Fire and the God-breaking Spear, he should be able to have the strength to match his opponent. In the chat group for the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked astonished. They couldn't understand why Li Fei seemed like a completely different person after returning from the bottom of the volcano. Is Boss Li Fei cultivating? Someone in the group asked, puzzled. In their opinion, Li Fei should be using this time to complete the 3rd level of the task, although they didn't know what the task was yet. I think this will have a negative impact on us. We are currently in a leading position, and not just a small one, but now Boss Li Fei has chosen to stagnate. This is tantamount to giving up our advantage. And how much strength can Boss Li Fei improve in these few days? So all things considered, this is very disadvantageous for us. Sharpening your axe won't delay your work. I support Boss Li Fei, someone in the group retorted. That's right. If Li Fei advances another level, he'll reach gold 4-star. That kind of strength would be a huge boost to our team, so we can't be short-sighted. I'm really curious, what exactly did Boss Li Fei see at the bottom of the volcano? Someone in the group asked curiously. I don't know. The area shown in the live stream is completely blank, so we can't see anything. It's like it's been blocked. There might be something unusual about that place, otherwise Boss Li Fei wouldn't have stopped there. In the vampire area, in the chat group, everyone looked surprised. They didn't understand why Li Fei had suddenly stopped there. Shouldn't he be trying to complete the 3rd level's mission right now? Countless questions arose in everyone's mind. Is Li Fei planning to wait for players from other regions? That's incredibly arrogant. Someone in the group asked doubtfully. It doesn't seem like it. I think he's reached a crucial moment for upgrading, which is why he had no choice but to break through at this time. In any case, this is a good opportunity for us. You're right. I believe Gila and his team will seize this opportunity to overtake them. The Layman tribe area, everyone in the chat group looked surprised. They didn't understand why Li Fei and his 2 companions had suddenly stopped there. In their view, there are only 2 reasons why this situation might occur. The first reason is that they encountered difficulties and had to stop there. The second reason is that they deliberately stopped there. However, they speculated that the second reason was obviously impossible, since the other party was not that arrogant. So it must be the first reason. Li Fei must have reached a critical moment for a breakthrough, which is why he had to stop there to break through. Someone in the chat group analyzed. That's right. Li Fei's aura has clearly increased significantly, and small vortexes are beginning to form around him. These are signs of an impending advancement. He'll learn the consequences of giving up his advantages just to advance, someone scoffed. That's right. No matter how much he upgrades, he'll only be a gold 4-star. Instead of that, he should focus on completing the mission and maintaining his existing advantages. I believe Sarah and her team will complete their mission soon, and then we will catch up with these human players. At that time, they will no longer have any advantage. Expect. In the Titan territory, within the chat group, everyone stared at the screen, their expressions thoughtful. They didn't understand why the humans were standing there. Chapter 196 Breakthrough in the Face of Battle. Did those humans stop? Someone in the group asked curiously. I don't know, but I guess they must have encountered some trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped there for no reason. We must seize this opportunity to catch up. Someone in the chat group immediately realized that this was a good opportunity. If the players in their region could take advantage of this opportunity to catch up, it would be a great advantage for them. Time passed slowly, and the contestants from all races were still fighting hard in the second-level area. At this moment, the vampire, Gila, and the other two were covered in blood. They had been fighting these zombies for a whole day, from day to night, and back to day. They have retreated to the 4th floor of the palace. There is one more floor above them. If they cannot defend the 4th floor, they will have to retreat to the 5th floor, which is their last line of defense. The palace was already crammed with zombies, who were frantically climbing toward the 4th floor, roaring angrily and making eerie chewing noises. Damn it! These zombies feel no pain at all. Even when I cut off their arms, they didn't react at all. Cass was furious. He hadn't expected these zombies to be so difficult to deal with. His predators had all been killed in the zombie attack, and now he had to fight the zombies alone. But if that were all, he wouldn't be so desperate. What truly chilled him was that these zombies seemed endless. He didn't know how much longer he could hold out. He only knew that they had lost the 2nd and 3rd floors of the palace in just one day. If things continue like this, they might die here. Cass was starting to feel desperate. Gila, standing next to him, had a cold expression on his face. He had killed almost all the zombies here. He was responsible for the majority of the 200 or 300 zombies. But he wasn't having an easy time at this point. The more zombies he killed, the more there were. For every one he killed, another would rush over. He had no idea when it would end. At that moment, 2 more zombies rushed up the stairs. Without hesitation, he slashed them with both swords. Bang! Bang! 2 soft sounds. The heads of the 2 zombies were neatly sliced in half. Green blood dripped from the heads of the 2 zombies as their bodies fell straight down the stairs. Gila remained calm. He was already used to this kind of scene. However, completing this series of operations is not easy. What looks like 2 simple sword strikes actually required his full strength. The reason is simple. These zombies are extremely tough all over. Although they move slowly, the toughness of their bodies completely makes up for their inherent disadvantages. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only killed so few zombies in 24 hours. After a day and a night of fighting, he was exhausted, but he knew he couldn't stop. He had to hold this position and hold off wave after wave of zombies. He did this for a reason. He believed that the task of this level was not to kill all the zombies, but to persevere. As long as he could persevere for a sufficient amount of time, he could enter the next level. At this moment, the same thing was happening in many areas. Almost all the contestants were fighting with zombies. Some of them were struggling to hold on to the zombies, while others were bitten to death by them. Like gold being sifted from sand, some teams were wiped out by the zombie horde, while others survived, and still others suffered heavy losses and significant damage. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had quietly slipped by. In a secluded spot on one side of the crater, Li Fei was still sitting quietly. However, at this moment, his aura began to rise continuously. If he was a calm lake before, he was now a turbulent sea. Countless waves began to surge on the vast ocean, accompanied by howling winds and flashing thunder. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing looked at Li Fei in shock. In their eyes, Li Fei seemed like a completely different person. Previously, Li Fei was kind and approachable in their eyes, but now, he was like a surging wave, full of imposing momentum. Not only that, but the oppressive aura emanating from Li Fei actually pressed down on them. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with shock. They had not expected Li Fei's advancement to be so terrifying. Left with no other choice, they had to retreat repeatedly, taking more than 10 steps before they regained their footing. From this position, they could hardly feel the oppressive aura emanating from Li Fei anymore. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly swept past Li Fei, and then the wind began to spin. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was gradually swept in by this gale. The wind grew stronger and stronger, gradually forming a small tornado that hovered above his head. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that swept and slowly flowed into his body through the top of his head, and was then absorbed by his dantian. Li Fei frowned slightly, then opened his spatial ring, took out a peach, and put it in his mouth. The moment the peach entered his mouth, it transformed into a mouthful of spiritual liquid, accumulating there. Without hesitation, Li Fei swallowed it in one gulp. The liquid then transformed into countless streams of spiritual energy that circulated throughout his limbs and bones. A large portion of the liquid transformed into spiritual energy and merged into his dantian. With the addition of this spiritual liquid, The already turbulent Dantian became even more agitated. It also makes it seem even more extraordinary. From his appearance, Li Fei looked solemn and dignified, with a faint golden light emanating from his body, while a giant tornado hovered above his head. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing had stopped cultivating. The reason was simple. All the spiritual energy in the surrounding world had been swept away by the tornado above Li Fei's head, and they could no longer absorb even a trace of spiritual energy. There is a second reason. Li Fei has reached a critical moment for a breakthrough, and they must be wary of anyone taking advantage of this opportunity to sabotage him. They especially need to pay attention to those people that Li Fei had mentioned to them before. The commotion caused by Li Fei naturally attracted the attention of several people near the lava. What's going on? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been absorbed, the zombie asked in confusion. It seems someone has made a breakthrough on the volcano. I suspect it's one of the contestants who entered here, the old woman said with a gloomy expression. Should I go check it out? The zombie asked hesitantly. No need, let's not alert them. Our target is these keys, not these contestants. We can make our move after they get the keys, the old woman explained. After swallowing the immortal peach, Li Fei waited quietly. He was now like a dragon raising a pearl or a hen brooding over eggs. Everything was ready, and all that was left was for the water to flow and the channel to open. Finally, half an hour later, a cracking sound suddenly came from his body, as if some shackles had been broken, and then his aura surged again in an instant. After a while, Li Fei's imposing aura began to subside, and he returned to his simple and unpretentious self. He has now broken through to the gold 4-star level. After sensing the internal power within his body, he checked his attributes. Host, Li Fei. Rank, gold 2-star. Strength, 243. Agility, 245. Constitution, 243. Energy, 150. Skill 1. Hidden Force. Concentrates all the body's strength into a single point, generating explosive power that can penetrate deep into the body, causing exponentially greater damage. Skill 2. Samadhi True Fire. Conjures substantial flames from the eyes to incinerate enemies. Currently at the intermediate stage, each use consumes 50 energy. Unique. After reviewing the attributes, Li Fei smiled with satisfaction. His attribute points had increased significantly after advancing in rank. At the same time, his strength has also increased significantly. Compared with his previous self, his strength has increased by at least more than double. At this moment, Lu Tao and Zhao Jing also walked over. Congratulations to Li Fei on his successful advancement again, Lu Tao said with a smile. Now we have a much better chance of winning, Zhao Jing added. Li Fei was overjoyed, but just as he was about to reply, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, a portal appeared not far from them. The portal was about 3 meters long and wide, and it was flashing with blue light. At this moment, it gradually turned from an illusion to a reality. Li Fei's heart skipped a beat. He realized that the other contestants must have been teleported here after completing their missions. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. This teleportation array was much smaller and less imposing than the one he had before. Was there some reason for this? However, they didn't have time to think about that now. According to the plan, they should first find a place to hide, and then wait for an opportunity. So Li Fei and the other two immediately hid in a cave where food had been prepared. The cave was only 3 meters deep, but it was enough for them to find shelter. At least from the crater, they are completely invisible when viewed from above. At that moment, they also faintly heard the sound of some people talking. Damn it, those zombies were really tough to deal with. If it weren't for Gila fighting to the death, we would probably all be dead there, Cass said angrily. I suffered heavy losses in this battle. I only have 3 of my predators left. I must replenish my manpower in this area, Gila said coldly. With the zombies took him 3 whole days, and he didn't get any rest during those 3 days. However, the results were also encouraging. During this period, he killed approximately 700 or 800 zombies. The price he paid was the lives of some of his prey, as well as serious injuries to himself. Chapter 197 Stealing the Key. We actually traveled here, Cass asked with a look of curiosity. He hadn't expected that they would end up in the crater. Perhaps our mission has some connection to this volcano, another person said. At this moment, Gila looked around warily. He had been on high alert ever since he arrived here, for no other reason than that they had encountered danger on the 1st and 2nd levels of the City of Sin. The 3rd level might be just as dangerous. Finally, as his eyes scanned the bottom of the lava, he discovered something. As the lava fell, he was surprised to see a flat, massive rock. Of course, that wasn't what he was focused on. What he was really interested in was that there were more than 20 keys of different colors stuck in the boulder. Hila's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely sensed that these keys were unusual. Could these keys be somehow connected to the mission in this level? He wondered. Jira, what's wrong? Cass asked curiously, seeing Hila's thoughtful expression. Look at the bottom of the lava. Hila didn't say much, but let them see for themselves. That's it. Cass and the other man quickly noticed the anomaly. If I'm not mistaken, the key there is somehow related to the mission on this floor. Hila said in a deep voice. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get those keys now. Cass said anxiously. In his view, the longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Let us heal our injuries first. I have a feeling this mission isn't going to be easy. Hila said, frowning. Jira is right. We're not in a good state right now. We should recover our strength first before making a decision, another person said. He clearly agreed with Hila's approach. Li Fei frowned. If he wasn't mistaken, these people must have also been attacked by zombies before, but he didn't know how they dealt with them. Under his watchful eye, Hila and the other two casually found a spot and began to rest. Their actions were not unexpected. Hila and his men, having suffered heavy losses, could not possibly take the keys directly. So Li Fei waited patiently, believing that it wouldn't be long before the rest of the teams that had passed the test arrived. 2 hours later, another team entered the area. Based on what he heard, he determined that this team should be members of the Layman tribe. 5 hours later, another team entered the area. This team consisted of members of the Crocodile tribe. Then, within a day, Medusa's team, the Titans, the Deadwood tribe, and others arrived one after another. Of course, there are also some other races among them, totaling about a dozen groups. At this moment, all the teams that had arrived at the scene stopped and looked around, clearly curious about what the mission of this level was. Look, there seems to be something at the bottom of the lava, someone among the group exclaimed in surprise. This shout immediately drew everyone's attention. The speaker was a creature with a lizard's head and a human body. Li Fei frowned slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, this creature should be a lizard man. Everyone's gaze naturally turned to the location the lizard man had indicated. Is that a key? On the volcano, someone quickly noticed the anomaly. There's a key there? That's in lava. How could there be a key there? The volcano was filled with countless exclamations of surprise. These keys must be related to the mission on this floor, someone said. That's right. There are no other clues here besides these keys. If we retrieve these keys, we might be able to access the next level, someone said. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, because some people got here before us, but none of those teams are willing to go down and get the keys, Salas said this time, his tone malicious. In fact, he had already discovered the keys, but he had always had a question. Since the vampires and the Ramans had arrived here earlier, why didn't they go down and take the keys first? May I ask which team arrived here first? The same lizard man from before asked. Upon hearing Salas's words, Hila's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected Salas to target him. It was clear that Salas was treating him like an easy target. But how could he possibly comply as he wished? So he stepped forward and said, I just learned that there is a key at the bottom of the lava, and all of this is thanks to you, brother. Oh, since you don't know, then we can't blame you, the lizard man said with a smile. The fact that the other party was so polite to him greatly satisfied his vanity. No, if you haven't noticed anything unusual here, then why are you staying here? Soras pointed out the crux of the problem. Hila's expression turned cold, and he said neither humbly nor arrogantly, it's for healing. My squad suffered quite a few injuries in the previous battle, which is why we're healing here on the spot. Alright, I don't think we need to worry about these trivial details. Our primary goal should be to get those keys. That's right, but I counted the keys, there are only 23. But our team has 30 teams, so the number of keys seems wrong, someone said. What's wrong with this? In my opinion, this is a test deliberately set up for us by the system, and this test is destined to leave only 23 teams. Someone stared wide-eyed in astonishment. If what that person said was true, then this round would eliminate many teams. What is the final fate of the eliminated teams? Needless to say, death is the only outcome. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of urgency. Although there were only a dozen or so teams in total, it didn't mean that other teams wouldn't catch up. In fact, while they were talking, 2 more teams emerged from the teleportation array. Therefore, it is understandable that they are so eager to obtain those keys. However, just as everyone was eager to try, Salas then posed another pointed question. It seems like we're missing a team. How could that be? Someone replied dismissively. The first to enter here should be a human, but we don't have any human players among us. Salas said in a deep voice. Everyone looked on in astonishment, finally understanding the crux of the problem. Even Hila looked quite unpleasant at this moment. To be honest, he really hadn't paid any attention to Li Fei and the others. If it weren't for Salas's reminder, he might have completely ignored them. I think we should ask our vampire friends about this. Soras said in a deep voice. Hila's face was gloomy. He didn't understand why the other party kept targeting him. Unfortunately, there were quite a few people here who supported Salas, so he couldn't afford to lose his temper. I didn't find them after I got here. If I'm not mistaken, they must have left. They arrived here at least 2 days before us, and I don't think you'll disagree with that, Hila explained. The people on the volcano nodded in agreement, clearly agreeing with Hila's point of view. The humans had arrived earlier, so it was perfectly normal for them to leave sooner. Only Salas's eyes wavered. In his opinion, the human players were not as simple as they thought. How could they not see the keys under the volcano? If they had seen them, why would they have left so easily? However, all of this was merely his speculation. He had no evidence whatsoever. Li Fei remained calm as he listened quietly to the discussions above him. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the contestants from various ethnic groups would take action. They were unlikely to give up on these keys. When they get the key, it's time for them to take action themselves. Sure enough, the murmurs overhead didn't last long before they stopped. Because they made the same decision at the same time. To go to the bottom of the volcano together, and then each retrieve the key by their own means. As the sounds overhead gradually faded away, Li Fei could basically tell that these people had left, so he decided to follow them closely. As for Lu Tao and Zhao Jing, he did not plan to bring them along. The reason was simple. They were only gold 1-star level and would be of no use in the upcoming battle. They would only be cannon fodder. That's why he was unwilling to take them with him. Lu Tao and Zhao Jing accepted this suggestion. They understood that Li Fei was right. Their gold 1-star cultivation level was of no help at all. They would probably only be a burden once they got there. Moreover, there were gold 6-star experts at the bottom of the volcano. This war was simply beyond their ability to participate in. After leaving Lu Tao and the others, Li Fei stayed close behind the Wanzhou contestants. Because he maintained a distance of 30 or 40 meters, and because he was quite strong, no one noticed him for a time. Soon, about 40 minutes later, the group had reached the bottom of the lava. At that moment, the lava was rapidly receding towards the bottom, so everyone could clearly see the boulder. And those keys were clearly displayed in front of everyone. Let's see who gets these keys based on their own abilities, the lizard man shouted. That's right, it's all about skill. Whoever gets it first gets it, someone in the crowd shouted. However, surprisingly, no one among them dared to make the first move. No one here was a fool. Everyone knew this place was full of danger, so no one wanted to be the first to act. Chapter 198, Don't Let Him Go. Haha, since none of you are going to make the first move, then I won't hold back, said Sarah, who believed he had the best chance of winning. He dared to act first because he had figured out the pattern of the lava's rise and fall, and he was confident that he could take one of the keys before the lava rose again. Then let's take a good look at Brother Salad's style, someone in the crowd laughed. Watch closely. Sarah's eyes turned slightly cold, and then he pulled out a weapon, a long, cyan whip. This whip is about 4 meters long, with an extremely sharp tail, and it is clearly a weapon made from the marrow of some kind of animal. Everyone suddenly realized why Sarah was so confident. The other party intended to use the whip in their hand to retrieve the keys, which would significantly reduce the risk. Just then, the fiery red lava began to slowly descend. A glint flashed in Sarah's eyes. He leaped high into the air and quickly lashed out with the long whip in his hand. The whip flew rapidly toward the stone platform, and the end of the whip wrapped around a black key. He exerted a little force. Almost instantly, the black key was carried back by the cyan whip. As the whip returned, Sarah leaped high into the air, caught the keys, and stored them in her spatial ring. Everyone stared in disbelief, not expecting that Sarah could obtain the key so easily. It was beyond their expectations. They thought it would take Sarah a lot of effort to get the key, but in reality, it was quite the opposite. All right, everyone, I'll take my leave now. Sarah laughed heartily, then quickly left with the other 2 members of the Ramen tribe. Now that he has the key, there is no need for him to stay. Li Fei watched Sarah walk away slowly, a sense of doubt creeping into his heart. It seemed that those people hiding in the shadows had no intention of making a move yet. Watching Sarah leave, the remaining people felt a surge of excitement. They were almost certain that taking the keys wouldn't be too risky, so some of them couldn't resist any longer. Watch me, the man shouted, leaping high into the air. This time, he intended to jump directly onto the stone platform. Then take the key and leave. This person had a very good grasp of the timing of the lava receding, and he believed that with his speed, he could easily take the key and then leave the stone platform. Li Fei stared intently and realized that the one who had made the move was none other than the lizard man who had been talking the whole time. However, what he saw next made him break out in a cold sweat. The lizard man seized the opportunity and quickly jumped onto the stone platform, but before he could even feel excited for long, he then let out a terrified scream. Then the lizard man's feet began to melt. At this point, the lizard man clearly wanted to leave the platform, but unfortunately, his feet seemed to be stuck to the stone and he couldn't move an inch. The next second, his legs slowly began to melt, and then a burst of lava rushed over. After the lava fell back down, everyone could see the scene on the stone platform. The stone platform was smooth as a mirror, and there was no trace of the lizard men to be seen. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock. Those who had almost followed in the lizard men's footsteps were filled with panic. They had nearly jumped onto the platform before the lizard men. If the lizard men hadn't gotten there first, their fate would have been predictable. I never imagined that stone platform would be so terrifying. The temperature on it must be far beyond our imagination. Soros mused. It seems we have no choice but to use the salad method. Otherwise, getting these keys off will be harder than climbing to heaven. It's a pity that Sarah has already left. Otherwise it would have been much easier for him to take it out for us with his whip, someone said. Li Fei shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, this was almost impossible because they were competitors, and if Sarah chose to help them, it would only harm himself. It's no use talking about this now, because Sarah and the others have already left. We have to think of another way, someone in the group said. Of course, not everyone shares his views. For example, Salas transformed into his original form and used his tail, which was about 3 or 4 meters long, to hook a key and pull it over. However, after obtaining one key, he did not stop. He then extended his tail, this time targeting a yellow key. He then put both keys into his spatial ring. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Salas to have such methods. Boss Salas, please get us a key. Someone in the crowd shouted, as if they had seen a savior. Salas remained silent. His goal was not yet achieved, so he did not stop. Instead, as the lava fell back, he extended his tail again and took a blue key. Salas is awesome. Please get one for us too. We'll be eternally grateful, someone shouted. We also asked Salas to help us. We're willing to exchange something of equal value. A complex look flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He didn't believe that Salas would be so kind. He was afraid that Salas not only had no good intentions, but was also full of selfish motives. Finally, after Salas obtained the 5th key, someone noticed something was wrong, because Salas had put all the keys he had obtained into his spatial ring. The other party had no intention of sharing it all. If they are allowed to continue taking them like this, they might not get any keys left after he takes them all. Oh no, he's going to take all the keys for himself. Hila said coldly. What? Everyone glared angrily at Salas, demanding an explanation from him. It was already agreed before that it would be a matter of each person having the ability, but since you object, then the remaining keys are yours. Salas laughed disdainfully. He then reverted to human form. Let's go, Salas said to Rajiri and the other man. At this moment, his face was full of a smug smile. He had obtained 5 keys, which was equivalent to indirectly eliminating 4 opponents. This is entirely beneficial to him. Don't let him leave. The crowd was indignant. If they had known that Salas was doing it for his own benefit, they would never have let him take so many keys. Chapter 199. The shadowy figure makes its move. However, no one made a move. The reason was simple. If they were to fight Salas, they would not be able to defeat him in a short time, which would only benefit others. After all, there were still 18 keys left on the stone platform, which would be enough for them. So for a time, no one dared to attack Salas and his group. Li Fei waited patiently, knowing that those in the shadows would not let Salas and his group leave so easily. Haha, see you in the 4th area. Soras laughed wildly, seeing that no one was stopping him. Meanwhile, he led Rajiri and the other man back in a swaggering manner. The onlookers were naturally furious. They never expected Salas to be so arrogant. However, at that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Salas. One was an old woman dressed in black, and the other was a zombie, but this zombie was holding a dark blue sword. As soon as the 2 appeared, they went straight for Salas. Salas clearly hadn't expected that 2 figures would suddenly appear beside him, and these 2 figures gave him a very dangerous feeling. So he hardly hesitated, immediately transformed into his original form, and then bit the zombie. Click, click. The zombie, sword and all, was swallowed whole by Salas in an instant, while in another direction, the old woman's lips curled into a strange smile. She muttered incantations, and then two skeleton archers appeared in front of her. As soon as they appeared, the two skeleton archers drew their longbows and fired several bone arrows at Salas. The bone arrow was aimed directly at Salas's red and yellow eyes, which resembled lanterns. However, Salas was not so easy to deal with. He turned around and flung two skeleton archers away with his tail. The two bone arrows landed on his hard armor with almost no marks. Salas looked disdainful. Just as he was about to attack the old woman, an unexpected event occurred. A burst of blue light suddenly erupted from his body, and then he felt immense pain. Then, the onlookers witnessed an extremely bloody scene. Sora's body was actually torn into pieces. His body was neatly cut into several pieces like tofu. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that Salas, who had just looked so confident, would be dead the next moment. After Sora's body shattered, a cold, gleaming sword was revealed inside. This sword is deep blue all over, with intricate patterns engraved on it. It is clearly no ordinary object. Li Fei's expression turned serious. He realized that the one who had just killed Salas was this heavenly ice sword, or more precisely, the person inside the heavenly ice sword. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, this heavenly ice sword should be a heavenly grade weapon. He never expected that, after so many days, he would see a heavenly level weapon appear again. Haha, how dare you swallow the heavenly ice sword? You're really not afraid of death, the old woman mocked. The heavenly ice sword hovered above Sora's corpse. His body had been torn apart by Sora's, so this was the only form he could take. At this moment, Rodri and his companion realized the seriousness of the situation, so they made a decision almost instantly, to escape. However, how could the people hiding in the shadows let things go as they wished? As Rodri fled, he was suddenly blocked by a strange creature with two heads. The creature was blue all over, short and stout, and had a hideous face. At this moment, one of its heads suddenly spat out a puff of poisonous smoke, which was sprayed towards Rodri. Rodri couldn't dodge in time and rushed straight into the poisonous smoke. He started screaming in agony, and soon fell silent. After the poisonous smoke dissipated, everyone found that Rajiri had died from festering skin. Meanwhile, another member of the crocodile tribe was blocked by an old man with fiery red hair. This old man was thin and held a long black knife in his hand. As soon as he appeared, he swung the long knife at the other member of the crocodile tribe, cutting him in half. The onlookers were all stunned. They never expected that the three men, who had been so arrogant just moments before, would be beheaded in the blink of an eye. While they were shocked, they also felt some fear. The reason was simple. Salas's cultivation had reached the gold 5 level, but even so, he couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the old woman and the zombie. How could they not feel fear? A gold 5-star like Salas is like this, then what about them? A look of seriousness appeared in Li Fei's eyes. He hadn't expected these people to be so powerful. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, the old woman and the zombie were all at the gold 6-star level, which made him wary. He has to be careful. Haha, these keys are all ours now. The old woman laughed wildly, but she did not immediately take Salas's spatial ring. The reason is simple. The zombies, the fat man, and the old man are all watching her intently. If she makes the first move, he might become the target of everyone's attacks. Hila, Libano, and the others' expressions turned cold. They hadn't expected that an old woman and her group would suddenly appear in this place, and that these people were all at the gold 6-star level, which far exceeded their expectations. More importantly, these people's goal was also those keys, which cast a shadow over their hearts. Moat of the Drywood tribe had a solemn expression on his face. He looked at the people in front of him and had a vague guess in his heart. May I ask if these friends are human contestants? Mortal asked loudly. In his view, only the human race, currently ranked number 1, could easily kill Salas and the others. Although the human race was considered extremely weak in their eyes, Li Fei's previous performance was too outstanding, and more importantly, their current ranking was very high, which is why he had some questions. Humans, the first to react were not the old woman and the others, but Hila and Libano. The reason was simple. They had also received the message notification from their region. After all, what Li Fei had done was too astonishing. It was impossible for their region not to inform them of such a significant matter. So, at this moment, they had a look of sudden realization. If these people in front of you are all human, then it makes sense. They mistook the old woman, the fat man, and the old man for 3 human contestants. But naturally they didn't consider the floating heavenly ice sword as a person. The old woman and the others were naturally dumbfounded. When did they become lowly humans? Were these people in front of them mocking them? Is it to mock them for being as weak as the human players? Is that why they stayed here? Hee hee, we'll talk to you about it after we've divided up these rings, the old woman said with ill intent. In her view, it would be natural to distribute the keys first, and then deal with the other contestants in the remaining areas. Wait, Ku Dao hasn't returned yet. We'd better wait until he comes back before discussing the key, the red-haired old man said coldly. This was something they had agreed upon beforehand, but now that the dry knife hasn't returned, the old woman's suggestion to divide the keys made him very unhappy. Hila was startled. He had initially thought these three were all human players, but he had changed his mind. According to them, they had an accomplice who had gone to chase after Sarah and had not yet returned. Libano shared the same idea, but he saw things more deeply than Hila. In his view, there were not 3 people, but 4. However, one of them was hidden in the blue sword. The reason he was able to discover them was because the Medusa tribe had a special ability to detect human souls. That's why he planned so meticulously. Alright, then let's deal with these contestants first, and then distribute the keys, the old woman said coldly. She had already taken action before she finished speaking. She took out a staff with her left hand and waved it in front of her chest while chanting incantations. God of darkness, your servant. Then a complex magical pattern suddenly appeared in front of her, and these magical patterns looked extremely mysterious. The moment the magical pattern appeared, the surrounding sky suddenly darkened, and thunder rumbled nearby. At the same time, 3 monsters, whose human forms were difficult to discern, slowly emerged from the magical pattern. One of the human figures was quite unique, even resembling Libano's physique. That's Medusa? Everyone was stunned. Libano, Lasatu, and the others looked extremely grim. The Medusa summoned by it had skin that was rotten beyond recognition, and its eyes were filled with death. Clearly, this Medusa was not a living being. It was a corpse that had been dead for a long time, but it was unknown how the other party had turned it into a zombie. The other 2 monsters are also quite different in appearance. One is very similar to the crocodile tribe contestant's main body, while the other monster has a pair of wings. He's a member of the undead. Only members of the undead possess this ability to summon zombies, someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. Hila's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that this unassuming old woman was actually a member of the undead race. However, if he remembered correctly, there shouldn't be any undead people among the 30 participating teams. But how did this old woman come to be? This question had been troubling him, but now was clearly not the time to think about it. The old woman had already made her move first, and if they didn't, they would all be in danger. Moreover, the old woman in front of him exuded an extremely powerful aura, clearly at the gold 6-star level. Chapter 200 The Mysterious Middle-Aged Man. Let's all work together to take care of these guys, or none of us will be able to leave, Hila said coldly. At the same time, he ordered his remaining 3 predators to pounce on the 3 monsters. Attack together, or we'll all die here. We just wandered into this place by mistake. Since you've already obtained the key, please let us go, someone in the crowd said in a trembling voice. What kind of time is this to still have such thoughts? If we can't fight our way out today, they won't let us leave. I'll decide after I've wiped out all those disobedient contestants. The old woman laughed maliciously. Really? Senior, are you really going to let us go? The same contestant asked. Of course, as long as you stand aside and don't make a move, or help me kill these people who are planning to attack me, I will let you go, the old woman coaxed patiently. Idiot. Don't believe her. If we don't stick together, we'll all die here, someone nearby shouted angrily. However, in the end, 4 or 5 contestants chose to stand aside. Clearly, they had made their decision and had lost the courage to resist when facing a gold 6-star expert. They have now made their decision, to wag their tails and beg for survival. Damn it, the people around them had already given up hope on them. Meanwhile, Hila, Libano, and the others had already made their move. Hila, Libano, and the predator chose to deal with the old woman and the 3 monsters in her arms. The Libano team chose the short, stout man as their opponent, while the Drywood tribe and another team chose the heavenly ice sword as their opponent. The remaining contestants chose the elderly man with fiery red hair. Very well. Since you're all begging to die, then I won't be polite. A cold glint flashed in the old woman's eyes, and at her command, the 3 monsters charged towards Hila and his companions at the same time. Hila, of course, would not sit idly by and wait to die. He immediately ordered the predators to block the path of the 3 monsters. Because he had just sent the predators over, they rushed to the three monsters almost instantly. However, what happened next shocked him. Suddenly, a gray light emanated from the eyes of the zombie Medusa, and this light shone directly on the three predators. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Gila thought to himself that something was wrong, but it was too late. The three predators were frozen in place. In the instant the predators were frozen in place, another monster next to them suddenly opened its blood-red maw and swallowed the three predators whole. However, this monster immediately used its ultimate move, the death roll. Almost instantly, these predators were dead beyond any doubt. At this moment, the third winged monster had not yet made its move. In the chat group in the Alls Mountains region, everyone looked surprised. They were staring intently at the base of the volcano, where extremely strong energy fluctuations were occurring. However, for some reason, it seemed to be blocked out, and no matter what they tried, they couldn't see what was happening there. Therefore, they had to resort to other methods to make inferences. For example, they spotted Sarah and her two companions emerging from the bottom of the mountain, though they appeared to be in a rather disheveled state. From the footage, Sarah and her two companions are covered in dust as they run, closely followed by a middle-aged man with gray hair. At this moment, the middle-aged man had his hands behind his back, looking calm and collected, as if he had seen through all the deceit and treachery in the world. He wore a long black and white robe. His hair moved without wind, exuding the air of a master. "Let's see where you can escape to," Ku Dao said coldly. "Catch up with us first." Sarah's face was heavy. He hadn't expected that someone would launch a sneak attack on them just as they were about to leave the crater. If it weren't for his speed, he would have definitely died on the spot under the opponent's terrifying attack. Even so, he could only hold out for less than 10 moves before he could no longer continue. So they could only flee in disarray. At this moment, he looked very serious. The reason was simple. The man's strength had already reached the great perfection of the gold 6-star level, and the other party was only one step away from crossing over to the gold 7-star level. However, if the opponent were to advance to gold 7 stars, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from them. However, for some reason, the gray-haired man following behind didn't attack them again, which made him very curious. "Alright, I've had enough fun with you. Now you can get going," Ku Dao said coldly. The reason he didn't make a move earlier was simply because he wanted to play around a little longer. He had been stuck at the bottom of the volcano without any freedom, and now that he had finally encountered some interesting prey, how could he not have some fun? "I've had enough." Sarah's eyes showed a look of horror. The other party had actually been treating the three of them as playthings all along. He was almost certain that the other party was either crazy or had great confidence in their own strength. However, he had no time to think about anything else, because the gray-haired man had already charged at him. "Quickly revert to your original form," Sarah said hastily in the face of danger. Almost instantly, he transformed into a large bird, resembling an owl. After reverting to his original form, his speed reached an unbelievable level. Whoosh! After flapping its wings, Sarah flew directly into the sky. However, at that moment, the gray-haired man's attack arrived. He was holding a broken knife and struck him in the back with lightning speed. A look of horror flashed in Sarah's eyes. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so fast. He simply couldn't dodge this attack. With no other option, in this crisis, he could only barely turn his body to the side. Uft! The short knife sliced through half of his wing. One of his wings was seriously injured by the gray-clad man's heavy blow. A trickle of blood began to drip down his wings, instantly staining the earth red. However, Sarah managed to fly into the sky by sheer luck. The gray-haired man's expression turned somewhat gloomy. He hadn't expected that even though he had gone all out, his opponent had still managed to escape from his grasp. Meanwhile, Kula and the other two beside them had also returned to their original forms, and they were now about to take flight. But it was too late. The man in gray vented his anger on the two of them, turning around and slashing them twice. With a swift stroke, Kula and his companion met their demise on the spot. Fresh blood kept flowing down their bodies. Sarah circled anxiously in the sky. Seeing that the gray-haired man showed no sign of leaving, he could only let out 2 mournful cries before departing. Then, the gray-haired man began to slowly walk towards the bottom of the volcano. Seeing Sarah successfully escape in the video, Zhou Kan and the others' expressions turned grim. They hadn't expected this turn of events. They had never seen this gray-haired man before. The gray-haired man came from and went from the bottom of the volcano, so they couldn't help but worry about Li Fei. That gray-haired man is at least a gold 6-star cultivator, or even higher. Someone in the chat group exclaimed in shock. This person is not one of the participants in this competition, someone worried. That's right. Among the 30 participating teams, there is no one named the gray-haired man. I'm very curious. Where did the gray-haired man come from? What is his purpose? Does he have any accomplices? I suspect there are, and possibly more than one. And judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the base of the volcano, they've already started fighting. Hopefully, Boss Li Fei is alright. The layman people, everyone looked worried. At this moment, the scene shown is Sarah and her two companions fleeing. However, in the end, the scene on the screen disappointed them. Apart from Sarah escaping, the other two players in their area all died there. Damn it, what's with that gray-haired man? I've never seen him before, someone in the chat group said angrily. I don't know, but his strength is terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, his strength should be at the peak of gold 6 star, someone said. I'm afraid it's more than that. I think his strength is close to gold 7 star. How could such a terrifying guy be here? He's not even a contestant. We need to contact Sarah and find out exactly what happened. It's pointless now. It's just a waste of our contact opportunities. The key to all the problems lies at the bottom of the volcano, but for some reason, we can't see anything in that area. All we can see is huge energy fluctuations, and it looks like a fight has broken out there. In the Crocodile Tribe chat group, everyone looked ashen-faced. The reason is simple. The soul tablets representing the three of them, Salas, suddenly broke, which can only mean one thing. That means they are already extinct. But how could this be? They were perfectly fine when they were in the crater. Moreover, Salas possesses the strength of a gold 5 star, making him an opponent that most people simply cannot match. They didn't understand everything until they saw the gray-haired man chasing after Sarah and her two companions. Undoubtedly, something happened at the bottom of the volcano, and this change must be inextricably linked to this gray-haired man. What's wrong with that gray-haired man? How is he so strong? Even Sarah, a gold 5 star, is completely powerless against him. Someone in the chat group exclaimed in shock. I don't know, but I think he's one of the culprits who caused Salas and the others' deaths, another person said. That's right, no ordinary gold 5 star expert could kill him.